The little black cat just stole a sip of the herbal medicine you brewed, and the next moment it turned into a dark loli, even pouncing on you as if it wanted to eat you. This is because it was the desire potion brewed from the desire magic cauldron, which, once consumed, can fulfill the strongest desires in one's heart. However, fulfilling desires also means selling one's soul, and as the master of the desire magic cauldron, you will enslave all those who sell their souls to realize their desires. At this moment, a girl was lying on the bed, engrossed in watching a drama. You frowned and said, "Cat, no getting on the bed." Reluctantly, the girl got off the bed, moved a small stool over, and sat down, pouting. "I go out every day to help you attract customers, and this is how you repay me?" You walked to the desk, sat down, took out your notebook, and turned to the girl. "Keep helping me find people with the power of desire." The girl sulkily muttered, "You just know how to command me, and you don't even give me a reward." You glanced at her and said, "Tomorrow I'll reward you with a tablet, with a bigger screen, making it more enjoyable to watch dramas." Upon hearing your promised reward, the girl's big eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'll go out right now to help you find some." Late at night, a woman walked into your pharmacy. She was wearing a mask, making it hard to see her face, and she looked quite nervous. The woman tentatively asked, "I want to buy beauty medicine. I heard your medicine is very effective." You glanced at the woman and said, "My medicine is very expensive. Are you prepared to pay the price?" Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes lit up. She knew she had come to the right place. The woman quickly took off her mask, revealing a large red birthmark. "As long as I can become beautiful, I am willing to pay any price." You stood up and glanced at the woman again, then turned and walked into the herbal medicine room. On the table, there was a black jar, and the moment you touched the jar, profound information appeared in your mind, the desire demon jar, which can devour desires and create desire potions. Before long, you walked out of the herbal medicine room holding a bowl of medicine, handing the bowl to the woman, and sat back at the counter to read. The woman took the medicine, her eyes immediately drawn to the bowl. The pitch-black potion seemed to gaze back like an abyss, and she felt an impulse to drink it right away. No longer waiting, she tilted her head back and gulped the potion down. At the same time, the birthmark on her face slowly disappeared. Her entire face became fair and tender, and her features became incredibly exquisite. And this was just the beginning. Her body was also changing, as her breasts and hips seemed to be undergoing a second development. She looked at herself in the mirror in shock. She now resembled a celestial being, gradually becoming enchanted by her own beauty. However, a sudden change occurred. She was horrified to find that her pupils were gradually turning into pink hearts. A pair of goat horns sprouted from her head, and then a black tail unexpectedly emerged from under her short skirt. Mysterious supernatural powers were brewing within her, and an intoxicating fragrance emanated from her, making one's blood boil. The woman screamed in terror, "What have you done to me?" You put down your book and frowned. "Did you not say you were willing to pay any price?" The woman's eyes widened in fear, completely overtaken by terror, and she began to run towards the door. At this moment, black runes gradually appeared in your eyes. The woman who had run to the door suddenly stopped in her tracks, feeling that she was undergoing another kind of change at that moment. She looked at her hands, which were gradually becoming incredibly old, like withered branches. She hurriedly looked at the mirror, and the beautiful face that had just transformed was now continuously becoming dry and aged. "No, I don't want to become like this." The woman knelt on the ground and pleaded, "Please, I am willing to do whatever you ask of me." You leaned down and slowly spoke, "From now on, your soul will be enslaved by me. Do you agree?" The woman quickly nodded. "I agree. I am willing to do anything." At that moment, you revealed a smile, and the black runes in your eyes gradually faded. She hurriedly looked at the mirror, and she transformed back into her succubus form. But would she still be able to face others in this form? However, just as she thought of this, she found herself gradually returning to normal. "You can leave now," you said. The woman quickly got up, bowed respectfully to you, and then left in a hurry. In a certain apartment in Nanhai, Zhang Shuwei sat blankly in front of the computer. It was already time for her live broadcast, but she hadn't come to her senses yet. She had been live streaming online while wearing a mask, gaining quite a bit of popularity, but unfortunately, she was targeted by a debunking blogger who secretly filmed her true face with a birthmark. Under the blogger's manipulation, countless fans demanded that Zhang Shuwei remove her mask to prove herself. In her helplessness, she had a dream where a black cat led her to a pharmacy, saying there was a medicine inside that could make her beautiful. With a mindset of giving it a try, she really found the pharmacy from her dream. At this moment, her phone was flashing with messages from her fan group. Why isn't she starting the broadcast yet? Is the streamer really afraid of being seen in the light? Zhang Shuwei glanced at the mirror, and it was a face so beautiful that even she was moved by it. She touched her face obsessively and said, "Why not accept it calmly and enjoy the privileges that beauty brings?" Then she opened the live stream, and immediately thousands of people gathered in the room. all waiting to see the excitement. Ugly monster. Hurry up and take off your mask. The bullet comments were filled with aggressive words. Zhang Shuai began her performance, her beautiful eyes filled with sadness as she sighed. Okay, I'll take off the mask now. Please don't scold me. The audience in the livestream was guessing how ugly this female anchor could be, ready to mock her fiercely. However, when she took off the mask, all the bullet comments in the livestream disappeared, and the room with tens of thousands of viewers became eerily quiet. This face was simply too stunning. Zhang Shuai looked at the camera with a hint of grievance, and every male viewer felt as if Zhang Shuai had stepped out of the screen, looking at them with a pitiful expression. Unanimously, they felt a strong sense of guilt. Some male viewers secretly took out tissues, one hand slowly slipping into the blanket. Before long, a massive amount of gifs floated in the livestream, and a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Shui's mouth. From now on, I will be the #1 in live streaming, right? Suddenly, a message appeared in her mind. Succubus, talents succubus heart. When a male feels lust for the succubus can absorb that male's spiritual power. Congratulations on gaining a large amount of spiritual power. Spiritual power upgraded to level 2. And gained a new talent. The fire of the evil domain can consume spiritual power to release extraordinary flames. Zhang Shuai was stunned. What does this mean? At the same time, on the other side, a mysterious message entered your mind. Congratulations, Master. You have gained shared mental power. A refreshing feeling surged into your mind like cool mountain spring water. You glanced at the bell that was gnawing on a sausage. It definitely wasn't this thing that shared its mental power with you. It must have been Zhang Shuai who did something. You joyfully looked around, enjoying the wonders brought by the shared mental power. Your gaze suddenly froze. Not far from the pharmacy, next to a trash can, there was a black shadow curled up, a black stray dog. The important thing was that the stray dog exuded a powerful aura of desire. You snatched half a sausage from the bell's hand and walked over to the black dog. Standing in front of the black dog, you waved the sausage. Do you want to eat? If you want to eat, follow me. After saying that, you turned and walked towards the pharmacy. The black dog, which hadn't eaten in a long time, immediately showed a greedy light in its eyes, whimpering as it followed you with its tail tucked back in the house. You broke the sausage in half, feeding one half to the crow hanging in the cage at the door and throwing the other half to the black dog. Then you opened the fridge, took out a piece of meat, shook it in your hand, and black runes appeared in your eyes. Speak your desire, and this piece of meat will be yours. The black dog seemed to understand, wagging its tail continuously, drooling from the corners of its mouth, barking twice. A strong aura of desire detached from the black dog and surged into your eyes. You walk to the desk, and black energy enters the desire potion jar. Before long, the desire potion takes shape, and you pour the potion into the crow's drinking bowl. The crow tilts its head and lowers it to drink the desire potion. You pour the remaining part into a bowl and place it in front of the stray dog. The black dog eagerly laps up the desire potion, letting out instinctive low growls. You sit on the stool waiting for the changes in the stray dog and the crow when suddenly the bell rings, alerting you to the black dog. This black dog brings her a strong sense of unease, and she quickly moves in front of you to protect you. Sure enough, the black dog's body suddenly undergoes a transformation. Huge flesh lumps swell on both sides of its head, and 2 black dog heads emerge from the flesh lumps. It has transformed into a 3-headed hellhound. The hellhound quickly locks its eyes on you, filled with hatred for humans. Li Yang squinted at the rattles in his way. How is it that the first demons you create want to eat you? The entire house trembled as the 3-headed dog of hell took a step towards Li Yang. Saliva flowed out of its mouth, wanting to swallow Li Yang into its stomach. Fresh. At that moment, a creepy cry rang out from inside the house. The 3-headed dog of hell followed the voice to the birdcage by the window. The crow in the birdcage flapped its wings anxiously, and its sharp claws actually tore the iron cage apart with ease. The crow drilled out of the birdcage and flew to Li Yang, guarding him to the death. The scarlet eyes stared at the 3-headed dog of hell without showing any weakness. Change is also happening to the crows. The crow's body was entwined with black mist, transforming into a solidless viper. Hiss. Fresh. The crow and the black viper on its body hissed at the same time. Li Yang looked at the crow in a daze. Legend has it that the 3-headed dog of hell is a demon that guards the gates of hell, born with 3 heads and a body wreathed in poisonous snakes. The 3-headed dog from hell in front of him didn't have a venomous snake wrapped around his body. The raven did. Could it be that? Because the raven drank some lust potion, it split some of the power that originally belonged to the 3-headed dog of hell? But the crows were clearly no match for the 3-headed dog from hell, and lost in momentum. After all, the 3-headed dog of hell drank most of the lust potion, while the raven only drank a little. Li Yang was a bit touched by the fact that the crows had not turned against him even after obtaining the power of the demon. He stroked the raven's head, pulled the rattle behind him, and looked directly at the 3-headed dog of hell, black runes emerging from his eyes. The owner of the Devil's Jar of Desire is the master of the person taking the drug, and can cause him or her to fall into terrible pain at any time. This pain can be worse than death. Put. Huge chains sprang out of thin air under the feet of the three-headed dog of hell. The chain easily pierced through its paws, pinning it dead to the ground. The three-headed dog of hell struggled as if it had gone mad. End of chapter. Chapter 4, The Devil's Club Idea. It couldn't get out of the chains no matter how much it struggled. Immediately after that, more chains appeared, firmly locking the three heads of the three-headed dog of hell, pulling them fiercely towards the ground and prostrating themselves in front of Li Yang. The three-headed dog from hell couldn't move. It let out a wail and trembled violently, its 6 eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Li Yang understood. The pain that the three-headed dog of hell can't take is confinement. The pain that Zhang Shirai can't accept is getting old and ugly. The pain that Rattle can't take is turning into a cat cub. All of their pain is related to what has happened to them, and strong desires often come from what has happened to them. This desire demon jar has a bizarre wisdom. Change back, Li Yang ordered softly. The three-headed dog of hell whimpered and transformed back into a normal black dog, tail tucked and head bowed. The chains on it gradually disappeared. The crow rode on its head and pecked the black dog hard on the head with its beak. Shaker crouched in front of the black dog and peered curiously. Black dog didn't dare to move a muscle. It knows that it has the lowest status in this family. Rattle searched for a moment. This crow is called Big Black, so Yule, called Little Black. That's how Rattlesnake stole the naming rights to a three-headed dog from hell. Rattle raised her little head. Li Yang, how about we call it Xiao Hei? Whatever. Li Yang was indifferent to such trivial matters. Shaker cupped Blackie's doggy head and said gently, "Ah, Blackie, in this family, the crows and Li Yang are in cahoots. You and I are gonna help each other out, okay? You'll be my little brother from now on." Li Yang lit a cigarette and walked toward the bedroom, stopping at the doorway to glance at the Rattles. "Your little brother made a mess of the house. You cleaned it up." Rattle. Li Yang sat at his desk, lit a cigarette, and pondered. Lust potion could be shared, which was definitely good news for Li Yang. First, the lust potion could be shared, meaning that Li Yang could also have demonic power. If he became a demon, he would definitely be the strongest demon. This was because the rest of the people taking the medicine would share the spiritual power they had gained with Li Yang. Secondly, the fact that the lust potion can be shared means that he can create more demons. This means he can have more demon servants. Li Yang took out his notebook and wrote in it, "Next I should collect desires in large quantities and make desire potions." The process of collecting desire potions has to remain genuine for both parties to be successful. The owner of the magic pot has to make it clear that he wants the other person's desires, and the other person has to willingly surrender them. It's a devil's bargain of acquisitive desire. Li Yang continued to write. Then choose the person who can afford to pay the price to drink the lust potion, to give them demonic powers. The price mentioned here is not just devotion to loyalty. Whether they are rich or beggars, drinking the encounter potion will turn them into demons and they all have to serve Li Yang. So why not go with a rich guy who can pay a bigger price or something? They don't just have to give loyalty, they have to give money, or whatever. Those who can afford to pay the price to obtain the desire potion are definitely the best in this world. Those who are the best are commonly known as the upper class of society. Power industry elite, real estate industry elite, education industry elite, and even authorities at the top. There should be a threshold for choosing servants as well. After all, the potion of desire could make one gain transcendent power, and it was feared that countless people would be willing to go crazy for the sake of transcendence. Unless I come across a talent that is excellent in every way, I will let him have unconditional access to the desire potion. Suddenly, Li Yang's writing stroke gave a start, and a brand new idea constituted itself in his mind. Those who can afford to pay the price are the elite from all walks of life. What kind of massive energy would it be if they got together? Not only and they have strong financial and social connections, but they also bear the power of the devil. So why not create an organization? One of the most powerful organizations in the world was slowly taking shape in Li Yang's mind. This organization is called the Devil's Club. Li Yang's heart thumped wildly and his blood boiled all over his body. The Demon Club is divided into low demons, medium demons, and high demons. Even the lowest class of demon is a party of power and possesses demonic power that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Lust potion, the more you take, the more demonic power you gain. They can pay a price to get a small portion of the desire potion. They can be rewarded with another portion of the lust potion when they make an outstanding contribution to the club. Even a small portion of the power of desire could easily tear through an iron cage like a crow, protected by a demonic snake. This small portion of demonic power was, to them, the ticket to join the Demon Club. They can be the lowest level of membership in the Devil's Club. The more contributions you make, the more desire potions you get, and the higher your membership level will be. Li Yang paused to think. The Devil's Club would grow larger and larger in the future. and he himself definitely didn't have that much energy to oversee the demons, so he needed management. Li Yang wrote the words Big Devil in his notebook. The Archdevil is the manager of the Devil's Club, just as the Archdevil who manages the little devils under the King of Hell in Hell. Not only is the Archdemon's contribution to the club irreplaceable, but the spiritual practice is also at the highest level in the club. Not only do they have a high reputation, but they also have battle prowess that far exceeds that of the rest of the demons. Mighty, powerful. This is the symbol of the Archdemon. Li Yang's eyes revealed a bearish ambition, and I, on the other hand, am the master of all the Archdemons and demonic members, the supreme executive of the Devil's Club, the only chairman of the board of the Devil's Club. Once he was just an ordinary man, eager to turn up the waves in the magical metropolis of the South China Sea and become a mover and shaker of the times. Unfortunately, ideals are just ideals and reality is reality, like two parallel lines that never intersect. But now, the ambition in his heart was growing wildly like weeds in the middle of summer. The dissident force that limited his life and destiny completely dissipated when it touched the desired demon jar. Late night, rumble, thunder exploded and heavy rain poured down. Li Yang leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and looked out the window with a ghostly gaze. This splendid big city may not be a paradise for those rich and powerful, high officials and heavenly pride. He had seen the future of the Devil's Club, had seen what a behemoth the Devil's Club would be in the future. Though, right now, there were only 4 demons under his command: Black Witch, Phantom, Hell's 3-headed dog, and a demon raven. But his time will eventually come. Li Yang exhaled a mouthful of smoke and slowly narrowed his eyes. What I need most at the moment is for me to have demonic power. I need a lust trade right now. How can you be the chairman of the board of the Devil's Club and not have a fighting chance? Li Yang put out his cigarette and got ready for bed. Finding the power of desire all depends on ringing the bell. Black Witch's favorite thing is human negativity. She has a strong sense of desire. End of chapter. Chapter 5, The Bullied Man. Early the next morning, thunder rumbled. Early fall in the South China Sea is just rainy. The thunder woke Li Yang. He felt a warm, soft sensation in his calf and looked toward the end of the bed. Rattlesnake sat there excitedly brushing up on the drama. Li Yang kicked the rattles off. Cats aren't allowed on the bed. The rattles immediately grossed out. Li Yang, I spent all night helping you find someone, and this is how you treat me? She looks for people with the power of desire. Li Yang looked at her with false eyes. Did you find it? Rattlesnake said arrogantly. That must, and I can meet you at your drugstore tonight. Li Yang was surprised. This Black Witch is quite useful. Li Yang opened the bedroom door toward to wash up. Rattlesnake followed suit and babbled about his credits. Do you know that there are only a few people like that in the South Seas? Do you know how hard it is to find such people? You can't even appreciate how hard it is for me. Li Yang looked at Black Dog and Crow. The black dog was lying on his back at the front door, pretending to be a loyal guardian, keeping watch over his master's gate. Raven cocked her head and watched them both, a silent observer. Li Yang thought it was better to have a dog and a crow, and Li Yang liked the quiet. He grimaced at the bell ringer. I'll buy you a flatbed tomorrow. Rattlesnake immediately stopped chattering, her eyes curving into crescent moons. You're so nice. Then shut up and sit nicely in your chair, thinking prettily about what TV show you'll watch tomorrow. Well, the cats are okay, too, so they're good to fool around with. Evening, drugstore. It's still raining outside. Li Yang at the counter closed the book and surveyed the pharmacy. From now on, this will be the birthplace of the Devil's Club, the origin of demons. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It's already 5:30. Why isn't anyone here? Did the ringer fool himself? Or is she just not competent enough to draw people in? At that moment, the wind chime at the door rang, and someone was coming. Li Yang's eyes stared up slightly. The visitor was in his 20s and smelled of decadence. The power of his desire was stronger than Rattle, Zhang Shurai, and the black dog Xiao Hei. Li Yang sized up what he was wearing. He was wearing a white shirt and suit pants, like a junior clerk. The white shirt was dirty and several different sized footprints were vaguely visible. He still has injuries on his face. Just got beat up, or in a group fight. No, I can't say it's a fight. I should say it's a beating, because it's several of them beating one of him. Li Yang asked, need something? The man was introverted, nervous, and stammered out his words. I. He kept his head down, his face red. The boys didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that he'd had a very real dream about a cat telling him to come to this pharmacy. Could he? The man gave Li Yang a cautious look. He has low self-esteem and even feels like an extra who shouldn't exist in this world. He expected Li Yang to show impatience, but he didn't realize that Li Yang was looking at him calmly. There was no disdain, no impatience, listening to him attentively, like a good friend who had known him for years. The man finally got the courage to start saying what he wanted to say, from incoherence to full narrative. As it turns out, his name is Lu Chang. From high school to college to joining an internship, he's always had a nightmare. Someone has been bullying him since high school, humiliating him and taking pleasure in his pain. The horror was that the man had gone to the same college as him. Lu Cheng's family is poor, while the man is a rich second generation. The man joined forces with the men in his dormitory to continue to inflict violence and bullying on him. The good thing was, there was a girl who liked him for his silly looks and was willing to stay with him. Finally graduating from college, he and his girlfriend got into the same internship job. Would have thought, he would have stayed away from that demon. I didn't realize that the demon had also come to his company. Lu Cheng has low self-esteem and has trouble making friends with his co-workers. He just wants to be able to do his job in peace. But where is the workplace so simple? The demon, with his hands full, quickly got in good with his co-workers and led them to isolate him and put him in bad shoes. He thought about surviving the internship, getting his internship certificate and leaving the company immediately. How could that demon let this toy go? His girl died, and that asshole was plotting in the conference room and forced the girl to jump off the building. Coincidentally, the surveillance was down that day and he was the only witness. That asshole's family is very powerful. This matter has been under investigation with no results. Lu Cheng was thoroughly annoyed and wanted to retaliate, but to no avail. A desperate act of vengeance is as laughable as a clown in that bastard's eyes. He hated himself for being a loser. He had been having a dream for the past few days, always dreaming of a black cat. That cat always told him to come to a pharmacy. The cat said that the pharmacy had the cure for the pain. He thought it was his daydreaming, but he just had a gut feeling that if he came to the medicine store that the cat in his dream had talked about, everything would be fine. He didn't know that it was the Black Witch's ability to influence him. Lu Cheng finished his encounter and glanced at Li Yang without confidence, relieved to see that Li Yang didn't think he was mentally ill. Li Yang has two options. The first, grant him a lust potion, which makes him a horrible demon who wreaks vengeance on his bullies. The second, make a trade and trade away the power of his desire. The first way he quickly vetoed. Li Yang desperately needed power now, demonic power. Who wouldn't want to have superhuman strength? Especially, after the idea of the Devil's Club was born in his mind. So there was only the second one left, exchanging away Lu Cheng's power of desire. Li Yang put down the book in his hand. This pharmacy will not only sell things, it will also take things that I really like. Lu Cheng didn't understand what Li Yang meant. Li Yang looked seriously into Lu Cheng's eyes. You have a strong desire, and I like your desire a lot. Give me your desires, and in exchange, I'll solve your current dilemma. Tell me, what is your desire? His voice was magnetic, as if it were a devil's whisper, like a compelling demon. Lu Cheng subconsciously said, I want people to be afraid of me. Li Yang froze for a moment. He thought Lu Cheng would say kill that nemesis or something. The result is that you want people to be afraid of him? Is it a lifelong fear of other people? And does he think that if they were afraid of him, none of this would have happened? The corner of Li Yang's mouth lifted into a smile. Okay, your desires are mine. Deal is struck. Lu Cheng was shocked by the runes in Li Yang's eyes and his mouth didn't close for half a day. Li Yang picked up the book again. You can go. Lu Cheng nodded back and walked towards the outside of the medicine store in frustration. Li Yang looked down and continued to read. Rattle came running down the stairs, arms on the counter leaning on her face. Li Yang, can you buy me a tablet tomorrow? Li Yang picked up the book and said, follow the boy. End of chapter. Chapter 6 The Tricky Boss. Li Yang of the second level of spiritual power was very observant. He observed a group of mongrels with a menacing aura trailing Lu Cheng. They came to trouble Lu Cheng. Shaker froze for a moment, then smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Are you really going to help him? Why bother with him when you've got what you want? Besides, wouldn't it be better if he were dead? That way no one will know your secret. Rattle said, her small face coming closer to Li Yang. I know you. You're not a nice person. You shouldn't take promises so seriously. Shaking Bell's pupils changed into vertical pupils, emitting an ethereal purple aura, and his tone became filled with a compelling flavor. Could it be that, once upon a time, something happened to you that you sympathized with that man? Tell me about your past and I'll soothe your broken heart. Your past? It must have been delicious. Li Yang turned a new page without skipping a beat. For a cat, you talk too much. By the way, remember to erase that kid's memory when you're done. How would a cat know the process of collecting desires? Now that we've said we're going to solve his dilemma, we're going to solve his dilemma. If he reneged on what he had said himself during that desire deal, he didn't know if something would happen against him. Lu Cheng's current predicament wasn't complicated. He just wanted to get away from the person who was bullying him. Or, kill the man. Rattle gave a cheeky grin. I'm just kidding. It's not funny. I'm outta here, ow. Take me to buy a flatbed tomorrow. With that said, Rattlesnake disappeared into the medicine store in a flash. After Lu Cheng left the medicine store, he walked in the direction of his home. The internship didn't pay much, and he was used to walking and not taking a cab. As he walked down a dark, rumbling alleyway, A few punks blocked his path, each with an unpleasant look on their face. Lu Chang thought of something and his expression rose in horror. He tried to head behind him, and a couple of punks with clubs came out behind him as well. He was already surrounded by the men. The one leading these punks was the luxuriously dressed youth. Lu Chang's face turned ugly. Zhou Hang? You? Why are you here? Zhou Hang took out a cigarette, and a gangster immediately lit it. Quite a big brother. Zhou Hang Dao, do you realize how much trouble you're getting me into? Lu Chang knew that Zhou Hang was retaliating against himself for reporting him in front of the magistrate. Lu Chang clenched his fists, and his accumulated anger erupted all at once. Zhou Hang, how exactly did I offend you? Why are you ing with me like this? Why are you pestering me? Zhou Hang exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said quietly, because it's fun. If I don't screw you, I'll screw someone else. It's just that person happens to be you. My dad made it mandatory for me to finish college, but student life was just boring. You're like a puppy who likes to bare his teeth to cheer me up a little. Lu Chang rounded his eyes. For this ridiculous reason? He asked through clenched teeth. What about Lin? Why did you do it to her? Zhou Hang snorted. I actually don't like that pussy. If you want boobs, you don't have boobs, you don't have an ass. I like Thai. I just want to see what you'll be like when that becomes my girl. Who knows that's scared like that? Even jumped off the building. Lu Chang muttered incredulously. Is that what this is about? You're ruining a girl because of that. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Aren't you afraid I'll get back at you later? Zhou Hang sneered. Later? Oh, you don't have a future. What you saw was not good for me. My father taught me that a gag has to kill. Lu Chang was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Could it be that Zhou Hang he dares to kill? Lu Chang slowly backed up and leaned against the corner, breathing in sharply. Zhou Hang, if you get me killed, you won't be able to escape either. Zhou Hang said disdainfully. I've got people to cover for me when things go wrong. Zhou Hang approached Lu Chang with a fierce light in his eyes. Plus, all these buddies around me are pros. They smashed all the cameras around, and who knows it was me. At that moment, a petulant voice came from the mouth of the alley. So you broke all the cameras, which saved me the trouble. I'm actually not that into killing people. As an elegant witch, the fishy smell of blood is too distressing. Zhou Hang's face changed and he shouted angrily. What man? He jerked his head toward the end of the alley, his expression turning strange. It was a black cat, gracefully coming this way. Well, the kind of grace that walks on two legs. The black cat's two front legs were held like a human holding an arm. The punk's brains buzzed. Anyone who saw such a thing at night would be creeped out. What kind of monster is this? Zhou Hang's eyes glazed over. Run! I don't know who shouted, and the punks scattered in a swarm. Something like this, beyond human perception, would give the most immediate fear. The black cat's eyes revealed a humanized sneer, and its size began to grow, eventually resembling a black panther. Meow! The black cat hissed shrilly and transformed into a black god of death, wreaking havoc on the punks' lives. Ringing the bell is not a kind man or woman. Even if she was a cat, she knew that humans who had seen her could get her into huge trouble. In a short moment, those punks were disemboweled, and the dark alley was like a hell on earth. Zhou Hang ran as fast as he could, to see that he was about to run out of the alley. The black cat teasingly looked at Zhou Hang's back. Its claws dipped in the blood of a punk and drew a pattern on the ground. The black cat then placed the cigarette, but Zhou Hang had dropped in the center of the pattern. Zhou Hang stopped in his tracks and hit his head against the wall on one side as if he was possessed, actually smashing his head alive. After the black cat had done this, its purple eyes stared at Lu Chang, who was already stunned. Lu Chang felt that there was something familiar about the black cat's eyes. Isn't this the same black cat that I've been dreaming about at night lately? Could it be? It's the pet of the pharmacy owner? That apothecary made a deal with himself to surrender his desires and he would solve his dilemma. The solution is to kill Zhou Hang with a horrible monster? A purple ghostly light erupted from the black cat's eyes, and Lu Chang's eyes became trance-like as he sluggishly continued walking towards the entrance of the alleyway. Shaking Bell didn't choose to kill Lu Chang along with him. It was Li Yang's command. It could only take some effort and a lot of mental power to hypnotize him and seal all the memories about the medicine store and himself. There was a cab waiting at the mouth of the alley, and the cab driver was similarly hypnotized. The cab pulled up to Xiao Chang and sped towards Lu Chang's home. By the time Lu Chang gets home, the cab driver will forget what just happened. This is where the magic of the Black Witch's black voodoo comes in. Rattle's spiritual power was only level 1. Perhaps after the next 10 years or so, its hypnotism on Lu Chang would be ineffective. At that time, Lu Chang's mind would have a vague image of today. He'll remember inauthentically a magical apothecary's store and a treacherous cat. There is also a store owner who loves to collect desires. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Demonic Body. King of Hell. It's so annoying. I hate turning into a cat. After doing everything, Rattle looked at her paws in disgust. Why would she turn into a cat and kill someone if not to stay out of trouble? No witnesses, no surveillance, Who would have thought it was a cat killing someone? Just to be on the safe side. Let me see if there are any more around that can breathe. Mental power fluctuations emanated from Rattlesnake's body. Radar-like detecting the neighborhood. Cockroaches, mosquitoes, moths. Suddenly, she jerked her head toward the wall. On the wall, a raven stood quietly, cocking its head with doubt written in its eyes. Rattlesnake bared her teeth, her eyes unkind. Stinking crow, you follow me? The raven still cocked his head, his eyes looking straight at the rattles. Rattlesnake was in a hurry, exuding a murderous aura, and lunged at the wall with a meow. The black magic snake wrapped around the crow's body, easily dodging Rattle's attack. Immediately after that, his entire body left a residual shadow in its place, appearing in midair in the next second. The rattlesnake swooped away, and the crow cocked its head to take a long look at the angry rattlesnake, then at the body on the ground, and fluttered its wings thoughtfully away. Wasn't Stinky Crow told by Li Yang to spy on me? So what's it doing here? There was humanized puzzlement in the kittenish face that rattled the bell, followed by a haughty wiggle of the paw. It's just a crow. Who knows what the little crow is thinking? Rental housing. The smell of rice wafted from the kitchen. Li Yang came to the desk with a fried rice. The crow came back from outside and stood on the cage, cocking his head at Li Yang. Li Yang also didn't know what exactly this crow was observing every day. Li Yang picked out the meat grains from the fried rice and put them in the crow's food bowl, and the rest of the rice was poured into the black dog Xiaohei's dog food bowl. There's some left for when the rattles come back. Li Yang ate, opened the locked cabinet and took out the desire magic jar. The runes of his eyes flashed, and the rich power of desire surged towards the desire demon jar. The desire demon jar was filled with a thick black fog that gradually liquefied into a potion. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and gazed at the desire potion, as if two different abysses were attracted to each other. Tonight, he will embark on the path of transcendence. The heart was beating hard. Li Yang held up the desire magic jar, and tilted his head back to pour the desire potion, all the way down his throat. He put down the lust potion, and lit a cigarette, quietly waiting for his change. Gradually, he noticed his body temperature getting lower and lower and felt his power growing wildly. Li Yang suddenly looked surprised and touched his heart. His body temperature was getting lower and lower, and his heart had actually stopped beating. Li Yang hurriedly twisted his head to look at the mirror, his own changes at the moment all in his eyes. The color of the blood was fading at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the mirror, he looked like a dead man, a corpse. It's like a zombie? Lu Cheng's desire is to make everyone else afraid of him, so the power of this desire potion is to become hell's undead. He could feel his bones harden and his strength was so great that he could easily break through the walls. The power is obsessive. He wasn't worried about his image. He knew he could always change back to normal. Just then, runes emerged from his eyes very strangely. The rune was bubbling with an eerie black aura. Immediately after that, black runes enveloped him. As per normal, the desire potion had already turned Li Yang into a transcendent being, so the change was over. However, the black runes in the eyes are going to carry this change on, similar to an evolution of a transcendent. Li Yang frowned. Could it be, because I'm the owner of the magic jar? A secondary change has occurred? Li Yang was currently wrapped in black light, like a cocoon. The black cocoon exuded an unbearably eerie aura. It's almost like a sudden cold wind on a June day. The black dog, Xiaohei, trembled, his tongue not daring to come out, his tail tightly clamped, his head lowered to the ground. The raven had uneasiness written all over his eyes and was shaking like a sieve. Li Yang was emanating a terrifying pressure. The air seemed to stick. The two hellish creatures were terrified. Rumble. Thunder struck outside the window and the rain was slow to fall. The heavens seemed to be shaking with rage because of the emergence of a horrible devil. The black light on Li Yang's body was all absorbed by his flesh, and the changes finally ended. The starry sky darkened and the moon was obscured by dark clouds. With a loud clap of thunder, a fierce wind rose and a sudden rain poured down. The wailing wind paired with the pouring rain looked like the heavens crying. The heavens are weeping for the birth of a horror. When Xiaohei saw Li Yang's appearance at this moment, he fiercely widened his dog eyes. Its entire body immediately prostrated itself on the ground, and the trembling of its body became even more violent. The raven landed on the ground and it carefully lowered its head. A pair of wings crossed in front of it. At this point, Li Yang no longer had a human appearance. In the mirror, a skeleton. The cold aura and surging pressure gave all living beings a terrifying sense of oppression. Inside the eye sockets were two black soul flames. Instead of pupils, two runes were generally located in the center of the soul fire. The soul fire in Li Yang's eyes danced, showing how unsettled he was. Arcane information flooded into the mind. The king of hell, the Grim Reaper. Reapers are the uppermost demons, and gain a talent each time their equal spirituality is raised. The rest of the demons have up to 4 talents. When a Shinigami's spiritual power exceeds the 9th order, the Shinigami will truly ascend to godhood and gain the authority of the gods. O newborn Shinigami, please try to climb the divine throne. The soul fire in Li Yang's eyes pulsed violently. I'm a newborn reaper now? After the 9th rank, you will gain the power of God after ascending to God? Is there really a God in this world? Thinking about it, Li Yang also relieved, and the shock in his heart lowered a few points. Also, how can there be no God when there are even demons? And are there angels in this world? Before he could continue to think deeply, arcane information continued to enter. Spiritual power, second order, gift, devil's law. Devil's law, death's source of power and immortality comes from the devil. While the number of demons in the world increases and the power of the demons increases, the spiritual power of the Shinigami increases and advances. As long as there is one demon left in the world, death is eternal. If the demons of the world were to disappear, death would also die out. Talent, creation of the undead. Creation of the undead. The Grim Reaper can cast spells on corpses to create unintelligent undead minions. The Grim Reaper can cast a spell on the dying to make them the living dead. The living dead are intelligent and have the power of lowly zombies, and the Grim Reaper can control the life and death of the living dead. Li Yang lifted his demonic state and sat on the chair, deep in thought. There was so much hidden information contained in this arcane message in his head that he had to digest it slowly. End of chapter. Chapter 8. The Green Sanatorium. He remembered that demons had unique ways of boosting their mental powers. Phantoms, for example, draw on lust. And the way one's spirituality advances is that the demons increase and the demons get stronger. As long as there are demons in the world, one is immortal. Eternal life is certainly a human dream. It's just that if the demons of the world were to disappear, the Reaper himself would die instantly. His power in life had become a rule. Li Yang focused on his second talent. Create undead is his only output-based ability so far. It takes a corpse to create an undead. Where'd he get a body? There were quite a few stray cats and dogs in the city, but undead creatures were still stronger than humans, unless they were beasts of prey. Murder? He can get Black Dog, Raven, and Rattle to kill people, but doesn't have the guts to get them to bring the bodies somewhere for his own use of undead creation. Don't take the sheriff's department for fools. Letting Rattlesnake kill a few people was the maximum risk possible, and that's on top of rattling a bell with a cat body. Bring back a body, even if it means stealing a body, and the sheriff's department will absolutely check themselves out. Is it capable of fighting the sheriff's department now? Don't be ridiculous. With these few imps with mental power of the first order, he wasn't confident enough to take on the sheriff's department's brigade of armed officers with loaded guns. The three-headed dog of hell might overturn a few armed vehicles and devour a few military officials with heavy firearms. But what about more armed vehicles and heavy firearmed military officers? The current level of these demons is too low, and exposing the demons because of a corpse would definitely be a disaster that would cost Li Yang more than it's worth. Will this world ever accommodate the existence of demons? I need a slave, one with a lot of energy. I should start by developing the first member of the Devil's Club. A member who has a lot of energy and can do a lot of things for me. The future Li Yang will surely do quite a few things that violate the rules of society. He currently needed someone who could cover up those traces of violating society's rules, or simply have that person do it. Any one of those powerful people in the South China Sea could meet his needs at the moment. Well, when it comes to violating social rules, those guys are pros. But where to find that kind of quality membership? By that cat? That cat has no concept of human society. She can't even tell the rich from the poor. Li Yang's fingers tapped the desktop as his brain ran. In the past, he had fantasized at best about being appreciated by the powerful, buying a nice car and a big house. The reality was that he had only heard the thunderous names, never seen them. Right now he's like the entrepreneur with a super promising project who doesn't know where to find investors. Suddenly, his eyes flickered and he remembered a place. South Sea Green Nursing Home. Li Yang is a graduate of Nanhai Medical University and has participated in a number of medical industry job fairs during graduation season. He was most impressed by the South China Sea Green Sanatorium. Not only does this sanatorium require professionalism, but it even requires a certain image. Ordinary private hospitals compared to it is like the 404 bus in front of the door compared to Qatar Airways. South China Sea Green Nursing Home came to the school interview day. The students of all majors to participate in the interview. They only took two have the strength of the two school. The two students called out that their ancestors' graves were on fire. I don't know how many classmates envied them both, because the South China Sea Green Sanatorium is the best sanatorium in the South China Sea, known as the place where death dares not approach. The benefits there, the salary specifications are way ahead of the industry. Most importantly, the consumers inside are invariably rich people from all over the world. But if you get on good terms with one of the bigwigs, and the bigwig gives you a little bit of resources flowing out of his fingers, then you will be able to feed and clothe yourself in the South China Sea. The South Sea Green Nursing Home has a number of death-defying daimons. He doesn't need a desire potion, and by virtue of creating the undead, turns a certain sickly person into the living dead. It's a bargaining chip to find the first member, and a gift from death to mortals. The following evening, in the northern suburbs of the South China Sea, Green Commercial Street. This is a commercial street adjacent to the South China Sea Green Sanatorium. Although it is a suburb, it is full of bars, cafes, tea restaurants, tea houses and star hotels. Those who could recuperate in the South China Sea Green Sanatorium were either entitled or rich, and those who could come to visit those dignitaries must also be of some social status. Not to mention that the wealthy are regulars here, and the staff of the Green Sanatorium spend a lot of time on this street. So don't look at this as a suburb. There's no worries about people spending money here. Li Yang strolled down the street. He was wearing a black business shirt with a black vest over the shirt and a long black trench coat. Underneath, he wore black suit pants with a distinctive pant line and brand new black leather shoes. He had a great demeanor and looked like a young man with a successful career. It would be a different feeling to become deathlike. The outfit didn't cost a fortune, contributing almost all of his savings to high-end business brands. When one is not worried about survival and is not swayed by the almighty money, one gets true freedom to do what one likes. Just like cigarettes, some people only like the wildness of white Tarzan, while others like the softness of Huazi. Nothing to do with vanity, just preference. Li Yang is different. He can do anything, as long as it helps to accomplish the goal. He will spare no effort. A good line can set off a person's temperament and enhance their aura. Li Yang needed to lay low, but not to potential demons. He pressed his black round hat slightly, glanced at the wristwatch he just bought, and walked into a bar with a small qualification. Li Yang ordered a martini and sat in the corner. He was here to poke around and hear what big shots were at the Green Retreat and which one would be best suited to be his servant. Second, he's waiting for the night to fall. He wants to create space to be alone with potential members. The gossip around them, the phone conversations, Li Yang could hear them clearly. He was a second-order psychic, knowing everything around him like the back of his hand. He sipped his martini in silence, contemplating which one of tonight's lucky winners it was. At that moment, the sounds around them weakened, as if something had diverted their attention. Li Yang looked up at the door of the bar. It was two youthful women, beautiful and familiar. The two women ordered drinks at the bar, their eyes constantly glancing Li Yang's way as they whispered something. After a while, two women came towards Li Yang's side with wine and sat down in front of him. Li Yang frowned. He likes quiet and doesn't like to be disturbed, especially when he's thinking. The woman inquired in a whisper. "You are Li Yang?" The voice is whiny. Li Yang froze for a moment, sizing up the woman in front of him, wearing a white t-shirt and white and skinny jeans. Something looked familiar, but definitely not recognizable. He has no friends. End of chapter. Chapter 9, Suyutan. Ha, it's really Li Yang. Xiaohan, you've got such a sharp eye. I didn't even recognize me. A fellow classmate. By you. From another class. A woman walked up and smiled. She's dressed more daringly now. Ultra-short tight narrow skirt with lettered black silk. Little mom feeling. Her dainty phoenix eyes quietly glanced at Li Yang. Didn't you say Li Yang was an orphan? His clothes were elaborate and not cheap. Not like something an ordinary citizen could afford to wear. Could it be that this is a hidden rich kid? Previously experienced life at South Sea Medical University? Thinking of this, the woman crossed her legs, and the two black silk legs that were folded together displayed the delicacy of her figure, attracting a large swath of gazes around her. The men were a little jealous. Two beautiful women each with their own style, all of them running to this kid. The little nonsense woman leaned towards Li Yang intentionally or unintentionally and smiled. Don't remember me? I'm Chen Yushi. That pretty girl is Li Xiaohan. From the next class. We had an open class together. Chen Yushi blinked her electric eyes. Li Yang, you really don't remember me, ah? Li Yang had a slight impression. These two women are the two schools that had the honor of being recruited by the South Sea Green Nursing Home. As for the rest he couldn't remember. In college, he was just a very ordinary guy. A little transparent. There are always a few unnamed students in every class, and Li Yang is one of them. Li Yang smiled politely. So it's you guys, long time no see. Li Yang wasn't chatty and didn't want to talk to them much. However, Li Yang's cold attitude made Chen Yushi even more convinced that this must be a high-quality rich second generation. Otherwise, what man could resist the beauty of the sisters? Chen Yushi hung a flirtatious smile. Is Yoichi here to talk business? There is a temptation in the words. She wanted to find out what kind of business Li Yang's family was in and how many assets they actually had. She was a notorious gold-digging whore when she was in school, and she didn't spare any of those rich second-generation kids. There were even rumors of this in the school. Anyone who hasn't been in love with Chen Yushi can't be considered rich. Li Yang nodded. Sort of. Chen Yushi's eyes lit up. He's definitely not an ordinary second generation if he can talk business with someone in the South China Sea Green Sanatorium. It could be the future head of some business. She secretly said that she had looked away back then, but once she was not even willing to look at Li Yang. She had never paid attention to him at all. Nay, for the next half hour, No matter how much she and Li Xiaohan struck up a conversation with Li Yang, Li Yang was nonchalant. Finally, they talked about a topic that caught Li Yang's attention. In fact, rich people may not be living more comfortably than us ordinary people. I'm in charge of a guest you may have all heard of. Chen Yushi turned her head to Li Yang and continued. Li Yang, do you know Mr. Su from Nanhai Datai? Li Yang narrowed his eyes. Nanhai Datai Su Yutong? The name Su Yutong may not be known to many ordinary people in the South China Sea, but the Nanhai Datai group she founded is definitely a thundering presence for the common people of Nanhai. In the South China Sea Economic Development Zone, Datai Group has almost monopolized the machinery processing, medical education, real estate economy, civil engineering, funeral and wedding and so on. The people in the Nanhai Development Zone are almost inseparable from Nanhai Datai Group from birth to death. There are 7 districts in Nanhai: Nanhai Old Town, Nanhai East District, Nanhai West District, Nanhai North District, Nanhai South District, Nanhai Old Town, Nanhai Development Zone. Su Yutong, called the uncrowned king of the South China Sea Development Zone. Li Yang had seen her before, but of course, the other Su hadn't paid any attention to Li Yang. It was the year of his senior year when Su Yutong had given a lecture on entrepreneurship to students who hadn't found a job at Nanhai Medical University. That person was really a super powerful person sitting high on a cloud throne. Chen Yushi and Li Xiaohan didn't know about the lecture, and at that moment, they had already interned at the South China Sea Green Nursing Home. Chen Yushi and Li Xiaohan looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Sure enough, this hidden rich kid knew about Su Yutong. Li Yang continued to ask, what's wrong with her? This tone of concern made Chen Yushi and Li Xiaohan even more convinced that the one in front of them was one of the upper class. Chen Yushi hurriedly spoke about what she knew about Su Yutong. It turned out that Su Yutong was seriously ill and in bad shape. Her 2 brothers isolated all people from Su Yutong in order to seize power, sort of putting her under house arrest at the South China Sea Green Sanatorium and forcing her to sign equity transfer agreements on a daily basis. Chen Yushi rattled off the insider information she knew. Chen Yushi was desperately trying to brush up her favor with Li Yang. Some insider information that you know may help Li Yang. When Li Yang heard this news, the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Wasn't this just the first member he needed? Li Yang glanced at his watch. It was already late. It was almost time to move. He stood up, earnestly said thank you to Chen Yushi, and turned to leave the bar. After Li Yang left, Li Xiaohan put away her little woman appearance and a disdainful color appeared on her face. What's the point of pretending? Rich second-generation old lady has seen a lot. I've never seen one who's so unfavorable to old lady. Chen Yushi slanted a glance at Li Xiaohan. No brain. Do you think he's a normal rich kid? Li Xiaohan froze for a moment and hurriedly said, how? Chen Yushi's Dao was much higher than Li Xiaohan's. Li Xiaohan is just a pretty girl who jumps on rich people when she sees them. In Chen Yushi's opinion it was no different from selling. Li Xiaohan is being played by the rich second generation, while Chen Yushi is playing with the rich second generation by using superior means. Chen Yushi took out a cigarette from her bag, exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and spoke solemnly. Temperament? He has a more honorable temperament than any bigot I've ever seen. That's true, and the vision is poisonous. Is the honor of a Shinigami comparable to that of an ordinary mortal? Li Xiaohan fumbled and said unconvincingly, how can you tell he's honorable and how can I not? Chen Yushi let out a light laugh. Vegetables, just practice more. Once this man is captured, we won't have to serve anyone else here in the future. Even in the future, conditioning can be enjoyed by staying at the Green Nursing Home. Li Xiaohan looked at Chen Yushi in shock. Is that Li Yang so fierce? Is it worth Chen Yushi's high praise? Chen Yushi's eyes gazed slightly at the location where Li Yang had disappeared. It's a chance to climb the ladder to high society. The setting sun fades the last red color of the long sky. The street lights came on in the grassy area of South Sea Green Nursing Home. This large artificial meadow bridges the beach. From a distance it looks like a sea at the end of the meadow. The smell of the sea breeze and green grass is refreshing. Where is the worry of not being able to live a few more years while recuperating in a place like this? A sultry woman in a hospital gown lies on a bed in a suite at the South China Sea Green Sanatorium. What's the use of having a lot of money in your pockets? Who can avoid the death wish of the king of hell? She's powerful. She's just not alive enough. 2 men were arguing in front of the bed with red faces. They are Su Yutong's older and younger brothers, vying for control of the South China Sea Datai Group. The 2 brothers had forgotten that the woman in the bed was very sick and needed to recuperate. Maybe it's not so much forgetting as not caring. End of chapter. Chapter 10 Hell, Earth, and the Ferryman. Su Yutong's lips quirked for half a day. I'd like some coffee. They turned a deaf ear, loudly complaining about their dedication to the Su family over the years, loudly accusing each other of their inaction over the years. In fact, both of them are notoriously douchey. Su Yutong's throat shrugged and she opened her mouth. I'm thirsty. I want some water. Pour me a glass of water. As if the brothers didn't hear, The elder brother walked to Su Yutong with the contract and said with a frown, "Yutong, judge me. I'm the only one in our family who treats you the best. I'm also the one who gets the money for you to come here and recuperate, and I'm the oldest in the family. After your death, it only makes sense that Datai would be inherited by me." The oldest three was not willing to show weakness and pointed at his elder brother's nose and cursed. "Do you want a face? Doesn't my sister give you all your money? How is it that you get the money for telling your sister to recuperate here?" Immediately afterward, he took a contract as well. "Sis, I've been working in the company for so many years. I know Datai the best. Datai should give it to me." Big brother raged. "Have you ever done anything serious in the past few years at Datai? Except playing with your little secretary and accepting gifts? Datai is going to end up in your hands sooner or later." Two men in their mid-30s arguing like giant babies again, almost coming to blows. Su Yutong's eyes were filled with sadness and her face was filled with despair. She is the fifth-generation head of the Su family. After his parents left, he left the Su family, which was gradually going into decay, to himself, in order to revitalize the Su family. "I don't know how many drinks I've had over the years. I don't know how many nights I've stayed up, and I'm a complete work machine." She has developed the Su family to unprecedented splendor. No matter how hard it was, Su Yutong never gave up letting her younger and older brothers suffer. "How did you end up in this situation when it came to the end?" They got tired of arguing and started to walk towards the door. They didn't have time to pour Su Yutong a glass of water on their way out. Su Yutong was unwilling to look at these two backs and twisted her head to look at the window. There was a crow on the window, cocking its head at him. Su Yutong had a strange feeling. She felt the raven watching everything that was happening in the house. Su Yutong smiled to herself. How could she be dying and still have more inner drama? How can crows observe humans? She swept this absurd thought from her mind. Su Yutong pressed the call bell halfway, trying to call the nurse to pour a glass of water, but there was a delay in getting in. She knew that it was probably the older and younger brothers who had cordoned off the ward by being wary of each other and preventing each other from approaching them. Su Yutong wanted help, and she would be grateful even if anyone could let her die in comfort. However, the cell phone is full of calls from countless big shots. A lot of people know she can't, so they are not going to help her. Because of the gravity of the situation and at the same time, it will also offend the next head of the South China Sea Datai. No choice but to wait for the early morning nurse check-in to drink water. Actually, it's nice to be dead. Thirst was killing her, and she felt for the TV remote on the bed to watch a little TV for distraction. The evening news was on the news. Today, 12 bodies were found in Apricot Hutong. According to the investigation, the 12 victims were identified as a college intern and 11 social loafers. Su Yutong climbed up and leaned against the bed. It was a time when she felt something else when she heard the news of a life lost. According to the sheriff, they were attacked by big cats and the sheriff's department in conjunction with wildlife experts are working together. Su Yutong said, "Nonsense," then changed the TV to a different channel. Big cats in the South Haven neighborhood? A lion? Tiger? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. They definitely offended someone who was so powerful that the TV stations went along with the bull asterisk 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 asterisk. In this circle, the dark side of the world she had seen and heard so much, the TV suddenly started to blur, followed by losing signal, turning into a screen full of snow, and finally shutting down. The room's chandelier suddenly flickered and then lost its light. This is the Greenwood nursing home. There can't be any problems with the electrical system. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Su Yutong tensed up. Was someone going to take a shot at her at this point? Haters? The lights were restored and a man appeared in front of Su Yutong's hospital bed. The man wore a long black trench coat, brand new black leather shoes, and a round hat on his head with the brim pressed so low that most of his face was hidden in shadow. If the older brother and the younger brother had cordoned off the wards, how did this man end up here? Su Yutong snapped. What are you? What's the purpose? Do you know who I am? Su Yutong's hand was placed in the quilt, as if she could pull out something at any time. The man walked over to the water fountain, picked up a glass of water, and walked slowly over to him, handing the glass over. Su Yutong's eyes stared at the man with a deadpan look, still vigilant as she took the glass of water. She's so thirsty. Suddenly, the pupil snapped shut. Su Yutong saw something quite horrible. The man was wearing black leather gloves. As he handed the glass of water, the cuff of his sleeve revealed his wrist, which was actually white bone. Before she could react to this incident, she noticed something else bizarre. Most of the lights in the room actually deliberately avoided the man, who always stood in the shadows. It was then that he realized that the man had a peculiar aura about him. Eerie, honorable, like Hades who judges the dead. Su Yutong got creeped out. You, what the hell are you? I'm so sorry for scaring you, so let me introduce myself. Li Yang sat down on the chair, his voice husky and magnetic. I am a ferryman wandering on the edge of earth and hell. Humans like to call me. He paused, lifting the brim of his hat slightly, and slowly spat out the last two words, death. The scene in front of her eyes was the same as the shocking thunder, which fiercely exploded in Su Yutong's heart, smashing her 3 views. The guy in front of him wasn't human. He was a skeleton. How can a skeleton move and talk? Skeletons in black trench coats and hats blithely state that they are the Grim Reaper. This level of shock caused Su Yutong to lose her thinking and her ability to speak. Li Yang looked at the watch on his wrist and lightly said, "You're running out of time. Is there anything you want to say?" Su Yutong opened her mouth wide and breathed in sharply, like a fish about to die of thirst. It's amazing that the Grim Reaper actually exists. Am I going to die? She's not happy about it. She was unwilling to let her life's work, the efforts of 5 generations of the Su family, all go to those 2 brothers. Doesn't she know how much they weigh? The Su family is bound to go into decline. Reaper, is it negotiable? She said in a daze. Can I not die? She knew that the statement was pure bull *********. If death was that nice, there would be no dead people in this world. Give me a reason. Su Yutong hurriedly looked at death. Black ghostly flames jumped from the eyes of the Reaper. Su Yutong felt that death god was looking at himself with interest. Su Yutong. End of chapter. Chapter 11. The First Servant. There are opportunities. If you can come up with something to impress the Reaper, then you have a chance to live. But what can impress death? Su Yutong said with a prayer. I'm nothing but a mundane. All I have left is my humble soul, and absolute loyalty. What Su Yutong said was exactly what Li Yan wanted. Servants who are scared out of their wits and desperately want their favor and 100% loyalty. Ghost flames jumped in Li Yang's eyes. Soul. Loyalty. Well, you're lucky. I happen to have an errand on my hands that needs the right man for it. Su Yutong was delighted in her heart. Got an errand for the right man? If you take this errand, you won't have to die yourself? She didn't know where the strength came from, but she rolled out of bed and onto her knees, her head snapping heavily. My lord, no matter what the errand is, I still ask for your blessing to give Yutong a chance. Su Yutong waited apprehensively for death to speak. Li Yang scrutinized Su Yutong, scrutinizing Su Yutong's trepidation. The high and mighty were as humble as ants to themselves at the moment, and it was impossible for there to be no ripples in their hearts. In the old days, one could only meet such figures in lectures and on television. After a slight sigh, Li Yang crossed his legs, tapped his fingers on the desktop, and opened his mouth without hesitation. I've been trying to get around on Earth lately. Is lacking a servant to do my work on Earth. You just fit the bill. Su Yutong's body jerked. A servant who works for the Grim Reaper? Without thinking, her head hit the ground again and her voice trembled. Yutong will do her best to serve your excellency. Li Yang raised his hand, and the power of death floated along his fingertips towards Su Yutong. The power of death drifted into Su Yutong's body, and the sinking death chi in her body merged with the power of death, transforming Su Yutong's body. Su Yutong felt the changes in her body. She felt her sickness disappear and she was even filled with strength. She had never felt better. This is the means of death. Su Yutong looked up excitedly. Thank you, Lord God, for your mercy. Li Yang bent down and spoke slowly. Be thankful that you yourself are of some use to me, so I have pardoned your death for now. If you let me down, I'll drag you down to hell myself. The morose tone made Su Yutong's face go white in a flash, swallowed her saliva, and said seriously, please do as you wish. Li Yang pressed the brim of his hat down and stood up. Get yourself sorted out first. My apostle will be with you in a week. With that said, the lights in the suite dimmed again. By the time the suite regains its light, Li Yang has disappeared. Su Yutong slapped herself hard on the face. It hurts. It's not a dream. The raven outside the window cocked his head and observed everything with a thoughtful, humanized look in his eyes. It fluttered its wings and flew off into the distance, disappearing into the darkness. The night is late. Li Yang walked out of the green sanatorium and appeared in the green commercial street. He looked at the sky, the full moon bright in the night. The moonlight struck him like the beam of light on a darkened stage. The world is his stage. He burst out laughing. When he had just obtained the potion of desire, he had worried about it. He was afraid that he would dance on thin ice and accidentally fall into the abyss. He was afraid of meeting an opponent so powerful that he would be wiped out before he could grow up. Actually, completely unnecessary. Haven't you experienced enough of the life of a mole cricket? Su Yutong was the sun on the head of a mole cricket to her former self. Unattainable. Could the man who was once him subjugate a figure like Su Yutong like this? Nowadays this privilege is brought about by desire, magic jar, and death. People will always die, but what is the point of living a whole life? The significance of which can't be paying off the mortgage, can it? The world itself is a game. If death and pain are the anti-addiction of this game, his demonic powers today are the plug-in to get rid of the anti-addiction. Li Yang opened his 5 fingers and slowly raised them to grasp the moon in his hand. He muttered, a sound and superb life belongs to my demonic times. If there is a strong enemy in this world, whether it is the vigilante, the underground forces, or other transcendent, knock them down and pave as a stone on the path to God. Li Yang's mouth grinned, his eyes meaningful. As long as there is still desire on earth, as long as there is still evil on earth, I am immortal. And who can kill me in this world today? A car came slowly at this time and stopped in front of Li Yang. The car window slowly lowered and Li Yang saw a gorgeous woman. Chen Yushi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, waved her hand. Hey, Li Yang, didn't drive? Get in. It's not good to take a cab here. Li Yang narrowed his eyes. Chen Yushi had a faint smell of desire. That desire has not yet formed the power of desire. Obviously it wasn't there when we met this evening, so how did it come to be born now? Li Yang, who wanted to refuse, said thank you and got into her car. On the car, Li Yang didn't speak, looking out the window, his eyes glancing at Chen Yushi. If anything, he was watching for that scent of desire. Chen Yushi was keenly aware of Li Yang's eyes. The heart snickers. She secretly straightened her brute waist so that her body proportions could be better received by Li Yang's eyes. Meanwhile, the expression management is spot on, trying to look as seductive as possible on the side. She felt like she was moving closer to high society. In Li Yang's world, Chen Yushi's aura of desire gradually thickened. Arriving at the address, Li Yang said. Chen Yushi looked at the surroundings in surprise. Not a high-end condo, not a villa, just an old-town silo? You live here? A trace of disappointment flowed out of Chen Yushi's eyes, although it was well concealed. It was clearly detected by Li Yang. The corner of Li Yang's mouth lifted into a playful smile. He probably knew what Chen Yushi's desires were. You can take this woman for a test sometime and maybe find out how to cultivate the power of desire. He got out of the car, said thank you, and headed upstairs. Chen Yushi leaned against the back of the chair as if her whole body's strength had been drained away. I thought it was a prince, but would a prince live in this place? At this moment, the phone rang. It was good girlfriend Li Xiaohan. Li Xiaohan. Well, did you go to his house? Does he live in a high-end neighborhood? Chen Yushi bristled. Old town, silo, probably looking away. Li Xiaohan. Ha 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 ha. And talk about honorable temperament. I think you're just crazy for wanting to be a rich wife. Chen Yushi pondered for a moment. Will it still be a life experience? I've heard that a portion of the lineage's children will train outside before taking over the family business. Zhang Xiaohan. But, hurry back, early shift tomorrow. Chen Yushi smiled. Also, still have to go to work. End of chapter. Chapter 12, The Cleaner's Conceptualization. Nanhai, Old Town, Li Yang's rental house. Next to the rattles sat a tub with meat from the refrigerator. She just took the meat one piece at a time and put it into the mouth of the black dog. Blackie, feed the dog while perking up. Xiao Hei Ah, this family Li Yang and Crow are a gang. In order not to be bullied, we have to be united, no? Woof woof. Blackie the black dog nodded his head uncontrollably, his tail about to wag and take off. It's a good time to talk about anything with meat. The door suddenly opened and Li Yang walked in. With a toss of his head, the black dog Koro flung the meat in his mouth into Shaking Bell's arms in one swift motion, and then growled fiercely at him. Shaking Bell held a piece of meat that was half torn and looked at the black dog Xiaohei with disbelief. Is this his way of saying that the raw meat with the obvious dog teeth marks was eaten by himself? Where's that talk about being on the same page? Shaking Bell wanted to explain something, but before she could open her mouth, Li Yang glanced at her and said, cats aren't allowed to open the refrigerator by themselves. Shaking Bell glared at Li Yang with an exasperated look, as if she had been wronged by the heavens. Li Yang walked towards the bedroom. He pulled an unopened tablet from his arms and placed it on the table. Rattle's eyes lit up for a moment. She trotted over to the table, her eyes curled in a smile. Well, he didn't forget to buy me the tablet today. It's still new. Not fooling yourself with used. This shoveler guy is still good. In the bedroom, Li Yang lit a cigarette, his mind spinning leisurely. He heard the conversation between Su Yutong and her brothers clearly. Su Yutong is facing a crisis of seizing power. Li Yang had confidence in Su Yutong. As long as she got better, there was nothing wrong with cleaning up those two punk brothers. When Su Yutong settled down, Li Yang could formally issue a mission to her. If she accomplished her task brilliantly, Li Yang didn't mind continuing to provide her with the power of death to renew her life. And a potion of desire can be bestowed to give her demonic powers. With a talent like Su Yutong, wouldn't it be a pity to just let her act as a money bag? Li Yang muttered. Su Yutong was only in her early 30s this year, which was quite young among these entrepreneurs in the South China Sea. To be able to develop Nanhai Datai to such a point in the business world of deceit, sitting steadily at the pinnacle of the South China Sea development zone, the means can be seen. Su Yutong, living dead. Li Yang's eyes lit up slightly. He's found something that's quite important to the Demon Club. In the future, there will be a lot of demons in the Demon Club. Demons will always use demonic powers to leave a mark on the world that belongs to demons. In that case, it would be easy for someone with a good mind to find traces of the devil. It's unavoidable. Are demons not allowed to use demonic powers? First of all, one needs demons to do things for oneself in the future. It's impossible to carry out a mission without using demonic powers. Secondly, there's no way demons can live their lives without using their demonic powers in case of an emergency. For example, there is a fire and the wife and daughter are trapped inside the building. But anyone who is a bandwagoner should do whatever it takes, even using demonic powers to save his wife and children. If you are afraid of being blamed by your own counselor and watch your wife and children burn to death, then this kind of person is strangely unreliable and is more likely to do bad things in the future. Since it can't be avoided, someone needs to remove the demonic traces. Such a person must first of all have a good hand, but also have uncommon means. Isn't Su Yutong such a person? Su Yutong can't do it alone. The demon's business can't be exposed. Only she can know about it. So, I'm going to have to staff her with some subordinates, and a living dead subordinate would be perfect. Li Yang took out his notebook. These living dead who serve the demons are called cleaners. Their role is to erase the traces left behind by the demons. Well, that's what I call obscene development. Li Yang turned a new page and continued to write. Cleaners can't just be anyone. They have to do a strict backcheck. It has to be someone who has no family and is seriously ill. Become the living dead and eliminate sickness at the cost of eternal life in the service of demons. If they ever get tired of dealing with demons, the power of death can be withdrawn from their bodies and they will die instantly. It's a gift to them and a convenience to me. Win-win. The blueprint for the behemoth that is the Devil's Club is gradually being perfected under Li Yang's pen. It is like the gradual development of a ferocious beast, just waiting for the day when it overrides everything and stirs up the wind and clouds. Li Yang closed his notebook and looked out the window with his deep eyes. In that case, Su Yutong is not only the first member of the Devil's Club, but she is also responsible for all of the Devil's Club's logistics and aftercare. She's the housekeeper of the Devil's Club, the Devil's butler. I hope she doesn't disappoint me. At that moment there was a knock on the door of the room, and the little doggy head of the rattlesnake peeked in furtively. Li Yang glanced at her. Cats aren't allowed in the bedroom. Rattle raised his hand schoolboy-like. Li Yang, I'm reporting that the crows stay out at night. Speaking of which, Li Yang was also strange. Raven has been strange since she achieved transcendence. He's been running around and followed himself to the green retreat today. Li Yang wasn't worried about Raven's safety. Who can hurt a demon? It's nice when crows don't go out and hurt people. Li Yang had also told it that it was not allowed to use its demonic power in front of anyone. The crow obeyed, and Li Yang was relieved to see it. Li Yang asked, "Anything else?" Rattlesnake asked expectantly as she came in with her tablet. "For the love of me, reporting Raven, can I get a membership? I was just watching Nijuo and Foxboy team up to Orochimaru and wanted to keep watching." Li Yang took the tablet and calmly said, "Membership is expensive. A month's membership can replace a car. In exchange, I'll give you a job. Find me some orphans who are seriously ill." Rattlesnake nodded vigorously. Yes, Li Yang is a nice guy. He doesn't even have a car himself, but he's charging himself a membership. Night, Southeast China Sea, Peace Square. The Raven stood on top of the mall building and looked around, a gleam of wisdom in his bird's eyes. Wow, when he barks, his head goes up, his wings spread out, and he does his best. The moonlight hit its body, and the shadow was stretched long and big, like a western magic dragon with wings spreading. Fresh. The screams were shrill and echoed through the Peace Square. As it let out a shrill whistle, the entire square resounded with rising and falling cooing sounds. Only hundreds of pigeons fluttered their wings and stood quietly in the square. This crow has become the king of these pigeons. The crow fluttered its wings and flew off to the park in the distance. The pigeons fluttered their wings and made quite a commotion in the square. Immediately afterward, the pigeons followed the raven's back. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Discharge from hospital. The following day, Nanhai Development Zone, Nanhai Detai Group Building, Office of Deputy Director of Personnel. Mr. Su, I'll congratulate you in advance for becoming a director of the Nanhai Detai Group. The middle-aged Higashi Sakura man with a mustache, wearing a suit, and not very tall, smiled and raised the wineglass in his hand. The smile at the corner of Su Guangming's mouth gradually widened as he raised the wineglass in his hand. And thanks to Mr. Kuroki for his help. Su Guangming was the third oldest member of the Su family, Su Yutong's younger brother, and had been working in the company as an associate director of personnel. The associate director of personnel is an inactive position. The entire group was talking about Su Guangming behind his back, saying that he was a second-generation ancestor who ate his sister's soft food. Luckily, that woman is going to die. This man sitting in front of him is called Kuroki Misawa, and he's a remarkable man. He was the heir to the Kuroki family of East Sakura and an executive of the god-making biogenetic technology company in the White Eagle Kingdom. Kuroki Misawa came to the South China Sea, looking for the first cooperation object is the South China Sea Detai Group. Kuroki Misawa smiled. My humble servant will help you become the chairman of the Detai Group. Don't forget what you promised, my humble servant. Su Guangming waved his big hand. In the South China Sea Development Zone, I can even patch you up if you poke the sky. After saying that, Su Guangming's eyes revealed a touch of worry. The question is, if Su Yutong dies, can we really not be traced? Kuroki Misawa smiled grimly. Ha ha ha. The poison given to Su Yutong is a product of the god creator bio. Her organs will age faster, become diseased, and she will die of natural causes no matter how much the coroner examines her. According to your summer country, it's called cumulative labor. Su Guangming laughed and raised his champagne. That woman doesn't know any better and deserves to die. The sooner she dies, the better. Kuroki Misawa poured himself a glass of champagne and said leisurely, "Don't worry, there's no cure for the poison I put down unless." Su Guangming even asked, "Unless what?" Kuroki Misawa joked with a light laugh. "Unless death won't take her." Ha 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 ha. Su Guangming chuckled at Kuroki Misawa's humor. That's when the phone rang. It's the number for the South Seas Green Nursing Home. Could it be that Su Yutong is dead? Su Guangming picked up the phone and breathed heavily. "Hello? How's my sister?" Su Guangming's eyes shifted from excitement to shock, from shock to stupefaction, and finally looked at Kuroki Misawa incredulously. Kuroki Misawa noticed something unusual and frowned. "What's wrong? Has something changed? Su Yutong gave the syndicate to Su Guangzhou before he died? Didn't I tell you to block off Su Yutong's room?" Su Guangming swallowed his saliva. "Su Yutong, she's not dead. The hospital just called and said she's recovering well." Kuroki Misawa snapped to his feet. His eyes rounded. "This can't be right." Su Guangming continued. "She's not in any bad shape right now except for a low-grade fever, low blood pressure, and low blood." Wild winds and waves rippled through Kuroki Misawa's mind. Su Guangming was deeply flustered and got up to pace. When the directors see that Su Yutong's body has really recovered, then what the hell am I going to do as chairman? Do something, or our cooperation will have to be put on hold. Now, Su Yutong has driven toward the development. Kuroki Misawa's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Then slaughter her on her way here. Su Guangming looked at Kuroki Misawa in horror. Killing people in the street? Su Guangming hesitated and said, "Why don't we wait for another opportunity to poison?" Kuroki Misawa said in a deep voice, "No, my plans cannot be delayed. Don't worry, I'll arrange it." With that said, Kuroki Misawa walked out of the office and made a phone call. On the viaduct, a red Ferrari was speeding along. Su Yutong's eyes were filled with excitement. She had never felt so good about herself. Today her reflexes are amazing, as if every inch of her body's nerves are completely controlled by her brain. She used to be weak and completely unable to drive this sports car. Driving too fast puts fear in your mind. Now what? In her perspective, everything was slowing down. Su Yutong's mind floated back to that honorable figure. Is this the gift of death? Pardon death and give new life. This feeling of power made her squeal out. The car was passing through an intersection when a heavy truck hit a red light and came crashing toward her body like a runaway beast. Su Yutong reacted quickly. Throttle, tap the brakes, twist the steering wheel, all at once. Everything comes from muscle memory in general. The red Ferrari dodged the impact of the heavy truck, but the heavy truck slammed hard into the stone pillars supporting the viaduct. Su Yutong stopped the car and walked towards the heavy car to check for casualties. The door of the heavy truck opened and a big bald man got out cursing. "Bitch, how do you drive a car? Driving a luxury car is a big deal?" Su Yutong stopped and looked at the big man warily. Having become the living dead, she is very observant. She clearly caught the change in the driver's facial muscle movement. That driver was nervous, tyrannical, and full of murderous intent. There was no chagrin or sadness from the accident. The bald big man swung his fist directly towards Su Yutong's head. Su Yutong had long been prepared and reacted quickly, twisting to avoid the bald man's attack. And with agility, he kicked the big man in the chest. That bald big man was actually kicked out 5 or 6 meters away. Su Yutong was inwardly horrified. It turned out that one's power had reached such a point. Is he, himself, nowadays, a transcendentalist beyond mortals? Su Yutong looked at the bald big man. Her eyes narrowed. That bald big man touched a pill from his bosom without any trace and swallowed it. In Su Yutong's perspective, the bald man's chi and blood rapidly rose. The bald big man's eyes were covered in red blood, and he once again lunged towards Su Yutong, faster and more powerful. However, in front of Su Yutong, who had become the favorite of the god of death, the bald big man who had taken the drug was still not enough to look at. Su Yutong was like a fighting master at the moment. She knew that everything came from instinct, as if everything came from muscle memory. If he or she went through systematic training, he or she would definitely be stronger. After tangling with that big man for 5 minutes, that big man suddenly covered his chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground and convulsed. Su Yutong knew that if she didn't have a strange encounter, she would definitely die today at the hands of that big man. Something's wrong. The onlookers are growing. Su Yutong's face was calm as she took out her phone and dialed a number. 1. Come to Northport Road. Soon an Audi appeared outside the scene of the accident. Driver Xiao Wang saw Su Yutong and was pleasantly surprised. Mr. Su, You're fine. Why don't you let me pick you up? Su Yutong said. I'll leave you here. I'm going back to the office now. In this part of the South China Sea, the security bureau would give Su Yutong face and would try their best to minimize the trouble for Su Yutong. Besides, there is surveillance here, and there is a car recorder in the car, so you can see that it was the driver who ran the red light, and you can also see that it was the driver who wanted to hurt Su Yutong, and finally collapsed on himself. The sheriff's department wouldn't bother Su Yutong for leaving. The young king nodded. Don't worry, Su. To be Su Yutong's driver, that wouldn't be an ordinary person. Su Yutong thought for a moment and then said, I need to be notified of this man's physical condition, and I need to be given a copy of the autopsy report even if he is dead. She remembered the man taking a pill and then almost doubling his strength and speed as if he had gone berserk. Su Yutong got into Xiao Wang's car, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Just after leaving the sanatorium, he encountered an assassination, and without the grace of that being, he feared that he would have met an untimely end. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Bird Riot. Midday. It's Saturday and the South China Sea Zoo is most crowded this time of year. Zoos are often a great place for couples to date, for parent-child activities, and for painters to sketch. In the Birdwood area, a child suddenly looked to the sky with horror in his eyes. Okay, that's a lot of birds. Mom lovingly touched the child's head. There are more birds in nature than here. Next time you get 100% on your test, take you to Forest Park. After the child's mother finished, there was an odd windy sound coming from the sky, followed by darkness. She looked suspiciously to the sky, her eyes becoming frightened. In the sky was covered with birds flying from afar. The birds were huge in number and dark clouds that covered the sky. The weird thing is that it wasn't a particular type of bird gathering in a flock. Pigeons, sparrows, magpies, and even a couple of good-sized hawks, migratory like flocks of birds, circling over the zoo with mournful chirps in their beaks. Where did all these birds come from? A boy pulling his girlfriend carefully followed the crowd of onlookers to see what was going on. Here, what are these birds going to do? The uncle selling balloons at the scenic spot was so scared that his grip on the balloon was loosened and the balloon floated up into the sky. The birds in the sky converged on the bird forest area, and as a crow in the flock whistled harshly, the birds swooped towards the bird forest area like a long river. They pecked frantically at the protective netting in the bird woodland. The birds in the aviary broke out of their cages as several large eagles ripped through a weak wire fence in the aviary with their sharp talons. They're attacking the zoo? They're releasing their kind? No way. This scene, bird ball rising? The onlookers gathered around them immediately knew what the birds were up to, and each had an incredulous expression on their faces. The birds that littered the sky seemed to have a new goal, and flushed toward the restaurant in the zoo. Ah. Fierce screams emanated from the supermarket and a waitress ran out of the restaurant in panic. Where do you get so many birds? There are eagles. Bite. More and more waiters, more and more customers ran out of the restaurant as if they were running for their lives. The sound of things breaking in the dining room was loud and clear. The restaurant quickly fell to the birds who were eating in the dining room. The largest restaurant in the zoo became a birdhouse. Damn thing. One of the boys was scratched and wanted to get his hands on those birds. The girl beside him stopped it in a hurry. Don't hit them. There are so many birds. You're not afraid of their revenge. Everyone was silent. These birds are organized like people, and no one knows what will happen if they hurt a bird. Are birds intelligent now? The world is getting more and more epileptic, and they're losing sight of it. Call the police. Call the fire marshal. The restaurant owner pointed and glared at the employee. He didn't get his cell phone out in the restaurant. The sirens of sheriff's cars and fire trucks sounded inside the zoo. Even a TV reporter came in for a live broadcast. The bird forest area was cordoned off and outside the cordon was a large crowd of onlookers. Inside the cordon were a variety of birds looking intently at the sheriff and fire marshal. The sheriff's squad leaders sucked in a breath of cold air. That's strange. Where did all those birds come from? That's tens of thousands of them, isn't it? The whole city's birds are here? An older man who was outside the barrier line kept tiptoeing in to see what was going on, and he opened his mouth. Moncler Sale Outlet. I was playing Tai Chi in the park outside the zoo this morning when I saw all these things crowding toward the zoo. I thought it was strange, and even bought a ticket to come in and watch the fun. You didn't see it just now. These birds took down the protective netting in the bird forest area. The sheriff's squad leader felt a toothache. These things are here to save their fellow man? This whole thing is so off the wall. These birds can open the fence? I don't believe it. The sheriff's captain muttered. The fire marshal came over. Nothing is impossible. There are large raptors among these birds, and if these large raptors are lucky enough to find a weak spot in the protective netting, it is possible to cooperate in tearing it apart. You know, some raptors can scratch a human skull apart. The vigilante captain froze. And this could cause bloodshed? At the command of the fire squad leader, several fire officers brought the hose attached to the fire engine. Open the water valve. The water gun swept through and those birds let out a panicked chirp. The flock was flushed. Some of the raptors tried to fly up and fight back and were immediately treated as a priority. Under the impact of the water gun, those raptors suffered heavy blows, and some of them even had their wings washed off. The birds began to flee, gathering in a black mass in the sky, then dispersing and quickly disappearing over the zoo. The fire officers grabbed the large raptors that were causing the most trouble with safety locks, lifted them by the paws and threw them into the fire truck. A vast uprising of birds ended with the fire officer's water gun. In the branches of a tree, out of sight, a crow cocked its head and watched the scene quietly. Its eyes were gradually crowded with grief. The raven opened its beak and the air around it vibrated in strange ways. It seemed to be trying something and kept opening its mouth. It had actually learned to speak. In an odd, not to say unpleasant, voice, the crow opened its beak again. So much for my great black empire, my loyal people. It learned violent bloodshed on Rattle. It learned to take in minions in Li Yang. So there was such a farce as today. Suddenly, the raven looked furiously down the tree. Under the tree, a well-built man in a black trench coat was looking at it. The raven's pupils quake, flutter their wings, and burrow into the inside pocket of the man's trench coat. Li Yang looked at the crow carefully. This crow that was just talking? He looked back to the still cordoned-off birdwood area. Kinda underestimated this guy. Raven made all this noise without using her demonic talent? Where's the devil in that stupid dog who does nothing but eat and sleep? Even Li Yang would forget that the dog was a three-headed dog from hell. That said, it's still the crows that learn so well. It observes all the time, thinks all the time, and learns all the time. Originally, he had thought of sending Rattle to distribute tasks to Su Yutong for 2 days, but actually, Raven was a bit more suitable. Li Yang knocked on the crow's head. Next time you come out and cause trouble, I'll pull your hair out. The crow shrunk its head, fear in its eyes. Li Yang's tone was soft, but Crow could feel the threat in Li Yang's words. South Sea, North District Magistrate's Office. Director Lu Ziqian's hair, which was sitting white, had lost a few more strands. We haven't even gotten to the bottom of the apricot Hudong big cat injury incident, and now we have a flock of birds attacking? Is this a case of not wanting me to retire in peace? End of chapter. Chapter 15, I guess the demon resurrection. In the conference room, Director Lu Ziqian scratched his hair. Those squad leaders and clerks down there had their eyes on the ground and their noses on the ground, and didn't say a word. Lu Ziqian said, "Don't be silent, all of you. Silence is not golden at this time. Speak your minds." A squad leader said weakly, "Actually, I don't think it has anything to do with our sheriff's office. What's the difference between an animal thing and a disaster? That, we can't control." Lu Ziqian sighed. "But when citizens are injured and citizens' property is damaged, that's our responsibility. Forget the bird attacks for a moment. The Beast of Apricot Hudong murder case the other day. That's 12 lives. This happened to us in the North End, and we in the North End just have a responsibility. Also, the killer beast has not been found until now. The families of the victims come in every day to get their side of the story. So do you go and tell them that the animals are out of our hands?" Once again there was silence in the conference room. A squad leader weakly raised his hand. "Director, is there a possibility that this is someone training the beasts and using them to commit crimes? After all, the deceased Zhou Hang, his father's identity is somewhat unusual. I suspect this is a man-made event. The bird attack, the apricot Hudong incident, I think it's the same person who did it, and it can be handled together." This statement immediately drew the approval of all. Manipulating animals to commit crimes is rare, but not unheard of. Some people train dogs to kill, and some even train rats to kill. Lu Ziqian felt his brain ache. The fact that someone has tamed a beast to commit a crime is somewhat believable for a moment, but can someone tame a flock of different species of birds to commit a crime at the same time? And what was that criminal's plan to use the flock of birds to attack the zoo's bird forest area and restaurant? The crowd was silent again. This thing really doesn't make sense. Taming a flock of birds, something humans can't do. Lu Ziqian rubbed his temples and continued. There's another thing that's most puzzling. The deceased Zhou Hang was not killed by a wild animal. According to the tests, he smashed his own head against the wall more than 20 times and crashed alive. I've been in the sheriff's system for over 30 years and this is the first time I've encountered something this bizarre. Lu Ziqian swept a glance at the squad leaders who all had their heads bowed, and clanked the table in anger. Are you all dumb? Can't say a word? Where's the usual poor energy? Lu Ziqian angrily stared at the small captains who were like quails. Fire was rubbing up against his head. Suddenly, his eyes rested on a drowsy youth. His name is Wei Ming. He has some connections in the city council, and after graduating from college, he went straight to the office as the director of the archives. Looking at Wei Ming's dangling bear-like appearance, Lu Ziqian's anger erupted as if he had ignited a powder keg. He slammed the table. Wei Ming! Wei Ming shivered in fear. Lu Ziqian grimaced. Tell me what you think. Wei Ming blinked. Where does he have an opinion? He is a fan of novels. and he read them so late last night that he had no desire to go to work today. Coming to a meeting is just a walk in the park. Wei Ming only knew the theme of the meeting. How did he know what he was going to say? However, seeing Lu Ziqian's flaming eyes, he knew that if he didn't speak out today, he would be a thing today. Wei Ming racked his brain and only remembered the novel he read last night. Wei Ming weakly said, "Is there a possibility that it's a demon revival?" Lu Ziqian froze for a moment. "What did you say?" Wei Ming gulped. "Demon revival. That ties all this together." The corner of Lu Ziqian's eye twitched. "You expand on that." Wei Ming's heart fluttered. "It's just that, once upon a time, there were demons on the blue planet, and for some reason they went to sleep. In the past few years, mankind's destruction of nature has become more and more serious, leading to the awakening of those demons. After the demons awakened, a series of things happened that could not be explained by common sense. The apricot hudong incident was the work of a tiger demon. The bird attack was the work of a bird demon. There may be similar cases in the future, and I am willing to call it an anomaly." The junior captains couldn't help themselves and erupted in laughter. "How can anyone here who is a solid scientist believe such an outrageous thing? And you're willing to call it a ing anomaly? Is this supposed to be funny?" Lu Ziqian felt his blood pressure rise as he waved his hand and told them to disperse. He took down 2 anti-hypertensive pills and turned on his computer. It was a pending reply email from the city council asking him to give sound advice on both incidents. This kind of reasoned advice is just whatever you want to say, even if it's not scientific, and the city council needs a variety of ideas to brainstorm. 2 hours into today's meeting, where are these junior captains with reasonable suggestions? He carefully recalled it, and the most reliable one was actually the demon revival that Wei Ming had said. Lu Ziqian's brain hurt again, and he finally made some sort of determination to harden his heart and clicked the right button on reply. With skillful one-finger Zen typing, he tapped out 8 words. Demon revival. Unusual event. Evening, north of South Sea, drugstore. Li Yang sat at the counter of the pharmacy reading a book. The raven peeked out of his arms and cocked his head, observing the book as if he could read it too. At that moment, the wind chime on the door rang and a guest arrived. The visitor was a well-built man. He wore a big back hair, a thumb-thick large gold chain around his neck, a large gold watch on his wrist, and a gold pie strings. "It's not even winter yet, and you're already wearing a mink coat." He took off his sunglasses and surveyed the pharmacy environment. Li Yang asked without raising his eyelids again after taking a look. "Need something?" A hesitant look appeared on the man's face as he spoke. I. Li Yang knew that this was the person that Rattle had found. The bell ringing black witch compulsion makes it seem unreal. Or maybe this person has never even met the ringer himself. Just as Su Yutong was guided to come through the internet by ringing a bell, college student Kojo was guided to come in his dreams. The man was afraid that he would be mistaken for a psychopath if he opened his mouth directly and said what he was doing. Li Yang turned over a new page and opened his mouth without hesitation. "What kind of trouble are you in?" The man's eyes lit up. He pulled out the gold-encrusted business card from his pocket and handed it to the table in front of Li Yang. Excitedly, "Gee, you're such a big fairy." The corner of Li Yang's mouth twitched slightly. "Does Siener?" The man hastily pulled another huazi out of his pocket to light it for Li Yang. Li Yang refused with a black face. The man was full of flattery. "For the past few days I've been thinking I saw I'm too milky. I don't think this thing can be an illusion. My great-grandmother always said to come here when you have a problem you can't solve." Li Yang glanced at the man. "What kind of torture is this for the Rattles?" He looked at the business card again. Dajuan Culture Media Limited. General Manager Zhu Dajuan. Zhu Dajuan talked to himself as he sat down on the chair. "My old Zhua. Junior high school did not finish before going out to wander. Not much culture. It's not easy to make a living. That's why my wife loves me. Her old man still knows to think of me after 20 years of death." End of chapter. Chapter 16. Zhu Dajuan. After Zhu Dajuan finished speaking, he looked at Li Yang expectantly. "Great Immortal. I'm in a big situation. Can you break it?" A smirk crossed Li Yang's face. "It can be broken. Say, this Zhu Dajuan is interesting." Zhu Dajuan showed joy in his eyes and lit a cigarette and started to spit out his bitterness. "I'm just going to be honest with you, Daisy Boyao. Don't look at me like this. My business plate is actually quite big. The Big Army Culture Media Limited company is also a package. I have a cultural media company, an entertainment company, and over 40 bath centers. There are more KTVs and bars than I care to remember. I also own the biggest imperial nightclub in Nanhai. Let's just say, the South China Sea entertainment industry is my biggest. I can get you any kind of girl you want, whether it's a starlet or a model anchorwoman. As you know, I'm a bit gray in this business, and I've offended a lot of people in the past few years. To put it bluntly, Zhu Dajuan's old profession is pimping, the biggest pimp in the South China Sea. To put it nicely, he was a big shot in the underground forces of the South China Sea. This bigot is a real bigot in the truest sense of the word. Those bullish social big brothers that I heard about when I was in school, In front of this big brother, they were at the level of small shrimp. Zhu Dajuan has recently encountered a rather troublesome matter. The big guy he didn't get along with was called Zhou Qing, and his son died a few days ago. Zhou Qing recognized that it was Zhu Dajuan who killed his son, and went crazy for revenge. Zhu Dajuan is not used to him, and several times Zhou Qing did not get Zhu Dajuan. Later, Zhou Qing didn't know which god's support he had gotten, making a number of leaders under Zhu Dajuan's hand die in their homes for unknown reasons. Zhu Dajuan didn't have a good time either. He basically lived in a different place every night for the first half of the night and the second half of the night, fearing that Zhou Qing would figure out where he lived and have someone killed in his home. The last few days have been so simmering that I'm in a trance. And so, in a trance, saw the Taiyuki. He felt that he had a mental problem that was causing the hallucinations and had been to the hospital. The hospital just said he was under too much stress. But, too much milk appears too often, and always talking about this pharmacy. He had to suspect that Tainan was showing the way. After Zhu Dajuan finished his encounter, Li Yang's face turned odd. Zhou Qing's son is called Zhou Hang? The one who was killed by the bell ringer a few days ago was called Zhou Hang. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Zhu Dajuan stood in awe and gave a thumbs up. De Siener is truly a man of God, he said, and then he was careful. It's been such bad luck lately. Can it be broken? Li Yang said. Yes, but expensive? Zhu Dajuan patted his chest. Don't worry, De Sien. Zhu Dajuan, have nothing else but a lot of money. 100,000 or 200,000 is no problem. Li Yang snorted and stopped looking at him. Zhu Dajuan frowned. Not even 100,000 or 200,000? The rent for your little store is just a few tens of thousands of dollars a year, right? Zhu Dajuan said weakly. Why don't you make an offer? Li Yang always looked at the book without raising his eyelids. 2 ways. First, I want $100 million and your desires. I shelter you for a week. Second, I want your imperial nightclub, and you will submit to me and I will shelter you for the rest of your life. If Zhu Dajuan chose the first way, Li Yang would send a demon to protect him for a week and then have the ringing bell erase his memory. It's considered a qualified demonic deal. He'll get $100 million, and the power of desire from Zhu Dajuan. The second way is to make the Imperial Nightclub a physical location of the Devil's Club and to make Zhu Dajuan a member of the Devil's Club. Either way, Li Yang is not a loss, but this is not so much in the eyes of Zhu Dajuan. Zhu Dajuan looked at him like a little cutie, looked at Li Yang as if he were a little cutie, then turned around and walked away. He is looking for Li Yang because he is too confused and too scared, and wants to give him a heart to give himself comfort. In addition to the recent hallucinations of seeing too much milk, he felt that there may be some kind of guidance in the underworld. It would be a bit of a stretch to pull this off. 100 million? The Imperial Nightclub? Submissive to you? Is this serious? He wouldn't do this even if Taifa herself came to him. After Zhu Dajuan left, Shaking Bell ran down the stairs holding a tablet and leaned on his face on the counter. You scared him by asking for too much. In fact, you could have turned him into a demon and done whatever you wanted to him. When the time comes, not to mention his property, even his wife can be yours. Li Yang shook his head. Collecting desire requires sincerity on both sides. Zhu Dajuan has to speak his desires from his heart. It's hard to talk about strong desires, because strong desires represent the most vulnerable part of yourself. For example, anchorwoman Zhang Sei, does she tell everyone she wants to be pretty? Would college student Kojo, for example, say to everyone that he wants people to be afraid of him? Those strongest desires get buried in the deepest, darkest places inside. A strong-minded social bigot like Zhu Dajuan is even more so than Zhang Shirai and Xiao Chang, turning into the Grim Reaper to terrorize Zhu Dajuan into revealing his innermost desires. Li Yang was afraid that after Zhu Dajuan sought his demonic form, he would be so scared that he would take the road and run away, which was a normal human reaction. Might as well get him, bit by bit, to volunteer to request this devil's bargain for himself. As long as he's here, there's no fear that he won't come back. Black Witch's compulsion ability, and Zhu Dajuan's own desire to drive him. It was only a matter of time before he returned. And, we'll be back soon. As for wanting too much for yourself, Li Yang felt that it was better to be sincere about things like trading and lay out the conditions in the open. If he did as Rattle said, pervertedly squeezing and humiliating the demons under his hand, sooner or later he, the king of hell, would become the public enemy of all demons, while he had absolute power over the demons. Why go through this trouble when there were gentler ways to do it? As for Zhu Dajuan, he'll be back sooner or later. South China Sea, inside a villa, in the living room on the first floor, and scattered in the corridor on the second floor, stood men in black suits, their backs straight and their faces serious. There were also 2 black men with wolf dogs walking around the villa, patrolling. These people reeked of blood. Outside the master bedroom on the second floor, a white-haired young man said in a respectful voice to the person inside the master bedroom, "Boss, it's all been arranged. The villa is full of good people inside and out. so you can rest well tonight. Zhu Dajuan glanced at his watch and said, okay, Wolf, you go to the field first. Call me when you get back in the latter part of the night and we'll go to the apartment in Red Snail Bay. The white-haired youth froze for a moment and hurriedly said, Boss, I'll stay here with you. I'm a little uneasy about you being here by yourself. Zhu Dajuan angrily rebuked. Nonsense. Tonight it's Mr. Su of the Datai group who's having a banquet at the Imperial Mansion. Even if I don't show up, aren't you going to say hello? The white-haired youth knew that a number of South China Sea figures would be coming to the Imperial Palace tonight. Su Yutong, the head of the Datai group, is recovering from a serious illness and hosts a banquet for all the gods and goddesses of the South China Sea at the Imperial nightclub to show that it's business as usual. Su Yutong's banquet at the Imperial Palace is also considered to be a friendly signal to Zhu Dajuan. The emperor of the nightclub's big boss Zhu Dajuan do not go also even if this second boss also do not show up can really offend people. The white-haired youth sighed. Okay, then I'll be back in 5 hours. End of chapter. Chapter 17, why don't you get on? At 1 in the morning, Zhu Dajuan was sleeping soundly. He rolled over and felt something furry and wet in his hand. Immediately awake, Zhu Dajuan's eyes instantly opened and quickly reached out to touch the gun under his pillow. After scanning the room to make sure there was no danger, he looked to his side. 2 disemboweled wolfhounds lay beside him, blood staining the sheets and covers, and his pajamas. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to his head. He slowly got out of bed and carefully walked out of the bedroom with the gun. Zhu Dajuan rounded his eyes in horror. The door was littered with the bodies of men in black, blood staining the floor and dripping down the stairs towards the first floor. He felt like he had walked into a horror movie scene. Someone has killed dozens of men who have seen blood, and stuffed 2 wolf dog carcasses under their covers, while still sleeping like a dead pig. You have to know that Zhu Dajuan climbed step by step from the lowest level horseman to this position today. After all these years of ferocity, he had long since developed the ability to grow an eye in the back of his head. He's quick to alert at the slightest hint of a breeze, even when he's drunk. But today, is it a ghost? The sound of footsteps came from downstairs. Zhu Dajuan's muscles were tense, holding his gun, his eyes dead on the stairway. It's Mad Wolf, his own second in command. Crazy Wolf watched this in horror, facing Zhu Dajuan for a long time. Even if he had seen more bloody scenes, the scene that happened here today was unforgettable to him for the rest of his life. Zhu Dajuan walked down the stairs without saying a word. The row of words on the wall made him grimace even more. Zhu Dajuan, hand over all of your properties and observe mourning for my son for 10 years, and I'll spare your life. The fact that the other party had blatantly written such a line meant that the other party had an absolute bottom line. What happened tonight was just a warning. Zhu Dajuan headed for the door. Mad Wolf rushed out and started the car. When Zhu Dajuan got into the car, Crazy Wolf asked, Boss, going to Red Snail Bay? Zhu Dajuan said with an expressionless face, go to a drugstore in the North End. Crazy Wolf didn't ask why. The boss had his own reasons for what he said and did. Along the way, these 2 men were trembling with fear and alertness, being able to kill so many people silently. What kind of path the murderer was they couldn't see. They even wondered if the murderer was even human. Finally, we got to that drugstore. The pharmacy is closed. Mad Wolf said, Big brother, should we find a place to stay? Zhu Dajuan tightened his jacket. Wait, Mad Wolf asked as he surveyed the pharmacy, which was an ordinary store. This pharmacy has people who can help us. It doesn't look like it in any way. Zhu Dajuan closed his eyes. Intuition. Mad Wolf closed his mouth. This boss of his has a sense of smell and intuition as sharp as a wild animal, and it's always good to listen to him. Early in the morning, Li Yang led Xiao Hei towards the medicine store. Li Yang just opened the door of the pharmacy. Zhu Dajuan immediately jumped down and said with a shy smile, Morning Daisy, walking the dog? The tone was fawning, but subdued and calm. Like schoolchildren balking at their teachers, they couldn't see any of the nervousness of the crisis they had just experienced last night. Li Yang gave him a light look and walked through the door, entering the counter and picking up a book. Zhu Dajuan rubbed his hands together and smiled. Was De Siener angry yesterday? Old Zhu, I apologize to you, Li Yang asked, flipping through the book. Thinking about it? Zhu Dajuan nodded solemnly. I've decided to trust my Teiyukai. And you, Daisener? Li Yang continued to ask. Which way do you choose? First, take out $100 million and whatever desire you have to get shelter for a week. Second, hand over the Emperor nightclub and submit to Li Yang, who will bless him for the rest of his life. Zhu Dajuan scratched his head and said, I don't want to be anyone's little brother just yet, so I'll hold off on the second one. I'll go with the first one. I'll come up with $100 million. But what you mean by that desire? I really don't know what you mean. Zhu Dajuan has this character. He can put down his face with anyone, but don't ever think he's any good. Such people tend to bite more painfully. Li Yang said, It's okay, there's no rush. Li Yang wanted to get another $100 million. Take the Imperial nightclub. and take Zhu Dajuan as a servant. Zhu Dajuan is also quick. Directly asked Li Yang for the bank card number. A week was plenty of time for him to come up with a response. Zhou Qing that can call out the experts. He can also find a way to get it. As long as this great fairy was reliable and could really cover him for a week. Zhu Dajuan arched his hand at Li Yang and smiled. $100 million is not a small amount. It will take at least 3 days. Can we get credit first? Li Yang waved at Blackie. Blackie immediately came over with his tail wagging. Li Yang said, take it home. Leave it on the doorstep and in the house all you want. You'll be fine for a week. The smile on Zhu Dajuan's face froze. Does Siener, you mean to tell me to let this dog protect me? Li Yang nodded. Remember you're not allowed to have anyone around you this week, including the one in your car. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Zhu Dajuan and concentrated on his book. Zhu Dajuan's back teeth hurt at that moment. Owned $100 million and bought a big black dog to watch the door for a week? Zhu Dajuan silently led Xiaohei out of the medicine store. If Dyson dares to say it, then he dares to believe it, and the money is gone anyway. Li Yang looked at Zhu Dajuan's departing back and couldn't help but let out a laugh. Rather a wonderful person. Night, South China Sea, a villa. Zhu Dajuan, this person is also obedient. Said that this week there is no one around, including the crazy wolf. He really did it. There was no one in the empty villa. Shu Dijun sat next to Xiaohei with a dog teaser ball. Old Zhu, I can trust you with my life. There's not a single henchman in the villa. In case the assassins sent from the opposite side come, old Zhu is afraid that he will die quite badly. After saying that, Shu Dajuan waved the dog teaser ball in front of Xiaohei and then threw it out. Go on, pick it up. It's a good way to ease anxiety by teasing the dog in your spare time. Xiaohei ran over with gusto, picked up the teasing dog ball, waved it in front of Zhu Dajuan, and then threw it out as well. It stared at Zhu Dajuan and skimmed its head toward the teasing dog ball not far away, meaning as if to say, it's your turn to pick it up. The corners of Zhu Dajuan's mouth twitched for half a day. You're pretty damn humane for a dog. He suddenly returned to his senses and looked at Blackie intently. So humane, maybe you do have something to say. Suddenly, Zhu Dajuan looked alert and took out a pistol from his pocket. A man appeared at the stairway entrance at some point. The man was bald, dressed all in white, and spoke an unskilled Mandarin. Mr. Zhu is so bold that he only keeps a dog around. Zhu Dajuan, what are you? The words had just been asked, and the man was just about to answer when Zhu Dajuan fired. He thought he could take the Asian geezer who didn't know what kind of bird he was with his old six behavior. But, a scene that shocked him appeared. The bald man's head quickly snapped off and the bullet shot against the wall against his ear. The bald man's face was grim. You really are as shameless as the rumors say. Zhu Dajuan narrowed his eyes at the bald man. You're the one who killed my men. Do you think your military master doesn't have a little backstabbing today? Zhu Dajuan coiled his arms. The aura of a big brother was revealed, and calmly said, Blackie, it's up to you. Go. Xiaohei looked at Zhu Dajuan with dissatisfaction, looking like why don't you get on? Zhu Dajuan was confused. This dog? You're pretty damn humane. I'm lonely for $100 million? The bald man snorted. A stunt? That's no fun. End of chapter. Chapter 18 Zhu Dajuan's Desire. An odd dagger appeared in the bald man's hand. Zhu Dajuan recognized the thing. That's the bitterlist that the legendary Middle Eastern Sakura ninja used. The bald man juggled his bitterness with one hand and stepped closer. Mr. Zhou said that he can quit the Jianghu after handing over his estate and keeping mourning for Mr. Zhou for 10 years. Why don't you listen? Mr. Zhou hates you to the bone, and Mr. Blackwood wants to cooperate with Mr. Zhou, so he can only offer your head as a gift first. Zhu Dajuan was desperate. It's going to be a bad day. One is convinced of the evil of too much milk. I can't believe I spent $100 million to get a dog to protect me. The bald man held the bittersweet towards Zhu Dajuan's neck. The speed was so fast that Zhu Dajuan had absolutely no time to react. But the imagined pain did not come. Zhu Dajuan opened his eyes gradually surprised. Blackie actually used his teeth to bite the bald man's bitterness. The master only said to protect Zhu Dajuan, but he didn't say to listen to Zhu Dajuan. Now that Zhu Dajuan is in danger, it's time for it to strike. The bald man showed surprise and tried to draw back his bitterness, but it was actually unable to move as if it was caught in the rocky crevice of a mountain cliff. Asshole! The bald man clenched his fists and went for Blackie's head with one punch. Woo! A low growl came from Blackie's throat like a tractor starting up. The sound grew louder and louder, going from a tractor start-like sound to an airplane roar. Xiaohei's size also gradually grew larger, and his eyes became more and more ferocious. Finally, the bald man let go of the bitterness in his hand and looked up with his mouth frozen open, gazing up at the behemoth with its head against the ceiling. What a monster! His three views are being shocked. Shivering, the bald man pulled a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Speed and power beyond peak condition. Even with an explosion of speed and strength, he didn't have the courage to face this monster. The bald man backed up slowly, followed by a quick move through the house. He's looking for a chance to break a window or escape through the front door. Blackie's two eyes seemed to be unable to keep up with the bald man's movement speed, and he tossed his head in displeasure. Flesh bulged out of the sides of his neck and two more doggy heads burrowed out. Six eyes locked on the bald man at all times. The bald man directly collapsed to the ground at the sight, pointing at Xiao Hei in a trembling voice. Earth, hell's three-headed dog. If it was the previously enlarged Blackie that made the bald man lose his confidence in winning the fight, then the current hell's three-headed dog made him directly lose his confidence in living. That's the legendary three-headed dog of hell. The legendary being who guards hell for the king of the underworld. Xiao Hei opened his big mouth and swallowed the bald man into his stomach with a single bite. Then all six eyes looked at Zhu Dajun at the same time. Zhu Dajuan's mouth didn't close for half a day, and he swallowed his saliva hard. His three views are constantly being shattered and he is constantly trying to rebuild them. Finally, he accepted the reality. He finally knew where his $100 million was. If this dog is the three-headed dog of hell, then, what is that great immortal? No, that's definitely not a person. Satan? Lucifer? Hades? Hades? Zhu Dajuan's eyes flashed with the light of ambition. That one wants to take me as a little brother, so I'm hesitating for a hammer. You want me to have a nightclub? I could give him my entire family fortune. Want my loyalty? My life is his now. Because, with this kind of horror booster, the South China Sea underworld, I won't be able to use it to give it back. I, Zhu Dajuan, am the king of the South China Sea underground world. TSK, TSK, TSK. I, Zhu Dajuan, have immortal destiny. Tai Nan honestly doesn't deceive me. At that moment, a teaser dog ball was kicked by Blackie with his paw. Zhu Dajuan smiled like. He pounced on the dog teaser ball and happily retrieved it. Zhu Dajuan fawned. It was the little one who was rude before. Master Little Black, let's go to the pharmacy again. The wind chime of the drugstore rang, and Zhu Dajuan came. This underground brother stood in the store not daring to move, honest as a quail. A crow flew down from upstairs, and Zhu Dajuan smiled sarcastically and lowered his head. He was now careful and respectful of every herb in the apothecary's store. Crow tilted his head and looked at Zhu Dajuan as he opened his mouth. Upstairs. With that, the raven flew towards the stairs. Raven, the crow speaks. Is this one like the three-headed dog from hell? After the shock passed, Zhu Dajuan stabilized his mind and walked towards the second floor. Second floor. Li Yang took out Zhu Dajuan's business card from the drawer and played with it. This business card is edged in gold and has a lot of texture. Li Yang felt that members of the Devil's Club should also have this kind of membership card to prove their identity. At this moment, Zhu Dajuan knocked on the door of the second floor and lowered his head. Fight. Bother you. Li Yang glanced at him. Come in. Zhu Dajuan walked inside the door and asked in a low voice. You? What are you really? Li Yang placed Zhu Dajuan's business card on the table and tapped the desktop. A huge pressure instantly enveloped the entire second floor. Zhu Dajuan looked up in horror. That boss in front of me is like a god at the top of the earth. Deity. The aura is powerful and dignified, making Zhu Dajuan ashamed of himself. Li Yang slowly stood up. It seems you're ready to give me your desire. After your desires are mine, I will erase your memory. From now on, there will be no more crossings, no more intersections? How's that gonna work? Zhu Dajuan plopped down on his knees, brooded for a moment, and riveted his strength to shout. Army, drifting for half a lifetime without meeting a clear master. Now, I would like to worship Mr. Lord and serve him from now on. The Imperial Palace nightclub? A meeting gift from Mr. Jun Xiaojun. This passage was the most cultured one that could come out of Zhu Dajuan's mouth. The corner of Li Yang's mouth pulled out an arc, and his hand touched towards Zhu Dajuan's head. As he slowly reached out, his body shifted. The flesh gradually faded, and the appearance of death gradually appeared. It turned into a skeleton wearing a black business shirt as Zhu Dajuan stared in awe. Li Yang's hoarse voice came from the skeleton's mouth. Looks like you chose the second way. Li Yang's skeletal hand was placed on Zhu Dajuan's head. Tell me your desires, and I grant you the right to become my slave. The voice was husky, very magnetic, and the low tone was the whisper of a demon. Zhu Dajuan's heart thumped wildly. This must be the Grim Reaper, the legendary king of hell. It's the only kind of being that's interested in something as abstract as desire. With this visual impact, this atmosphere, his desire came off. I've been in the business for 23 years, and I'm afraid of being arrested by the magistrates, and I'm afraid of being sought out by my enemies. Me, I want to hide and no one can find me. Who would have thought that such a pugnacious man, such an underground big shot who had killed his way out of the bloodshed, would have such desires? Desires are desires because they are never realized. To this point Zhu Dajuan has long been not alone. There are thousands of threads of money on the body. Where can he hide? P.S. Extra today. One more on the way. End of chapter. Chapter 19, The Shadow Demon. Li Yang laughed, his voice a bit eerie. Interesting desire. The black runes in his eyes collected Zhu Dajuan's desires. Li Yang walked to the table, his back to Zhu Dajuan, and the skeleton held the desire magic jar in both hands. The rich power of desire surged into the magic jar and became a black mist. The black mist gradually liquefied and became the potion of desire. Li Yang poured out a small portion of the desire potion and handed it to Zhu Dajuan. A gift for you. Drink it. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Dajuan drank the cup of desire potion in one go. After a few minutes, Zhu Dajuan looked at his hands in horror. His hands liquefied as if they kept dripping on the ground, and the parts that dripped on the ground turned into shadows. Immediately afterward, his entire body turned into a puddle of shadow. The shadow slowly gathered and changed into a human body once again, an almost transparent body, scarlet eyes, and demonic power surging through his body. An arcane message entered Zhu Dajuan's mind. Shadow Demon. Equivalent spiritual power, level 1. Talent, eating raw shadows. Shadow eating consumes mental energy to devour the shadow of a living creature. Creatures that are consumed by the shadow will have their physical strength, lifespan, and mental strength reduced. After devouring the shadow demon's mental power will slowly increase. With a thought, Zhu Dajuan changed back to his human state. He looked at Li Yang in horror and immediately kneeled down. Mr. Awesome. Nay, old Zhu is low in culture and awesome to walk the world. Li Yang sat back in his chair, his skeletal fingers tapping the desktop. From now on you're a lowly member of the Devil's Club. Your membership card will be sent to you by my apostle in a few days. You can go. The Devil's Club. The name was memorized by Zhu Dajuan. Zhu Dajuan stood up, his head kept low, and asked, and is the Empire nightclub also taken over by Mr. Apostle? Li Yang waved his hand, and Zhu Dajuan didn't dare to say more and hurriedly retreated. After Zhu Dajuan left, Li Yang changed back to his human body. He took his notebook out of his trench coat pocket and wrote the word apostle. The apostle is my advocate. The apostle is above the rest of the demons in the demon club. Currently, I have Black Witch, Hell's three-headed dog, and Demon Raven available as my apostles. But these three demons are not human. They have no identification with or understanding of human society. I should have a human apostle, but it can't be the powerful. The more common you are in human society, the better. The next day, Old Town, Silo, Li Yang counted his account balance. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, billions. Zhu Dajuan has 2 times. 100 million was transferred into his bank card so quickly. It was a lie that Li Yang wasn't excited in his heart. After a lifetime of living in poverty, seeing $1 billion today is almost as shocking as turning yourself into a Grim Reaper. Not only does money make the devil go away, but it also impresses the Grim Reaper. This Zhu Dajuan does have vigor and strength. $100 million isn't really something anyone can just take out. Ring ring ring. The phone rang with a sweet female voice. Hello sir, I'm the business manager of the South China Sea Merchants Bank, Xiao Tian. Your account balance has exceeded $5,000,000 and can be upgraded to a Black Diamond card for you in accordance with our bank regulations. The Black Diamond card enjoys privileges such as airport VIP lobby breaks, Clayton Hotel advance bookings, and reservation-free access to China Merchants Bank in South China Sea. Please, when do you have time? You can come to our bank to do so, Li Yang said. Tell me more. Aha, okay, here's my number. You can contact me when you have time. Li Yang hung up his computer, got up and dressed, put on his round hat and headed for the door. When he had money, the first thing he would do was to buy a house first, a villa. He needed a place to live that was as quiet as possible and large enough. Counting him, it was inconvenient to have 4 demons crammed into a crowded old town. Li Yang didn't take a taxi and got on a bus in front of the neighborhood. It's not the morning rush hour. There's room. He sat on the seat, leisurely reading the newspaper. A new property recently opened is not bad. The newspaper and television have advertised. Maybe it's a different mood. Or maybe it's because you're in the power of the devil and have $1 billion in your pocket. And public transportation, which you normally hate, has become interesting. Crying children, teenagers playing games, office workers eating breakfast to catch up on plans, Moncler Jackets outlet waiting to go grab an egg. Everything becomes mundane with meaning. Perhaps it is true that only when you are out of a certain class and look back can you realize that once the world was full of harmonious beauty and hear the voice of life. The bus ends at the destination Love Home Housing Company. Ijia Housing Company is a very large real estate and economic company, which has a variety of properties in the South China Sea. The door is very large, not compared to those small agents. Li Yang put away the newspaper and walked through the revolving door of Love Home Housing. Not far away, 3 young men and women were eyeing Li Yang as he walked into Love Home Housing. A young, beautiful woman marveled. Isn't this Li Yang? Came by bus? I told you it wasn't a rich kid, and you didn't believe me when I told you a long time ago. The other woman was dressed in a white shirt, narrow leather skirt, black silk heels and a little mom sense. She smoothed down her big waves and smiled awkwardly. Okay, I went off the deep end okay. These two beauties were none other than Li Xiaohan and Chen Yushi. Beside the two beauties, there was a young man who was not badly dressed. The youth opened his mouth and asked, "Who is Li Yang?" Sounded a little vinegary. "He's Li Xiaohan's boyfriend. A rich kid who was fighting over the family estate and running around the country trying to build a career and beat his competitor's brother. This time, I came to Love House Realty to buy a small apartment for Zhang Xiaohan." Zhang Xiaohan hurriedly wrapped her arms around the youth and pampered him. "Honey, I don't know him well. He's in Chen Yushi's class." Chen Yushi said a few days ago that he was a second-generation rich man, saying that his family was rich. Turns out he lives in Old Town. An embroidered pillow is all. The youth secretly gazed at Chen Yushi with a fiery gaze. He came to the South China Sea to visit a wealthy businessman at the South China Sea Green Sanatorium, but unfortunately ate a closed door. It was good that he had something else to gain. He met Zhang Xiaohan and Chen Yushi. Both beauties are in top shape and face. The youth could tell at a glance that these two were gold-worshipping whores, and he had the most tactics to deal with this kind of woman. This apartment purchase wasn't just for Li Xiaohan. Li Xiaohan and Chen Yushi were bosom friends, and when he returned to the north, these two sisters were sure to live in the apartment together, close to the water. You get the moon first. Not only did he want to take Zhang Xiaohan into his bed, Chen Yushi had no intention of letting go. Imagine, every time you come to Nanhai on business, there are two sisters like Jade serving. How cool it is. The youth laughed softly twice. That's okay, if it's one of your classmates, I can find him a job for your sake. End of chapter. Chapter 20, God's Heroes. Zhang Xiaohan bristled. No, why should we help him find a job? I hate people like Li Yang. Look at his clothes, that watch, it must be $100,000. Looks like a successful man with no pennies in his pocket. Vain men who like to pretend are the worst. Chen Yushi didn't say anything. She knew that this was Zhang Xiaohan using Li Yang to insinuate that she had looked away. Quite embarrassing. The youth had a generous look on his face. Alas, you can't say that. All men are good at saving face. I've seen a lot of shallow young men like him, to look like the social elite, so spare money on dressing up. How? Can't say he's bad because it's a common problem for most ordinary people. When life got tough he realized that he couldn't change his clothes for money. People, they still have to have real skills of their own. Zhang Xiaohan looked at the youth adoringly. You're so good dear. You're so philosophical in your speech. After saying that she glanced at Chen Yushi in a slightly conspicuous manner. Yushi in the future, you should keep your eyes peeled. Don't be fooled by that kind. Chen Yushi was a bit uncomfortable. Li Yang didn't lie to himself how to say as if he has been cheated of money and sex. Zhang Xiaohan nodded and tugged on the youth's lapel. Honey, when are you going to buy a house? What are we waiting for? The youth took out his cell phone and looked at it, grinning. Okay, it's okay, let's go. An hour later, Zhang Xiaohan excitedly chose a house type, and when the youth went to finish the formalities and came back, Zhang Xiaohan was confused. She looked at the youth in surprise. Honey, how come it's not full payment? The youth's eyes fluttered. Full payment is not appropriate. Installments are better. Don't worry, I'll pay all the monthly payments. This damn place, Nanhai, the house price is really damn high. I just asked for some money from my family and borrowed some from my good buddies. The credit card software just alerted him that his installment has been approved. With $500,000, there's nothing wrong with a down payment on a small apartment. Full payment? Are you kidding me? Zhang Xiaohan nodded plausibly. Anyway, it was not her who paid the mortgage. What was there to be afraid of? Soon, Zhang Xiaohan discovered a new problem. She awkwardly glanced at Chen Yushi and asked the youth, is it a mistake? How come I'm not the head of the household? The youth explained, I pay the mortgage. The head of the household must be me. It's okay, I'll just add your name to the real estate license in a few days. Chen Yushi glanced at her little sister with sad eyes. The guy obviously wasn't going to buy her a house and was fooling her. Zhang Xiaohan was not happy. Although I don't have to rent a house in the future and I have a new house that I don't have to pay for, I'm still not happy about it. The psychological fallout is too great. The youth could see Zhang Xiaohan's dissatisfaction and also saw the disdain under Chen Yushi's eyes, and there was anger in his heart. What's more, I can buy a small $1 million apartment just by saying so. Isn't it much better than what you guys just said about Li Yang? The youth's afterglow suddenly swept over someone. It was none other than the Li Yang they were talking about just now. The youth's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. That's when pulling a human beggar for comparison sets off your own excellence. The behavior was childish, but it worked well for a lowly gold-digging woman like Zhang Xiaohan. The youth took the excuse that he wanted to get to know their classmates and led the two beauties towards Li Yang. Li Yang looked seriously at a mural. That mural is of several angels holding a chalice. Ancient, esoteric. He thought it would be a good style to reference on the membership card. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Hello, are you Li Yang? Li Yang was dissatisfied with being interrupted in his thoughts and frowned at the visitor. It was an unknown youth. Along with Zhang Xiaohan and Chen Yushi, Li Yang's gaze was placed on Chen Yushi. The scent of desire in her was still the same. No more, no less. The youth's eyes darkened. Chen Yushi and Zhang Xiaohan are both forbidden properties that he has his eye on. And this beggar has the nerve to have ideas? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over with a professionally dressed woman. The middle-aged man slightly owed his body, extended his hand, and respectfully said, "Hello, I'm the sales director of Aya. My name is Wu. Thank you for choosing Aya." Li Yang shook hands. "Hello," with a smile on his face. The middle-aged man took out a card and handed it to Li Yang. "You really do have such good taste, and that mid-level villa definitely fits the bill. It's quiet. Since you are paying full price, you are being given a $200,000 gas card. For a big shot like Li Yang, who purchased a house for $88 million in one breath, Aya will definitely not be slow. 4. Such bigots are themselves worth much more than the value of the villa. Batten down the hatches if you can." After Li Yang said thank you, the middle-aged man owed his body and left, not daring to bother Li Yang more. The three of them, Zhang Xiaohan, directly froze in place for a long time. Mid-levels villa. Full payment? How much does a mid-level villa in Nanhai cost? They have no concept of it at all. The youth's face shifted as he held out his hand unnaturally, stuttering his words. "That, Mr. Li, hello, I'm from Binchang Wanhe Greening Company. He's come to the South China Sea to find a big brother to back him up." Who would have thought that the young man in front of him, younger than himself, was a goon? But he's too stupid and not smart enough to write everything on his face. Li Yang ignored the youth's outstretched hand. He said to Chen Yushi with a gentle smile, "Hello again." After saying that, he handed Chen Yushi the $200,000 fuel card in his hand. "I haven't thanked you for the last time you gave me a ride home." Chen Yushi's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This $200,000 in gas cards just like that? Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw the aura of desire gradually thickening on Chen Yushi's body. He guessed that Chen Yushi's desire was probably related to vanity or something like that. Surely, can the power of desire be cultivated? The corner of Li Yang's mouth lifted into a smile. "Are you guys here to buy a house too?" After saying this, Zhang Xiaohan and that young man could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Just now they were still despising Li Yang, but now they realized that he was the real guy. Chen Yushi stole a glance at her little sister, and then stole a glance at Li Yang. It was true that I still had a good eye. Chen Yushi enjoyed this feeling as she teased. "I didn't buy it. They both did." "Oh." Li Yang nodded and took out his bank card. "Still have some change. I'll give you a set." Those present couldn't believe their ears, the shock in their eyes undisguised. "What kind of hoe is this? A little bit of change. A house?" Chen Yushi herself was confused. "No, don't bother." The aura of desire on Chen Yushi's body was getting stronger and stronger, and the smile at the corner of Li Yang's mouth was getting stronger and stronger. "It's okay, I'm happy to." When Chen Yushi got her own real estate license, her brain was dizzy and she felt that she had dreamed a dream. Her dream of having a house of her own in the South China Sea had come true so easily. And her house is not some small apartment, but a large flat. Total price is in the $10 million range. Full payment. This Li Yang, to what extent is this luxury? Buying a house is like buying a cabbage. End of chapter. Chapter 21 Apostle. Raven. Chen Yushi looked at Li Yang completely at a loss for what to say as she gulped. "Li Yang, let me treat you to a meal." Li Yang had to go back tonight to pack and move, and to feed the cats and dogs and crows. It's been busy. He glanced at his watch and said, "Another time, I have things to do today." Chen Yushi hurriedly said, "Well, why don't we add you and me on WeChat? We're both old classmates and we don't even have WeChat." Li Yang nodded with a smiling face, took out her cell phone and added WeChat, and walked towards the outside of Aya. Chen Yushi hurriedly chased after him. "Li Yang, I'll give you a ride." Only the youth and Zhang Xiaohan were left in the lobby of the Love House. It was the first time the youth understood a phrase. In the South China Sea, I was afraid of little money, and in the Imperial City, I was afraid of little officials. The landlords of the South China Sea are horrible. A $200,000 gas card is given at the drop of a hat, and a $10 million flat is given at the drop of a hat. The point is, these two don't have a ing WeChat. Isn't sending a woman like Chen Yushi money just for that bit in bed? But Chen Yushi sent him to the door and he still refused. What a godly figure this is. The youth asked Zhang Xiaohan. "That Li Yang, Mr. Li WeChat do you have?" Zhang Xiaohan was still jealous and gave the youth a look without any good humor. "No," he said and huffed and puffed away. The following day, South China Sea, Dutai Building, conference room. A cold imperial lady in a tailored professional suit sat in the main seat. She had long hair that fell over her shoulders, every strand of it revealing an air of elegance. Deep eyes glinted slightly behind the lenses, and each flip through the document was filled with focus and power. The female secretary at her side asked carefully, "Mr. Su, what else do you need? Today, Mr. Su said he's going to meet with important guests in the conference room. That guest is very mysterious. Mr. Su doesn't allow anyone to come to this floor. That guest is so weird." Surprisingly, the conference table was set with pig's head, whole chickens and ducks, whole fish, and steamed buns. It's all cooked. Looks like some sort of ritual. Su Yutong pushed up the lenses of her glasses and pointed to the curtains. "Pull it all up, and, all surveillance on this floor is off. Tonight was the day of the appointment with Lord Death to meet with his apostle. Everything is treated with care." She'd looked up everything about hell and Death's apostles must be demons as well. So, she prepares the tributes the demons need as best she can. She wondered if she should get 2 virgins. She had heard that some demons liked it. The thought was snuffed out as soon as it occurred to her. Sacrificing 2 lives for something like that. She couldn't do it. Su Yutong said as she saw that the secretary had already drawn all the curtains. "Remember, no one is allowed here today." The secretary nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Su Yutong was also a little excited in her heart. After the last time she saw the greatness of Death, she became obsessed with this supernatural power. What is so amazing about the Apostle of Death? And how do they find their way into the conference room? After waiting for a long time, Su Yutong didn't wait for anyone to come in, and she's in no hurry. Su Yutong was flipping through the documents in her seat for the whole afternoon. It wasn't until the moon ascended into darkness and the streets were lit up with neon lights that Su Yutong heard someone knocking on the window. Su Yutong thought of something and immediately got up and walked towards the window. The heart pounded. Pull back the curtains and there's nothing but a crow tapping on the window. Su Yutong pulled back the curtains and prepared to return to her seat. That's when she heard the sound of dripping water. Su Yutong turned back, her beautiful eyes snapping wide. Only, the glass slowly melted and dripped to the ground, and the raven flew into the house. Before Su Yutong could return to her senses, that crow was already standing on the main desktop, staring grimly at Su Yutong. "How dare you, to blatantly shut this king out?" Since being the bird emperor of the Great Black Empire for a time, it has prided itself on being king. A king who suffered a tragic breakup of his country. Su Yutong looked at the crow in horror. That crow had a demonic snake wrapped around its body at the moment, and the demonic snake was hissing at Su Yutong as it bared its teeth unkindly. Su Yutong slowed down and hurriedly knelt down on one knee, bowing her head and respectfully saying, "I have not seen the apostle in his true form, and I blame my eyes for giving. Make amends to the king." Just now, when she heard the crows call themselves this king, Su Yutong immediately associated them. Could this raven have been some king in life and changed into a raven in hell? Or maybe this raven is a king in hell itself? Crow looked at Su Yutong in surprise. "What did you call the king? How dare someone call me king?" There is actually someone recognized my position as the Black Dragon Emperor of the Great Black Empire. Su Yutong trembled. Had she called her wrongly? She changed her tune in a heartbeat. "I beg your majesty's pardon." The crow was directly cranially climaxed by this sire's call, and it looked at Su Yutong with friendly eyes. "Level off." Su Yutong, the female president, was well behaved like a little girl in front of the crows, just standing in front of the crows. Raven was satisfied. "My name is Black Dragon, your majesty, here to read the will of my lord, Lord Death." Su Yutong lowered her head. "Your majesty, please." The raven was happy with this siren call. It had a smile in its eyes. "There's no need to be formal. Lord Death just asked you to complete 2 trial missions." Su Yutong froze for a moment. "Trial mission?" Raven said. "Trial missions are testing your abilities. You're lucky to be favored by Lord Death. Once you complete the mission, you will be eligible to enter the Demon Club, and you will be able to gain the power granted by Lord Death." There was a glint in Raven's eye. The power of the transcendent. Su Yutong's delicate body trembled. The Devil's Club. Is it a transcendental organization created by Lord Shinigami? Join the Devil's Club to gain the power of the overmind. The desires of an upper-class elite like her had long since been smoothed out, and she was less interested in anything. The chance to gain superhuman powers made her feel hot and bothered for a long time. Raven said, "For the first task, Lord Death wants you to prepare a body and place it in the graveyard on the outskirts of North City by midnight tomorrow. Remember, it has to be the meanest, most vicious body alive. The North Suburban Cemetery is not like the commercial cemeteries in the city, which are all dirt mounds. There are a number of villages on the outskirts of the North City, and the dead from all 10 villages are buried in the cemetery on the outskirts of the North City. It's very dark and just right for creating the undead." Su Yutong made a note of it and waited for Raven to say the second task. Raven said, "There's a man in the South China Sea named Zhu Dajuan. who was hunted down the other day and almost lost his life. Su Yutong looked at the crow with disbelief. Zhu Dejun was chased? Almost killed? No wonder Zhu Dajuan didn't show up the day before yesterday when he himself hosted a banquet at the emperor. So he was in trouble. Zhu Dejun was being hunted down this matter himself. The uncrowned king of the development zone didn't know about it, but Lord Death knew about it. Is there anything that Shinigami-sama doesn't know? Raven continued. You have to find out the truth about Zhu Dajuan being hunted down and killed within a week, and you have to find out who's behind it. After listening to Xiao Hei's protection of Zhu Dejun, Li Yang was interested in the bald killer who could dodge bullets. He wondered if that counted as a transcendent. End of chapter. Chapter 22 Demon Club Membership Card. The Raven said, fluttering its wings and preparing to leave. Well, that's it. This king sees you as agreeable, so this king will speak more favorably for you in front of the master. Su Yutong hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please wait. Raven stood at the window and turned to look at Su Yutong in confusion. Su Yutong removed the bracelet worth millions and handed it to Crow. Your Majesty, a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. The more Crow looked at Su Yutong, the better he looked at her. Su Yutong continued, It's my birthday in 2 days, and the party is at the South China Sea International Showroom. If Your Majesty would be so kind as to attend, it would surely be a great honor for Yutong. Su Yutong's birthday party was not as simple as to celebrate her own birthday, but to take advantage of her birthday to deepen her relationship with various partners. The phrase Su Yutong invited Crow to the birthday banquet was just that. She knew that His Majesty, the Black Dragon, would never attend a business banquet for a mortal like her, so she wasn't even hopeful. But then, whether His Majesty comes or not is one thing, and whether he invites himself or not is another. If people don't come themselves, they don't shout. That's their own ignorance. It was the way of the business world, and she didn't know if it could work on a transcendent. Anyway, there are many people with many gifts. As for whether or not to invite Lord Death, she didn't have the guts. The crow glanced at Su Yutong, didn't say anything, and fluttered its wings to leave. After the crow left, Su Yutong's brain began to race. The corpse that Death wants is definitely not an ordinary corpse. The fiercest, the most evil. Did something happen in the prison? A particular corpse on death row in prison that Lord Death wants? Su Yutong dialed a phone number. Warden's son. Excuse me, South China Sea. Inside a mid-mountain villa. The living room, which had a rich artistic and luxurious atmosphere, had Rattle ambling around the table, fiddling with some pieces of paper with his cheeks. Moving to a new home was supposed to be fun. The last silo, she had to sleep in the living room. Now that she had her own room, she couldn't be happier. The only person to blame for everything is that capitalist Li Yang. Shaker glanced blearily at Li Yang, who was sitting on the couch watching TV. Li Yang, can I watch the tablet? Today it's the second column dueling with his brother. Li Yang didn't look back. No need to look. His brother is dead. Shaking Bell looked at Li Yang incredulously. The large eyes gradually fogged over. Battered Nissan. Dead? Li Yang continued. You make the membership card and I'll give you back the tablet. The membership card Li Yang wanted was definitely not an ordinary membership card. He wants a membership card that is watertight and won't be easily torn up and destroyed. The patterns and lettering on the membership cards are only visible to the demons. The membership card is an invitation to the demon club and a status symbol for demons that must be both resilient and stealthy at the same time. The only one who can make this kind of card is the Black Witch's Black Witchcraft that can do it. Rattlesnake wiped her tears in aggravation, her small hands constantly changing gestures, using black sorcery to make the cards Li Yang's asked for. She regretted not practicing properly. It was too difficult for her to make this kind of card with only first-level mental power. A card of this kind is already a treasure in itself, a transcendental item, for ordinary people. Li Yang didn't pay attention to the ringing bell, his fingers tapping the sofa one by one, obviously thinking about something. He's going to turn the Imperial nightclub into the Devil's Club, and he needs someone to be the apparent boss of the Imperial nightclub, to be Zhu Dajuan's boss. In the future, not only the Emperor nightclub, he would have all kinds of industries, all needing someone to stand in the open. Rattle, Crow, Black Dog, these three definitely can't, because all three are not human and have no legal status in the human world. As for yourself, if you can live a little, live a little, all the bosses in the human world don't become corporations anymore. Why should he, the Grim Reaper, be a corporation? For a human being to be an apostle is imminent. This person can't be too conspicuous yet. How about finding a living dead person to be a puppet? Li Yang thought and asked to Shaking Bell. Did you find those people I asked you to look for? Li Yang had asked Rattle to find some dying widows and orphans to turn into the living dead to establish the cleaner system used to erase demonic traces. Shaker twisted her head around, wiping tears from her eyes as she did so. Found it. All in all corners of the South China Sea. They don't have money for treatment waiting to die at home. I'll write you the address in a moment. Li Yan was silent. He needed a human apostle right now. Those people that Rattle said were spread out in all corners of the South China Sea. When would it take to pick them out one by themselves? How about taking your chances at the hospital yourself? There are too many people in hospitals who suffer from illnesses. In case someone is suitable to be their own apostle, one's apostles may not all have to be widows and orphans like the cleaners. As long as the social status isn't obvious, the ability is outstanding. And there aren't many friends or family around who can't easily reveal the identity of the demon. It's quite suitable. The following day, the first hospital of South China Sea Medical University. Ambulance parked in front of the hospital. A few nurses and doctors nimbly put the patient on the stretcher car. Towards the emergency fast running. They're fighting death. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. There's a severe burn victim. The nurse yelled at the top of her lungs as she ran. There has been an awesome flu in the South China Sea lately, and hospital emergency rooms are almost full. Finally the stretcher cart was wheeled to the emergency room. The chief of surgery looked at the man on the stretcher with a stony face. Mind test. Mind protect. Quick. The man's injuries were treated urgently in the ambulance. All clothing that could be removed from his body was taken off, revealing the scarlet color. Some of the clothes had stuck to the flesh and could only be cut off a little with scissors. At this level, the end is set, and he doesn't have much longer. Pre-treatment of burns of this magnitude is most important, and even though the man's chances are slim, the chief of surgery proceeds calmly. Even if he couldn't be saved, he wanted him to go in comfort. Repent. I repent. The man mumbled in pain. The chief of surgery asked in a rush, "What did you say?" The man broke off. "I should have run. I could have run. I shouldn't have saved her. But I saw a little girl there and I didn't hold back." He passed a store at noon that had an explosion. He shielded the little girl next to him with his body, but he himself was splattered solidly with kerosene. The Surgeon General stood in awe. "You saved lives. You're great." The man groaned in pain. "Ha! I'm not great at all. I want to get married. I'm getting married tomorrow." The chief of surgery frowned. "You're getting married tomorrow? Where's the bride?" The man's breathing began to weaken. "She's at the airport. I was supposed to pick her up there. How did this happen? Why didn't I run?" The nurses present had red eyes. Tomorrow was the most handsome day of his life, and he'd ended up in this situation to save a little girl he didn't care about. It's a hero, but why is the hero only honored but not rewarded? The Surgeon General knew the man could not be saved, and he increased the cardiac dosage for the man, saying, "The bride will be here soon. Let's go get her." End of chapter. Chapter 23, The First Human Apostle. In the hospital, the man's breath was getting fainter and fainter. The whites of his eyes rolled out as he struggled to keep them open. "Doctor, I'm in so much pain. Am I going to die?" The Surgeon General looked at the instrument display as the man's blood pressure was getting lower and lower. He reassured, "It won't. Don't get any ideas." He struggled to catch his breath, pleading, his voice weak. "Doctor, please, help me. Help me. I don't want to die. I want to get married." His name is Du Yongming. His parents left early, and his grandmother passed away even after raising him to high middle school. Du Yongming worked hard and saved money on food and clothing, and managed to get into a key teacher's college with his hard work. A child with no support grew up to be a great teacher on her own. From being a teacher with nothing, to saving enough for a down payment and having a girlfriend who loves him. It's bittersweet and inspirational. Unfortunately, it's also an intended tragedy. The Surgeon General's phone rang and it was the nurse who had been sent out to pick up the bride-to-be. He picked up the phone and the sobbing female voice on the line was that of the bride-to-be. The head of surgery passed the phone to Du Yangming's ear. "Bride's phone." There was light in the man's eyes, desperately trying to keep his increasingly sunken eyes open. "Akatsuki, I may not be able to wait for you." The female voice on the phone suppressed a sob. "You can wait. You can wait. Wait for me. I'll be there soon." The man flashed a smile and closed his eyes. "It's kind of reassuring to walk in the tenderness of your beloved." The chief of surgery glanced at the EKG inside. "Go prepare the morgue paperwork." With that, he headed outside. He had other patients. It happens every day in the emergency room. The nurse silently placed the white sheet over the man's head. The man slowly opened his eyes and was greeted by white curtains, a white ceiling, and the sound of machines in his ears. "It's still in that emergency room. I think I just had a dream that I died." A doctor at the bedside watched him silently. This doctor is different from the one earlier. He was a little taller, wore a mask, and you could tell he was a young man by his eyebrows. The man said, "Doctor, I don't seem to be in as much pain as I was. Will I get better?" The doctor shook his head. "No, you'll die." The words were merciless and cold. The man had expected this, and he looked at the doctor expectantly. "Well, can I wait until she does?" The doctor shook his head again. "Can't wait. This doctor speaks cruelly." The man looked up at the ceiling and mumbled random thoughts in his head. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." The doctor said, "It's not hard to live. It depends on the way you want to live. The man felt that the doctor meant what he said. He tried very hard to suppress the weakness and said in an expectant, thirsty, pleasing tone, I'll do anything I'm asked to do to stay alive. I want to live. Help me, doctor. Whatever it takes, as long as I live. Is there anything the hospital can do? He's so far out of his mind that he's delusional enough to think that there's some unseemly human experiment at the hospital that will keep him alive. Are you really willing to do whatever it takes to live? The doctor stood up slowly, and the air seemed to grow heavy as the entire emergency room fell into depression. The man's eyes showed horror. The doctor's appearance changed, and he wasn't even human. It was a skeleton wearing a white coat and a mask. Is this a hallucination or is it real? If it's true, death came for me on my deathbed? What am I going to pay? I'm willing no matter what. The man couldn't wait. The fire of the soul burned in Li Yang's eyes as he took out a wooden jar from his arms and a hoarse voice came out of his mouth. You will lose your ordinary life. You'll become a demon that lurks on earth. Execute my call at any time. The man breathed heavily. I do. Whatever it takes to survive. Li Yang poured the desire potion from the wooden jar into the man's mouth. What was in the potion was the man's desire. This man's desire is to live. Li Yang withdrew the power of death that was maintaining the man's conversation with himself. The man drank the potion. His heart resumed beating, and the instruments connected to the man showed that the man's vital features were returning. An arcane message entered the man's mind. Vampire, favored by death, king of the night, and dominator of black magic. Vampires are immortal and will recover from any injury, no matter how heavy. In the dark, a vampire's injuries will recover at an extremely fast rate. Vampires are immortal, and the only way to kill a vampire is if the vampire's demonic body is exposed to direct sunlight. Talent, blood drawing. Blood drawing, you can grow your mental strength by sucking blood. With severe burn injuries like the man's, he could recover quickly just by turning into a vampire at the moment. But men aren't stupid enough to turn into a vampire in a hospital. Come see me tonight. Li Yang said an address to the man and told the man to meet himself at the villa at night. He intended to make this man his apostle. He admired the man. Li Yang was a graduate of medical school and knew too well the man's injuries. An injury that would not last long. But this man was a strong-minded fellow who could fight his willpower to last this long. Secondly, the fact that the man is dying and only has a fiancée heading this way shows that he has a small social circle. Together, these 2 points were just what Li Yang wanted. That's why Li Yang wasn't stingy with his apostle and gave him the entire desire potion. It's not okay to have your own apostle with low combat power. After doing this, Li Yang twisted his head and walked out of the emergency room, crumpling the white coat he was wearing into a ball and throwing it into the trash. A tear-stained woman brushed past him and rushed into the emergency room, led by a nurse. After a moment, the chief of surgery walked quickly back to the emergency room with a shocked look on his face. Led by the chief of surgery, the nurse and the woman rushed into the operating room pushing the man's stretcher bed. A nurse eyed them and wiped a tear from her eye and sighed. This is love. They stood at the pinnacle of love and laughed at the impotence of death. Li Yang took his round hat and put it on his head, lowered the brim, and walked towards the outside. At night, a swarm of dark bats swept over the full moon and surrounded the sky above the mid-level villa. The bats landed on the ground and gathered together into a single figure. In the courtyard of the villa, the frolicking crows and black dogs looked in unison at the man at the door. He was wearing a hospital gown and bandages. Du Yangming sensed a peculiar aura on the crow and the black dog. He realized that this crow and the black dog were not considered normal creatures like himself. Du Yangming was a little nervous. This mansion is the residence of that being. The gorgeous villa was like a monster giving him such a strong oppressive feeling that he could barely catch his breath. Stiffly, under the watchful eyes of Raven and Black Dog, he walked through the cottage gates. He was invited here and did not dare to be late. Vampires. End of chapter. Chapter 24, Extra. Emperor Nightclub. Inside the villa, Li Yang played with the membership card in his hand. This card was created by Rattle with the Black Witch's Black Witchcraft over the course of a day. The card is black in color. The card depicts 3 demons wearing black robes and white hoods. The demon in the very center had a voluptuous and dynamic physique and was clearly seen to be female. These 3 demons represent the Raven, the Black Dog, and the Rattle. The 3 demons held a skull, and the skull represented Li Yang. The top of the card says Low Shadow Demon, meaning low-level member, Shadow Demon. This card belongs to Zhu Dajuan. Of course, the patterns and words on it are only visible to creatures with transcendent powers. In the eyes of an ordinary person, this was nothing more than an ordinary, black card of unknown material. The rattlesnake at the desk grunted and took a sip of milk tea, looking at Li Yang pitifully. Li Yang, I've finished one. Can I watch some cartoons? Li Yang glanced at her. Self-explanatory. Rattlesnake hurriedly covered his ears. Don't dramatize. I'll do it. Can't I finish it? Li Yang looked to the door where a man stood. It's Du Yangming. Li Yang nodded at the sofa on the side. Sit. Du Yangming sat down restlessly. He kept his head down, not daring to look around. After entering the villa until now, he felt like he had entered another world. Spooky crows and black dogs, maidens full of mystery. The one sitting on the couch exuded an oppressive power. The black cards in his hands were also unusual too. This is a world that belongs to the transcendent. A world that belongs to the level of matter that transcends the mundane. Du Yangming could sense that the youth fiddling with the black card on the sofa was the same Shinigami of the day. Li Yang frowned. Why haven't you recovered from your injuries? Vampires recover quickly from any multiple injuries in the dark. Du Yangming's body was obviously still in a state of serious injury. Du Yangming didn't dare to raise his head and respectfully said, I can control the speed of my recovery, and I'm afraid that if I recover too quickly I'll be noticed as abnormal. Besides, these injuries are no big deal to me now. Li Yang nodded. Du Yangming carefully glanced at Li Yang, hesitated for a moment, and extended his hand. The nails grew instantly, glistening with a dangerous sheen. Du Yangming asked with a complicated face, Master, what is my current condition? Why have you given me this power and a new life? Li Yang said, There's no need to call me master, just sir. Du Yangming nodded seriously. Yes, sir, Li Yang said slowly. You should know very well what you are now. Consider it a moment of weakness on my part to take your soul. Again, I happen to need someone to do something for me. From now on, you are my apostle. Du Yangming's mouth was slightly open, his heart horrified. Apostle? Reapers. Apostle? Yes, vampires are death's favorites and call themselves death's favored ones. You're a direct messenger of death? Serving one god. Unexpected. Frightened. Panicked. Oodles and oodles of feelings mixed together, surprisingly inexplicably forming an emotion called glory. Du Yangming firmly said, Sir, whatever you need me to do, I will do it. Li Yang held the membership card between his index and middle fingers and flicked it lightly. Du Yangming hurriedly caught it with both hands. Li Yang's indifferent voice rang out. Give this card to its owner first. Empire Nightclub. Late at night the Imperial Nightclub is at its busiest, talking about cooperation, celebrating success, and flattering relationships. The Imperial Nightclub is the best choice and the best sincerity. All kinds of luxury cars were parked at the entrance, and the guests entering and leaving the Imperial Nightclub were well dressed. Anyone who can spend money here is at least a middle-class cheapskate. The porter ushered the guests respectfully. A strange man raised the alarm of the porter. The strange man wore a black raincoat that wrapped his body tightly and took steady steps toward the door. That's not like coming to spend money. The doorman quietly said something on his headset's work channel and greeted him with a professional smile. Sir, welcome to the Imperial Nightclub. Are you here to see someone or? Halfway through his sentence, the porter froze as he took in the man's appearance under the hood of his raincoat. The strange man had a bandage wrapped around his face, covering most of it, showing only his mouth, eyes, and some of the skin of his cheeks. He was none other than Du Yangming. Du Yangming said in a low voice, Looking for someone. The porter gulped. He had seen the outlaws in the shadows of the Imperial Nightclub. The man had quite an icy aura about him, more oozing than the outlaws. Sure enough, it's a smasher. At that moment, Mad Wolf's voice rang through the porter's headphones. Take him to the 8th floor. Horror crossed the bottom of the doorman's eyes. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly welcomed Du Yangming into the nightclub. To the 8th floor of the Imperial Nightclub. The porter had no business stepping into the 8th floor corridor and kept his head tightly bowed, not even daring to look at it. If he sees something he shouldn't, he won't survive. The 8th floor is even more lavishly decorated, and to the eyes of ordinary people this is heaven. On both sides of the corridor stood princesses who looked like stars, standing meticulously in standard ceremonial positions in high heels. A beautiful woman in professional attire respectfully saluted Du Yangming, twisted her small waist, and led Du Yangming to the 888 private room. When Du Yangming passed by, the 2 rows of princesses owed a bow, their voices sweet. For the first time, he knew that there were places like this in the world. The owner of this place is definitely a big shot that one has to look up to. To be precise, it was the big man that his former self had to look up to. Now, one is a messenger of death. Du Yangming raised his head and looked at the waitress who was leading the way in front of him. Perhaps even this waitress was above board for her own self a day ago. Suddenly, Du Yangming was attracted by the waitress's white neck, very white and tender. He gulped. I don't know how delicious it is when you bite into it. Du Yangming was taken aback by his own thoughts. He's a vampire. He's going to suck blood, but he doesn't want to hurt innocents. Finally arriving at private room 888, the waitress pushed open the door and respectfully said, Mr. Zhu, your guest has arrived. A hearty laugh rang out in the private room. Ha 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 ha, come on in. Zhu Dajuan immediately got up from the sofa, and the moment he took a closer look at Du Yangming, his pupils shrunk. There's no shadow on this one. He's not human. Zhu Dajuan quickly hid his inner surprise and warmly greeted him. taking the initiative to stretch out his hands to shake hands, with a very low stance. I apologize for not greeting your excellency in person for fear of causing unnecessary trouble for you. Please sit down quickly. In a moment, I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Horror flickered in the waitress's eyes. Looking at the entire South China Sea, who is qualified to make Mr. Zhu lower his posture like this? She bowed respectfully and left carefully. Du Yongming, on the other hand, glanced fondly at the waitress's neck once again and gulped. He was hungry, and an overwhelming hunger was consuming him. Zhu Dajuan's eyes showed meaning and quietly nodded his headset. End of chapter. Chapter 26, the first venue of the Devil's Club. Zhu Dajuan sat beside Du Yongming, his but only daring to dip the sofa a little, and asked in a small voice, Your Excellency, that gentleman, what are his orders? Being treated so respectfully by a great man, it was impossible for Du Yongming to not have a ripple in his heart, but he wouldn't show it. He was representing the face of death at the moment. He took out a black card from his pocket and said indifferently, The owner asked me to give you the membership card. Zhu Dajuan even rubbed his hand on his expensive suit and carefully accepted the card. After becoming a demon, he has superhuman powers and can see things on cards that are invisible to mortals. Low Shadow Demon. Zhu Dajuan immediately understood. The Devil's Club. The membership card must be a status symbol for Devil's Club members. Zhu Dajuan secretly squeezed the membership card. It's definitely not a piece of paper or metal. I don't know what it's made of. Du Yongming continued. From now on, half of the Imperial nightclub is used for normal business. The other half is private for members of the Devil's Club. This, henceforth, is the Devil's Club of the South Seas. Zhu Dajuan chewed on Du Yongming's words, absorbing all the meaning into his brain. The fact that half of the Imperial nightclub is used for normal business suggests that the Devil's Club wants to hide on Earth and doesn't want to be exposed to the public. After all, the Imperial nightclub would attract a lot of attention if it suddenly closed down and was only used for private purposes. Also, the Emperor nightclub is the Devil's Club of the South Seas. Does that mean that there are many other Devil's Clubs hidden in this world? It turned out that the transcendental world had always been by his side. He just wasn't qualified to reach that level. Since demons truly exist in this world, is it true that other transcendent beings, as well as the legendary immortal cultivators, also exist? Zhu Dajuan felt his blood boiling, and the tiger's eyes suppressed a bearish wild hope. Du Yongming continued. That part of the Devil's Club is going to be redecorated. It can't just be a place of lights and red lights. Entertainment and recreational facilities such as dance halls, music venues and cafes, as well as catering, guest rooms and meeting rooms must be available. The master has commanded that the Demon Club be as accommodating as possible, as well as unleashing the desires of its members. Zhu Dajuan took out a small book to carefully record Du Yongming's words. This apostle was sent to take over the Imperial nightclub, and would probably be his direct superior from now on. There's also the most important thing, Du Yongming added. Zhu Dajuan recorded. Go ahead. Du Yongming looked deeply at Zhu Dajuan. To prepare a cozy suite for the master, Zhu Dajuan said in a daze. He will come? There is still a chance for the little one to meet that being? Zhu Dajuan didn't dare to call death by his first name. He didn't have the guts to go to the pharmacy to bother Li Yang. Zhu Dajuan thought that the Grim Reaper was either playing games with the world or had a special mission, which was why he was in that tiny drugstore. Death granted himself demonic powers purely out of a whim or interest in his own desires. Otherwise one would never have the chance to see that incredible presence in one's life. How can I dare to see God before I get the divine order? Du Yongming snorted. What a master! It would be an honor for you to come here. The master may not descend here, but a dwelling place belonging to the master cannot be absent. Zhu Dajuan nodded repeatedly. Du Yongming stood up. Well, it's time for me to go and do your errands. He had to show up in the hospital room before his girlfriend went back to the hospital. Zhu Dajuan hurriedly said, My lord, wait, please give me your bank card number in the human world. Everything that comes in from the Imperial nightclub from now on will be credited to that card. Du Yongming gave out his bank card number. Zhu Dajuan wouldn't be stupid enough to find out who the owner of this card was. Whatever identity is found out, it's the devil's disguise on earth. He's not going to make himself uncomfortable. Du Yongming was about to leave again when Zhu Dajuan called out to Du Yongming again. Du Yongming frowned at Zhu Dajuan. Zhu Dajuan had a fawning smile on his face. Your excellency comes once in a while. Why don't you enjoy yourself? Du Yongming didn't understand what Zhu Dajuan meant. Zhu Dajuan nodded his headset. Come in. Mad Wolf pushed the door open and a fragrant breeze hit him. Outside the door, a group of women like Jade, dressed in their own styles, entered in style. Lolita, career suit, graceful lady, home costume, maid's costume, bikini, domestic, foreign, all different types of superb. Zhu Dajuan revealed a smile that all men understand. There are Lolitas, teenage girls, young women, mature women, and some for the first time. Du Yongming's throat shrugged. Women's blood interests him more. especially the two young girls, whose virgin blood is like an irresistible poison. Xu Dajuan came close to Du Yongming and whispered, "It's all dutiful treats for you, and it doesn't matter if you get someone killed. I can handle it all." Xu Dajuan couldn't tell if Du Yongming's lust for the waitress from earlier was lust or appetite. These women are in a special situation. Their lives have long been sold to Xu Dajuan. If it wasn't to please Du Yongming, he really couldn't afford to take out these great treasures. Du Yongming's eyes glowed with a cold light as he instantly struck out, strangling Xu Dajuan's neck to death. "Don't you presume to speculate on my mind." Xu Dajuan looked at Du Yongming in horror and nodded with difficulty. After Du Yongming left, the women in the private room all left, leaving only Xu Dajuan and Crazy Wolf who were drinking mulled wine. Mad Wolf organized his words and spoke hesitantly. "Boss, what's with that guy?" Xu Dajuan scratched his big back. "People who can't afford to be offended." The private room was quiet for a moment. Xu Dajuan laughed to himself. "It's the first time in years that I've kissed a horse's ass on the hoof. You can't really guess what's in the devil's mind." Xu Dajuan patted Crazy Wolf's shoulder and asked, "Wolf, have you ever patted a horse's ass to the hoof? Tell me to make my brother happy." Mad Wolf's eyelids drooped and he said grimly, "If you ask me that, there is. That was 5 years ago. I had a great buddy at the time and sought to give my good buddy a good time." Xu Dajuan froze for a moment. "And then?" Mad Wolf despondently lit a cigarette and said quietly, "I didn't know until the three of us met later. My buddy is my best buddy's girlfriend." Xu Dajuan was silent for a long time before finally spitting out 2 words. "Awesome. Much better mood. Get a designer to come to my place tomorrow. 1 a.m. North City Suburban Cemetery. The lights are chaotic. The surroundings are lonely. The wild winds and weeds are wary of each other. And the moon is hastily closing." A raven streaked through the darkness and landed on a man's shoulder. The man wore a tailored suit, a black trench coat, and a bowler hat on his head. It looked eerie in the eerie graveyard. Li Yang stroked the crow's head. Crow came close to Li Yang and whispered a few words, telling Li Yang where Su Yutong had put the body. After last time, Crow didn't go back to Su Yutong, the time and place of storage of that body that Li Yang wanted. Crow was letting his little brother ask. Raven's minions are a variety of birds. Those birds were enchanted by the crows and could bring the crows' voices out and Su Yutong's voice back. End of chapter. Chapter 27, Creating the Undead. Li Yang lifted his leg and walked towards the location where the body was stored. It was in a dirt grave bag in the very center of the cemetery. Li Yang followed the arcane memories in his mind and began to prepare for the ritual of creating the undead. He drew spells nearby, and obscure incantations came out of his mouth, traveling through the dark graveyard as if whispered by the undead. The wind picked up in the graveyard, and the air surged toward the earthen grave bag. An invisible sense of oppression came over people, making their hearts clench and not daring them to take a big breath. There was a sound from within the mound of earth, knocking on the coffin boards, one by one, as if on a door. At this point, cracks appeared in the earthen grave bag. Click! A pale hand broke through the ground with wood chips. At that moment, Li Yang's ears twitched as he looked behind him, his gaze piercing through the darkness. Someone's coming. Li Yang's eyes narrowed. Then the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile as he patted the crow's head. Go to Su Yutong. The raven spread its wings and flew towards the city, leaving a trail of shadows under the moon. Li Yang, on the other hand, walked towards the depths of the cemetery, his straight posture disappearing into the darkness. The earthen burial mound was still cracking, and the horrible undead were about to be born. Everyone, this is where we'll be broadcasting live tonight. The North City Suburb Cemetery with the heaviest and fiercest Qi in the South China Sea. A man and a woman stand outside the cemetery on the outskirts of North City. One of them carries a video camera and films the eerie graveyard. The woman was broadcasting live with a microphone. The anchor woman has a name tag on her chest that reads Big Army Culture Company. She is a small anchor under the hand of Xu Dajuan. Although Dajuan Culture Limited is just a company that Xu Dajuan puts on the surface and uses to cover up his real business, it is definitely not an empty-headed company. Dajuan Culture has office buildings, mainly reporting on social customs, people's livelihood, as well as positive energy. Xu Dajuan's apparent identity is a serious media businessman. Fighting feudal superstition starts with me. Tonight Joy will be the spirit-detecting anchor and show you the most frightening suburban cemetery in the North City rumored to be the most frightening. I'll show everyone that there are no ghosts in this world. As the anchor woman finished her words, the cameraman cooperated by sweeping the camera across the cemetery on the outskirts of the northern city and giving close-ups of the earth burial mounds. I don't know if the gimmick of a graveyard on the outskirts of the northern city was too eye-catching, but the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly grew by leaps and bounds. Hundreds and hundreds went up. The anchor woman was inwardly surprised. She's always been at the bottom of the company, and at this rate she should be out of a job. So she saber-rattled her way to the cemetery for a live broadcast. She's been bold since she was a little girl. She despises those who are afraid of ghosts. Where in the world are ghosts? The anchor woman is kind of nice to look at. Anchor, I advise you not to play. It's very fierce here. I was bitten to death by a zombie here when I was a kid. I suspect there's a job tonight, and in a few moments the anchor will hire actors to pretend to be ghosts and scare people. The anchor woman hurriedly said, "Guys, don't worry. Tonight's broadcast is absolutely real. Look at the name of the live room. Big Army Culture, Positive Joy. Tonight's main objective is to combat feudal superstition. Without further ado, let's go see what's going on at the Northside Suburban Cemetery." The anchor woman gave the cameraman a hand signal and the two of them just walked towards the graveyard. She pointed to a grove of trees. "A lot of people say they meet ghosts here. Those are rumors with no scientific basis. But I'm standing right here. Why don't the ghosts come to me? Since it doesn't dare to come to me, but I dare to come to it. Go into the woods and dish him out." Asterisk 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 asterisk. The anchor woman was speaking eloquently to the camera when she heard the cameraman suddenly yell. The anchor woman and the audience in the live broadcast room were startled by the voice. The live broadcast room exploded. "Scared the hell out of me. All the fuss in the middle of the night. Look at that. Look at that. I told you there was a script, didn't I? It looks like the actors are coming out, right? Hurry up. Let the actor who plays the ghost come out. Man, let's see if the ghost is a good-looking one." The anchor woman glared at the photographer. "What's wrong with you?" They weren't going to use a script this time, so there was no part of the photographer fussing about creating panic. The photographer pointed to the side with a trembling hand. "Look at that." The anchor woman followed the photographer's finger and her pupils contracted violently, only to see a man with his back to them about 100 meters in the distance. It just stood straight up and twitched twice every now and then. "It's a bit oozy in the middle of the night." The anchor woman glanced at the live feed. "He's a dedicated guy, twitching rhythmically. It's too much of a show in the middle of the night." The anchor woman explained. "That's not our cast. I promise. There are many villages on the outskirts of the North City and there may be some special customs, like sacrificing your family in the middle of the night or something." The anchor woman mused for a moment, sighing, "Or maybe I'm dreaming about family and friends in another world, so I get up and visit. The ghosts that people are afraid of are the very same friends and family that these people are thinking about. At any rate, there's a connection with that gentleman, and I wonder if he'd be willing to give us an interview." With that, the anchor woman gestured at the cameraman to follow. The photographer hesitated and whispered, "Joy, there's no need to play so big, is there? In case that guy doesn't look normal. In case he's a psychopath with violent tendencies. It's too dangerous." The anchor woman whispered, "If we don't go to interviews, people will think we're scripted. Look at the live feed. So many people. Why are we here in the middle of the night? You don't want to get ahead of yourself." The photographer hesitated. The anchor woman looked at the photographer with contempt. "You don't think there's a ghost and you're scared, do you?" The photographer gritted his teeth. "Afraid of nothing. Where are the ghosts in this world? Let's go." The two of them were walking one after the other, and the live feed was a crowd of thousands of people who were eating. The anchor woman walked up behind the strange man and spoke enthusiastically. "Hello, sir. I'm so sorry to bother you. We're doing a live broadcast. Is it convenient to ask you a few questions?" The man turned his head slowly, a frighteningly pale face with empty, lifeless eyes. He didn't say anything either. He just stood there frozen, twitching occasionally. The live stream pop-up screen swiped up again. "Looks really scary. This makeup under the capital A. Hiss. The actors don't even look like they're acting. Scaring the out of me. For the sake of the actors being so dedicated, I take back what I said about spraying you guys. It's all just a means to please me." The anchor woman was also frightened enough that she glared angrily at the photographer for the first time. She suspected that this photographer had taken matters into his own hands and really found an actor. After all, he was the first to spot the strange man. The photographer's expression gradually became horrified and his legs began to shiver. The live feed blew up as well. "This nigga. Special effects? Special effects hammer. It doesn't look fake. Should I call the police on this situation?" The anchor woman looked back in confusion, her mouth gradually opening wide. The scene in front of her struck her like a thunderbolt, and the microphone slipped and fell to the floor. The weirdo, no, the monster. The creature shifted its body slowly, its joints twisting unnaturally, like a bizarre mechanical dance. A ribbed bone expanded from under its skin and grew larger. Like a hand stretching it, the monster gradually increased in height to nearly 3 meters. It slowly opened its mouth, the flesh of its mouth tearing up to the base of its ears, and several razor-sharp trails of blood foam could be seen. Roar! A dry, strange roar almost scared the anchor woman's soul away. End of chapter. Chapter 28, The Scent of Conspiracy in Nanhai City. The anchor woman had been shocked and confused. The legs kept trembling, forgetting the action of running. The cameraman let out a strange cry, dropped his filming equipment, and dragged the anchor woman towards the outside in a frantic run. The anchor woman breathed heavily, nearly losing her mind. Luckily, instinct allowed her to keep up with the photographer. She glanced back. The creature just stared at them eerily, with no intention of catching up. Anchorwoman, they didn't know that it wasn't that the monster didn't like to kill, but it was because the monster was still in the process of becoming undead. If it had finished sucking up the Yin-Chi within the graveyard at this moment, the anchorwoman and the cameraman would definitely not have survived. The anchorwoman and the cameraman had never run so fast in their lives and finally reached the parking spot. The photographer swallowed the spittle stuck in his throat. "Help me get the keys out of my pocket. My hands are stiff." Fear filled the anchorwoman's eyes and she trembled as she pulled out the keys from the cameraman's pocket. "Unlock the door. Get in the car. Fire it up." The car headed toward the city at breakneck speed. In the car, the anchorwoman clutched her body and huddled in the passenger side. "What was that?" The photographer was silent. His foot pressed hard on the gas. In the cemetery, that undead finally managed to finish growing. It hissed up to the sky, a ghostly whine breaking all silence as the birds fled from the woods in fear. The undead stared with green eyes, scanning the graveyard for the two fresh flesh and blood from earlier. A foot crushes the camera left on the floor by the cameraman. Suddenly, it looked into the depths of the graveyard, its appearance gradually returning to that of a normal corpse, kneeling down on one knee and respectfully bowing its head. In the darkness, a man in a black suit, a black trench coat, and a round hat walked slowly. The undead's head dropped even lower. "It is worshipping the gods who created it." Li Yang snapped his fingers. A dark shadow appeared at the undead's feet. The black shadows formed an arcane formation made up of runes. The body of the undead slowly sinks down into another dimension, waiting for its master to call it at any time. Next, it's time to test Su Yutong. He wasn't worried that Su Yutong would mess things up. If she wants to, she shouldn't mess it up. Li Yang picked up the camera that had broken on the ground and stepped away, walking towards the distance like an idle stroll in the eerie graveyard. South China Sea Tak Tai Building. Su Yutong finished her shower and wore black gauze pajamas, took out red wine from the mini fridge and sat on the sofa. This female president is quite fanatical about her career. Over the years, except for social functions and business trips, the rest of the time was spent in the Dutai mansion. There is even a special suite for her in the Dutai mansion. She sipped her wine lightly, her two beautiful legs folded, papers in her lap, frowning. Last time, His Majesty the Black Dragon asked her to complete 2 tasks. The first mission, to find the bodies of the fiercest and most vicious criminals. The second mission, to find out the truth about Zhu Dajuan's pursuit. These 2 seemingly mundane tasks have a hidden agenda. The corpse of the criminal who contributed to the death is called Xianshui. Shansuchi's mother was from Higashi Sakura and he was a half-breed. He himself graduated from Higashi Sakura Inada University, School of Bioengineering. A no-nonsense high achiever and a 100% outlaw with multiple crimes around the world. Incredible. When Xianshui was captured, a brigade of military officers was mobilized, and it took many casualties before he was killed. He was said to be able to dodge bullets and even move around normally after being hit by a bullet. The second mission was a bit difficult to investigate, but it was nothing to Su Yutong. She was the one holding the strings of the behemoth that was the Nanhai Datai Group. If the South China Sea Economic Development Zone is a prying point, the entire South China Sea network of resources can be used for Su Yutong as a precision machine. In the South China Sea, there are indeed characters who can make the whole city work for them, but not many, just a handful. Without alarming too many people, Su Yutong finally grasped some information about the assassination of Zhu Dajuan. The underground forces in the South China Sea, in general, had 3 leading bigwigs: Zhu Dajuan for pornography, Zhou Qing for drugs, and Master Snake for gambling. Zhu Dajuan has been at odds with Zhou Qing, and the two have clashed from time to time over business matters. Zhou Qing's son Zhou Hang died for no apparent reason, and there is a high probability that Zhu Dajuan did it. Zhou Qing began to take crazy revenge on Zhu Dajuan, but Zhou Qing's power is the weakest of the 3 dragons, and he can't fight Zhu Dajuan in terms of strength, and was rubbed on the ground by Zhu Dajuan. Finally, Zhou Qing found a backer, and that backer almost screwed Zhu Dajuan. The man behind Zhou Qing is a Tosakura man, Kuroki Misawa. The name Kuroki Misawa was not unfamiliar to Su Yutong. He had approached himself about collaborating on a biological experiment. She refused, because that program creates contamination of germs that are difficult to control. She wasn't going to take that risk. Where did he find the killer? Kuroki Misawa really isn't as simple as it seems. Su Yutong had to associate Qianshui with Kuroki Misawa, and also began to suspect the god-creating bio company that Kuroki Misawa belonged to, Biogenetic Engineering. Does that company have some sort of experiment that turns people into monsters like Shansuchi? At her position, she is able to think and accept with an open mind many things that are incomprehensible to normal people. Su Yutong suddenly remembered something. The day I was first released from the hospital, a bald driver stabbed himself. He took a pill and then his fighting strength soared. The The bald driver was later identified and was also an East Sakura mix. All sorts of things seemed to have formed a net of intrigue that hung over the city of Nanhai. She herself was even one of the people involved. If there hadn't been a mission from the Grim Reaper, she wouldn't have connected that day's assassination of herself by the driver of the big truck with Joe Chang and Kuroki Misawa. In any case, Shinigami-sama's mission really wasn't that simple. It was a mission, and a warning from the Lord of Death to himself. Higashi Sakura native, God-making company, assassin. Suyutan put down her wine glass, her gaze ghostly. God-making creatures. What had they done to attract the attention of the gods? Is it hard to really make a god? At that moment, there was a knock at the window. Suyutan's face changed and she hurriedly pulled open the curtains. A sparrow was banging on the window. Suyutan opened the window and knelt down on one knee, not afraid of exposing the scenery in front of her chest. The sparrow flew into the house and actually spoke. By order of His Majesty, erase demonic traces. By order of His Majesty, erase the demonic traces. Location, North City Suburban Cemetery. Location, North City Suburban Cemetery. Suyutan respectfully said, by Your Majesty's command. Sparrow repeated mechanically, obey, Your Majesty's message, obey, His Majesty's message, he said, fluttering his wings and leaving. After Sparrow left, Suyutan frowned. North Suburban Cemetery? It was only late this evening that she sent someone to deliver Qianxiu's body there. Is this another test? Suyutan took out her cell phone. 1. Come to my room. End of chapter. 29. Chapter 29 Anchorwoman and Fortune Teller. Chapter 29 Anchorwoman and Fortune Teller. The following day, Daejun Culture and Media Company. At 8 o'clock, the employees of Daejun Culture and Media Company clocked in for work. The anchorwoman Lele didn't go home for the night and stayed at the office for the night. At first light, she stood guard outside her supervisor's office door. The supervisor glanced at the anchorwoman. Happy, in surprise, something wrong? Joy couldn't wait. Supervisor, I've got big news. The supervisor gave Lele a surprised look and took out the key to open the office door. Come in and talk. The two of them entered and Joy sat on the couch as the supervisor got Joy a glass of water. You finally found some good news. I shouldn't be at the bottom of the pile this month, should I? Tell me, what news? Joy gulped down the hot water without feeling hot. She had been cowering in her workstation all night afraid to move, and was thirsty. She calmed down and said, we shot the ghost. The supervisor frowned. You guys got a shot of the ghost? Joy nodded seriously. The supervisor was filled with disappointment. Oh, get out. Although Daejun Culture Media is a cultural media company, the company thrives on a wolf culture. Every quarter there is a rubric and teams with low scores on the rubric will have their performance deducted and then additional bonuses will be made for high-scoring teams. The anchors and reporters here have to be very resilient. There have been a number of anchors and reporters who have saber-rattled at the end of quarters before, engaging in misinformation in the vain hope of being able to hide it from the world and make a name for themselves. Getting into the news about ghosts and weirdness and bizarre things like that is the beginning of the fall. Knowing that the supervisor didn't believe it, Joy hastened to say, last night we were live at the cemetery on the outskirts of North City and we actually saw it. The supervisor, obviously not convinced, snorted. Where's the video? Joy hesitated. That thing was so horrible last night that the filming equipment was lost in a cemetery on the outskirts of North City. My photographer went looking for it this morning, but couldn't find it. The supervisor looked as if he had expected it. He intoned, Joy, I'm coming from the same time you are. Young people should not be arrogant, don't always think of crooked ways, and be down to earth. Joy was in a hurry. A lot of people saw it on the air last night. I have over 5,000 witnesses. The supervisor, seeing how solemn Lele was, took out his cell phone in disbelief. After a few minutes of fiddling with his cell phone, the supervisor's face rose in displeasure. If what you're saying is true, in this age of information explosion, the internet would definitely have a lot of information about the northern suburbs by now. However, there is no half-assed information on the internet about the haunted northern suburbs between last night and now. If you want to cover things up, at least get a ghost actor. Joy blushed profusely. The supervisor has a point. By normal logic, there's already a lot of news on the internet about haunted northern suburbs at this point. As long as there is a netizen to record the screenshots posted online, some marketing number will be with the sharks who smelled the blood. General frantic hype. To gain traffic. Even though it's only been a night with very little traffic, it's definitely searchable through a professional search engine. But why is there no relevant news on the internet? Joy's face grew more and more alarmed. Could it be that those watching the live stream last night weren't actually people either? A cold, creepy breath went from the soles of his feet straight to his head. Joy gulped. Call the police. I have to call the police. With that, she left the office in a hurry and headed for the sheriff's office. Castle Peak Hospital for Mental Illness, South China Sea. Joy walked out of the hospital door with her head hanging down. She went to the sheriff's office to report the incident. And naturally, the sheriff didn't believe her story about hitting a ghost was true. But, seeing how serious and frightened Lele was, so, 2 sheriffs took Lele for a psychiatric evaluation. In light of the doctor's examination, it was confirmed that Joy was not mentally ill. The magistrate sent Lele away after seriously criticizing him. Joy was helpless. Why doesn't anyone believe her? Even she herself was beginning to wonder if what she had met last night was true or not. Joy scratched her hair in distress. I can't really be mentally ill. An old voice came. Female doll, met something? Why don't the old Taoist tell you a fortune? Joy twisted her head to see a scruffy old Taoist priest holding a trigram flag at the mouth of the alley. Joy's eyes lit up. She didn't believe in bulls and ghosts before, but after last night, her perception of the world changed. Taoist priests. They must be able to catch ghosts. Joy walked quickly to the Taoist priest. Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest reached out and interrupted Lele's words, saying seriously, you don't have to say anything, I'll know everything in a minute. The old Taoist monk finished his speech, pinching his fingers, and slowly opened his mouth in Lele's expectant eyes. Little girl child, you must have encountered something strange with the blackness of your seal. Last night, you met something unclean, didn't you? Lele's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and she nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Master, do you think that thing will come back to me? The old Taoist priest continued to count, hissing and frowning. Strange, when you meet a dirty thing, it is supposed to abate the blessing. But, why do you have a deep divine destiny? Little girl, you don't have an easy life. What you met last night may not have been filth, but a god. Your life is precious. Joy almost cried out. After all the horrible things that happened last night, not one person believed her today. Only one metaphysician, once despised, believed her and comforted her. Complaining to death, Joy glanced back at Castle Peak Hospital. Indignant, I really don't know who's mentally ill. The old Taoist priest stroked his beard and laughed softly. Psychopaths merely have a different worldview than others. The majority doesn't allow a small number of people to have a different worldview than they do. So they find reasons to imprison that small number of people just for that reason. Joy stood in awe of the old Taoist priest. Couldn't understand what he was saying, but it was unclear. The 2 sheriff's deputies who had earlier sent Joy for psychiatric evaluation passed by the alley and saw Joy. Why don't you leave? Can't you get a cab? We'll give you a ride. Joy shook her head. Don't bother. I'll have a word with the master. The sheriffs looked at the old Taoist priest suspiciously. At that moment, a roar came from the depths of the alley. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Give me my ing clothes back. Right. That's you. Don't run. Officer, get that psycho. Deep in the alley, an old man without a shirt rubbed his head and ran this way, pointing at the old Taoist priest with a face full of anger. The old Taoist's face changed drastically and he pulled his legs out to run. 2 sheriff's deputies, quick as a flash, quickly held the old Taoist down. In the tugging, the old Taoist priest's robe was yanked off, revealing his hospital gown. The hospital gown says Castle Peak Hospital. The old man who chased after him grabbed the old Taoist priest's hair and said in grief, this old thing sneaked up on me and took all my food. Officer, he can't be spared. The corners of Joy's mouth twitched. This is really, what's going on? She twisted her head and walked away. The old Taoist struggled and yelled at Lele. Little girl, learn to cultivate immortality with me. You have a deep divine destiny. Happy froze in place, half speechless, and watched as the old Taoist priest was taken back to the hospital. End of chapter. Chapter 30 Rollout of the cleaner system. Inside the villa, Rattle stayed up a couple of big nights and finally got 5 membership cards done. She wore dark circles under her eyes. Li Yang, can I play with the tablet now? Li Yang handed over the tablet, and Rattles finally revealed a long-lost smile, planting his head on the sofa and huffing and puffing. It was fine for the demon to stay up all night. She was just overexerting her mental energy right now. She would be fine after a nap. Li Yang got up and took the blanket over Rattle and took out his cell phone. There's nothing on the cell phone about the cemetery on the outskirts of North City. Li Yang flashed a smile. There was clearly a paranormal event last night with a good audience. However, a pair of large invisible hands erased everything as if nothing had happened. It was a test for Su Yutong, and I believe she would have done better with a group of living dead subordinates. Li Yang is in need of such a means to help him make a bold move. Next, go for the cleaner candidates. Recently there has been a strange flu in the South China Sea that can kill people with very weak immune systems. The Rattles initially helped Li Yang lock down 124 people who were suitable to receive the power of the god of death to become the living dead and serve as cleaners. The address is on paper. Li Yang hooked his hand, and the crows bathing in the sunlight at the window fluttered their wings and flew over. It cocked its head at the words on the notebook. Li Yang nodded its head. 2 things. First, tell Du Yangming to find these people and have these people hike to Little Black Mountain. Remember, Du Yangming's mission is just to explain the situation. He's not allowed to help them. Little Black Mountain is a pristine scenic foothill near Liyang. Secondly, inform Su Yutong to find a house for settling the cleaners. The raven crossed its two wings in front of it, bowed its head respectfully, and then flew out the window. Shaker rubbed his eyes and sat up. You're going to turn those people into zombies, aren't you? Those people are so weak and the road is so far. How many people can come here when they have to travel such a long way while suffering from a disease? Wouldn't it be better if you went in person? Just what was the point of having that vampire inform them? Li Yang played with the membership card and said, man, he still has to save himself. If you don't even have the courage to survive, even if you become a living dead person, you're still a useless living dead person. Those living dead future act as cleaners, and the job of a cleaner is not that comfortable. To travel dozens of miles with a serious illness is a test of the will to live. In case one day, some cleaner says that he can't stand the stress of cleaning and asks to enjoy death. So what's Li Yang after? It's not just about the test either. It's also about confidentiality, preventing people who shouldn't be on the list from showing up at Little Black Mountain when they shouldn't. Rattle puffed out his cheeks. It's just a shame. I'm working on a big meal. Obviously you can take 100 or so minions. It turned out to be only a little bit of a collection in the end. Li Yang glanced at the Rattles. You're not sleepy again? Rattlesnake struggled to keep her eyes open and hugged the tablet. I'll have to see what's the matter with two pillars that can his weasel highness to death. The first hospital of Nanhai Medical University. Inside the hospital room, Du Yongming was covered in bandages and lying on the bed. Fiancé Li Mingyue took a spoon and fed Du Yongming soup. Li Mingyue thoughtfully wiped Du Yongming's mouth and smiled. That's a good boy. Drink it all. Brother Yang Ming recovered so quickly. The doctor said your recovery speed is nothing short of a miracle. In fact, Du Yongming could quickly recover from his injuries, but recovering too quickly can cause unnecessary trouble and suspicion. So, he could only recover himself slowly and make himself look as normal as possible. While Du Yongming was grateful to Li Yang, he also felt quite guilty towards Li Mingyue. There was nothing to talk about with Akatsuki, and now she had to hide something so big from her. Du Yongming grabbed Li Mingyue's hand. When I get better, we'll get married. A touch of shyness appeared on Li Mingyue's face. The bright moon. Du Yongming was just about to say something quiet. A sudden frown creased his brow. He sensed a demonic aura approaching. Du Yongming looked out the window, only to see a sparrow staring at him like a human. Li Mingyue waited for a long time and didn't listen to Du Yongming as she asked, "What's wrong, brother Yang Ming?" Du Yongming said, "Sleepy, aren't you? Take a nap." Du Yangming's words were soft, like a lullaby. Li Mingyue's eyelids drooped, her head sank, and she fell asleep on the hospital bed. Vampires are born to use black magic. Although he hadn't awakened his full black magic talent yet, he could slightly use some very low-level magic. Low-level magic was definitely not enough to deal with Zhu De army, and against demons such as Hell's three-headed dogs. But there was nothing wrong with dealing with a weak woman. Du Yongming walked out of bed and pulled open the window. What is it? He was well aware of his position. Death's apostle. So all he had to do was grovel to death. He's tough, and he represents death's strong attitude. Sparrow flew into the house, took a pen in his mouth, and drew on the white paper. It was fast, like a printer, and perfectly reproduced the text of Li Yang's sheet. It's some addresses and names. Then the sparrow made a mechanical sound. Tell them, hike to Big Black Mountain. Believers in death. Successful arrival at Little Black Mountaineer tomorrow night. Exempt from death. Vampires don't do superfluous things. Vampires don't do extra things. Sparrow's words were simple and concise, and Du Yongming completely understood the meaning. Believe in death and arrive at Little Black Mountain. Completing these two conditions will result in the blessing of death. And one is just a bridge of information to narrate the situation. You can't force them to believe in death. You can't offer them a cab ride or anything. Du Yongming clasped his fists. At the command of death, Sparrow fluttered his wings and left the ward. South China C. Ditai Group Building. CEO Office. Su Yutong ambled over to the computer desk to check the file. The document is about the God-making organization. She didn't dare to slack off in the task given by the god of death. There was a thud from outside the window. Su Yutong hurriedly went and met the crow himself. Hastily, he pulled the window open and fell to his knees. Greetings, Your Majesty the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon said faintly. Here's your chance. Su Yutong didn't dare to raise her head and whispered, Please, Your Majesty. Raven said, the master is interested in inviting you to join the Devil's Club. Su Yutong frowned. The Devil's Club? Is it an organization created by Death himself? Crow looked at Su Yutong with appreciative eyes. By joining the Devil's Club, you are officially entering the transcendental realm. Finding the bodies of the vicious and erasing demonic traces. You did a good job. Well, be glad you have some standing in the secular world yourself. The protagonist decides that you will lead the new cleaner system. The cleaner system is tasked with erasing the traces left by demons in this world. You're going to serve the demon club better. Su Yutong's petite body shook. her eyes full of surprise. You can lead a team of transcendents yourself? Even if this cleaner system was just a service system for the Devil's Club, even if it was the lowest level transcendent unit, it was still a transcendent team. Grateful death, my lord. Many thanks to His Majesty the Black Dragon. Su Yutong had a great figure. Her kneeling and crouching posture was very seductive, and together with her status as a female president, it was enough to make any man's blood run cold. Unfortunately, she was dealing with a crow. Oomph, but you're too much of a disappointment to the king. Raven grunted coldly. The devilish aura rose from his body, slowly winding up a black snake. The black serpent was thicker than before, like a black python, and the crows looked small under its encirclement. Powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire office, like a mountain-like oppression that shocked Su Yutong. Obviously, it was already considered transcendent, but facing an orthodox demon like Raven who had taken the desire potion, it was still as weak as an ant. Su Yutong asked in a hurry, "Your Majesty, is it something I've done that displeases you?" Raven said, "Reward for reward, punishment for punishment. You're doing a good job of uploading bodies and erasing demonic traces, though, but why haven't you found out the truth about Zhu Dajuan's pursuit by now? Are you slacking off on me? Or do you dare to slack off on my lord?" Su Yutong's cold sweat swished down as she hurriedly explained, "It'll be quick. I'll get to the bottom of it in a minute. Just give me a little more time, please." Only then did the Raven withdraw his demonic might. When you treat your subordinates, you should tighten your skin from time to time. The master is very busy. This kind of small role has to be worried by himself as an apostle. Raven said, "Then I'll give you a little more time. Next you go find a secluded spot for the cleaners. The scope of the cleaners' work, I'll tell you on that day." With that, the crow flapped its wings and left. Su Yutong was half afraid to raise her head, and only got up after a while to make sure that the crows had gone far away. She pulled out her cell phone. "Little Wang, is that manor of mine in the southern suburbs unoccupied? I'll come over tomorrow and you clean up wherever." End of chapter. Chapter 31, The Lu Sisters. The old part of Nanhai City was huge, taking up 1/5 of Nanhai City, and surrounding it in a semicircle on the periphery. There is such a thing in the mouths of certain mean people in the South Seas. Those who move out of the old city of Nanhai and live in the other 6 districts are only considered Nanhai people. The old city center is mostly filled with migrant workers, or Nanhai locals with poor living conditions. Arguably, the old town is most populated by poor people. It is considered normal for 3 generations to live in a 50-square-meter house. It was already evening. In the alleys, some heavily made-up women stood outside a small bungalow with their branches fluttering. They wink at passing men and whine up to them. Someone gets tired of pushing them away and they don't get annoyed. They just smile and walk away. Encountered shy, they grabbed the man's arm and put it into the arms to flirt a little. And when the man ran away red-faced, several women covered their mouths and burst into laughter. At that moment, a man in a black suit with a straight figure walked into the alley with a steady pace. The women's eyes lit up. Most of the customers here are migrant workers, small food market owners and the like. It's hard to see this kind of quality men. Some of the women tried to move over, but when they saw what the man looked like, they backed away in horror. The man's face was bandaged and his eyes were dangerously cold. A man like that must have some kind of fetish if he's coming to lowly Willow Lane and looking for pheasants for pleasure. I don't know if a torture session will take half a month to recuperate. The man was purposeful. Walking straight toward a small bungalow, a young girl sat in the doorway of the bungalow, 18 or 19 years old, with a face painted with heavy makeup not befitting the age, dressed in tacky leopard print black silk. It's not even late fall yet, and a heavy coat is draped over her. The young girl's temperament was serene. It was only the dress that spoiled that innocence. The young girl looked at the man's face and froze, then asked sweetly, "Playing, brother?" 80. Du Yangming walked into the small bungalow with an expressionless face. The women outside the house mingled. "Can that little girl resist packing? She's so weak. I don't know how she dares to take on this kind of work. She was so sick and had a sister to feed. She put up a fight. I was afraid she'd die here. Bad luck." The young girl's face did not change when she heard the women's words, but she just hurriedly got up and walked into the house, fearing that her guest would be angry. The house is plainly furnished. 2 beds, a table, 2 chairs, a stove, and a small bookcase. The bookcase was lined with books, mostly high school books and exercise books. The young girl took off her coat and prepared to serve Du Yangming. Ahem. One of the beds with the mantle drawn over it had an uncontrollable cough coming from it. Du Yangming frowned. The young girl's face was flustered as she hurriedly explained, "That's my sister. She's sick. In normal times she is out when I am working. She'll be asleep in a little while and won't bother us." Du Yangming's face was complicated. He himself is a high school teacher. The young girl in front of her, and her sister on the bed, were at an age when they should be enjoying books and being courted by boys. "How come you're in deep?" He was also an orphan, but he recognized that he was a lucky orphan. Du Yangming said, "What's your name?" The young girl returned. Lu Yuan Yuan. Du Yangming glanced at the bed. Where's your sister? The young girl tensed up. Lu Meng Meng, what she doesn't do, only I do. It's 2 names on the list. These 2 young girls are very sick and won't live more than a few days. He stood up and walked over to the bookcase. Your sister is still in school? The young girl's eyes clouded over as if she had been stung. My sister isn't. Du Yangming had a sense of powerlessness, looking for the people on the list for a day. Along the way Du Yangming's heart felt like a big stone was pressed down. He felt he should have been a doctor, not a teacher. Perhaps he himself as the fictional Madonna of the end times must kill. Thankfully, these people have a true savior. That merciful god of death was willing to forgive the sins that these people had suffered. These people don't actually know what their crime is. How dare a god be asked to forgive the sins that society has sent down? Du Yangming spoke in an even tone. Today, by 12 midnight, be sure to walk to Little Black Mountain. The commanding tone left Lu Yuan Yuan at a loss for words. I don't go out, brother. I only do it here. I'll do as I'm told. Du Yangming said. Do you want to live? Lu Yuan Yuan froze. Doesn't she know her own body? Now she has a hard time walking 2 steps and is cold every day. Lu Yuan Yuan asked. What do you mean? Du Yangming turned around, his eyes gradually becoming blood red. The terrifying fury made the temperature of the house drop a few degrees. He is a top predator and all humans are food before him. The top of the biological chain. Even just releasing a little bit of vampire's aura was enough to make ordinary humans feel like they were facing a ferocious beast. Du Yangming's terrifying appearance caused Lu Yuan Yuan to look horrified. She subconsciously ran to her sister's bed, staring at Du Yangming with a deadly stare and protecting her sister tightly behind her. The trembling of her body showed her fear. Substantial darkness wrapped around Du Yangming as he walked slowly towards Lu Yuan Yuan. I am a messenger of death, a faithful follower of my Lord Death. By the command of my Lord, I grant you both a chance at life. By believing in our Lord and arriving at Little Black Mountain before 12 o'clock midnight, you will be spared the death of both of you. Lu Yuan Yuan breathed in sharply, panic making her brain go down. The sister on the bed coughed violently again. Lu Yuan Yuan glanced back at her sister. The fear in her eyes dispersed, leaving only a full expectation. Can you not die? Then save my sister. I'll do anything. If you need to have a living human being as a sacrifice, you can do whatever you want with me if you don't mind me. Save my sister, please. Du Yangming frowned. My lord is not an evil god, and the opportunity has been given to you. You don't have much time, so think about it. You only get one chance. Du Yangming said and turned to leave. He wasn't afraid of what trouble he might attract after displaying his transcendent powers. Along the way, he intentionally avoided the surveillance area. There's not really much surveillance in the old town, and all these people are loners. All of them are very sick, and I'm afraid they don't have the luxury of calling the police. If you call the police, the sheriff may not believe you. Conservatively, he also used black magic to leave a small bat on the doorstep of each person on the list to monitor their behavior. It was a good half day after Du Yangming left before Lu Yuan Yuan regained consciousness in her legs. Lu Yuan Yuan pulled open the mantle, and inside was a young girl who looked just like her. It's a twin. The on the bed looks green and beautiful, and there is a huge contrast with the heavily made-up sister. Lu Yuan Yuan pushed her sister. Mo, did you hear that? Lu Meng Meng was almost unconscious, her eyes half-closed as she struggled to hook her sister's clothes with her hand. Du Yangming's speech was interspersed with black magic, and Lu Meng Meng heard Du Yangming's words clearly. Lu Meng Meng was afraid of Du Yang, and likewise she was afraid of death. Lu Yuan Yuan held Lu Meng Meng's hand tightly. You want to go, don't you? It's okay. Sister will carry you. We're leaving now. Little Black Mountain isn't far from here, and I'm sure I'll be there by 12 o'clock at night, Lu Yuan Yuan said, and with a strength that came from somewhere, she helped Lu Meng Meng up and carried her on her back. Lu Yuan Yuan's face flushed for a moment and blood flowed from her nose. She said to herself, it's okay, you're not going to die, you've got college to go to, and you're going to get married later. Don't be afraid, sister is here, sister save you. End of chapter. Chapter 32 Cleaners, Fanatics. As night falls, the stars rip through the sky and blink eerily. Pale moonlight spilled over the winding, rugged mountain road. The few figures took heavy steps. Their faces were withered, their clothes were cheap, and they exuded depression and sickness, like a bunch of ghosts, like a group of pale pilgrims. Finally, the destination was reached. It's in a hidden dense forest on Little Black Mountain. They let out a sigh of relief and sat on their asses. They came from all directions, men and women, old and young, and what was the same was the numbness written on the faces of every one of them after being tortured. There was a hint of unspeakable anticipation in the deep despair. They hoped the man they met today hadn't lied to them. They hope that being here today will absolve them of all the suffering and guilt that has been imposed on them from nowhere. Lu Yuan Yuan wiped her nosebleed and carefully placed her sister on the ground. taking off her clothes to cover her. There was an unnatural flush on her face. Today's strenuous exercise had brought her a little closer to death. The group of sickly people around her also terrified her. She wrapped her arms around her sister and took a closer look at her surroundings, noticing a hint of something unusual. The branches of the surrounding trees were almost full of crows. The crows were awfully quiet, not making a sound, staring at them intently. On the center boulder, a cat humanely leaned against a small rock with its arms wrapped around it. There was also a dog lying under a boulder, staring at them with a smirk. Treacherous, unusual. Lu Yuan was even more afraid, patting her fainting sister and whispering, "No fear, no fear, we're not afraid." With the arrival of a man, the crows let out a harsh whine. All of them glanced around in horror as their eyes converged on the man they've all seen before, dressed in a black suit with bandages. Du Yangming's ice-cold eyes swept over these people. Which god do you believe in? The opening line was corny and direct. The evening has been explained in various ways today in each of the homes. Those who believe in the Grim Reaper and hike to Little Black Mountain will be blessed by the Grim Reaper. The crowd rang out in a chorus of voices. Death? Believe in death. Please forgive me in death. Du Yangming continued. After this night, you will no longer be ordinary humans. You will be stepping into a new world, a new life. You will lose your freedom to carry out work that is unimaginable to ordinary people. This is the price you pay to stay away from sickness. People have a light in their eyes. Losing the disease was the best thing they could have hoped for. Freedom? It doesn't matter. They're not free per se, are they? Du Yangming said. Scarlet eyes swept around to look at Rattlesnake, who had turned into a black cat. Rattle nodded. The black witch can read minds, and no one here is lying. Du Yangming looked up at the sky, folded his hands and said reverently, "Then, welcome to the miracle." His body changed. Huge bat wings tore through the suit and unfurled in the darkness. The black dog grew in size, and the terrifying image of the three-headed dog from hell made people forget to breathe. A raven flew into midair with a huge demonic snake wrapped around its body. The flock of crows followed, scrambling and hissing. Rattle shook his head. This little crow is really good at pleasingly young and making a weirdly handsome mess. All the visions brought people to their knees, fearful and hopeful at the same time. There was a sigh of relief. I, for one, absolve you from death. A husky voice, eerie and full of majesty, seemed compassionate and helpless. The voice was not loud, but it traveled into everyone's ears. The crowd didn't dare to look up, and there was thick shock in their lowered eyes. A strong thought came to mind. God, this one who speaks, is God, the real, existential gods. As soon as the words fell, a strange power descended. The faces of the people present went from shock to shock, from shock to surprise, and from surprise to utter fervor. They don't hurt anymore. They're full of strength. The health that had been so long in coming made them look up excitedly for a glimpse of the God who had redeemed them. But they didn't see the gods. Perhaps the gods themselves are everywhere. Give thanks to my Lord Death. A man fell to his knees, ruthlessly hitting his head against the ground, hissing and roaring, with hot tears in both eyes and snot running down his nose. He is a leukemia patient. Taking pills ate up savings, ate up the house. But it didn't help. He can only accept the loneliness at home and wait for the death of the Underdark. He wants to live. Give thanks to my Lord Death. May I give my all for my Lord Death. More and more people were ghosting up. It took only one day for these people in despair to regain hope. How are you doing, sis? How are you? Lu Yuan covered her mouth and cried out in excitement. With tears in her eyes, Lu Mengmeng hugged her sister. Sister, I'll protect you from now on. No one can bully you from now on. Lu Mengmeng immediately knelt on the ground and bowed heavily at the full moon in the sky. Rumor has it that the moon in the sky is a reflection in hell, and that the Grim Reaper watches the earth from the moon. Looking up again, Lu Mengming's face was sickly like frenzy. All gods are false gods, death is the only one. Death redeemed the sisters. Then it was time to give your life, your soul, all of it. Du Yangming pointed at a package on the ground and said, put on the inner garments, and from now on you are the cleaners who sweep the world for death. People looked at Du Yangming with respectful eyes and went forward to get their clothes. The clothes in this are white raincoats. He was going to make some white robes, but he was pressed for time and had a lot of work to do, so he didn't have that much time to order them. The white raincoat is also good. It's a little stronger and more durable than a regular robe. Shaker jumped off the boulder and transformed into a human body and walked into the forest. Seeing the figure that was heading down the hill and jogging over to it, Li Yang, why don't you reveal your death god body? Wouldn't that be explosive? Li Yang responded slowly. God would be less awe-inspiring if he showed his true self. Rattle beamed. How terrifying is your death body? That pressure, how appalling. Li Yang raised an eyebrow. But why do I think you're not afraid of me at all? Rattle grinned. Because you're Li Yang. Li Yang stopped talking and Rattle followed with a bounce. Nan Hai. Inside a KTV. The DJ hi-hats were loud and there were plenty of beautiful women in cool clothes. Su Yutong's younger brother, Su Guangming, was drinking with Kuroki Misawa. Su Guangming said with a big tongue, "Kuroki-kun, is it really okay this time?" Kuroki Misawa smirked. "As long as your information is accurate, Su Yutong won't survive the night." Su Guangming laughed out loud. "Don't worry, it's definitely accurate. My sister-in-law, who doesn't know what's wrong with her, is going to live in a south suburban estate. Definitely there tonight." Kuroki Misawa nodded. "That's good. My people will do it without knowing." Su Guangming hesitated and said, "But, Kuroki-kun, it failed last time. Is that killer of yours no good? How come you can't even get my sister?" Kuroki Misawa said as his face fell. "I was careless last time. You can't blame me for that. You didn't say your sister was a fighting master. This time I've sent 4 lower ninjas and 1 middle ninja over there to absolutely kill her." End of chapter. Chapter 33, Ninja. Su Guangming froze for a moment. How could he have known that his weak sister would have such strong fighting skills? You still don't know much about your sister yourself. But hearing Kuroki Misawa say that a few more ninjas had been sent over this time, a smile appeared on his face. He gave a thumbs up. Yes, it's still you ninjas from Tozakura who are good. In front of you Higashikura ninjas, Xia martial arts are nothing. Zhu Dajuan is so powerful, but he was all cleaned up by you. Kuroki Misawa's face instantly darkened. The ninja that was sent to assassinate Zhu Dajuan last time has not returned until now, most likely dead. He didn't understand why the ninja had been taken out of the realm of normal people long ago and why he had been killed by Zhu Dajuan. There shouldn't be any humans stronger than ninjas in the South Seas. No, I should say the world shouldn't have one, unless it's the secret weapons of the god-making organization. Su Guangming put his arm around Kuroki Misawa's shoulder and asked drunkenly, "Kuroki-kun, why are your ninjas from Tozakura so powerful? It's not supposed to be some kind of drug, is it?" Kuroki Misawa glared at Su Guangming. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." South Suburban Manor, nestled in the mountains and surrounded by water. The stream whose source is at the top of the mountain, under the designer's wisdom, leads straight to the interior of the estate, forming a natural ecological ornamental fish pond. The manor was brightly lit, the internal housekeeping system disarmed for the day, and there was no one there. A Cullinan drove to a stop in a clearing some distance from the entrance to the estate. The car door opened. The driver Xiao Wang trotted out and opened the car door for the dryly dressed Su Yutongs. Su Yutong got out of the car. "King, you're sure you didn't tell anyone I was here tonight, right?" The young king nodded. "Mr. Su, what you said about keeping it a secret, I certainly haven't told anyone." Su Yutong suddenly frowned and slowly stepped back, her tall body clinging to the car. Xiao Wang was unsure, but seeing Su Yutong so nervous, he was also immediately alerted. Suddenly, King noticed something and his eyes narrowed. Behind a few large trees, a few figures slowly stepped out. They were bald, dressed in the standard ancient night clothes, masked, and holding bitters in their hands. "This is dressed like the legendary Higashikura ninja." Su Yutong looked at Xiao Wang unkindly. "Who all did you tell that I was coming here?" Xiao Wang hurriedly said. "I didn't tell anyone, Mr. Su." Suddenly, he remembered something and opened his mouth. "But the steward of the estate is one of Superintendent Su's people." Superintendent Su, the deputy director of personnel of the Nanhai Ditai Group, Su Yutong's own brother. Su Yutong's eyes showed undisguised disappointment. So it really is him. The ninja in the lead smiled lewdly. President Su is still frighteningly beautiful. Tonight, Su Yutong, a well-known entrepreneur, was robbed, raped and killed. A very reasonable death, right? Xiao Wang touched his waist and actually pulled out a blackish gun, and fired several times at the ninja in the lead. Something surprising happened. The man dodged a few times to avoid the bullets, then actually blocked the last one with his bittersweet. Disbelief flickered in Xiao Wang's eyes. After pulling a dagger out of his pocket, he slowly removed his glasses and took off his shirt, revealing large tattoos. Who would have thought that the usually gentle little king would have such an unknown and ruthless side? Little King rode. "Mr. Su, you drive ahead and leave this place to me." One of the lower ninjas showed disdain in his eyes and snorted, speaking in an unskilled Xia dialect. "Griffins like you don't even know the gap between you and the likes of us." Saying that, Shimo Shinobu quickly took small mincing steps, and in a single breath, he arrived in front of the little king, and the bitterness in his hand stabbed towards the little king's neck. The young king looked horrified at the ninja in front of him. The speed was too fast for his body to react. At that moment, a white hand steadily choked the lower shinobi's wrist. "Mr. Su, Nani?" Both Shimo Shinobu and Little King looked at Su Yutong incredulously. Su Yutong lifted her slender legs, and a knee bumped into Shimo Tolerance's lifeblood. Shinobu arched his back in pain. "In the past few days I also visited the famous martial arts master of the South Seas, Master Light One. It's still so much longer than the other day." Su Yutong lightly took the bitterness in the lower ninja's hand, and with a downward chop, the lower ninja fell to the ground curled up in pain. Seeing his subordinate subdued by a single blow, the Nakanobu did not panic and said waste. Nakanishi then licked his lips. What is Xia Kung Fu? How can it compare to my Great Eastern Sakura's ninjutsu? Tonight, I'll give you a taste of the East Sakura ninja. Su Yutan's icy cold eyes gazed at the several ninjas. You're Kuroki Misawa's men, aren't you? The one in the Tokutai group who has been colluding with Kuroki Misawa is my no-good brother, isn't it? Nakanobu's face changed slightly as he pointed at Su Yutang and ordered, take her, don't get her killed. Such an interesting woman. It would be good to use her to pass the time properly tonight. Su Yutang gripped the bitterness in her hand. She could feel that the leader on the opposite side had a strong chakra. She could still feel a hint of sunken twilight in him. The stronger the battle, the shorter the lifespan? This side effect made Su Yutang suspect once again that the god-making organization had some sort of experiment that could turn people into almost inhuman fellows, but with the side effect of burning their lifespan. Su Yutang felt that she was not a match for that leader. Even though he was a death's favorite, he still wouldn't be able to live if he got his head blown off, unless death is willing to favor again. She couldn't accept it if she was subdued and violated and humiliated. Su Yutang's muscles were tense and his face was grave. Why don't they come? As the several lower ninjas across the street approached, Su Yutang's afterglow spotted something. There was a sigh of relief. She dropped her bitterness, a sneer on her lips. A few grown men bullying a woman. So much for your ninjas of Tozakura. The smile in Nakanobu's eyes grew. Are you trying to kidnap me with fair morals? It's only natural for wolves to eat sheep. I've never heard of a wolf pack going one-on-one with a sheep to be fair. We are people who exist in a way that ordinary people like you will never understand in your lifetime. It is well to give up resistance. It is better to die with us in joy than to be killed by us in cruelty. Mr. Su, you go. I'll stop them. Xiao Wang firmly blocked in front of Su Yutang. Su Yutang pushed up her glasses and snorted. You say it's only natural for wolves to eat sheep, so it's only natural for them to slaughter you. Sensing a hint of trouble, Nakanobu scanned around and there was nothing. At that moment, a leaf drifted down from the tree, crossed the eye, and landed on the ground. Nakanobu's head snapped up and his pupils contracted suddenly. On the slender branches of the tree, a strange man in white appeared at an unknown time. The strange man was wearing a white raincoat and a white ducktail hat under a buckled hood. He wore white goggles on his face, a white mask, and white rubber gloves on his hands, and white rain boots on his feet. This looks like a forensic scientist, like a doctor, like a quirky janitor. Nakanishi tilted his head and looked around, swallowing hard. There were many of these strange people standing sporadically in the branches of the trees around them at some point. If you want to yell at the author and have an opinion, you can add the author's penguinow. 282-482-7365. End of chapter. Chapter 34, The Cleaner's First Battle. The people in white fell down and steadied themselves on the ground. They ignored the panicked ninjas and owed Su Yutang a salute. The corner of Su Yutang's mouth lifted into a smile. These were the people she was waiting for. She thought about leaving the group and the possibility of an assassination. But how can you lure those people to strike again without using your body as bait? It's only right to take a few risks if you want to finish Lord Death's mission quickly. She had gone up the mountain of knives I don't know how many times over the years. Dangerous? Dangerous, of course, but she had the bottom line. It's a god behind himself. Tonight, the cleaners would arrive at South Suburban Manor, and that was their own greatest strength. Xiao Wang looked at Su Yutang in horror. He never expected Su Yutang to have such a hand. Xiao Wang could not see through this boss of his more and more. He was Su Yutang's driver and bodyguard, so basically she knew all of Su Yutang's movements. However, he actually didn't know when Su Yutang had cultivated such a group of scary guys. Even Su Yutang's hands were far beyond his own. He was not aware of that. This woman, how deep is she hiding? Su Yutang patted Xiao Wang's shoulder. You've done well tonight, and don't say anything about tonight. The young king subconsciously said, yes, soon. His tiger's body shook. Great performance tonight. Could it be that Su always suspected that he had tipped off and colluded with the assassins to assassinate Su Yutang? Tonight is also a test for yourself? What should happen to you if you don't perform well tonight? Su Yutang stared at the ninjas and glanced at the cleaners who were treating themselves respectfully. Are these cleaners really their own subordinates? She was in a bit of disbelief. Su Yutang mused. Get these men alive. The cleaners moved quickly, lunging towards the handful of ninjas. Though the cleaners fought without any rules, like street punks brawling. However, the cleaners are fast, powerful and move with a distinctly violent aesthetic. The ninjas quickly recoiled. The Chunin cursed angrily. Why? This twat has so many masters. Datai has definitely enlisted in the secrets of genetics as well. Each of these cleaners was above the lower ninja and below the middle ninja in strength. It was absolutely unbelievable to him that these white-clothed freaks weren't special warriors who had received modified genes. Nakanobu took out a red pill and swallowed it in one gulp. His eyes began to fill with blood. His body's blood chi skyrocketed. and his combat power increased by a level. Strength, speed, and overall enhancement. The cleaners don't care that much, and charge up with bravery, beating the Nakanobu to a standstill. Nakanobu cursed angrily. Are you all not afraid of death? Good. Then go to hell. Nakanobu seized the opportunity and stabbed his bitterness into the heart of one of the cleaners. The imagined scene of blood spurting did not occur. Instead, the female cleaner had a sneer in her eyes. She grabbed a hold of the bitterness, causing the hilt to be stuck dead center on her bones. The Nakanobu's face changed drastically, his eyes gradually crawling with panic. Is this still human? A few of the remaining cleaners swarmed over the Nakanobu, who spewed blood and fell to the ground as he stepped back. The ninjas were all taken care of, each falling to the ground groaning. Several ninjas suddenly turned red in the face and a mouthful of black blood spurted out, losing their vital breath. Su Yutong remembered the big truck driver who stabbed himself that day. That driver also took the pills. His power skyrocketed, and then he spewed blood and died on his own. Su Yutong narrowed her eyes. Kuroki Misawa, who the hell are you? Su Yutong faced the cleaners and clasped his fists. Thank you all. I hope we can work well together in the future. The cleaners arched their backs in unison, eyes full of fervor. All for the glory of God. Little King hated that he was deaf. Heard too many things I shouldn't have today. Early the next morning, Su Guangming walked into the South China Sea Ditai building with a brisk pace. People are happy when they are happy. He thinks the chick at the front desk is extra good looking. Why don't we let her accompany him tonight? Who made himself the de facto controller of Nanhai Ditai right away? How can Nanhai Ditai, like a ferocious beast, be held in the hands of a woman all the time? Kuroki Misawa had assured that Su Yutong was bound to die last night. He couldn't wait to sit in the president's office and see the ocean view downstairs. The president's secretary saw Su Guangming and hurriedly said, Director Su, this is the president's office. You can't go in without permission. Su Guangming looked at the president's secretary with displeasure. This is my Su family's business. Who the hell are you? The president's secretary frowned as she continued to block. No, you can't go in, or I'll make an appointment with the president first. Su Guangming became furious. You're just a beatnik. When did the lapdog dare to bite the master? And an appointment with the president? I'm telling you, Su Yutong can't come. At that moment, the landline at the president's secretary's workstation rang. The secretary picked up, respectfully said yes, hung up the phone, and said to Su Guangming, Mr. Su asked you to come in. Su Guangming froze. That call was from Su Yutong? Su Yutong isn't dead? Su Guangming swallowed his saliva and walked into the office stiffly. In front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, who else could that capable silhouette be but Su Yutong? Su Yutong wore makeup today, and her long wavy hair was sprayed with hairspray to style it. It's exquisite. Su Guangming's aura was gone in an instant, and he lowered his head. Good morning, sis. Su Yutong turned her head, pinched a cigarette in her hand and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Why? Su Yutong's words were brief and concise, and Su Guangming shivered, his eyes averted. He knew that the assassination had failed last night and that he had been exposed. Su Yutong asked with disappointment in her eyes, Did I treat you badly? Su Guangming simply stopped pretending. He glared, menacingly, because everyone looks down on me. They say I'm a soft touch. Why should the South China Sea Ditai be under your control? I'm the male member of the Su family. Because you brought the Su family back from the dead? Rewind 10 years, and I can too. Su Yutong snorted. But 10 years ago, you and Big Brother were only concerned with selling off the Su family's property, and I was the only one fighting for the Su family. Now you're aggravated. Su Guangming was unconvinced and his face turned red. I'll admit you were lucky back then. I admit I was too ignorant to take a gamble back then. But now I'm ING 28. I want to start a business. I want to do something. Who are you to stop me at every turn? Su Yutong extinguished his cigarette. Take my money and start a business? Su Yutong's eyes were filled with sadness. If you're willing to play, then play. Playing with yachts, playing with celebrities, even if you're glued to that drug. The Su family has more money than you can squander in 2 lifetimes. But once you have the idea of starting your own business, the Sus may lose all their money in a few years. You're not cut out for that. Do you really think it's easy to start a business? No one knows what it's like until they've traveled this road. Recommending a great book by one of the sisters. End of chapter. Chapter 35, Shinobi. Su Guangming's face was green for a while. He was such a big old man, being lectured by his sister as if she were a child. He couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. The man's pride was rubbed repeatedly by Su Yutong. Su Guangming clenched his fists and said excitedly, What's so hard about starting a business? It's not just being a crooked businessman. It's not just a bit of deceit. Then there's drinking with people and talking business? That's who wouldn't. Su Yutong walked to Su Guangming with a complicated face. At 1.7 meters, she looked petite in front of Su Guangming. Su Yutong raised her hand and touched Su Guangming's head, smiling gently. Sister didn't even realize how tall you've grown. It's really grown up and the ideas have changed. Su Guangming unnaturally averted his head. It was like he was back when he was a kid, pampering himself with his sister. Su Yutong reluctantly withdrew her hand. But why are you still so childish when you're such a big man? It's my sister who didn't teach you well. A businessman who only knows how to cheat can only be an unscrupulous businessman. In fact, both crooked and virtuous businessmen generally share a common characteristic. The heart has to be hard. Su Guangming was uncertain. Even though his sister's gentleness touched his heart, he still stubbornly did not look at Su Yutong. Su Yutong's face changed slightly as she calmly said, "Little king, come here." Sven's young king walked out and respectfully said, "Mr. Su." Su Yutong sighed. "Throw it in the sea and feed it to the fish." Su Guangming looked at his sister incredulously. You're going to kill me?" Su Yutong reached out and pulled her cell phone out of Su Guangming's pocket and waved her hand. Xiao Wang dragged Su Guangming towards the president's lounge. There are hidden passages there that lead directly to underground tunnels that are not monitored. Su Guangming was afraid and panicked, struggling. "Sister, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Don't kill me." Su Yutong turned a deaf ear, lit a cigarette, and turned to look at the sea silently. Xiao Wang slashed his palm on Su Guangming's neck and Su Guangming was quiet. Little King asked in a low voice, "Do you want, at the boss's place?" The boss was referring to Su Yutong's older brother, Su Guangyang. With Su Guangming dead, Kuroki Misawa was afraid that his next step would be to seek cooperation from Su Guangyang. Su Yutong snorted coldly. "Do you want my Su family to have no bloodline left? Keep an eye on Su Guangyang. Don't let him do something stupid too." Xiao Wang repeatedly said that he was wrong and carried the unconscious Su Guangming to work. Ring ring ring. The phone rang. Su Yutong glanced at it. It was Su Guangming's cell phone. The caller Kuroki-kun. Su Yutong picked up the phone. Kuroki Misawa's voice came out. "Failed. I didn't realize Su Yutong was so hard to kill. What kind of people did she have around her to protect her?" "Hello? Su Guangming? Speak. What the hell are you not telling me?" Su Yutong said softly. "My brother's death will be on your head. You stay well in the South Seas and don't run." The phone there hung up immediately. Nanhai West District. A high-grade apartment. Kuroki Misawa sat on the couch with a grim face. Behind him, a shirtless, bald, burly man was practicing one-finger meditation upside down. With such intense exercise, the strong man asked without blushing, "Kuroki-kun, what's wrong? What did the Su kid say?" His name was Miyamoto Zajiro, a close friend of Kuroki Misawa and an upperclassman under his command. Kuroki Misawa said in a deep voice, "He's dead, killed by Su Yutong. One middle ninja. 4 lower ninjas, all broken." Su Yutong is not a simple person. Miyamoto Zajiro stood up on one heel and sat down on the couch and said, "It's really strange. Unless she's hiding out at the sheriff's office, there's no way she can avoid a ninja assassination." Kuroki Misawa sighed. "That's what worries me. Why would anyone in the South China Sea be able to block a ninja's assassination? I always feel that there is a terrifying force hidden deep in the South Sea." Miyamoto Zajiro frowned. "What do you mean?" Kuroki Misawa said. "Su Yutong, Chao Yi, Zhou Qing, Zhu Dajuan, Old Snake and so on. I'm afraid these people are just scratching the surface of this city. Could there be something within this city that we don't know about? Zhu Dajuan and Su Yutong, on the other hand, are puppets of that power." Miyamoto Zajiro couldn't help but laugh. "How is that possible? You're just too sensitive. Both Su Guangming and Zhou Qing are stupid. They underestimated their opponents and the assassination went off the rails. So the ninjas we sent out were ambushed. The few ninjas that were sent out weren't too strong genetic warriors. They can't stop a premeditated hot weapons sweep." Kuroki Misawa still looked worried. Miyamoto Zajiro patted Kuroki Misawa comfortingly. "I know what you're thinking. You're afraid that there are other organizations in this world besides the God-making organization that also have genetic modification technology. Oh, you're just too sensitive. There can't be a second person like your teacher in this world, much less a second God-making organization." Kuroki Misawa thought about it and smiled in relief. "That's true. I'm the one who's too sensitive. The God-making organization was in existence that Su Yutong, Zhu Dajuan and the others could not even imagine in this lifetime. When I finish my teacher's project, I'll be a credit to the God-making organization. When the God-making organization is on top of the world, LOL, I am one of the people in charge of this world." Miyamoto Zojiro and Kuroki Misawa looked at each other and laughed out loud, their eyes filled with visions of the future. After laughing for a while, Kuroki Misawa straightened up. "Zuojiro, there's Su Yutong's birthday party tomorrow, and all the dignitaries in the South China Sea will attend. You help me probe the bottom. Tomorrow accompany Zhou Qing to take a look, and by the way, pull Su Yutong in face." Miyamoto Zajiro nodded and smiled grimly. "If I get the chance, I'll look for Su Yutong myself. I'll show her that the gap in life levels can't be bridged by money. I'll let her know what it means to be beyond the mundane." Nanhai City, North District. Mid-levels villa. Shaker Bell is lying on the floor watching Naruto blast pass. Naruto was seen practicing fairy magic with the toad Sannin, eating a whole bunch of bugs and turning off the tablet in contentment. She idly padded behind the couch and peeked at Li Yang chatting. Rattle screamed. Ah, who is she? I can tell by the avatar that it's a beaker. Li Yang, you're in heat. Li Yang blared at Rattle with a dark face. He was chatting with Chen Yushi. If desire can be cultivated, that's definitely good news. Because there are so few people with the power of desire. Chen Yushi is a perfect test subject. Chen Yushi sent a few photos about Su Yuton's birthday party. She said, I really envy Su Yuton. It's amazing how many people are invited for a birthday. Look, the recently hot national god song Sija, the movie star by Tao. I'm going. Yang Xiaomei and Lu Xiaoyan are both there. East Korea's most popular girl group will be the opening act at the birthday party. Gosh, it's like a fairy tale. I'm afraid the Nanhai airport is going to be surrounded by fans. She just assumed it was the daily extravagance of the godly. She didn't realize that the gods and goddesses had their own agenda every time they made a big move. Such a high-profile birthday party was Su Yuton's way of sending a message to the outside world. She, Su Yuton, is still alive, in good physical condition, and even has the mental capacity to make a big deal out of a financial scheme. To throw such a big birthday party is to carry out an unspoken financial maneuver. The corner of Li Yang's mouth curved up. Wanna go check it out? Chen Yushi. Of course I want to. I'm so in love with Sung Zichul. Li Yang. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Chen Yushi. You're not kidding. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival. So I'll add more and post it later. End of chapter. Chapter 36, Mid-Autumn Plus. God Creation Organization. The crow flew in from outside. It landed on the table, its eyes glowing in eerie green. A piece of paper on the desktop magically appeared in writing. The crow finished casting the spell and flew to Li Yang with the paper full of words in his mouth. Wings crossed, the papers were handed over in the raven's own etiquette. Li Yang put his cell phone aside and picked up the document to read. This was the second task submitted by Su Yuton. Find out the truth about how Zhu Dajuan was hunted. Higashisakura Kuroki family. Kuroki Misawa. Ninja. Is there really another transcendent in this world? As the document was read, Li Yang's face became strange. These ninjas are artificial? Pretty flag state. God-making organization? According to Su Yuton's report, those ninjas were completely taking a drug for a long period of time, making themselves become infinitely close to the human limit. And the excellent ones even surpassed the human limit. Rattlesnake put her head over curiously. Li Yang didn't shy away from the cat he grew up with on such trivial matters. Shaker's eyes narrowed dangerously. God-making organizations? How dare a bunch of insignificant mortals try to create gods? Li Yang put the report away and searched the software for the word God Creation Organization. Hundreds of news updates appeared on cell phones. On the very first page, there is an introduction to the founder of the God-making organization, Dr. Leon King, a renowned entrepreneur and a big name in biogenetic academia with dozens of notable papers to his name. There are also some photos attached. It's a picture of Dr. Leon with a king, leader or great leader of a country. It was clear from these photos that the God-making organization was definitely not an ordinary strong enterprise. Li Yang's face was grave as he continued to flip through the cell phone pages. The God-making organization is an international organization headquartered in the pretty flag state. We specialize in the fields of genetics, biology, viruses, and immunity. They have products all over the world. Even in the pharmacies of the Summer Kingdom, many of the medicines seen on a daily basis were related to the God-making organization. Li Yang was stunned, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. The world turned out to be such a funny place. Su Yuton, Zhu Dajuan, were assassinated by Kuroki Misawa at the same time. Is this a fight between the God-making organization and them? This kind of fight that belonged between big brothers. Once upon a time, he could not even qualify to watch from the sidelines. Now, he is implicated and is even the man behind the maneuver. The God-making organization has set its sights on Zhu Dajuan and Su Yuton. If things were left to chance, there was a good chance that this huge organization would follow the clues and find itself. A God-making organization that focuses on bioengineering would be interested in demons, right? No, it wouldn't be as simple as just being interested. Li Yang wouldn't hold on to the idea that with the existence of the cleaner system, he would be able to hide himself from the God Creator organization. The cleaner system is still in the early stages of creation and is inexperienced. Li Yang never underestimates his opponents. He pondered the current situation and weighed the cards of the enemy. The Demon Club is still in the developmental stage. In terms of connections, the Devil's Club can only call the shots in the South China Sea. If we are talking about force, the heat weapons that the God-making organization can mobilize are definitely more than one can imagine. The demons under his hand, which were still in the growth stage, could not suffer the bombardment of the powerful thermobaric weapons. Of course, they wouldn't be stupid enough to dry hot weapons into the South China Sea to start a war. Summerland will not allow it. But what if they claimed that the fight or the object of the fight was the devil? What will be the attitude of the summer government? The still fledgling Devil's Club was indeed powerless against this top international power. If someone else was put in Li Yang's position, it might cut off Zhu Dajuan's connection with Su Yutong, like a lost dog changing places to recultivate power. Li Yang is no one else. He's meticulous, but he's definitely not a wimp. If you have to live a lowly life after gaining superhuman powers, you might as well go into the factory. Perhaps, as a god, even a very weak one shouldn't be afraid to fight. The beam had been made, and conflicts and interests had arisen. A powerful enemy would only excite him. Just 3 months after obtaining the transcendent power. Did you provoke this kind of thing? Li Yang muttered. Soon, a hint of a smile hung at the corners of his mouth, and his deep eyes darkened with a light that meant nothing. No, they're the ones who messed with me. Luckily, Su Yutong found out about the god-making organization. Otherwise, this Devil's Club of his own was afraid that he would be sparsely noticed by the god-making organization. Then inexplicably a dragnet was set up by the god-making organization. Now that the god-making organization hasn't discovered the Devil's Club, it's time to make a preemptive strike. Li Yang tapped his fingers on the desktop, his mind spinning languidly. My advantage is that my power is treacherous. Demon battles are strong, demonic images are magical, and the South Seas are my home turf again. On top of that, I'm in the shadows and they don't know what the devil really is. He slowly opened his hand and slowly took hold. Let the god-making organization be a millstone for the Devil's Club. Kuroki Misawa is just a minor character. I have to lure the big fish to the South China Sea. The god-making organization may be interested in demons, but I'm already interested in the god-making organization's genetic drugs. Li Yang pinched Rattle's cheeks. Try to find someone with the power of desire these days. Pressure is motivation. And in the face of a formidable enemy, developing oneself more rapidly is the way to go. If every demon was cultivated to be powerful and possessed greatness as in the legends, these mortals of the god-making organization were nothing. Shaker nodded seriously. How dare you call it god-making? What a big mouth. You think you're Rokudo Pain? Form an army of demons and charge them straight up ya. Early the next morning, a beautiful, exquisitely dressed woman stood downstairs in the neighborhood. She wore a wispy snow-knit tight dress with black silk from alphabet seersucker over her legs and flirty makeup, front and back, innocent and sexy. Many passing men stole glances at Chen Yushi's devilish figure with fiery eyes, and Chen Yushi stared back in disgust. You're not wearing a designer label for them. This outfit was bought yesterday after a long shopping trip to the mall and picking out some discounted items. Pretty extravagant for her purchasing power. Chen Yushi although meet pain, but barring that, it is worth it very much. Attending Su Yutong's birthday party, such a high-end high society party. Not wearing a brand name, how can you be good enough to join in the fun there? A cab pulled up in front of her and Li Yang pulled down the window. Get in the car. Su Yutong, she smiled sweetly, ruffled her hair, and walked into the cab in style. What's wrong with taking a cab, even if you're squeezing into a bus? It depends on who's sitting next to you. Su Yutong looked at Li Yang tenderly. Morning. Surprised to find a crow's head burrowing out of the inside pocket of his trench coat. This is. Li Yang glanced at Chen Yushi. The power of her desire was stronger than last time. Li Yang smiled slightly, nodded the crow's head and said, my pet, Raven is also going to Su Yutong's birthday party, because it's the first time anyone has ever invited it to be a guest. Chen Yushi softly said, what a cute crow. It's true that rich people have strange fetishes and will take crows as pets. Crow cocked his head and observed Chen Yushi. Doesn't this woman know to call his majesty? Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, brothers and sisters. Raven asked, do you know what the rattle contact on the peach tree is? Ringing the bell. I know. 282,482. 7,365. Feel free to scold her if you don't like what you see. Raven said, aren't there any groups in the Devil's Club? Ringing the bell. There must be. 8,321. 200. Raven said, awesome. End of chapter. Chapter 37. Hello, Su Yutong. South China Sea International Showroom. With a history of more than 100 years, it has a strong cultural heritage. Normally, the interior of the exhibition hall is not open to the public and is used for organizing some large-scale cultural activities or receiving other regional leaders. Due to the fame of the South China Sea International Exhibition Hall, the Exhibition Hall Square outside the South China Sea International Exhibition Hall is a famous place to visit. The showroom plaza was particularly busy today. Su Yutong organized a banquet that could be called the birthday of the world. Many famous artists as well as wealthy people from all over the world were invited to attend. Those little edgy webmasters in their avant-garde outfits are on air at Showroom Square to rub it in. Sheriff's cars, patrol cars parked on the outskirts of the square. Sheriffs and auxiliary sheriffs maintain order. The cab stopped far away, the navigation alerting to the traffic ahead. Li Yang and Chen Yushi got off the bus and walked towards the square. Every now and then a luxury car passes by. Chen Yushi looked at the limousine as it entered the showroom plaza. Her palms were slightly sweaty as she grabbed Li Yang's arm and looked at him carefully. It's her dream to be in high society. And what role do the men around her play in it? This crown prince of unknown segment should be socializing with those social nobles for the sake of the family estate. Would it be rude and humiliating to have never experienced such an occasion yourself? Well, keep your mouth shut yourself for a while and don't get him in trouble. A low-profile and luxurious Rolls-Royce stopped beside Li Yang. Li Yang stopped by, only to see that the car door opened and a man in a proper suit, looking like a thug in a suit, stepped down. Chen Yushi looked at the man suspiciously. The green aqua ghost on his hand and the accessories around his neck show that the man is extraordinary. Almost 40 years old. He should be Li Yang's parents' partner in business, right? Chen Yushi stood slightly restrained. She waited for Li Yang to greet the man before she herself followed Li Yang's well-behaved greeting. Not to be rude. She's going to brush up on her impression of the upper class. Then a scene that shocked her appeared. The man got out of the car and jogged to Li Yang, respectfully owing his body. Master, why are you free to come over? The man's name is Zhu Dajuan, one of the underground trio in the South China Sea. He had to attend Su Yutong's birthday party in person. How could Zhu Dajuan have imagined that he would meet Li Yang here? He hesitated whether he was qualified to greet Li Yang. After agonizing over it, he still decided to take a shot at his future and couldn't miss the chance to browbeat the Reaper. He wasn't mortal anymore anyway, and he was already a demon. Li Yang was not surprised by Zhu Dajuan's appearance, and he could feel the shadow demon's aura from a long distance away. He returned, too bored to come around. Zhu Dajuan nodded plausibly. For a god with an endless lifespan and infinite power, loneliness is the most terrifying thing of all, isn't it? He rushed to the car and pulled open the door to the back seat. Master, there are too many people in front of you. I'm afraid it will disturb your pleasure. Why don't you get in the car and bring you in? Li Yang was not polite, and led the blindfolded Chen Yushi into the car. If he had a car, he wouldn't have chosen to walk. Zhu Dajuan was overjoyed and went to the driver's seat, pulling open the door to the driver. You go back. Where did the driver not know that he had met a big brother that even Zhu Dajuan had to flatter? He hurriedly left the car, not daring to look at Li Yang and Chen Yushi in the back seat of the car. Zhu Dajuan drove the car slowly towards the showroom plaza, pondering the identity of the woman beside Li Yang. There's no demonic aura on it, but can it be ordinary people who are under the sway of death? Chen Yushi was nervous to the extreme. She's a gold digger who's read too many high society magazines and heard too many high society stories. Today, she is in that fairy tale of the ugly duckling turning into a white swan. It's dreamy. She gazed at Li Yang. Her body softened, her legs clenched tightly, and her soft body leaned towards Li Yang. Li Yang glanced at Chen Yushi. The scent of desire grew stronger in her. A tipping point had been reached, and by breaking through that tipping point, the desire breath could be transformed into desire power. Just where is that tipping point? A big red carpet runs through the exhibition hall square until the Nanhai International Exhibition Hall. Those luxury cars slowly parked on the red carpet and were greeted by the South China Sea detailing executives, and the concierge would take care of the cars. The head of the concierge department saw Zhu Dajuan's seat driving up and rushed forward to greet him. I just wanted to go to the back of the car and open the door, but I saw the driver's door open and Zhu Dajuan walked out. The head of the concierge's face was frozen. Master of the South China Sea, you're even a chauffeur for someone? Where is this coming from? Zhu Dajuan quickly ran to the back seat of the car and opened the door. A young man and a voluptuous woman appeared in the view of the head of the concierge. Zhu Dajuan bowed and whispered, Master, slow down. The head concierge stepped aside and took out his cell phone to dial the number. Mr. Su, Zhu Dajuan is here. He seems to have brought a big shot with him. Inside the South China Sea International Showroom, Su Yutong was holding a glass of champagne and was greeting the guests with a smile on her face. She picked up the phone and her face stared as she heard the head of the concierge's words. Zhu Dajun dodged the ninja's assassination. There must be someone behind him. No chance. It's the Devil's Club. She apologized to the guest she was chatting with, put down her champagne, and walked quickly to the door. In that moment, Su Yutong froze. Zhu Dajuan exuded a strong transcendent aura. After becoming the living dead, she is considered transcendent and can see things that normal people can't. No wonder Zhu Dajuan was able to evade the ninjas. It turns out that he was a member of the Devil's Club himself. The city of Nanhai, the water turned out to be so deep. Who's the one next to Zhu Dajuan? That young man Su Yutong couldn't see through. It was impossible to see if he had superhuman powers. The living dead were nothing more than the lowest level slaves of the god of death. Not even undead, and absolutely unable to see through the god of death. Su Yutong just felt that the person was terrifying and had a very strong sense of oppression. Also, there was a very familiar aura about him. Su Yutong stabilized her mind and warmly greeted her. Welcome, Mr. Chu. Zhu Dajuan's body paused for a moment. and the smile on his face froze. After he became a shadow demon, this was the first time he had encountered Su Yutong. I didn't expect Su Yutong to have a peculiar aura about her. Not demonic, but transcendent. Surprisingly, Su Yutong wasn't mortal either. No wonder this woman had founded Nanhai Datai in just 10 years and had developed the Su family to unprecedented heights. Shu Dajuan smiled and extended his hand. Happy birthday, Mr. Su. Every year has its own day. Su Yutong withdrew her hand and glanced at Li Yang, seemingly complaining. Mr. Zhu is so petty, bringing new friends and not introducing them to me. Shu Dajuan really didn't know how to introduce Li Yang. While he was hesitating, Su Yutong graciously extended her hand at Li Yang. Hello, Su Yutong. I have to say it's the privilege of a beautiful woman. When confronted by a mysterious bigwig, you can be bold and direct with a bit of beauty to mix things up. Li Yang had a smile on his lips. Hello, Su Yutong. He lightly gripped Su Yutong's jade hand and released it at the touch, not coveting the softness. At that moment, a crow's head poked out from the inner pocket of Li Yang's trench coat. The crow cocked its head and stared at Su Yutong unkindly. Su Yutong was dumbfounded as if she had been struck by lightning. End of chapter. Chapter 38, The Gift of Death. That crow, isn't it His Majesty the Black Dragon? No wonder this young man had an aura about him that was very familiar. Surprisingly, His Majesty the Black Dragon. Surprisingly in that young man's pocket? Then, the identity of this young man can be imagined. Lord Death. Only a Shinigami-sama could put His Majesty the Black Dragon in his pocket, right? This is the same death that spared his own death that night. The Shinigami became human and came to my birthday party? Cold sweat broke out on Su Yutong's forehead and he hurriedly bowed his head and respectfully said, I didn't know it was you, please. Zhu Dajuan was stunned, never having seen such a look of Su Yutong. She knows the Shinigami-sama? Li Yang smiled. It's your birthday, no need to be formal. Su Yutong quickly stopped talking. She knew that if she showed too much respect to Li Yang, she would definitely attract the attention of people with an interest in the matter, thus causing unnecessary trouble to Lord Death. Li Yang continued, find a place to talk for a while. Su Yutong lowered her head. Yes, please follow me. Li Yang gently said to Chen Yushi beside him. I'll meet you when I'm done. Chen Yushi nodded her head obediently, like a little girl who had just fallen in love. Only after Li Yang and Su Yutong left did Chen Yushi let out a sigh of relief. Su Yutong's aura was too strong, so legendary that a woman would treat Li Yang with respect. She had always thought that Li Yang knew a big shot like Su Yutong, but Su Yutong even said something like, didn't recognize you. Could it be that an existence like Su Yutong was merely a pawn who belonged to Li Yang but was not qualified to touch him? What level of big brother is this Li Yang? Is it true that poverty limits one's imagination? Shu Dajuan smiled and said to Chen Yushi, you go ahead and have fun. Just call the little one if you need anything. Chen Yushi's inner vanity was infinitely satisfied. If Li Yang was here, he would have realized that Chen Yushi's aura of desire had strengthened a lot more. Chen Yushi smiled and nodded as she entered the banquet hall. International Exhibition Hall, a lounge. Su Yutong fell to her knees. My Lord Death, forgive the insolence of the humble maid. The famous South China Sea female president meekly knelt in front of her. If it were any other man, his inner desire for conquest was afraid to explode from being satisfied. But Li Yang had no feelings about it. He sat in his chair with his legs crossed and a smile on his face. You've been doing pretty well lately. Su Yutong excitedly raised her cold and pretty face. I am supremely honored. Li Yang took out a membership card from his arms. As of today, you are a lowly member of the Devil's Club. Take it. Su Yutong hurriedly crawled to Li Yang's knees and took the membership card with both hands. The beautiful eyes were a great surprise. His Majesty the Black Dragon mentioned the Devil's Club. It was a transcendental organization created by the god of death to garrison the earth and monitor good and evil. To join the Devil's Club is to enter that fabled world once and for all. Li Yang said, this membership card has not been registered with member information, so you can create your own title. Zhu Dajuan's membership card title was called Shadow Demon because the power in the desire potion that belonged to him was Shadow Demon. When Zhu Dajuan's cultivation reaches a high level, it will be the same as the legendary Shadow Demon in Hell. Su Yutong didn't have the power of desire and could only gain demonic power by taking someone else's desire potion. Currently, Li Yang only had most of the Shadow Demon desire potion. It couldn't be that Su Yutong's title in the club was also called Shadow Demon, could it? Su Yutong didn't understand the meaning of the title yet and didn't ask much. Anyway, that Black Dragon Majesty seemed to like itself quite a bit, and it would always explain itself. She said gratefully, Yutong will definitely serve you and the Devil's Club to the best of her ability. Li Yang was satisfied with Su Yutong's meekness and smiled. It's your birthday, and since I'm here, I have to give you a present. Su Yutong kowtowed in a hurry, her big waves scattering. Blessed be my lord. Can a gift from death be anything ordinary? Su Yutong is a top-class upper class that fulfills all desires only to be numb and tired. She hadn't looked forward to something so much in a long time. Li Yang pulled out the ceramic vial from his bosom, which contained a portion of the Shadow Demon Desire Potion. He gently placed it in Su Yutong's hand. "Don't you let me down," Li Yang said and got up. The raven in his arms burrowed out of the pocket of his trench coat and landed on the ground. His wings crossed and his head bowed. It had something to say to Su Yutong and wanted to spend some time alone with Su Yutong, explaining the tasks of the cleaner system in the process. After Li Yang left, Crow straightened up, the demonic might of His Majesty the Black Dragon enveloping the room. It jumped into the chair and spoke majestically like a true king. "Congratulations, you've been recognized by your master. Sit down, the king has something to explain." Su Yutong didn't dare to hesitate, and after saying "Thank you, your majesty," she sat down on the chair next to her, legs together and boarded up. Raven said, "Cleaners are important. Your mission is cleaning up the traces left by the demons, not letting the world find out about the demons. Until the Devil's Club in the South Seas is perfected, you'll have to hide them. No cleaners can be exposed when there is no mission." Su Yutong was breathing heavily. The cleaner actually has this vital role. Even though she was serving the Demon Club's team, she, the leader of the cleaners, had a broad future ahead of her. It's hard to fend off the ninja's assassinations on your own without a cleaner to protect you. Raven Eyes to Lust Potion. You are a rare human that the master appreciates. This king really didn't expect the master to bestow such a divine object on you. Su Yutong discovered the crow's greed for the desire potion. She hesitated for a moment. "Your majesty likes it, and this divine object is still yours to take." Raven froze for a moment, a flash of emotion crossing her eyes, and shook her head. "The master gave you something. This king wouldn't dare to get his hands on it. It's your chance. Drink it and you'll see what this stuff is good for." Su Yutong nodded and took out her membership card. "Your majesty, my Lord Reaper said title or something." "What it means," Raven said. "Titles are the real names of demons. Let the king help you with a title." It thought about the fact that in an empire, the emperor had the highest status, and second only to the emperor's status was the empress, and then the chancellor and generals and whatnot. Raven tilted her head. "Your title will be Black Queen." It didn't understand the significance of the empress to the emperor in human society. It just felt that it had given Su Yutong a good face. Su Yutong blinked her eyes and respectfully answered yes. Raven jumped out of the chair and flew to the window, ready to leave. Suddenly stopping at the windowsill, he turned back and said seriously, "Happy birthday, Su Yutong. Well, the king has bestowed her with the name of the Black Queen, so let's call it a gift from the king." The crow was gone for a long time before Su Yutong put on a small smile and reached out to pick up the ceramic vial on the ground, opened her cherry mouth and drank the desire potion in one gulp. An arcane message surged into Su Yutong's mind. Shadow puppetry consumes mental energy to manipulate shadows. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the puppetry. The witch who stole and shared the power of the shadow demon endeavored to cultivate shadow puppetry to its peak. Su Yutong slowly stretched out her hand, and her own shadow squirmed on the ground. She rounded her beautiful eyes in horror. His own shadow had bizarrely materialized and stood up. End of chapter. Chapter 39. The Broken Chen Yushi. Ballroom. Chen Yushi stood blankly in the corner. She had taken after the high-end people who usually attended receptions, but everything here was nothing like her $3,000 entrance ticket to the reception. Underfoot is marble that has the flavor of ancient culture. The surrounding walls decorated with glaze were golden. Under the huge crystal chandelier is a sculpture from the master's real work. Chen Yushi quietly surveyed the guests who were wearing haute couture dresses. They are full of nobility in every move. That's the real aristocracy. Chen Yushi was so nervous that her heart was in her throat. Gradually, under the influence of the famous pianist Yoder Han's affectionate performance of Love the Muse on the stage, Chen Yushi's nervous heart slowly soothed. The apprehension in his eyes faded like a tidal wave and was replaced by overwhelming excitement. This is the life of her dreams. Chen Yushi let herself go. She's like an ugly duckling who wanders into Swan Lake by mistake, exploring and adventuring in the castle where the rich and powerful surge. Chen Yushi's attention was suddenly attracted by two middle-aged men in suits. Feeling that they looked somewhat familiar, her eyes grew wide. This is movie star Bai Tao and veteran music industry king He Yundong? If you can ask for an autograph or even a photo with them, posting a circle of friends is afraid that it will cause a big earthquake in the circle of friends. I envy Zhang Xiaohan, that little wench. Chen Yushi gathered enough courage to walk over and carefully said, Greetings. I'm a fan of yours. Grew up watching your movies and listening to your songs. I love you guys. Can I get a picture? Bai Tao and He Yundong smiled. Sure. The two showbiz moguls had a very sharp eye and could tell at a glance that Chen Yushi was a mistress at best. Temperament is something that has to be nurtured and doesn't come from how many high-end parties you've been to. They felt that Chen Yushi was more likely to be some unimpressive starlet or small netizen who was trying to rub off on them. All of them came from drag queens and bar residencies, and all of them know that it's not easy to walk this path, and it's just a photo shoot, so why turn it down? It's their culmination. Chun Yushi was ecstatic and thanked him repeatedly. Take out your own cell phone and pose. They cooperated by holding out their scissor hands. After posing for a photo with the two veteran stars, she set her sights on the others. After running for an hour in high heels, Chun Yushi didn't feel tired at all. She had already collected photos with many stars, many celebrity signatures, and had even added a little star on WeChat. Chun Yushi had a happy smile on her face. This was the life she wanted. Honorable. Extraordinary. Li Yang's appearance appeared in his mind, and he secretly made up his mind that even if he became a junior, he would still hold on to his thighs. At this time, Chun Yushi spotted a handsome figure, her eyes filled with surprise. This is the national hero, Song Si-chul, the dream girl of 600 million teenage girls. She says she's a fan when she asks for a picture with other celebrities, but really she just wants a picture to show off. Song Si-chul is truly his own idol. She's not a fan of Song Si-ja's wife, she's a big fan of Song Si-ja. Brother Song Si-chul is hardworking and handsome, an inspirational template. Chun Yushi picked up a glass of wine and walked towards Song Si-ja apprehensively. She said, her nose sweating, hello, are you Song Si-chul? Song Si-ja turned around, looked Chun Yushi up and down, and frowned. Something? He's in a bad mood today. He checked Su Yutan's information. Just a female thug. I wonder how many people she didn't know she had slept with to get where she is today. Who are you? He himself is a popular man who exploded this year and is known as the little movie star. He firmly believed in his future and was bound to be like Michael, where a concert would have to alarm the military. He wouldn't have shown his face at the female thug's party if his agent hadn't begged him to. What was even more outrageous was that when he lowered himself to greet Su Yutan completely ignored him and followed a man. She exclaimed, I'm a fan of yours. I've seen all your web series. Can I get a picture with you? Song Si-ja coldly said, not available. Chun Yushi smiled awkwardly and was about to leave. The wine waiter on the venue circuit ran into her. The high heels didn't step steadily, and accidentally stumbled and fell, her whole body collapsing towards Song Si-ja. The red wine in his hand didn't go to waste at all, and all of it was spilled on Song Si-ja's expensive suit pants. Chun Yushi's head buzzed. I'm sorry. Song Si-ja pushed Chun Yushi away with one hand. Get out. Chun Yushi slipped and fell to the ground. Song Si-ja pointed at Chun Yushi and completely exploded. Who let you touch me? Song Si-ja picked up the wine glasses on the table and splashed them all over Chun Yushi. Something about being well-read. Something about being a humble knight. Something about loving women. That's all packaged by the agency at great expense to decimate the ignorant female fans. Chun Yushi was covered in wine stains, her hair dripping red wine, and she went from ugly duckling to fallen chicken. The people around them quieted down and looked this way, with derision, indifference, and sarcasm on their faces. Chun Yushi's aristocratic dream woke up in a flash. She was still the same Chun Yushi. Even after entering the upper-class reception, she was still the same lowly Chun Yushi. Behind the fairy tale dream is the blood-soaked reality. Chun Yushi's eyes reddened. Her body trembled, terrified, unable to stop. I'm sorry. Song Si-chul drifted off. I think of you. That man beside you is on good terms with Su Yutan. Did that man ask you to seduce me and try to impress me? A bunch of rednecks who really think they're somebody? After the sudden burst of popularity of certain young fresh meat, they regard themselves as the Dragon Aotion in the Netflix series and feel that everyone in the world should kneel and lick themselves. Poor people get rich at first sight, and theatergoers turn over a new leaf, and don't know how to restrain themselves. Song Si-ja's agent had instructed him 1,000 times to make sure he got acquainted with Su Yutan. When Song Si-ja finally lowered himself and reluctantly went to find Su Yutan, he saw Su Yutan chatting with Li Yang. Even more so, he ignored him and left directly with the man. He was upset. Song Si-ja picked up a bottle of red wine and poured it down towards Chun Yushi's head like a madman. Bitch, what do you take me? Song Si-ja? Try to curry favor with me and have the man behind you come in person. He was expressing his dissatisfaction with Su Yutan in his own way, expressing his displeasure at being neglected. The word seemed to open the search engine in Chun Yushi's mind, causing Chun Yushi's body to stiffen. Thoughts go back to the small, poor, backward village. Little girls are not allowed to eat eggs, read, or sleep. Must go to farm work before dawn. Must take care of little brother who skips school and fights. She would be beaten if she didn't clean up the manure from the pigsty. She would be beaten if she cooked a meal that her brother didn't like. And she would be beaten if her father drank. Because mom says she's a money loser in order to be a noblewoman. She escaped the small mountain valley and came to the big city. From the woman that everyone loathes, to the gold-digging whore that everyone loathes. Ballroom second floor. Li Yang rested one hand on the solid wood guardrail, one hand clasping a cigarette. He watched the farce with indifference, like an unconcerned bystander. Looking at the increasingly dense aura of desire on Chen Yushi's body, it was metamorphosing into a rather pure power of desire. The smile at the corner of Li Yang's mouth grew bigger and bigger. End of chapter. Chapter 40, What is Power? ****** Your mom. When Chen Yushi was scared and helpless, a loud voice attracted everyone's attention. Xu Dajuan looked at the scene in front of him in horror. He himself left for just a moment to taunt his nemesis Zhou Qing. How about? How come? He even rubbed his eyes in disbelief that this was real. A female companion to that horrible being, having red wine poured on her? Humiliated? Lord Death. And he calls him a hick? He ran over to him quickly and slapped Song Siju in the face with a casserole-like slap. Sung Sik Cheol spun directly in place as he covered his red, swollen face in horror. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? And do you have any idea who she is? Xu Dajuan grabbed Song Siju's neck and the slaps didn't stop. The guests were shocked. On an occasion like this, beating up a popular kid? I'm afraid this is going to make headlines, right? They aimed at the woman lying on the ground in a daze. Could this be Xu Dajuan's concubine? Sung Si Chul, who had made himself known as the future Michael, was mortified to be beaten in front of so many people. The commotion was so loud that Song Siju's agent came running nonstop and the whole thing was dumbfounded when he saw the scene. How is it that the murderous god, Sung Zi Chul, saw the agent and yelled, "Manager Hong, call the police, call the police." The broker shivered and came up to Xu Dajuan. "Army, Master Jun, what did Xiao Song do to piss you off?" Seeing the agent's appearance, Song Sija finally realized that something was wrong. It was the second time he'd seen this groveling look on the agent's face. The first time was yesterday. They went to visit a big brother called Mad Wolf. It said that ruthless man could easily swing trouble by screwing two people in the South China Sea. In the end, I still ate the loss of unfamiliarity and habitual arrogance. Xu Dajuan didn't even look at the agent. The agent didn't dare to say anything either. He was already weak in the knees from fear. A famous actress who was popular all over the world offended a certain big brother and ended up fleeing to a foreign country and never dared to go back until she died. Who in the circle doesn't know that big brother is Xu Dajun? Besides, Xu Dajuan wasn't just a yellow pimp. His media company was quite loud. 4 people in the entertainment industry to offend Xu Dajuan. It would really be the same as moving earth on the head of a Taiyuyu. Step, step, step. As Xu Dajuan thrashed Song Sija and the whole place went quiet, the sound of footsteps on the stairs stood out, only to see a man with a straight posture and a black trenchcoat walking far away. He wore a round hat with the brim pressed so low that it covered most of his face. The crowd didn't understand how anyone could dare to join in the fun at this time. Li Yang walked to Chen Yushi with calm steps and took out a paper towel from his arms to wipe the wine stains on Chen Yushi's body. Pulling Chen Yushi up, without saying a word, he slowly walked towards the main door. The crowd was horrified. Did Xu Dajun stand up for that man? What the hell is he? Rumor has it that Xu Dajuan has a great background in the imperial capital. Could that person be? They didn't dare to think deeper. That kind of bigotry was not to be asked or pried into. Xu Dajuan hurriedly followed up and explained in a voice that only 2 people could hear. I'm sorry, master. It's the little one who didn't have the eyes to see you off. Li Yang didn't respond. Xu Dajuan did not dare to speak or follow, and watched Li Yang walk further and further away. Is death upset with me? Xu Dajuan's eyes were gradually crawling with a murderous aura. He turned back and looked indifferently at Song Sija. He's already dead. A bald man chased him out of the showroom plaza. As he looked around, there was only a dense crowd. The bald man picked up his cell phone and dialed out a number. Misawa, I've made a major discovery. There really is someone behind Xu Dajuan. I suspect that the failed ninja assassination had something to do with him. That person approached Su Yutong alone today. Should we do it? In case that person prompts Su Yutong and Xu Dajuan to join forces, it will be difficult. Kuroki Misawa on the other end of the phone pondered for a moment. Use the secret medicine boldly, and I will apply for the life extension pill for you. Remember, it has to be clean. Oh, don't worry about Shinobi's methods. Miyamoto Zajiro hung up the phone and pulled a pill out of his pocket and swallowed it. His pupils were instantly covered in blood. Zaojiro Miyamoto took a deep breath with his eyes closed. His eyes radar-like as he locked onto a direction and headed towards his destination. The cab is parked on the beach. It's off premises and quiet in the fall when no one comes here for a cold breeze. Chen Yushi suddenly said, the biggest pain a prince like you has ever suffered would be the Ice America style, right? After Chen Yushi's scar was unintentionally torn open by Song Sija, she temporarily became free of greed for Li Yang and immersed in the past. She's a gold-digging whore, but doesn't care about money. It's just a tool to make her look expensive. Li Yang did not say that he was also from the countryside, or that he had no one to turn to after his grandmother died when he was 16. He just blandly said, I don't like coffee. I hate coffee. Chen Yushi closed her eyes and blew the sea breeze, letting a few strands of her green silk get messy. Can you tell me what it means to be honorable? Can you tell me what power feels like? Li Yang let out a light laugh. The taste of power is something I've only recently come to realize. How? They have no sin. Yet I can forgive them. That's power. Those with power are naturally honorable. Chen Yushi opened her eyes and looked at Li Yang in a daze. The honor she thought was days of drinking, nights of singing, and crowds of flattery. Li Yang's explanation of power and honor is astounding and spot on. Chen Yushi was silent for a long time and smiled to herself. Sure enough, it's fate that I've been all my life. Chen Yushi looked at Li Yang and smiled brightly. Thank you for showing me so much. The corners of Li Yang's mouth sketched out a meaningful smile. Tell me your desires and I'll help you fulfill them. Chen Yushi covered her mouth and laughed. You think you're a god. At that moment, an unskilled summary language came through. Just caused such a big stir at the venue. And this is coming to the beach to talk about love with a beautiful woman. You're really a flirt. Chen Yushi frowned and looked behind her. Only a bald, burly man with a murderous face stood in the distance with a sneer. In just the blink of an eye, the burly man quickly appeared 10 meters in front of him. Chen Yushi's small mouth opened slightly. Is this a human being? The burly man clasped his arms, a cruel meaning hanging at the corners of his mouth. My humble self, Zajiro Miyamoto, meet you sir. Today, I am here to send you sir on your way. For a mysterious big shot like Li Yang, the burly man gave some respect. It was only by killing such a bigot that he would get the ultimate kick out of it. Chen Yushi's expression became horrified. It was the first time she had ever seen a killer. It had always been in fiction, a novel in which a killer assassinates a president. It's amazing that killers really do exist in high society. Besides, what kind of monster was this slayer that he could run so fast in just one instant? Li Yang didn't even return his head and looked at the sea and said, You're slower than I thought. Here's the place I picked out for you. Like it? Li Yang foolishly exposed himself in the banquet hall just to get Kuroki Misawa's attention. Unexpectedly, the man behind him was strong in the flesh, and turning into an undead must be nice. Miyamoto Zajiro sneered. I admire your courage. Sir, there is no need for you to make a show of it. Be on your way. Miyamoto Zuojiro pulled out his bitterless and instantly appeared behind Li Yang. Chen Yushi subconsciously reached out to stop it, but Miyamoto Zuojiro had already stabbed out his bitterness. Li Yang snapped his fingers nonchalantly. In the void, a black magic formation appeared, and a pale hand choked Miyamoto Zuojiro's bitterness in a death grip. The author beeps 2 sentences, and beeping those 2 sentences doesn't count within the word count. The above little fresh meat partially changes hearsay. Nonsense. Some event that may or may not be. The male star was not convinced and wanted to retaliate, but was honest when he heard that one of the big shots he visited with his agent the day before was the little brother of the big brother who beat him up. End of chapter 41. Chapter 41, The So-Called Mission. Chapter 41, The So-Called Mission. What? Miyamoto Zajiro's eyes rounded in horror. That sudden, pale hand that appeared in the void caused Chen Yushi to back away in shock. It was all beyond mortal perception. In the void, a naked figure walked out of the black magic formation. Pale skin, empty eyes, cold temperature. Miyamoto Zajiro's pupils suddenly contracted when he saw the undead's appearance. Inoue-senpai? That person was none other than another shinobi under Kuroki Misawa. Inoue Sengoku was on a mission from Kuroki Misawa to assassinate the chief of the South China Sea Security Bureau. The chief of the South China Sea Security Bureau is still in the intensive care unit of the hospital, and Inoue Sengoku died at the Security Bureau. How did Inoue staff rules become this ghostly form and appear in this bizarre form? Could it be that they had long been noticed by the man who was like a god or a demon? And people such as himself, still presuming to assassinate him? Miyamoto Zuojiro stared at Li Yang and exclaimed, What the hell are you? Li Yang didn't like nonsense, and his index finger flicked backward. Roar! The undead opened their mouths wide, the corners of their mouths cracking all the way up to their ears, and let out a chilling hiss. Miyamoto Zuojiro wiped his sweat, gathered his courage, and killed towards the undead. Bittersweet stabbed at the undead's throat, but there wasn't even a trace left. The undead's arm flings itself at Zuojiro Miyamoto, like being hit by a car. Miyamoto Zuojiro's entire body was sent flying several meters. Roar! The undead instinctively lunged towards Miyamoto Zuojiro like a mad beast. Miyamoto Zujiro fished the pill out of his pocket. His eyes glazed over, and he swallowed it in one gulp. He stood up and let out a roar that didn't sound human. Zuojiro Miyamoto pounces with the undead. This time, Miyamoto Zuojiro was actually able to tangle with the undead for a while with the power of his physical body. However, the undead are powerful. Their stamina never runs out, and they have a body of steel. Zuojiro Miyamoto couldn't resist for a moment before he fell and fled. It was a good thing he was fast, rushing into the seaside mountains and forests, surprisingly shaking off the undead for a moment. The undead were extremely sensitive to blood, flesh and temperature, and with their infinite physical strength, they would always catch up with Miyamoto Zuojiro. Plus, the undead aren't slow. Ha! Ha! Miyamoto Zuojiro, who was hiding behind a big tree somewhere, was breathing violently, and blood kept pouring out from the corners of his nose and mouth. He shakily pulled out his cell phone, blood dripping onto it as he kept wiping it away, finally unlocking the fingerprints. Sojiro Miyamoto struggled to open his increasingly dazed eyes and sent a voice message to Misawa Kuroki. Misawa, I failed. That man is beyond our wildest dreams. He's had his eye on us for a long time. It was an invincible viper. You get out of the South Seas and never come back. Kuroki Misawa's phone called right away. Sojiro, Shajiro, what's wrong with you? Voice anxious. Sojiro was not only his shinobi, but also his brother that he grew up with. Miyamoto Sojiro tried desperately to stay awake, his tone tinged with desperation. I can feel it. It's coming. It's nearby. It's coming to get me. Miyamoto Sojiro looked left and right. The surrounding area was quiet and unmoving. His head snapped up as he remembered something. On the branch of the tree, the undead crawled slowly towards him like a spider. The undead let out a hiss when they saw they had been spotted. Sojiro, Shajiro, Kuroki Misawa shouted at the top of his lungs. All that could be heard on the cell phone was a hiss, and a scream from Miyamoto's Sojiro, followed by the creepy sound of chewing. The phone was busy. The undead dragged the corpse of Sojiro Miyamoto, who had gnawed on it a few times, back to the seashore and knelt reverently, scraps of flesh still lingering in the corners of its mouth. Chen Yushi covered her mouth and felt a wave of revulsion. She slowly distanced herself from Li Yang, subconsciously covering her chest. Ocean, what the hell are you? Li Yang turned around, his fingers surging with the power of death, drawing something regularly in the air. Underneath Miyamoto Sojiro, a black magic formation was being formed. Li Yang said indifferently, it doesn't matter who I am, it matters who you are. Li Yang held in a smile. Are you Chen Yushi, or something else? Take for example this East Sakura man who had half his neck bitten off by a monster. Did he kill me or was he loyal to me? Everyone comes into this world with a mission, doesn't he? Li Yang said, his hand movement stopping. The dark power of death surged into Miyamoto Zojiro's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Miyamoto Zojiro's black pupils disappeared, leaving only a completely dead gray color. Miyamoto Sojiro convulsed violently, and the death aura from the undead around him was absorbed by Miyamoto Sojiro. The last time the undead were created was at the cemetery on the outskirts of the northern city, and the dead energy there was needed to finalize the creation of the undead. Now, with the undead around, there's no need to go to the cemetery to settle. Sojiro Miyamoto stopped twitching, his arms lengthened and his back legs bent, sprawled out like a gorilla. The back ripped open and huge bone spurs stabbed out from the spine. The hands and feet are thick and bear sharp claws. It opened its mouth, which ripped open, so ridiculously large that its jaws even almost touched the ground. Li Yang snapped his fingers and a huge black magic formation appeared under the feet of the two undead. They slowly sank into it and disappeared into the beach. Li Yang lit a cigarette and said, your turn. I grant the mission that belongs to you at the price of freedom. Or, give me your deepest desires and I'll erase your memory of the beach. Chen Yushi desperately tried to keep herself calm. She suddenly associated it with Su Yutong. Su Yutong was about to die, and after Li Yang showed up at the Green Nursing Home, Su Yutong was discharged the next day. Su Yutong got her mission from Li Yang, I think. As for forgetting memories at the beach, one will only remember their fairy tale dreams shattered and leave the venue like a lost dog. She couldn't accept the ending. At an important turning point in her life, she had an intuition. If she forgets what happened on the beach today, she'll never touch expensive and will always be a worthless gold-digging whore. Li Yang, the only one who could take her to high society, would also leave her. Chen Yushi looked at Li Yang, her eyes flowing, full of thirst, and her hands clasped together. I don't want to be a forever. Please, give me another life. Li Yang slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Tell me your desires. Chen Yushi firmly said, I want to be expensive. Every word was used with great force. The corner of Li Yang's mouth curved up. The right choice. Chen Yushi was a test subject, and there was no telling how the power of desire cultivated by Li Yang would work when used on her personally. Black runes emerged from Li Yang's eyes. The extremely pure power of desire from Chen Yushi's body surged towards Li Yang's eyes. Li Yang took out the tiny wooden jar from his arms, and a black potion gradually emerged from the jar. Deep eyes stared at Chen Yushi, and under the pull of the power of death, the desire potion flew towards Chen Yushi's body. P.S. Something came up. We'll update the next chapter later. End of chapter 42. Chapter 42, Third Order Reaper. New talent. Chapter 42, Third Order Reaper. New talent. The desire potion surged into Chen Yushi's eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth under Li Yang's control. Why don't you let her drink? You can't just say, open your mouth and swallow. It's a weirdly obscene and unpromising thing to say. Li Yang hates lewdness. After Chen Yushi digested all of the desire potion, an arcane message surged into his mind. Fallen angels, vanity, noblemen of hell. the most perfect purveyor of the faith of death. Mental power / level 1. Gift, faith in death. It is easier to compel believers to believe in death than ordinary preachers. Whenever a living being believes in death, the spiritual power of the fallen angels increases. When a fallen angel reaches the second rank, it can gather the power of faith. The power of faith can be used to grow the souls of the dead. Shen Yushi's appearance was also changing. The skin became fair and tender, and the appearance became more refined, as if the 10th grade beauty face had been turned on. Even a few $1 million for a medical treatment won't get you to that point. A pair of curved goat horns sprouted from the head. Around his waist, a pair of black wings slowly unfolded. The wings were tactile, and again seemed to be made of energy, and didn't tear the shirt. Shen Yushi looked at her own reflection on the surface of the sea and was horrified at how she had changed. She felt an unspeakably powerful force in her. The message in your head mentions the Grim Reaper? Who is death? Shen Yushi looked fiercely at Li Yang. After becoming a transcendent, Shen Yushi could clearly perceive the terrifying sense of oppression on Li Yang. Like a god, like a demon. Could it be that the Grim Reaper is Li Yang, a classmate for 3 years in college as a god? Never believing in ghosts and gods, she began to brainstorm. Whenever death's physical body in the human world gets too old and tends to arouse the suspicion of the authorities, death, who wields the power of hell, will retransform into a fetus and be born. When the time is right, death will walk this earth again. Shen Yushi was very convinced of this idea. The image of Li Yang is exaggerated countless times in the inner mind, and all negative thoughts about Li Yang are all glorified. The spreading believers of the fallen angels are themselves staunch fanatics of death. Shen Yushi looked at Li Yang. Her legs clenched unnaturally, and her heart thumped. No wonder Su Yutong was so afraid of Li Yang. Who wouldn't fear a god? That's a much stronger feeling than when a gold-digging whore is confronted by a crown prince. The sense of adoration and fascination deepened by an unknown number of times. 3 views are broken, reorganized, refreshed. Shen Yushi instinctively fell to her knees. Yankee. Ah no, master. Shen Yushi flushed. She didn't understand why she subconsciously wanted to kneel. Even if you're facing a god, but that god is also a classmate from the university, it can feel embarrassing. It takes a little time to balance the shift in mindset from gold-worshipping whore to fanatic. Li Yang extinguished his cigarette and said, "Quit your job and I'll pay you a fortune. I'll call on you when I need you." Shen Yushi said seriously, "Your will is my mission." Li Yang waved his hand, signaling Shen Yushi to leave. Li Yang looked at the ocean and calculated his future plans. The successive creation of Su Yutong, Shen Yushi, and other demons had strengthened Li Yang's spiritual power a lot. It was just a little bit short of 3rd-degree mental power. The amount of mental energy needed to go from the 2nd to the 3rd stage is not comparable to the 1st to the 2nd stage. I really don't know how many demons need to be created by 9th-order spirit power, and what kind of intensity those demons need to reach to be able to do so. Do I have to turn the earth into hell before I can ascend to the throne of God? God position. What exactly is it? Just then, an arcane message surged into his mind. Gaining shared mental power. Mental power advancement. Gained a new talent along with the massive shared mental power. Talent, Soul Axiom. Soul Arcana, consumes mental energy and allows the use of the most arcane soul spells. The world changed in Li Yang's eyes. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Possessing the Upanishad of the soul, he saw things that were invisible to the naked eye. The sea before us is no longer ordinary. This sea is called the Great Western Sea, and at this time there is a thick fog that cannot be melted on the surface of the sea. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and activated some of his demonic power. Ghostly flames burned in his eyes, and his deep gaze traveled thousands of miles to see through the deepest part of that thick fog. In the deepest part of the fog, 3 or 2 people floated and wandered on the surface. Those who are numb, transparent, with fatal wounds, or soaking water giants view. The soul fire jumped in Li Yang's eyes. Those are ghosts? Is it surprising that there really are ghosts in this world? Li Yang had a complicated look on his face, and his breathing became heavy and rapid. What secrets does this world hold? The power of death. What the hell is that? The 2nd order can create the undead. The 3rd order can survey ghosts. And what about the higher ranks? The authority of the god of death is definitely not as simple as a strong power. What kind of existence is a true god? The corners of Li Yang's mouth slowly sketched out an excited smile. Deep in the Great Western Sea, the ghosts and the mists made him think of one thing. Absolutely no one in this world can see those things except themselves. That mist was unusual even for him. If the higher-ups of this world knew of the existence of that mist, they would never let it go. Science ships, military vessels, have long since blocked it off as off-limits. There will even be institutes set up to study that stuff. As a side note, one is the only one in the world. Mundane resources are vital to me at the moment. The Devil's Club is the key to helping me climb to the Godhead, and it's only good that it's accelerated. Like that mist, Li Yang wanted to explore deeper, at least with a ship of his own. Owning a boat is not as simple as having a luxury car. The complexities involved and the huge amount of money involved are not something that can be solved with a bit of chump change. That said, who suddenly contributed a large amount of mental energy to himself? Rattles? Raven? Zhu Dajuan? Du Yongming? After thinking of many names one after another, Li Yang felt it was unlikely. It was because the spiritual power acquired in that instant was so huge that it directly broke through one's bottleneck. A name appeared in Li Yang's mind. Zhang Saea, the Chimera. In this era of self-media as the mainstream wind, Zhang Shirai is like a hangman. That Chimera, I haven't sought her out yet. She might be able to be one of my apostles as well. To make a weapon, you must sharpen its edge. To create the mighty Devil's Club that was envisioned, one must get the initial work done first. Like the cleaner system, like the apostles, the cleaner system can't just be a bunch of living dead with empty power, no fear of life or death, and absolute loyalty. They're going to have all kinds of talent among them, like hackers, detectives, and the like. Only then can the demonic traces be removed most completely. The current cleaner system was only in its infancy and still needed to be cultivated by Su Yutong. So did the apostles. Being your own advocate is not only the best of the best among demons, it's also the best tool to use. Finding the Black Witch of deepest desire, immortal vampires, fallen angels who spread the faith for themselves, and, of course, there are the two special inhuman demons, Raven and Black Dog. Zhang Shirai's speed of raising his spiritual power must be the fastest of all the demons. In other words, she must be the highest ranking among demons. Combined with her online presence, she could be my sixth apostle. End of chapter 43. Chapter 43 Phantom Demon and the Innate Phantom Demon Sacred Body Female Anchor. Chapter 43 Charmed Demon and the Innate Charmed Demon Sacred Body Female Anchor. The little stepmother is a rubbing female anchor, claiming to be an innate chimera holy body, with nearly 1 million followers on the fast-playing short video platform. Nearly 100,000 people watch every time the show starts. Definitely considered a big anchor. The fact that she can have such a huge fanbase in just half a year, apart from her looks and figure and the fact that she is quite good at rubbing it in, is also inseparable from some small means. The little stepmom is either connected to other anchors or on her way to be connected to other anchors every day. It's not like she's playing PK to win, it's mostly to suck up. Basically what segment of the anchor, as long as the live link encountered her, will be her with certain actions, eyes, expression and other care, suck away a large number of colorful gangster powder. Most ruthlessly, she stumbles upon a mysterious hacker online. That hacker is also an old color guy. Normally, anchors connect and interact with each other in random matches, but little stepmothers can directly target the ones they want. That hacker had helped her write a program that could silently invade the backend of a fast sound short video and apply for a connection directly to the target anchor through a wormhole. The little stepmom is swiping on a quick video. Because of her rubbing female anchors, the platform AI vertically recommends videos of twerking, but shaking rubes. Bunch of imbeciles. The little stepmother looked at the amount of followers those female anchors had and eyed them with disdain. Even if it's all scrubs, it's all a little crap in the eyes of the little stepmom. Fan data means everything. The difference between a headliner and a keeper girl. Suddenly, she noticed an ID. Nanhai Jin Mei Ting. Dare you call that name? Let's see what kind of bird you are. The young stepmother clicked on the homepage of South China Sea Golden Meadow. It's mostly every day in there, which is to say that the body molds look better. In the self-publishing world, the least valuable thing is looks. Once the 10th grade beauty face is on, even a dog will have a clear brow. And Nanhai Jin Mei Ting is just a little bit blown up. Asterisk 800,000 followers? The little stepmother, after her shock, immediately shifted to greed. Who doesn't know what fans on both sides like to see? Whoever rubs it well will grab fans. In the eyes of the little stepmother, Nanhai Jinmiting is a big piece of fat meat. She immediately went on the air, ready for today's connecting session. How about a stepmom dance? Am I the only one who wants to see my stepmother's expression dance? Big brother on the first list sends a message, dance. Brother will give you a big airplane brush. The little stepmother looked at the instantly tens of thousands of online viewers, and a touch of smugness appeared in her eyes. As for whether or not to dance? Are you kidding? If I'm so valuable, why do I get to dance? That's all the gift money you need? Don't you just bring a load? Dancing is just an occasional boon to these hungry, brainless fans. The little stepmother whined. We'll start the live link up first. Brothers guard me must. The stepmother army shall guard the stepmother. The opposite anchor. The money has been recharged. Just waiting for the PK. The young stepmother opens the program that the hacker wrote for herself and pinpoints the South China Sea Golden Meadow. Apply for a connection. The heart is also a little apprehensive. When she first got that program, she used it a lot to connect to big internet celebrities who had been famous for a long time, rubbing off on them and sucking up their fans. Over time, the big netizens have blacklisted her. There have also been reports of little stepmothers who are suspected of having some sort of hacking skills to find them, but it didn't work. The platform couldn't detect it, and that hacker was really skilled. The little stepmother was afraid that her reputation would scare Nanhai Jin Mei Ting, afraid that Nanhai Jin Mei Ting wouldn't dare to connect with her. Nanhai Jin Mei Ting has agreed to connect with you. The young stepmother stared, then sneered. Really don't know how to die. The big netizens don't even dare to connect with me. How dare you? The appearance of Nanhai Jin Mei Ting appeared on the computer screen. The live room, which had been very noisy just now, fell silent, and there wasn't a single pop-up screen. How can there be such a beautiful woman? Soon the pop-up resumed. There's something about this anchor woman across the street. She's so good looking. Real. Fake. Right? The little stepmother came up with jealousy and teared up. Sister's beauty face is on too hard, isn't it? Unlike me, I just turned on a filter. A large number of visitors instantly flooded into little stepmother's live room. She was overjoyed. Surely she was the innate charming demon saint body. Just showing her face had sucked in fans from across the street? What those later visitors said, however, threw her for a loop. Bitch, how dare you scold our Miss Miette? What kind of a thing are you? Scrub girl. The list of works that look at you is vulgar. Cheesy. Open your eyes and see what Ms. Miette's signature says. No vacations, no beauty shots, no cargo. Those tourists come and go quickly, one person at a time, cursing and leaving. The little stepmother was confused. Are the fans of Namhee Kim Metten that loyal? Looks like we're going to have to do something drastic. The woman's good nature comes up. Her expressions become flirty and her expressions are superbly managed. Seems like an orgasmic face that would arouse the desire of most men. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Sister play a PK not? South China Sea Kim Metten live. Zhang Shi hilariously watched the little stepmother across from him show off. They're all women. They're all dominatrixes from one traffic pool. Who doesn't know who? I'll admit you're very much alive. But, that's it? Zhang Shi asked generously. How does it play? The little stepmother said with confidence. Whoever loses dances. She was not going to lose. The big brothers of the list who are begging for her will just spit gold coins for her like golden toads. Those list big brothers are crunchy rich. They are all tycoons in various industries. She says there's care in dancing, too. When Namhee Kim Mi-jong loses and starts dancing, the young stepmother will reward her fans with a dance to the rhythm of her opponent's music, completely defeat the opponent with her enchanting dance moves and steal their fans. Zhang Shirei's mouth was tinged with a smile. Yeah, play. The two live streams began a drumming and swiping session. The little stepmom was hard at work, with powerful music playing on the air, and sitting in a chair, she twisted and danced her body, clenching her voice and calling out, please brother guard. Looking at Namhee Kim Mi-jong, again, she's not doing anything but chatting with her fans. The little stepmother sneered. This Nanhai Jin Mei Ting really doesn't have any moral skills at all. I really don't know how it has 800,000 followers. Zhang Shirei smacked his lips. That little stepmother does look good. Hey. Zhang Shirei searched for a moment and looked suspiciously at the live streaming fans. You guys aren't really going to betray me, should you? No. The live audience swiped up pop-ups. I'm sorry, Ms. Miette. Well, I'll guard the opposite side of the wave first. Zhang Shirei's stunned eyes saw most of the viewers in his own live broadcast room run to his little stepmother. There were swipes of blue potions, fresh, and energy bar energy swag. A smile grew at the corners of the little stepmother's mouth. Although Zhang Sei's fans were quite stingy, it turned out to be a good thing that they were all captured by themselves. This PK, the result is not surprising. Zhang Shirei lost, almost nothing gift. Little stepmom live. The little stepmother whined. Thank you new brothers for protecting me. The pop-ups bristled. Don't beep for a second. Let Ms. Miette dance. What a ing inkblot. Kim Mi-jong lost and you don't know to tell her to take her punishment quickly? Kim Mi-jong. Kim Mi-jong. Finally I can see Kim Mi-jong dancing again. The little stepmother froze. They made Kim Mi-jong lose to me on purpose and then punished Kim Mi-jong for dancing? They are willing to support me because they want to see Kim Mi-jong dance. P.S. Hug a sliver of a cold from last night's bubble bath. Late update. As it turns out, authors just update honestly and can't just go out to punish my humble self for not doing my job. Extra work today haha. Hugs for a hint of a late update to everyone kowtowing. End of chapter 44. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Zhang Shirei cried and laughed. Why are they all 250? Saying that, Zhang Shirei opened the music software. As the ambiguously dense music blared on the air, the young stepmother followed suit, standing up and ready to dance. Zhang Shirei smiled sweetly and winks like a knife. There was a sneer in his eyes. Born with the sacred body of the charmed devil? Oh ignorant little anchor. You are afraid you don't know what you are dealing with. Wonderful dance. There seems to be a charming and fluffy voice whispering in the ears of the visitors of the live broadcast, rattling the soul. Watch the dancers and tell your heart. The phantom dance, the wrapped waist, hot dance to the moonlight, deep down devil squat, gently rocking and swaying for another pin, eyes misty, lips slightly open, pre-wave, post-shock, the ground is shaking with the ruffling of hair. Zhang Shirai lightly moves his catwalk, seemingly out of the screen. Walk over to the bed of the viewer who is watching the live stream on his cell phone. Walk over to the table of viewers watching the live stream on their computers. Bite your lip lightly and gaze deeply. After the music, the hot dancing stopped and the audience couldn't get enough. Zhang Sai sent the audience to the clouds while offering a flying kiss. Zhang Sai hot dance with pictures. After a short period of silence, Zhang Shirai and Little Stepmother's live broadcast room exploded. Not so fast in all my life. Since I'd been watching MS, Miet's live broadcasts, my health is getting worse every day. Can't look at it anymore. There's no stock left at all. The little stepmother was confused. Her carefully set up rubbing action, in front of the South Sea Kim Ting, is just like a 3-year-old child jumping around like cute plus ridiculous. Nope, how are my fans? The young stepmother looked at the live feed in shock as her pop-up count was rapidly dwindling. Look again at the audience. No one is on the air anymore except the admins. All of them ran to the South China Sea Kim Merton live room. Watching the South China Sea Jinmiting, live yacht, carnival and other gifts brush the screen. The little stepmother is almost mad. Even the big brother of List 1, who had craved her the most, was also frantically swiping airplanes in the Nanhai Jin Mei Ting live room. Disgusting rubes. The young stepmother was furious to report it. However, the anchor on the other side was dressed normally, just ordinary suspenders and jeans, and there was no inappropriate clothing or other behavior at all. Zhang Shirai threw a wink at her little stepmother. Thank you for the gift from my sister. The young stepmother hung up angrily. A huge fan base is the most precious gift a little stepmother can give. Fans were not as simple as making money for Zhang Shirai, but rather a constant stream of spiritual energy. No man would be able to resist her charm. Originally, her spiritual power had reached a bottleneck, and because of the large amount of spiritual power, she was promoted to the 3rd rank, awakening a new talent, lustful body, body of lust. When a chimera reaches the 3rd rank, it comes with a canine rose body scent. Body odors can arouse the lustful desires within all creatures, both male and female. Consuming mental energy expands the chimera's body odor, the body of lust. And 2, the voice of the chimera comes with a woozy sound. The seductive voice comes with the ability to charm. Consuming mental energy can expand the seductive voice. Zhang Shirai looked shocked. You've reached the 3rd rank? Zhang Shirai felt the majestic power in his body, many times more powerful than when he was at the 2nd stage before. The live broadcast audience saw the shocked look on Zhang Shirai's face and thought that Zhang Shirai was shocked that the live broadcast had increased in powder, and his heart was melting. Every move of a 3rd-order chimera, a casual expression is also thrilling and has a powerful killing power. A private message was sent to Zhang Shirai's fast tone number. When will you come to White Mountain City to play? Brother, I have a high segment in White Mountain City, so I'll guarantee you a good time. What do beautiful women usually like? Can I invite you to play on my yacht? Can you add a WeChat $5,200 to buy your microsignal, okay? Sister. Zhang Shirai bristled. She recognizes that these people have money and that they have good social standing in real life. However, one is not willing to fish for these bosses with families. One is a chimera, not a foxy girl who destroys other people's homes. One of the private messages caught Zhang Shirai's attention. Beauty. I'm also from Nanhai City, very close to you. Oh, you're in Nanhai Moon Bay apartment, right? Zhang Shirai froze for a moment. How did this person know his address? The messages continued over there. Don't be surprised, oh, I'm a very good hacker. As long as I'm on the internet, there's nothing I don't know. How's that? Isn't that great? Want to meet? Zhang Shirai was just about to reply when he suddenly felt a demonic aura nearby. She jerked around to look at the window. A crow appeared there at some point. The raven cocked his head at her, his eyes glinting with intelligence as he grasped a card in his talons. Zhang Shirai hurriedly got off the air and walked over in a panic, his hands and feet at a loss. You are. This crow? It must have something to do with that being. The horror that shouldn't exist in reality. Li Yang's horrible appearance appeared in his mind. Even if she had promoted herself to the 3rd rank, Li Yang's impression of oppression was still so strong that she couldn't breathe. Raven spoke indifferently. There's no need to be formal. You and I are the same as the Master's chosen apostles. The raven manipulated its mental power and floated the membership card in its claws to Zhang Shirai. Zhang Shirai's beautiful eyes shrunk. The card has a transcendent aura and has writing that must be seen with demonic power. The Apostle, the Phantom Queen, Zhang Sai, Nanhai, Green Fenghua upscale apartment, a certain 3-room room. Originally the place was shared by 3 people, Chen Yushi, Zhang Xiaohan, Song Qianqian. It's not a family, and all three are not bad-looking gold-digging whores. Zhang Xiaohan moved out to find her own little rich kid to live with, leaving only Chen Yuxi and Song Qianqian. Chen Yuxi was packing her bags, preparing to move to the large flat that Li Yang had bought for her. At this time, Song Qianqian slammed the door in anger and walked to the living room, took out a can of beer and gulped it down. Chen Yuxi raised her eyebrows. "What's wrong with you?" Song Qianqian scolded. "I met a wannabe hoof on the air today and sucked all my fans away." Cynthia Song is a network anchor. ID little stepmother. Chen Yuxi comforted. "It's okay, you're so good looking, you'll always get your powder back up." The beer can in Song Qianqian's hand was contorting as she gritted her teeth. "Wouldn't you know it, my killer has pulled the plug on me. It's so hard to get back up." The killer in Song Qianqian's mouth is the hacker who can help her accurately connect with the big anchors. Thinking with his feet, he knew that the hacker had run off after that unlucky Nanhai Kim meeting. Chen Yuxi came to be interested. What kind of prodigal hoof is that attractive? Let's see. Song Qianqian opened her cell phone and entered the South China Sea Gene mating live broadcast. The live stream has stopped, and now the live feed is a live replay. Chen Yuxi felt uncomfortable the moment she saw Zhang Shirai. In hell, a chimera is the plaything of the king of hell, who takes the highest honor of climbing into the king of hell's bedchamber. And the fallen angels are fervent believers in the king of hell, hating to give the king of hell everything they have to plunder. The phantom and the fallen angel meet as if the most hateful lovers in the world met. P.S. Next chapter is being revised and will be up soon. End of chapter 45. Chapter 45, Succubus vs. Fallen Angel. Chapter 45, Succubus vs. Fallen Angel. When she saw Zhang Shirai dancing hotly, the unpleasant sensation on Chen Yuxi's body intensified, and her brow wrinkled unnaturally. Disgust, revulsion, nausea, and the smell of vinegar of unknown origin. In hell, fallen angels and chimeras are immortal natural enemies. This elusive natural instinct was perfectly grafted onto the two women with the taking of the desire potion. "Look, you think this is a prodigal hoof too?" Song Qianqian said irritably when she saw Chen Yuxi's expression. Chen Yuxi asked, "She's from the South Seas too?" Song Qianqian nodded and opened the cell phone chat interface. "I used 100 private photos to get that killer of mine to look up the little hoof's address and tell me." Chen Yuxi glanced at the cell phone chat interface. It was an address. She made a silent note. Song Qianqian's face showed a touch of malice. Cutting people off is like killing their parents. "I'd like to get someone to tear her face off." Chen Yuxi didn't say anything and continued to pack her bags. Sun Sin Sin stepped forward to help. "I envy you. Finding a prince. When will I meet a prince too?" Chen Yuxi couldn't hear what Song Qianqian was saying, and her mind was constantly filled with Zhang Shirai's flirtatious silhouette. She didn't understand why she was like this. Zhang Sei's appearance was like a ghost constantly interfering. Why did I, who became a fallen angel, care about her so much? Could it be that she was some special being to the fallen angels? Chen Yuxi had been pondering over this matter. Even after packing my bags, my mind was full of that woman when I drove to Big Flats, and I almost got into a traffic accident. In the evening, arriving at the big flat that she had longed for, Chen Yuxi did her chores. Toiletries are in the bathroom, cosmetics are in the fitting room, and the bed is made. Don't think about it, don't think about it, it's okay, it's all in my head. Chen Yuxi opened the red wine and sat in the exquisite bar in the room. It was her dream residence. Wine, floor-to-ceiling windows, starry skies, city night views. She thought she would be happy and enjoying herself, but for some reason, her mind was full of Zhang Shirai's marvelous dance. Chen Yuxi shook her head and forced herself not to think about her. Li Yang's appearance came to mind. Chen Yuxi felt her heart flutter when she thought of Li Yang. In the fantasy, Li Yang crossed his legs, holding a glass of red wine, his eyes cold, the corner of his mouth playful, and hooked his finger at her. When Chen Yuxi thought of this, she breathed heavily, her face flushed, her legs clenched, and she murmured, "Master, master." The mind continued to fantasize about Li Yang, yawing like a demented girl. Suddenly, the picture changed. Zhang Shirai appeared in the fantasy at some point and danced in front of Li Yang, causing Li Yang to drool like a pig. Chen Yuxi froze, her fantasy shattered. Jealousy has never been stronger. I'll be damned. Chen Yuxi violently shattered the wine glass. "I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep without going to see what's going on with that woman today. Why would a woman put herself in such a strange state?" Late at night, on the rooftop of the apartment building, Zhang Shirai sat on the edge of the rooftop, the height of the scare below. No one usually came here. The rooftop was locked, and the only person in this apartment who had a way to get up here was the one who had become a chimera. She sipped her beer and digested what Raven, the apostle of death, had said. From now on, she'll be an apostle of death? She came from a poor area with poor educational resources, and after she got into a junior college, she realized that she simply couldn't get a foothold in the metropolis of Nanhai. With a 10th grade beauty and devilish body, she barely became a small anchor. seeking to be a small anchor in this life, make a living, find a man who does not mind her birthmark to marry, is a perfect ending. Now what? I don't know how many tycoons are going to adopt her, and she can make so much money just by casually starting a broadcast. There were also a few $1 million in the bank card, and although there was still a lot to go before he could pay back the $10 million he owed Li Yang, he was already very satisfied. Most importantly, she gained transcendent powers. One never understands the power of a demonic body until one becomes a transcendent. Zhang Shirai looked at the traffic and people downstairs and only felt like he was dreaming. The Devil's Club. The Phantom. Apostles of Death. Zhang Shirai recalls the first time she met Death, when she was threatened by him and begged on her knees. It's hot all over. Quirky attributes seem to be inexplicably inspired. She poured her beer hard, the coldness unable to suppress the throbbing in her body. I thought I was just a minion in the eyes of the one. Thought I would be his pawn at best for the rest of my life. I didn't expect to be surprised to become his apostle and be available to accompany him. At this moment, Zhang Shirai frowned. She twisted her head to look behind her. There was a woman there at some point. The woman was beautiful and tall, but just for some reason I felt a very uncomfortable aura on her. Demons? Zhang Shirai stood up and faced the woman directly. There was none of the formality of meeting the raven, and she was restraining her hostility. After all, this one in front of him was a demon. She asked in a hushed voice, "Who are you?" Chen Yushi looked at Zhang Shirai and was slightly surprised. The one that had gotten itself distracted turned out to be a demon. No wonder. Only a transcendent such as a demon could make his mind wander. Normally, these two women who had just become demons, even if they were already apostles of death, would maintain a minimum of respect when encountering other demons, because they subconsciously think of each other as demons and exes. A destiny between a chimera and a fallen angel. The two demonesses are hostile at first sight. Chen Yushi opened her mouth as she walked towards Zhang Shirai with a graceful catwalk. I was a bit bored after a bit of drinking tonight, so it was a coincidence that I went out and wandered into you. Wandering onto the roof of a building? That's bull ******** 4 ghosts that doesn't even come with a letter. Zhang Shirai glanced at Chen Yushi's breasts with a mockery at the corner of her mouth and provocatively pushed up her chest. Yeah, seeing you makes me feel like I've known you forever. I feel like we've known each other since we were sisters in our past lives. Join us for a drink? Displeasure crossed the bottom of Chen Yushi's eyes. What's the point of drinking? Why don't we spar? Both women had quite a bit to drink, and as it turns out, even demons may not be good drinkers and can play drunk. Zhang Shirai guffawed. Yeah, fueled by alcohol and a sense of arch rivalry, it was surprising that both women wanted to fight. They hadn't fought since becoming transcendents and were looking forward to the fight. Both of them were also emboldened by the fact that they both knew they were apostles of death, and with their masters backing them up, they would never be killed. Zhang Shirai said as his body changed. Goat horns appeared on top of her head. The pupils in her beautiful eyes turned into hearts. Fluorescent phantom tattoos appeared on her bare belly under her suspenders, and a black phantom peach hearttail popped out of the back of her jeans. Chen Yushi's pupils shrunk. Phantom? So beautiful. So sexy. Chen Yushi was not willing to show weakness, and her body began to change as well. Curved goat horns poked out from the top of his head, and a pair of black feathered wings unfurled at his waist. Zhang Shirai was stunned by Chen Yushi's image of a fallen angel and was jealous in her heart. Fortunately, Zhang Shirai did not feel any sense of threat from Chen Yushi. After all, Zhang Shirai was a third-order chimera, and Chen Yushi was only a first-order fallen angel. Zhang Shirai felt that he was indeed a supreme genius, and was not the bottom of the heap amongst the rest of the demons. He himself was worthy of being an apostle valued by the god of death. Zhang Shirai sneered. Sister's demonic body is truly honorable and enchanting. Chen Yushi felt the powerful strength in Zhang Shirai's body. Better than yourself. Of course, that's to be expected. Who knows how many demons there are under the sky, and who knows to what level those powerful demons are. Being a fanatic believer in death means not knowing what it means to be afraid. If she didn't fight this chimera today, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well in the future. Chen Yushi responded. My sister's demonic body is also gorgeous. The two of them actually struck out at the same time without a word of nonsense. Zhang Shirai gathered the pink fire of evil desire and flung it towards Chen Yushi. The fire of evil desire only had an effect on living creatures, and the blast actually left no burn marks on the ground. Chen Yushi flapped her wings, dodging the fire of evil desire while looking for an opportunity to get close enough to punch that prodigal hoof. A flirtatious and seductive smile hung at the corner of Zhang Shirai's mouth as her spiritual power surged. The roof of the building was filled with the scent of canine Rose's body. Sister, you don't seem to be that strong. Oh, I beat you to tears. You won't look for the master to cry, right? As Zhang Shirai spoke, his mental energy was consumed and the phantom voice was unleashed. The use of superhuman powers is accompanied by an expression of one's importance in the face of death. End of chapter 46. Chapter 46 Chen Yushi's Conception of the Death God Believers. Chapter 46 Chen Yushi's Conception of the Reaper Believers. Dark night, under a full moon, on top of a high-rise apartment. The mesmerizing aroma of canine rose is strong, and there's a tingly, bone-chilling, seductive female voice. Anyone who is here will be consumed by their inner lust. Zhang Shirai twisted her brute waist and took catwalks, standing in the center of the roof of the building in a pavilion. She teased as she pinched her crotch and pink fire appeared at the tip of her other finger. Sister, what's wrong with you? Is it hard? Chen Yushi's face was flushed and her palms were sweating. The power of the phantom demon killed both men and women. However, Chen Yushi's eyes weren't just burning with lust, there was also a strong battle intent. If we're talking about the phantom's natural enemies, the fallen angels count as one. Fallen angels are fanatics of death, and the more they worship death in their hearts, the stronger their will. Zhang Shirai's seductive ability pushed Chen Yushi's inner worship of the god of death to the peak, and Chen Yushi only felt an infinite desire to fight at the moment. Chen Yushi's hands transformed into slender black sharp claws, her wings vibrating as she stabbed towards Zhang Shirai. Zhang Shirai was horrified in his eyes. Why? Why wasn't she consumed by the power of her own lust? Why was she still fighting? And the fight is still so strong? She admitted that her abilities were on the auxiliary side, but she was of a higher rank than the fallen angel. It's true that you can't underestimate other demons. Zhang Shirai exclaimed in shock and backed up. A card fell from Zhang Shirai. Chen Yushi caught the card and marveled. You're an apostle of the master too? Zhang Shirai's face changed drastically and he rushed to grab it. Give it back. This card, which symbolizes the apostleship, must be severely punished if it is lost, or if it is taken by someone else. Chen Yushi didn't dare to keep such things and handed the membership card to Zhang Shirai. Only then did Zhang Shirai let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Chen Yushi. Are you an apostle too? Chen Yushi changed back to her human form and nodded. Since the other party is the master's man, this fight can't be dared. Zhang Shirai also changed back to his human form and walked back to the edge of the roof, picking up a can of beer and throwing it at Chen Yushi. Chen Yushi opened it without making a fuss and took a sip. This is a reconciliation between the two. In fact, the two of them did not have any deep hatred. Chen Yushi sat beside Zhang Shirai and spoke half-heartedly. Sorry, she's the one who started it. Zhang Shirai lowered his head. I don't know what got into me. I saw you and wanted to provoke you, and I'm at fault. She turned to look at Chen Yushi and smiled. Maybe you're too pretty to make me jealous. Chen Yushi let out a light laugh. I'm not as big as you. The two demonesses dissolved the divide in a bizarre way. Chen Yushi said, actually, I didn't just come to you for a fight. I've seen you live, so I'd like to ask you a favor. I was going to force you by force, but now that we all seem to be on our own, there's no need. Zhang Shirai looked at Chen Yushi suspiciously. You've seen me live? Chen Yushi nodded and smiled. Today you linked up with a female anchor and sucked up her fans. I see your attraction. I didn't realize until I met you that you were a chimera. No wonder. Zhang Shirai asked as he sipped his beer. What do you want me to help you with? Tell me. If it was something that didn't harm her own interests too much and wouldn't be detrimental to the demon club, she would sell Chen Yushi a face. Chen Yushi's face became grave. I will spread the faith for my master, and I will create a group of devout believers for him. Zhang Shirai was shocked. If it's for the Reaper, then by all means help. Zhang Shirai put down his beer and solemnly said, tell me about your plan. Chen Yushi said, I will create an organization made up of mortals who thoroughly believe in death. I need you to help me spread the faith. You are in a unique position to spread the faith in this regard. A large number of fans can be mesmerized and a large number of fans can be attracted, which is the advantage of the South China Sea Jinmiting. Zhang Shirai froze for a moment. An organization created by chimeras and fallen angels, made up of mortals who believe in death? An organization that believes in, well, real gods. This kind of thing. It's too exciting. Zhang Shirai looked at Chen Yushi. Will this, in any way, cause trouble for the master? Chen Yushi laughed lightly. The master is a god. How can a god not have mortals to believe in? Besides, the power of faith is important to the master. Zhang Shirai nodded with seeming understanding. The word power of faith was something Zhang Shirai had seen in novels. The reason why God wants the world to believe, often set up in fiction, is that God needs the power of faith. The master is also a god, so there is nothing strange about needing the power of faith. Chen Yushi continued. Besides, some things are easier for mortals to do than demons. In case the believers work for the Devil's Club and end up being arrested by the sheriff's department, at most they'll be found out to be followers of the god of death. Chen Yushi sipped a mouthful of wine and smiled. No magistrate would believe that there really is a death in this world. Much less will anyone believe that the believer's behavior is assigned by the devil, unless the sheriff is mentally ill. Zhang Shirai's breathing became rapid. So it seems that the organization the fallen angels are trying to create is important to the demon club. Having just joined the Devil's Club himself, having just become an apostle, He had to do something to show his ability and worth. It's an opportunity. Zhang Shurai looked at Chen Yushi seriously. This is sure to be a big deal when it's done. Thank you for being willing to take me along on this after you knew I was evil. Chen Yushi smiled. One is to apologize to you. Secondly, you are well suited to accompany me in spreading the faith. I'm not interested in rewards. I just want to work for my master. What do you think about the first step? Using the internet to spread the death belief first? Zhang Shurai pondered for a while and shook his head. No, the platforms are too tightly regulated to spread beliefs. I do have a lot of fans in my fan base that could be developed into believers. It's just that fan groups of any kind are regulated by cyber vigilantes. If I'm found out, I won't be able to do my job as an anchor, not to mention that the believers' organization's plans will be put on hold. Chen Yushi frowned in thought. It was a question she had thought about before. Being able to use the internet to spread your faith in this age of self-publishing will be quick. If you can't spread it directly with the internet, then it will be slower and dumber to spread it offline and online. Zhang Shurai's eyes suddenly widened. I remembered someone whose abilities might help us. Chen Yushi's eyes also lit up. Zhang Shurai took out his cell phone and opened the WeChat chat interface. Why don't you say something? Beautiful? Just pay attention to me. I'll buy you dinner. I can help you become a big internet star. The guy claimed to be a top-notch hacker who had helped the little stepmom lock down the big webcam applications directly for connectivity. With hundreds of millions of users, the cybersecurity department of Crypto Shorts is definitely not for show. That hacker was able to break through so many computer gurus and invade the backend of the fast sound short video. So there's nothing wrong with saying it's a top hacker. End of chapter 47. Chapter 47 The 7 Commandments. Chapter 47 The 7 Commandments. After Zhang Shurai and Chen Yushi explained what that hacker could do, both women revealed joyful colors. The internet spreads death beliefs, and that hacker must have his own insights and ways of doing it. Zhang Shurai asked, "Are you free tomorrow? Let's meet this young man." Chen Yushi nodded. "No problem. I'm unemployed." Zhang Shurai responded in the WeChat chat interface. "Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Seconds back there. Asterisk 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 true or false. I'll book a hotel." "No, I mean booking a restaurant." Zhang Say AE replied with a cute emoji. "Go to your house and give me the address." The hacker was so happy that he was going to faint and hurriedly sent the address to Zhang Shurai. Zhang Shurai retrieved his cell phone and was in a good mood. Opening a can of beer for Chen Yushi. "Wish us success. Have you thought of a name for the organization?" Chen Yushi took the beer and shook her head. Zhang Shurai pondered for a moment. "The Death Cult? Isn't that a little tacky? The Church of the Dead? It's a bit classless." Chen Yushi was defeated by Zhang Shurai's naming waste and thought about it. Or, call it the 7 Commandments. Zhang Shurai mumbled. "The 7 Commandments? The 7 Commandments?" Chen Yushi explained. "The Buddha said there are 7 sufferings on earth. Birth, old age, sickness, death, love and separation, hatred and resentment, seeking and not being able to find. Those who believe in death are free from the 7 afflictions. Likewise, the 7 Commandments will have 7 precepts, and those who break them will be punished." Chen Yushi began talking about the 7 Commandments. First commandment, you must be devout in your belief in death. Second commandment, you shall not call death by its name, but shall be called my Lord Death. The third commandment, you must carry out the orders of the reapers, the apostles, and the hierarchy of the 7 commandments. Fourth commandment, do not force others to believe in death. This commandment is mainly considered in order to prevent fanatics from forcing others to believe in the God of death, making a big deal out of the 7 commandments, and causing trouble for the 7 commandments to the point where it ends badly. Similarly, the 7 commandments would allow for the existence of other faiths and freedom of belief, which could demonstrate the generosity and mercy of death. Fifth commandment, thou shalt not rape a woman, a man, or a child. Sixth commandment, you shall not buy or sell prohibited drugs or traffic in human beings. The fifth and sixth commandments prevent some believers from having no scruples and incurring the hatred of the magistrates when they have faith. Secondly, the fifth and sixth commandments should also be the bottom line of human nature. If you can't do either of these things, then you don't deserve to be a Shinigami believer, and believing in Shinigami is defiling Shinigami. Seventh commandment, thou shalt not be weak and timid, but thou shalt explore and fight. After Chen Yushi finished saying the 7 commandments, Zhang Shurai nodded his head straight. Each one has a deeper meaning than just being a normal commandment. You can tell it's something that's been thought about for a long time, something the fallen angels have mulled over for a long time. Chen Yushi said, "Well, I'm off. I'll drive you to your little friend tomorrow." Zhang Shurai smiled and nodded his head, watching Chen Yushi spread her wings and disappear on the roof of the building. After Chen Yushi left, Zhang Shurai's eyes revealed unhappiness. It seemed like she and Chen Yushi just didn't get along, and the thought of Chen Yushi coming up with such a good idea for her master made her jealous and envious. She poured a hard can of beer. "Watch, in the 7 commandments, I will surely play a bigger role than you. In the sky, Chen Yushi landed in an inconspicuous corner, came to the car, unlocked it, and fired it up. Chen Yushi narrowed her eyes. You're the apostle, I won't fight you. So let's compare contributions. Little wannabe hoof. The two demonesses bridge the gap in an eerie way, and in a bizarre way start an alternative fight. No matter how much the two female demons fought, the ultimate beneficiary was that god of death. Early the next morning, an old raggedy house somewhere in the old town. There were 4 or 5 computers hooked up together in the master bedroom, along with some electronic equipment that couldn't be named. The flickering light of technology looks out of place in a house with dated decor. The main screen was showing a hot dance by manhwa, and there were freshly used paper towels in the trash can. It wasn't hard to tell that this was a tech geek. Ma Tao glanced at the time with a black eye. Asterisk, it's 8 o'clock? I have to hurry up and wash up. He won't forget that Nanhai Jinmiting is going to visit this place today, so he can prepare properly. He was halfway through washing his hair when there was a knock on the door. Mateo rubbed his hair and opened the door. 2 breathtakingly beautiful women appeared. One of them had long lavender hair and was wearing a tight halter and skinny jeans. The hot body was perfectly outlined. The other wore a small striped suit and a very short leather narrow skirt with monogrammed black silk over her legs. Tall, with a little mommy sense of humor. Ma Tao swallowed his saliva. These were all extremely beautiful women that were difficult to encounter in reality. One of them, it was none other than Nanhai Kimmiting, from the live broadcast. Who is the other beauty? Ma Tao said evenly. Come in, come in. Zhang Shirai and Chen Yushi walked into the room and surveyed it, their eyes revealing disgust. It doesn't matter if you're poor, at least keep it clean, right? There's a layer of dust everywhere. Mateo smiled sarcastically. Feel free to sit down, Zhang Shirai said with a smile. Don't bother, I still don't know your name. And where did you learn to hack? 2 beautiful women here and you're not going to introduce yourself? This smile gave Mateo a good look. He gulped. My name is Ma Tao, 21 years old and unmarried. Under the tutelage of the boss lady of the Hunter Internet Cafe, my talent is extremely high. 17 years old on. Chen Yushi interrupted impatiently. Okay, there's something for you to do. Pay for it. Mateo froze. A beautiful woman giving away money? Is there such a thing as a good thing? Zhang Shirai said. We're trying to get something live that won't be caught by the cyber vigilantes. Do you have an idea? Ma Tao glanced meaningfully at Zhang Shirai and Chen Yushi. So it's about getting horny. It's true. The geek goddess has turned into a meat seller all of a sudden. The desire in Ma Tao's eyes diminished. But who made these 2 beauties really beautiful and said they'd pay for it? Mateo said. That's not hard. I can make a live streaming platform. The servers of this live streaming platform are not in the country. And there will be more than one server. There will be many servers. If a hacker tried to break into the live streaming platform I created, they would enter a maze. It's too much to say and you don't understand. Unless a hacker much more powerful than me steps in, it's impossible to find you guys and hack the live platform I created. But it takes a lot of money and a lot of time, and I'm afraid you can't afford it. I was once approached by the owner of a special live broadcast, and he didn't pay much, so he could only keep him safe for 3 years. Then he got caught in his 4th year. Zhang Shirai and Chen Yushi glanced at each other, both seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. Sure enough, this guy had 2 tricks up his sleeve, and he didn't get the wrong guy. Chen Yushi asked in a hurry, how much do you want? Ma Tao glanced at the 2 women and stretched out a finger. If you do the best, it'll cost $5 million, not counting maintenance. Mateo gave a bad joke. If you 2 stay with me for 1 night, I'll waive the website maintenance fee for a year. Chen Yushi ignored Ma Tao's last sentence. $5 million is okay, with an additional $500,000 a year for labor. Mateo froze for a moment. You're not scared of a $5 million price tag? Really? He didn't feel right anymore. What exactly do you guys do live? End of chapter 48. Chapter 48 Depression. Chapter 48 Depression. Chen Yushi hugged her arms and said rather condescendingly, we are followers of the 7 Commandments Society, which believes in the God of Death, and we do live broadcasts to preach the teachings of the God of Death. Zhang Shirai had a seductive smile on the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were glowing with a bit of coldness. They're the equivalent of clear cards. The women thought the odds were that Mateo wouldn't agree. After all, pornography and religion, which are 2 different ways of broadcasting live, are penalized differently when caught by magistrates, with the latter being more serious. As long as Ma Tao didn't agree, they would immediately manifest their demonic bodies. They've settled on Ma Tao. Danger was already brewing in this old, dilapidated little house. Ma Tao froze, staring blankly at the 2 women. One of the 2 beauties had a lofty and honorable temperament, while the other had a seductive and charming temperament. They're actually cultists. I don't know where that little momsense woman came from, but he knows about Namhee Kim Mi Jong. Nanhai Jean Mei Ting is a newcomer. If she wants to live her life in style, she can casually live in abundance. Where would one go to the trouble and expense of having a 7 commandments meeting? The one next to, Manhwa Jinmiting, has an extraordinary temperament and is definitely a woman from a rich family as well. It must be the same as, Nanhai Jinmating, the kind where you can enjoy life without worrying about food or drink. 2 women with beliefs and ideas. Are they not happy with the world either? Ma Tao swallowed hard. Are you guys serious? Zhang Shurai leaned forward and exhaled. What? Are you doubting our faith? Like a dangerous poisonous rose. After Ma Tao carefully scrutinized the 2 women, extreme excitement erupted in his eyes. 8 years, 8 whole years. I finally realized what I was waiting for. I would like to join you and apologize to you for my rudeness earlier. Ma Tao was trembling with excitement. He's a tech nerd, pretentious and self-absorbed at the same time. It was actually easy for him to go work for a big company with his strength, but he just thought those bosses were cuties, not worthy of driving him. Now, with something so exciting in front of him, he actually agreed without hesitation. It was Zhang Shurai and Chen Yushi's turn to be confused. Is this Ma Tao a douchebag? Ma Tao sat in front of his computer, rambling and talking to himself. If we want to do this kind of live streaming software, then we must have some anchors who are also members of the 7 Commandments Society. They can perform their normal talent shows, normal live banter and whatnot. The entire background style of the live streaming software is the culture of the 7 Commandments and the Grim Reaper. All of our anchors are believers in the Grim Reaper, the 3-sentence death and the 7 Commandments kind of thing, subliminally changing the tourists, leading them to believe in death. Chen Yushi and Zhang Shurai were filled with incredulity. He didn't need to show his demonic body and he just ass-kissed and agreed to it, and was more excited about it than he was about himself and the others. Ma Tao opened a chat room website and showed it to the 2 girls, Zhang Shurai and Chen Yushi, and sincerely said, "Can we get them to join us too? There are a lot of hot dudes in here that could totally be anchors. As long as you pay them, you guys don't have to worry about me. Just give me the bare minimum for maintenance. I can eat bubbly." Zhang Shurai and Chen Yushi lightly moved their lotus steps and looked towards the chat room website. The whole style is dark-oriented. Most of the avatars of the people in it are expressing blood, melancholy, and pain. The occasional flashing avatars in the chat room and the occasional real-time updates in the dynamic space indicate that the site is not less popular. When I try to rub the edges, I always remember being a little girl in a white princess dress and asking my dad if it was pretty. I've got arms. I've got legs. I'm not cocky. I'm just incompetent. I'm worthless. I learned to pronounce the female voice and finally heard a girl say she loved me. I suddenly started to be able to eat and sleep. No longer anorexic. No longer insomniac. I thought I was getting better, but it turns out I had it in both directions. I told you so. How can I get better with my kind of? This is a mutual support website for people with depression, and the founder of the website is none other than Ma Tao. From time to time, Ma Tao commented on the dynamics of his chat friends, encouraging them with a humorous and witty tone, while saying, "If you give these people a faith, you give them a motivation to live." Church is something I hadn't really thought about before. It's something to try. These people worship death, and if they can live to believe in death, they will live. It's kind of a win-win, right? Chen Yushi and Zhang Shurai stared at Ma Tao's thin back, their hearts mixed. I didn't realize there was such a side to this creepy guy. It was also quite good that the initial team relied on Ma Tao to form a successful team, and it also saved a lot of trouble, even without having to expose the demonic body. Chen Yushi said, "As long as you do a good job, you'll all be fine with your paychecks. The front end of designing the software and finding an anchor is all yours. Let's get one thing straight. If I'm not satisfied, you're going to be pretty miserable." Mateo hemmed and hawed. "I can also see that you are not ordinary people. How dare I offend you? How can it be that the people who run this kind of church are ordinary people? I've been playing on the internet for a long time. What haven't I heard or seen before?" Mateo opened the website banner. The original tagline was, "Sickness, suffering, is the anti-addiction of this world." Mateo modified to, "Sickness, suffering, is the world's defense against addiction." The 7 Commandments would be the world's external cheater. Join the Society of the 7 Commandments and enjoy life on crack. Night, drugstore. Li Yang sat at the counter reading a book, holding the copy of Crime and Punishment, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Chen Yushi and Zhang Shurai had the idea of cooperating to start a religion of death, and put it into action. The members in the Devil's Club are the upper-class aristocrats of society. The believers in the Church of the 7 Commandments include all those below the middle level. There's really no telling what kind of fire will come out of the 2 organizations combining with each other. Li Yang did not doubt the future potential of the 7 Commandments in the slightest. The fallen angel's compulsion and the charmed demon's seduction are 2 abilities that work in concert with each other to render them extremely powerful. Also, don't forget that demons are real. The 7 Commandments would be even more invincible if the so-called miracles were occasionally revealed. Li Yang glanced at the rocking bell that was beautifully brushing the flatbed on a small pony on the side and shook his head. Look at people. The Chimera and the fallen angels are getting the church for themselves. Vampires are running the Devil's Club. Even crows can use their bird minions to act as a bridge of information. And look at this black witch. She's almost sort of out of her element. Rocking Bell seemed to feel something, tilted up her little head and smiled sweetly right in front of Li Yang's gaze. Li Yang, the membership is about to expire. Can I fill it up for another month? Li Yang's face darkened. I'll fill you up for a month when you get to the second stage of mental power. Rattlesnake's smile froze and crumpled all at once. I just made you a membership card. Why are you unloading on the cat? And I just found you someone with the power of desire. Isn't he coming soon? Li Yang stopped looking at her. Reach the second rank for a month's charge. And I'll confiscate your tablet if you don't. Rattlesnake freaked out. Li Yang, you asshole. At that moment, the wind chime on the door rang. A man in a white shirt limped in. He was so full of booze and bearded that he was close to having the words disheveled and mourning stamped on his face. End of chapter 49. Chapter 49, So-Called Chance. So-Called Mercy. Chapter 49, So-Called Chance. So-Called Mercy. Li Yang glanced at the visitor and asked, "Need something?" The man looked at Li Yang for a long time and smiled to himself. "Can't live. Any drugs for sale? Something that will make me die." Li Yang said indifferently, "I have no medicine here to kill you, only medicine to bring you back to life." Li Yang's slightly deeper words caused the man's tired eyes to glow a little more, and he asked in an uncertain, expectant tone, "I dreamed about Nana yesterday and she told me to come here. Are you a friend of Nana's? You've heard our story?" Li Yang closed the book and calmly gazed into the man's eyes. "You can tell your story." As Li Yang spoke, he used the third talent of the god of death, Soul Upanishad. He is also currently experimenting with the abilities of soul spells. His words were low, magnetic, and had a kind of intimate magic to them. It's like an old friend you haven't seen in years, like a long-lost relative that makes you want to spill your guts. Under this magic, the man spoke of his experience. The man's name is Chen Wei. After graduating from junior high school, he became a social loafer. Punks look dashing, but it's not easy. Followed a number of bosses one after the other. The pinnacle of this life was working under the master of the Southern Navy as a driver. Punks looking for a tomboy, hooligans looking for a lady. Xu Dajuan has his hands full of beautiful women, and Chen Wei has his eye on a launch princess, or prostitute. Her name is Nana, with a good mouth. He made Nana love him to death. That girl Chen Wei is really like. Several times begged the Crazy Wolf not to let Nana introduced. Crazy Wolf didn't care about that and had punched Chen Wei a few times. It is also considered for love as a pure love warrior. Chen Wei dared to cross the Crazy Wolf, kneeling in front of Xu Dajuan office door half a night. Xu Dajuan is also a man of nature. On the spot to allow Nana cannot be introduced. The dividends will be reduced in the future. Chen Wei was ecstatic, kowtowed 3 times to Xu Dajuan, and went to Nana in a beautiful way. However, Nana was already picking up customers, and the customer she picked up was Zhou Qing. Chen Wei was dumbfounded. All know that Zhou Qing is crazy, looking for his son's murderer everywhere, and suspecting that Xu Dajuan did it. If you come to play at Zhu Dajun's field at this time, isn't it just smashing the field and causing trouble? Zhou Qing is a total pervert. Which of the young ladies he has ordered doesn't lie in bed for half a month? Chen Wei sent a message to Nana, who replied back with a "That's nice. Last time, it's yours from now on." Chen Wei, like a green bastard, beautifully guarded the door of the private room where Zhou Qing did his business. Finally, Nana sent a message, "When you're done, can you take me for a spicy hot meal?" Chen Wei laughed out loud. At that moment, the vision was steep. A group of men with knives and guns burst into view. They pulled open the door to the private room and fired a volley of pistols inside. Zhou Chang actually grabbed Nana, who hadn't regained her strength yet, as a shield. Nana died right in front of him. Chen Wei is crazy to get revenge. The gang was in a hurry to leave and only broke Chen Wei's leg, not his life. Later, Crazy Wolf said that the group of killers were Master Snake's men from the South China Sea. Zhou Qing has not only been picking on Xu Dajuan lately, but he's also messing with the South Sea Snake Master. Chen Wei asks Crazy Wolf who will be responsible for Nana's death. Crazy Wolf looked at him like a little cutie, looking at Chen Wei as if he were. Nana owes a lot of money to the company, and it's already a favor from the military master to not introduce it. Either you go to Chowching and seek justice from Old Snake, they probably don't even know who Nana is. It's the life of you little people. Don't expect me to stand up for you. Nana died, couldn't afford to have her body cremated, and it's still in the freezer at the morgue. Chen Wei was devastated, and after leaving Xu Dajuan's side he relied on continuing to drink large amounts of alcohol at once. Lately he's been dreaming about Nana. Nana says that if they find this pharmacy, the owner of the pharmacy will let them meet if he has mercy. Chen Wei thought it was Nana being lonely underground and wanted Chen Wei to go down to be with her, asking him to come to the pharmacy owner to buy a lethal dose of enough medicine. In fact, it is nothing more than the Black Witch's black voodoo working. But, in the current Chen Wei's opinion, it wasn't that simple. This boss gave him a very unusual feeling. Chen Wei looked at his boss expectantly, not knowing what he was expecting. This boss can't resurrect Nana, can he? That's the thing about people. Even a straw is a boat when they're desperate. Li Yang smacked his lips and lightly tapped the tabletop. What a touching love story. Who would have thought that Dirty You would have such an innocence? Chen Wei froze for a moment. You? What did you say? Li Yang stared at Chen Wei, his gaze ghostly. The soul Upanishad could enable Li Yang to distinguish between good and evil, and to discern between people and demons. Li Yang could see that Chen Wei was not a good person, a vicious villain. He said, why you dropped out of middle school and chose to be a landlubber, and how to go from being a gangster to an underworlder, and finally, how you became the driver of Zhu Dajuan, the process of which I shouldn't have to tell you about. This was not counting out Chen Wei's pass through the Soul Upanishad. It was just a guess in conjunction with the Soul Upanishad. It was also a good guess. Chen Wei was dumbfounded. What the hell are you? It was true that what he had done over the years had not been seen in the light of day. And how did this boss know about it? You're vile, foul-smelling, but with an ambition that doesn't match your status, like a rat in a sewer trying to eat Wellington steak. Li Yang's words changed and continued. However, your love story did touch me, and this one I love. I can give you a chance to see Nana alive. Those insulting words distilled important information in Chen Wei's mind. The man in front of him could help himself meet Nana. Chen Wei thought he was crazy to step into Li Yang's words. He exclaimed, What do you want me to do? Li Yang's gaze was deep, and his voice became even more ethereal under the aegis of the Soul Upanishad. First, tell me your desires, the deepest desires of your heart. It's time to harvest the power of desire. Chen Wei's gaze was lax, his eyes were lifeless, and he subconsciously said, I want everyone to take my word for it, and I want my lies to be impeccable. As long as that happens, I'll be a big shot, never have to be bullied again, and Nana won't die. He blames Nana's death on his own incompetence. Black runes emerged from Li Yang's eyes. Desire power emerged from Chen Wei's body and was collected into the binocular rune. When Chen Wei saw the abnormality in Li Yang's eyes, he hastily rubbed his eyes and was horrified to realize that it was not an illusion. He is in awe of Li Yang and has more faith that Li Yang can resurrect Nana. Li Yang revealed a small smile. Lust and love are things that are sought after. You will choose to surrender your desires for love. You're confusing me as to the nature of love and desire, whether they are the same or different. I would call you a lover. You've accomplished the first thing. Next accomplish the second thing I said and I'll let you meet Nana. Chen Wei fiercely knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, Go ahead. Li Yang said, Nana was killed by Zhou Qing. I need to hear about Zhou Qing's death before I'll help you. Chen Wei was frozen in place. Who is Zhou Qing? One of the three giants of the South China Sea underground. A big shot like Master Jun was all messed up by him. What makes you able to kill Zhou Qing? But it was the only way to see Nana. Chen Wei's gaze became firm as he solemnly said, Yes, he fought for Nana. With that, he left the pharmacy. Rattlesnake, who had been watching the show for a long time, leaned on his cheeks and said, He's just a small person. He can't kill Zhou Qing. Li Yang opened the book and continued reading, responding casually, I know. Rattle was surprised. He won't see Nana if he doesn't finish your mission. Li Yang let out a light laugh. What's it to me? Rattlesnake drifted off. You never intended for her to see Nana in the first place? You just want to make a deal with him and get the power of desire. Rattlesnake laughed twice in a bad way. You're so evil. I love it. Li Yang didn't say anything. Actually, Rattle is not entirely right. Zhou Qing was Blackwood Sand's man, and beheading Zhou Qing was the same as chopping off one of Blackwood Sand's hands. Zhou Qing is on Li Yang's must-kill list. Zhou Qing is not hard to kill. Raven, Rattle, Blackie, it all works. The important thing was to use Zhou Qing as a pawn to feel out Kuroki Misawa's bottom card. To ordinary people, Zhou Qing was a big shot high above the rest. Chen Wei wanted to kill Zhou Qing. He could only do it by outwitting him. If Chen Wei was able to threaten Zhou Qing's safety with his wits, it would inevitably force Blackwood Misawa's hand. Chen Wei killed Zhou Qing and survived Kuroki Misawa. Li Yang didn't mind letting him meet Nana's ghost. Li Yang thinks Chen Wei is lucky. How many people in this world have asked for a chance without one? Even if it was difficult to kill Zhou Qing and survive, it was still a chance to see Nana. It's up to Chen Wei to take this opportunity. End of chapter 50. Chapter 50 Chen Wei. Chapter 50 Chen Wei. Late at night, Serenity Villa. Li Yang played with the two membership cards. It says Apostle Black Emperor, Apostle Hell's three-headed dog. Of all the demons so far, only Raven Black Dragon and Black Dog Koro don't have membership cards, and since those two aren't human either, they were made last. The title, Black Emperor, was an unauthorized title by Rattle. She felt that her little brother's name was loud and proud to be the master. Raven, an avid self-proclaimed sire, also liked the title. Li Yang threw the 2 membership cards to Crow and Black Dog. Black mist rose from the raven's body, and the demonic serpent manifested. The devil snake opened its mouth and swallowed the membership card into its belly for storage. The black dog's neck manifested the dog's head and swallowed the membership card. They belong to the same desire potion, and the way of storing the membership card is even the same. Li Yang sat at his desk, writing and drawing in his notebook. The first apostle, the Black Witch, the second apostle, the Black Emperor, the third apostle, the 3-headed dog of hell, the fourth apostle, Prince of the Blood, the fifth apostle, the fallen angel, Vanity, the sixth apostle, the Phantom Queen. The apostles' lineup is pretty good so far. Each demon has a specific function, and each one has a role to play that will keep the demon club functioning properly. Li Yang glanced at Rattlesnake, who was excitedly brushing up on her anime, and continued to write, except for the Black Witch, who has the most important role, who looks like a loser. The rest of the apostles are working hard. The Black Witch is the key to finding the power of desire, but this one never practiced. The demonic power is weak, and the search for the power of desire is ridiculously inefficient. Li Yang turned a new page and wrote, half a shadow demon potion, a full serving of the fraudulent devil potion. This is the desire potion that we currently have. After obtaining the third talent Soul Upanishad, Li Yang could clearly perceive what kind of power the desire potion contained. Chen Wei's portion of the desire potion belongs to the fraudulent devil in hell. The general framework of the Devil's Club was complete, and the next time came to bring in the members. When dozens of upper-class powerful figures join the Devil's Club, the Devil's Club will also complete its first step of metamorphosis. Desire Potion is the central thread running through the Devil's Club, and only 1.5 Desire Potion is clearly not enough. Li Yang's brain hurt and he looked at the ringing bell in depression. Whether you're looking for someone with the power of desire or someone suitable for joining the Devil's Club, the role of the Black Witch, who can peek into people's hearts, is really indispensable. The Rattles suddenly called out, "Ah, Li Yang, the membership is expiring." Shaker sat up from his knees on the carpet and folded his arms in a curt smile. "Li Yang, why don't you fill up your membership for a month first? I'll work hard and I'll send for." When Rattle was still a cat, the smart one learned to cuddle and please Li Yang for dried small fishes. It's a tried and true trick. Li Yang said mercilessly, "You raise your mental power to the second order, and I'll fill your membership for a year." Rattlesnake made a bitter little face. "Please, Jiraiya is fighting pain. I have to cheer him on." Li Yang snorted with his arms around him. "Don't look. Jiraiya died and wasn't resurrected late in the game." Shaking Bell looked at Li Yang incredulously. "Jiraiya, dead?" The face was dull, and gradually the large eyes became clouded with a mist of water. A young girl's heart quietly breaks. The little cat lady pointed at Li Yang with resentment. You play for real. Do you know how much I've secretly done for the Devil's Club? You just don't like my low rank." Rattlesnake got angrier and jumped up in a huff. "You watch. I'm definitely the fastest riser among the apostles. Definitely better than that big-breasted chimera you like. You wait for me to grow up and have bigger boobs than her." Black witches gain spiritual power by devouring pain. By all rights, in this fickle society, the Black Witch should have advanced quickly. By the way, wasn't there a sad person who went to the drugstore today? Rattlesnake said he would do it, and his spiritual power was unleashed to seek out Chen Wei's location. Punching Li Yang with a heavy cold snort, he left the villa and looked towards Chen Wei's location. There are teenage girls crying their hearts out in their villas because they don't have anime to watch, while there are men holding pictures of their late girlfriends and swallowing cabbage soup under a bridge hole while gulping down bad white wine. Chen Wei touched the crumpled photo as tears continued to fall. "Baby, wait for me. I will resurrect you. How do I kill Zhou Qing? How the hell do you get him? And that dastardly master snake?" These high and mighty higher-ups don't see us bottom feeders as human beings at all. His clothes were dirty and there was fresh blood. Next to him lay a homeless man whose life and death were unknown. The white wine in his hand and the cabbage soup in his broken bowl came from the hands of this old vagabond who was trying to improve his life today. With a grab, Chen Wei angrily took the last sip of white wine. A plan came to mind and he wiped his nose and got up. A hand grabbed his pants leg and a weak voice rang out. "Boy, call us an ambulance. I'm in pain." Chen Wei gave the old tramp a disgusted look. A foot stomped on the homeless man's face and he limped off into the distance. Li Yang had said that Chen Wei was a vicious villain. The homeless man couldn't even utter a moan, gasping weakly. Step, step, step. The old tramp heard the sound of little leather shoes walking. "Someone's coming. It's the Rattles." She's voraciously sucking up the homeless man's pain, and her mental powers are increasing. The desire to live made the homeless man struggle to open his eyes, and he trembled as he traced a cross on his chest with his fingers. "Help me, please, help me. God will bless you." She blinked her big eyes and sneered. "If your God would bless you, you wouldn't be here." The homeless man's hand froze as he gestured a cross pattern. "Your God won't bless you. Maybe another God will. You pray for the mercy of death. The hobo really listened and kept chanting things like death blessings. Shaker pulled out his tablet and edited a text message addressed to Li Yang. This homeless man is near death and still has no family. His will to live is very strong. A good candidate for the cleaner. In the early stages of the Devil's Club's development, she could help Li Yang grow. After Rattle did everything, he continued to follow Chanwei with a bounce. There's a legend in the West. The black cat is a symbol of impurity, and anyone who is targeted by a black cat will not live long. That black cat in particular is the black witch that turned into a witch after eating her heart. Jack Bear Arcade. Huge cute bear decorative lights on the top floor of the building. Colorful neon lights decorate this building into a fairy tale world. Chenwei limped to the third floor when two security guards stopped him. This place is closed to the public. Chenwei certainly knew what was above the third floor. That's the casino. It's Master Snake's turf. Jack Bear Arcade is a large casino disguised by an arcade. Chenwei hung a fawning smile. Brothers, I'm a regular, and old Mo is my buddy. One security guard was not close. Don't know what you're talking about. Go. The other security guard sneered. Look at your dirty clothes. Get going before I cripple your other leg too. Chenwei's face sank. He doesn't like it when people taunt him about his limp. Chenwei looked to the golden metal pillar that reflected the silhouette of a person to the side, himself dirty like a beggar. At that moment, a man with red bloodshot eyes and eye boogers hanging from the corners of his eyes walked out from inside. Chenwei could tell with a glance from experience that this was a lousy gambler and followed the lousy gambler without slowing down. End of chapter 51. Chapter 51, Master Snake. Chapter 51, Master Snake. Master Snake also had some care in creating the Jack Bear Arcade. The front street is a snack plaza with lots of foot traffic. The back street was just a large street, which leaned against the back door of another mall. Sandwiched between the mall and the back door of the arcade, the road is less traveled except by hustling cabs. That mall is also owned by Master Snake. Since Master Snake would often do infractions on his own, or assign his men, all the back streets didn't have much in the way of surveillance equipment, not even streetlights. The rotten gambler was walking and talking on the phone. Asterisk 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 it. You guys hurry up and sell the house. When I win a bet, I'll build you guys a new house. You tell my dad that if he doesn't sell the house tomorrow, I'll beat him to death. Rotten gambler hangs up the phone and walks to the curb. Light a cigarette and gulp it down while waiting for the car. Brother, your clothes look expensive. Rotten gambler whipped his head around to see a man dressed in dirty clothes and with hair like a bird's nest. Chenwei smiled. Brother, how many pounds are you? The rotten gambler frowned. 150. Chenwei smiled broadly. Just right. Thanks brother. Chenwei surged up, and before the rotten gambler could react, the dagger had already stabbed into the rotten gambler's throat. Chenwei was experienced and grabbed rotten gambler's hair, forcing him to tilt his neck upwards. The blood didn't dirty rotten gambler's clothes. Then, stripping the rotten gambler of his clothes, he pried open the sewer cover and stuffed the rotten gambler's body inside. It's almost winter and the bodies won't smell anytime soon. The lousy gambler's family wouldn't be so quick to call the police. Plus it's less frequented, so it'll be at least a week before anyone finds the body. Chenwei felt that a week was enough time. As long as he killed Zhou Cheng and saw Nana, everything would be worth it. He donned his rotten gambler's clothes to avoid the surveillance area and hunkered down at the back door of the mall to check out the loot. The lousy gambler still had $300 in his shirt, along with a few chips and a charge card. These chips and charge cards are the ticket to the casino. The following night, Chenwei, who hadn't eaten for nearly a day, followed a group of young men from the back door of the mall into the back door of the arcade, deliberately realizing intimacy under surveillance, as if they were friends with them. When they entered the arcade, they separated from the group of young men and walked straight to the third floor. The security guard obviously didn't recognize Chenwei, who took out his chips and went in smoothly. The casino was gilded with the soft light of the chandeliers and the floor tiles reflecting the artistic patterns of the ceiling. There were a lot of people gathered around the game machines, the money catchers. The beautiful lauder in black silk invited the guests to take their seats. Chenwei sat in the corner and gobbled down the casino's free chocolate. At that moment, there was a loud bang from outside the door and the screams of the security guards. Several masked men with knives and sticks and sprays barged in, chopping people on sight and robbing money from money-grabbing machines. The gamblers let out screams of terror and cowered under the table, not daring to move. It's time. Go! A masked man roared. The rest of the masked men retreated in an orderly fashion. The sudden turn of events didn't make Chenwei panic. His eyes rolled as he slammed into the last masked man to leave, snatching the sack from the man's hand. The masked man was furious and swung his sword to slash at Chenwei. Chenwei was busy blocking with his arms and refused to let go even after taking a few stabs. The masked man's boss cursed angrily. Stop! Move! The masked people discarded the sack of money that Chenwei had grabbed and withdrew. Chenwei grabbed the money and retreated back to the corner, silently bandaging his wounds. After about half an hour, A middle-aged woman with heavy makeup walked in, surrounded by a dozen black-clad men. The woman is in her 40s and has a lot of style. She wore a girly little halter top and super short hot pants. A mature woman dressed as a young woman. The dramatic sense of contrast deepens the unique charm of the woman. From her bare thighs, her backside, to her fragrant shoulders, was a huge tattoo of a black mamba viper. There was a viciousness in her flirtatious brow that couldn't be erased. The woman stepped on her high heels, twisted her crotch and walked to Chen Wei and asked, "You're the one who helped me save a little bit of money?" Chen Wei breathed in sharply, pushed the sack over, and snapped to his knees. "Master Snake, I want to follow you." This charming mature woman is one of the 3 underground giants in the South China Sea. Master Snake. Master Snake bent down, revealing a large area of snow-white scenery. The corners of her mouth pulled out a meaningful smile. "Who sent you?" A few men in black understood and surrounded Chen Wei with punches and kicks. Chen Wei screamed and shouted miserably, "I risked my life to steal money from the robbers because I wanted to be with you. I have nothing to do with those robbers." A cell phone dropped out, and Master Snake took it and looked through it, broadcasting the first number. The sound of an elderly woman's wailing and crying came from over there. "Son, the house can't be sold. Don't gamble." Master Snake froze and hung up. The man in black glanced at Chen Wei and said, "Check the surveillance and records. This kid is a regular at the casino. Been betting here for the last 2 days. It can't be one of theirs. But whether it's surveillance or spending records, they've got the wrong guy. Because Chen Wei killed a lousy gambler and robbed the lousy gambler of his clothes, chips, and spending cards." Master Snake was sitting in a high chair with his 2 beautiful legs stacked on top of each other. "You've got a mean streak in you. I like it. Then you'll follow me." Chen Wei rolled and crawled to Master Snake. "Thank you, Master Snake, for the opportunity." "Thank you, Master Snake." Resentment crossed Chen Wei's eyes. She was the one who sent someone to assassinate Zhou Qing, leading to Nana's murder. That had a hand in Nana's death. At this time, the casino manager walked over quickly and ambled over to Master Snake's ear. "Master, the sheriff is here." With all this commotion, it's a wonder the sheriff didn't come. Master Snake snorted. "Bunch of little yakuza. Take them to the rest room. I'll make a call. Don't open the casino for the next 2 days. Give the sheriff's department some face." With that, Master Snake took out his cell phone and walked over to the manager's office to dial the number of one of the higher-ups in the sheriff's department. At night, a leaping sea view house. This is Master Snake's residence. The moonlight filtered through the window, leaving a bay of brightness in the living room. Without turning on the light, she breezed over to the refrigerator and pulled out a bottle of high white wine. White wine and darkness can both give her a sense of security. Master Snake sensed something and suddenly looked out the window. What a guy! On the windowsill, a quiet young girl sat with her back to the window. Her 2 little white legs jiggled around in boredom. The maiden was wholly in the moonlight. Master Snake saw the young girl's appearance. His eyes were horrified, and the white wine in his hand slipped and spilled all over the floor. She hurriedly knelt down, her green silk scattered in surprise. "Black Witch-sama, why are you free to come here?" Shaker gazed at the moon and whispered, "I met an interesting man today. Followed him over here and thought I'd come and sit with you. Are you in a bad mood? Did something happen to you?" Master Snake froze briefly. The identity of the gang today was found out. The one in the lead is Zhou Qing's lackey. Zhou Qing's approach today was too much, disguising Zhou Qing's attitude of being immortal with her. She shook her head. "It's all just a little thing. I don't dare to trouble your excellency." Master Snake mused for a moment, prayerfully, looking carefully at the rattles. "My lord, how on earth can I join the Devil's Club?" Rattlesnake hooked a finger at Master Snake. "Come here." Master Snake didn't dare to hesitate and crawled over. Rattlesnake's foot unceremoniously stomped on the top of Snake Master's head, his tone icy. "Since when do you losers dare to question the club's decisions?" Master Snake, a famous female big shot in the South China Sea, acted fearful in front of Shaking Bell, a little girl. Her right body trembled slightly as she carefully cupped Rattle's tiny feet. "I'm sorry, my lord. I wouldn't dare." Ever since Li Yang had the idea for the Devil's Club, Rattle hadn't worried much about it. She had a little book in which she recorded the names of each South Seas thunderer. They all have a thirst for power in their hearts. They all have ambitions. When the time was right, they could be chosen by Li Yang to become a low-level member of the Devil's Club. P.S. Thanks to Careful 1666 for the reward. One more thing. This is just the opening chapter now. The story is definitely not a repeat of bestowing potions and making them. Now it's just a prelude to what will soon be a new chapter. End of chapter 52. Chapter 52 Zhou Qing's Crisis. Chapter 52 Zhou Qing's Crisis. Early the next morning, inside a rented house, 6 tattooed young socialites got drunk. There were beer bottles, machetes, toy guns, and cash all over the place. They robbed the Jack Bear Casino last night, never seen so much money in their lives, and got high with excitement all night. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door and the 6 young men of society woke up in unison and looked nervously at the door. the yellow hair at the head of the group, fished out a pistol from his arms. In a room full of people, this is the only pistol that's real. He walked slowly to the front door, alertly looking out through the cat's eye. Seeing the visitor, yellow hair breathed a sigh of relief. Yellow hair opened the door and smiled. Why, you're here. The visitor was none other than Chen Wei, who had just followed Master Snake, and he was holding a bottle of foreign wine. Yellow hair wrapped his arms around Chen Wei's neck and introduced himself to the juniors in the room. A grand introduction. This is Viagra, who grew up with me in open pants. A few of the juniors looked at Chen Wei with fiery, worshipful eyes. They had the perfect escape route and were able to leave the scene with ease. The boss says it's thanks to his smart-ass hairdresser. Yellow hair brought Chen Wei to sit down and continued. Why was smart when he was a kid? When we went out together, he told me that brothers can't work under the same big brother. You have to leave each other a way out. He's with Master Nanhai, and I'm with Boss Joe of Nanhai. See, he's right. We've robbed a few million this time, and the is all on Boss Joe. Several of the minions flattered attentively. Chen Wei waved his hand smilingly, opened the foreign wine and poured it into a cup and said, it's all because of the brothers. Now that I'm working under Master Snake again, I'm able to blow off some steam when I'm not doing anything. Master Snake would never think that the casino ransacking was done by us, and would only look for trouble with Boss Joe. Chen Wei poured 6 glasses of wine and distributed them to several people, saying, this is good wine. Congratulations on our first successful order. We can keep robbing in the future and let Boss Joe and Master Snake take the blame for each other. Several of the social youths were overjoyed. It's coming in too fast. They eagerly toasted Chen Wei, who substituted water for wine on the grounds that he would be driving for Master Snake in a while. Yellow hair took a sip, and he was a little drunk again, having not been sober. He poured himself another glass and said with a mischievous look in his eyes, remember, Wei is my brother and your big brother, my brother's woman. Your sister-in-law was killed by Boss Chow. You guys, what about this? Several social youths were furious and cursed Boss Joe for not being a human being, while showing their loyalty to Yellow Hair and Chen Wei. Chen Wei was moved to pat Yellow Hair's shoulder. Good brother, you've helped me a lot. Yellow Hair waved his big hand. That's ing pretentious. We're sworn brothers. Chen Wei poured a full glass of wine for Huang Mao. Then drink more, and you won't suffer on the road later. Yellow Hair froze. Up what road? At this time, those few juniors had their faces reddened, covering their stomachs in pain, foaming at the mouth, and black blood flowing out of their eyes. Yellow Hair suddenly also had a belly like a knife. He looked violently at the wine bottle, and then looked at Chen Wei incredulously. Dude, you, Chen Wei sighed. There are so many of you, I'm afraid you'll give me a hard time. I know you're too righteous to help me kill your little brother. I had to kill you all. Good brother, I'm going to do something big, so consider yourself a sacrifice to me. Yellow Hair stared at Chen Wei unwillingly and slowly collapsed helplessly. Chen Wei took away Yellow Hair's gun, packed up the money in the house, put it in a sack, and hid it under the bed. After doing everything, he straightened his clothes, unlocked the door to his room, and walked out. Unbeknownst to him, a black cat had been watching him from the window, greedily sucking the pain from the room. A few days later, Serenity Villa. Li Yang sat on the sofa and looked at the newspaper. The South China Sea is not peaceful these days, with KTVs, bars, game halls, and constant armed fights. Those in the upper echelons of the South Sea knew that this was Master Snake declaring war on Zhou Qing. Li Yang knew that the two major underground forces were mixing up, and the cause was just a pony boy who was avenging his girlfriend's death. That little pony boy used his own life-threatening tactics to keep provoking and piercing the bottom line of the two faucets, and finally made them incompatible. Rattle came running back from outside and jumped onto the couch, grinning on her arms. I've been following Chen Wei for a few days now. He's so talented. Wherever he passes by there's bound to be delicious pain. Li Yan nodded. Well, he surprised me. He might not really be able to kill Zhou Qing. Rattle said thoughtfully. If Kuroki Misawa makes a move, the ending may not be the same. Rattle said longingly. If I could meet Nana after killing Zhou Qing, I really don't know how touching the scene would be. After a brief moment of thought, Li Yang put down the newspaper and stood up. Then I'll help him. He looked out the window and waved. The raven flew over and landed on the shoulder. Li Yang's gaze was haunted. Inform Du Yangming that he's ready to work. A chessboard centered on Chen Wei and Zhou Qing unfolds, with Li Yang and Kuroki Misawa at the helm. In fact, Li Yang couldn't see Kuroki Misawa as an opponent. He was only interested in the man behind Kuroki Misawa. Only when Kuroki Misawa died would the people behind Kuroki Misawa make a move and come to the South China Sea, Li Yang's main battlefield. Vampires could become stronger by sucking blood, and killing suited Du Yangming the most. It was even also hoped that Du Yangming would be able to train a group of assassins by vampire means and be able to establish an assassin organization. In the future, the Devil's Club will always have people they want to kill. Night KTV. Inside the luxurious box, Zhou Qing grabbed his hair, his face full of anger. The old snake is crazy. She doesn't even let people do business anymore. In the past few days, Master Snake had been frantically smashing Zhou Qing's venues, and had even used the connections of the Public Security Bureau to sanction violations in Zhou Qing's venues. Two underground forces fighting and burning. Kuroki Misawa asked. The South Sea Sheriff's Department doesn't care if you guys make such a mess? Zhou Qing said disdainfully. That has slept with most of the top brass in the South Seas, and is still the mistress of the old director. The Sheriff's Department was just waiting for the two of us to finish the fight before they stepped in to finish it. Now she wants to hurt me 1,000 times. She wants to die with me. Damn. Who knows why she's so crazy all of a sudden? Kuroki Misawa slammed his cup angrily. Bastard. Why did you encounter so much trouble after coming to the South China Sea? Old Snake is stirring things up so much. It's seriously affecting the progress of my project. It's not like he hasn't been to other countries, other cities. All this time he was unimpeded. However, it so happened that he was in conflict with the South Sea City. It was as if a pair of large invisible hands were slowly enveloping the sky above him. Old Snake striking at this time could only mean one thing. Old Snake, Zhu Dajuan, Su Yutong. It's the same person behind them. The man behind them is taking a shot at himself. Kuroki Misawa didn't understand that the person behind the curtain had so much energy. How could he not find out that he was a person from the God-making organization? How can this person be so stupid as to blatantly go against the God-making organization? Kuroki Misawa also couldn't figure out where the person behind the scenes got the means to stop the ninjas from assassinating Zhu Dajuan and Su Yutong. Kuroki Misawa snapped to mind Zaojiro Miyamoto. That day he heard the desperate howl of Miyamoto's Zojiro and the chewing sounds that gave him the creeps. He stared at Zhou Qing with glazed eyes. The Sheriff's Department said your son was killed by a wild animal? End of chapter. 53. Chapter 53, Kuroki Misawa takes a personal strike. Chapter 53, Kuroki Misawa himself. Zhou Qing's face sank. Yes, that kind of crap comes out of the Sheriff's Department's mouth. They still haven't found out who killed my son. The murderer was so well connected with the Sheriff's Department that I suspected and looked for trouble with Old Snake. Kuroki Misawa stood up and paced the private room. He thought for a moment and said, the Sheriff's Department probably wasn't lying. There may be people in the South China Sea who can manipulate the beast to kill, and not just any beast. Kuroki Misawa suspected that Miyamoto Zojiro was also bitten to death by the beast, and the horrible chewing sound had become his nightmare. Zhou Qing frowned, incredulous. How can this be? How can someone manipulate a beast to kill? Kuroki Misawa snorted. Nothing is impossible. At least in the God-making organization there are people who can manipulate beasts to kill, and genetically enhanced ones at that. Zhou Qing's mouth opened wide in shock. Is the God-making organization so amazing? But why are there such amazing people in the South Seas? Kuroki Misawa let out a deep breath. I suspect that someone in the South Seas has stolen my teacher's genetic secrets, and I will report this to him. Thinking about all the things that had happened since he came to the South Seas, Kuroki Misawa came to a realization. He suspected that a traitor had come out of the God-making organization and was obstructing his research project in the South China Sea. No wonder Miyamoto Zojiro told himself to hurry up and leave the South China Sea. So he recognized that the person behind the curtain was one of the God-making organization. Zhou Qing's eyes were full of resentment. That means the person who killed my son had something to do with your internal infighting. You're responsible. Blackwood Misawa instantly appeared in front of Zhou Qing and choked his throat. The right arm became thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Zhou Qing, a big man, froze and could not struggle. Kuroki Misawa's chilled eyes stared at Zhou Qing in death. I advise you to treat me with respect. Biologically speaking, you should call evolved people like me gods. Zhou Qing held back his red face for a long time before he said spare my life. Kuroki Misawa's arm returned to normal and said coldly, I'll personally lead the way to draw out the man behind Old Snake. When I've solved that traitor who's not afraid of death and successfully completed the subject, I'll help you unify the underground forces in the South China Sea, provided you are useful to me and never forget what I am. At night, it fogs up. A commercial BMW traveling on the cross-sea bridge. Master Snake is on the phone in the back seat. You guys smashed up Chao Qing's lower bay. I want to see blood. Take Chen Wei with you. That kid is resourceful. After hanging up the phone, she looked out the window and stared, her gaze haunted, her thoughts drifting to other places. Hearing of the old director's death today, Nanhai no longer has an umbrella, and sooner or later he will be eliminated from Nanhai City. The Devil's Club, Master Snake muttered. After the death of the old director, she was bound to have her turf frantically divided by Zhu Dajuan and Zhou Qing, unless there was a new backer. The Devil's Club can't even be described as a backer anymore. It's Tarzan Kunlun anyways. At that moment, the car suddenly braked sharply, and Master Snake was shaken to the point of dizziness. She said angrily, "What's going on?" The driver stammered, "Up ahead. There's someone up ahead." Master Snake glanced ahead. Several bald men carrying knives, bats, stopped in front of them, grinning hideously. The one at the head had a lurid scar from his face to his bald head. One of the top shinobi under his Kuroki Misawa hand. Master Snake casually waved his jade hands with exaggerated nails, and several of the minions in the car drew knives and took pistols, cursing as they stepped out of the car. Blind? Don't recognize Master Snake's car? What kind of cats and dogs dare to rob the road? Master Snake's face was expressionless as he continued to ponder. Boom! There was a loud bang. Master Snake rounded his beautiful eyes in horror, only to see a junior's entire body flew up and hit the front of the car so hard that the tempered glass shattered and blood flowed out. One of the minions, after a moment of panic, fired wildly. After dodging left and right, the bald man grabbed his collar and threw the whole thing into the sea. Several minions were all taken care of in just a few breaths. Snake's heart pounded violently as he locked the door and reached under the seat of the car for his pistol. At that moment, a large, rough hand crashed through the glass and choked Master Snake's shoulder in a death grip. The other hand grabbed the door and pushed hard, and Master Snake was yanked away from the car, along with the door altogether. Master Snake slumped to the ground, the corners of his eyes twitching. You guys? What are you guys? The scarred man grabbed Master Snake's long hair and spoke in an unskilled Xia dialect. We are a kind of people beyond the scope of your imagination. Let the man behind you come out and I won't kill you. Master Snake immediately figured it out. It's the Devil's Club haters coming after her. Sure enough, the enemies of an organization like the Devil's Club aren't normal humans either. Actually, the Devil's Club isn't even close to being the people behind Master Snake. She's just one of the membership candidates that Rattle got for the Devil's Club. Master Snake doesn't even know what the Devil's Club really is. Only the dreaded Black Witch is known, but also that there is a mysterious master behind the Black Witch. Sparing her fear, Master Snake did not dare to reveal half a word about the Black Witch as she struggled. I don't know what you're talking about. The scarred man's face turned icy cold as he grabbed Master Snake's head and dragged it towards the parapet of the sea-crossing bridge to throw it into the sea. Master Snake slapped Scarab's hand and begged for mercy in terror. Don't kill me. I have money. I can give you money. Come on. What do you want? Money or women? You guys can have me if you want. The scarred man suspended Master Snake's voluptuous body outside the parapet, on the ocean, and blandly said, last chance to tell me who's behind you. You do it to my satisfaction and I'll let you join us. Master Snake's pretty face was white, and his voice trembled slightly. I don't know what you're talking about. The scarred man let out a cold snort from his nostrils and frowned. Sometimes I don't understand why you mortals are as stupid as pigs and dogs. Just like you don't understand the transcendental powers of transcendentalists like us. At that moment, the sound of a young girl's silver bell laughter came from the bridge. Giggle giggle giggle. How dare a few little ants call themselves transcendent? Do you guys know what transcendence is? A few bald men snapped their eyes to the pillar towers of the bridge across the sea. Just a lovely young girl sitting there, her little white legs swaying mischievously. Master Snake shouted in surprise. Lord Black Witch. The breeze blew the young girl's long hair and she smiled sweetly. You're pretty loyal for an old woman. That's a plus. Scarab narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, it's also a human who holds the secrets of genetics. But I don't feel your chakra power. Your gene power is just a non-starter for us. His hand suddenly loosened and Master Snake screamed as he fell. The scarred man smiled provocatively and contained his fingers, his shrill whistle echoing across the sea bridge. The load-bearing pillars under the cross-sea bridge were heavily shadowed, and dozens of bald men climbed onto the bridge, blocking it off and surrounding it. Scarab licked his lips. Grab her and ask which traitor stole the doctor's results. End of chapter 54. Chapter 54, Extra Shift Vampire Slaying. Chapter 54, plus more vampire slaying. Dozens of bald ninjas pressed down towards the pillar tower, taking small, quick steps around it. Collectively, a black shadow under the bridge rushed onto the sea-crossing bridge like a big bird, and he was holding the stunned Master Snake in his arms. The black shadow landed steadily on the cross-sea bridge. The man was dressed in a black suit, white bandages wrapped around his exposed parts, and his eyes were scarlet. The scarred man's face was grave. He sensed majestic chi and blood power in the man in the suit. The fourth apostle, Prince of the Blood. Du Yongming. As a vampire, how could the power of blood and energy be weak? Hungry. Du Yongming looked at the ninjas rapidly rushing around him, his scarlet eyes blooming with evil greed. He had fasted for a long time and had never drawn blood until he became a vampire. Du Yongming lived in horrible hunger every day. He'd rather starve than hurt innocents. These ninjas in front of them had plenty of chakra and blood power, and had been ordered by their masters to kill them. That could enjoy a meal. A pair of bat wings suddenly unfolded behind him, and surging hungry darkness power erupted. The ninjas' footsteps slowed down as they looked at Du Yongming in horror. What kind of monster is this? With wings? Suck. Vampire. Legendary. Vampires who live in hell. Du Yongming let out a strange whine, his wings shaking as he killed towards the ninjas. What started out as a siege turned into a unilateral massacre by Du Yongming. Blood is flowing. The The color and taste of blood fueled the vampire's demonic nature even more. He kills red. The ninjas ran away screaming. However, the speed and strength that the ninjas were proud of was as ridiculous as a toddler in front of Du Yangming. Vampires are the natural enemies of mankind. That scarred face endured a sharp intake of breath as he took out a pill from his pocket and was about to swallow it. Scarred upper endurance's arm was actually broken by Du Yangming. Du Yangming carefully put the pills away in his arms. This was what the master wanted. He looked sorrowfully at scarred top. That's called transcendence. Can you understand that? Griffin. Scarab Shangyo's 3 views had been shattered countless times. Genetic warriors are man-made. What is that in the face of such legendary creatures? Why do such horrible things exist in this world? Scarred Shinobu's thoughts stopped as the chakra he was so proud of was detaching from his body. He felt cold, and watched as his blood was pumped out of his body down his pores and gushed into the vampire. The scarred ninja became a dry corpse. An arcane message surged into Du Yangming's mind. Spirit power advancement. Spiritual power, second order. Gain a new talent, first embrace. First embrace consumes mental energy to transform humans into blood servants. A blood servant has no spirit, no mind, and has the same battle power as an ordinary person. When using first embrace, the mental energy consumed is permanent. Blood servants will die when the sun shines on them. When a vampire reaches the 3rd rank, the blood servant evolves into a newborn vampire, and you are their father. Du Yangming's face was full of enjoyment and he moaned in comfort, his scarlet eyes shooting out red auras that went straight to the sky. Master Snake covered his chest in horror. In the darkness, in the mist, Du Yangming's figure could not be seen, and those reddish eyes were exceptionally ominous. Humans have an instinctive fear when faced with vampires. Is this the Devil's Club? The Devil's Club was true to its name, and all the members in it were demons. Master Snake looked at Du Yangming. Her beautiful eyes gradually softened and gradually became infatuated. This woman stimulates and likes dangerous men. In the future, with this kind of person behind her as a backer, what else did she have to fear in the South China Sea? Du Yangming suddenly looked at Master Snake and asked, "You have other plans for this woman?" Master Snake froze. She clearly felt Du Yangming's murderous aura. Was this an attempt to kill and kill? Master Snake looked at Rattle in a hurry. The rattles on the strut towers rattled the calves. You can't eat her. The master is a lowly member if he sees fit. Immediately afterward, Rattle flashed an evil grin. Of course, if the master doesn't fancy her, he'll leave her for you to eat. Master Snake hurriedly pointed to the dried corpses and blood all over the bridge and said, "I'll have the place cleaned up now. My people are clean for that sort of thing." At that moment, 2 vans came from both ends of the bridge. A group of people in white raincoats, rain boots, white duck hats and white mask goggles came down from the van. They look like forensic scientists, and they look like janitors. The cleaners skillfully took out their tools and cleaned up the bodies and blood from the bridge. It was then that Master Snake realized a problem. It's amazing that not a single car has passed by the Cross Harbor Bridge after all this time. She muttered, when a battle breaks out between transcendents, will there be a high-level control blockade? It's actually right to think that way. Kuroki Misawa's ninjas don't care if they kill someone, and it won't be long before they return to Higashizakura anyway. Demons can't be easily exposed. Su Yutong had long ago used her contacts to block off the bridge across the sea, which also gave the apostles time to fight and the cleaners time to clean up the bridge. This is the duty of Su Yutong, the butler of the Devil's Club. Outside the cross-sea bridge, a black car is parked in a temporary parking space. Kuroki Misawa looked at the battle on the bridge with shock in his eyes. Du Yangming's terrifying stance was deeply imprinted in his mind. Is it really a genetic creation? Kuroki Misawa was skeptical. Having long since quit smoking, he shakily lit a cigarette. He took a hard drag, the nicotine rush calming him down, and muttered to himself, "What hides in the South Seas? This is not human at all." Knock, knock, knock. Someone's knocking on the car window. Kuroki Misawa was startled and turned his head to see a young man. He was wearing a black suit over a black trench coat and a bowler hat on his head, like a modest scholar, like a refined gentleman. The young man smiled gently. "Can I have a light?" Kuroki Misawa glared at him. "Get out." The young man nodded and turned away. Kuroki Misawa continued to smoke, the butt burning fast. Click. The car door opened and the young man got into the passenger side. Kuroki Misawa cursed angrily. "Uing." The young man flicked the cigarette case in his hand. As if a signal, an eerie icy chill instantly covered the car, frosting the windows. The horrible oppression felt as if a big invisible hand had touched his heart, clenching it so hard that it was hard to breathe. Kuroki Misawa looked at the young man in horror. "What are you?" P.S. The preliminaries are just a padding. It won't keep inking repetitively on collecting desires and creating demons. The Devil's Club is primed to be done right away, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens next. This story outline has been written for 6 months. To pick up the pace, add a shift ahoy. Please trust the author. It will get better from here. As longtime readers know, Our books get better as they go on. End of chapter. 55. Chapter 55, The Cigarette-Smoking Grim Reaper. Chapter 55, The Cigarette-Smoking Grim Reaper. The ashes of the cigarette in Kuroki Misawa's hand slipped and fell on his slightly trembling legs. He eyed the front, swallowed hard the saliva stuck in his throat, and did not dare to look at Li Yang next to him. The man, who gave him the feeling of eeriness as if he were a stern ghost. Li Yang took a cigarette out of his cigarette case. Lend a hand with the fire. Kuroki Misawa panicked and fumbled for half a day, took out a lighter, struck a flame, and handed it to Li Yang. Senior, please use it. Li Yang lit his cigarette. Kuroki Misawa asked carefully, Elder, what exactly are you? I'm interested in your God Creator Organization's genetic modification. Li Yang exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and the entire car smoked up. He looked at Kuroki Misawa with a slightly creepy look. Of course, I'm interested in you personally. Kuroki Misawa is quite a bit more powerful than Miyamoto Zajiro, and will surely be the most powerful undead at the moment. Kuroki Misawa's facial muscles twitched imperceptibly. Surely, they are not genetically modified things? They are truly alien and not human. Kuroki Misawa's heart was beating wildly, and a sense of life and death crisis that he had never felt before gripped him. His eyes glazed over, and his mind murmured, I can't die. I have to bring the message back. These aliens will be the key to the God-making program. Kuroki Misawa lowers his eyebrows in a deliberate show of weakness. Elder, please spare me. I can talk about the experiment. Li Yang let out a light laugh. The fact that your soul keeps shaking means you're lying. Kuroki Misawa was confused. How could anyone be able to read souls? Is this a tease? Or do you expect me not to tell the truth? Kuroki Misawa's eyes were sincere. Elder, you believe me. Li Yang said to himself. I don't know where your race got the habit of doing messy experiments on the territory of other countries with enthusiasm in previous generations. A lot of people died of this flu in the South China Sea. How did this flu come about? Any more seriousness of this influenza that would focus the attention of the Xia authorities to the South China Sea would cause me no small amount of trouble. Kuroki Misawa was filled with rage as he felt the killing intent that was growing stronger in Li Yang's body. Senior, must you kill me? I am not made of clay. Li Yang snorted. As I said earlier, I'm interested in you personally. As for the experiment, I can find out even if you die. Kuroki Misawa's wickedness was so strong that since war was unavoidable, he would fight. Kuroki Misawa's muscles suddenly bulged high, his body filled with explosive power. He saw the right moment, and when Li Yang wasn't paying attention, his casserole-sized fist smashed towards Li Yang's head. Li Yang lightly opened his thin lips. Soul confinement. Kuroki Misawa kept up his swing, but his entire body couldn't move, as if he had been hit by a stasis. Li Yang reached out and pulled out a bag of pills in Kuroki Misawa's arms and stowed it in his pocket. Soul spells Li Yang was not yet able to master proficiently, and after a few moments Kuroki Misawa recovered. Kuroki Misawa throws out the jab subconsciously, but the punch felt like it was smashing into a bronze wall, and the tiger's mouth was shaken and bleeding. Kuroki Misawa looked at Li Yang in horror. If the previous Li Yang had made Kuroki Misawa feel difficult to defeat, now Li Yang's appearance directly scared him out of his wits. Without the courage to resist, sitting on the passenger side was a skeleton wearing a black trench coat and a round hat. You. Kuroki Misawa couldn't say a complete sentence after half a day of you. The guys who usually always yelled about making gods lost their ability to organize their words after meeting a real transcendent. Li Yang pulled open the car door. Since you are so keen on the transcendent, you will be rewarded for dying under a transcendent being. Li Yang smoothly took away Kuroki Misawa's lighter, closed the car door and snapped his fingers. Black magic formations appeared in the car. Two horrible undead hissed and crawled out of the magic formation, like two beasts tearing at a poor sheep. Zojiro, you're still alive? No, how is it possible? A horrified scream from Kuroki Misawa came from inside the car. Incantations floated out of Li Yang's mouth as he walked towards the cross-sea bridge. The aura of death was created in the car and was turning Kuroki Misawa into an undead. Li Yang lit a cigarette with Kuroki Misawa's lighter. A black magic formation emerged from the car, and the three horrible undead disappeared into it. Several cleaners quickly ran toward the car. The night was getting deeper, the fog was getting thicker, and the dim streetlights were the only light. The blood and bodies have been cleaned up by the cleaners. Cleaners come and go quickly. Creepy, oozing, snake master, however, had never felt so secure as when two powerful presences of the Demon Club were right there on the cross-sea bridge. They seemed to be waiting for something. Step, step, step. The sound of footsteps was extraordinarily clear in the stillness of the night. Someone's here? Master Snake looked into the depths of the mist, a slender silhouette. Hazily, he could see that he was wearing a black trench coat and a bowler hat, and the streetlight stretched out his shadow. The horrible vampire's face changed, and he suddenly knelt down towards the front, his head lowered, not daring to move. The Black Witch, who was sitting on a tower of pillars and rocking on her calves, also jumped down lightly and respectfully dropped to one knee. Master Snake was confused. What's this coming? Why are the two demons acting in such awe? Could it be the master that Lord Black Witch mentioned? The chairman of the board of the Devil's Club? Master Snake hurriedly followed suit and knelt down, quietly surveying the front, his beautiful eyes filled with curiosity, awe, nervousness, and fear. She got a good look at the person and her pupils contracted violently. The visitor was a skeleton wearing a black trench coat and a round hat, with black flames coming from his eyes. A skeleton walking in. Smoking? The skeleton sucked on a cigarette, the smoke dispersing from the spine under his throat. Treacherous, fantastical. Is this the legendary Grim Reaper? The Devil's Club. Devil's Club. The chairman of the board of governors who rules over the demons is the Grim Reaper? Master Snake's chilling hairs stood on end, and he hurriedly zipped up the zipper at his exposed chest, not to be trifled with in the presence of God. Then her head was close to the ground. Li Yang stopped in his tracks, his eyes soul flames swaying. He had a cigarette in his mouth and a raspy voice came out of his throat. How's the South Seas Devil's Club coming along? Du Yangming respectfully said. Established. Just waiting for the master to conduct the first demonic meeting. Rattlesnake followed with a respectful voice. Master, the members are always waiting to be summoned. The implication of this statement was that she had recently improved her mental power quite a bit. A lot of people with the power of desire had already been targeted, and a number of South Sea powerhouses like Master Snake, who were desperate to join the club, had been found as well. As long as Li Yang chose, he could create many demons at any time. Those that Li Yang didn't fancy could also have their memories erased and wouldn't remember the Devil's Club back. Li Yang twisted his head and looked at Master Snake with the fire of his soul burning in his eyes. Master Snake hastily lowered his head even lower. Rattle said appropriately, "She's not bad." Master Snake immediately understood the meaning of ringing the bell. Her heart thumped wildly. She put her hands together and reverently said, "I am a loyal follower of Lord Death, and tomorrow I shall build a temple for him. Please have mercy on God and bless your devotees. I want to join the Devil's Club." End of chapter 56. Chapter 56 Zhou Qing's death. Chapter 56 Zhou Qing's death. Li Yang's mouth exhaled smoke. "I want half your wealth." Master Snake was ecstatic at the news and couldn't stop kowtowing. I do. Many thanks to the gods for their love. Thank you God for your blessings." Li Yang stopped looking at Master Snake, turned around, and walked towards the end of the cross-sea bridge. Du Yangming got up, nodded at Shaking Bell on the side, spread his wings behind him, and rushed up to the sky. Master Snake quickly turned around and knelt in front of Shaking Bell. "Thank you, Lord Black Witch. Thank you, Lord Black Witch." She knew that if it wasn't for the Black Witch's sake, Death wouldn't have let herself join the Devil's Club so easily. Rattlesnake ignored Master Snake and trotted to keep up with Li Yang, bouncing behind him. The fog was getting thicker and thicker, and the tall and short figures quickly disappeared into the cross-sea bridge. Master Snake let out a sigh of relief and his entire body went limp on the ground. Reaching out, he was covered in a cold sweat. Her delicate body trembled for a while before she calmed down and let out a wild laugh that was so free-flowing that it was unbearable. From now on, her backers would be the demons of hell, as well as a god. In the wee hours of the morning, in the lower bay of the South China Sea, Infinity KTV, the lavishly decorated separate private room was filled with bottles of foreign wine. Zhou Qing's face was red and he poured himself in one mouthful after another. The mature beauty in the Cheongsam walked in and lay on Zhou Qing's shoulder. "Honey, stop drinking and go home." Zhou Qing slapped the young woman's face and cursed. Asterisk. Kuroki Misawa dared to control me, and you ing dare to control me. The mature beauty covered her face and sobbed. Zhou Chang was annoyed and pushed the mature beautiful woman. "Go on, get those twins and let off some steam for me. Mature beautiful women are used to this kind of thing." She pushed out the door and in a moment let in a pair of gorgeous twins in JK white silk. The twins didn't care about the presence of the mature beauty. One on the left and one on the right surrounded Zhou Chang and whined. Zhou Qing threw bottles of wine towards the mature beauty. "Get out of here." The mature beauty's face was green and white, stepping on her high heels and just about to push the door out. Suddenly, a huge force hit her and the mature beauty was overturned on the ground. A tattooed youth came in terrified and panicked at Zhou Qing. "Brother, Old Snake's men are killing us." Zhou Qing stood up violently, his eyes covered in red bloodshot eyes staring at the tattooed youth in death. "What did you say?" "I came to check the accounts at the venue in Hawan today. How come I was so unlucky to be caught by Old Snake?" The scariest thing was that he didn't have a bodyguard with him because Kuroki Misawa was following him around. Bang! 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 A few shots rang out, and the tattooed youth stared horrified, bleeding from the corners of his mouth as he fell straight to the ground dead. Inside the private room, the women let out piercing screams. The long-haired middle-aged man in Chenwei, with 4 or 5 minions, walked in. They each had sprays in their hands. The long-haired middle-aged man surprised Zhou Qing by pointing his gun at him. Ha 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 ha, what an unexpected pleasure. Boss Joe, long time no see. Zhou Qing frowned. Pan Long, the number 1 fighter under Old Snake, and the number 2 of Old Snake's group of underground forces. Zhou Qing calmly drank a glass of wine. Pan Long, when I met you today, count me out. Draw a line and give it a chance. Pan Long smirked as he held his gun against Zhou Qing. What chance do you want? Killing you would be a great honor for me. Zhou Qing sneered. Don't I know you well enough? I have $10 million here to buy my life. Pan Long heard 10 million eyes straight. Slowly, suspiciously asked. You'd carry $10 million around with you? Zhou Qing replied. I'm here today to check the books, and this KTV happens to have $10 million. Give a life and $10 million is yours. Pan Long hesitated. At that moment, behind him, Chen Wei stepped out, grinning grimly. Zhou Qing, do you remember me? Zhou Qing frowned. This brother looks strange. Have we met before? Chen Wei's face grew somber. Indeed. Is a little man like me really no better than a dog in front of you? You killed my horse a month ago, remember? Zhou Qing pointed at the mature beauty on the ground and said in a deep voice. That's my horse on the ground. Kill or die as you wish. Also, these twins beside me are my chartered dance academy school. Altogether I'm giving it to you, brother. Chen Wei's face shifted gloomily. He didn't expect these big shots to be this ruthless. Pan Long faltered. $10 million? He wants it. When the time comes, just tell Master Snake that you haven't seen Zhou Qing. Chen Wei could see what Pan Long was thinking. How could he be willing? He knew through his connections that Zhou Qing was at the field in Hawan today. It's not like Chen Wei can explicitly say that he has connections here in Zhou Qing. Master Snake can always think that he is that dead lousy gambler. It took him a lot of convincing to encourage Master Snake to sweep the lower bay tonight. Chen Wei must seize every opportunity to kill Zhou Qing. Jack Bear Arcade sewer bodies are always found. The bodies of Yellow Hair and his minions in the rental house can't be hidden for long. He's running out of time. Chen Wei sneered. Brother Lung, don't be confused. The $10 million for killing Zhou Qing is also yours. I think Master Snake would love to see Zhou Qing's corpse. You're getting both credit and money. Pan Long's eyes lit up as he took out his gun and pointed it at Zhou Qing, pulling the trigger without hesitation. A gunshot coupled with the screams of the women in the room, and a generation of lords, Boss Joe, died in his own field in such an unexplained manner. He didn't know how he died until he died, and he didn't know exactly how his son died until he died. Fate likes to taunt mortals so much sometimes. After Pan Long resolved Zhou Qing, he looked at Chen Wei with a complicated expression. Older brother, you have a really good brain. Why don't you go to college? Chen Wei shrugged and laughed. Didn't pass. Pan Long took out his gun and pointed it at Chen Wei. Then you'll take one in your next life. Chen Wei's face changed drastically. What do you mean, Lung? Pan Long laughed. You're too smart. In such a short time, he's become Master Snake's inner circle, and he's on the verge of becoming number 3. Chao Qing is dead, and his field is afraid to leave it to a smart man like you to take care of it. Sooner or later you're going to ride me. So, sorry bro, you have to die. Chen Wei laughed so loudly that he covered his stomach and was about to jerk over with laughter, dumbfounding those present. Having laughed enough, he looked at Pan Long with pitying eyes. Your plans are good, and I never doubted your intelligence, but you have a very fatal weakness. Pan Long froze for a moment, looked back at a few of his juniors, and pointed at Chen Wei and sneered. Oh, this is still neutralized before dying. I still have a ing weakness. Chen Wei looked serious. You love money so much you think of it as your own father and mother. Brother Lung, you're an iron rooster who doesn't give a dime, so your little brother is having a miserable time. Just after the words, the minions behind Pan Long suddenly pressed Pan Long. Pan Long's face changed drastically. What are you doing? These little brothers had taken a large sum of money from Chen Wei in the past few days, amounting to several $1 million. Chen Wei is not stingy in order to do great things, and uses all the money he robbed from Jack Bear's casino to buy people's hearts. Chen Wei took out his gun and pointed it at Pan Long's head. Lung, you really are just a loser in my eyes. Pan Long was horrified. Why? Listen to me. In the next second, Chen Wei did not hesitate to pull the trigger. P.S. Tomorrow to go to the hospital for 2 days, but do not stop morale. Absolutely guarantee the quality. Is the rhythm of the plot a little slow? Weekday is back, and the previous build-up is basically tech to get to the big storyline. 2 kudos to everyone and thanks for the support. End of chapter 57. Chapter 57, The New Man of the South Sea. Chapter 57, The New Man in the South China Sea. Chen Wei looked at Pan Long's body on the ground and said to a few of his juniors, what to say and what not to say. Brothers have it in their hearts. A few of the minions smiled fawningly. That's for sure. Don't worry Wei. He was killed by Zhou Qing. They also participated in killing Pan Long. How dare they talk too much. Chen Wei nodded and continued. You'll live the way you used to for a few days, and when this is over you'll leave the South Seas and take the money and live the way you want to live. A few of the minions had joyful looks on their faces. Everyone split $1 million and found a small place where they could live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Where's the need to lick blood like this? Chen Wei waved his hand. There you go. Several minions left in a hurry. Chen Wei sat on the sofa and picked up the wine Zhou Qing hadn't finished drinking and poured it into his mouth. He slammed the bottle on the table in a fit of rage, 2 lines of hot tears running down his face. Nana, I've finally avenged you. You can come back to life. Chen Wei knew that he was afraid that he wouldn't live much longer. Having killed a lot of people himself in the last few days, the sheriff's department would always find him. Chen Wei looked at the gilded private room and cursed. These guys are so damn extravagant. I'm going to be extravagant before I die. Chen Wei pointed at the 2 twin sisters who were so scared that their pretty faces were pale, and viciously said, "Drink with me." The twin sisters trembled in fear and carefully crawled to Chen Wei's side. 2 pairs of small white tender hands pinched Chen Wei's shoulders and loosened his legs, pouring a glass of wine for Chen Wei from time to time. Enjoying his sister's service, Chen Wei felt a pleasure he had never felt before. These superb twins, women who could never have dared to think of before, were enjoying themselves on their deathbeds. He kept pouring himself wine. How nice it would be if he didn't have to die. This life of a man on top was exactly what he wanted. After Pan Long's death, he was the number 2 man under Master Snake's hand, and even more so, Master Snake's think tank. But, he killed someone. The sheriff's department will definitely catch him. That's when he started to get scared, as if he was tired after the adrenaline had faded. It was Zhou Qing's fault for killing Nana. Otherwise how could he die? Chen Wei fiercely looked at the mature beauty on the ground and pointed at her angrily. You, come drink with me piece by piece. The mature beauty climbed up and sat softly on Chen Wei's lap, picking up a new glass of wine and drinking it. A mature beauty can know how to please a man better than a youthful twin. Chen Wei gradually enjoyed this pleasure of being above others, and he retaliated by slapping the mature beauty on her face. Your husband just died and you accompany your husband's murderer's wine. You're so damn cheap. The mature beauty complained. Who wouldn't a woman like me accompany? Zhou Qing didn't use me to curry favor with the bigwigs of Nanhai City. Chen Wei came to be interested. Who are all the big shots that Zhou Qing has to curry favor with his wife? The mature beauty sighed. De Tai Group Su Yutong's brother, the old director of the security bureau, Zhu Dajuan of the Imperial nightclub, and Lu Station chief of the hydropower station. One by one, names that were like thunder in the South China Sea came out of the mature beauty's mouth. Chen Wei froze for a long time. A strong desire showed in his eyes. Who wouldn't want to be a big shot? Unfortunately, one doesn't have a chance. He scoffed to himself. In my next life, I also choose to be a bigot. The mature beauty's eyes were very poisonous. Seeing the change in Chen Wei's eyes, she asked, why in another life? You're so young and so powerful. You could be a dragon in this life. Chen Wei snorted. To tell you the truth, I killed someone. The mature beauty's face was grave. Who did you kill? Chen Wei Revenge also reported. Alcohol on the head down. So sexually out of their own murder. The mature beauty cried and laughed. Isn't it just a lousy gambler and a bunch of punks? Chen Wei narrowed his eyes. You have a way to get me out of the sheriff's sanction? The mature beauty wrapped her arms around Chen Wei's neck, her entire body plastered against Chen Wei's body, and came to Chen Wei's ear, exhaling like orchids. I've still got my connections over the years, and the lives of a few bottom-feeding little people in the district aren't enough to warrant a headache. As long as you let me be with you and guarantee me a life of abundance, my people are yours and so are my connections. Chen Wei froze, staring blankly at the mature beauty. Really? The mature beauty smiled flirtatiously and slowly went down on her knees, ordering the 2 extreme twins. Why don't you still serve the future dragon head big brother? The 2 twins did not hesitate, along with the mature beauty kneeling together in front of Chen Wei. 1 month later, South China Sea, medicine store. The old man in the heavy coat came out of the pharmacy. He stopped at the door and bowed reverently toward the interior of the pharmacy. Anyone in high society, or who loves concerts, will recognize who this old man is. South China Sea musical genius, Mo Mingyu. Rumor has it that he is a jaded maniac, and that he suffers from severe mania as a result of his inexhaustible pursuit of music. Now he seemed clear-eyed and calm, definitely not looking like he had a serious psychological or mental illness. A few days ago he dreamed of a cat that guided him here. Mo Mingyu used the 10,000 grand family fortune and lifelong freedom as the price. Obtained the blessing of the gods. The dry inspiration once again like a sweet spring gushing. For artists who are almost paranoid about music, nothing outside of themselves is as precious as a good note. The members recruited by Li Yang's Devil's Club wouldn't just be underground forces, nor would they just be business tycoons. The Devil's Club is going to be all-inclusive. The elite of every industry Li Yang likes. He wants it all. Inside the medicine store, Shaking Bell bounced down from the attic and plopped down on the counter, looking at Li Yang with a smile. Li Yang, I've found the person you want. His name is Kong Qianqiu. Nanhai people owe Li Yang receives evolutionary pills that briefly boost his power from Kuroki Misawa. The secret of this genetic pill couldn't be figured out, so he asked Rattle to find an expert on the subject. Shaker handed over the tablet in his hand with Kong Chinchio's information on it. Li Yang suddenly realized, no wonder the name Kong Chinchio was so familiar. Kong Chinchio, a famous professor of bioengineering, a great master in the fields of bacteriology and virology. Many of the definitions that high school students have to memorize in their textbooks these days are defined by Professor Kong. He still has some history with Li Yang. This prof. Kong was the vice dean of the biology school at Nanhai Medical University. He retired 10 years ago and occasionally gives academic lectures at the South China Sea Medical University. It shouldn't be too much of a problem if this kind of academic guru comes to work on genetic pills. As he was thinking about it, the wind chime at the door rang. Li Yang looked at the visitor. The visitor wore a black mink coat, a finger-thick gold chain around his neck and an emerald trigger on his thumb, and stepped on crocodile shoes. It's close to having the word rich written on your face. End of chapter. 58. Chapter 58, Chen Wei's Changes. Chapter 58, Changes in Chen Wei. Li Yang nodded slightly. Coming. The visitor nodded. His name is Chen Wei. After killing Zhou Qing and Pan Long, he rightfully became the second in command of the underground group led by Master Snake. From the decadent gangster at the beginning of the transformation, became the South China Sea, a rising underground big brother, to take care of the turf left behind by Zhou Qing. Vaguely, there was an intention to separate from Master Snake. Chen Wei took a chair and sat down, lighting a cigarette to himself and handing the special cigarette case to Li Yang. One for the gentleman? Li Yang smiled and shook his head. Can't get used to smoking. Chen Wei was a lot more confident unlike the first time we met. No, I should say it's a lot more conceited and pie-eyed. Chen Wei casually surveyed the furnishings within the medicine store and said, "You're getting smaller here." Li Yang wasn't annoyed and sat on a chair in the counter. "It's your heart that's gotten bigger." Chen Wei inhaled a cigarette and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Falling into memories, he pursed his lips and said, "I've changed a lot in the past month. I've got power, and I've got money. Women who normally don't see me as a woman are falling all over themselves like crazy. I don't care about my current woman either, and I've even gone out of my way to get me a woman just to please me. I am finally the man of my dreams." Li Yang didn't say anything, choosing to be a quiet listener. Chen Wei looked up at Li Yang. "I don't doubt that you have what it takes to get me to meet Nana, so I'm wondering what you really are. Having reached my position, I've heard a lot of rumors about metaphysics. I've heard that there are Taoist priests who can predict the future through national metaphysics. I heard that in Southeast Asia there are masters who help celebrities raise little ghosts to enhance their chi. I have also heard that there are disciples in the Northeast who go out of their way to seek good fortune and avoid bad luck for the incense burners. Are you on the same path as them?" Li Yang was interested in Chen Wei. How does a stable boy change when he becomes a big brother? Li Yang is not a devil, but that doesn't stop him from being curious and exploring human nature. Li Yang said honestly, "I believe there is a lot of learning in this world. I wouldn't dare to comment on what kind of people you're talking about, but I know I'm not like them." Chen Wei's eyes revealed awe. "You are more God than they are. When you first instructed me to kill Zhou Qing, I was as lucky as a rainbow all the way." "Thank you, sir." Li Yang smiled. "That has nothing to do with me. Now that you've killed Zhou Qing, do you want me to help you meet Nana?" Chen Wei extinguished his cigarette and stood up, his gaze ghostly. "Sir, I've been thinking a lot clearer in the meantime." Li Yang silently looked at Chen Wei. Chen Wei solemnly clasped his hands together and respectfully said, "I've been afraid to come to you lately because I'm questioning my eligibility. Yesterday I finally figured out that I'm already a powerful man in the South Seas. Sir, you are a man of great skill. I promise you glory and wealth. So please come out and help me." Li Yang suddenly snorted. "So, lust or love?" "You chose lust." Chen Wei frowned. "I can get any kind of woman as long as I have power. I want more power, more influence. Women. I want the most expensive women too. Stars, noble women. These are what a lord like me should aspire to. If you want a woman, I'll give you any kind of woman. I have the strength now. You definitely won't be wronged if you follow me." Poor people want to be rich at first sight. In addition to the demolition of households, perseverance, means, luck, guts are indispensable. At one time, Chen Wei was empty of a bit of means, and was given the fortitude and guts to do so because he wanted to resurrect Nana. Plus, he's been really lucky this whole time, and he's finally become the big brother he's been dreaming of. Once upon a time, Chen Wei was surrounded only by KTV, barbecue stalls, little girls and prostitutes. Now Chen Wei goes in and out of high-end places and gathers celebrities around him. Wild boars nibble on roots and domestic pigs eat fine chaff. Chen Wei slowly cared less about resurrecting Nana, but he cares about Li Yang and the mysterious boss. Li Yang was silent for a while before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. I told you, you're a vile maggot. How can you have love? There was surprise, excitement, and contempt in the laughter. Like a child who has heard a funny fairy tale, he laughed his ass off and pointed at Chunwei. Did you seek death a month ago because Nana died or because? The laughter came to an abrupt end, and the expression on Li Yang's face disappeared, with only the corners of his mouth outlining an arc of meaning that was hard to understand. Or is it because of your own intentions? Chunwei's face changed and his brows furrowed. Li Yang continued. Zhou Cheng is having fun with your woman in the private room, while you can only stand guard at the door waiting for them to finish. You had a lot of hate in your heart, didn't you? You hate the fact that by virtue of being a man, why are you so lowly? Old Snake killed your woman. I guess you were really angry then. But you're not angry about Nana's death. You're the one who's angry about what gives people the right to kill you at will. Even if you want to retaliate, you'll have to seek help from another man. You were humiliated after Crazy Wolf rejected you, weren't you? TSK, 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 you're being facetious. I'm guessing you begged Zhu Dajuan to stop Nana from selling her body because of that little bit of manly face, right? Chunwei's face turned ugly. Being poked and prodded is like a cat with its tail caught, Chunwei said in a cold voice. So what? Why should the gentleman laugh at me? The corners of Li Yang's mouth smiled even more. I laugh at your AQ spirit. You're weak, too weak to face up to your own incompetence. That little bit of manly pride is trampled on, so you seek death. Even seeking death paralyzes you, telling you that you don't want to die because your pride is wounded. You used love as a shield, pretending to be a lover, even fooling yourself. I told you why your desire is to defraud the devil, and not to resurrect your lover. It was quiet inside the pharmacy. Chunwei didn't understand the last sentence, but it didn't stop Chunwei from flashing a cold aura out of the corner of his eyes and exuding a murderous aura. Ryoga Chunwei opened his mouth. Sir, please also think it over. I'm afraid a strange man like you will fall into the hands of others. If you won't follow me, I don't think you'll be able to stop a bullet, no matter how good you are. There was a threatening tone in his voice. He thought of himself as the king of one who invited Zhang Zia to come out and the martyr ancestor who visited him 3 times. Li Yang's eyes twinkled with excitement. Chunwei kills the weak, the innocent, and his brothers in an effort to turn into the new big man of the South China Sea. During this time, Li Yang saw a wonderful human drama in Chunwei. Li Yang was content as he grinned. You made me happy, so I'll give you a chance. There's a new director in South Sea. That director is interested in cleaning up the underground. You're a newcomer to the South China Sea, so I'm guessing you'll be the first person the new director opens up to. Either that or take the money you have now and leave the South Seas. Either that or you kill her and I'll consider hanging out with you. Chunwei's eyes narrowed. It's a deal. Li Yang smiled. I never lie. Chunwei left the pharmacy and got into a car. The co-pilot, a mature beauty, daintily hugged Chunwei's arm. Honey, where are we? Who's so honorable as to let Brother Chen meet you in person? Chunwei glanced at the medicine store with a scornful look and said, an evil feng shui master. End of chapter 59. Chapter 59, Kong Qianxiu. Chapter 59, Kong Qianxiu. Rattle asked as he swiped his tablet. What did you have him kill the new chief for? Li Yang lit a cigarette. The underground forces have been in chaos for so long and so many people have died. Someone has to come out and take the blame. When he fails to make a move against the new director, he'll be on the hook for all the hits that have happened in the meantime. Li Yang has one trait that I'm not sure counts as a strength. Call him brave. He dares to think and do anything. Call him a wimp. He tries to avoid trouble when he can. The South China Sea has not been peaceful lately because of Kuroki Misawa and Li Yang, and many people have died because of it. There has to be an unlucky person out there for the authorities to answer to. Chunwei would be pretty good and reasonable. To kill a chicken, you must use a knife to kill a cow, not to call the chicken feathers half-sticky body. Rattle tilted her little head. What if he did kill the new director? Li Yang snorted. When a man reaches the pinnacle of his life, he should first lay down his head. If he invests hastily, he will lose all the money he has earned by the favor of good fortune on his own merit. Chunwei's luck is over. Kill the new director? Why doesn't he go to heaven? Chunwei has suddenly achieved great things and has begun to float. Rattlesnake nodded plausibly and swiped at the tablet with full attention. I'm still bobbing my head with excitement at the highlights. Li Yang curiously patted over. What are you looking at? The rattles display the tablet content. The flat content is about Prof. Qian Chu Kung. Shocked. Well-known professor's private life is chaotic. Flirting with a trainee nurse during hospitalization. Ask, do you deserve the title of professor? Attached below is a photo of the young nurse being intimate with Kong Qianxiu. Netizens were outraged, attacking renowned Professor Kong Qianxiu for his indiscretions, as well as angrily blasting the young nurse interns for not knowing self-respect and self-love. Rattlesnake asked, blinking with wide eyes. What's this? So much fun. So much flavor of negativity. Li Yang said with an expressionless face. It's called Netstorm. Let's go home. The following evening, The first hospital of South China Sea Medical University. Inpatient department. 85-year-old Kong Qianxiu lies in his hospital bed with a small table on his lap. The small table was cluttered with actuarial papers. Kong Qianxiu wore a respirator and frowned at the information. The middle-aged woman brought the medicine over. Dad, stop looking and take your medicine and rest. The middle-aged woman's eyes were red and swollen. Having just cried. She's Kong Ruyun, daughter of Kong Qianxiu. Her father has grade 3 heart failure and is running out of time. The weak Kong Qianxiu squeezed out a smile. Daughter, this viral flu in the South Seas doesn't always seem normal to me. Pa's got to do something more for the old people of the South Seas while he's gone. Kong Ruyun was in a hurry. No, you have to rest. She bent over and gathered up the exercise paper on the hospital bed. At that moment, a small nurse approached. The little nurse cried and cried. I'm sorry, Professor Kong. Auntie Kong. I graduated from the South China Sea Medical University and always heard the legend of Prof. Kong. Prof. Kong is my idol. I didn't think asking for an autograph would bring Prof. Kong so much trouble. What are those netizens thinking? Professor Kong is highly respected. How could he do such a thing with me? Kong Qianxiu smiled amiably and wiped the little nurse's tears. Son, it's okay. Grandpa doesn't blame you. It's all because there are too many bad people staring at Grandpa and letting you suffer. The little nurse shook her head back and forth. Kong Ruyun helped Kong Qianxiu lie down and took the hand of the little nurse to force a smile. Don't think so much, girl. Let Grandpa rest. Let's go off for a while and pay my dad's hospital bill. The little nurse didn't dare to interrupt and nodded repeatedly. Kong Qianxiu suddenly said, Yun, bring me my cell phone. Kong Ruyun was torn for a while, but in the end he didn't say anything. I don't know what's gotten into my father lately, but he likes to watch webcasts, and sometimes the only way he can fall asleep is to listen to them. She disapproved of her father looking at his phone in this state. But, father time is running out. If watching the webcast gives him a good night's rest, then so be it. Whatever works, as long as it doesn't boil your heart and soul to work. Kong Ruyun mounted the lazy bed holder on the side of the bed, put the cell phone on it, and then pulled the little nurse away. Kong Qianxiu looked blankly at the ceiling as a tear slipped down. He is not saddened by the fact that he was cyber-violated and late in life. He just grieves for the common people of the South China Sea. This is an unusual flu. It could be a sea of blood and corpses. It was a deadly slaughter. Kong Qianxiu slowly sighed and laboriously reached out his hand to tap his phone and open the live streaming software with the sickle icon. This live streaming software is filled with subcultural elements, gothic elements, and cyberpunk elements. Also, religious colors. The anchors in this program are followers of a religion called the Seven Commandments. They believe in death. Open the follow and tap into a live stream. On the live feed was a woman in black wearing a mask. Kong Qianxiu is not to women have any non-thinking. He is so old. Long ago did not have that aspect of the mind. The woman in black calls herself the fallen angel of the Order of the Seven Commandments. Her voice has a magical quality that soothes the soul like a true angel. If there really is a death, can you give me more to live for? So that I can do a little more for the people. Kong Qianxiu listened to her voice, forgetting the pain and slowly emptying himself. It's like being in your mother's arms. The avid fans in the live broadcast room shouted the words fallen angel on the pop-up screen, while Kong Qianxiu relaxed into sleep as the woman in black warmly whispered to her. When Kong Qianxiu woke up again, it was already dark. Fallen Angel's broadcast has ended with 2 words on the black screen of the broadcast. Equality. Whether it was a king or a great beauty, or a medical giant like him who had saved countless lives, they were all equal in front of the Grim Reaper. He looked to his side. His daughter Kong Ruyun was lying on the edge of the bed in a deep sleep. She had 2 tear tracks on her face. Kong Qianxiu raised his head and touched his daughter's head lovingly. If he didn't have to die, his daughter wouldn't have to grieve so much. It's all fixed. Suddenly he saw the janitor who had cleaned his room standing in the center of the ward with his head down, actually falling asleep standing up. Kong Qianxiu smelled something unusual and moved his heavy head. Scanning around the room, his cloudy old eyes snapped to attention. On the windowsill, a young girl bobbed her head to music, her calves swaying casually. Where did this girl come from? Kong Qianxiu patted her daughter's head, trying to wake her up. Strangely enough, my daughter, who was a very light sleeper, could not be woken up. An eerie atmosphere lingered in the room. Kong Qianxiu opened his mouth wide and thought wildly, am I dreaming, or is dying and that's why I'm seeing the light? The lights in the hospital room flickered as if they were broken, and the lights quickly returned, only became dim. Out of nowhere, a black figure appeared in the hospital room. He just came out of nowhere, dressed in a black trench coat and a round hat with the brim pressed down low enough to cover most of his face. Kong Qianxiu noticed that most of the light in the room deliberately avoided the man, who always had a shadow hanging over him. He asked weakly, "You, who are you?" End of chapter 60. Chapter 60, The Grim Reaper Comes. Chapter 60, The Grim Reaper Comes. I am the ferryman who wanders between hell and earth. Hello, Professor Kong. With a light smile on his face, Li Yang looked at the old man on the bed and responded calmly. The old man's eyes rounded in horror. Is this, the Grim Reaper? Soon the old man was relieved. The matter of death had been played out within him countless times. Am I dying? Kong Qianqiu asked soberly. His pale hand touched his daughter's hair unwillingly. Li Yang didn't respond to Kong Qianqiu's question, but walked to the bedside, slightly bent down, and found the rocker of the hospital bed. Probing his hand, he grasped the bedpost and shook it gently. The hospital bed creaked and squeaked as Kong Qiaqi's back lifted and he slowly sat up. Li Yang looked up. Is this angle okay? Kong Qianqiu froze for a moment. He had thought about what death would look like, but he hadn't realized that death would be this gentle. Kong Qianqiu nodded. Thanks. A haze clouded his eyes. Mr. Reaper, so am I dying? Li Yang asked rhetorically as he straightened his erect body and stood in front of the hospital bed. Do you want to live? Kong Qianqiu's cloudy old eyes suddenly contracted. His heart beat heavily, and the electrocardiograph beside him, its lines rose and fell violently. What does Reaper mean? Could it be? Could one live? Kong Qianqiu raised his head, his eyes looking at Li Yang. You came to me, not to take me away, did you? I have so much work left to do and my grandson is getting married. I don't want to die yet. Can we live a little longer? The tone was filled with a thirst for life. Li Yang said. It costs something. Kong Qianqiu opened his mouth, a layer of haze covering his eyes. Don't think he's famous and well known, but he doesn't have much money. After sponsoring too many poor students who love biology over the years, those pensions are just enough for him to live on. What would he have to pay for his life? That's a god across the street. Sacrifice? A golden body? Or a temple? Kong Qianqiu lowered his eyebrows. Can I afford to pay the price? Li Yang said. You're lucky you have something I can see. I want your freedom and learning. Kong Qianqiu froze and looked at Li Yang incredulously. There was once a legend that a merchant exchanged honesty for a piece of gold from the gods, a hero exchanged bravery for beauty from the gods, and a chancellor exchanged loyalty for the throne from the gods. And what a great knowledge of his greatest value. Sure enough, this was a legendary god's preference, not an ordinary mundane item. Li Yang calmly continued. If you agree, the deed is done. I can pardon your death, and in the same way you must wait for my call at all times. I gave you your life, so the rest of it belongs to me. You have to be careful how you answer. If you break our agreement, there will be serious consequences. After Li Yang finished speaking, he waited quietly. He was eager to take Kong Qianqiu under his wing, but it also depended on Kong Qianqiu's own choice. A person living in the future hiding who they are. For many this is a stressful situation. If he didn't want to, Li Yang wouldn't force it. After all, this Professor Kong was one of the few people that Li Yang respected. Kong Qianqiu froze for just a moment as he took off his respirator and coughed violently. Excitedly. I want to live. I want to live. My life belongs to you from now on, and I am always at your disposal. I want to spend time with my daughter and watch my grandson get married. I'll do anything. I guess I want to keep doing my research, any way I can. Li Yang smiled slightly. Kong Qianqiu's pupils contracted violently as he saw a scene that would be unforgettable in his life. Li Yang's body changed. The demonic body manifested and appeared in front of Kong Qianqiu in the image of the god of death. Cold, eerie, honorable, horrible. It was as if the jadedness just now was an appearance of that godly body. Li Yang stretched out his skeletal palm and stroked it on top of Kong Qianqiu's head, his voice leisurely. You, then, continue to live. The power of death manifested, and Kong Qianqiu's sickness was disappearing. The medical instruments that tested his physical condition were showing that Kong Qianqiu was back to normal. Kong Qianqiu looked at his hand incredulously. He felt he was becoming healthy, healthier than ever. Just a lower body temperature and a slower heartbeat than others. It's the difference between the living dead and normal people. Kong Qianqiu's afterglow glanced at his cell phone. The words on the black screen of the fallen angels live are constantly changing. Just now it was equality, but now it's become life to the death. Kong Qianqiu deeply comprehended the meaning of these two terms at this moment. He folded his hands and had become a believer in the 7 commandments. The mile highway. Thanks be to my Lord Death. Li Yang finished everything and opened his mouth. My apostle will be looking for you in a few days. Kong Qianqiu saw that Li Yang had the intention to leave, struggled for a moment, and gathered enough courage to say, My Lord Death, the South Seas are about to face a terrible flu disaster. Can you please send down a divine sign so that I can save those innocents? After Kong Qianqiu finished speaking, he felt that he had said the wrong thing. How could the Reaper save someone when he would have loved for hell to be a little more lively? The soul fire in Li Yang's eyes swayed as a pill appeared in his palm. This is what the cleaners recovered from the ninja's body. Li Yang put the pill down and turned to leave. Rattle jumped down from the window and curiously walked over to the unassuming cleaner in the room. This janitor has a very strong negative emotion on him. Just like Chen Wei. It's disgusting and delicious. It's like, An authentic piece of stinky tofu. She blinked, remembering the cleaner's scent, and bounced after Li Yang. After Li Yang left, the lights in the room re-brightened. The janitor jolted awake and looked around cautiously, fearing that someone would realize he had been slacking off and sleeping. He saw that Kong Qianqiu was watching him and put his heart down, smiling nervously. This old man is very easygoing without a bit of big scholar's frame. Will not report him lazy sleep. A few days ago, Elder Kong even checked his pulse and told himself to grab some kidney tonic medicine. The cleaner gave a cursory sweep down and left the ward. Kong Ruyun woke up quietly and was shocked to see his father sitting. Dad, what are you doing up? Did someone just come by? She got up and tried to wait for her father to lie down. Was it the nurse who came by? I, for one, have been getting lazy lately. People are coming and they don't even know it. Kong Qianqiu suddenly grabbed Kong Ruyun's hand. Kong Ruyun froze. Dad, you, although my father's hands were cold, they were strong. Kong Qianqiu smiled kindly, his eyes like torches. Yun, I'm well enough to be discharged. Kong Ruyun's face shifted. Should this not be a flashback? She hurriedly grabbed Kong Qianqiu's hand and pressed her fingers on the pulse. Kong Ruyun was a senior student of Chinese medicine, and diagnosing the pulse was no big deal. My father's pulse was weak but steady, not at all like a patient. Heart attack? Can't see it at all. At best, it's a low blood pressure with a low-grade fever. Did a miracle happen? Kong Ruyun looked at his father incredulously, his eyes gradually reddening. Dad, this, I'll call Director Lu to come over and check you out. Kong Qianqiu smiled and nodded, his daughter's excitement making his old eyes moist as well. After his daughter left, he held out his hand with a pill lying in the palm of it. He sniffed, his brow furrowing. What does this pill have to do with the flu in the South Seas? There must be a deeper meaning for Lord Death to give this pill to himself. Could it be that the flu had something to do with this? End of chapter 61. Chapter 61, The First Demon Conference. Chapter 61, The First Meeting of the Demons. Night, Imperial Nightclub. Today was the first masquerade-themed ball held at the Imperial Nightclub. Special dance hall. Invited famous female DJ. Network singers. In this night to mobilize the whole field of hormones. Tonight's theme is Hell Night. The Imperial Nightclub, which was once a membership-based, low-consumption 5,000, offering services only to the middle class and above, is today also civilian. Tickets are a mere 118 and come with 2 beers, a cocktail and a mask. Girls who cosplay as Sadako, Phantom, or Vampire get free admission and 2 free beers. The young men and women of the South China Sea thought that the owner of the Imperial Nightclub was crazy to spend so much money. The people in Nanhai who have a little bit of status and can inquire about the gossip of the upper-class dignitaries know that Zhou Qing is dead, and Zhu Dajuan has one less strong opponent. They think it's a celebration. Tonight, Hell Night is filled with flirts, cathartics, hunters, and slumpers. They are in a delusional quest for the soul's endorphins in the midst of the lights. After the smoke-voiced female DJ's cry, the powerful music pushed the ball to the climax, and the different men and women in the ball danced their bodies wildly. Tonight, everyone made themselves the main character. Unbeknownst to these protagonists, several pairs of eyes gazed indifferently at them over the darkened ceiling. The men were dressed in expensive evening gowns and masks, carrying red wine and champagne, looking down on the ordinary humans through the dark, transparent, special glass floor tiles. They're members of the Devil's Club. Originally, they were the ones who had gained quite a high level of achievement in one of the fields of the South Seas, and after acquiring the power of demons, they had long since ceased to think of themselves as mortals. Today was the first meeting of the members of the South Sea Demon Club. Behind the clear floor tiles is the main venue for the party. The crystal chandelier exudes a bright and glittering light, and the soft light shines on the spacious venue, reflecting a golden splendor. Unforgettable classical piano music rippled out from the nimble fingertips of the masked old man in the center of the hall. Some of the male and female demons dance 2 by 2 to the beautiful piano music. The demonic members sympathize while being wary of each other. They didn't dare to reveal their identities in the mundane world while talking. Dozens of attendants in tuxedos, maid outfits, and masks travel through the venue to serve the well-dressed guests. These attendants weren't ordinary either. They had a strong aura of death on them. The clock struck 12 midnight. Their faces changed in unison, and they stopped what they were doing. The old man playing piano music on the stage also stopped playing and made a graceful curtain call. They walked towards the conference hall in an orderly manner, and these arrogant demons actually wore nervous faces. The conference room had a huge oval conference table. At the very front was an exaggeratedly large set of black tables and chairs. The set of tables and chairs were grand and dominant, as if they were thrones. After settling into the oval table of the conference hall, no one dared to move, much less whisper. 2 beautiful figures walked in. One exuded a flavor so full of temptation that even with a mask on, one would blush at a glance. A person filled with cold and absolute nobility. like an expensive red rose blooming in the darkness, like an angel, like a siren. The demons rose to their feet at the two women, casting respectful glances. These two are the most honored demons in the demon club besides Lord Death, the fifth apostle, the fallen angel, Vanity, the sixth apostle, the phantom queen, Lord Apostle, spokesman for the supreme death. The two apostles stood on either side of the black table, standing in quiet muteness. A disturbingly oppressive scent came through the door. The demons got serious. Rumor has it that the Devil's Club is a transcendental organization stationed by hell on earth, and that Lord Death holds it in high regard. Whenever a new Devil's Club opens, Lord Death presides over the first session. After that it is the 6 apostles who take turns presiding. An upright figure walked through the door. The man was wearing a white suit with a bright red rose in his side breast pocket, wearing a white round hat with a white creepy smiley face mask. In fact, Li Yang does not need to wear a mask. With a human face, who dares to check him? It's not like no one has seen him before. The important thing is that Li Yang himself respects the rules of the Devil's Club. The demons felt a sense of oppression that made them unable to breathe, as well as a strong pressure on the white figure. They sent looks of adoration and awe and bowed in unison. Li Yang nodded, signaling the crowd to sit down, lowered his voice, and slowly spoke. There are several newcomers who have been fortunate enough to see the ways of heaven and qualify for membership in the Devil's Club. The first meeting of the South Sea Devil's Club tonight is also to give you newcomers a lesson in the rules. With these words, everyone in the arena was complacent. They were each new to the game, yet they assumed that the field was mostly old men from the Devil's Club, the lucky ones who get to see the way of heaven. Doesn't that mean themselves? It was true that he himself was the son of Chi chosen by fate. It's the feeling of being an ordinary person who wins the lottery and mixes in with the party of the rich and famous who have been fighting for half their lives. Li Yang said, the full moon of each month is membership day for the Devil's Club. It is imperative that the rest of the demons attend, except for mid-level demons and above, or low-level demons on a mission who may choose not to attend. The members of the crowd nodded their heads slightly, also solving the doubts in their minds. No wonder there were only a couple dozen members attending. It turned out that many powerful demons, or those on a mission, did not attend the meeting. At the same time, they secretly resolved to attend the meeting if they became intermediate-level demons as well. Even in the middle of a mission, they will try to come to the meeting, because they are all new to the world of transcendence and have a desperate thirst for knowledge and transcendence. Next is the second rule I say to newcomers. Li Yang's hand pressed down on the table and said, your demonic bodies may not be freely exposed to mortal eyes or disturb the mortal order. If you cause a living soul to panic, you will no longer be eligible for membership. The hearts of the members of the crowd were clinched, and they all understood the seriousness of the matter. No longer eligible for membership and knowing the secrets of the Devil's Club. The end is predictable. Cleaners clean up more than just demonic traces. They can clean up demons as well. Li Yang sat on the dominating giant chair. 2 female apostles, one on the left and one on the right, poured coffee for Li Yang. Only such a being would be served meekly by chimeras and fallen angels. Li Yang continued. Next, you may ask any questions you wish. The scene was silent. They all actually have a huge question. Whether there are angels in the world. Whether there are cultivators of immortality. Whether there are demons. They want to ask what the transcendental world really is. But no one wants to speak first. These are businessmen full of heart. Big factory executives. Underground bigwigs. They know that the first person to ask this question is the same as telling all members that they are a newcomer. The old man who was finally playing the piano at the venue stood up, bowed respectfully at Li Yang and spoke. I dare to ask my Lord Death to explain what is the way of heaven. The members secretly praised the old man as a warrior. This old man kind of asked that question that everyone wanted to ask. To the ordinary man, heaven is the law of the underworld, and heaven is heaven. Those who go with the grain will prosper and those who go against the grain will perish. But what is heaven to the gods? Isn't this a disguised way of asking about the transcendental world? End of chapter 62. Chapter 62. What is the heavenly Tao? Chapter 62. What is the way of heaven? Li Yang slowly opened his mouth amidst the crowd's expectant gazes. When I was very young, there was a tree outside my window. Numerous members sat upright and listened to the story of death in the overworld. Reaper's childhood. When was that? 1,000 years ago? Or 10,000 years ago? Or even longer? No one dares to think about it in detail, nor can they imagine it. Li Yang fell into reminiscence. I was once asked if that tree would get in the way and if I should pull it out. I liked the tree so much that the tree stayed. The tree was well grown, with a huge lush canopy. My upstairs neighbors told me that the tree had grown too big and was blocking the sunlight from their house. They talked to me about the possibility of cutting it down. After all, that tree was of no use to me. I actually can't part with it, but it really has no value to me. So that tree fell in front of me. The crowd's brows furrowed in deep thought. What kind of divine creature is a tree that can grow at death's door? What kind of a being is a neighbor who can consult with death? Li Yang raised his head. his deep eyes as quiet as the bottom of a lake. When that tree fell, I finally realized what fate meant. A thought of goodness back then allowed that tree to survive for many years. That's what it's shipping. But that tree will surely be uprooted if it dares to grow to block the sunlight from my neighbors. If it dares to rise above that class, it's its life. I'm thinking that it wouldn't be better if it didn't grow so big, but that would be changing heaven's order. Unfortunately, it's just a tree, so how could it know about heavenly destiny? Li Yang just calmly recounted the story, but in the ears of many members, like heavenly thunderbolt fell on the field. Deafening. They're associated with a sacred tree in hell. That divine tree grew stronger and stronger by the one good thought of death, offending the other gods. So the gods pressured death to destroy the sacred tree. The gods treated death with respect because death used the word consultation, and gods do not care to lie. Finally the sacred tree collapsed. No one thinks death is heartless. The tree was useless to the reapers, and there was no need to make a fuss over the gods over a tree. This is the way of heaven. The weak are the strongest. While the members lamented the divine tree, they also seemed to understand the situation of themselves and others. How are they not a thought of death? The Devil's Club gathers many deviants born from the goodness of death. Ordinary people are to them divine trees that don't know their destiny. The sacred trees do not know their destinies. Do they themselves know their destinies? Not beyond that class? Are they now going to have become transcendentals, having transcended the mundane class? Either make death feel useful, or grow so much that that neighbor of death is afraid to cut it down. The world of the transcendents really isn't that simple. Li Yang got up. The meeting is adjourned. The members woke up as if from a dream and got up in a hurry, respectfully owing their bodies. The brain is still pondering. Growing up to the point where death's neighbors are afraid to cut it down may be possible in the future if the martial arts flourish, but it's never going to happen at the moment. Then it's just a matter of making death think they're worth something. How can you make death feel worthy? It was said that the apostle adults would occasionally issue quests, and those who completed them could be promoted to mid-level demons. Then work hard to strengthen yourself, fulfill your mission, and ascend to the legendary position of archdemon. In the early hours of the morning, Serenity Villa. The atmosphere in the villa was a bit strange today. Raven stayed quiet and stopped collecting minions everywhere. Rattle stopped brushing up on his dramas. And even the hellish three-headed dog who loved whoever was lazy was staring blankly at the moon outside the house. Li Yang felt puzzled and touched Rattle's head. Didn't I charge you a membership? What? Naruto ninja see the big finish? Rattlesnake lifted his little head. Li Yang, the big tree you said was cut down today. Is it the poplar tree outside the window of your old house? Li Yang's old home in the suburbs of the old broken small buildings. Living in the first floor. That house was sold in the year of the junior year. Having picked up the rattles from her early childhood back home by that time, she had an impression of the poplar tree. Li Yang nodded. Rattle was silent. Slowly, I'm not going to be that poplar tree, am I? Li Yang glanced at the sidelong glance at the crows, and took a glance at the black dog at the entrance to the courtyard with its ears perked up to eavesdrop. He understands. No wonder all three are so quiet today. Today they went to the Devil's Club and met the members whose breath was comparable to theirs. Even the two apostles, Zhang Shirai and Chen Yushi, far exceeded them in battle power. They realized their weakness and begin to get anxious. Li Yang was just about to speak when Rattle violently covered his ears. I won't listen. Men tell lies at this time of year. Rattle pointed at Raven. What are you looking at? If you have this time, why don't you think about how to raise your spiritual power in advance earlier? I'm going to go create pain for humans. Practice hard. With that said, Rattle jumped off the couch and headed upstairs. The other day I was swiping my tablet and there was an article about Cyberstorm Kong Chiaki, who has learned a bit of a special doorway to create pain and soak it up. Crow flapped his wings and flew out of the villa, and also began to think of ways to raise his spiritual power. Li Yang smiled. He thought this was a good thing. The Liang with the God Creator organization had already been made, and the stronger the demons under his command, the better. Naturally, if he wanted to take down the top international organization in this world, who knows if the God-making organization they'll get Wolverine, Phoenix Woman, Motherlanders, and other weirdos. The God-making organization may have already come to the South China Sea. Strange to say, the Devil's Club energy in the South China Sea is already very strong, but Kuroki Misawa's subject research laboratory in the South China Sea has not been found until now, and there is currently no trace of the God-making organization in the South China Sea. A behemoth that had been cooped up in Blue Star for so many years was still not to be underestimated. The God-making organization, a product of ideas and technology far ahead of its time, sadly encountered Li Yang, who shouldn't exist in reality. Nanhai City, a rented house in the North District. Diao Haifan is the cleaner in Kong Qianqiu's hospital room. Kong Qianqiu had even taken his pulse when his illness wasn't that serious. He drank the coke from the bottle, casually wiped his hands on the noodle soup, and excitedly posted a few photos online. The photo shows Kong Qianqiu lying on a hospital bed wearing a respirator. His daughter, Kong Ruyun, bent down to gather the materials on Kong Qianxiu's lap, while Kong Qianxiu himself struggled to stroke the little nurse's cheek with his hand. The photo scene originally showed Kong Ruyun not wanting Kong Qianxiu to work and forcing him to take a break. Kong Qianxiu is comforting the crying little nurse not to care about Netstorm. The picture is normal, but not when Diao Haifan added 2 captions. Shocker! A young nurse throws herself at a well-known professor and is indescribable in the hospital room. Ethical perversion. After the beastly professor finishes with the little nurse, his own daughter cleans up the battlefield. What's the world coming to? Are all the scantily clad nurses like this? Please give society a clean slate. The post blew up not half an hour after it went up. So exciting? This little nurse is shameless, damn it. Normal. If you have money, don't care how old you are. There are gorgeous nurses throwing themselves at you. Hey, rich people are happy. Diao Haifan watched his post get hotter and hotter, and his mouth was going to be crooked with laughter. End of chapter 63. Chapter 63, Diao Haifan. Chapter 63, Diao Haifan. Diao Haifan picked up a cigarette with satisfaction, lit it and exhaled smoke comfortably. At that moment, the computer received a private message. Diao Haifan clicked to view it. It was from someone with the ID Cat Demon. Cat Demon, are you so fond of making yellow rumors? Diao Haifan snorted coldly and replied with contempt. You're not the protector, are you? Boiling goat, pleasant is not moving. Push it, Cat Demon. Don't you feel disgusted with yourself for making up disgusting things out of thin air? Diao Haifan frowned. How does this cat devil speak without swearing? It dawned on him. Oh, you're a female. That's odd. You're a burnt chicken too, aren't you? Maintenance of kind coming? He. Cat Demon. She went through all the trouble to get into South Sea Medical University, and she's about to survive her internship to stay at the hospital. So why is she doing this? Diao Haifan snorted in reply. Let's just burn cups of gas. He. Cat Demon. Since you like to make yellow rumors so much, let's curse you for talking in reality with the same attitude as you talk on the internet. Diao Haifan almost lost his breath from laughing. I've seen those who curse the account book to heaven, but I've never seen those who curse people so gently. Gee, what a young squirt. He replied. He. Little beaker, your cursing doesn't stick at all. He. Early the next morning, Diao Haifan refreshed to work, came to the workplace to change clothes, take the cleanup tools to clean the stairwell first. Good morning. The older woman, who was also a cleaner, greeted Diao Haifan with a smile. Diao Haifan just wanted to return a good morning, but there was a force that just kept that good morning from coming out of his mouth. He ghosted. Morning, old beaker. The cleaning lady froze. What did you say? What's a beaker? Do you want a cup? I'll get it for you. Diao Haifan sneered. Beaker, did you just finish your morning exercises? You're in a good mood. The cleaning lady smiled back. Well, nah, I've been coming in for morning walks lately. Enough for now. I'm off to clean the next floor. Diao Haifan came to his senses after the cleaning lady left. He covered his mouth incredulously. What's wrong with you? Luckily, Big Mama doesn't know what beakers and morning exercises mean. He hurriedly lit himself a cigarette to keep the shock down. Must have jerked off too much last night. I wouldn't dare jerk off that much tonight. Diao Haifan walked back to the cleaning room. The supervisor had been waiting for him for a long time. A smile appeared on the supervisor's lips and patted Diao Haifan on the shoulder. Good boy. You've been doing well lately. I told you were right to be in charge of Master Kong's ward, right? Master Kong was discharged from the hospital and still appreciates you quite a bit. The top is pleased and has decided to promote you to assistant superintendent. Kong Qianxiu was able to recover from such a serious illness, and this medical miracle made the South China Sea Medical University fiercely out of the limelight. The hospital leadership decided to give all the doctors and nurses in charge of Kong Qianxiu reward. Even Diao Haifan, a contracted cleaner, was not left behind. Diao Haifan was overjoyed. True or false, brother? Don't fool me. The supervisor pretended to be disgruntled. How can it be fake? This is going to come with me to the administration department to meet the leaders. You're buying tonight. The cleaners at NMSU are under the responsibility of the administration department. The two of them arrived at the administration department and knocked on the door. The director of the administration department was a 30-year-old woman. The director looked respectful. Director Zhao, this is Comrade Diao Haifan. Director Zhao looked at Diao Haifan and said kindly, have a seat and let's talk. Diao Haifan sat down cautiously, inwardly surprised and nervous. If you become an assistant superintendent of cleaners, your salary will surely go up a lot, and you will probably be given a separate dormitory. You can bring your long-distance girlfriend to live in Nanhai. Director Zhou crossed her fingers and said, I'm ashamed to say that I'm very busy with all my work, so I don't have much time to care about my grassroots comrades. May I ask what you have in your life? There was a force in the underworld affecting Diao Haifan's brain. He interrupted Director Zhou. Busy? Busy delivering cannons to hospital leaders, right? Director Zhou frowned. What did you say? Diao Haifan looked at Director Zhao lewdly. I mean, you must have gotten your job as chief of staff at such a young age by selling your sex, right? Director Zhao said angrily. Comrade Diao Haifan, please watch your words. I, Zhao Lan, graduated with a master's degree, and I've earned everything I have. Diao Haifan drifted off. Ah yes, try hard every night in the hospital leader's room, right? Director Zhao's face turned white with anger. I don't even have a boyfriend for my job. You're responsible for what you say. Diao Haifan smiled cheekily. How can you not have a boyfriend? Are all the men in the hospital your boyfriends? Beaker. The supervisor was confused throughout. Is Diao Haifan crazy? The supervisor looked angrily at Diao Haifan. Did you come here after drinking? Diao Haifan glanced disdainfully at the supervisor. You haven't slept with this much, have you? Boiling goat? How's it going? Director Zhao was shaking with anger, his trembling fingertips pointing at the gate. Get out! The supervisor was like an amnesty, grabbing Diao Haifan's collar and rushing out of the office door. Diao Haifan's brain only regained clarity when he reached the corridor. His mouth dropped open in horror. What did one just say? Diao Haifan stammered an explanation. Supervisor, I'm sorry, The supervisor glared viciously at Diao Haifan. Are you screwing me on purpose? You're done. You're fired. Pack up and get out. It's good enough that Diao Haifan was fired in this case. Rumor mongering is punishable by jail time. Diao Haifan lost his mind and pulled his suitcase out of the workroom, thinking about going to the stairwell to smoke another cigarette before leaving. He smoked a cigarette and scratched his hair in agony, tears falling down his face. What's going on? The woman smoking a cigarette at the top of the stairs, her face tired, handed over tissues and spoke warmly. Who's sick at home? You have to be strong. Little brother. Those of us who are the patient's families can't afford to go down as well. Diao Haifan tried to explain that he was not a patient's family member. However, the power of the underworld affects Diao Haifan's brain. Diao Haifan said viciously. Women still smoke. You're no good once you see it. Women like you don't get laid much, do you? So when are you going to try it with me? The woman screamed. What are you talking about? Hubby, a rascal molested me. Outside the stairwell, the woman's husband hears his daughter-in-law's screams and rushes in angrily, beating Diao Haifan severely. Diao Haifan forced Lai Lai to do so while taking a beating. A bus, a minotaur, Diao Haifan ran out of the hospital with a swollen nose and covered his mouth in horror on the main street. What's wrong with you? Could it be that the curse of that cat, the great demon king, has come true? No, it can't be. He's aggravated. End of chapter 64. Chapter 64, New Director. Chapter 64, New Director. He covered his mouth in death, not daring to say a word along the way, and froze on foot to the door of the rental house. Diao Haifan's forum account was on his computer, and he was going to log into it to find Cat Demon and ask what was going on. Just as I opened the door and entered the house, I could smell the aroma of food and the sound of stir-frying in the kitchen. Diao Haifan walked to the kitchen in wonder and looked at the woman's figure in the kitchen in surprise. That's his long-distance girlfriend Rong Rong. Rong smiled sweetly. Why are you off work so early? I was trying to sneak in a surprise for you after I made the big dinner. Are you happy, darling? I've come to see you. Diao Haifan's nose was sore and he wanted to hug his girlfriend for comfort. Anyone who encounters something this evil is going to have a breakdown. However, a force in the underworld affected Diao Haifan's brain. Diao Haifan twisted his mouth and said, You're losing it that I'm back early, aren't you? Are you waiting for an adulterer? You're trying to get your kicks by being indescribable in my room, aren't you? I recognized Rong Rong opened her mouth and looked at Diao Haifan incredulously. Honey, what are you talking about? Tears flowed from Diao Haifan's eyes, but he still maintained a resentful look. Beaker, don't think I don't know how lonely you've been the last few years of being estranged. How many people have been played with and loosened up? Rong can't stop the tears. Okay, you don't have a house or savings. I fell out with my family for you. That's what you think of me, isn't it? Break up. Diao Haifan wanted to stay, but Rong Rong firmly shook off his hand and resolutely walked out of the rental house. Diao Haifan hissed in pain. Diao Haifan dried his tears and opened the forum. Cat Demon's avatar lit up while sending a private chat. Did you have a good day, little brother? Diao Haifan was furious. Drafting? What have you done to me? Cat Demon. Cursing me? Are you stupid? Diao Haifan was like being splashed with cool water and immediately sobered up. This Cat Demon King across the street is an evil monster. The devil. It's the devil. How dare you talk to the devil like that yourself? Diao Haifan cried. Auntie, please take away the divine power. Cat Demon. Dream on. Cat Demon is none other than a bell ringer. Ever since I saw Master Kong get cybered, I've researched brand new ways to create pain and absorb it. Because of the curse's karma, all of those pains because of Diao Haifan became the spiritual power of the rattles. For example, Diao Haifen's supervisor, Zhao, the director of the hospital's administrative department, comforts Diao Haifen's woman, the woman's husband, and Diao Haifen's girlfriend. Wrong. Anger, aggression, it's all forms of pain. Of course, Diao Haifen's pain would also give Rattle a mental boost. Diao Haifen is a mobile painmaker from now on. How can Rattle take back the curse? It's not like she's a Madonna who helps mortals be good by punishing them. Didn't her ID just say so? She's a big devil, the villain kind. Under Diao Haifen's several pleas, the ringing bells all just replied with the word he. He's desperate. Under fear and despair, extreme anger exploded in Diao Haifen's heart as he typed, ****** thing, grass draft. I call the police to arrest you, monster. Rattle finally stopped responding to he. The curse is aggravated. Diao Haifen walked out of the house with an angry grunt. He's going to call the police on this evil guy. A monster like this must be of interest to the sheriff. Stopping at the door, he took a towel and stuffed it in his mouth, put on a mask and opened the door to leave. South Sea, North District Magistrate's Office. Diao Haifen stood in the solemn hall. The solemn and majestic atmosphere gave him a sense of security in his heart. A receptionist lady approached, wearing a gentle smile. Can I help you, sir? Diao Haifen didn't dare to breathe for a moment. He could feel himself wanting to say something foul, while the towel in his mouth kept him from speaking. He breathed a sigh of relief. But how can you communicate if you can't talk? The receptionist lady wondered. Sir, what's wrong with you? Are you reporting a crime? Diao Haifen's two hands continuously gestured, and the receptionist lady immediately brought a pen and paper. You can write it down. Diao Haifen secretly praised the receptionist lady's sister clever, took a pen and paper to write down his encounter. But the power of the underworld affects him. In a daze, he scribbled a few words on a pen and paper. You burn in a sheriff's uniform. You sold a lot of meat to become a sheriff, didn't you? The receptionist lady's face was red and she held back her anger. Do you have anything else? We're all busy. Despair showed on Diao Haifen's face as he gesticulated wildly with both hands. The receptionist lady will doubtfully hand out the pen and paper again. Diao Haifen wrote, Am I wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? He. The receptionist young lady was completely enraged and pointed at Diao Haifen. You get out now. Any more trouble and you'll be arrested for obstruction. Diao Haifen was in a hurry, and in his haste, he even knelt down, grabbed the receptionist miss, and his tears continued to flow. The receptionist lady was confused. Is this mental illness? At that moment, a gallant man entered through the door. He was dressed in a vigilante uniform with a cape and the vigilante number 001 on his chest. He was followed by a sheriff's deputy wearing glasses. That's his sheriff's secretary. The man frowned at the receptionist lady. What's going on? The receptionist lady was quick to explain. Chief, this man is mentally ill. This man is the new director of the security bureau, named Chowie. Because of the fierce animal killing incident and bird riot incident in the North District, Director Chow had often come to the North District Security Office to investigate in the past 2 days. Chowie glanced at the words on the paper and then looked at Diao Haifen. He crouched down, his eagle-like eyes scrutinizing Diao Haifen. He frowned. Mental illness? Not really. But how dare a psychopath insult the sheriff at the sheriff's office? The receptionist lady said, That's a psycho. I'm calling Castle Hill Hospital. Chowie reached out and removed Diao Haifen's mask. The receptionist lady's eyes were shocked. Why does this guy have a towel in his mouth? Did someone make you do this? Chowie removed the towel from Diao Haifen's mouth. Diao Haifen said viciously, Chief, so young? You didn't sleep with a rich woman, did you? The receptionist lady was stunned. How dare this man do this to the chief? Chowyi's eyes were grim as he roughly fumbled for his cell phone in Diao Haifen's arms to check it. There's a picture of Kong Qianqiu on his phone, the very one that was rumored. Chowyi's face became even more ugly and said, Send him to the mental hospital for a checkup first, keep an eye on him, and call me if you hear anything. The sheriff's secretary behind him said, Yes, chief. After saying that, Chowie got up and said to the receptionist lady, Wei Ming is the magistrate who proposed the demon recovery, right? Tell him to come to the conference room. End of chapter 65. Chapter 65, Chowie. Chapter 65, Chowie. North District Sheriff's Office Conference Room. Chowie sat in the main seat with his legs crossed and a puzzled look on his face. Why was the man with the sober eyes talking like he was out of control? Psycho? Unlike. But Chowie found it unusual. He was a senior student at the School of Law and Order of the Imperial University of Political Science and Law, the school's man of the hour. That thesis on how to leave Xia safely after robbing a bank was a sensation in the Imperial Capital's General Security Bureau. Even the Law and Order Law added 2 articles as a result. TSK, Beasts Kill, Birds Riot, Men Who Can't Control Expression. A cynical smile appeared at the corner of Chow Yi's mouth. Interesting. The door was knocked on, and Wei Ming, who had initially proposed the demon recovery anomalous incident, walked in. Wei Ming froze for a moment when he saw Chowie. Brother E, the new director is you? Wei Ming knew Chowie before. Chowie and his own sister, Wei Na, were both senior students at the Imperial University of Political Science and Law. Chowie laughed lightly. We've had very little contact since your sister married into the family. Sit. Wei Ming hurriedly sat down. Chowie said with a wry smile. Director Liu said that the report he presented on demon recovery was your thought process? Wei Ming smiled awkwardly. We have to be asked to say something, and I really don't know what to say. Chowie shook his head. The case of the slugger's killing has not yielded any results so far. After looking through the files, you're the only one who came up with the most plausible idea for a demon recovery. Wei Ming froze. You believe it's a demon revival? Chowie let out a light laugh. Tell me, why do you think it's a demon revival? Wei Ming began the explanation. What with the revival of the aura and the demons starting to reactivate and all that, it's all a plot you see in novels. Chowie listened attentively until Wei Ming finished. Then he got up and said, quite spooky. I'll just go ahead and say hi to your sister for me. Wei Ming asked, weren't you guys close in the beginning? Was there a falling out? Chowie snorted. Didn't your sister marry into the Liu family? I don't really like those assholes in the upper echelons of society. Wei Ming was startled and pointed at the surveillance. Brother, watch what you say. Chowie glanced at the camera. I'm afraid of that? Late at night, an upscale apartment. Chowie was naked and laying on the bed with his laptop. Unusual events. Unusual events. Chowie kept muttering these words. He trusted his instincts. His intuition has helped him solve a lot of big cases, which is why he's been able to rise all the way up the ranks. Bizarrely, his intuition told him that the South China Sea was the place where the unusual events that Wei Ming had described were taking place. While he was deep in thought, a pair of white, cool and smooth arms encircled Xiao Yi's waist. The mature beauty lying on the bed pressed herself against Xiao Yi's back and cooed. Director Chow, why are you still working so late? People have been sleeping all night. This mature beauty is precisely Chen Wei's current horse, the deceased Zhou Qing's surviving wife. Chowie put down his laptop and dragged the mature beauty into his arms with a bad smile. The mature beauty gazed at Xiao Yi's handsome face in fascination. Very handsome, very powerful man. Great, Xiao Yi asked. Beauty, do you think Chen Wei has any unusual behavior lately besides killing me? The mature beauty thought about it. He went to a drugstore outside of Apricot Hudong in the Northern District the other day. Said that boss was an evil feng shui master. Xiao Yi's eyes stared. North District, Apricot Hudong, the very place where the slasher killings took place. Zhou Qing's son died there. Chen Wei killed Zhou Qing again. Could the two be connected? The mature beauty daintily drew circles on Xiao Yi's chest. Director Chow, people have told you. How should you reward me? Xiao Yi smiled colorfully. Then reward you well. After an hour-long intense double-teaming, the beautiful woman fell asleep contentedly, while Xiao Yi lay half asleep on one side with his arm around her. The time came to 3 in the morning. Age-old I came up like a snowy sky. The ringing of the song woke up Xiao Yi and the beautiful woman. Xiao Yi picked up the phone and listened to the report from the other end of the line. Begin the arrest of Chen Wei, he said and hung up. The beautiful woman looked at Xiao Yi in a daze. You took a shot at Chen Wei tonight? How? Why didn't you discuss this with me? Sleeping herself on one side and grabbing her husband on the other? When did he give the order? Xiao Yi got up and received a glass of water for the beautiful woman. The opportunity will never come again. The beautiful woman drank the water, put the water cup aside, and grabbed Xiao Yi's hand. I have nothing left but you, so be good to me. When she finished speaking, the beautiful woman felt her head spin and shook as she fell onto the bed. What's wrong with me? With me? Xiao Yi said as he dressed. It's nothing, just a lethal dose of sleeping pills. The beautiful woman looked at Xiao Yi's back as he dressed in horror. You're going to kill me? Don't kill me. I can still do a lot for you. Xiao Yi dressed and turned around, tenderly caressing the beautiful woman's cheek. You've already done a lot for me. Too bad we're just dewy-eyed lovers. Well, good night, baby, I'm going to get busy. The voice was soft, as if he was telling his sleeping wife that he was going to work late. As the drug took hold, the beautiful woman closed her eyes and was silent. Xiao Yi skillfully cleaned off his fingerprints, broken hair, and other traces of his presence in the beautiful woman's house. That's when the phone rang again. Xiao Yi picked up the phone. A voice came from over there. Chief, yeah, sorry, Chen Wei ran away. Xiao Yi hung up the phone without a word and frowned. Where can it go? After searching for a moment, Xiao Yi's mouth sketched out a smile. Wicked feng shui man, right? Xiao Yi went downstairs, avoided the surveillance area, found his car, and drove it to that drugstore in the North District, South China Sea, North District. Chen Wei panicked and ran to Apricot Street, leaning against a pole and looking around warily. The black sable coat he was wearing had burn marks and blood. Where was the dusty look of the domineering spirit that was going to subdue Li Yang some time ago? Seeing no pursuers, Chen Wei continued to run. He saw the dimly lit drugstore. It's not closed? Great. Chen Wei felt a sense of security in his heart and hurriedly barged through the door. Sir, help me. Hush, master is resting. Don't wake him up. Shaking Belle sat on the counter wiggling her calves, one hand petting a large black dog and one hand making silencing gestures to Chen Wei. Chen Wei panicked. I want to see sir. I want to see sir. The big black dog jumped to the ground and blocked the door. Chen Wei had an ominous feeling in his heart. Shaking Belle looked at Chen Wei regretfully. You're my favorite toy, and sadly, you'll have to fulfill the backstabber's mission. End of chapter 66. Chapter 66 Weirdo Attack. Chapter 66 Attack of the Odd Man Out. An inexplicable sense of crisis surrounded Chen Wei. He had also seen a lot of blood during this period of time, so how could he not distinguish the terrifying murderous aura on the young girl that did not match her age? Chen Wei turned his head and was about to run. At that moment, the black dog blocking the door stood up, growing in size. The image of the three-headed dog from hell appeared in front of Chen Wei. Chen Wei's eyes were terrified and full of deadly pallor as he stared blankly at the ringing bell. Is this the way of the gentleman? He's not a feng shui master. No wonder it helped him meet Nana. Rattle drew a magic formation in the air, and the power of the curse arose. She said, given that you helped the master a lot by mistake, the master instructed me not to kill you, but only to tamper with your memories. The power of the curse pierced into Chen Wei's body. Chen Wei's memories shattered into shards of glass and reassembled into new ones. Out of nowhere, he thought he saw a sweet girl in the center of the glass. It was Nana. How good would it have been if he had chosen to resurrect Nana and take all the money and go far away with Nana? Chen Wei fainted. Blackie, the three-headed dog from hell, turned into his unusual black dog form and lay on the ground, spitting out his tongue. Rattle picked up the phone and dialed the sheriff's department alarm number. The wind chimes outside the door and Chowie, dressed in a sheriff's uniform, pushes his way in. Rattle froze. You sheriff's department is so efficient. You guys were here before I finished my call. She smiled sweetly and pointed at the fainted Chen Wei. That man broke into my store and luckily my dog scared him off. The corner of Chow Yi's eye twitched. Really? Underground faucet runs into a fortune teller's pharmacy and then gets knocked out by a dog? Chow Yi asked with an unchanged expression. Where is your lord? There were footsteps on the stairs, and Chow Yi looked at them with a critical eye. The man was young. Looks like a regular guy. But the aura is weird. It was eerie, but had a sense of honor. It's like a fog. You can't really see it. Chow Yi did not change his face and said with a smile. Hello, Sheriff's Department. Thank you for helping us catch the fugitive. Li Yang indifferently glanced at Chow Yi. What an honor. With that, he sat down at the counter and packed a few books into Rattle's small backpack. Li Yang frowned. Arrested. And you're still not leaving? Chow Yi spoke apologetically. Excuse me, I'll send the banner and medals. Saying that, he carried Chen Wei out of the door and got into his car. Chow Yi frowned. He had seen so many criminals that he could smell their putrid odor from a distance. This apothecary had an air of danger, but not like a sinner. He can also face fugitives and sheriffs without changing his face. He was more convinced that he was knocked out by the pharmacy owner than that Chen Wei was knocked out by the dog's fright. Is he really a black and white feng shui master like the famous feng shui master Little White Dragon in Harbor City? Chow Wei glanced back at the drugstore. There's even such a character in the South China Sea? He took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Chen Wei has been captured. Mission over. At that moment, a mournful scream came from the other end of the line. An intense gunfire followed. Chow Yi narrowed his eyes. What's going on at the scene? It took a while for a startled voice to come from the other end. Leader, there is a monster. Now killed. 10 minutes ago. South China Sea, Lower Bay. The outside of Infinity KTV is surrounded by vigilante cars. Sheriff's deputies broke into the KTV and seized everything. Some of the men crouched in the corners as the sheriffs checked everyone's IDs. There were many onlookers, but they were outside the cordon. Some of the sheriff's deputies who were pulling a cordon and maintaining order noticed an unusual black-robed man heading inside the cordon. The man was shrouded in black robes and was tall. The sheriff is on the case, and the idlers are leaving. The sheriff warily touched the gun in his back and warned the man. Instead of being afraid, the black-robed man accelerated and ran. The sheriffs took out stun batons, blast shields, and other things to stop the black-robed man, but it was all in vain. The black-robed man was ridiculously strong and broke up the sheriff's formation in a few strokes. The tugging and pulling was accompanied by someone pulling away the black robes of the black-robed man. A creepy scene emerges. The man's eyes were red and his body was covered in stitches. On closer inspection, the suture patches don't even belong to the same person. This man, after all, was the flesh of an unknown number of people sewn together. A sheriff's deputy fired his gun in horror. But that monster isn't afraid of bullets. Only black pus and blood flowed out. not affecting its movements in the least. The sheriff's deputies strafed it, and the creature broke through the gunfire, searching for something at the Infinity KTV. Finally, the monster reaches the nondescript room, smashes the wall, and grabs a safe. The sheriff's people were dumbfounded. Smashing a wall with one fist and picking up a safe with your bare hands? What kind of monster is this? At the far end, the military snipers finally received orders to fire. One shot through the monster's heart, one shot through the monster's head. The monster's action stopped then, and it fell heavily to the ground. The military brigadier kicked the body of the weirdo to make sure that the weirdo was dead. Get someone to open the safe. The deciphering expert arrived soon after and opened the safe a few minutes later. There was no cash in it, just a small pouch with a few small pills. The military captain put on his white gloves and picked up the small bag. Give it to the evidence section for lab tests. The Green Sanatorium, northern suburb of South China Sea. Inside the basement, there is a hidden laboratory with red lights flashing and alarm bells blaring. Several tall monsters covered in stitches hissed and destroyed everything in the vicinity. Some of the freaks rushed towards the gaping hole in the titanium gate. They're stuck in there and no one can get out. Several foreign researchers in white coats hid under their office desks, holding intercom and ranting hysterically. Guards! Guards! Seal off all exits. We can't let these experiments get out. A monstrous man stormed into the office, spotted several researchers, and angrily swung a giant fist. The bald gringo in the lead hurriedly took out a few small pills from his arms and threw them out. The monster lunged at the little pill like a madman. The smell of the small pills caught the attention of the rest of the freaks. The foreign researchers despaired as the weirdos swarmed the office. It was at this moment that the sound of guitars came in, and powerful metal riffs resounded through the lab. The weirdos froze and looked at the metal gates. There stood a black leather hottie. She had a few strands of burgundy hair in her long black hair, with studs, tongue studs, and lip rings. Tight leather pants framed the hot body to perfection. The black leather hottie chews her gum and plays her guitar with cool eyes. The weirdos covered their ears in pain and fell to their knees wailing at the sound of the guitars. One weirdo couldn't take it anymore and roared at the black-skinned hottie. The black-skinned hottie raised her round and slender thighs and kicked them violently, and the weirdo flew directly backwards tens of meters away. The weirdos were completely quiet. Black leather hottie speaking English. Get back in the cage. The monsters obediently returned to their cages and sat quietly. Loaded guards rushed in and reclosed the cage. The bald researcher trotted over to the dark-skinned hottie and spoke hesitantly. Lilith-sama. Still running a test subject. Lilith eyed the researcher coldly. All caught by the summer sheriff before you tell me. The bald researcher's face paled and a cold sweat broke out. It was all an accident. P.S. The main character makes very few appearances because of the accelerated padding. The padding will be over soon, so bear with me a little longer. End of chapter 67. Chapter 67 Lilith. Chapter 67 Lilith. P.S. Happy 4th of July, brothers. Once again, I wish you all a happy holiday season and good health and good luck to your parents. The main text begins. Underground research labs, guards and researchers cleaned up the mess. The bald researcher respectfully invited Lilith to take a seat on the office couch, where he himself poured her a cup of coffee. The bald researcher stood by, looking at Lilith with awe in his eyes. This is Dr. Leon King's adopted daughter and Dr. Leon's most powerful weapon. She has special organs inside her that normal humans don't have, and is the most powerful evolutionary in the God-making organization. Dr. Leon's most successful technological product. Lilith sipped her coffee and said quietly, "It's not necessarily a bad thing that one of the test subjects ran away." The bald researcher was confused. The test subject ran out and was shot by the sheriff's department. Wouldn't that expose the God-making organization's genetic experiments? Lilith said. Didn't Kuroki Misawa say that there were people in the South China Sea conducting genetic experiments as well? Large feline creatures killing people and birds rioting. Two information intelligence long known to Lilith. Lilith, who had seen the greatness of the technological field, wouldn't think it was a demon revival like that geek Wei Ming. In her mind, it was some sort of genetic experiment. Lilith said, the experiments in the South Seas are going to be delayed for a long time because of that punk Kuroki Misawa. It is feared that the flu caused by the experiment will soon come to the attention of the Xia authorities. Why don't we just let the organization conducting genetic experiments hidden in the South China Sea fight for us for a while and cover the authorities' eyes? The bald researcher asked as realization dawned on him. What do we do? Lilith smiled wryly. Stupid. First of all, let the South China Sea Sheriff's Department focus on that organization. That stupid organization has already had 2 genetic experiments discovered by the authorities. Anything bizarre that happens next in the South Seas will be held against that organization. Like today, for example, when the test subject escaped and was shot down by the Sheriff's Department. Do you suppose they'll think it's the same organization that did the urban beast killings and the bird riots? The bald researcher understood. Today the test subjects escaped and dumped on another Gentech organization. In disguise, it would make the sheriff's department more aware of the other genetic research organization. The sheriff's department sought and investigated another genetic research organization. Not only did it divert the attention of the South China Sea Security Bureau, it would also use the South China Sea Security Bureau to eliminate another genetic research organization. It's a borrowed hand. The God-making organization can safely hide in the seclusion of the South China Sea Green Sanatorium until the experiment is over. The bald researcher asked, looking at Lilith admiringly. What's our first step? Lilith said contemplatively for a moment. The summer people are superstitious, and demonic revivals are at the height of their fervor. First, use the internet to expand on tonight's weirdo attack on the sheriff. Steer the matter toward the coming of evil. Then the urban beast killings, and the bird riots, and other special events will naturally be dug up and brought to light. Lilith thought for a moment and then suddenly said, I think the sheriff's department will shut down public opinion. Didn't we have a failed test subject show up the other day? Put it out when the sheriff's office covers up internet opinion. By the time a life is lost, it is bound to trigger public anger. The people will pipe in the sheriff's department for the truth. The provoked and pressurized sheriff's department will do its best to find our real adversaries in the South China Sea and go on a crusade. We can watch them dogfight. South China Sea Security Bureau. Chow Yi was reviewing the information at his desk, his brows deeply furrowed. Chen Wei fought everything off? It's obviously a messy fight between the underground trio. Why did he resist all of them by himself? Originally, Chow Yi wanted to take advantage of Chen Wei's confession and use it as a breakthrough to sweep away all the underground forces in the South China Sea. Chow Yi muttered. Why did he do that? And not a word about the pharmacy? The pharmacy owner. Li Yang's figure came to Chow Yi's mind. Chow Yi suddenly understood something and muttered incredulously. He finally went to the pharmacy. Did the owner of that pharmacy say something to him? He didn't even dare to say a word of truth. Don't you want to get credit for your crimes? This boss is not simple. Chow Yi took out another piece of information about Li Yang. The profile shows the birth of Li Yang, the death of his parents in a car accident and the death of his grandmother from a serious illness. It lasted until he graduated from medical school in the South Seas and opened a pharmacy. A very ordinary life and a very lonely one. Chow Yi scoffed at the information. Is that possible? Would a young man made from such a drab life have that kind of temperament, that kind of look in his eyes? Besides, with 2 dead parents and no relatives, isn't this just going to make it impossible to find out his true origins? Yes, Chow Yi thinks the information is false. Data falsification is unbelievable to the average person. But Chow Yi has actually seen this kind of operation. There are princelings in the imperial capital who faked their own deaths after committing crimes, changed all their information, changed their faces and got rid of their shells. So this information about Li Yang is false. But one piece of information is true. The man whose real name might be Li Yang is definitely a giant who can call the shots. Mr. Feng Shui? If it's a Feng Shui master, it's also a one-guesser. But a Feng Shui master. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Chow Yi didn't look up. Enter. The sheriff's secretary came in with a file and handed it to Chow Yi. Bureau Chow. This is the autopsy information of that weirdo last night. The creature was of unknown origin and first appeared in the surveillance field of view at a location on a suburban highway. That doesn't mean anything. It's not like you can search the entire suburb of South Sea. There's not that much police presence. Chow Yi opened the file bag and took out the test report, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The data showed that DNA information from 28 different humans had been extracted from the strange man. That means that the weirdo was put together by 28 people. How is this possible? The sheriff's secretary hesitated for a moment. There's one more thing that I think is pretty important. You see? The sheriff's secretary took out her cell phone and opened the short video app and handed it to Chow Yi at his puzzled look. It's the video of the weirdo attacking the sheriff. The video is clear and appears to have been taken by a nearby onlooker. Lots of likes and comments. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of monster is this? Taking so many shots and not dying? Aura revival? Is this an aura revival? Where are the immortals? Aren't they coming to take care of this? If they don't come, I'll be done for. Can't the authorities finally squash those mysteries? The demons are coming. The demons are coming. I want to awaken. I want to awaken. Where's the system? Where's my system? I am a traveler from the future. The future world of aura revival demonic descent. VI 50. I tell you the story of the future. The corner of Chow Yi's eye twitched. Notify the publicity section to turn down the heat on these videos. It's at best an unfathomable technofluff of some sort, and has nothing to do with aura revival. The secretary of the sheriff's department said, there are so many original videos, and marketing numbers come into play. I'm afraid it will be difficult to completely quell it in a short period of time. The secretary of the piece was deep in thought for a long time, and spoke hesitantly. By the way, there's someone in South Sea who might be able to help you, Chow Yi asked, narrowing his eyes at the secretary. Who? The secretary of the piece said, Zhu Dajuan of Dajuan Culture and Media Company. Xu Dajuan is the leader of the media industry in the South China Sea. As long as he gives the word, all those marketing numbers have to disappear. The marketing numbers that use half-truths and half-false information to generate buzz are the hardest to get. As long as those marketing numbers stop messing with things, the heat will die down fast. End of chapter 68. Chapter 68 Breeding Transcendent Plan. Chapter 68 Breeding Transcendence Program. Chow Yi breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, Li Yang's figure kept surfacing in his mind. He always felt that Li Yang was not ordinary. He thought Li Yang could already influence the inner workings of the sheriff's department. Luckily, I was being paranoid. The Secretary of the Peace continued. As you know, the South China Sea is very special, and the city values the economy more. Sometimes these big brother tactics will work better than authority constraints. It's okay to use the sheriff's department to fix marketing numbers. It would be very efficient if Xu Dajuan and the sheriff's department jointly remedied the situation. It won't take half a day to end this farce. Chow Yi nodded and asked again. Didn't we find the little pills at the Infinity KTV last night? That weirdo was the sheriff who attacked for the little pills. Have the ingredients of the little pills been tested? The sheriff's secretary shook his head. Our technology didn't test for it. And at this point we can be sure it's not a banned class of hallucinogen. I'm sure the tech department with their capabilities will detect it. It'll just take longer. The secretary of the sheriff's department made another recommendation. Director, Professor Kong Qianqiu is still in the South China Sea. Shall we get his help to see what the pills are made of? Chow Yi shook his head. The old man has recovered from a great illness, so let him take a good rest and live in darkness in his old age. Let's not trouble the older generation with our generation's troubles. Chow Yi has great respect for Kong Qianqiu. Yesterday the Diel Haifan who started the yellow rumor about Master Kong was diagnosed with a serious mental illness and has been admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Strangely enough, Chow Yi's judgment told him that Diel Haifan was definitely not mentally ill. But how did the hospital confirm the diagnosis? Chow Yi got a headache. Are they messing with him? It looks like the director of the South China Sea Security Bureau is a fat job. But the water here is too deep. Going to the Imperial City for help? Forget it. The South China Sea is no better than any other city. The director of the South China Sea Security Bureau had just taken office and was asking for help from the imperial capital, so he really couldn't afford to lose that honor. Chow Yi waved his hand, signaling his secretary to go down. The computer received an email from Lu Ziqian, the head of the North District Sheriff's Office, with something like a freak attack on a sheriff in the North End. He should have reported in person. Chow Yi was too annoyed to let him come. Chow Yi clicked on the email message. The general idea is that Lu Ziqian asks if the large cat killings, bird riots, weirdo attacks on sheriffs can be handled in parallel. Chow Yi snorted. How did Lu Ziqian become this director? Monster attack on sheriff, and the previous two incidents are definitely not the work of the same person. The way to determine this is simple. Big cat killings are hardly known, and the public assumes they are unusual homicides. The bird riot incident, heat can be a little higher, but because there was no blood involved, the incident was a mere blip on the internet. Both incidents were only rumored within the sheriff's department. Freak attack on sheriff is different. It only took one night for the internet to become aware of the situation. The sheriff's department was internally outraged, and the top brass was furious. This is clearly provoking the security bureau. Chow Yi shook his head. Why did you do that? Is this telling me that there are two different mysterious organizations in the South China Sea? These two organizations are currently at war? Is that why you're trying to use this incident to stir up the sheriff's department's hatred of those behind the first two incidents? This really seemed like good rough tactics to Chow Yi. Chow Yi has a smile on his lips. Having struck out with purpose, it would be easy to catch the tail. So there are two mysterious groups of guys in the South Seas. Ha! Chow Yi was even more dissuaded from seeking help from the Imperial General Administration. A good old detective is not afraid of his opponents making a mess. He is afraid of his opponents being a shrinking violet. Let's settle the matter of public opinion first. It's not easy to be a magistrate. Chow Yi picked up the phone and dialed a number. Xu Dajuan's low voice rang out. Which one? Chow Yi was a man who didn't take things lightly, and had worked with the bigwigs of the underground world not once or twice. Chow Yi leaned back in his office chair and said, "This is Chow Yi. Meet me." The tone was majestic, with an unrefusable commanding tone. South Seas, Devil's Club, top floor. In the office of the chairman of the board of directors, Li Yang leaned against the back of his chair and looked at the night view of the South China Sea outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Xu Dajuan knelt down behind Li Yang and reported that Chow Yi had come to him. Li Yang was silent for a long time, seemingly pondering. Xu Dajuan couldn't help but ask, "My lord, is the demon responsible for the weirdo attack on the sheriff that is all over the internet? Should we help him call off the marketing number?" Li Yang was in deep thought. Was this the god-making organization making a move on him? Oh, what a stupid tactic. I just don't know if Chow Yi can see it. Li Yang's hoarse voice rang out. That's not what demons do, so just go along with him. Shu Dajuan sniffed the tiger's body. No wonder. If it was the demons doing it, the cleaners would have stepped in to clean up the demon trail. The eyes in the lowered face flashed with horror, wild hope, excitement. If it wasn't the work of demons, it meant that other transcendent beings had appeared. Death appears, other transcendent beings appear. The aura revival that the internet has been talking about is really starting. Shu Dajuan felt that the rolling flood of the times was coming, and the era belonging to the transcendence was coming. As for him, Shu Dajuan, not only did he have considerable resources in the secular world, he was also backed by the behemoth that was the Devil's Club, and he had even become a devil himself. Shu Dajuan trembled with excitement, as if he were a businessman standing on the windfall of dividends. Shu Dajuan looked at the back of the person sitting in the boss's chair and gathered enough courage to ask, "Master, the aura recovery, is it really going to start?" Li Yang's eyes stared slightly. Is the aura coming back? The aura recovery is a buzz in just one day. In fact, most people still think it's a stunt. It would be nice if there really was an aura revival. No, I should say it would be nice to have a demon revival. The more demons there are, the stronger the Reaper is. After reaching the 3rd rank in the equivalent order, advancing to the 4th rank required a rather large amount of spiritual energy, relying on the spiritual power currently shared by these demons. One didn't know how long it would take to advance. If everyone in the world was granted to become a demon, how rapidly should one's spiritual power grow? It won't be many years before he himself ascends to the throne of God, will it? Unfortunately, this is not possible. There aren't that many desire potions in this world. Suddenly, a light flashed in Li Medicine's head. It doesn't take the whole world to be evil. If some people have very weak demonic powers, then they can give themselves spiritual power. They don't need to be very strong, and are worlds apart from the battle prowess of the proper demon members. But being able to cultivate spiritual power and share it with yourself, it's like a bunch of transcendentals that you've bred yourself. As for how it should be implemented, this is difficult. Breeding transcendence and tainting ordinary people with weak demonic powers is not as simple as making them drink a dash of a desire potion. First, the bred transcendents must not know about desire potion, Devil's Club, or their own existence. Second, it's a bit of a waste to use a drop of lust potion to create a breeder. Need to find a way to dilute the desire potion to make it work. It should be diluted to the point that the feeder cannot possess demonic traits, only weak combat power, and can cultivate spiritual power. The corner of Li Yang's mouth curved out. He had a thought that might work, but it would take a lot of experimentation. Facing Shu Dajuan's question, Li Yang slowly opened his mouth. "Oh Dajun, remember the tree I mentioned in the meeting?" Shu Dajuan froze for a moment. "The tree that doesn't know what it's doing?" Shu Dajuan said. "Master, Junior remembers." Li Yang continued. "To know what you shouldn't know is to not know God." Shu Dajuan looked at Li Yang's back in horror, his heart chilling. P.S. Finally the padding is done. The body of the text begins next. The era of transcendence belonging to the Devil's Club is upon us. End of chapter 69. Chapter 69, Creating Transcendent Plants. Chapter Creating Transcendental Plants. The next day, Mid-Level's Villa. Li Yang sat in the yard and looked at a sapling in front of him with a grave expression. It's a peach tree sapling, just bought. This peach tree sapling is the first and crucial step in implementing the program. He was going to create a transcendental plant that could share spiritual power. This kind of transcendental plant was like the heavenly treasures in fairy cultivation novels. Like in novels, the kind that greatly increases power after eating it, or becomes qualified to cultivate and has spiritual roots. Li Yang will water the peach tree with a desire potion, so that when the fruit or leaves of the peach tree are devoured, not only do they gain spiritual power, but they are also tainted with a hint of demonic aura. That means that humans who eat the leaves or peaches will be able to cultivate, but they will be weak enough to not be able to manifest a demonic body or even use a little bit of psychic ability. They don't know that what's inside of them is demonic power, and will only think that they're lucky awakened, immortal practitioners. It didn't matter to Li Yang, as long as it was a demon. It would provide Li Yang with spiritual power, even if it was a demon. Li Yang thought about whether or not to pour the desire potion into the water source and make the entire city become demons, but it was quickly vetoed. That way the desire potion would be diluted too many times, and drinking that kind of stuff, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to feel what spiritual power is. The first thing to do now is to transform the nature of the plant. Enabling the plant to gain the power of the plant itself after being eaten was not difficult for Li Yang. In terms of sharing spiritual power, no one knew more than Li Yang. Li Yang was receiving spiritual energy shared by different demons every day. He can follow the path to transform the plant. After devouring a plant you can gain spiritual power by devouring spirit fairy grass, just like in the novels. The novel should call this mental power spiritual power. The hard part is in the second point. How do you give plants spiritual power? It involves common sense on the part of a transcendentalist. In order to have spiritual power, there must be a spiritual sea that holds the spiritual power. The sea of spirit is again inseparable from the soul. The stronger the soul, the wider the sea of spirit. When mortals become demons, they can draw on spiritual energy precisely because their souls become powerful and naturally open up a sea of spirit. But how difficult is it to create such a spiritual tree? It's the equivalent of creating a transcendental creature out of thin air. To be a transcendental being, one must have a sea of spirit, and the prerequisite for having a sea of spirit must be a soul. He is not the creator. So how can he give a plant a soul out of thin air and make it open up a sea of spirit? Everything needs to be tried and tested. Let's first transform the peach tree to be able to share its own power. Li Yang held out his hand to the peach tree sapling as he began his first transformation. The power of death and spiritual power surged out from the palm of his hand. Two very different forces transformed the essence of the peach tree sapling. Peach tree saplings change. The sapling was extremely dark, and there were points of energy fluctuations swirling around. Success? Li Yang looked at the sapling in surprise, his eyes soul fire manifesting as he observed the energy contained in the sapling. It has been observed that the future growth of leaves from the peach tree will be tainted with the breath of death. When the leaves are eaten, it makes the dying man become the living dead. This kind of living dead had to rely on peach tree leaves to renew their lives regularly, far less than Li Yang's pure power of death. But without the support of spiritual power, Li Yang needed to frequently infuse the peach tree sapling with the power of death in order to maintain the aura of death within its body. Li Yang was still satisfied. At least the first step worked. By devouring the leaves you gain access to the power of death in the leaves. If the peach tree has spiritual power, devouring peach tree leaves will also gain spiritual power. Li Yang began the second step of remodeling, trying to get peach tree saplings to have mental powers. This step of remodeling, if successful, would not only create a group of transcendents other than demons, but would also have other ways to gain spiritual power. He once again extended his hand and pure spiritual energy surged into the peach tree sapling, hoping that it would be able to retain some of its spiritual energy. Unfortunately, no matter how many times he tried, the spiritual energy flowed through the peach tree sapling like water. The peach tree sapling was not tainted with a single bit of spiritual energy. Li Yang's spiritual energy was almost depleted. He looked at the peach tree sapling with resignation. If the tree couldn't hold spiritual energy, it would be a cockamamie. Li Yang frowned. How can you make a peach tree have a sea of spirit? Suddenly, Li Yang thought of something. He thought of ways to make the tree contain spiritual energy. At midnight, Li Yang carried the sapling to the cemetery on the outskirts of the northern city. Black soul fire surged out of his eyes. Under the third gift soul Upanishad, Li Yang could see things that normal people couldn't. That's the ghost. Those ghosts maintain their dying appearance and wander the cemetery in confusion. Regular people who encountered this scene were afraid that they would simply go crazy with fear. But Li Yang had no fear at all, and was even a bit excited. After all, he's the Grim Reaper. Li Yang took steps as if wandering through a backyard, weaving in and out of the ghosts until he reached a gloomy grove of trees behind the cemetery. Li Yang planted the peach tree in the forest, then recited an obscure incantation under his breath. The ghosts in the graveyard seemed to look towards the dense forest with a feeling, and converged towards Li Yang's side in confusion. To open up a spiritual sea, you first need a soul. This graveyard happens to be full of souls. Possessing a soul in a dead creature is somewhat difficult, but imprisoning a soul in a sapling that has life but no soul is not much of a problem. Cold sweat flowed from Li Yang's temples. His mental energy was too consumed. He simply took on the form of a demon, and with the appearance of a god of death, he ordered a group of ghosts to possess themselves into the sapling of the peach tree. The ghosts faced Li Yang, and their numb dead faces finally showed panic and fear, and they entered the peach tree sapling under Li Yang's incantation. Li Yang certainly wouldn't use the peach tree to imprison a soul, and to create transcendental plants that could share spiritual power required huge spiritual power. How many souls are imprisoned in the sapling is the same as how many spiritual seeds the sapling has. In Li Yang's perspective, a bizarre scene appeared. The peach tree sapling imprisoned hundreds of souls, and after those hundreds of souls were imprisoned within the peach tree sapling, they let out mournful wails that were creepy. The soul fire jumped in Li Yang's eyes as he took out the small black bottle from his arms. It contained the lust potion, complete with the fraud magic, lust potion. Fraud demon, desire potion is poured all over the sapling's roots. The strong demonic power prompted the peach tree sapling to grow. The peach tree sapling grows at a rate visible to the naked eye until it grows to a height of 9 meters, far exceeding the height of the average peach tree. Hideous barbs emerged from the twisted trunks, as if twisted demonic claws reaching into the dark sky. An eerie face surfaced on the tree. It's scary. It's evil. It's unnerving. The imprisoned souls fell silent. A complete and utter anomaly emerges. The devil's tree with 1 mind and 100 souls was born. At the same time, an arcane message appeared in the demon tree's mind. Fraudulent devil. Awakening talent, compulsion. The fraud demon understands human nature. and its language has a strong ability to compel, gaining access to the deepest secrets of the human heart. The fraudulent demon will gain access to spiritual power. Awakening talent, concealment. The fraud demon specializes in concealment, can be hidden from public view in a variety of ways, and has the ability to move quickly to hide from the world. This devil's tree was indeed an anomaly, having just been born and already being of the second rank. Awakening 2 talents. Master. Thanks to the fraudulent magic potion, the devil's tree was able to speak even though it had no mouth. Like 100 voices of men, women and children spoke in unison. Treacherous, absurd, and uncomfortable all over. End of chapter 70. Chapter 70. The Seventh Apostle. Chapter 70. The Seventh Apostle. The soul fire in Li Yang's eyes pulsed violently. He saw through the soul essence of the demon tree, which was 100 wronged souls entangled with each other. At the same time, he knew of another trait of the devil's tree. Under the transformation of the soul Upanishad and the breath of death, the fruit of the devil's tree contains spiritual power. Mortals who eat the fruit will be able to hold open the sea of spirit and can cultivate spiritual power. It worked. This soul spell that Li Yang had transformed the peach tree sapling could not be applied to animals or humans. It could only be used on creatures that possess life but no soul. Even so, Li Yang had exhausted his spiritual energy while his soul was greatly damaged. Soul damage was irreversible for normal people, but not for Li Yang. Fallen angels can use the power of faith to power the souls of the dead, and the 7 commandments are doing just fine right now. Li Yang asked, "How are you feeling now?" The devil's tree replied, "Hungry, hungry. Luckily, there's, like, a strong yin chi here. It could ease my hunger." The devil's tree spoke in strange broken sentences, like it wasn't very good at talking. Li Yang had already remodeled the peach tree saplings before he arrived. It can absorb yin chi and give birth to leaves that possess the power of death. I didn't realize this remodeling continued. That was a surprise. The proper creation of transcendental beings. Li Yang had thought that he would have to experiment many times and waste many desire potions to succeed once. I didn't realize it worked with just one fraudulent magic potion. He felt really lucky. Then again, a god, even a very weak god of death who hadn't really grasped divine power, was still a god. Where does God have bad luck? The more Li Yang looks at this peach tree, the more he likes it, just like looking at his own son. After all, it was the first transcendental creature he had created. The devil's tree clearly sensed Li Yang's fondness for himself and said, "Please master, give me a name." Li Yang thought about it. The tree of the earthly essence. He's a naming waste. The name of the tree of human nature is based on the characteristics of the tree of demons. The tree can compel humans, feeding on their inner secrets as if exploring the truth of their inner world. Doesn't the human race consist of human intelligence as a large unit? The devil's tree shook its leaves. "Thank you, master, for the name," Li Yang said. "I have 6 apostles, and you would be my 7th. Li Yang snapped his fingers. A huge black magic formation appeared. 2 hideous and vicious undead appeared before them. Li Yang gave the order. "You guard the tree of the earthly essence." The human benevolent tree consumed a desire potion from Li Yang and damaged the soul. This hard-to-create transcendental creature has to be protected. The 2 undead fell to their knees and slowly disappeared into the ground, hiding underground and secretly guarding the earthly benevolent tree. Li Yang turned away with a smile on his lips. Next day, evening, an aged figure sneaks up to the graveyard. He had white hair and a white beard, and if he hadn't been wearing the uniform of the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, he would have been somewhat immortal. That's right, he's the psychopath who told Mo's fortune that she saw a god after the anchorwoman. Mo pretended to be a ghost. The old man looked around, saw no one else was around, and lay down on the ground squirming carefully like a maggot. Finally crawling all the way out of the graveyard, he pulled up his legs and accelerated into the woods. The old man sat down on the ground panting and grinning wildly. "Ahahahahahaha, you want to lock me up in a mental hospital? Fellow Taoist Dio Haifan. I'm sorry." His name was Mo Yulin, an old Taoist priest who had cultivated immortality to the point of becoming obsessed. After being tricked into a psychiatric hospital by the director of the street office, the old Taoist priest did not want to escape at all times. Finally he seized the opportunity. There's a cute little cutie with a mouth full of yellow jokes, locked in a room with him. The old Taoist priest fooled him by saying he could cut down demons and that size cute. He really believed it. So, with the help of Big and Little Cute, Diao Haifan's help, the old godly man escaped from the mental hospital. The old clergyman rested for a moment to give himself a finger count. Hiss! Let the old Taoist see where the old Taoist's immortal destiny lies. The old Taoist priest continued to pinch himself, his eyes looking firmly to the east as he took a solid step, followed by a left foot on a right foot, fell hard to the ground and passed out. It was dark when I woke up again. The old Taoist priest rubbed the large bag on his head. Hiss! How is it that a demon is backstabbing old Taoist me? The old Taoist got up and ran face first into something tall. He raised his head, his mouth growing wide. Did you have this before you fainted? It was a tall tree with a twisted trunk bearing hideous barbs, as if clawing toward the sky. The tree of human nature spoke. M.O.U. Lin. The voice had a strong compelling magic, as if it were the closest relative. The old Taoist's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the earthly essence tree incredulously. Tree? Talking? The tree of human nature continued to make sounds in the same rhythm as before. M.O.U. Lin. The old Taoist priest's eyes erupted with a refined light, and extreme excitement hung on his face. Cultivation is real. Cultivation is real. Cultivation is real. I told them that cultivation was real, and they said I was mentally ill, and I knew I wasn't mentally ill. The tree of human nature. M.O.U. Lin. The old Taoist slammed to his knees and shouted at the top of his lungs. Disciple M.O.U. Lin. Greetings to Senior Tree Immortal. Regular people would have panicked at the sight of such a treacherous tree, but not M.O.U. Lin. He's a guy who practiced immortality until he went off the deep end. Technically he doesn't count as mentally ill. The Diao Haifan type does. M.O.U. Lin just has a different worldview than normal people, and he solidly believes that there are gods and goddesses in this world. The tree of human nature. Do you want to practice immortality? The old Taoist's nose and eyes came down together, and he looked at the earthly benevolence tree with eyes full of thirst. The disciple wants it. The disciple wants it. The disciple wants it even in his dreams. The tree of human nature. Then that's your secret in exchange. The old Taoist priest bowed heavily. Disciples dare not hide. The disciple has done a lot of unethical things in his life. On the body of the human essence tree, hundreds of faces revealed their greed in unison. It loves people's secrets, especially evil, dirty ones. The old Taoist priest said, when I was a kid, I liked to peek at the little shower next door. More than 100 faces of the human nature tree showed their dismay. And, the old Taoist priest continued, when I was young, I climbed the walls to peek at the little clothes. More than 100 faces of the human nature tree frowned. The old Taoist priest hadn't finished. Stole little clothes a couple years before I got locked up. It smelled so good. I don't know if it's another kind of infatuation to like a girl from a young age until she's old. Treacherous power rose from the old Taoist priest and was absorbed by the hundreds of faces on the tree of the earthly essence. Those hundreds of faces revealed a look of contentment in unison. Twisted trunks sprouted ethereal green auras, and several large peaches were born on them. The bright, attractive peaches growing on the hideous trunks of the trees looked very different and contrasting. The tree of the human essence sulked for a moment. You have a secret I love. End of chapter 71. Chapter 71, The First Cultivator. Chapter 71, The First Cultivator. The ground squirmed, and two undead crawled out as the old Taoist looked on in horror. An undead was tall and thin, with a mouth that grinned up to his ears, ribs that pierced his flesh, a hunched back, and arms that went past his knees. An undead as majestic as a silverback gorilla, with bone spurs protruding high on its back and limbs facing the ground. The two undead quickly climbed up the peach tree, plucked a peach, and delivered it to the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist held the peach looking at the horrible undead breathing heavily. Peach tree, two undead. The configuration reminded him of a pairing in hell. It is recorded in the Shanhaijing. There is a big peach tree on Dushuo Mountain, which is 3,000 miles out of the coils, and its branches ask the East Gate to be called the Ghost Gate. It is the place where all ghosts enter and leave, and there are two divine figures on the door. One is called Shentan and the other is called Yubi. The large peach tree corresponds to the peach tree. The two divine beings correspond to the two humanoid spirits of the dead, and the Ghost Gate corresponds to the graveyard. All work. The old Taoist priest immediately bowed down and cried in agitation. I thought that I was at the end of my days and would never be able to cultivate immortality again. I didn't expect it. I finally saw fairy fate in my old age. The fairies, immortal. When he lifted his head again, the divine tree was gone, and the two gods had disappeared. The old Taoist priest let out a maniacal laugh as he looked up to the sky. Ha 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 ha. Master Dao, I'm cultivating immortality. The old Taoist held the peach and swallowed it in 3 or 2 bites. After the peach was swallowed, the old Taoist felt his brain clear for a while. An ineffable force entered the body. This is actually a large amount of spiritual energy contained within the peaches of the earthly tree of the original phase. Under the impact of a large amount of spiritual energy, it forced to rush through the old Taoist priest's spiritual sea. Of course, this level of spiritual power was insignificant to the demons, but to the old Taoist it was an ocean. The old Taoist priest stared round in horror. This is Daigo. The old Taoist priest hurriedly meditated. The metaphysical books he had once read were quickly recalled. Skillfully sit and meditate. With that, the old Taoist fell asleep again. The old Taoist priest did not wake up until noon the following day. The old Taoist priest opened his eyes and his essence light exploded. He felt light and airy, and his entire body was transformed. The old Taoist priest choked and shouted angrily. 3 bits of true fire. Nothing happened. The old Taoist priest was confused. and then dawned on him. It must be that my realm is not enough to use such a powerful spell. The old Taoist monk thought about it, choked, and shouted angrily, "Gust of wind." After saying that, the old Taoist priest ran quickly, sprinting like the wind. He could even jump like an ape among the trees. As he ran wildly, he let out a wild whistle that was unrestrained to the extreme. "Master Dao, I have realized. Master Dao, I've realized." There was a funeral procession out of the cemetery, and many people saw the old Taoist priest leaping among the trees, their mouths open in horror. What was that just now? Is it a ghost? Where's a ghost in broad daylight? He calls himself Master Dao. Which master of the way is he? In addition to the funeral procession, a sparrow with a gleam of intelligence in its eye recorded everything the old Taoist priest did and fluttered its wings away from the cemetery on the outskirts of the northern city. Afternoon, South China Sea, Serenity Villa. The afternoons are quiet and the sun is just right. Li Yang sat in the yard with various grasses around him. After his success in creating the earthly essence tree, he was researching to make more spiritual immortal herbs. He is transforming a daffodil plant to have the ability to share mental powers. When they had the sea of spirit and sucked up a considerable amount of spiritual power, and then were devoured by themselves, wouldn't they be able to directly enhance their spiritual power? These so-called spirit fairy herbs can also be used to reward members of the Devil's Club. Li Yang snapped his fingers. A black magic array appeared and a soul floated inside. These souls that had wandered the world for too long were no longer intelligent or thinking. Strictly speaking, it's an empty spiritual body. The spirit floated into a pot of daffodils. Li Yang carefully transplanted Narcissus into the altar while dropping a drop of desire potion. The daffodils change and bloom more colorfully. Due to the mere drop of the lust potion, Narcissus did not produce a spirit. If the spiritual power reaches a certain level, Buffy should have human consciousness. Just whether Buffy's consciousness was the same as that of a spirit body, that was unknown. Li Yang suddenly had an idea. Is this the way of the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation and reincarnation? Creatures die and souls lose their memories to become spirits. Into hell, death recasts the spirit back to earth. In the next life, spirit beings may be men, grass, or beasts. The more time passed, the more Li Yang realized that his ability was like a weakened version of Yama, the king of the underworld. Li Yang stood up and immediately felt a headache. Creating a new transcendence still consumes soul power after all. Soul power can be much harder to come by than spirit power. Many demons couldn't fathom what soul power looked like. Soul power was a special energy that only this reaper could use. Li Yang sat down on the steps and lit a cigarette. The crow flew over and narrated the old Taoist priest's day in Li Yang's ear. Li Yang was slightly surprised. He mastered transcendent powers so quickly? There are many kinds of transcendental powers. Being able to call the wind and rain is considered transcendent power. Being able to summon fire is considered transcendent power. And being able to travel thousands of miles in a day is considered transcendent power. The old Taoist monk's ability to run like an ape on the tip of a tree at his age is also considered superhuman strength. Regardless of the strength of the ability, as long as the ability is beyond the mundane, it is considered a transcendent power. There's no comparison between the old dogs and the demons. Demons take a full dose of a desire potion, or a portion of a desire potion. The old Taoist priest just ate a fruit from the tree of the true nature of the earth, and the earthly tree of nature is just a potion of desire poured out. A single fruit of the tree of human nature is equal to a desire potion diluted countless times, can be enough to reopen the sea of spirit kind. The potion that the human benevolent tree takes is fraud demon, so its fruit is also just about fraud demon, as power. Like speed, power, compulsion. If the earthly benevolent tree develops any rare and unusual powers on its own, then it can also be shared with others according to its heart. If one wanted to obtain a larger amount of demonic power and spiritual power through the earthly benevolence tree, the only way was to eat the earthly benevolence tree. Devouring the tree of the earthly essence is impossible. The tree of human nature can compel and hide, and there are 2 undead guardians. No one can touch the earthly tree of nature unless they are powerful demons. Li Yang muttered. This man is indeed a genius in some ways, a high level of enlightenment. It looks like the shared mental power gain just now came from him. It's rare, but it's a success. The earthly essence tree was created by Li Yang, and Li Yang certainly knew what kind of ability the fruit of the earthly essence tree had. Those who ate the fruit of the earthly benevolent tree couldn't even beat the living dead in terms of combat power. Some people even need to be enlightened for a long time before they can understand the use of spiritual power, before they can run on the tips of the trees like the old Taoist priests. When these people knew the use of spiritual power and gained it through meditation and such, Li Yang would also gain shared spiritual power. In the future, when there were more people like the old Taoist priest, or even universal transcendence, Li Yang felt that he would soon ascend to the throne of God. Li Yang looked at the clouds flowing in the sky and murmured, "The old goddamned man doesn't know about the Devil's Club, or about me for that matter. He just saw the earthly benevolent tree. And the earthly benevolent thinking is something that can disappear at any time and cannot be captured by anyone. So even if the outside is messed up by the earthly benevolent tree, no one will know that I did it. Oh, it's not unlikely that in the future, someone will call the earthly essence tree the tree of enlightenment. End of chapter 72. Chapter 72, My Lord Death Walks With You. Chapter 72, My Lord Death Walks With You. A smile hung at the corner of Li Yang's mouth. More people like him would be nice. The old Taoist monk could constantly provide Li Yang with spiritual power, even if it was very little, but he couldn't afford to have a large amount in the future. Even if the old Taoist priest was under key observation by the authorities, even if he was sliced up, no one would find Li Yang, stirring up the outside world, and Li Yang himself is the biggest beneficiary. Li Yang sighed slightly. This is the real Godao. It's just a shame that creating a transcendent being drains soul power out of me. Chen Yushi should also be close to the second stage. When she reaches the second order, she'll be able to use the power of faith to strengthen my soul. Green Sanatorium, Underground Research Laboratory. Lilith sat on the couch with her legs crossed, and standing respectfully in front of her was the owner of the Green Sanatorium, an old man well past his prime. That old man's body had long since failed, and he had only been able to live this long with the help of the God-making organization. Lilith said to herself, I didn't expect the South China Sea authorities to quell the weirdo attack on the sheriff so quickly. She let out a soft laugh. Good thing too. The populace should be outraged when my trump card is played and people die in the South Seas, right? The old man said with a smile. That's natural, and in time the people will demand justice from the South Sea Security Bureau, and demand that the beginnings of these mysterious events be publicized. At that point, there will be pressure from above on the South China Sea Security Bureau. Hey, the South China Sea Security Bureau will take their anger out on that other genetic experiment organization. Lilith leaned on her head. Then let that failed experiment out. Let me figure out where the drive is appropriate. You're from the Summerland. Do you have any good advice? The old man thought for a moment and replied, Old Town, I guess. Those dodgy people living in the stinking gutter love to cause trouble. The corners of Lilith's mouth arched. Old Town then. Nanhai, Old Town. Mateo is living a rich life after earning some money from the 7 commandments. He lives on the top floor and bought the downstairs floor as well. Just a down payment, of course. The top floor is dedicated to maintaining the operations of the 7 Commandments webcasting software, and with the recent purchase of a number of machines, the living space is too small. Also for convenience, the room downstairs became living quarters. Ma Tao also has a girlfriend this month, whom he met playing a game a few years ago while working as an internet addict at Hunter's Internet Cafe. Girlfriend is South China Sea University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Department of Aerial Arts and Performance. She graduated and worked as a stewardess for South China Sea Airlines. Don't look at Ma Tao like this. His girlfriend Wu Siyu was chasing after Ma Tao when he was in college. Ma Tao sometimes do not know why he, a beggar, will have a school to chase. He didn't want to hold people back, and after joining the 7 Commandments as a puppet godfather, he was even more afraid of implicating others. The name 7 Commandments Society Patriarch is a good one, and it's also dangerous. But what do you do when a beautiful woman who has been chasing you for 5 years and has been held back by you for 5 years, stands crying on your doorstep and says she has no place to go? She doesn't even mind that your house is dirty and poor. Ma Tao in the end was soft in that cold rainy night. Let Wu see you into the door to avoid. That's a month of avoidance. It's kind of a half-girlfriend. Ma Tao never let Wu Siyu go up to the second floor because the second floor had all his secrets. The online backend of the 7 Commandments is maintained, as well as an idol of the god of death is enshrined. At 12 o'clock midnight, Ma Tao made his usual obeisance in front of the statue of the god of death on the second floor. This death god idol is sold in the upper echelons of the 7 Commandments for a very expensive price. In fact, there were only 2 people in the upper echelons of the 7 Commandments Society, Chen Yushi and Zheng Shirai. Even Ma Tao, the nominal godfather, had to have money to buy the idol. After Ma Tao had burned 2 incense sticks, he came down from upstairs. Wu Siyu held up the bowl of soup dumplings in her hand and smiled. Tired? Come and have a snack. Mateo sat on the bench. Aren't you curious about what I'm up to every day? Wu Siyu shook her head. I know you're working on something big. I won't ask questions. Ma Tao froze and looked at Wu Siyu warily. What great thing do you think I'm working on? At that moment, there was a knock on the door. I'll get it. Wu Siyu trotted to the door. Ma Tao suddenly shouted. Look through the cat's eye to see what's out there. The 7 Commandments webcasting platform is against the rules, and he's cautious. He was afraid of being suddenly taken away for tea. Wu Siyu stood in the doorway and gave a seemingly understanding oh. She looked through the cat's eye, puzzled. There's no one there. Mateo frowned. Knock, knock, knock. The knock came again. Wu Siyu covered her mouth and backed away, her face full of horror. There's still no one out there. It can't be a ghost. Ma Tao got up, walked quickly upstairs, turned on his computer, and checked the hidden camera mounted on the door. His face gradually changed, from nervousness to puzzlement, from puzzlement to shock, followed by utter horror. Outside the door, it's a monster. That thing looks like a human. The body was slender and naked, hairless, with dead gray skin full of folds. It has no eyes, no ears. No wonder you can only hear a knock on the door, but you can't see anyone. Turns out, the creature was crawling and walking, and it was gently banging on the door with one head. This. I just got religion and I'm experiencing a psychic event? Mateo tried to escape from the top floor when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. See you. Ma Tao ran downstairs in a hurry. At that moment, the monster outside the door seemed to be furious, and the crashing sound slammed. Wu Siyu covered her small mouth and kept backing away, already scared silly. Boom! The whole door was knocked off. The creature rushed into the house. Wu Siyu was so scared that her legs were weak and she didn't even know to dodge. In his haste, Ma Tao grabbed the cell phone beside him and threw it. The phone missed the monster and fell into the bedroom. The monster hissed at the sound and rushed into the bedroom. The monster's voice sounded like an airy sound clipped harshly out of his throat. Ma Tao grabbed Wu Siyu's hand. Go! He tried to run out with Wu Siyu, but the monster heard the sound and quickly crashed into the doorway. Ma Tao dodged with Wu Siyu in his arms and rolled under the dining table in the process. He covered Wu Siyu's mouth to death. Ma Tao realized that the monster was blind and could only identify its prey by sound. The monster turned its head blankly, its ears crouching to the ground, and then immediately the head looked in the direction of the table and took a step. Mateo said darkly, "Done." Wu Siyu suddenly opened Ma Tao's hand and violently scurried out of the dining table, catching Ma Tao off guard. She smiled sweetly at Mateo under the table. "You're a hero. You've saved a lot of people on the sly. I'd like to save you on the sly for once." Mateo froze. He's had people say this to him before, and that was a few years ago when he started his own depression support site. He has saved many depressed people who wanted to commit suicide and brought sunshine to many depressed people. There was a girl who said exactly the same thing, but he'd heard that kind of talk too often to ever care. "Wu Siyu is that girl? Why don't you tell yourself?" The monster hissed and lunged towards Wu Siyu. Mateo's eyes glazed over and he roared, lifting the table. "You came at me." It was too late. He had already seen the monster's claws touching Wu Siyu. It was as if time was slowing down. The movement of the monster's claws stabbing into the back of Wu Siyu's head was slowing down. Wu Siyu's smile was slowing down, and she saw a tear in a trance. It's slowing down itself, and only the thoughts are flying. At that moment, the creature fell uncontrollably to the side as something grabbed it. Time and thoughts returned to normal. People are like that when they are in extreme fear. Ma Tao violently hugged Wu Siyu and looked at the front of his eyes in horror. A few people just appeared out of nowhere. They wore white raincoats, white rain boots, white duck hats and masks. The men were strangely dressed and powerful, grasping the monster and pressing and rubbing it. The monster knocked one away and the rest all pounced. Within minutes, the creature's head was snapped off by the white man's neck. They skillfully cleaned up the monster's corpse. Ma Tao was horrified to find that one of the white-clothed men had been stabbed through the stomach, but continued to work as if nothing had happened. Cleaners are painless and can use the power of death to repair their bodies when injured. Thanks. You guys are. After this change Ma Tao can't even speak well. The cleaners don't speak. They just pack up the monster's body and evacuate in an orderly fashion. One of the cleaners walking at the end of the line turned around and gave a special gesture to Mateo. "Bishop Ma, my Lord Death watches over you and blesses you, and the Great Spirit is walking with us." End of chapter 73. Chapter 73, Below Hell or Above Earth. Chapter 73, Below Hell or Above Earth. After the cleaners left, only the house was left a mess. Mateo froze, slow to return to his senses. He didn't know that as the patriarch of the 7 commandments, the most important talent of the 7 commandments, the cleaner would secretly keep him safe. Wu Siyu was stunned, and it was a long time before she looked at Ma Tao. Those white-clad men called him bishop? What the hell is he? Ma Tao, who spends a lot of time together, becomes mysterious to Wu Siyu. Mysterious and high-status people tend to capture the hearts of girls more easily. In particular, Wu Siyu was already in love with Ma Tao. A conscious hero turned into a material powerhouse. Wu Siyu looked at Ma Tao. What are they? The tone was horrified, but there was more adoration in his eyes. Ma Tao didn't slow down for a long time and froze. Yes, it's the cleaner. Turns out cleaners really do exist. The doctrinal stories are all true. In the 7 Commandments Society, which worships the god of death, there is a book of deadly doctrines, which records the story of the god of death since his birth. Of course, most of them were false mythological stories fabricated by Qing Yushi, and half-truths with a bit of truth. For example, legend has it that the Grim Reaper has 12 divine apostles. For example, legend has it that the Grim Reaper established the Devil's Club, which suppresses the evils of hell and the sins of the earth. at the point where hell and earth meet. For example, legend has it that the Grim Reaper has a special unit of non-human, non-demonic people who specialize in cleaning up the demons that plague the earth. Ma Tao's eyes shifted from dullness to shock and ecstasy. Cleaners, those must be the cleaners. A demon escaped from hell appears to cause havoc, and the hidden cleaners of the earth strike. Ma Tao's heart was beating so hard that his entire face was congested with blood from excitement. He gulped hard and stared at his hands dead in the face. That's the truth of the world. That's the secret of the world. I knew that I shouldn't be ordinary, that I was born different from others, so that's what I was meant to do. He knew that he was just a puppet of the 7 commandments, and the upper echelon had never met anyone. There are only 2 of Chen Yushi and Zhang Shurai, but it also filled him with a sense of fatalism. He was supposed to be a geek. Ma Tao took a deep breath and looked at Wu Siyu. Today's events must be kept quiet. Ma Tao was not willing to say more. Wu Siyu naturally would not ask more questions, nodded her head obediently, and looked at Ma Tao with increasingly adoring eyes. Nighttime. Serenity Villa. Du Yangming brought the corpse of the monster that attacked Ma Tao to the courtyard. He brought the body from the south suburban estate. Death wanted to see this thing, but Death was not to walk around freely, and he, the apostle, was to assume the role of errand boy. Li Yang observed the monster corpse, eyes burning with dark soul fire. Du Yangming became even more respectful at the sight. After a long time, Li Yang's face showed a look of admiration. Good tactics. The creature is human, only fused with the genes of a dog and a bat, and has the same strength and speed as those ninjas beyond mortal. Thoroughly technological and ruthless, he was becoming more and more interested in the monster's creator. That Dr. Leon King of the God-making organization, creating the transcendent with mortal strength is indeed a genius. Even if he and the God creation organization were already on opposite sides, it didn't stop him from praising his opponents. Getting up and respecting your opponent is in itself respecting yourself. Li Yang stretched out his hand and the power of death erupted, forming several channels of pitch-black colored energy surrounding the monster. The monster's silent body unexpectedly twitched. The power of death poured into the monster's body, and the monster was transforming into a more powerful undead. After a few moments, the monster's body changed. The slim body became huge, with bony horns sprouting from its head, a bit of an alien flavor. After the monster turned into an undead, it respectfully knelt down in front of Li Yang. Du Yangming looked at the undead in horror. That undead battle strength was almost equal to his. God knows how many of these undead there are under death. Li Yang snapped his fingers and a black magic formation appeared underneath the monster undead, and the monster's body gradually disappeared into the magic formation. Li Yang looked at Du Yangming and opened his mouth. You've been doing a great job lately. Du Yangming hurriedly fell to his knees, willing to go through fire and water for my master. Li Yang waved his hand, signaling that Du Yangming could leave. Du Yangming stood still, his eyes shifting as if he had something to say. Li Yang glanced at him. Anything else? Du Yangming gritted his teeth. One thing please, requesting the master's divine grace. Li Yang gave Du Yangming a surprised look. You've lost your eye? Du Yangming, an honest man, wants to make demands too? It's okay. Li Yang was in a good mood lately as he opened his mouth. Say, Du Yangming swallowed the saliva stuck in his throat and said nervously, Master, there are a pair of sisters among the cleaners. They were devout in their faith in their masters and worked hard. They're still at school age. Can they go to school? If anything goes wrong, Du Yangming is willing to die for his sins. The sisters he was talking about were Lu Yuan and Lu Mengmeng. The sisters have been frail since childhood. Sister Lu Yuan sells her body in Willow Lane in the old city center so that her sister can study. The sisters deeply shocked Du Yangming, who was a teacher. Although the sisters were no longer sick and did not have to live in humility, Du Yangming could see the sisters' desire to read. Li Yang was silent for a while. Du Yangming reminded Li Yang, the cleaners have a near infinite lifespan, and it would be a shame to be just a bunch of special humans empty of brute strength and speed. Having an unlimited lifespan is the same as having an unlimited number of hours of learning. They can study computers, medicine, forensics, detection and counter-detection and combat arts. Sooner or later they will become all-powerful masters. Is it better to have a group of masters in charge of cleaning demon trails, or a group of manginas in charge of cleaning demon trails? Li Yang asked. What were the sisters' names? Du Yangming hurriedly said, Lu Yuan, Lu Mengmeng. Li Yang had a smile on his lips. Hope, Mo, come full circle. Looks like their parents have good expectations of them. Then go read a book. It's important to remember what you should and shouldn't do. Du Yangming's face revealed surprise as he said repeatedly, I understand, master. I thank God for his grace in their place. After Du Yangming left, a young girl's voice resounded from the eaves of the house. Why did you let those 2 girls go to school? It's not going to cause you any trouble, but it's a shame that these 2 cleaners are basically unusable for the past 2 years. Li Yang didn't need to see it to know it was a ringing bell. Rattle has a point. If you simply wanted the cleaners to learn some skills, you could have gotten some famous artists to tune them up. No need to waste time by going to school. Li Yang looked at the bright moon in the sky and slowly stretched out his hand as if he wanted to grab that moon in the palm of his hand. Do you think that moon is above Earth or below hell? Rattle froze. What do you mean? End of chapter. 74. Chapter 74 Background of Nanhai Green Nursing Home. Chapter 74 Background of the South China Sea Green Nursing Home. Li Yang had a mocking, derisive, and disdainful look on his face. After all this time, haven't you noticed a pattern? Shaker frowned, trying to think. Li Yang didn't give her a chance to think deeply and said to himself, the sinful and powerful seek my favor. The lowly who have done no wrong ask my forgiveness. Don't you find that ironic? In other words, the wicked seek God's grace and the good seek God's forgiveness. Shu Dajuan and the other streams they hope to gain power from Li Yang. Only Lu Yuan they just hope to live well. Shaker's frown deepened. Isn't this God? Aren't gods supposed to be high and mighty, and then casually bully mortals and collect offerings? Is that why you went soft? Li Yang shook his head and snorted. I am but a mortal who bears the name of God. Are you soft? Sort of. Those rare and valuable things I think are more appreciated than gold and silver. It was really just 2 cleaners, no more than 2 more of them, no less than 2 less of them. If it was 2 demons, Li Yang had to drain them of their value whatever he said. Of course, if it was multiple cleaners, Li Yang would never allow it. He wasn't in the business of charity. With just 2 words, he allowed himself the occasional mercy. He also wanted to see what it looked like when poor people got what they wanted. Rattle shook his head. You don't look like a god at all compared to those gods in the books who send down natural disasters at the drop of a hat. Li Yang snorted. I can control their life and death. I have the power of their fear. I also have the reward that they would fight to the death to get, and that's enough. God's vanity? I don't need that useless stuff. Rattlesnake was baffled. Could it be that this is what God is supposed to be like? Want to be a god without deluding yourself about it first? Rattleshake shook his head. What business was it of kittens what God was like? A week later, the South Sea Sheriff's Department. Chowie looked at the recent case information in the director's office with a frown on his face. Why hasn't that mysterious organization struck again? Chow E muttered. Why? Logically, they should have struck again after I quelled the internet rumors. Yeah, it's the only way they can give me a headache. But it seems like it's just over as far as this incident is concerned. The fact that nothing is happening is great news for some conservatives, but it will only be more stressful for Chowie. He wanted to capture that group. If those people didn't make a move, there was no way for him to find out what was broken. Chowie sighed. This city in the South Seas doesn't have an ally either. After saying this, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. The drugstore owner. That feng shui master who likely has real talent and kills in black and white. Chowie narrowed his eyes. He should always know something. Although the owner of that pharmacy is not very old, it always gives Chowie a feeling that he has been coiled in the South China Sea for many years, like a poisonous snake that knows the winds and grasses of the city where he is fighting to be. And something strange has been happening to him lately. He dreamt that his dead master always told him to go around that drugstore, where there was the key to solving the case. He wasn't a superstitious person, but his master was important to him and his faith. He stood up, changed into civilian clothes, and walked out of the South Sea Sheriff's Department. South China Sea Medicine Store. Li Yang sat at the bar reading a book. That book, Crime and Punishment, is almost finished. 2. Rattle, who was swiping his tablet beside him, said, Li Yang, the membership is expiring again. I did get you the man with the strongest desires today. You'll have to fill up my membership. Li Yang glanced at Rattle. Let's talk about it when the spiritual power reaches the second stage. The man with the strong desire was none other than Chowie. The first time I saw him, I sensed something unusual about him. Li Yang purposely let the ringing bell lead him to the medicine store. Since he's a high-ranking official in the sheriff's department, he has to maximize his benefits and can't treat ordinary people the same way. After 10 minutes or so, the wind chime at the door rang. Chowie walked in and smiled. Business is booming, boss. Li Yang glanced at him. Thanks. Chowie was holding a brocade banner in his hand. Chowie unfolded the banner and it read, Brave Citizen. Li Yang's cold attitude made Chowie a little embarrassed, and he shook the banner in his hand. Where to put it? Li Yang said. Ring the bell and hang on. Rattle put down the tablet, took the banner, and left with a bounce. Li Yang raised an eyebrow. You got something else? Chowie was also a familiar face, as he moved over a chair with a familiar smile on his face. That Chen Wei we arrested the other day said you're a feng shui master? Li Yang looked at Chowie in amusement. Sort of. Li Yang knew that Chowie was swindling himself. Chen Wei couldn't possibly have too many memories of himself. Chowie's claim that he is a feng shui master comes mostly from the confessions of people close to Chen Wei. Li Yang's smile caused an undetectable flash of surprise to flash through Chowie's eyes. Chowie also did not feel embarrassed that his mind was seen through, and said with a smile, Could you please read my fortune? Sir? Li Yang put down the book and said rather directly, you want to know where the person behind the recent weirdo attack on the sheriff in the South China Sea that's been making a lot of noise is hiding, right? Chow Yi was no longer calm, and he shrunk his pupils in horror. Don't you want to hide it at all? He asked in a hushed voice. What do you know? Li Yang looked straight into Chow Yi's eyes. I'll tell you the clues. Don't you dare check them out? Chow Yi snorted. Is there anything in the South Seas that I wouldn't dare investigate? I'm afraid the gentleman doesn't know who I am. Li Yang took out a card that acted as a bookmark from the book and handed it to Chow Yi, then continued reading. Not caring about Chow Yi's reaction, Chow Yi looked at the card and frowned deeply. Nanhai Green Nursing Home? He had heard of this sanatorium, one of the top healing shrines in Xia, and was inextricably linked to various circles in Xia. Could it be that the person behind the scenes is in the sanitarium? Or was the sanatorium originally the territory of the man behind the curtain? Chow Yi nodded and solemnly said, thanks for the clue. He didn't think that someone of Li Yang's stature would trick himself with something like this. Likewise, he felt that Li Yang's identity was becoming more and more mysterious. Is there really nothing that can be hidden from him in the South China Sea? In fact, the South China Sea Green Sanatorium is a speculation of Li Yang, but it is not far from it, because Li Yang searched all over the South China Sea in order to find the experimental base left behind by Kuroki Misawa. The Devil's Club is currently strong enough to turn the South China Sea upside down. There are only 3 places in the entire South China Sea that have not been searched so far: South Sea Magistrates Bureau, the South Sea City Authority Office Building, and the South Sea Green Sanatorium. The only one of them that is suspect is the South China Sea Green Sanatorium. Before Chow Yi left, Li Yang reopened the book and spoke. If there's a problem, you can still come to me. Chow Yi looked deeply at Li Yang and turned to leave. He doesn't believe there's a problem he can't solve as head of the Sheriff's Department. Night, South Sea Sheriff's Department. Chow Yi has sent special agents to live in the South China Sea Green Sanatorium to collect evidence. He sat alone in his office, looking at his computer desktop, thinking about something. That's when the phone rang. Chow Yi glanced at the phone and picked it up. Which one? It was an old man's voice on the other end. Isn't Director Chow's control a bit wide? The South Sea Green Sanatorium is a place for people to recuperate. What are you sending people to find out? Chow Yi had a small smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. As surprising as it was that he had just sent someone there and was found out, the phone call had in the end indicated that there was something wrong with that nursing home, hadn't it? Without a word, Chow Yi hung up the phone. That's when the phone rang again. Chow Yi frowned at the caller ID. Director of the South China Sea Disciplinary Bureau? Chow Yi picked up the phone and smiled. Old Wu, why are you free to call? I haven't had a chance to visit you yet since I first arrived. There was silence there for a moment, and a middle-aged man's voice came out. Commissioner Chow, is it out of order for you to deploy magistrates to visit the South China Sea Green Sanatorium without authorization? Chow Yi narrowed his eyes. Director Wu, I approve the note myself. I'll take the blame for any problems. If the South China Sea Green Sanatorium is really the home base of the man behind the curtain, then Chow Yi rises to the top. If not, then Chow Yi is afraid to be taken as a typical example by the disciplinary board. And the fact that Director Wu even came to the phone shows that the South China Sea Green Sanatorium really can't help but be investigated. Director Wu was silent for a moment. I hope you have the commitment to take the blame for your mistakes. Chow Yi didn't say anything and hung up. That's his personality. He won't give face to anyone. That's when the phone rang again. Chow Yi sneered. The owner of the South China Sea Green Sanatorium is very powerful. Let me see who this is again. The moment Chow Yi picked up the cell phone, his smile froze as he stood up and picked up the phone. Comrade Mayor, what are the instructions? End of chapter 75. Chapter 75, Terrifying White-Headed Eagle. Chapter 75, Terrorizing the White-Headed Eagle. The mayor's tone is calm and approachable, but the strong threatening tone makes Chow Yi's face more and more ugly. After hanging up, his mind buzzed. Chow Yi thought of the South China Sea Green Sanatorium deep roots, but I did not expect in the South China Sea upper leadership have skimpy relations. There was disgust in his eyes. What the hell is the South Sea Green Sanatorium? What exactly is the dirt on the upper leadership of the South China Sea again? The more this happens, the more I want to see what secrets the South China Sea has. It looked like a righteous magistrate who had been humiliated, but it wasn't. There's a saying in the sheriff's system. In the security system, a living Buddha is common, but Chow Yi is the only one who's a living hell. When he was a small-time sheriff, he liked to use kidnapping, intimidation, and even more despicable and villainous means to achieve his goals and accomplish solving crimes. The word justice monger will never be relevant to him. The reason why I am so angry is because there are 2 types of people I hate the most in my life. One kind of evil person is Chen Wei, a kind of fat pig that shelters the wicked. Those assholes bully the bottom feeders like their ants. Chow Yi is the child of a mole. He took advantage of wine and sex, but not the word greed, so he was the poorest director of the Security Bureau. At that moment, the phone rang again. Chowie glanced at the caller ID and picked up the phone. Hello? The young man's voice came from the other end. Bureau Chow. I think there's definitely something wrong with the Nanhai Green nursing home. I've just lived here for a day and I feel like I have a lot of eyes on me. But don't worry, I definitely avoided all surveillance. You know, I'm in school, I'm pretty good at my major. The magistrate was a special agent sent by Chowie into the South China Sea Green Sanatorium. Chowie frowned. South Sea Green nursing home has a deep background and this magistrate could be in danger if he continues his investigation. He wanted to tell the sheriff to come back, but the words escaped his lips. A new plan was forming in his mind. Chowie asked solemnly. The leaders gave orders not to allow us to check the Green nursing home. Continuing to investigate could affect your career. Lu, are you afraid? The sheriff's voice tensed. I'm not afraid. I just find it a little exciting. Chowie, I'm looking out for you, Lu. You haven't let me down. Then check boldly. Don't be so formal in your movements. I'll take the pressure from above. I'll count you in when the green retreat thing is over. We're going to make those guys who don't respect order pay. The sheriff agitated. Yes, Nanhai Green Sanatorium, director's office. Lilith crossed her legs and fiddled with the guitar resting on her thigh. Is that sheriff crazy? Knowing we're on to him, and still being so reckless? Sheriff Luck has already gone to the wrong floor 3 times and into the wrong office 5 times by using the restroom. Lilith tried to calm him down, almost explicitly telling him to stop looking around. We're watching you. Lilith continued, pointing to a sneaky figure on the monitor. Is he a graduate of the police academy this year? That's what Chowie sent to check us out? The nursing home director said. His identity has been found out, and he is indeed a recent graduate of the East China Sea School of Law and Order. His surname is Lu, and he is the youngest master of the Lu family in the imperial capital. Lilith froze. The Lu family in the imperial capital? Rich second generation? The nursing home director said. Well, the money to come to the sanitarium for recuperation is self-funded. I guess he became a sheriff to experience life. A stay of so many days at the South China Sea Green Sanatorium could be half a year's salary for an ordinary person. Lilith seemed to understand. Chowie sent such a rookie to investigate the sanatorium because he's sure we don't dare to touch him. The nursing home director let out a laugh. Actually, it's okay to kill. When the organization finishes all the experiments. What is the district Lu family? Lilith shook her head and propped her right hand on her cheek, her long hair falling softly to the side. If we don't kill him, he might actually crash if he's so cross. But if you kill him, you'll fall into Chowie's trap. We'll be retaliated against by the Security Bureau and the Lukes, giving Chowie a reason to investigate the sanatorium thoroughly. Chowie, this is a young plot. That would be better. Lilith's eyes shot out a cold light. Why don't we start at the source and assassinate Chowie? With him dead, naturally no one will continue to investigate the South Seas Green Sanatorium. That's how the last sheriff's chief died. The ninja who killed the old chief at the time is now the undead spirit that guards the earthly honk tree. The nursing home director nodded. Okay, I'm on it. The subject ends immediately. When it was over he left the South Seas to follow Lilith to the god-making organization. The South China Sea, even if one more director died, is the imperial capital more shocked? But also has nothing to do with him. South China Sea, Western District, a small detached house. Chowie was lying naked on the bed with a sleeping woman in his arms. The woman had minor whip wounds and candle burns, the signs of a recent battle evident. His last name was Chow, and coincidentally he also had chancellor aspirations and was quite fond of women. Fresh. Suddenly, an eagle's whine rang through the night. Chow Yi's eyes snapped open and his eyes quickly looked out the window. Outside the window, a ridiculously large bald eagle hovered over the front of the villa. Chow Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Are you kidding? There was actually a man lying behind that bald eagle. The bald eagle locked onto the villa and swooped down, opening a pair of giant talons to crash towards the villa's large floor-to-ceiling windows. Chow Yi could see that the man behind the white-headed eagle was short, a foreign dwarf. The bald eagle was too fast to react. Chow Yi hurriedly grabbed the quilt and covered himself and the woman to prevent the glass ballast from scratching his body. Boo! Glass shattered all over the floor and the loud noise woke up the woman. The woman screamed and fainted when she saw a huge white-headed eagle just catatonic, staring intently at her. The foreign midget jumped down from the white-headed eagle, clasping his arms and glancing at the woman before looking at Chow Yi with a sardonic smile. Does Director Chow like this kind of tone too? Looks like we're in the same boat. It's a pity that you're going to die today, otherwise you could talk to each other. Chow Yi slowly put on his pants and said without hesitation, it's okay, we'll talk back at the station. The foreign gnome froze and snorted. Director Chow isn't getting it right, is he? Chow Yi put on his pants and looked at the foreign midget with an afterthought on his face and a smile on his face. If you'd killed me as soon as you came in, I'd be dead through and through, but you're full of crap. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the bedrooms were roughly pushed open. A team of loaded military officials aimed their blackened guns at the foreign midgets. Dozens of sniper rifles collimated red lines settled on the foreign gnome's head and heart. The foreign midget looked at Chow Yi incredulously. "You ambushed me?" A smirk crossed the corner of Chow Yi's mouth. "The best thing about me is that I never underestimate my opponents. I believe you are capable of killing a sheriff's deputy. I also believe in your ability to find me. But you guys obviously underestimated me." The foreign midget stared dead at the woman on the bed. "Your subordinates are downstairs, and you're doing your business upstairs?" There wasn't a trace of embarrassment on Chow Yi's face. "If you don't, how will you get the other side to let their guard down?" And, of course, the woman found this exciting. Chow Yi's face gradually turned cold. "I advise you not to move. If you move even a little bit, or let that thing next to you move a single feather, you'll be shot to pieces in no time." End of chapter 76. Chapter 76, Crow vs. Bald Eagle. Chapter 76, Crow vs. Bald Eagle. The foreign gnome cried out that he had been careless. "Originally, I thought I was winning, so I had no defense at all." He enjoys the feeling of being above ordinary people. The horror, fear and pleading of his victims before they die. "Shouldn't have pretended." Flipped the car. The foreign gnome's brain raced. Currently, his advantage was that the other party did not know what he was capable of. Did not know what he and this mutant white-headed eagle were capable of, and there was a blind spot of information. As long as they stabilize the opposite side and let their guard down, they have the ability to flip the game. The foreign midget smiled sarcastically and raised his hand. "Take it easy." Guns of all types spewed fire at the same time. It was deafening, as if countless thunderbolts had exploded in the large bedroom of the small villa. The foreign midget was so confused that his only thought before he died was, "Is it so decisive to shoot?" Chow Yi said that if he dared to make a move, he would beat the foreign midgets into a sieve. "It's not a threat, it's an order. Raise your hand and sort of move it." The foreign dwarf's head exploded and his body had even more numerous holes. With its master dead, the uncontrolled bald eagle is frightened and flies towards the outside of the villa with a cry. "After them." The military brigadier pointed at the white-headed eagle and roared. Chow Yi said angrily, "Chase what? Get me the surveillance around the Greenwood nursing home. Check all the surveillance in that area. I just don't believe such a big guy could appear out of nowhere downtown. Don't let any traces slip through." He was using his body as bait, just waiting for the South Sea Green retreat to strike, just looking for a momentary break in his enemy. "Yes." The military brigadier stood at attention and saluted with a solemn look. "Director Chow has sacrificed too much today, and Director Chow's girlfriend has also sacrificed a lot, but they know enough not to eavesdrop and peek a little that they shouldn't. That monster broke into the villa's surveillance range before they dared to act." South China Sea, North District. In a mountain forest, countless birds stood motionless on the branches. It's hard to imagine so many different kinds of birds being so quiet without a sound. Their eyes glowed in eerie green. If someone mistakenly enters this place, they are afraid that they will be left with no small shadow in their heart. This scene is so weird. The birds tilted their heads and stared straight at the tallest tree. There are large nests in large trees that are quite luxurious, and the crows scrutinized the birds as well as the mountains like an emperor. It was as if he was looking at his own people and admiring his own kingdom. Suddenly, Raven's heart felt something and snapped to look at the South Sea West. It let out a long whistle and flew towards the Western District. South China Sea, Western District. Starfish Plaza. Even if it's midnight, the place is packed. Vendors with stalls selling crafts and pushing food carts selling fried skewers surround the periphery of the square, making it a snack street. A new property has been developed in this neighborhood and the developer has opened a commercial show at Starfish Plaza to promote it. The stage debuted a number of young singers. Netflix. The purpose that made the crowd stay even if they endured sleepiness was the finale of the commercial show. The newcomer of the live broadcasting room. The big netizen with millions of fans. The goddess of geeks and women. Nanhai Jean Mei Ting is going to attend this commercial show. The color batches don't mind staying up through the night in order to watch a song of glass wiping by Nanhai Jinmiting. The crowd cheered as the familiar glass wiping music played and the night finally came to a climax. Zhang Sai dressed up as a seductress and showed off her body on stage. The atmosphere of the scene was ambiguous, as if the whole world had turned pink. They turned on their cell phone cameras and excitedly filmed Zhang Shirai's dance. That's when one of the fat geeks noticed something odd had been misplaced in the camera. He frowned as the shot of the sky partially zoomed in. Fatty blinked. What is this? An eagle in the South China Sea? On the cell phone screen, the dot in the sky zoomed out to a white-headed eagle swooping down towards here. Fresh. A horrible cry of panic overpowered the glass wiping music. The audience looked to the sky in unison. Is it an eagle? The audience held interest in photographing that bald eagle. Soon they couldn't laugh anymore and looked horrified. That bald eagle. A little too big for its own good. Monster. Dumbfounded. A member of the audience let out a piercing scream as he watched the behemoth. Spreading his wings there was a stage-sized white-headed eagle deep in its sharp talons. grasping towards the large rabbit-shaped balloon in the square. It thought it was prey. Boo! The balloon exploded and the bald eagle looked at the audience in annoyance, as if it had been deceived by these tiny humans. Wow! The scene panicked. Demon! What the hell? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it true what the internet says about aura recovery? The audience ran in all directions and there was even a stampede. The security guards who maintain order are the first to run. The sheriff's officer in the sheriff's patrol car was named Wei Ming, and he was calling for backup in fear. Wei Ming had wanted to stay in the car honestly and wait for support from headquarters, but he saw something he couldn't do nothing about. A little girl was separated from her family and stood crying at a loss for words. The white-headed eagle seemed to have locked onto the little girl, its eyes revealing thick greed. Grass! Wei Ming's eyes glowed fiercely as he dropped the security car and rushed towards the little girl. The white-headed eagle had already arrived over the little girl, and Wei Ming was dead set on protecting the little girl under his body. The terrifying airflow pressed on Wei Ming's head, and he felt that the white-headed eagle's claws were already at the back of his head. Wei Ming closed his eyes tightly and waited for the pain to come. Fresh! Just then, a louder and more terrifying cry came from not far away. Fresh! After the white-headed eagle's thunder-like roar came from Wei Ming's ears, a bigger air current nearly blew him over. The bald eagle took to the sky. Wei Ming raised his head in confusion. Were there still monsters? The scary bald eagle went to fight with that monster, only to see that the white-headed eagle was tangling with something that was too small for Wei Ming to see. Wei Ming took out his night vision goggles and immediately saw something that shook him for 10,000 years. The one that tangled with the terrifying bald eagle and saved his life was actually a raven. The tiny raven looks like it's fighting the bald eagle, chasing after it. On closer inspection, the raven was actually pressing the bald eagle for a fight. This demon? A real demon has revived. Wei Ming swallowed the saliva stuck in his throat with difficulty, his eyes full of unbelief. A perfect replica of the novel's urban high martial arts plot in reality? That crow was scratched off a feather by the white-headed eagle, and the crow was moved to real fire, its eyes full of endless anger. If it's a bird, it belongs to the Black Dragon Emperor of the Great Black Empire. How dare a mere white-necked bird tear my dragon robe? Black demonic snakes slowly emerged from the raven's body. Fresh! Hiss! Birds chirping horribly, devil snakes whistling wildly. The bald eagle's eyes showed humanized awe and fled in the opposite direction in terror. The raven turned into a black mist and chased the bald eagle like mad, disappearing from public view. A farce is over. One more chapter to go. Counting the 4th of July edition, ha guys. End of chapter 77. Chapter 77, Taoism Exchange Conference. Chapter 77, Taoist Exchange Conference. Zhang Shirai looked at the crows and white-headed eagles that disappeared in the sky with a grave expression. She mumbled, "The one who's tangling with that monster is the Black Dragon Emperor?" Zhang Shirai has seen the crows. Although they were both apostles, Zhang Shirai knew that he was no match for the crows. Raven has been an apostle for who knows how many years. In her eyes, the white-headed eagle monster plagues the earth tonight, and the apostle Black Dragon Emperor steps in to save the mortals. There's been a lot of demonic activity lately, and all those weird and wonderful things have become more frequent. Could it be that the gates of hell open, so those messes ran out? The Devil's Club is suppressing the evil demons that plague the earth? Is something really about to go terribly wrong in this world? Zhang Shirai pondered, a sense of crisis and celebration in his heart. She was glad that she met death before the earthly change and became death's apostle with a promising future. Suddenly, she felt a gaze. Following his gaze, it was Wei Ming's furrowed brow. The little magistrate was looking at her thoughtfully, with scrutinizing intent. Zhang Shirai's calmness was a stark contrast to the messy crowd around him. She threw a provocative wink at Wei Ming and turned to leave the stage. The next day, early morning, office building of the South China Sea Authorities. Chao Yi, in his security uniform, stood in the mayor's office like a grandson with his head down in punishment. The mayor paced irritably in his office, pointing to his cell phone and yelling at Chao Yi. "Look at that! Look at that! This is the city of South Sea under your jurisdiction? Is that how you became the head of the South China Sea Security Bureau?" The cell phone video shows scenes of giant bald eagles making a mess and tangling with crows. It would have been impossible to photograph the raven, but the magic snake on the raven was too obvious in the night sky. The comments section is quite lively. "I told you the aura was revived. Demons and monsters are coming out, and the world is becoming unrecognizable to me. Don't a few rumors, it's official, it's a game effect. It's just developer hype. Just look at it. It's not a gameplay video. I was there yesterday. It's so scary. Oh, I was there, and I got eaten by a bald eagle. CS. Chao Yi smiled sarcastically. Mr. Mayor, isn't public opinion controlled quite well? Most of the public now thinks it's a promotional video for the game. The mayor sat back in his office chair and rubbed his head. If the imperial capital is alerted and pickets come down, I'm afraid all that over here is going to blow up. The mayor sighed. Tell me what you think. If we don't put public opinion to rest once and for all, it's time for the imperial capital to be held accountable. Doubt flickered across Chao Yi's face. Is it just to calm public opinion? Doesn't the mayor want to solve the case? The mayor seems to have some involvement with those monsters. A small smile lifted the corners of his mouth. I think it's a high-tech genetic experimentation campaign. And I suspect that the originator of the incident is at the South China Sea Green Sanatorium. Just let me search the South China Sea Green Sanatorium and I'll solve the case quickly. When the case is solved, naturally there will be an explanation to the imperial capital. As if the South Sea Green Sanatorium were somehow taboo, the mayor's face went off when he heard the word. He said as his eyes dodged to hide his unnaturalness. The South Sea Green Sanatorium is not as simple as you think. Never mind, just get out. Chao Yi salutes and leaves. The mayor took a cell phone out of a drawer and loaded it with a calling card from a book. The mayor dialed the only number on the calling card. What are you guys up to? I can't help you guys if this keeps up. Don't you turn me into your enemy. Over there came the aged voice of the nursing home director. Leader, last night was an accident. I promise there won't be a next time. The mayor grunted. First you kill someone downtown with a wild animal, then you have that freak attack the sheriff. And last night he got two freaky birds fighting in a place with that much of a crowd. You guys are giving me eye candy one after another. Aren't you really afraid that the imperial capital will make a trip to the South China Sea? There was a moment of silence there before he said, there's another genetic evolution organization in the South China Sea, and there are some things we don't do, the mayor said in annoyance. I don't listen to explanations, and I don't need to tell such lies to deceive me. I'm warning you, this is the last time. With that, the mayor hung up, pulled the cell phone card off and snapped it off, wrapped it in paper and walked to the bathroom inside the office and flushed it down the toilet. He thought for a moment, picked up his office landline and dialed a number. Come to my office. A few moments later, a middle-aged man in a suit knocked on the door and walked into the office. He is the director of publicity, the mayor said seriously. The aura recovery has been making a lot of noise lately, and it's had a nasty impact, so you guys will have to take a lot of trouble. The director of publicity pushed up his glasses and said, don't worry leader, the aura recovery is simply ridiculous. Last night was nothing more than a rather large bald eagle breaking into the downtown area. That strange crow is also a phenomenon that I think science can explain. A lot of animal experts are interested in that crow and bald eagle. Now I've got multiple experts on air to popularize animal-related knowledge. The mayor nodded, satisfied that the publicity department was doing its job. The director of the advocacy section continued. There's one more thing I'd like to get leadership approval on. The mayor softened his tone. Director Zhang, please go ahead. The director of the publicity section said. The ridiculous aura revival has been making too much noise lately, so I contacted several well-known Taoist temples in the country. I'd like to invite some masters to the South China Sea and organize a Taoist exchange conference. The mayor frowned. The Taoist exchange conference? The head of the publicity section smiled. In the hearts of the common people, Taoism is the most mysterious, the closest to the immortals. I would like to ask the Taoist masters to popularize the history of Taoism, as well as the Taoist philosophy. Tell the people not to be superstitious and to believe in science. This will go a long way toward quelling the aura recovery fallacy. Having the most senior and profound Taoist priests in the country telling the common people to revere science does help in the fight against feudal superstition. The mayor nodded. Then let's do as you say. Where is the location intended? The director of the publicity section said. Pacific Hill. There's a Taoist temple on Taiping Mountain that was built by an old man with late-stage middle II disease who spent his whole life building it. The old man also gave that Taoist temple a name called Shushan and called himself the head of Shushan. However, the Shushan Taoist temple does not have the relevant qualifications and the Taoist temple is an unauthorized structure. After the old man's death, his only disciple went off to travel in the clouds, and the city took the Taoist temple back. Collect Taoist temple this matter. It is the propaganda section director Zhang secretly lead the head, and in the form of a lease contracted to a rich businessman. He took a lot of favors in it. In the past few days the old man's disciple came to the bureau every day to make trouble, cursing this and that, disguised as the director Zhang ancestor greetings all over the place. Director Zhang's choice of Taiping Mountain to organize the Taoist exchange conference was also considered to be his careful eye. Shushan is not orthodox, and is at best unauthorized. Secondly, the fact that the Taoist conference is placed in Taiping Mountain is the best publicity for Taiping Mountain. In the future, Taiping Mountain can be a place of attraction. Not only the Ministry of Publicity has a political achievement, the contracted Taiping Mountain of the rich businessman will also give himself a lot of benefits. End of chapter 78. Chapter 78, the Taoist priest who was stolen from his home. Chapter 78, the Taoist priest whose home was stolen. South China Sea, Taiping Shan. The little Taoist appeared at the entrance to the toll booth. He wore a green doily, stepped on cloth shoes, and showed his ankles. Her long hair was tied casually behind her head, and a few stray strands fell casually on either side of her cheeks. The face was sleepy and languid, and the whole thing had the feeling of dissipation. His name was Zhang Xiaoyi, the only disciple of the Shushan Taoist temple. Zhang Xiaoyi looked at the plaque on the tall stone door, which read, Qingfeng Guan. As for the famous stone engraved with Shushan Taoist temple, it was actually thrown in the corner like trash. Zhang Xiaoyi's face was ugly as he walked towards the Taoist temple. Hey, stop, that Taoist priest is talking about you. The doorman stopped him, looking up and down at Zhang Xiaoyi suspiciously. Don't think that just because you're a Taoist priest you can get into the Taoist temple. You have to buy a ticket. Zhang Xiaoyi held back his anger. I am the second generation head of Mount Shu. I grew up here. This is my home. The doorman remembered who it was. The boss mentioned that when he meets this little Taoist, he can just drive him away. He can't be allowed to make a mess. There's going to be a Taoist exchange conference in Qingfengguan in the next few days. It was a grand doxology, and the authorities took it seriously. The boss has been putting his heart and soul into the Taoist convention lately, and he hardly sleeps. In order for the Taoism conference to be held at Qingfengguan in Taiping Mountain, the boss did not know how many red packets he had slipped to Director Zhang of the authorities' propaganda department, because this Taoist convention would be the best publicity for Qingfengguan. After the Taoist Congress, Qingfengguan will become a famous guan in the world. Therefore, an unexpected situation like Zhang Xiaoyi's could not be allowed to occur. Outside the door walked into the security booth and took out a plastic stick, pointing it at Zhang Xiaoyi angrily. I thought it was something. This is Qingfengguan, not some Mount Shu. That what Shushan is an unauthorized building. Hurry up! Zhang Xiaoyi laughed in exasperation, pointing at the plaque of Qingfengguan hanging high above. This was originally a barren hill. Why don't you guys call it unauthorized building works when my master worked his ass off to clear the land here? The old man spent his whole life building this place into a Taoist temple in Shushan. And you guys just say it's an unauthorized structure and take it back? Every blade of grass and every tree here is my master's heart and soul. Are you guys being reasonable? Unauthorized building? Great. Go ahead and tear down these unauthorized structures. What's the point of keeping it? What are you still doing here selling tickets? The doorman sneered. Why don't you call the police? There were more and more onlookers, pointing at Zhang Xiaoyi. Zhang Xiaoyi was so angry that his face turned into a pig liver color, pointing at the door plaque and cursing. The old man had to buy a ING ticket to go home. These ING dogs. Is razor in or out? Blow these assholes all nasty. You heirs are forcing monks to swear. Zhang Xiaoyi can't be blamed for all of this. He had been practicing here with his master since he was a child, and when he was 16 years old, his master fell ill and died. Zhang Xiaoyi traveled around the Xia kingdom with his master's last wish, visiting famous koans. Who knows? After 2 years of hard work to return to the Shushan Taoist temple, home let people steal. I don't know if there's a king's law, but he thinks there's no justice anyway. South Sea Green Nursing Home. Lord Lilith, the mayor isn't exactly willing to take our side at the moment either. I've called him several times now and he won't answer. Dean sat in his office chair, frowning. Lilith snickered as she lay back on the couch. Who the hell is he to turn the tables? Since it can't be used for us, we don't have to care about his death. Dean froze. What are your plans? Lilith sat up from the couch. Isn't the South Seas going to start a Taoist convention in a week's time? Use this Taoist convention to make a big deal out of it. Dean squared up. What do you mean? Lilith said. The sheriff's department has been watching us too closely lately, and it's interfering too much with the progress of the experiment. If the sheriff's department doesn't mess up, the experiment can be completed in 3 weeks at the most. I want to use this Taoist convention to lure the Imperial Investigation Team to the South China Sea. The investigation team came to the South China Sea, and the South China Sea can't hide its dirty deeds over the years. The whole system of authorities in the South China Sea will be affected and shaken. I think Mr. Mayor alone has enough cases to keep the whole South China Sea busy for a month. The sheriff's department doesn't have time to watch us either, and in 3 weeks the experiment will be complete and I'll be able to go back to my duties. The dean's face was a little unnatural, and he said reluctantly, if that happens, the dealings between the Green Sanatorium and the upper echelon will surely be unearthed. The Green Retreat is finished. Oddly enough, Lilith smiled. You'll have to go back with me sooner or later. There's no need to be heartbroken about this place. The American flag state is a lot more interesting than here. Dean's face looked better then, even with excitement. He will be a credit to the God-making organization and will stand at the tip of the world's pyramid. Lilith continued thoughtfully. Tell Tsuchimikado Shohaku to get ready and have a good time indulging at the Dojo Exchange Conference in a week's time. I think he'd be happy to stomp on those Natsukuni Taoists and promote the culture of the East Cherry Kingdom. Night, South China Sea, North District, Mid-Levels Villa. A 10-meter-tall strange tree appeared in the courtyard of the villa at some point. The odd tree is full of brightly colored and attractive peaches. There are hundreds of creepy human faces on the trees. Terrifying, bizarre, and evil. This is the seventh apostle. the tree of the earthly nature. Shaking Bell sat on the branch of the tree, looking at the peaches and drooling, and with her big eyes looking down now and then at the 100 human faces of the earthly benevolent tree, and said, "Of all the faces, which one is yours, anyway?" With that said, little hands sneaked up to pick a peach. Hundreds of mouths on the tree of human nature spoke at the same time. "Technically, none of these faces belong to me. I'm just a tree." As Rattle's little hand touched the peach, the earthly honky-tonk tree shook so violently that Rattle fell to the ground on an unsteady footing. Shaker rubbed his ass and glared at the earthly honky-tonk tree. The tree of human nature faintly said, "You were born before me, but we are both the Master's apostles, and you should respect me." Shaker frowned. "I'll take one. The human nature tree path, in exchange for secrets." Rattlesnake grunted angrily. "You're so petty." As he spoke, Li Yang walked out of the villa, ignoring the bell-ringing gluttony's behavior, and asked the earthly essence tree, "How many people ate your peaches?" The human being tree said in a respectful voice, "Back to my master. You asked me to be more restrained and not draw too much attention, so there are only 98 of them." Li Yang nodded. He had a concern. Li Yang wasn't sure what kind of attitude the authorities had towards transcendence, so his hands were slightly more tied. In fact, getting 98 transcendence in half a month could no longer be considered low profile. Li Yang asked, "How many of them have comprehended the use of spiritual power?" The human nature tree replied, 18. Those 18 people could stimulate their own organs with their mental powers to energize their physical potential. 6 of them have been able to influence the air with their mental powers. Li Yang was quite satisfied with the situation. It shows that they have been able to enhance their spiritual power through meditation while providing themselves with spiritual power. Those people's powers were weak. No comparison to demons. Demons don't need mental power to stimulate their organs, and their own human bodies are already beyond the limits of ordinary people. End of chapter 79. Chapter 79 Enlightenment under Bodhi. Chapter 79 Enlightenment under the Bodhi. The tree of human nature continues. There's one I'm more concerned about. His name is Mo Yulin, and according to the humans, he's not in the best of spirits. Li Yang was slightly surprised. After eating your fruit, he even has a mental illness? Mental power has many wonderful uses. For example, using spiritual power to heal oneself and stimulate one's potential. The most notable of these is the repair of the brain, which clears it. After all, the location of the sea of spirit is in the brain. The tree of human nature exclaimed. His obsession with immortal cultivation is too deep. It is also because of this obsession that is difficult for ordinary people to understand, coupled with the simplicity of the mind, that I have been able to achieve what I have now. Li Yang casually sat on the ground and lit a cigarette. Is he any different? The 100 human faces of the tree of human nature had appreciative looks. Not only did he pioneer a faster way to meditate, but he was also able to draw his spiritual energy out of his body and do things that normal people couldn't do. A smile appeared on Li Yang's face. Very nice indeed. The earthly benevolent tree was created by him, and those transcendentalists were created by the earthly benevolent tree. There's an emotion of pride that comes from seeing your grandchildren get ahead. The tree of human nature continues. The strongest thing about him is that he actually mimics the way my fruits share the path of spiritual power. He called this way of flushing open the sea of the spirit Daigo, and called the sea of the spirit the foundation building cyclone. Now, he has successfully helped a disciple build his foundation and helped open up his sea of spirit. Li Yang's fingers holding the cigarette froze. He created one of the essentials of the earthly benevolent tree, the sharing of spiritual power. Sharing mental energy is hard. Li Yang was able to simulate spiritual power sharing because he was receiving spiritual power shared from different demons every day, well versed in the ways of sharing the path of spiritual power. Moreover, his third talent Soul Upanishad had a deeper sense of the sea of spirit. That old lunatic had even comprehended the way to share spiritual power as well. Li Yang also had to give a word of praise. He really is a genius. The human nature tree path. When Mo Yulin's spiritual power keeps advancing, according to his character, he might start a sect. The authorities may be cracking down on him. Should I help him? The tree of human nature has acquired the secrets of many people, and it is even fused by the souls of 100 people. It's more of a human than a human, and knows the rules of the human world well. It knows that deviants are slammed in the human world. Li Yang mused. He wanted to know what kind of attitude the authorities really had towards the transcendence. Based on this attitude, he will make the next move. Li Yang's afterimage saw something, and he glanced at the tablet that was ringing the bell. Rattle was swiping through the video with gusto. In the video, it's a little Taoist priest busting out in front of a Taoist temple. Li Yang narrowed his eyes. There was a faint power of desire in that little Taoist priest. It was weak, but it was a proper force of desire. Li Yang picked up his tablet and glanced at the comment section. Good lord, the Taoist master is traveling out of the mountains and his home has been stolen. Ha ha ha, and asked the god of thunder to come out and split the developer to death. He's read too many novels, right? Where's the aura revival? Watch what you say. Goddamn aura revival. Upstairs ZZ. Liang probably knew the cause and effect, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Taoist conference. The little Taoist who stole his home. He's got pretty good ideas for determining the attitude of the authorities toward the transcendence. Liang got up, his figure blurred and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing on the lush canopy of the earthly benevolent tree. Take you somewhere. The god of death stood on the body, and the 100 human faces of the tree of the earth's true nature showed a look of sincere fear. Honor your master's command. South China Sea. At the foot of Taiping Mountain, Zhang Xiaoyi looked at the Taoist temple on top of the mountain, his face sad. It was his home, and the master's grave was on it. Now, even if he wanted to buy a ticket to see his master, those gatekeepers would not agree. He fell to his knees, tears slipping down his face. My disciple is unfilial. Master, I'm sorry, I can't keep your foundation. Zhang Xiaoyi kowtowed heavily, his nose running into his mouth. When he looked up again, a 10-meter-tall tree unexpectedly appeared in front of him. There are 100 faces on the tree, and the branches are as hideous as claws grasping at the sky. He was scared, sitting on the ground with his legs scrambling and his body moving backward as he snapped. What demons and devils! More than 100 human faces of the tree of human nature opened their mouths. Zhang Xiao B. After all, Zhang Xiaoyi was a Taoist priest, and under his master's inculcation, he was quite a bit stronger than ordinary people in terms of the psychological quality of demons. He calmed his mind. Who are you? The 100 faces of the human honor tree were expressionless, and when they opened their mouths again, they used their compulsion ability. My name is Bodhi, the tree of the true nature of the earth. Zhang Xiaoyi froze for a moment. Bodhi? It is rumored that Buddha attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, and thus Bodhi means great wisdom and epiphany. Could it be that this strange tree has something to do with the legendary Bodhi tree? Zhang Xiaoyi quirked his lips. Tree demon. No. Senior tree fairy. Do you have something for poverty? The human nature tree path. Ignorant mortals who disrespect the Tao and the dojo of the ascetic have provoked the wrath of this father. I happen to see that you have excellent spiritual roots, so I would like to come and enlighten you, hoping that you will promote the Tao. Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. He plopped down on his knees in front of the earthly benevolent tree. I beg Elder Tree Fairy to teach me to cultivate immortality. The human nature tree path. If you want to cultivate the truth, you must first break the demons of the heart. Tell this honorable man what is your deepest secret. The human essence tree said, and the power of compulsion surged into Zhang Xiaoyi's body. After mortals have trusted the earthly benevolent tree, it is time for the earthly benevolent tree to plunder the secrets of the human heart. Zhang Xiaoyi's face showed guilt. The poor Taoist has been a monk since childhood, and has lived an open and honest life. The only thing I can't apologize for is the poor Taoist's master and parents. The poor Taoist ran away from home when he was 7 years old and met his master. He lied to the master that he was an orphan, and that's how he was brought up the mountain by the master. Poor Tao traveled these 2 years back home. Parents are well, also have sister care. My sister didn't like me as a brother who hadn't shown up for a long time, so the poor Taoist once again returned to Shushan. How could I have imagined that master's foundation would be ruined? Strange power emerged from Zhang Xiaoyi and surged down the roots of the tree into the earthly essence tree. A contented smile appeared on the face of the human being's original tree. Momochi, the heart demon is broken a little. This father will help you build your foundation first. In Zhang Xiaoyi's horrified eyes, 2 horrifying undead crawled out from the ground and climbed up the earthly benevolent tree to pluck a peach and deliver it to Zhang Xiaoyi. Looking at the colorful peaches in his hands, Zhang Xiaoyi somehow associated them with the Queen Mother's peach tree. Zhang Xiaoyi ate the peach in 3 or 2 bites, and a large amount of spiritual energy that did not belong to him rushed through his spiritual sea. He felt at once relaxed and deaf. This is the legendary foundation building. He bowed in a hurry. Thank you, Elder. The tree of human nature continues. Your heart's demon has not yet been completely broken. Next, this father will help you break all your heart demons. Tell me, what is your desire? The voice of the tree of the human essence changed to that of another person. Raspy, low, magnetic, like a demonic whisper. Zhang Xiaoyi did not care about the change in the voice of the earthly essence tree. He said, poor Taoist wants to cultivate the Tao. End of chapter 80. Chapter 80. A Taoist priest with high magic power. Chapter 80. A Taoist priest with high magic power. On Zhang Xiaoyi's body, the thick power of desire drifted towards the earthly essence tree, converging in the desired demon jar at Liang, who was hidden in the crown of the tree. Liang poured the potion in the desired demon jar down the body of the earthly essence tree, leaving only a small portion behind. Arcane information poured into the earthly benevolent tree's mind. Hell Warlock. Gain a new talent, pyromancy spell. Fire spell. Consume mental energy to summon and manipulate transcendent flames. Gain a new talent, water spell. Water spell, consume mental energy to summon and manipulate transcendent water. Due to the fact that the earthly benevolent tree was second ranked, after devouring the Hell's Warlock Desire Potion, it immediately gained 2 talents. Devouring multiple copies of the Desire Potion is something that only the earthly benevolent tree can do in the world at the moment. Ordinary people can only swallow 1 full portion of the Desire Potion. A whole serving is a jar. This jar can be a variety of Desire Potions, but not in large quantities. An analogy. A person may devour 1/4 of a Chimera Desire Potion, 1/4 of a Shadow Demon Desire Potion, 1/4 of a Fallen Angel Desire Potion, and 1/4 of a Black Witch Desire Potion. This belongs to a whole portion. The strength of a person's soul is limited. If it exceeds this amount, the soul will burst, and those with strong souls will go off the deep end. The human nature tree is an anomaly. It possessed 100 souls, and its soul strength was frighteningly strong. Theoretically speaking, the earthly essence tree can devour 100 Desire Potions. After Li Yang realized that the Desire Potion in his hand was a Hell Warlock, he immediately decided to bestow this Desire Potion to the earthly benevolent tree. The fruit of the human benevolent tree could in the future create some transcendentals that possessed a smidgen of the Hell Warlock's power. Some people use weak water elemental power, or fire elemental power, wind elemental power, etc. After eating the fruit of the earthly benevolent tree, the tree of the earthly essence that is explicitly the tree that started the age of transcendence should have the ability to create colorful transcendentals, or a revival, a large number of human achievements transcendent, a steady stream of spiritual power for Li Yang. This ability of the earthly essence tree has an important role to play. The tree of the human nature solemnizes the path. With your heart's demon broken, this honored one will help you realize the Tao of heaven and earth. After the human being tree spoke, Li Yang turned a small portion of the Desire Potion in the jar into several raindrops, which fell on Zhang Xiui while the night was still young. Zhang Xiui bathed in the sweet rain as his body changed. The black pupils of the eyes disappeared, leaving only the whites of the eyes completely white. Tao arcs of electricity flashed in his eyes. In the center of his brow, a bright red scale emerged. This is part of the demonic body that belongs to Hell Warlock. An arcane message appeared in Zhang Xiui's mind. Awakening talent, Thunder Spell. Thunder Spell, consume mental energy to summon and manipulate transcendental thunder. Zhang Xiui stared at his hands in a daze. After eating the immortal peach earlier, his own brain had some strange extra energy in the underworld. He could feel the presence of that power, but didn't know how to use it. Zhang Xiui tried to mobilize the energy in his brain to use the thunder spell. The tangled arcs of electricity from his fingers stood out in the darkness. It crackled like a white snake twining. Zhang Xiui's eyes were filled with shock. This, legend has it that the spiritual power to condense the golden Dan is not in the dantian, but in the brain. It turns out that the legendary spiritual power, mana, is called spiritual power. I can use spells. I've become a real cultivator. His throat shrugged as he looked incredulously at the earthly benevolent tree and muttered, the poor man is having an epiphany. Buddha's epiphany under the Bodhi tree is not a legend. It's true. You are the legendary tree of enlightenment. The poor Taoist has had an epiphany. Zhang Xiui took the transcendent ability brought about by the Desire Potion as an epiphany, as the legendary enlightenment. He knocked his head violently to the ground and shouted, Disciple Zhang Xiui, thank you Ancestor Bodhi for enlightening me. From now on, I will promote the Tao, punish the evil and promote the good, and I will live up to Ancestor Bodhi's grace of granting creation. When Zhang Xiui raised his head again, the earthly essence tree had already disappeared. His eyes were filled with tears as he cried out in pain towards the location of the Shushan Taoist temple. Master, the disciple is enlightened. The disciple is enlightened. Master, the legends are all true. The legends are all true. The tree of enlightenment is real, and the heavenly court, the earthly court, may be real as well. You wait for my master. When I've accomplished my training, I'll walk the path of the yellow springs and bring you back to earth. After shouting, Zhang Xiui made a deep bow towards the location of the Shushan Taoist temple. He got up, his eyes flashing with electricity and showing a hint of determination. Now, let the disciples go and snatch back my Mount Shu. A week later, Pacific Hill. The authorities have publicized today's Taoist exchange conference very well. Not only did a TV station come to cover the show, but some of the smaller live streaming companies came to record the show as well. Hello everyone, I'm Joy. Welcome to my program. Oh, Joy smiled sweetly at the camera. Lei was the anchor of Dejun Culture Media Limited, and there was no reason for Zhu Dejun's company not to come and join in the fun at an event like the Tao Exchange Conference. The anchor woman is the same as before. The cameraman has changed. The last time she met a ghost live in a cemetery, the cameraman had run off with a bucket in the night. The reason Lei insisted on live streaming the Taoist Exchange Conference also had something to do with the last time she hit a ghost. She firmly believes that since there are ghosts, there must be Taoist priests who catch ghosts. The Taoist Exchange Conference gathers the world's renowned celestial masters and is sure to find powerful Taoist masters. What was going on that night? She really wanted to know. Joy kept her smile. The theme of our broadcast today is the search for the true divine master. As we all know, the fortune-telling Taoist priests that we usually see on flyovers are all fraudulent fakes. Let's come to the Taoist Exchange Conference today to see if we can find a master with real skills. After a bunch of introductions and opening remarks, Joy led the photographer into the Qingfeng Taoist Temple. Today Qingfeng Taoist Temple has an event. As long as the Taoist priests wearing Taoist robes, into the Taoist temple visit free of charge, but also expresses the theme of the event to bring together the world of Taoism. Coming and going, besides tourists, are Taoist priests in Taoist robes. Happy had never seen such a Taoist priest in his life. After a while, an old grandpa wearing a purple Taoist robe walked in, supported by 2 disciples. The purple-robed old Taoist smiled and arched his hand at Lele. It's Big Army Media, right? I am the 32nd generation sect master of Qingfeng One, Taoist name Emptiness. Seriously, it is possible to not give face to South Sea TV, but it is absolutely impossible to not give face to Grand Army Media. Everyone knows who is behind Grand Army Media. Joy wondered. Hello Master Emptiness, I'm Lele. Isn't the Qingfeng Temple a new temple? Why has it been passed down for more than 30 generations? End of chapter 81. Chapter 81, Believing in Science. Chapter 81, Believing in Science. Taoist Emptiness stroked his beard and said, the poor Taoist and a group of disciples originally practiced in the deep mountains, but the Taoist temple was dilapidated and no longer suitable for cultivation. Fortunately, Mr. Zhang, the general manager of the White Sea Group, Mr. Zhang, the Great Kindness, has found such a Taoist temple for the poor Taoist and his disciples. I, the Qingfeng sect, will live up to the kindness of great benefactor Zhang and cultivate well to relieve the world of its worries. Not only did he publicize a wave of himself, but he also didn't forget to help his boss, Mr. Zhang of the White Sea Group, with a wave of publicity. Joy's eyes lit up. You and the Taoist masters were once both high in the mountains? That Qingfeng sect disciple must be highly skilled. The purple-robed Taoist smiled proudly. I, the Clear Winds sect, am also known as the Clear Wind Sword sect. His ancestors passed down the Qingfeng sword technique, which is unique. Zhang Ho, Zhang Qing, Shou. The 2 Taoist priests beside the purple-robed Taoist priest saluted at the sect leader with their swords, and bowed at Lele and the camera as they walked out into the open and began to demonstrate their swordsmanship. From time to time, the surrounding onlookers erupted into hoots and hollers, and applause rose and fell. Joy was a little bored watching. She couldn't tell if the swordsmanship was unique or not, but she knew for sure she couldn't beat a rogue with a machete. Joy was looking for a master who could cut down demons and remove devils, not these fists and legs. Patiently watch it and applaud Joy's high intelligence. Fantastic, fantastic. Taoist Emptiness. We'd like to continue to stroll around and admire the Qingfeng Taoist temple. It was a long stroll, interviewing a number of Taoist priests along the way, most of whom were fake Taoist priests who came to the Taoist temple after graduating from undergraduate school. There are simply too few with authentic Taoist lineages. Sister Lele, forget it, let's just have a normal interview. The company didn't find a real guru or anything for our mission, the photographer politely advised. He himself didn't believe in any masters who could fly through walls and understand yin and yang. The photographer had also heard rumors about Joy. Creating fake horror videos for the sake of heat also led to the departure of a photographer. He didn't want to lose his job by accompanying Joy in this mess. Joy ignored the photographer, her eyes fixed not far away. There was a long-bearded old man there in a simple Taoist robe with a broom. He was sweeping the leaves slowly. Joy breathed heavily. The old Taoist priest was immortal, and his leaf-sweeping action was not the least bit unusual. But the path is simple. Back to the basics. Tall man. Lele hurriedly walked quickly towards the front, and the photographer didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly followed. Lele held back her excitement for fear of disturbing the high priest, and stopped a few meters in front of the old Taoist priest. Politely, she asked, "May I ask this Taoist master, are you an old-timer who has been practicing Taoist purification for many years?" The old Taoist priest turned his head back, gently caressing his white beard, his eyes filled with the wisdom of a man who had grown old and refined, staring at Lele as if they were shining with a divine light. The photographer gruffly picked up the camera. The lens did not dare to have the slightest deviation. Perhaps this is really the master that Sister Lele is looking for. The old Taoist priest once again stroked his beard and smiled. "I've been here at Pacific Hill for half a month and I'm in charge of cleaning the courtyard. The pay is pretty good. 4,000 a month, with food and lodging included. Girl, do you still want the plastic bottle you're holding?" Joy foolishly handed out the bottle of drink in her hand. What if he's looking at the bottle in his hand with all that glint in his eye? The old Taoist priest took the bottle with joy and left, leaving Lele and the photographer in the wind. The photographer said glumly, "Sister Joy, Really forget it. Let's just be honest and finish the broadcast. Where in the world is a master demon buster? This camera of mine is genuinely heavy. Right in the middle of the photographer's tirade, a mellifluous flute sound came from nowhere. The music of 1,000 ages turns 100 times and twists into the curve of the sea. The sound of the flute was clear, mournful, and had an indescribable flavor of dust. Joy looked around and ran towards a path. The owner of this flute is certainly not simple. The photographer almost cursed, but who made him new? He swung his mouth to curse, huffing and puffing as he ran after Happy. That trail is hard to follow, winding. Coming to the end of the trail is the cliffs of Mt. Pacific. A young man under the straight pine tree was young, and that flute sound was played by him. The scene was beautiful in Lele's eyes. Cliffs, pine trees, teenagers, flute. The young man was wearing a Taoist green coat, looking aura, and that head of bundled hair, adding a few points of ancient charm. One word, fairy. A few moments of disdain bubbled up in the photographer's eyes. This isn't a dowser at all. It's just a cosplayer on the strength of a few faces on the shelf. It's just role-playing by using the Taoist Exchange Conference to pose at Taiping Mountain. Photographers can shoot a lot of cosplayers, so how could they not get it? Who's a Taoist priest that can look like this? You think you're Su Chongqing? He glanced at Lele's agitated face and couldn't help but despise Lele's intelligence in his heart. Joy whispered, "Hello, excuse me." The flute stopped and the teenager turned his head. That face was handsome. It just always seemed like he couldn't sleep. Joy asked with a blush, "Hello little Taoist. Do you know where in Taiping Mountain there are seniors with high magical powers?" Zhang Xiaoyi hung the flute back on his waist and stretched lazily. He stepped on his cloth shoes and walked to the edge of the cliff, in front of the parapet. As the mountain wind blew by, the teenager's long hair flowed up casually, with an indescribable diffidence. Zhang Xiaoyi turned back and said in an educational tone, "What kind of a magically powerful senior? We have to believe in science." The slightly educated tone made Joy lose her "Oh. Is it true that there are no masters who know yin and yang at the Taoist Exchange Conference? Is there really no explanation for what happened that night?" Lele sneaked a glance at Zhang Xiaoyi. "Really handsome. In fact, it's nice to be unhappy in the workplace and happy in love." She whispered, "Little Taoist master, I'm here for an interview. Can I interview you?" Zhang Xiaoyi turned his back to Lele and waved his hand. "No, there's something else. Let's go." With that, he flipped over the guardrail and jumped off the cliff. Joy's eyes snapped round. Jumping? Jumped off a cliff? Just jumped in water? Joy then let out a piercing scream. The photographer was also confused and he rushed to the guardrail. This cliff is 1,000 meters, and jumping off it is absolutely life-threatening. What's with the idea of jumping so hard? Even if he wanted to call the police to save him, it was too late. The collection. A lightning flash. One could only see a figure following the thunderous light rising up to meet the sky from beneath the cliff. The photographer sat down on the floor in fear. That figure was none other than the little Taoist priest from earlier. The little Taoist glanced indifferently at the photographer, and the thunder light rose again, and the little Taoist followed it straight into the distance. The words trust in science still seemed to echo here. Lele was half speechless as she pointed in the direction where the little Taoist had disappeared. This is truly divine. There is definitely something to be said for the aura resurgence that has been making the rounds on the internet. Real cultivators are showing up. Finally, she snapped back to her senses. "Did you get it on camera?" The photographer grimaced bitterly. "I thought he was a cosplayer, coming to the Taoist convention to rub traffic and pose. Me, I didn't shoot." Joy glared hatefully at the photographer and climbed to her feet. "My accompanying clothing camera has poor picture quality and definitely doesn't capture faces. It must have gone to the Tao Exchange Conference. Let's go quickly." End of chapter 82. Chapter 82 Ninja Appears. Chapter 82 Ninja Appearance. The Taoist Exchange Conference was held at Sanqing Palace. Outside the Sanqing Palace after the staff's efforts, the corresponding facilities have been erected. Even with a large number of tourists watching the ceremony, it did not seem crowded at all. The media in Nanhai City had already taken the best position to record this blessed spectacle. Several immortal and Taoist celebrities were led by Taoist emptiness and settled at the main entrance of the Sanqing Palace. The theme of this time is known to all, breaking down feudal superstitions and rumors of aura revival. Against this backdrop, the various great sects came together and inevitably competed on the same stage for a while. At the beginning of the conference, the disciples of the various sects definitely wanted to show their faces and staged stage competitions of Kung Fu, Seven Wounds Fist, Tai Chi Quan, Longhua Fist, Fu Hu Fist, Shen Gong Fist. It's a good time. The audience watched with great interest. They know that this kind of convention is interesting just this time of year. There's not much energy in the aftermath. Those famous people theorized with each other, speaking some obscure words that the common people could not understand. Those profound words can only be understood by scholars, enthusiasts, who have some attainments in Taoism. Halfway through the bout, there was a commotion in the crowd. I saw a small Taoist priest, shuffling his cloth shoes, walking step by step through the crowd onto the stage. Holy, is this a Taoist priest too? So handsome, just a cosplayer, clowning around. It's a pity. Why did a nice handsome guy become a monk? Zhang Xiaoyi was already handsome and beautiful, and he had an even more stripped-down image from his 10 years of intensive cultivation, combined with the innate lazy lethargy and the confident aura that came with becoming a transcendent. It only made the crowd think of one word: Zen. This transcendent immortal aura was one heaven and one earth compared to the rest of the Tao disciples. It's no wonder the crowd caused the crowd to riot. On the main seat in front of the three pristine palaces, Taoist Emptiness stroked his beard, an unexpected color on his face. Whose family's late bloomer is this? What a blessing! The tone was tinged with relief, as if it was the appreciation and affection of everyone famous for their juniors. In fact, Empty Void Taoist Master merely thought that Zhang Xiaoyi was a good seller, and if he became a publicity ambassador he would surely make Qingfeng incense flourish. This Qingfeng, in the end, is still a profitable business Taoist temple. Zhang Xiaoyi looked at the three big characters, Sanqing Palace, gloominess showing in his eyes. This was originally the hall of the human emperor. The Shushan Taoist temple is different from the usual Taoist temple. The Shushan Taoist temple honors the three pristine ones, as well as the human emperor. It is rumored that in the ancient times, the ancient Yangshao people moved into Shu, and later people called them the Shushan clan. A woman of the Shushan clan married the Yellow Emperor as his consort and gave birth to a son. Silkworm, Fish Eater, the son of Silkworm Tsong, started the ancient state of Shu. Later, when a demon plagued the world, the descendant of the Shushan clan, Taoist named Taiqing Jinren, held the demon-suppressing sword and started the Shushan sect. To the disciples of Mount Shu, the human emperor was an ancestor. The unauthorized demolition of the Hall of Human Emperors and the removal of the three emperors' venerable statues is a great disrespect to the disciples of Mount Shu. Although the Shushan Taoist temple and the legendary Shushan sect are two different things, but the middle-aged Sikh master has always referred to himself as a disciple of Shushan. Zhang Xiaoyi naturally suffered a lot of inculcation and considered himself to be a Shushan disciple. A Taoist leader saluted and asked, "Who are you? What sect is your master?" Zhang Xiaoyi made a bow and said aloud, "The second-generation master of the Shushan Taoist temple, Zhang Xiaoyi, Taoist named Zhenghua, under the tutelage of the first-generation head of the Shushan Taoist temple, Bai Yu Zhenjun." Shushan Taoist temple is a total of 2 people and 2 generations. The master is the first generation of the head. He is the second generation of the head, no problem. The Taoist was confused. "I'm afraid this isn't a mess?" The crowd rioted again. "Shushan Taoist temple? Isn't that something from a legendary story? What's wrong with this guy? The bag is trying to rub off on the traffic. Shameless. So familiar. Isn't this the Taoist priest in the short video who had his home stolen? Ha ha ha, come to think of it. The middle-aged Taoist who shouted Lei Zhu, come out and blast these bastards. Right? It's going to be hot. I'll definitely buy something when he brings it live." They had just felt that Zhang Xiaoyi was immortal, like a little god. Now what? This Taoist convention is here to stay today. It's too much fun. At the main seat, Taoist Emptiness' face turned ugly. He remembered who this sole little Taoist was. We can't let him continue to make trouble. It's a bad influence on the reputation of Qingfeng. He thought for a moment and stood up. Mid-sentence. Although I don't know what Shushan is, today I, Qingfeng, am gathering the world's Tao. Since little friend is also a generation of palmist, why don't we ask little friend to take a seat, and later on discuss the Tao together? The viewers immediately took a liking to Taoist Emptiness, obviously a troublemaker, but still calmly inviting the troublemaker to discuss the Tao. This is the master's temperament. I don't know how humiliating it must be for that little Taoist priest to not know anything when he exchanges Taoist teachings later on. There were many other spectators who were going to leave, feeling that they would have fun watching the Tao exchange in a while, and they stopped to wait. A small smile appeared on Taoist Emptiness' face. He understands hype. Zhang Xiaoyi did not care about the gossip of those people and walked to the front of the Sanqing Palace with his head held high. There was a newly added pair of seats at the end, and Zhang Xiaoyi frankly sat down. Taoist Emptiness smiled and stroked his beard as he said aloud, "The poor Taoist declares that the Taoist Exchange Conference is now open." Before the words were finished, the change was steep. Only a crack appeared in the center of the martial arts stage, and there was a rustling sound. A black shadow actually broke out of the martial arts stage. He was dressed in black night clothes, masked, and had a forehead protector. A shuriken, a bituminous sword, was on his belt. Totally Higashi Sakura ninja image. *******. What the hell? Is this magic? A Higashi Sakura ninja has appeared at the dojo convention? Everyone was dumbfounded. This was an open-air martial arts arena, in full view of the public, and there were no special effects. How did someone just break ground like that in the middle of a martial arts arena? The Taoists in the martial arts arena backed away. The masters in the chairs looked horrified. This is the earth escape technique? How is that possible? They couldn't figure out what was going on. The whole place exploded in 3 different ways. The ninja clasped his arms and looked at the group of Taoist priests with contempt, speaking in an unskilled Xia dialect. Match? It's not over yet. Fight me. All the Taoist priests looked at each other in disbelief, and none of them dried up and stepped forward. They know martial arts. And this guy went straight to earthbending? We're boxers. You're ninjutsu players. What's a descending blow for? The ninja sneered. Does a mere sculpture make you fear me? Oh, and claiming that the art of the earth escape is a Taoist thing of yours. This clearly belongs to my Tosakura ninja, and you are nothing but rats who stole my Tosakura culture. A cranky middle-aged Taoist master couldn't help himself and walked onto the martial arts stage with a sword. Give instruction. He didn't believe that the man really knew the art of earth escape. He bet that the man was doing a trick. The middle-aged Taoist master stabbed with his sword, only to see the ninja figure suddenly disappear. The middle-aged Taoist's pupils suddenly contracted. Stealth? When the ninja reappeared, he was already behind the middle-aged Taoist master, and kicked the Taoist master in the back. The middle-aged Taoist master fell off the martial arts stage in a sorry state. The audience rubbed their eyes incredulously. End of chapter 83. Chapter 83, Thunder Law. Chapter 83, Thunder Law. The transported man? Invisibility? Has the aura really revived? The stuff of legends just appeared in reality? Is the aura really reviving? However, in the next scene, the ninja's behavior angers the audience. The sneer in the ninja's eyes was about to bleed out of his eyes as he snorted. Can't even do stealth? Don't you Taoists know about the 5 elements? In fact, those stories are nothing more than stolen from our culture, right? Oh, deceitful Taoist, culture-stealing Xia. These words directly ignited the anger in the room. All you up? Are there any seniors in the Tao assembly who have cleaned up this dog? A small country. How dare you insult my great Xia? Lilith-sama has said that things must get out of hand. The more brainless and reckless the better. It was just what he wanted. It was too hard to become a genetic evolutionary and have powers that surpassed those of mortals, yet have to hide their strength and hide their identity. Utilizing great power and stepping on people's heads is awesome. The ninja laughed wildly from the stage. The aura recovery is fake, but the genetic evolution is real. It's funny how these stupid summer people still live in feudal superstition. The ninja had laughed enough and grabbed a bitterness in his hand, shooting it towards the door plaque of the Sanqing Palace. The bitterness carried a sound of breaking through the air as it exploded with a boom onto the front face of the Sanqing Palace. The door plaque of the Sanqing Palace rattled and fell. The faces of the masters in the chairs were shocked and angry, and the audience stared in horror. The Taoist Exchange Conference brings together the world's most famous koans, at this time by the foreigners, especially the East Cherry people, smashing down the Sanqing Gate plaque. That disgrace really big. At that moment, a figure rushed out from the end of the seating area, catching the door plaque with 2 steady hands and gently placing it on the ground. The master's eyes glazed over. Good body. The audience looked over and it was none other than Zhang Xiaoyi, the self-proclaimed second-generation head of the Shushan Taoist temple. The true fruit. The audience's eyes lit up at the sight of Zhang Xiaoyi's figure. He called himself the head of Shushan. What if he's really an expert? It's not like a Shu Mountain disciple can't handle a district ninja. Even if they couldn't do it, it wouldn't be so bad that they would lose the face of Xia's World Taoist sect. The ninja narrowed his eyes and took a closer look at Zhang Xiaoyi. The blood aura was weak, not a genetically modified evolver at all. Zhang Xiaoyi's face was gloomy. The Taoist master has been in a depressed mood these past few days. You're running into a gun. Ancestor Bodhi had said that he wanted Zhang Xiaoyi to promote the Tao. Now, there was even an East Sakura man punching the daimon in the face in front of him. In the past, when he encountered ninjas, he must have been as terrified and powerless as everyone else. Now that Master Tao is enlightened under the Bodhi tree, what does he care about a mere ninja? The ninja shook his head. Rubbish. Saying so, he hooked his hand provocatively at Zhang Xiaoyi. Zhang Xiaoyi made a seal in his hands, his eyes icy cold. Insulting the Tao. His heart should be punished. The pupils of Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes disappeared, leaving only the whites of his eyes with electric light flowing. There was a red phosphorus flashing in the center of the brow, like the extremely legendary Top Dan Xin. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xiaoyi condensed a ball of lightning in his hand, which made a nuisance sound. 5 Thunder Positive Technique. Palm Thunder. Zhang Xiaoyi shouted angrily as thunderbolts exploded. It was too fast for the ninja to react. He stared round in horror, and could only watch as several thunderbolts rushed straight to his face without being able to do anything to react. The ninja didn't even let out a scream as he fell straight to the ground with a burning smell. The whole place was silent, and only the mountain winds rattled. The tourists were excited and looked at Zhang Xiaoyi in awe. What was that? A lightning method only found in movies and novels. Immortalist. It's the cultivator. It's amazing that there are cultivators in Xia. Immortal cultivators are definitely quite the circle jerk for any Summerlander. Countless flashbulbs flashed, capturing the shocking scene. The celebrity masters were earlier still looking like former high achievers. At the moment they were so excited that their hands shook and a few beards were pulled out. Immortality is real. Having practiced hard for several years, how could they not have fantasized about riding on clouds? Shu Shan, what kind of sect is it? May I ask for Taoist advice? The emptiness Taoist master's mouth grew wide and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He remembered, however, how he came to have this Taoist temple, occupying the dojo of an immortalist himself. The legend of Shu Shan is, surprisingly, true. Nanhai Development Zone, Datai Group, President's Office. Su Yuton's computer desk was set up with documents. Never one to have two minds, she was actually playing the live stream of the Taoist Exchange Conference on her computer. After becoming a transcendent, there is a hunger for knowledge of the transcendent world. She was interested in this mundane Tao Exchange Conference. At this moment, she was looking at the live feed in shock. The screen was fixed on the image of Zhang Xiaoyi releasing the palm lightning and hitting the ninja. South China Sea, Platinum Paradise Nightclub. The Platinum Paradise Nightclub is his new home base due to the Imperial Nightclub's contribution to the Devil's Club. At noon, Zhu Dajuan and the second-in-command, Crazy Wolf, ate hot pot in their luxurious office. On the projector was a live stream of the Taoist Exchange Conference. Zhu Dajuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he violently stood up, knocking over the sauce bowl of his cell phone. He looked incredulously at the big screen. Immortals, are the Transcendents going to make their cards clear? Crazy Wolf frowned and twisted his head to see the shocking scene. A little Taoist priest roared palm thunder. Immediately after that, lightning erupted from its hands, scorching a ninja with electricity. For big words appeared in Mad Wolf's mind. The Age of Mythology. Nanhai Green Sanatorium, Director's Office. Lilith looked at the live feed incredulously. She turned her head to look at Dean, who was frozen in place. What is this? Dean swallowed hard. Immortalists, immortalists, the legends are true. Lilith slammed the table. What the hell is a cultivator? Dean's face was hard. Legend has it that immortal cultivators can, after hard training, become gods. Lilith stared dead at the computer screen. Impossible, impossible. How can there be a god without genetic evolution? If there is a god in this world, what god are we making? I got it. It's the electric eel gene. It's gotta be the electric eel gene. There can't be a god, and he's also a genetic evolver. There's no way he's an immortal cultivator, Dean said bitterly. Lord Lilith, I suggest we leave the South Seas immediately. Lilith wondered. Why? Dean sighed. If the ninjas pull out after making a mess at the Dawnguard conference, we can use some tactics to get the imperial capital to investigate the mayor, which could buy time for the experiment. But with the ninjas dead and a Shugenja showing up, I'm guessing the empire must be in a hurry right now. The mayor's dirty laundry is worthless to the investigative team because the team doesn't even look at it. That ninja set us on fire. South China Sea Security Bureau, Director's Office. In front of the water fountain, Xiaoyi was fixed in the action of catching water. The water flow had already spread to the floor, but he didn't realize it. Eyes unblinking, he watched the TV footage that looked like a metaphysical movie screen. But this isn't a movie. It's a Taoist exchange conference that the city council paid a lot of money to organize. The purpose is to dispel the rumors of feudal superstitions and the revival of the aura. But now, a Taoist priest is using spells in public? Is there really a transcendentalist in the South China Sea, other than those crazy people who do genetic experiments? At that moment, the phone rang. Boom! The glass of water fell to the floor and water splashed down. Xiao Yi's face blushed all over again. This was actually a call from the imperial capital. He picked up the phone instantly and stood at attention. Please instruct the leader. Hanging up a moment later, Xiao Yi dialed another number and said seriously, all military officers proceed to Taiping Mountain. End of chapter. 84. Chapter 84, Emergency Meeting of the Authorities. 84. Emergency Meeting of the Authorities. Imperial Capital, Office Building of an Authority, led by the Director of the General Security Bureau of the Summerland. With the participation of many authorities and agencies, Xiaoyi participated by video link in the conference room. The conference room was silent, and the footage about the immortal cultivators lightning-killing ninjas was clearly displayed on the big screen. Xiaoyi held his head high. Report leader. After testing, there were no high-tech breaks at the site. The ninja's body has been sent to the imperial capital. Zhang Xiaoyi, who is suspected of being an immortal cultivator, has taken up residence at the Taoist temple, under the care of a magistrate and under secret surveillance. The tourists present have been pacified and public opinion is now stable. Please instruct the leader. The sheriff's office claimed to the public that the ninjas and the Shugenja were publicizing the Taoist convention as well as the PIL. All high-tech special effects. There were just a few mishaps and the person playing the ninja was injured and has been rushed to the hospital. Follow-up news will be posted on the Sheriff's Department website. The director of the general administration is an old man with a lot of essence and a lot of righteousness, named He Jinghua. Minister He, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, "Be sure of your attitude towards the cultivator and calm him down. Internet regulation could be stepped up to keep his face off the internet." Also, the investigation team has traveled to the South China Sea to prepare for a working reception. Chowie saluted again. "Yes, Elder." He looked around the crowd and said, "Tell us all what you think." A man in a suit and glasses got up. According to the video, the dowser didn't have any instruments in his hands, yet he was able to release direct electricity. "Leader, I'm a staunch dialectical materialist, but seeing is believing, and I have to wonder if there really are arcane wonders in this world." A middle-aged woman picked up the dossier and said, "Since September 1st of this year, unusual events have often occurred in the South China Sea. Big cats kill and birds riot in South Sea Forest Park. Weirdo attacks sheriff. Giant bald eagle kills creepy crow. Now there's the incident of the immortalist Ray killing the ninja. This is just the incident on the surface. Secretly, I don't know how many more similar incidents are happening in the South China Sea." He Lao frowned in contemplation. Following this information, one can surmise that there must be a side of the world that they don't know about. Immortalist? Demons? What are they going to do? Will it jeopardize the Summerland? Did any of those transcendentalists side with the Xia authorities? He frowned. "Shu Shan, what the hell is going on? Does anyone know?" A long-prepared history expert rose. "Leader, Shushan is an ancient family name. Legend has it that the descendant of Mount Shushan, Taiching Jinren, started the Mount Shushan sect after his epiphany to become an immortal. The disciples of Shushan take it as their duty to eliminate demons and help the righteous. As to what it was really like, much of what happened before the founding of the country is no longer verifiable." He Lao's face looked better. At least it was known that there were forces among the transcendents that defended the Summer Kingdom. After a long time, Elder, he sighed. "It turns out that there have always been unknown undercurrents in Xia. The authorities had no idea. Let's not talk about whether demons and immortalists are real or not. Those odd people suddenly show up in the South China Sea, and odd things suddenly break out in the South China Sea. Alas, something must have happened in the South China Sea, but we don't know anything about it. Comrades, this is terrible." The crowd was silent. "Scary? Certainly scary and creepy. It's a happy family. Parents go to work, kids go to school, live a normal life, but two poisonous snakes live in the home as well, hidden in sofas, on beams, in cellars. One day, two venomous snakes fight and make a big mess, and that's when the family realizes there are these two horrors in their home. And you, as the owner of the home, didn't buy any snake-proof items, not even a snake-killing knife." Chowie, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said, "Leader, this could be a great change in heaven and earth, a revival of aura." The crowd looked at Chow Yi in the video in unison. If in the past, Chow Yi, who was the head of the Security Bureau, had spoken such feudalistic and superstitious remarks, he would definitely have been warned by the system once. Now, the crowd just wanted to hear what the director of the South Sea Sheriff's Department had to say. "Elder," he said in a deep voice, "tell me more carefully." Chow Yi said. Initially, a magistrate at the North District Magistrate's office in South China Sea, Wei Ming, had come up with the concept. Once upon a time there were demons on the blue planet, and for some reason they went to sleep. Due to the increasing destruction of nature by mankind in recent years, it has led to certain situations that we are not aware of. After the demons awaken, a series of things happen that cannot be explained by common sense. This condition is called aura revival. Events that are caused by the revival of the aura and go against common sense are called abnormal events. The crowd nodded thoughtfully. Supernatural events with supernatural explanations. The sheriff named Wei Ming was reasonable, just not scientific. He Lao murmured the word demon and narrowed his eyes as he asked, "And how does Shushan explain this? That little Taoist is only 20 years old. Could he also be a sleeping demon?" Chowie smiled sarcastically. "I don't know about that. I can call Wei Ming to the Nanhai City Bureau and wait for the investigation team to ask questions." Elder He was just about to say something when the secretary walked over and handed Elder He a document. "Here's the report on the ninja's autopsy. The ninja died at noon in the South China Sea, and by evening the inspection report from the imperial capital had come out, showing how seriously the authorities were taking this. Those technical terms He Lao could not understand. He turned to the last page. Elder He looked at the results of the report and frowned. What kind of monster is this ninja with mole genes, glass octopus genes, and bacterial capes and other nonsense in his body? Moles have the ability to dig holes in the ground quickly, but glass octopus genes allow the ninja's body to reach transparency. The ninja's nightshirt is just as high-tech, absorbing light and making the ninja mostly physically invisible. The ninja's all ninjutsu, all enhanced versions of evolved genetic effects." Hearing this, Chowie immediately got up and said, "There is something to report to the leadership. I suspect that there is some sort of genetic experimentation going on at the South Sea Green Sanatorium. When the Shushan immortals didn't appear, I thought all those unusual events were the work of the Genetic Experiment Organization. He Lao looked Chowi straight in the eyes. Did you check? What are the results? Chowi said. There was a delay in taking on the Green Nursing Home because of some resistance. He Lao put down the report. Boldly check. Chowi, you're my student. I'm confident in your abilities. I'll cover for you if you spill the beans. Chowi stood at attention and saluted. Yes. Night, 8 o'clock. The mayor of Nanhai, with a group of leaders, greeted the investigation team at the authorities' office building. The clerk in executive attire suddenly receives a phone call. After returning from the phone call, he walked up to the mayor and whispered, "Leader." The investigation team went straight to the sheriff's office. The mayor froze. Went straight to the sheriff's office? No plans to come to the agency building? The mayor looked out at the sky, which was very cloudy and heavy. After the last fall rains in the South China Sea, it will be winter. The temperature of the Kolther was like the mayor's heart. Done. The mayor's face was ashen. End of chapter 85. Chapter 85, the pill shop owner is an immortal cultivator? Chapter 85, medicine shop owner is an immortal cultivator? South China Sea Security Bureau. A middle-aged woman in a black suit with several men in black suits came to the conference room led by Chowi. Chowi spoke of a document and handed it to the middle-aged woman in front of her eyes. Team leader Zhuang. This is the information from the Nanhai Green Nursing Home, as well as the transaction records from the Nanhai Green Charity Association. The middle-aged woman gave Chowi a surprised look. Upon arrival in the South China Sea, he was given the assignment to find out if the Green Sanatorium had any interests with the upper echelons of the South China Sea. Is Mr. Sao done with his investigation, taking the disciplinary bureau's job as well? The middle-aged woman viewed the information. Every line touches the heart. The South Sea Green Charity Association is a charitable organization that raises money to treat some of the patients at the South Sea Green Nursing Home. Yet the South Sea Green Sanatorium is supposed to be an aristocratic sanatorium. So how could the people who live there need donations for their convalescence? Looking again at the fundraising records of the Green Charity Association, the names are unbelievable. Mayor of Nanhai, Huang Qiuming. Director of the South China Sea Discipline Inspection Bureau, Wu Geng. Director of Nanhai Highway, LV Fengming. Dejun Cultural Media, Zhu Dejun. Chairman of Tenkai Group, and so on. Each one of them is a wealthy businessman who is as rich as a thunderbolt, a high-ranking member of the authorities. The middle-aged woman immediately figured out the way. The Green Benevolent Society is funded by donations from powerful people in the South Seas. The Charity Association used the money to buy some cordyceps, Sichuan berries, and other hard currency herbs. Some of the big shots who are convalescing in sanatoriums receive these herbs that change hands and turn into cash. And the herbs, purchased by the loving charity of the Green Retreat, were given free to the greats. What exactly is meant by this can be imagined. This list is handed in, and there's going to be a change of blood in the South Seas. I'm afraid there are some other people involved. The middle-aged woman glanced meaningfully at Chowi. Director Chow is really a godly man, and he is also really doesn't stick to the smallest detail. Chowi pretended not to understand the middle-aged woman connoted himself to cross the line. Smilingly said, "It's all for the South Seas. It's nothing." The Armed Forces Brigade and the District Magistrate's office are on a joint case tonight and have gone to the Green Sanatorium. We can put this matter to rest for a while and focus on the Shushan cultivators. Chowi was also unassuming to the investigation team. He's content with where he is and doesn't care if he can take it to the next level. Furthermore, the director of the South China Sea Security Bureau was considered a personage as far as Xiao was concerned. The middle-aged woman appreciated Chowi somewhat instead. Chowi, the living hell, lives up to his name, and really doesn't give face to anyone. The middle-aged woman squared her shoulders. Where are the cultivators? Chowi said. Still at Pacific Hill. No restrictions on freedom, just covert surveillance, and I think he's waiting for us. The middle-aged woman got up. It's still early. Go to Pacific Hill. Chowi froze for a moment. Aren't you going to eat? The middle-aged woman said with a smirk. Director Chow is so dedicated. How can we slack off? Just then, Chow Yi's phone rang. Chowi picked up the phone, and a panicked voice came from there. Chief, there's been an explosion at the Green Nursing Home. Monsters. A lot of monsters ran out. Chowi hung up the phone and said to the middle-aged woman without moving, I'll have Wei Ming take you to Taiping Mountain. I have some business to attend to. The middle-aged woman was familiar with the name Wei Ming. According to Elder Ho, this was the first magistrate to come up with the concept of aura revival. Early the next morning, Chowi sat at the breakfast place with a gloomy face. From time to time, security vehicles drive through the streets, causing breakfast store owners to mutter, What's going on? So many patrol cars today? When Chowi heard this, his face became even more ugly. The bastards at the Green Sanatorium didn't know what they had heard. and the Green Sanatorium in South China Sea turned out to have a series of explosions. When the sheriff arrived at the Green Retreat, all that remained of summer's most luxurious retreat was fire. Uncountable monsters ran out of the sanitarium and fought fiercely with the sheriff. A lot of people had died, and even more monsters had escaped the vigilante siege, and many of them might have strayed into the South Sea City. The entire South Sea City's magistrates and military officials were in a state of intense combat. I don't know how the investigation team is doing. After all, they were sent from above. Chow Yi calls the investigation team, but the team's cell phone stays off. He thought about it and called Wei Ming. Wei Ming spoke in a small, stuttering voice, clearly unwilling to reveal last night's conversation with the immortal cultivator. Chow Yi understood that Wei Ming had signed a confidentiality agreement. Or maybe, he's in violation for even answering his phone right now. Last night's conversation between the investigative team and the cultivators had been listed in the red-headed secrets. The thought of the investigation team gave him more of a headache. The investigation team is still in the South China Sea, and the South China Sea is in such a big mess. I'm afraid that I'm giving myself an eyeful. Suddenly, he thought of someone. The owner of that pharmacy had told himself that he could still be approached if anything went wrong regarding the South China Sea Green Sanatorium. South China Sea Medicine Store. Chow Yi glanced at the open door in surprise. Somehow, he always felt that the mysterious boss was waiting for him. Chow Yi pushed the door in and Li Yang was sitting at the counter reading a book. This time not reading Crime and Punishment. He was holding a copy of Walden Lake. Chow Yi said smilingly, "Business is booming, boss." Li Yang went straight to the point. "For the Green Retreat?" Chow Yi was stunned. "What do you know? Is he really waiting for me?" Li Yang did not smile and said blandly, "I can help you." Chow Yi said in a deep voice, "Do you know what I'm up against this time? That's a bunch of monsters." If this boss could cope, Chow Yi had to wonder about the identity of the boss. Either he's the man behind the Green Retreat, or he's a transcendent as well. Li Yang turned over a new page of Walden Lake and lightly said, "Just a bunch of no-good bastards." Calling those genetically fused monsters bastards is quite apt. Chow Yi breathed heavily. He finally understood that a great evil like Chen Wei would be so jealous of this boss. He also finally understood why this boss was not a powerful person in the South China Sea. Yet he knew the South China Sea like the back of his hand and knew all the secrets. The evil feng shui master? Yes. This boss, too, is an immortal cultivator. Chow Yi asked tentatively, "Does Sir know about the Shushan cultivators?" There was more respect between the words. Li Yang closed the book and said slowly, "A descendant of Shushan? He's not bad." A flash of horror crossed Chow Yi's eyes. There was relief in the tone of this shopkeeper's voice. It's as if the senior appreciates the junior. Could it be that the man in front of him was not only an immortal cultivator, but also the best among immortal cultivators? Chow Yi looked even more respectful. "Please sir, for the sake of all the beings in the South Sea, help me once." Li Yang glanced at Chow Yi. "What do the beings of the South Seas have to do with me?" Chow Yi was speechless. Why should we ask people to care if ordinary people die or not? This transcendentalist probably stopped thinking of himself as an ordinary human being a long time ago, didn't he? Seems like that sanctimonious whore herself. His eyes rolled and he spoke again. "Please sir, for the sake of the South China Sea Security Bureau, help me once." Li Yang revealed a smirk. "That's kind of fun, but I have conditions." Li Yang used the word also. Not only does he want control of the South China Sea Sheriff's Department, he has other demands. For Chow Yi, it no longer mattered who was the real boss of the South China Sea Security Bureau. If the monster causes strife in the South China Sea, he, the director, can't absolve himself of the blame, and will definitely be thrown out of the security system. Chow Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Go ahead, sir." Li Yang's gaze was haunted. "I need to know what's going on with the investigation team." "You even know about the investigation team?" Chow Yi felt quite stupid just after saying that. How could Li Yang, such an immortal cultivator who had been entrenched in the South China Sea for many years, not know that the investigation team had come to the South China Sea? Again Chow Yi figured it out. What the store owner wants to know is what the authorities are doing to the Transcendents. And it may not be that simple. Chow Yi struggled internally for a while. It is a fence-sitting offense to pry and divulge the whereabouts or decisions of the investigation team. Chow Yi sighed lightly, relieved. If you ask for something, you have to be aware of the price you have to pay. He felt a wave of powerlessness. Even the director of the South China Sea Security Bureau is like a mortal in front of an immortal cultivator? Chow Yi nodded in agreement. Good. Li Yang stared at Chow Yi, and the power of desire that grew stronger made Li Yang show a hint of a smile. There won't be any monsters in the South Seas for a day. End of chapter 86. Chapter 86 Special Department, Security Administration. Chapter 86 Special Department, Security Administration. Wei Ming had never thought in his life that he would be able to ride on a special airplane once. This is the special plane for the investigation team. He looked at Zhang Shui, Master Zhang, who had his eyes closed on the side. with some longing. This one was a serious immortal cultivator. Even the investigation team didn't dare to disrespect him. Even the investigation team had softened up for a long time in order to coax him to make a trip to the imperial capital. Later, the leader of the group pulled out the safety and security of the world's people before this descendant of Mount Shu was talked into traveling to the imperial capital to meet a great man. That's the real deal. Unlike myself, who just got a few mouthfuls of high and was listed as one of the anomalies. Aura revival? Really just made it up on their own. Is it possible to read too many novels? You can see the Empire's desire for knowledge about aura revival, immortalists, and so on. A trip to the imperial capital by yourself? Titus is really hungry. If that big shot dared to see himself, Wei Ming would dare to let that big shot know what it meant to waste time. The plane landed, and the black commercial car was already waiting at the airport, picking up the crowd and driving directly to the imperial capital's General Security Bureau. Wei Ming got quite excited. He probably guessed who he was meeting. Sure enough, the same director of General Security who often appears on TV pushed his way in. Wei Ming stood up, nervous to the point of shaking, and stammered, "Elder He? Hello, I'm Wei Ming." Elder He had an air of non-irritation and authority all over him, and after taking his seat he waved his hand and said, "Comrade Wei doesn't have to be formal. There's something I want to ask you." Wei Ming saw such a big leader for the first time, and only felt that his mouth was dry. "He Lao you command," He Lao said with a smile. "What do you know about aura recovery? What do you know about immortalists?" Wei Ming smiled bitterly. "Leader, actually that was all a wild guess on my part." He Lao frowned. "Wild guesses? Really?" Elder He said after a long time. "Nonsense speculation, old man would like to hear nonsense." Half an hour later, in the conference room, Elder He came to another conference room. The doorway. In his head, he pondered the words Wei Ming had said. That kid doesn't look like he's lying. The odds are that it's really made up. He felt a toothache. He Lao gathered his thoughts and pushed the door in. Several men in black with slightly bulging waists stood in various corners of the conference room. Immortal cultivator Zhang Xiaoyi dozed off straight in his chair. The head of the investigation team, Zhuang Yu, sat in front of Zhang Xiaoyi and was in charge of reception. Elder He waved his hand at a few black-clothed men. "Xiao Zhuang stays, the rest of you go out." The people in black looked at each other with difficulty written on their faces. This powerful cultivator, not knowing if he was a friend or foe, was just left alone with the leaders? Won't that be a problem? Zhang Xiaoyi gave those men in black a derisive look. "Is this your idea of hospitality? Scared of me? Then I'll go?" Zhang Xiaoyi had been a monk since he was young, and his master was an old man with advanced middle-aged second disease, so he didn't have any secular concepts of hierarchy at all. A bigger official wouldn't put a little pressure on him. The head of the investigation team, that middle-aged woman's face went cold. "Didn't you hear the leader?" Seeing the leader's anger, the people in black clothes walked out, and even gave Zhang Xiaoyi a wary look when they were at the door. Team leader Zhuang compensated with a smile. "Don't be offended, Master Zhang, this is also their job." Elder He exclaimed. Shushan Mountain's gate was taken over and turned into Qingfeng 1, and it suffered so much. The fact that he did not use superhuman means to retaliate even when his complaint was unanswered shows the chivalrous demeanor of the master. After so many years of hiding in the secular world, the Grandmaster exposed his identity to kill the East Sakura ninja because he was defending the face of the Taoist sect. I can see that the master is a loyal and righteous man. For the sake of personal matters, he is unwilling to make a move, but for the sake of the face of the Summer Kingdom, he will make a thunderbolt. Disciples of Mount Shu, the name is true. I admire you. Zhang Xiaoyi was stunned. Is that what he thinks? Actually, this passage is an exaggeration of what he said. Shushan Taoist Temple is an illegal structure. The qualification of the land license did not come down. The demolition is not excessive. It's just that the South China Sea publicity director and that Fu Shan coveted the Shushan Taoist Temple, easily took the qualification and turned it into a Qingfeng temple, which is the problem of the authorities. He Lao gave a thumbs up. Each disciple of Mount Shu takes the maintenance of peace and quiet in the world as their own responsibility. And what Master Zhang has done shows the style of a Mount Shu disciple. Anyone who likes to be patted on the back, but it also depends on who shot it. It's no good when such a big shot suddenly gives a high hat. Zhang Xiaoyi asked vigilantly. "You have something to say. Just say it." Elder He's face turned serious. "In that case, I'll be blunt. I hope that Master Zhang will come out for the sake of the world's people and be a consultant for abnormal events in Xia." Zhang Xiaoyi frowned. "Unusual events?" Elder He gave a wink, and team leader Zhuang took out the document and handed it to Zhang Xiaoyi. "Master, take a look at this. On the file are recent oddities in the South China Sea, such as urban feline killings, bird riots, giant bald eagles fighting crows, and so on." The more Zhang Xiaoyi looked, the more alarmed he became. Is this the legendary demon? It turns out that it's not just that you're experiencing bizarre things, but that bizarre things happen all the time. There were some events he had brushed up on the internet, but the authorities' announcements said they were game promotional videos, so he didn't care. Looks like all those so-called rumors are true. Zhang Xiaoyi frowned. Master said, Shushan disciples to maintain the peace of the world as their own responsibility. Now the demons are rampant. They care or not? At one time, I didn't have this ability, but now I'm a real immortal cultivator. Elder, he paid attention to Zhang Xiaoyi's expression. He is a figure who stands at the highest pinnacle of the policing system, and his ability to perceive micro-expressions is at the top of his game. An imperceptible smile crossed He Lao's eyes as he said, Master Zhang may serve as an unusual counselor in the security system, although there is no real power, but the official to the deputy department level, a full range of benefits. Secondly, Qingfeng Guan will be changed into Shushan Taoist Temple and the qualification land photo will be handed over to Master Zhang. Master Zhang can recruit disciples widely, and the authorities will help with all matters needed, as long as they are legal and reasonable. He Lao's words can be described as both moral and emotional, gracious and threatening. According to historians, Shushan disciples took it as their duty to maintain peace and quiet in the world, and used this as a reason to make Zhang Xiaoyi work for the authorities. It's kind of a moral abduction. Secondly, a lot of benefits were given to Zhang Xiaoyi, whether it's the title of deputy director or the authorities' support for Shushan. It's all allure. It also tells Zhang Xiaoyi sideways that Xia is still the Xia of the authorities, and Shushan still can't develop without the support of the authorities. With regard to immortalists, the authorities have adopted a policy of edict. What elder, he said. Zhang Xiaoyi really had no reason to refuse. 3 words had already made Zhang Xiaoyi's heart flutter. Official title: Zhang Xiaoyi does not care. Whether Shushan is glorious or not is what he wants. That is the master's volunteer. But he hesitated, for it hadn't been long since his epiphany, and he didn't know much about anomalous events generically. Elder, he, however, couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaoyi was thinking. Is he still not sincere enough? In order for this cultivator to join the authorities, He Lao was ready to put in a little extra effort. In response to the unusual events, the authorities have decided after a study that they intend to open a special department. Zhang Xiaoyi questioned. Special branch? Elder, he gazed. Yes, the special department. The Security Administration. End of chapter 87. Chapter 87, Heavenly Materia Medica. Chapter 87, Heavenly Treasure. He Lao Dao. The Security Administration is the first special department in the Summerland to officially respond to unusual events. In the future, it would also become the first official immortal cultivator organization in Xia. The old man was none other than the first director of the Security Administration. Zhang Xiaoyi froze. Leader, is this something I can listen to? This kind of confidential matter? Just tell yourself? Is this forcing you to defect to the crown? Elder, he waved his hand and said sincerely, I won't hide from what Master Zhang said. The anomalous event happened only recently. The authorities are also confused about this and need the help of a great talent like Master Zhang. Although the concept of anomalous events is vague, the authorities know that certain things are extremely important to cultivators. Elder, he said, sitting up straight, his attitude becoming quite confident, a smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. Does Master Zhang know about heavenly materials? Zhang Xiaoyi's face changed. A heavenly treasure? Of course he knew what a heavenly treasure was. Isn't Master Bodhi's fruit of enlightenment a heavenly treasure? How dare the authorities know about the heavenly material? It seems that the authorities have been studying things in the world of immortalism for some days now, but they just haven't opened it up to the public for publication. Zhang Xiaoyi looked at Elder He with a grave expression. The authorities are authorities after all, horrible as they are. He Lao's cloudy old eyes observed Zhang Xiaoyi's facial expression. Through decades of criminal investigation experience, he knew it was the right card to play. There's something about this Wei Ming kid. He really didn't know what the heavenly material was, and these 4 words were heard from Wei Ming's mouth. He spoke to Wei Ming half an hour ago. Originally, Elder He thought that Wei Ming was also from the world of immortal cultivation, or that he had spied into the world of immortal cultivation because of some opportunity. And the result? After some inquiries, the aura recovery and whatnot was really something Wei Ming made up. He Lao was a little disappointed. Next, the target was placed on Zhang Xiaoyi. If Elder He wanted to negotiate with the immortal cultivators, he had to know something about the immortal cultivation world. Solely and casually, he asked Wei Ming what he thought was most important for immortal cultivators. Wei Ming replied, heavenly material. Elder He continued, in the future, the Security Bureau will devote a great deal of energy to the world of immortal cultivation and do its best to find heavenly treasures. The land of Xia is vast, so I guess if you go looking for it, you'll find it. Master Zhang, become a special advisor to the Security Administration and those heavenly materials will be shared with you as well. The seductive nature of these words could be imagined to Zhang Xiaoyi, an immortal cultivator who had just had an epiphany. He had only wanted to talk to the authorities about the conditions to get back the Shushan Taoist temple. and to ask for a series of qualifications. Zhang Xiaoyi hadn't even thought about joining the officials. Now that the officials had said so, what could he say? Is there any reason to say no? Zhang Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment and said, I also just had an epiphany not long ago, and I don't know the world of immortal cultivation that well. If the officials don't mind, I'd like to be the counselor. The word epiphany was clearly captured into his mind by Elder He. Do you need an epiphany to become an immortal cultivator? Elder He didn't move and rejoiced. That's great. He stood up and solemnly extended his hand to Zhang Xiaoyi. The Security Administration welcomes Master Zhang. Zhang Xiaoyi and Elder He shook hands before Elder He threw out that question. Master Zhang, I wonder what epiphany you were talking about. Zhang Xiaoyi, who was already an official, couldn't hide everything. For Ancestor Bodhi, he was still thinking of concealing some of it, not willing to tell the whole story. Zhang Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and said, I don't know if I'll raise the ire of a certain being if I talk about this. All I can say is that my epiphany had something to do with an ancient tree. Elder He nodded and said, Old me understands. It's already very late. I'll send someone to send Master Zhang to rest. Tomorrow we'll send Master Zhang back to the South China Sea, and someone will take care of the qualifications of the Shushan Taoist temple. I also hope that Master Zhang will keep the matter of the Security Administration a secret for now. After saying goodbye, Xuanyu sent Zhang Xiaoyi away. Elder Ho sat in the conference room in deep thought. An epiphany? An old tree? The tree's origins might be upset by a certain being for saying so? What the hell does that mean? He Lao took out his phone and dialed a number. There will be an emergency meeting tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. It's imperative that the candidate members of the Security Administration are present. Seeker added after a moment. Let Wei Ming participate as well. South China Sea. Night. Chowie drove his big jeep around the city of Manhwa haphazardly. The mysterious owner of the store said that the monster would be cleared in a day, and he spent the whole day in a skeptical state of mind. Apprehensive. All day the sheriff's office had no calls about monsters hurting people. That's good news. The surprise was horror. That store owner has so much energy in South Sea City? He must have forces of his own. But he, the director of the South China Sea Security Bureau, didn't even know anything about it. Distracted, he drove to get some air, but also wanted to patrol the South Sea City himself. It was late at night, and the road was deserted, with only 2 rows of dim streetlights. There was a tall silhouette in the middle of the main street, wearing a black leather jacket and pants, stepping on 12 centimeters height sky high, with a hot body. A long straight black hair was draped behind her head with a long strand of burgundy hair on her forehead. It was a foreigner black woman with a guitar. Chowie frowned and sounded the horn. The foreign woman was unmoved, her fingers on her guitar. Years of criminal investigation have sent alarm bells ringing in Chowie's head. Chowie hurriedly jerked the steering wheel as the dark-skinned hottie played the first note. The ear-piercing sonic boom made the car's glass crumble, and even the streetlights blew up a lot. Chowie felt even more dizzy, and the car crashed into the street teeth. He struggled to push the door open and staggered out of the car, crouching on the side of the road to dry heave. What the is this? The black-skinned hottie stomped on her hateful high heels and waddled in, speaking in a skillful summary dialect. Chowie, Director Chow, aren't you afraid of being bitten to death if you repeatedly go against a beast? Chowie realized that the woman in front of him was the person behind the South China Sea Green Sanatorium. He braced himself and fished the pistol out of his pocket and pointed it at the woman, pulling a small smile. Bite me? Forget it, I like mature women. I wouldn't get off on a woman like you even biting me for nothing, let alone getting off on it. Lilith frowned. She obviously didn't get Chowie's dirty joke. Chowie didn't need her to understand, and pulled the trigger with 2 bang-bang shots. Lilith's body moved instantly, almost appearing as a stump, skillfully dodging the shots. Lilith had a sneer on her lips. Going against me doesn't end well, neither in the Summer Kingdom nor in the American flag state. Lilith's hand was placed on the guitar and she was about to play the next note when she saw Chowie's face looking behind her in surprise. Tap tap tap. The sound of disorganized footsteps came from behind them as well. Lilith whipped her head around, slightly startled, only to see a group of strange people in white raincoats are surrounding this way. Some jumped on the streetlights like apes jumping like a group of ancient martial arts masters. They were silent, not uttering a word. In the middle of the road, there was a tall woman in a black suit. She had a lady's cigarette clutched in her fingertips, and her face was covered with a silver, half-concealed mask of a witch. Black Queen, Su Yuton. End of chapter 88. Chapter 88, Extra. The Black Queen who manipulates the Black Augur Dragon. Chapter 88, Extra. The Black Queen who manipulates the Black Augur Dragon. Last monster in the South Seas. Cleanup mission begins. The woman flicked her cigarette-clipped hand and barked orders. The white-clad monsters lunged towards Lilith. Lilith was battle-hardened, a smile on her lips. You're my opponents in the South Seas, aren't you? Well, just before I leave Summerland, I'll finish with you. Lilith played the heavy metal that was killing her. The guitar in her hand was a technological artifact of the god-making creatures. Lilith can vibrate through the air and directly attack a creature's internal organs and brain. However, the music that made Chowie cover his ears and want to die couldn't stop those white-robed freaks. Lilith looked incredulously at the pouncing cleaners and stopped playing her music, using her guitar as a weapon to smash into the cleaners. One by one, the cleaners were sent flying, badly hurt. Lilith was like a strapping northeastern tiger showing its claws in a wolf pack. However, the cleaners had no regard for their injuries and were humongous. Lilith was horrified to find that one of the cleaners had his head cracked open by himself, and yet he was still able to fight as if nothing had happened. Only a few of the cleaners who had their spines broken by themselves were out of action. How is this possible? Anyone who understands biology knows that these things are more like monsters when compared to genetic creations. Enough! Su Yutong, who was silent and smoking, suddenly snapped. She had been the ruthless queen in general, watching the battle with indifference. The cleaners stopped and began to evacuate with some of their companions who had broken their spines. Su Yutong finished the last puff of his cigarette and exhaled thick smoke. Look at you. Second order? God-making creatures can be noticed by their masters, so there's really something to them. The pupils of Lilith, who had an invincible stance, and Chowie, who had collapsed to the ground, contracted at near simultaneous times. Chowie was thinking, is she owned by the shopkeeper? Sure enough, he has incredible power in the South Seas. No wonder Chan Wei was so jealous of him. Is this the bottom line, that he cleared the South Sea of monsters in one day? Lilith narrowed her eyes at Su Yutong. They really knew about the god-making organization, and they had also been fighting with the god-making organization explicitly. Kuroki Misawa died at their hands. Could it be that that master is the head of a god-making organization similar to the one in Xia? Also, what does second order mean again? Lilith said with her head held high. The power of blood and chi in you is not as strong as your men. You're no powerhouse. You're gonna die here. I will take your body and greet your master. The corner of Su Yutong's mouth pulled out a sneer. She flicked the ash of her cigarette, cocked an orchid finger around it and lifted it to her chest. With a loose finger, the cigarette naturally falls off. Shadows surged on the ground. Half of the black python head actually poked out from the shadows, tilted his head and opened his bloody mouth, swallowing the cigarette but into his stomach. Lilith looked at Su Yutong incredulously. This is definitely not genetic technology. Su Yutong raised her slender fingers, and the shadows in the ground gradually expanded, like a deep black pool. The black python's head, along with its huge body, rushed out of the black pool. It was a huge thing that was almost 10 meters. Supersized python. This is Su Yutong's talent. Shadow puppetry consumes mental energy to manipulate shadows. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the puppetry. She is a talented person with an extremely tough mind. Otherwise it would be impossible for her to have founded the TAC Tai group at such a young age. This kind of person will have a lot of success in all walks of life. Just like cultivation, her power comes from the shadow demon. Although he couldn't be like Zhu Dajuan, who possessed the super cultivation means of being able to increase his spiritual power just by devouring shadows, he also had his own set of cultivation methods. Under hard work, Su Yutong had already reached the second stage. Since there were no more desire potions to take, not being able to awaken a new talent could not prevent Su Yutong's transcendent power from increasing. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the shadow puppetry. In order to manipulate a more powerful puppet, she used quite a few contacts and purchased the Amazonian great morpho boa at a high price. The nearly 10-meter-long, 250-kilogram monster was one of the best even among boas. After refining the shadow of the Amazonian great morpho boa into a puppet, the valuable serpent died, and Su Yutong also possessed a powerful shadow puppet. The Amazonian boa is so strong that it's even been deified by a bunch of ignoramuses on the internet. Those who are ignorant often say, the snake becomes a python, the python becomes a boa, the boa becomes a jiao, and the jiao becomes a dragon. This is pure nonsense. Snakes, pythons, boas, that's not even a species. Many people think that the boa is also the stuff of legends, but in fact this is the creature that lives in the great rivers of the Himalayas. Internet speculation about boa constrictors sidesteps the horror of boa constrictors. In particular, the Mori boa that became a shadow puppet's attack and movement speed reached a point that was impossible for a realistic Mori boa to reach, making up for the only drawback of a realistic Mori boa. Su Yutong waved her hand again, and the shadow black boa rushed towards Lilith like lightning. Lilith was also a second rank in Su Yutong's opinion, but there was a gap amongst the second ranks. The second order among demons was definitely not comparable to a genetic creation like Lilith. Lilith's eyes gradually filled with blood. She controlled the organs inside her and peaked her power. There were adrenaline hormones and everything was slowing down in Lilith's eyes. Lilith rushed up with her big guitar and slammed into the shadow black boa as if it were mounted on a big train. Lilith stormed back, fear on her face. If it was an ordinary evolutionary, he wouldn't be able to walk more than a single move in the hands of the shadow black boa. What the hell is this? Anaconda? But the boa is definitely not as black as ink, much less from the ground. Could it be that this is the legendary auger dragon of Xia? Lilith breathed in sharply. This news must be told to father. Lilith aimed at Su Yutong, who was standing still, and a battle plan formed in her head. She played heavy metal music with vigor, the air vibrating to make the shadowed black boa stole its form slightly. Then, Lilith once again charged at the shadow black boa, which opened its bloody mouth. Lilith's waist twisted violently, actually stepping on the shadow black boa's head to skim over it, picking up the big guitar and swinging it towards Su Yutong's head. Su Yutong let out a light laugh, and the 5 fingers of her hand that naturally hung down by her legs spread out. In the middle of the ground, an arm poked out, and the black palm opened up, interlocking with Su Yutong's 5 fingers. It was Su Yutong's own shadow. The black shadow crawled onto Su Yutong. Su Yutong and the shadow became one. She grabbed Lilith's big guitar with one hand and kicked out with her slender legs. Air popping sounds rang out. Lilith sprayed out a mouthful of blood and was actually kicked tens of meters. She climbed to her feet, glanced at Su Yutong with palpitations, and twisted her head to run. Su Yutong didn't choose to catch up. The master has ordered that a lesson be taught and no lives be hurt. There's no point in her being dead. She can still be a pawn if she's alive. Chowie looked at Su Yutong in a daze. So fierce. This is one of that drugstore owner's men? She called that pharmacy owner? The subordinate of the drugstore owner can manipulate the black scale? In other words, the woman who can even manipulate a ing dragon is that boss's maid? How powerful does that boss have to be? End of chapter 89. Chapter 89 Let the world roll. Chapter 89 Let the world roll. Imperial Capital. General Security Directorate Building. Elder He took a sip of tea and gave everyone time to digest before speaking. Master Zhang in the video mentions that cultivating immortality requires an epiphany, and the epiphany is associated with an ancient tree. What exactly is that tree? If any of you have any thoughts on that, this touches on the field of biology. The biologist stood up and said, the oldest known tree in the world, a foxtail pine in the home Fernia White Range, is said to be 5,000 years old. Then there's Utah's Pando Woods, which share an underground root system and are more than 10,000 years old. He Lao said with a smile. I don't think a foreign tree will give our family cultivator an epiphany, the history professor said as he raised his hand and pushed up his glasses. Since they are immortal cultivators, they cannot be compared to ordinary trees. The history professor's comment made everyone nod their heads darkly. It's so true. The history professor continued. There is a record in the Shanhaijing that there is a heavenly ladder tree named Jianmu. Myths and legends say that trees can make heavenly ladders up to heaven and earth for the ancient gods to travel freely between heaven and earth. The tree that the cultivators talk about. Could it be this tree? Elder He pondered and asked. What does an epiphany have to do with building wood? The historian was speechless. A tree can cause an epiphany? It's unbelievable. All those present bowed their heads in thought. At this time, Elder He looked toward Wei Ming, who was sitting at the end of the table, pondering, and said with a smile, Comrade Wei Ming, do you have something to say? Wei Ming Winston smiled sarcastically with a red face. Just talk. I don't know anything. He Lao shook his head. That's not right. Let's brainstorm. Besides, the immortal cultivator had not yet appeared, and you brought up the concept of aura revival. You're very forward-thinking. Furthermore, it was you who told me about the heavenly treasures mentioned in this negotiation with the immortal cultivators. I think your musings are important. Tell me about them? When the crowd heard Elder He's words, they focused on Wei Ming, looking up and down with astonishment in their eyes. How can this young man do this? So many people are waiting to hear their own insights. Wei Ming's heart is pounding. There was a voice in his mind at the moment. Wei Ming, are you going to be a coward for the rest of your life or a hero for even a moment? Wei Ming decisively chose the latter. It's okay to be embarrassed. This is a time when pussy must be played. He is going to use the immortal cultivation novel set he has been chasing for more than 10 years to give you great scholars a lecture on what it means to cultivate a wide range of learning. Wei Ming stood up and said in a loud voice, I think that tree is the tree of enlightenment. All of them looked at Wei Ming in surprise. The tree of enlightenment? It's called a tree of enlightenment because you can be enlightened? So simple and crude? He Lao frowned. Isn't that a bit of a far-fetched argument for you to start? The words were not finished when the history professor tapped his head. The tree of enlightenment. You mean the Bodhi tree? Wei Ming froze. This old man has also read similar immortalization novels? The crowd once again looked at Wei Ming and all felt that this kid was not simple. The history professor explained. It is rumored that Siddhartha Gautama became enlightened under the Bodhi tree before he died. Thus in many texts, The Bodhi tree is also called the tree of enlightenment. Was it under the Bodhi tree that the immortal cultivator had his epiphany? Wei Ming nodded and smiled at the history professor. That's right, and I think the Bodhi tree is definitely needed for attaining the Tao and stepping into the path of immortality. With an epiphany, one can be worlds apart from the mundane and used to have great power. Or if you can swallow heavenly materials, you can also build a foundation to become an immortal. That's how it's written in the novel anyway. With a good heart, the historian asked for advice. Comrade Wei Ming, what's with the foundation building again? Wei Ming started talking about the assumptions he had summarized from the immortal cultivation novels, and didn't dare to go too far off the mark. The crowd whispered to each other. He Lao looked at Wei Ming. The more this kid looked, the more he looked like that. Talent. The security administration needs such a forward-thinking mastermind. At the same time, the man is a blessing. After some more conceptualization and discussion of the SAA's primary mission guideline was to find heavenly treasures. Ho eventually identified these candidates as members of the security administration. Elder, he got up, his face serious, and opened his mouth. Gentlemen, I declare the security administration officially inaugurated. From now on we're all comrades in arms, so keep it a secret. The crowd's complexion lingered as they rose, a sense of mission rising from their hearts. After taking their seats again, the crowd had taken on a different kind of camaraderie with each other, one that belonged to the bonds of comradeship. Wei Ming, who felt all the respected seniors releasing their goodwill towards him, only felt that his future was open, and there was also an incomparable pride. He was the second generation in his sister's mouth, and only managed to get a job at the Nanhai Security Bureau after his sister forced him to study, and then to ask for connections. Now with all these comrades in arms, he thought he could be so much more powerful than that senior sister. Elder, he looked at Wei Ming and said with a smile, Comrade Wei Ming, you work in the South China Sea. What do you think of the South China Sea? Is there any suspicion that anyone in the South Seas might be an anomalous human being? Or know of some other anomalous event of which we are unaware? Abnormal humans include immortalists, monsters created by God-making organizations, and whatever else is beyond. The crowd looked at Wei Ming with a grave expression. It's hard to start everything. It's easy to go from 1 to 10. The hard part is going from 0 to 1. Opening research on unusual events and unusual characters is important. Wei Ming thought deeply. A scene came to his mind. The giant white-headed eagle fought with the crow demonic beast in the sky. The common people in the square fled in terror. A gorgeous woman stood on the stage, calmly looking at the sky without a hint of panic, even winking provocatively at him. His face was grave and he looked up. I suggest that a female anchor be strictly monitored. Her internet ID is named Nanhai Kimi Ting, South China Sea, Mid-Levels Villa. In the courtyard, Li Yang carefully tended the transcendental plant that he had created, a daffodil. That daffodil is peculiar, as if it had human emotions. When Li Yang stroked it, it would shyly wiggle its body. Rattlesnake didn't know what there was to see in a plant. She thought this owner was a bit out of touch. She licked her little tiger teeth and said with a devilish attitude, officials have created special departments for transcendental events. Chowie said, wouldn't it be dangerous for us if they found out about the Devil's Club? For the purpose of world domination, should I go and get all the people in the special department killed? Chowie didn't know the information about that special department or even what it was called. His reasons for inferring that a special department has been officially established are twofold. First, after immortal cultivator Zhang Xiaoyi returned to the South China Sea, the above quickly handled the ground license as well as the Taoist qualification for the Shushan Taoist temple. It means that Zhang Xiaoyi has been recruited by the authorities. Secondly, Magistrate Wei Ming's file was transferred to the imperial capital with such high authority that even he had no right to ask questions. The signs point to one thing. After the investigation team returned to the imperial capital, the officials quickly set up a special department for the transcendental incident. Li Yang glanced at the Rattles. Rule the world? What a bad taste that is. Rattle's eyes lit up. Her favorite thing about Li Yang is that he has evil ambitions. Li Yang got up, patted the dirt on his body, and said, the official establishment of a special department. I shouldn't suppress it, I should even support it. Rattle froze. No rebellion? And help the officials? What's the point? How could Li Yang's mind kitty understand? He wished more people worshipped transcendental powers and could become transcendentalists. He'd prefer the transcendents to fight amongst themselves. The more sects there are among the transcendents, the more ferocious the fight can be in order to roll. Having been a cowhorse for many years, Li Yang knew one thing. Just enough volume for the transcendental world to grow. An analogy. In The Laughing Proud Wanderer, the Kuaipa Dictionary is the supreme power. The heroes of Jianghu are in constant strife over the Kuaipa Dictionary. If a bastard prints 10,000 copies of the Kuaipa Dictionary and publishes it in the Jianghu, may I ask, as a Jianghu person, do you practice or not? Practice? You'll have to self-flagellate. No practice? Then you're worse off. Your enemies, your friends, are practicing this divine art, you'll be out of business. You'll be the lowest form of martial artist. This is the true meaning of the role. The bad thing about the role is that the average person doesn't get a real bang for their buck. The good thing about the role is that the community is, in a sense, thriving. When the world rolled up and the whole world revered transcendence, Li Yang would be able to quickly become a god. End of chapter 90. Chapter 90, Monitoring Zhang Shirai. Chapter 90, Surveillance of Jiang Sai. 3 days later, Nanhai, an apartment. Thank you good brother for sending the emperor Seto Mua. Brother can order a dance. Zhang Shirai is live as usual. Dance with passion. Bringing out the best in a rub and tug dance hostess. Looking at the increasing number of gifts in the background, Zhang Shirai flirtatiously threw a wink. Not knowing how many viewers were sent to the peak. Zhang Shirai is quite short of money these days. What she didn't know was that her live room, her location, had been monitored. Jiang Sai is being closely investigated by the security administration. Nanhai, Peach Crystal Hotel. 2 men are watching Zhang Shirai live. One is Wei Ming and the other is Liang Yu, a well-known detective in the industry. The security administration's mission to investigate Zhang Shirai was teamed up with Wei Ming and Liang Yu. They can secretly mobilize all local magistrates, in addition to their explicit status. While the security administration is developing a cadre of fighters capable of special assignments, it is more convenient to have the flexibility to utilize local sheriffs. Wei Ming looked at Zhang Shirai, who was twisting her waist and swinging her hips, and then looked at Liang Yu, who was watching the live broadcast with full attention, and felt embarrassed. Who in their right mind would watch a scrub dance with another man? Wei Ming coughed dryly. Brother Yu, do you think I'm overthinking it? Zhang Shirai isn't an abnormal character. Liang Yu shook his head. You had a good instinct then. Through these few days of observation, Zhang Shirai is indeed not simple. Wei Ming hastened to ask for advice. What makes it so? Everyone is the same. Watching the livestream every day and checking out Jiang Sai's background connections. How is it that Liang Yu can tell that Zhang Shirai is not ordinary? He knew that in order to get on in the security administration, his skills had to be real. You can't go far by blowing awesome. Each of these people in the security administration is talented. None of them could fight, except for one of the men who had served as a special martial arts brigadier general. The security administration does not need reckless people. It needs knowledgeable people, and resourceful people. These people include history professors from major universities, PhDs in physics from research institutes, world-traveling biologists, insightful senior detectives, and so on. There's only Wei Ming, a little punk, who let He Laofei say that he is a member of the Blessed General. Because of Wei Ming's several assumptions, the security administration has a basic understanding of the transcendental world and a countermeasure for future changes. Most of all, it was because of the heavenly treasures that Wei Ming had mentioned that he was able to lure an immortal cultivator into becoming an advisor to the security administration. It's kind of a feather in the cap of the security administration. Wei Ming didn't want to be a little punk blowing awesome, so he had to learn more from his comrades. Those comrades in arms, on the other hand, are the cream of the crop in the security administration? Liang Yu said seriously. In 3 days, I've jerked off 8 times and you've jerked off 15. Wei Ming was filled with shock and looked at Liang Yu incredulously. No buddy, you, Liang Yu said seriously. This frequency is not normal for me. Wei Ming's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes. Not dude. Liang Yu turned his head to continue watching the livestream and said, I think it's the same for you. Wei Ming furrowed his brows, thinking carefully about Liang Yu's meaning, and half suddenly realized. You're saying that Zhang Shirai knows some sort of transcendental charm technique. Men can't stop themselves from falling for this charm. She uses this extraordinary charm to tempt men to swipe her gifts? Riao raised an eyebrow. Transcendental charm? That makes sense. You really are a talent. I was just saying that our frequency is not normal, and you summarized it so much. Wei Ming continued the association. If Jiang Sai is really a transcendent, then where did she get this power from? She definitely won't admit to it when asked in person, and it would have been nice to find out about her unusual behavior. Liang Yu said, she's going on a trip tomorrow. We can follow it, maybe we'll get something. Wei Ming froze for a moment. How did you know she was going away? Liang Yu said, it was just said on the air. I went to the bathroom and took my cell phone. Liang Yu grabbed a few paper towels and went to the restroom, where the glass wiping dance music rang out. Wei Ming blinked. In the live broadcast, Zhang Shirai said that tomorrow to go to the physical examination may be hospitalized for a few days to adjust. That's normal for anchors. How is that an out-of-town trip? Wei Ming took out his own cell phone and opened Zhang Shirai's live broadcast. This woman is too beautiful and flirty for words. Could it be Fox and Demon? After 5 minutes, Liang Yu came out of the restroom, his face ugly. This Zhang Shirai needs to be investigated and arrested immediately. Wei Ming froze for a moment. For what? Liang Yu grimaced. Just by watching her live for 3 days, Her body is not as good as it could be. And what if in reality? God knows how many people she has wrecked. She's definitely not a good person. She's an evil demon. Wei Ming was speechless. You're fast and you're blaming others? He sulked. Dude, how did you surmise this again? Liang Yu used his stern triangular eyes to scrutinize Zhang Shirai in the live broadcast. If a man has the power to make a man drunk, he must be wicked and have blood on his hands. Wei Ming couldn't make head or tail of it. Not really, right? Can't she be a proper anchor? Liang Yu looked at Wei Ming with a naive look. If you've ever been a detective, you know how many kinds of evil are hidden in the human world. If there really is a Spider-Man, a Hulk, a Superman, do you think they're all heroes who preserve the world? No, they will only use their power for their own personal gain. Don't look at me like that. It's not that I'm narrow-minded. Human nature is. Liang Yu ignored Wei Ming's shock and grimaced as he watched the livestream. Zhang Shirai's ability is so evil that he can control men as male dogs in heat. She is an anomaly that was not detected before the creation of the Security Administration. God knows how many hurtful things she's done over the years. There may even be an interest group behind it. Wei Ming felt that Liang Yu's words were wrong. Human nature is evil? He doesn't feel that way. Who made them famous detectives? Wei Ming asked. What do we do? Liang Yu smiled grimly. Isn't she going on a trip? Scouting is my strong suit. It must be fun to fight the Transcendents. The next day, Wei Ming and Liang Yu disguised as travelers in a nondescript second-hand car stood guard outside Zhang Shirai's apartment. A beautiful woman appeared. She had light makeup painted on her face and was dressed in a plain punching bag, jeans, and was holding her line in her hand. Standing in front of the apartment waiting for someone, Wei Ming said, there are a lot of beautiful women in this apartment. This sister is no worse than Zhang Shirai. Liang Yu looked at Wei Ming with the eyes of an idiot. She's Zhang Sai. Ha? This is Zhang Sai? Wei Ming's eyes dropped. It was unimaginable to imagine it was a person compared to the flirtatious and alluring image in the live broadcast. Liang Yu is face-blind. He never looks at faces to tell people apart. He looks at temperament. Zhang Shirai's heart-stopping and swaying aura is the most unique characteristic. A box-type large truck drove here. Zhang Shirai waved at the truck and got into the car with his traveling gift. Liang Yu had a small smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Well, I told you she was out of town today, didn't I? Find out what she's hiding behind. P.S. Originally posted 3 chapters yesterday. VIP 62, 63, 64, but 62, 63 were reviewed and only VIP 64 chapters left to let the world roll. Luckily, the first 2 chapters are a different story, so there's no delay in reading what comes next. That's okay, keep following the plot and I'll slowly insert those 2 chapters in the backstory. It's infuriating. It's infuriating. It doesn't matter. I've been with my good friend Shinshin put review editing crickets dead. End of chapter. 91. Chapter 91, Contrasting Mother Zhang Shirai. Chapter 91, The Contrary Virgin Zhang Shirai. Nanhai. A small supermarket outside the Tianhe building material market. Zhang Shirai walked out with 2 bottles of water and twisted her tiny waist towards the big van. She took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to the driver. Smiling. Sean, here. The driver of the truck was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The name is Hung San. He was short and stocky. A man who worked at manual trades all the time. Hong Shan took the water and smiled. Thanks sis, you almost got everything, right? Get in the car and you'll be there by 7 p.m. if you hurry. At this time Zhang Shirai's cell phone rang. Zhang Shirai picked up the phone and stepped aside to whisper. Congratulations Yushi, you finally advanced. Rainy Creek, I'll finish things up the day after tomorrow at the latest. You can go ahead and help the master, and I'll try to get back early. Chen Yushi and Zhang Shirai were considered to have nothing to talk about after this period of time together. Throw in the fact that the two are already a pair of bosom buddies in order to compete with Li Yang for favor and secretly have a bit of rivalry, the half-plastic kind. As a pair of partners, it's important to know each other well. Chen Yushi and Zhang Shirai's abilities were more or less understood by both sides. Chen Yushi could condense the power of faith after her advancement to help Li Yang strengthen his soul, which was an important piece of information that Zhang Shirai was also aware of. Zhang Shirai hung up the phone and got into the big truck. After the van left the building materials market, a second-hand Santana sneaked up behind it. Used Santana inside. Wei Ming was still recalling Zhang Shirai's overwhelmingly sweet smile when she gave water to the big truck driver. It's not the same flirty and sexy as it was on air. It's pure. He brought himself into it. How nice it would be to be a big truck driver and be able to drink water delivered by a beauty like that. It's water that a beauty has drunk. Even better. Liang Yu glanced at Wei Ming derisively. Enchanted by her? Don't let a woman's appearance fool you. Wei Ming was slightly offended by Liang Yu's interruption of his mirth. I do think that Zhang Sai might just like to show off on the surface and is still a normal girl on the inside. She's an anchor woman. And what kind of dance anchor woman doesn't rub it in these days? Liang Yu sneered. This kind of woman is no good. I've seen a lot of contrarian whores who switch between innocent and sexy at will. You can't even count the fish in their pond. Don't expect some woman to be outwardly Thai and inwardly pure. Much of it is outwardly pure and inwardly prodigal. A woman like Zhang Shirai. Moreover, I don't know how many stupid men are willing to throw away their wives and children for her, and dump their families. Transcendents like her don't lack for money. It's fun to seduce men and enjoy snapping. Saying that, Liang Yu glanced meaningfully at Wei Ming. Guess, did that big truck driver sleep with her? It's just a Thai whore. Wei Ming had a vicious chill in his heart. Point taken. How can you be a pure woman when you rub your nose so hard in the live room that it makes your nose bleed? Evil. Lewd were the two words that surfaced in Wei Ming's mind. Liang Yu stopped pulling these with Wei Ming. He concentrated on driving. As a famous detective, tracking this kind of thing is child's play for him. It's just too physically demanding and requires his full attention. Liang Yu said, "Have you checked what you were told to check?" Wei Ming's cell phone rang at just the right time. It's a text message. Wei Ming looked at his cell phone with an odd expression. Zhang Shirai bought 500 marching quilts and 500 mattresses. Wei Ming continued to flip through his cell phone and said, "Pork, chicken, beef and lamb, rice, flour, grain and oil." Wei Ming looked incredulously at the large van in front of him. Why is she buying all these supplies? What is she going to do? Wei Ming is checking Zhang Shirai's spending record today. Since Zhang Sai doesn't use online payment and only uses cash, the only way to find out what she buys is to send a sheriff's deputy to verify it on the spot. Liang Yu's eyes narrowed dangerously. Doing anything is possible. For example, secretly training a group of combatants. Wei Ming said in shock, "So we don't need to call for backup?" Liang Yu searched for a moment. "Feel free to call the local sheriff." The car drove on until late afternoon. Off the highway, the cars on the road became thinner and thinner. This is no longer the South China Sea, but a mountainous region some distance away. The night was getting thicker and Wei Ming was getting more and more panicked. Secretly train a group of combatants? It's quite possible in a place like this. Are they really not in danger? Liang Yu said in a deep voice. There are no more vehicles or bunkers here for us to hide in. The other side has already spotted our headlights. We're going to be discovered. Wei Ming asked. What then? Drive back? Safety first. Liang Yu said. They've already spotted us. We'll cause them to kill us if we leave rashly. Follow first. The big truck drove down the mountain road into a mountain village and stopped at the entrance. From a distance, there were people over there. Wei Ming's heart was in his throat as he fished out his sidearm from his arms and turned on the safety. The car came to the entrance of the village without slowing down. The scene in front of him made Wei Ming's jaw drop. The road at the entrance to the village is bordered by a hillside on which there is a modest building. The whole village was dimly lit, with only the lights on the old mansion-like buildings. Upon closer inspection, a wooden plaque on the iron gate reads in large letters, World Love Hope Primary School. Driver Huang Shan. The old man and the women are busy, joyfully carrying living supplies from inside the truck. A group of yellow-faced children's clusters Zhang Shirai. Welcome Zhang Shirai toward the school. The sound of children's laughter, women's playfulness, the old people urging the sound. In the night seems to be a different kind of peace. Wei Ming and Liang Yu looked at each other in disbelief. Zhang Shirai bought these things for the children in the poor mountainous areas? An old man in an old Chinese mountain suit, still dressed decently, walked towards Wei Ming and the other's car. He knocked on the door, enthusiastically. Greetings, I am the village chief here. Are you a friend of Mr. Chang's? Mr. Zhang said that he brought two more friends this time, in gray cars. As expected, Zhang Shirai had noticed them long ago. Liang Yu was the first to react and said with a smile, yes. The mayor pulled open the car door in a hurry. It's so late, go up and eat. It's ready. The hills are bad and the cars can't get up them. Liang Yu and Wei Ming got out of the car, and the village chief personally pulled them towards the hillside, sighing as they walked. It's going to be winter. Thanks to Mr. Zhang's financial support, the children can go to school in winter. Wei Ming wondered, without Zhang Shi, Mr. Zhang, couldn't the children go to school in winter? The school is right at the entrance to the village, isn't it? And it's not like you have to drive up the mountain and won't run into a snowstorm. The mayor said, the two of you don't know. Yulu is the best village in the neighborhood. Children from 10 miles and 8 villages go to school here. In the summer it was fine. Each one took some potatoes from home and the school helped to process them into a dish. You can walk home from class in the evening. Not in winter. It's too cold and the roads are bad. You must stay in school if you want to attend classes. With so many children, food and lodging are a problem. Mirako said inside again. It's hard. The strong men in the village work outside and come back only once a year for the spring festival. It's just the women and us old men who are full for nothing left to guard the children. Wei Ming went up the hill and stood in front of the school looking down. The whole village was dark, obviously not electrified or with bad power. It is hard to imagine that this is the best conditioned village in the neighborhood. It's also hard to imagine that there would be such a group of kids in today's day and age. Shouldn't all elementary school students nowadays be living a life where they wake up drinking milk tea and playing King of Honor when they're bored? Liang Yu suddenly asked. Did Mr. Zhang say what he does and where he gets the money to buy these things? The village chief froze. Aren't you all Mr. Zhang's colleagues who teach in the city? Liang Yu was silent. The village and the children don't know that Zhang Shirai's money is earned from rubbing dances, do they? He felt his face hurting from the beating he'd given himself. In the daytime, she said that Zhang Shirai was a lecherous, but at night, she knew that she had been subsidizing poor schools. Such a man is the great beaker of evil. And what is he himself? Even people's schools are named after Zhang Shirai. I've seen the contrarian before, but this is the first time I've met the contrarian Madonna. 2 co-workers, why don't you come in? It's dinner time soon. The gentle voice rang out at the school entrance, causing Liang Yu and Wei Ming to shiver in unison. They slowly turned around, and the beautiful woman who made any man's mouth go dry was now staring at them coldly with her arms wrapped around her. P.S. I don't dare to send 2 chapters together. It's okay if the last chapter is censored, but it's too troublesome if the first chapter is blocked. End of chapter 92. Chapter 92 Strengthening the Soul. Chapter 92 Strengthening the Soul. The school cafeteria was also very simple. Just 2 private rooms. 1 private room for cooking and 1 private room for eating. Most students take their meals and eat them in class. There were only 4 tables in the cafeteria. There was a table of old men who helped with the work, a table of women, and a table with a few children sitting at it. Zhang Shirai, Wei Ming, Liang Yu, and the village head and a few old village teachers sat at a table. Wei Ming sat next to Zhang Shirai on the left and right. Fragrant flirtatious beauty is at their side. These 2 people are sitting on pins and needles, and they dare not have a little ripple in their hearts. They knew that this woman was a dangerous transcendent, the kind that could kill them both at the drop of a hat. Liang Yu cursed his lapse in judgment. If Zhang Shirai is doing unseemly deeds today, he can threaten Zhang Shirai with his official identity and then shelter himself to leave safely. But Zhang Shirai was doing a good deed, and the fact that she and the others were following her was something that they and the others were doing wrong, and it was likely to annoy her. It's more dangerous than sitting in a group of criminals, an older woman said to Zhang Shirai with a smile on her face. These 2 new faces smile. Won't Mr. Zhang introduce them? Zhang Shirai glanced at the 2 men and said in a cold voice, won't you 2 introduce yourselves? Wei Ming's eyes look at the nose and the nose looks at the heart, brain frantically thinking of countermeasures. Going out on the throne identity is all self-given. The question is what identity to give yourself now that can be subtly awkward. There's got to be a way. While Wei Ming was pondering on a countermeasure, Liang Yu put down his chopsticks and said without hesitation, we work for the crown. Wei Ming looked at Liang Yu incredulously, and just admitted it in a big way? He peeked at Zhang Shirai and saw a dangerous killing intent clearly brewing in her eyes. The village chief's expression became serious. So the leader is here. May I ask if there are any instructions from above? Don't take village officials for granted. Village chiefs also have official status. Liang Yu continued. Mr. Zhang invited us here, and before he came, he said that it's not easy for us in Yulu village. Today it is true. Is our village still without power? The whole place was quiet. Even the children's table didn't have the sound of bowls and chopsticks. They looked at Liang Yu expectantly, expecting something. Even Zhang Shirai gave a slight sideways glance. Liang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I'll take care of the power supply. I thought the official hat swore that I would go back and give Yulu village electricity. If not, let me die. The entire crowd let out an involuntary gasp. Surprise on everyone's face. The killing intent in the corner of Zhang Shirai's eyes tightened a bit. The village chief excitedly shook Liang Yu's hand. Leader, the words are serious. It's serious. It's good that the top still remembers Yulu village. Liang Yu glanced at Zhang Shirai. Is it serious? These words were meant for Zhang Shirai. If he doesn't fulfill his promise, he is willing to be sanded down by Zhang Shirai. Can you save your life for the electrification of Yulu village? Zhang Shirai got up. I'm full. So are you too. Show you to your quarters. Liang Yu and Wei Ming put down their dishes like good little boys. Great. Out the door. Zhang Shirai glanced behind him. The people in the cafeteria were cheerfully discussing and envisioning what it would look like after the electricity was energized. All the way to the dormitory entrance, Zhang Shirai stopped and asked, who the hell are you two? Liang Yu took out his papers. Security Administration. Liang Yu. Zhang Shirai frowned. Security Administration? Liang Yu nodded. A special department that specializes in unusual events. Zhang Shirai was greatly shocked in his heart. Did it turn out that the official government had always had this kind of department in existence? Sure enough, the world still knew too little about itself. One does not see the unseen side of the world until one reaches a certain level. If in the past, he or she was still the small anchor who lived by photo cheating, how could he or she imagine that this world was so amazing? Of course, she couldn't have imagined that the world wasn't all that magical in the first place. The world is suddenly interesting simply because her owner wants it to be. Zhang Shirai said, So what do you two mean by following me? Liang Yu said. You are suspected of being an anomaly and are under special investigation. Zhang Shirai snorted and a pink flame appeared on her white fingertips. And then what? And what? A trace of undetectable horror crossed Liang Yu's eyes. Just admit it graciously? How can you be so blasé when you know you're an official special agency worker? There was even disdain in his tone. Could it be that Zhang Shirai's background can already arm wrestle with the authorities? Liang Yu pondered for a moment and said, the authorities have a lot of respect for the Transcendents, and I hope you'll show some goodwill to the one behind you for the authorities. Liang Yu was certain that there was definitely a very powerful fellow behind Zhang Shirai, powerful enough to not bother getting involved with the crown, much more powerful than Shushan. Zhang Shirai walked towards the inside of the dormitory. It is for your own good that you leave tomorrow and do not observe me too much, and you should not even attempt to investigate the existence behind me. It is for the good of the authorities. This is my kindness to you, and for your help in getting electricity to the village of Yulu. Zhang Shirai's words were like a muffled thunderbolt, leaving Liang Yu and Wei Ming frozen in place like they were struck by lightning. Listening to her tone, the official forces of Xiao were nothing in the eyes of the man behind Zhang Shirai? Could it be that it was a force made up of transcendence? Have they always lived in such a world? Late night, South China Sea, Serenity Villa. The red trotter pulled up in front of the villa. A big weighty beauty gets out of the car. Wraparound dress, monogrammed black silk, high heels, and a little mama feeling all over. Chen Yushi walked through the gate of the villa and saw Xiao Hei sitting in the courtyard. Apostle, Hell's three-headed dog. She nodded at Blackie, who didn't respond and was looking at a daffodil plant in a daze. Drooling, Chen Yushi cast her gaze doubtfully, her pretty face revealing horror. A plant in the master's courtyard. All of them rich in transcendent power? Even, she could feel the fluctuation of souls in that narcissus. Chen Yushi pressed the shock in her heart and walked towards the main hall. She came here to strengthen her master's soul with the power of faith. The owner will be particularly weak during this period and must be in the safest place possible. The master's villa seems to be the safest place now. When Li Yang saw Chen Yushi coming, he put down the book, sat up from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom. Chen Yushi hurriedly followed. Rattle waited in the bedroom for a long time. Chen Yushi respectfully said, Master, strengthening your soul will cause you to fall into a deep sleep. There must be no surprises this night. Chen Yushi thought about it and instructed again. You will have a nightmare as your soul becomes powerful. You will dream about your worst fears, the deepest darkness of your heart. Never sink in a nightmare or the slumber will become long. When you are awake, your soul power becomes strong. In the future, the faith power of the 7 commandments will be automated as your soul power. She observed Li Yang's expression after she finished speaking and realized that it was full of concern. Yes, how could the master, as the king of hell, not know these details? Li Yang looked to one side of the rattles. In a moment you'll come with me to the dream. Black Witch's sorcery has the ability to enter dreams. He, the god of death, knew better than anyone about the taboo of strengthening the soul. Rattles can help him in his dreams. End of chapter 93. Chapter 93 Li Yang's Nightmare. Chapter 93 Li Yang's Nightmare. Inside the bedroom, a dense demonic power emanated from Chen Yushi's body. Her appearance changes. Spiral bull horns protruded from the top of his head and a pair of wings sprouted from his waist. The whole person presents a sense of nobility. Jealousy grew in Shaking Bell's eyes as she looked at Chen Yushi, who was in the posture of a fallen angel. How come it's so big? Chen Yushi recited an incantation and the black hexagram spell formation appeared out of thin air. Milky white power surged out of the hexagram spell formation and entered Li Yang's forehead. Strong drowsiness struck Li Yang, and he collapsed on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Jingle bells. The bell for the end of the lunch break rang while a sharp pain hit, waking up Li Yang. Li Yang looked up at what was in front of him. Blackboards, desks, students. This is in a classroom? He whipped his head around, looking at the boy beside him who had hit him over the head with a dictionary. The boy cursed angrily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you devilishly muttering at noon? Li Yang froze. Kicks in hang? Shinhan's anger had not subsided. Lust jar, Devil's Club, Reaper, you're middle-aged, aren't you? He's been chanting about it all ing noon, and he's not letting anyone take a lunch break. Li Yang looked at his hands blankly. Chen Yushi said she would have a nightmare, and now she's in a dream? If one has unpleasant memories, it's only this period. A major illness once left Li Yang with a vague memory of many things, including her high school years. Subconsciously, Li Yang knew that his high school years were the dimmest 3 years of his life. Go ah, Shinhong, go ah. A voice came from the doorway. Zhang Peng, wearing a basketball uniform, walked into the classroom. He's a gym student who recently had to compete and just finished training at noon. Shinhong cursed and got up. Damn, haven't slept all lunch, bad luck. Zhang Peng came over. What's the matter, my brother Voyager? Shinhong pointed at Li Yang and rambled on to tell Zhang Peng about Li Yang talking in her sleep at noon. Zhang Peng smiled. Isn't it easy to relieve your anger? Kixinhang rolled up his sleeves. Fine, beat him up. Zhang Peng waved his hand and took out a photo from his desk, waving it in front of Li Yang as if showing off. Li Yang froze. The kindly old man in the photo is his grandmother. Memories flooded into my mind like a tidal wave. His parents passed away due to an accident and his grandmother brought him up. The family was poor, and only such a picture was left after grandma's death. The only thing left in his house besides his grandmother's portrait was this one picture of her, with her young self in her arms. Li Yang looked at Zhang Peng's movements to understand what was going on and subconsciously said, "Give it to me." Zhang Peng smiled and said, "Other people's goddesses are school. Your goddess is an old tease me. Dude, correct your fetish, okay?" Zhang Peng pressed the lighter and the fire engulfed the photo. That's how grandma lost the only picture she had with him. He reached out to grab the photo and was greeted by Zhang Peng's fist. Zhang Peng made a move, and Shi Shinhan yanked Li Yang's hair to beat him. At this time, Li Yang was just a soft sheep in high school, not the chairman of the board of directors of the Devil's Club, not to mention the god of death who had mastered the entire South China Sea. The punches hurt, but they couldn't hurt as much as the heartbreak. It feels like someone stabbed you, and after you stitched up the wound, that person tore into you the same way. Li Yang fought back. Zhang Peng and Shi Shinhong were stunned. How could they have never imagined that Li Yang would dare to fight back? Your mom. Zhang Peng's curse words choked in his throat. Zhang Peng and Shi Shinhong saw the shade of chill in Li Yang's eyes. The look actually struck fear into his heart. Are those the eyes of a man who was killed? How did Li Yang get such horrible eyes? Is this still the same Li Yang? They both subconsciously stepped back. The students were watching the fun, and Zhang Peng and Shi Shinhong felt humiliated. At that moment, an angry voice came through the window. What for? It's the homeroom teacher, Sun Lin, a 35-year-old woman who still doesn't have a boyfriend. Her stern eyes scanned the class, and when she saw Li Yang, a touch of disgust appeared in her eyes. Li Yang, come to my office. Inside the office, Sun Lin sat on a chair and cursed at Li Yang. Li Yang couldn't hear what she was saying. The mind is muddled. The Devil's Club, the Devil's Jar of Desire. These things are being forgotten as if it was only a dream. I'm sure many people feel this way. Obviously, I had a dream that should be etched in my mind, but everything in the dream is being quickly forgotten when I wake up. Sun Lin took the lesson plan and slammed it hard on Li Yang. Ask you and you walk away. Do you realize you're wrong? Fighting. How dare you? Li Yang was pulled back to his senses. The woman in front of him was so impressed he could never forget it. When his grandmother was seriously ill, he had just started high school and wanted to study hard to make her happier. At that time there was no seating arrangement. He sat in the front row, listened carefully and got good grades. Sun Lin told him that day, go to the back row and sit between Shi Shinhan and Zhang Peng. The reason is that Li Yang is very honest and will only study in a bored manner. Zhang Peng and Shi Shinhan always talk in class, trying to get the non-verbal Li Yang to separate the pair of troublemakers. She didn't care if Li Yang would slip in her studies as a result. She just wanted the leader to see that the class was quiet and not deducted points when he inspected the classroom. So instead of talking in class, Zhang Peng and Shi Shinhan switched to bullying Li Yang. Li Yang said, they hit me first. Sun Lin clasped her arms and sneered. Why did they hit you? A slap in the face doesn't understand. So why don't you look for the reason in yourself? In fact, Sun Lin just didn't dare to trouble the two pricks, Zhang Peng and Shi Shinhan. I can't even listen to them. They have money at home, so I don't dare to mess with them too much. Li Yang snorted and looked at her like a little cutie, like looking at Sun Lin. Shouldn't you, a people's teacher, be a materialist? A slap in the face? How did this materialistic word come out of your mouth? Sun Lin was enraged. Scram! Tell your grandmother to come to school. At the mention of his grandmother, Li Yang was silent. She doesn't know yet that her grandmother has died. I was so stupid at that moment. When the teacher called the parents, the grandmother, who was not well, would literally hobble to school to admit her mistake. Myself and my grandmother were all about order and following the old-fashioned tradition of honoring teachers. Orderly? There's no point in following order with a slate. Do those who make the rules follow order? Will people like Shi Shinhan and Zhang Peng who give gifts to Sun Lin and are good at being rollers follow the order? They're kind of people who exploit the openings in the order tend to have a better time than those who follow the order. Seeing that Li Yang didn't say anything, Sun Lin thought that she had taken Li Yang and let out a cold snort from her nostrils. It's fine if you don't call your parents. No more fighting and no fighting back when you get hit. You're part of the class and have to contribute to the order of the class. Do you understand? Li Yang looked at Sun Lin derisively. You're like in heat when it comes to class order. Sun Lin was completely enraged while Li Yang's head was getting dizzy. End of chapter 94. Chapter 94, Li Yang's Desire. Chapter 94, Li Yang's Desire. Jingle bells. The wake-up bell rang. When he woke up again, Li Yang was already in the dormitory. He felt like he had forgotten something important, but he couldn't remember it no matter what. Vaguely, He seemed to remember a dream that consisted of arguing with a teacher and scolding him quite badly. Luckily it was a dream. Li Yang rubbed his eyes, and 2 words on his palm made him frown. Ascending to God. I sleepwalked? Not right. Li Yang has never done anything meaningless since he was a child. The words on the palm of his hand must be reminding him of something. Li Yang took the ballpoint pen on his pillow and rediagrammed the word Dengshan, fearing that he would forget. He believes in himself unconditionally. Li Yang, today is the bursary application speech. Have you written it yet? Roommate Big Crooked asked. His name is Wang Shuzheng, and he was given this nickname because of a childhood illness that caused him to be lame. Li Yang said. Written. Big Crooked breathed a sigh of relief. And I'm afraid you won't fight for it to save face. You're not well and you're the only one at home. If you can't get this bursary, I'm afraid you won't even have money for food. Big Crooked added thoughtfully. The bursary is definitely yours. No one in the class is worse off than you. He doesn't talk too much, but he's still a nice guy, and was Li Yang's iron son in high school. Li Yang smiled. Big Crooked said suddenly. Feeling a little different about you? Li Yang looked at Big Crooked suspiciously. Big Crook scratched his head. It's just that the first couple of days were particularly unusual. Well, now it's back to its old self. I'm afraid that when our grandmother is gone it will be too much of a shock for you and you'll be mentally ill. Li Yang mused. He kept feeling like he was forgetting something important. Forget about a dream I had at some point. A very long dream. Everything about the dream was getting blurry. The only thing I can remember in my head is that my cat turned into a little girl. I also wonder if I should get a girlfriend. 3rd period in the morning. Classroom. Those who wish to apply for a bursary are asked to speak at the podium. Students with the most votes, along with a letter of recommendation from the classroom teacher, qualify for the grant. It's not much, just $1,000, but it's enough to pay for Li Yang's food for 3 months. Make it through the summer and you can go to work to earn next semester's living expenses. Li Yang stepped up to the podium. At that time, Li Yang was low self-esteem and not good at talking, but in order to complete his studies and fulfill his grandmother's long-cherished dream of becoming a doctor, Li Yang lays bare the scars he doesn't want to mention to the students he spends time with. His parents are both dead, and his grandmother, who lives on low income, collects scraps to pay for his education. He was malnourished with vertigo and had a bad stomach problem. Now that grandma is gone too, I can't afford to eat on my own. With that said, he became more immersed in what should have been an unreal nightmare, playing deeper into the role he once played. At the end of his words, Li Yang looked at his classmates with timid eyes, awkwardly pulled out a far-fetched smile, and said curtly, I hope my classmates will give me a vote and I hope my teachers will recommend me. He didn't think he'd have a problem with it. The bursary thing was supposed to be fair. I didn't expect that. After finishing, Zhang Peng and Shi Shinhan couldn't hold back and were the first to burst out laughing. His classmates laughed along with him, their eyes full of sarcasm. Your grandmother died? Your family is old and poor? Seriously, Li Yang, you're the most outrageous of all these people. Outrageous is outrageous, just unoriginal. Li Yang was dumbfounded at what to do and walked back to his seat as the teacher urged him to do so. Zhang Peng walked up to the podium in a big way, talking about how hard it was for them and how their families were suffering. Li Yang's mouth grew wide. Isn't Zhang Peng's family rich? Doesn't his dad drive a Mercedes? Finally, Zhang Peng coyly took out a certificate of a poor family. Li Yang was shocked. Zhang Peng returned to his seat and whispered to Li Yang, 80% of the class would have voted for me. I told them I'd buy them a burger if I got the $1,000. Hey, 200 for the burger. I've got 800 left. Sure enough, Zhang Peng had the most votes in the class. Li Yang looked at the poor family certificate in Zhang Peng's hand out of his mind. Fair benefits, it turns out, also go to those who are prepared. Li Yang eyed the teacher. This $1,000 is a night's dash for Zhang Peng, but it's days for himself. He didn't need the teacher to favor himself or anything. He just wanted the teacher to remember that Zhang Peng's family was rich and to give him a fair deal. Who knows? Zhang Peng gave the teacher a you-know-it-all smile. And the teacher, Sun Lin, also cried and laughed and gave him a blank look. Li Yang knew what this exchange meant. Zhang Peng whispered, I'm also on good terms with my teacher. Li Yang looked at Zhang Peng incredulously. He realized that the so-called fairness had to be related as well. There had to be people. His head was spinning and his heart was beating so fast it was desperate. Suddenly, Li Yang's afterimage saw something. A young girl sits on the windowsill, shaking her calves. His mouth dropped open in shock. How come she's invisible to her teachers and classmates? The young girl beamed in displeasure. Li Yang, you badass. Do you know what it cost me to enter the dreams of this god of yours? It's so close. You're about to sink in a dream. It's true. God can't be anyone. If you hadn't kept your eyes open and marked yourself, you might have fallen into a long sleep. Li Yang's head hurt and felt like it was going to explode. He covered his head and saw the 2 words Denshin in the palm of his hand. Memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. he remembers and his temperament changes. Li Yang looked indifferently at the podium. The teacher has just finished writing Zhang Peng's recommendation letter and is ready to report it to the registrar's office. Li Yang muttered. School is really a place that teaches people to grow up. It's taught me so much. Rattle grinned. No wonder your disposition changed so much after high school. So you have such a story. I prefer the changed you, like a wolf cub, to the lamb you were. Li Yang stood up, about to walk out of this nightmare. The teacher, Sun Lin, frowned. Who told you to get up? Li Yang shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. I got very sick my senior year of high school and forgot a lot of things. Li Yang looked down at Zhang Peng and said quietly, almost forgot about you too. Wait until I get to you. Zhang Peng was surprised. What are you mad about? Li Yang snapped his fingers. Magic formations appeared in all corners of the classroom. Uncountable undead wailed and burrowed out of the magic formation. These are the monsters in the underground labs of the Green Sanatorium. After the monsters were cleaned up, Li Yang didn't waste it and transformed them all into undead. Screams of terror came from the classroom. Zhang Peng's face was filled with horror, and Sun Lin was paralyzed with despair. They looked at Li Yang with eyes full of fear and disbelief. They knew it was Li Yang's doing. Changes occur in Li Yang. The school uniform disappeared into a proper black suit and black trench coat. He walked out of the classroom with his bowler hat pressed down on his head. Waking up again, Li Yang appeared at the Serenity Villa. He felt more comfortable than ever. It's like the first time you reached the second order of mental power. The soul's power became strong enough to absorb the power of faith on its own, which was the first step in ascending to God. Fallen angel Chen Yushi knelt down in style. Congratulations, master. Li Yang glanced at Rattlesnake, who was sleeping on the floor from her exertion, and picked her up and placed her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. Li Yang suddenly realized something. Black runes emerged from his eyes as he examined himself. There was actually a strong force of desire in himself at the moment. End of chapter 95. Chapter 95, Nodding Flowers and Plants. Chapter 95, Grass of Enlightenment. Li Yang took out the desired demon jar, and the rich power of desire surged out from his body. The black mist converged in the desire magic jar and gradually liquefied into a desire potion. Li Yang looked at the potion in his hand and muttered, "Is this what I desire?" A nightmare opens up dusty memories and the desires belonging to Li Yang are aroused. What should I do with this potion of desire? He would not bestow this desire potion as a reward to others. Through this period of experimentation, he discovered that the desire potion could only be maximized if the desirer himself drank it, and the energy in it could be maximized. It is far better to drink your own desires than to drink someone else's. Of course, the potion of desire to become a Shinigami yourself can't be counted. That deathly desire potion is the most powerful desire potion after being strengthened by the desire magic jar, with the black runes in its eyes. So I'll drink it myself? Li Yang thought and shook his head. One's current soul power was already strong, but one still couldn't withstand the power of 2 copies of the desire potion. Drink this potion of desire, and he will become strong. It also loses its mind, becomes a slave to its desires, and turns into a mindless demon. What about keeping it and drinking it later when your soul becomes stronger? But Li Yang felt that this desire potion was a bit of a waste to just leave it to eat dust. He thought about it and came up with a way to dispose of this desire potion. A tremor ran through the courtyard as Li Yang's thoughts moved. Terrifying spiritual power fluctuations erupted outside. Chen Yushi's face changed as she flew out from the window, guarding the courtyard vigilantly. Only a large tree 10 meters tall appeared in the yard. The body of the tree is hundreds of human faces, and the branches are hideous like devil's claws. The 7th apostle, the tree of the earthly essence. Bodhi. Chen Yushi looked at the terrifying-looking tree with a grave expression. This is a demon that has almost reached the 4th rank. She could feel a very powerful force within the earthly essence tree, far more powerful than her. Li Yang walked out slowly from the inner door of the villa at this moment. Relax. It's called Bodhi, my apostle. Chen Yushi understood and opened her wings, gracefully owing slightly in greeting. Hundreds of mouths on the tree of human nature spoke in unison. Master, please command. Li Yang took out the desire magic jar, and poured the desire potion into the roots of the earthly essence tree. The tree of the human essence trembles and 100 faces are filled with horror. This is unavailable. This is the master's power. How dare I point it out? Hundreds of cringing, trilling voices mixed together. Li Yang said quietly, not for you to use. Help me find the right guy for it to breed this power. I'll take it back someday in the future when I need it. The tree of human nature relaxed at this. In the crown of the highest tree, black energy converged and a peach was born. The peaches were bright red and quite attractive, so you couldn't take your eyes off them. Enough to drive any creature crazy over it. That was the fruit generated by Li Yang's desire potion. The human essence tree felt the power emanating from the peach in its crown, and 100 pairs of eyes revealed horror. This is the master's heart demon, Li Yang said. It takes a simple-minded creature to devour this power. After digesting this information, the human being tree solemnly said, "As you command, I will find a suitable host for my master's heart demon." Waiting for the master to pick this power that was yours in the first place. The heart demon in the mouth of the human benevolent tree was Li Yang's desire potion. It will find a suitable vehicle for the mind demon. Allow the mind to grow stronger as the carrier grows stronger. It would be retrieved at the right time when Li Yang needed the heart demon. It was also considered a reserve energy. Of course, Li Yang's heart demon power wouldn't be that simple. It was late at night, and the earthly honored tree in Shen Yushi had already left. Raven had run off somewhere to collect minions, and the black dog lay snoozing on the patio, rattling the bells to sleep. After teasing Narcissus a bit on the steps of the courtyard, Li Yang looked off into the distance at the mountains with a deep gaze. Going to try it, Li Yang muttered. He snapped his fingers and a hexagram pattern appeared on the ground. An undead giant slowly emerged from the hexagram pattern and fell to its knees. Li Yang stepped on the undead giant's outstretched hand and stood on the undead giant's shoulder. The undead giants rushed towards the trail and climbed up the hill like apes. It's a lot faster than driving. Afraid of surveillance detection? The undead giants knew how to avoid surveillance under Li Yang's command. Furthermore, the official upper echelons of the South Seas are now effectively owned only by the Devil's Club because of the shuffling of the Green Sanatorium. In this acreage of the South China Sea, Li Yang says black is black and white is white. South China Sea, Little Black Mountain. Li Yang greeted the moonlight and strolled along the path of the forest covered with fallen leaves. The wind was gentle and the leaves creaked underfoot. It was very quiet and peaceful. Li Yang looked towards a mountain wall. Under the stone wall sat a man, head and legs covered in blood, frozen in place. It was a hiker who lost his footing and fell off a cliff, still wearing his hiking clothes before he died. Li Yang walked over and followed the man's dull gaze to a small plant, a newborn plant. That little weed is as pathetic as the man. The stone walls were shaded from the light and the grass was able to grow out of the moss-covered surroundings. So one had to marvel at the tenacity of life. It's just a shame that it's late fall and this little weed won't live long, trying to climb out of the darkness and dampness. Just those few days of sunshine? Li Yang finished surveying up the man and said, "Don't look at it. You're both just as pathetic as each other. You might as well fulfill each other. This grass gives you a carrier again, and you let this grass live." The man's soul looked blankly at Li Yang as if it had understood. Li Yang snapped his fingers, and the man's soul transformed into a blue fluorescent light and slowly entered little grass's body. There was no wind, but the grass wiggled a little, more crystalline in color. With luck, you can give birth to a spirit. Your luck is almost eaten up, and your luck, your hard work, is someone else's graft. Li Yang straightened up and strolled towards the distance. With a strong soul, Li Yang could create more grass that had spiritual power and could share it. All this night, Li Yang practiced how to harness the power of the soul. All this night he wandered in the mountains and forests around South Sea City. Under Li Yang's enlightenment, a wild weed detached itself from the most basic response characteristics of plants and gradually evolved to possess the stimulus sensibility of lower animals. They are still grass, but the spiritual level already possesses the sensibility of ordinary animals. When their mental power is cultivated to a certain level, they will have the senses and psychology of higher animals, such as apes and monkeys. After further hard work, you will eventually have a consciousness unique to humans. I wonder what humans will call them when the time comes. Grass demon, or fairy. If someone eats these grass demons and fairies, they will also inherit their spiritual power, because when Li Yang created the transcendent grasses, he gave them an essence sharing spiritual power. Regardless of whether the grass was alive or eaten, Li Yang had always been the one who earned the most. Who shares their mental energy that isn't sharing it? He doesn't care if it's one plant or one person. End of chapter 96. Chapter 96, The First Human Demon. Chapter 96, The First Human Demon. White Mountain City, Changbai Mountain, Dry Rice Bowl. Squeak, squeak. The broken-legged Zhao Yong was awakened by a noisy squeaking sound. He barely opened his tired eyes, struggling to make out what was in front of him. It was a small, fluffy golden monkey, just a little bigger than a fist. Zhao Yong is a mountain walker who came to Dry Rice Pot to collect mountain ginseng. He got lost in the mountains and got separated from his companions. Exhaustion and hunger caused him to suffer from low blood pressure and he fainted deep in the mountains. It's late fall and the temperatures are the same as in the dead of winter. Just one less snowfall. At this rate he'll starve, thirst and freeze to death. If only I could break that monkey's neck. I could drink blood to quench my thirst and have a bite of monkey meat. Zhao Yong struggled to reach out and try to grab the monkey. He drained his strength as he moved, his head spinning. Thirsty, thirsty, thirsty. Zhao Yong moaned feebly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little golden monkey squeaked anxiously when he saw Zhao Yong like this and ran away in panic. Zhao Yong mumbled unconsciously. Don't go, don't go. Let me eat. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Yong felt a coolness on his lips. Sweet. This is juice. Zhao Yong swallowed heavily and finally had the strength to open his eyes. He saw the little golden monkey standing on his chest, hands cupped around an unknown fruit, squeezing the juice towards his mouth. This little golden monkey saved me? Zhao Yong couldn't believe his eyes. Is it because this stupid monkey thinks he's one of a kind? There is scientific proof that some monkeys are prone to not being able to distinguish between humans and their own kind. Zhao Yong felt better, but he still wanted to raise his arm to grab the little golden monkey and eat it, but he was really powerless, and his arm weighed like 1,000 pounds. At this time, the little monkey held up a very large ginseng. Zhao Yong's eyes lit up. This ginseng is old and can be sold for a good price. Don't! What are you doing, you stupid monkey? Zhao Yong watched as the little golden monkey chewed on the old ginseng. The little golden monkey spat out the chewed old ginseng into his palm and fed it into Zhao Yong's mouth. With the nourishment of the old ginseng, Zhao Yong quickly recovered his essence. He had some strength and looked incredulously at the little golden monkey. You're a demon? The little golden monkey clapped his hands happily. Zhao Yong murmured in a small voice. It can't be a demon. A demon would have eaten me long ago. This monkey is so psychic. Zhao Yong asked. Can you take me down? The little golden monkey looked at Zhao Yong blankly. Can't understand? Zhao Yong expressed himself with his hands. The little golden monkey seemed to understand and ran 2 steps forward. Looking back at Zhao Yong hurriedly followed. No way down the mountain was found, but Zhao Yong found his companions. The companions created a campsite and ate sweet potatoes over a roaring fire. Zhao Yong called out to his companions, who looked at him in surprise. A man stands up with his pants. Thought you were done. How did you get it back? Zhao Yong smiled. It's a long story. Followed the stupid monkey all the way here and it brought me here. The little golden monkey tilted his head proudly. The eyes of all the men on the camp got greedy. At the dry rice bowl, meat that adds protein is important. The man licked his lips. Some are the best guides when it comes to getting lost in the old woods. Quite a few hunters have been able to get out of the old growth forest by following the silly elk that come down to look for food. You're in luck, Yong. Now it's time for the stupid monkeys to make the most of themselves. The little golden monkey felt bad and squeaked and wowed as it hid behind Zhao Yong's pants leg. The man looked at Zhao Yong warily. You're not going to keep us from eating it because the monkey saved your life, are you? Zhao Yong had a smile on his lips. It's okay to eat. $300 each. The man frowned. Really good at taking advantage of the fire. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you down the mountain. Satisfied, Zhao Yong bent down and lifted the little golden monkey. Here. The little golden monkey ate the pain and wailed, its little hand constantly slapping Zhao Yong's hand. The mountain walkers swallowed their saliva, imagining the freshness of the monkey. At that moment, a weird gust of wind blew. The people walking the mountain were so mesmerized by the wind that they couldn't open their eyes and covered them. The little golden snub-nosed monkey saw the right moment and bit down on Zhao Yong's hand. Zhao Yong screamed miserably and sent his mouth open, and the little golden monkey fled in a hurry. In the evening, the light of the slanting sun was gradually obscured by the mountain, and the setting sun left a dim yellow color. Snow drifted from the sky, and this early winter snow was finally falling. Soon the whole forest was covered with a thick layer of white snow. The little golden monkey was cowering in the snow, his 2 little hands clasped together in a whole tiny ball. It was hungry, and in shock it looked around aggressively. I don't know where the fruit is. At that moment, a very large peach tree appeared quite suddenly in front of it. The little golden monkey was startled and tried to run away, but it stopped dead in its tracks. The little golden monkey saw many big fresh peaches on the tree. The little golden monkey tilted his head blearily and swallowed. A sigh came from nowhere and a large peach fell from the branch of the tree. The little golden monkey hugged and feasted. Hundreds of faces slowly emerged from the peach tree, and the tree of the earthly essence spoke. Spiritual. Yes, just naive. The little golden monkey raised his eyelids and looked warily at the big peach tree, carefully hiding the large peach that was almost as big as it was behind him. The tree of human nature raged. Not with you. The little golden monkey ate half of it with confidence and boldness, and took the other half and brought it to the mouth of one of the 100 faces on the peach tree. Peach tree exulted. Still have the heart to eat it yourself. The little golden monkey beamed with joy and finished the other half in one big gulp, intent on looking at the peaches on the branches of the peach tree. Peach tree's 100 pairs of eyes stared at the little golden monkey for a moment. You're sort of simple-minded compared to humans. Strictly the most innocent creature I've ever seen. Might as well give you a piece of the puzzle. In the canopy, a bright red peach fell. The little golden monkey scratched his head in embarrassment and grabbed the bright red peach and ate it. Huge spiritual power rushed through the little golden monkey's spiritual sea. Arcane information poured into the little golden monkey's brain. The avenging knight, a mighty killing warrior under the banner of death. If justice is not done, the fires of vengeance from hell are noble. Awakening talent, flame of vengeance. Flame of vengeance. Each time a villain's soul is burned, the intensity of the flame of vengeance increases. The more the fire of vengeance rages, the stronger the Knight of Vengeance becomes. The little golden monkey's eyes gradually took on a different light and darted around. It's like a little elf who has awakened his spirit. The little golden monkey scratched his head and knelt in a tiny ball in front of the peach tree. Thank you, Grandpa, for the peaches. Many people have eaten peaches from the human nature tree. They all kneeled and bowed to the earthly benevolent tree, thanking the grace of creation. It was then that the earthly tree of essence remembered the words of its master. They are not worshipping me, they are kneeling to their own desires. The human tree knows this well. Only this little monkey was genuinely grateful. This makes the earthly honky-tonk tree have a different kind of sentiment growing in its heart. The human nature tree path. You can call master. The little ginormous monkey knocked another one. Thank you, master. I want more. P.S. I wonder if Bodhi Laozu felt this way when he met the Monkey King. End of chapter 97. Chapter 97 Ape in the Heart. Knight of Vengeance. Chapter 97 Heartbeat. Knight of Vengeance. The tree of human nature was rare and generous, and a peach fell from its trunk in front of the little golden monkey. The little golden monkey cupped and took a big bite, his ears twitching as he listened to his master. The human nature tree path. My name is Bodhi. The little golden monkey froze for a moment. What about me, master? The tree of human nature thought about it. What you have in you is the mind demon of a god. You'll be called Lee-Hard Ape. They call me the tree of enlightenment, and the master has given you a Taoist name. You're oddly lacking in heart, so let's call it heartless. The little golden monkey scratched his head. My name is Lee-Hard Ape. Heartless. Is it because what that god left in me was a demon in my heart? Then, without his heart's demon, is he also lacking in heart? The tree of human nature blows its beard and eyes. Ridiculous. It scared the little golden monkey. The human being tree somehow felt that the little golden monkey was making some sense again. Isn't God without the demons of the heart also missing a part of the heart? The human nature tree's tone moderated. Why don't you eat? The little golden monkey set half the peach aside, rubbed his little hands together, and smiled coyly. Can't eat. The human nature tree path. The power in you comes from an extraordinary source. If anyone asks, absolutely nothing can be said. The little golden monkey nodded solemnly, his tiny body kneeling and bowing. When it looked up again, the tree of the earthly essence had disappeared. The little golden monkey had tears in his eyes. Thank you, master, for saving me from the evil one, for giving me food, and for opening my spirit. It earnestly bowed toward the place where the earthly tree of the true nature had disappeared. The little golden monkey held half a peach alone at the dry lunch bowl, walking aimlessly. This little monkey was born with some spirituality and intelligence far beyond that of ordinary monkeys. After the opening of the spirit, the little golden monkey knows how to think even better. It pondered a question. Who is it? Where did it come from? Where is it going? And what is the meaning of its existence in this world? I don't know where I've gone when I think about it. A surprised voice rang out. It's not the monkey? The little golden monkey looked up in panic. In front of us was a camp, which had a fire. An old horse fell in the camp in 5 large bounds, and several men with knives were about to slaughter it to feed their hunger. Zhao Yong held the knife and looked greedily at the little golden monkey. He didn't mind adding a meal of meat. A couple of the men grinned wickedly as they walked towards the little golden monkey. The little golden monkey tried to escape, and Zhao Yong was experienced in blocking behind the little golden monkey. Kara Kiri. The little golden monkey was so anxious that he forgot to speak. Zhao Yong took his bayonet and stabbed towards the little golden monkey. Zhao Yong's face, which looked like an evil ghost, was infinitely enlarged in the eyes of the little golden monkey. So ugly. The little golden monkey quieted down, and some sort of instinctive reaction set in. Its body shook and its eyes flamed out. Immediately afterward, the whole body caught on fire, like a little ball of fire. A low voice resounded in the little golden monkey's mind. When sin is not judged, the fire of vengeance from hell is noble. Who's talking? The little monkey screamed in terror. In the next second, Zhao Yong's body burned. Horrified by the sudden turn of events, he rolled all over the ground, trying to extinguish the fire with snow. But this hellfire is not a mundane flame, and is not extinguished by mundane snow. Even the snow burned. The little monkey looked at his hand incredulously. Immediately afterward, several more heart-rending screams came from the snow, and the camp soon went up in flames. The little golden monkey walked to the center of the camp and looked at the old horse waiting to die, his big black eyes flashing with complexity. It reluctantly brought the half-peach in its hand to the old horse's mouth. Master can be kind. Its old man's fruit should be given to those who need it more. The old horse opened his mouth to eat the fruit, and a large amount of spiritual energy impacted open the old horse's spiritual sea. The little golden monkey untied the ropes that bound the old horse, took a few horsetail hairs from the old horse's tail and twisted them into a thin rope. When the old horse had finished the peach, the little golden monkey picked up the kernel, threaded a thin rope with a horse's tail through the kernel, and hung it around his neck. This is a thought for the master. When the little golden monkey wants to go, the old horse follows. This made the lonely little golden monkey feel a lot better inside, and he tilted his head. Why don't we make friends? The old horse tilted his head. Yelp. The little golden monkey clapped his hands and laughed, touching the old horse's leg as his spiritual energy surged out. The old horse was ablaze with flames, like an undead warhorse from hell. Each generation of avenging knights has its own mount, and this old horse just happens to be the young Goldilocks fighting partner. The little golden monkey climbed up on the old horse's back, clawed at his mane, and shouted freely, "Hiya! Yelp! Ha 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 ha! My name is Lee Heart Ape, Heartless Taoist, Master of the Bodhi Tree of Enlightenment, South China Sea, Mid-Levels Villa." Li Yang sat on the couch with his chin on the TV. The reporter lady said to the camera, "I really conduct this interview with great respect." She rubbed her breasts and took an exaggeratedly deep breath as she said, "I really couldn't have imagined that I would one day be interviewing Dr. Leon. You may not be familiar with the name Dr. Leon King, but you must know about Leon antibiotics. It was invented by Dr. Leon King during his college days and won several awards. Today Dr. Leon King is opening his company's Asian-based enterprise in South Sea City, and there's talk of a brand new technology. Let's ask Dr. Leon King what he's going to bring us." A thin, bald, white-bearded old man in a white coat appeared on the screen, smiling kindly. "This is the legend of the Blue Planet, Leon King, the head of the God-making organization. Dr. Leon King is fluent in 6 languages and speaks Summer Mandarin fluently. I'm ashamed to be a scientific researcher," Miss Reporter asked. "Why?" Dr. Leon King said as he displayed the emblem jewelry around his neck. "Because I betrayed science. Today I am a God follower." The reporter lady looked at Leon King in surprise. "It's not in the script." Dr. Leon King carefully tucked away the emblem and shook his head in disgust. "The more I studied the life sciences, the more scared I became. I have discovered a horrible truth." Dr. Leon King exhibited gazed into the camera and solemnly said, "I think that humans may have been designed." The reporter lady was completely dumbfounded. It's a big no-no to talk about this kind of stuff on a live summer channel. Is Dr. Leon King out of his mind? Dr. Leon King continued, "Our life sciences have been able to design life. It was not so long ago that we designed fungi of the class Hemicystischiaceae in which all the genetic material and chromosomes were human designs. We rewrote the program inside. We can design life. So could someone be designing us?" Dr. Leon King spread his hands, helpless. "Our senses of sight, hearing, smell, may all be simulated neural signals, electrical signals, chemical signals, or quantum signals." Dr. Leon King looked to the reporter lady and asked, "What do I look like to you? Beautiful?" The reporter lady was relieved to finally have an interactive session. She had just been unable to interject, which was dangerous for her career. The reporter lady was quick to playfully say, "You look like a handsome little old man to me." Dr. Leon King shook his head. "That's because the resolution of your eyes is only 70 microns. You can only see sea light, but not my bones, my insides." Dr. Leon King took off his glasses and said, "If our eyes are ultraviolet, then we can see more. Like, I can see that you have metal in your collarbone and your blood count is off the charts. I think you've broken a bone and suffer from urinary disease." End of chapter 98. Chapter 98 Experiments and Magical Beasts. Chapter 98 Experiments and Wraiths. The reporter lady's eyes were full of shock. What high-tech is Dr. Leon King demonstrating? Dr. Leon King put his glasses back on and said seriously, "I can see all this because I reprogrammed my life data. It's all still very rudimentary, I think. What if it's a higher level of life technology? Can we be shown the soul? Could all the legends be true? We can't perceive the mythic world. Is it because we're not at a high enough level of life?" Dr. Leon King tapped his bald head with a finger and said, "We see what the brain wants us to see, and we are prisoners of the brain. I have to wonder if there really are gods in this world. I think they have exaggerated near-perfect lives, because humans are what they are designed to be, including brains." Miss Reporter asked, fascinated by what she was hearing. "You believe that there really is a God in this world, don't you? That's why you joined the Church of God?" Dr. Leon King smiled wryly. No. I joined the God's Church because I wanted to be an undercover agent, so that God would just let his guard down." He pulled off the divine emblem from his chest and casually tossed it behind him, saying, "The gods designed us, and I think it's a disgrace to humanity. We have souls of our own. Why should a god design them?" I was angry, embarrassed, and sad. "We will replace the high and mighty gods and make humans our own masters." The reporter lady looked at Dr. Leon, who was following the psychopath, with 2 panicked eyes. "Is this thing even on the air?" Just then, Dr. Leon burst out laughing. He took out his business card and said solemnly, "What was said earlier was just a joke. I'm just telling the story of my original intention to create the God-making organization. When we master the mystery of life, we can cope with all diseases. We can reprogram our lives. The God-making organization is working on this. After hearing Leon King's words, the reporter lady understood. This doctor is not crazy, nor is he really a deist. He is using this contrast to tell about the ability of the God-making organization and to promote the technology of the God-making organization. It's simple and works well with hype. The so-called God is just a gimmick for his hype. She'd have to explain it for the viewers before some of them actually believed there were any gods in the world. The reporter lady smiled. Scared me to death. I really thought you were going to preach feudal superstition here, she explained to the camera. Dr. Leon King is truly a scientist with a sense of humor. Taking a metaphysical approach explains to us the goals of the technology of the God-making organization, the reporter lady asked as she handed the microphone to the doctor. So you don't really think there is a God in the world, do you? Dr. Leon King chuckled. That's for sure. I'm a solid materialist. If there really is a God in the world, that's good too. His face became grave, and his eyes were filled with wariness as he stared at the camera. If there really is a God high up in the sky, fooling mankind, then let me design a God to repay the gods for their arrogance. Miss Reporter, there are a few more questions I'd like you to answer. Li Yang watched Leon King's interview, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew. Was that last sentence a war cry to himself? Leon may not believe that there is a God in the South Seas, but definitely believes that there is a supernatural presence in the South Seas. Rattlesnake watched the TV irritably. How dare this damned old man make a big deal out of it? She looked at Li Yang again in disbelief. Your men are cuties. What? Why did you let this old man come to the South China Sea to make things happen? Li Yang laughed lightly. How can we catch him in a jar if he doesn't come? Li Yang gave Su Yutong orders that day. Get rid of Lilith. You can't kill her. Li Yang is asking Lilith to be a carrier pigeon to pass on the shenanigans of the South China Sea to Leon King. If not, why would Leon King come to the South China Sea himself? The magical metropolis of Nanhai is Li Yang's home turf. The official top brass of South Sea reshuffled their cards over the Green Retreat incident. The official administrators who came into power after the Big Blood change have a decapitated relationship with the Demon Club. Some of them are members of the Devil's Club, and some of them are subordinates of members of the Devil's Club. For example, the director of the Nanhai Cultural Management Bureau was supported by Zhu Dajuan. For example, the director of the Nanhai Business District Administration was supported by Su Yutong. Members of the Devil's Club know exactly how to take their power to the next level after gaining superhuman powers and having the vast network of resources that is the Devil's Club. Those leaders had never seen the faces of the members of the Devil's Club, but they also feared the members of the Devil's Club. Li Yang looked at the eloquent Dr. Leon on the TV, and a touch of greed appeared in his eyes. God-making technology, he wanted it more and more. South China Sea Angel Harbor Hospital is a private hospital. The first floor of the hospital, -1 to -2, was originally used to store medicines. The -3rd floor is the parking lot. Because the board of directors decided to enter the field of bioengineering and pharmaceutical research, the third basement level was transformed into a laboratory. The laboratory had a big price. Office area, test area, reagent area, staff living area, everything. Tier 3 test area. A boa constrictor with tubes all over its body coiled in a stationary area, spitting its snakes and looking around warily, dressed in a black suit. The vampire Du Yongming stood outside the special glass with his hands behind his back, his brow furrowed as he nervously watched the experimental process. Kong Qianqiu walked over with the tablet, looking solemn. Test subject 001. Vital signs are good. Beginning first trial. The two white-coated researchers gave an OK sign and maneuvered around the sophisticated instruments. After the commands were entered, various colored liquids were pumped down the tube into the python. The python hissed uneasily, its body surface becoming dull, some of its scales falling off. Immediately after that, cracks appeared on the python's body surface, gradually tearing it apart, actually molting its skin. However, this molting is clearly outside the natural range. Anacondas several times larger than before burst through what was once skin. The original 3-meter-long python had turned into a 6-meter-long python. Kong Qianqiu clenched his fists in excitement. Sure enough, my data can't be wrong. It worked on the first try. The monster corpses from the South China Sea Green Sanatorium, coupled with the genetic evolution pills that Li Yang had brought from Kuroki Misawa, had allowed Kong Qianqiu to quickly understand the technology of the God Creation Organization. After all, these two things are the best data to report. Kong Qianqiu is worthy of being a well-known domestic biology, immunology, bacteriology big shot. Quite a remarkable breakthrough in just a few months. Du Yongming let out a sigh of relief. Prof. Kong did a great job. Hard work, Kong Qianqiu said smilingly. The Apostle-sama is flattered. What, a gift to me to be able to pursue a passionate endeavor with reckless abandon. Du Yongming still had a lot of respect for Professor Kong, far more than Zhu Dajuan. Su Yuton and the others. He nodded at Kong Qianxiu. Professor Kong rest. Kong Qianxiu once again owed a bow, and the two assistants followed. Only Du Yongming was left in the test area, and he suddenly fell to his knees. Master. Li Yang walked out of the darkness, ignoring Du Yongming, and walked straight into the side of the python. When the originally violent python saw Li Yang, it was immediately as docile as a small earthworm, with its head hanging on the ground not daring to move. Li Yang extended his hand towards the python. Huge spiritual energy surged out, pouring into the python and rushing open the sea of spirit. The python's breath was becoming powerful, its eyes became scarlet, and after breathing deeply, it even opened its mouth to bite towards Li Yang. Because of the ability to use mental power, the python was extremely fast. Before his mouth touched Li Yang, the soul spell attack from Li Yang had already pierced into the python's mind, and the python instantly fainted. Li Yang frowned. Indeed, without human consciousness, even if one opens up the sea of spirit, is it still a monster without reason? This feeling is like a person who drinks 2 desire potions and can't withstand the power of the desire potion to go off the deep end. Du Yongming respectfully said, even a monster is much more powerful than those things from the God-making organization. Those technological products merely enhance the strength of the physical body. You create monsters that can slowly comprehend the wonders of spiritual power. Li Yang rubbed his chin. What should this monster be called? Monster is a pretty apt word. End of chapter 99. Chapter 99, The Temple of Great Compassion. Chapter 99, The Temple of Great Compassion. Du Yongming looked at Li Yang with eyes full of awe. Outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. This ability to open up a spiritual sea for a beast was definitely not something that a mortal should have. Even if he, Du Yongming, became a higher-ranked archfiend, he would definitely not be able to do this. This kind of sophisticated, esoteric means of utilizing spiritual power was something that only a god could do. I'm afraid, it's just a shame. This monster is a product of science and technology, brutal and violent character. After opening up the sea of spirit is reduced to a crazy beast with great power. If it was an ordinary animal that had opened up a spiritual sea, it might be a little bit better, and it might even be able to be humanized. The monster looks powerful, but it serves no purpose, and will harm people if it's released. Li Yang looked at the monster with a smile in his eyes. There are no losers in this world, only operators who don't know how to use them. Du Yongming suddenly remembered something and said in a hurry, Master, the place you asked me to seek has been found. Li Yang had asked Du Yongming to find a few large tombs. Du Yongming is a vampire and has an extraordinarily keen inspiration for age-old tombs. In fact, Li Yang, as the god of death, had a much more sensitive sense of the aura of death than Du Yongming, but he just didn't want to waste time doing such trivial things. Du Yongming took out a document from his arms and respectfully handed it to Li Yang. The drawings in the document marked the location of several graves. Li Yang took the document and muttered, it's time to test the results of this time. There should be a level for the aura revival game. It's been stuck in the third order for a long time, so the transcendents are going to have to roll with it. In the evening, the setting sun was beating down on the desk through the window pane. The soft, dim light covered the side of Li Yang's face, and he seemed like an intellectual writer as he wrote carefully on his notebook. A very harmonious picture. It's just that the contents of Li Yang's notebook are somewhat appalling. Ancient relics revived. Ancient relics contain spirit plants and mysterious implements. Those are the chances of becoming a transcendentalist. In the ruins, electronic devices and firearms are all out of order. This was difficult, but it would work to take some time to set up a ban, which the earthly benevolent tree could do. Opportunity and risk go hand in hand, and the ruins contain more than just the chance to become a transcendent. There are also vicious magical beasts. As Li Yang wrote this, the lab's little transcendental python appeared in his mind. Kong Qianxiu would create a large number of powerful beasts, and then Li Yang would open them up to the sea of spirit. This kind of magical beast was completely different from the monsters of the God Creation Organization, and it was only after a real fight that one could discover how powerful it was. Li Yang continued to write, the ancient ruins will be the catalyst that inspires the rise of the transcendents. Certain of the transcendents who enter the relics will obtain the treasures in the relics and increase their cultivation greatly. Transcendents can distance themselves from each other in this way. As long as there is a gap, there will be competition. Li Yang paused his pen, and the corner of his mouth drew up an arc. I guess it's not just the transcendents and the officials who are interested in the relics, but the God-making organization will be rushing into the relics as well, right? After the God-making organization landed in the South China Sea, both Li Yang and Li Anjin were at peace. The two men who are on the same page actually want to eat each other, and both are waiting for the other to strike. Whoever makes the first move falls short. The veil of mystery will be broken when Li Yang strikes. Liang King strikes and will be countered by Li Yang. The ground and pound. Liang King confidently waited for Li Yang's machinations, but Li Yang showed off his yang in a big way. Do you want to go to this relic? Was there any reason why the god-making organization, which was attempting to unearth the secrets of the transcendent, wouldn't go? Where would be a good choice for the address of the first relic? Li Yang searched through Du Yangming's papers. In some ways, Li Yang is a rather lazy person. You never do two things when you can accomplish more than one thing with one. Catalyzing the growth of the transcendence and luring the god-making organization out of the way are two purposes. In the end, Li Yangdi used this relic to make up a story. Let the world guess, reason and then be convinced of the truth of the story. The worldview of the transcendental world will be dictated by Li Yang alone. Wanting this world to help him ascend to godhood, Li Yang's first and foremost thing to do was to do the law for me alone. The transcendents will never understand until they die that their fate has long been manipulated and that they have been captives. Li Yang searched the map for a while and his eyes rested on three words. Desai de Bei Temple. Desai de Bei Temple in Raqqa City has a history. Originally, there was a village under the great words de Bei Temple, but during the Great Famine, some people contracted the plague and it became an uninhabited village. Later, some monks went to the Desai de Bei Monastery. Only that the Desai de Bei Monastery was located in a remote area and there was not much incense. Legend has it that countless evil spirits and demons have been suppressed under the Desai de Bei Temple. Coincidentally, the report given by Du Yangming clearly stated that there was an ancient tomb under the mountain behind the Desai de Bei Temple. The Desai de Bei Temple has suppressed evil spirits and demons, and it seems to be a lie spread by the tomb owner. He wanted to keep the graveyard free from grave robbers with rumors of demons. He was probably a Buddhist, or he wouldn't have built a temple in front of his grave. Li Yang analyzed it while reading the report. The Desai de Bei Temple is zoned for a local real estate development, and it won't be long before it's demolished. Your tomb is going to be discovered anyway, so why don't you help me out? It must be interesting to wake up the evil demons under the temple during the demolition of the temple. Li Yang closed his notebook and continued to think. In novels or games, there is a final reward in the relics. What should be rewarded? Let me think. There was no rush, and it would take a bit of time to transport a large number of magical beasts into the ancient tomb. Again, the world's current transcendence needs to continue to fester for a while. Late night, South Sea, West End. A drunken Xiaoyi wanders the streets and alleys. Xiaoyi became negative after the great change of blood in the official upper echelon of the South China Sea. He had a hunch that the upper echelons of the South China Sea officialdom today had an odd connection with each other. Maybe this connection was not noticed by the official upper echelons of the South Seas themselves, but Xiaoyi could just sense it. He had a good feeling, too, that the official upper echelons of the South Seas were more or less connected to the members of the Devil's Club. Xiaoyi just felt that the city lacked a lot of fun. He could not be a lion, but he definitely did not want to be a mole. After so many years of struggle, he was powerless to realize that the high position of the director of the South China Sea Security Bureau seemed to count for nothing. He was still a little grasshopper after all, unable to control his own destiny. The effort seems to have lost its meaning. Xiaoyi leaned against the streetlight in front of the alley and stared at the skyscrapers in the distance. Help! Don't! Help! A woman's scream came from some alleyway. Xiaoyi was shaken and immediately sobered up. The reason for trying to climb the ladder of progress is that you don't want to be a mole. The reason for being a sheriff is that you can't stand to see evil people playing rough. End of chapter. 100. Chapter 100 The First Transcendent Criminal Incident. Chapter 100 The First Transcendentalist Crimes. Xiaoyi touched his hindquarters out of habit. The sidearm wasn't carrying. It doesn't matter. Against the average punk, Xiaoyi can do without his hands. You can cripple someone with your foot. He ran towards some alleyway following the sound. The alley was dark, with only the dimming and flickering streetlights to give the place some light. Two men grinned lewdly as they tore at a woman's clothes. The woman was wearing a work uniform and looked like a white-collar worker who had worked late. Big brother, I'll give you money, don't be like this, okay, let me go. The white woman screamed in panic as she gripped the hem of her skirt hard. The man's hands were not honest, and he smirked. What kind of woman can be wandering the streets in the middle of the night, and wearing black silk? Isn't that what you want to show a man? The white-collar woman cried and explained that she was the normal work uniform of the enterprise. The other man snapped and slapped the woman across the face. The force was so strong that the woman fell straight to the ground, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth as she covered her face and looked at the man in horror. Even so, the other hand was solidly over the chest scenery. The man got even more angry and pointed at the woman and cursed. Asterisk 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 in hell. In a short suit and skirt, black silk heels, exactly like in the little movie. What kind of a good woman can you be? You're still covering your breasts. Aren't you afraid that the poor will see it and the rich won't? Do you know who I am? All those rich people have to call me grandpa. The woman pairs and shakes her head helplessly. The two men were aroused to animalistic lust by the woman's lamb-like appearance and licked their lips to have a good time. At that moment, footsteps came from the mouth of the alley, and the two men looked warily. Xiaoyi walked slowly. Edge walked away and lit a cigarette. Faintly, I'm in a bad mood today, and you guys are kind of in the middle of a gunfight. The two men watched Chowie act so pretentious and provoked. Where's the little thane from? Screaming in front of Grandpa. Chowie took out his papers. Sheriff. The two men looked at each other and both saw the disdain in the other's eyes. They stood up and rolled up their sleeves. I didn't want to get into it with you, but since you're the sheriff, you're going to have to get a taste of what our brothers are capable of, the two men said, charging towards Chowie. Chowie smiled and shook his head. Really? Looking for death? Then a fist zoomed in front of him. Chowie's eyes widened in shock. So fast. Put. Chowie directly sprayed a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew 2 to 3 meters away. Chowie looked at the two men incredulously. A layer of steam actually covered the two men's fists. This is the Transcendentalist. The brothers are a pair of hobos in the old town who are having a miserable time. In the South China Sea, a metropolis at the forefront of the economy. If you are willing to put in the physical, or mental, effort, you certainly won't go hungry. These two brothers are too lazy to do legitimate work and can't take a beating as hooligans. 9 meals in 3 days of starvation. The biggest change in the lives of these two brothers was the day they went to the mountains to dig up some wild vegetables. There happened to be 2 grasses among the wild vegetables that possessed the spiritual power bestowed by Li Yang. Those are 2 transcendental grasses. The brothers ate the wild vegetables and passed out for the day, then woke up the next day and noticed something unusual. Some are gifted in farming, some are gifted in business. There are no scraps in this world. If I had to say there is one, it would have to be that the person's gifts can be applied in places that the current environment is not exposed to. These two brothers then had good cultivation talent. They quickly mastered some of the wonderful uses of spiritual power, such as utilizing it to cover their fists with a layer of airflow. They both have harder punches and throw them faster without air resistance. And just like that, a couple of punks turned into a couple of big-time villains. I wonder if the aura recovery is considered a detriment to the world. There are decent people like Zhang Shui, and there will also be transcendent villains like these two brothers. The future world also didn't know if there would be more of this kind of evil, or even more evil. Just as the brothers were about to waste Shui, a pale voice came from the eaves of the room. Apprentice, it's rare to have 2 evil friends for your master to demonstrate, so watch out. The brothers looked up and shouted angrily. What a guy! Since the brothers possessed spiritual power, their 5 senses were far more sensitive than those of mortals. Surprised you didn't notice someone on the roof? On the eaves of the house was an old man in a tattered Taoist robe with white hair and a white beard. Following the old Taoist was a man in his 30s. The old man was immortal and had the feeling of a hidden powerhouse. The apprentice looked honest and respectful. I'm obliged to have master's hand in this, the pair of brothers asked with some panic in their hearts. Who the hell are you? The old Taoist showed a row of white teeth. Jia. Poor Taoist Heaven Age. It's unlucky for you 2 juniors to meet the poor Taoist. This Heaven Age Taoist was none other than the first human that the earthly essence tree had encountered. The old madman Mo Yulin. The brothers had unease in their eyes. The Taoist of the celestial age? It's awesome to hear. Mo Yulin let out a sardonic laugh and leapt down from the wall. An unsteady center of gravity planted itself. He quickly climbed to his feet, carrying his hands as if nothing had happened, and spoke in a high, deep voice. You guys can make the first move, lest you say that the poor Taoist is bullying the small with the big. It's like that fall never happened. The brothers cursed and swung their fists toward Mo Yulin. Mo Yulin flipped his fingers and a yellow paper poked out of his Taoist robe. The yellow paper was inscribed with charms. This talisman was Mo Yulin's own creation. The brothers were already in front of him, and Mo Yulin threw out the talisman paper without panicking. Boom! After an ear-piercing popping sound, the air shifted, directly toppling the brothers to the ground. They both spat blood from their mouths, their eyes were bloodshot, and their eardrums were ruptured. I have to say that Mo Yulin is a genius. After he had figured out the wonders of sharing spiritual energy, he actually attempted to send his spiritual energy onto the talisman paper. The rune can be thrown to detonate the spiritual energy in it, causing violent air vibrations. Mo Yulin created his own sect, the Rune Sect. Although currently the Rune Sect only had 2 people, him and his disciple. Apprentice Han Hai made a bow after seeing his master's greatness. Master Divine Might. Mo Yulin tilted his head triumphantly. Han Hai thought for a moment and said, Master, when will I be able to manipulate the talisman without needing to recite the incantation? Mo Yulin said, that's because you can't refine the mother talisman without a clean mind. You have to dive into your training to achieve greatness. Han Hai said with eyes full of thirst, when will Master teach me the spiritual awareness body gathering technique? After I learn the spiritual awareness body gathering technique, I'll definitely be able to successfully refine the mother talisman. Mo Yulin shook his head. Not yet. Master has a hunch that something extraordinary is about to appear. There is a great opportunity there for you and me, Master and disciple. When the time comes, Master will teach you the spiritual awareness body gathering technique. Mo Yulin said, heading out of the alley. Apprentice Han Hai hurriedly followed. The master and disciple ignored Chowie and skipped right past him. Chowie lowered his head, his face hidden in the shadows, his 10 fingers gripping the concrete floor so tightly that his nails cracked and blood flowed out. The woman who had been bullied approached carefully. Are you okay? Chowie shook his head and picked up the slate from the side and walked over to the brothers who were rolling around on the ground. His face was so grim, his eyes all murderous, his fingers white as he gripped the bricks. Ugh, disheveled again. Chowie dropped the brick and reached for his cell phone to dial a number. Xinyang Street, number 98, arrest 2 suspects. End of chapter. 101. Chapter 101, The 8-Foot Bride. Chapter 101, The 8-Foot Bride. Northeast of the Xia Kingdom, Lejia City, the tomb in the mountains behind the Desai Bei Temple. Li Yang strolled through the eerie tomb passage. The tomb was large, beyond Li Yang's imagination. With 3 levels, he had to marvel at the wisdom of the ancients. According to the school's elective course, Historical Artifact Identification, this should be an ancient tomb from the Tang Dynasty. Li Yang walked to the 3rd floor and knitted his brows slightly. He felt a strange soul fluctuation. He walked to a stone wall and gave it a gentle push. The mechanism activated. The stone wall opened up, and below were steps. And there was actually a 4th level here. Li Yang walked down with curiosity. The undead creatures hissed and crawled out of the catacombs, driving the animals from the hills into them. On the way to happiness, a group of evil men appear, kill his family and friends, and try to trap him alive in a coffin. A newlywed woman is captured in an ancient tomb before she is even married, and is killed when she thinks she is going to be saved. Li Yang's gaze was ghostly as his 3rd talent, Soul Upanishad, was unleashed. Li Yang put the umbrella back in place and said to the bride in red. In the office of the Nanhai Detai Group, Su Yutong frowned and looked to the northeast. They were afraid that the tomb owner would haunt their descendants, so they wanted to create an evil ghost to suppress the tomb owner. The young girl happens to awaken and surprises herself by asking to be saved. This bride in red is special, and comes with a bit of spiritual power of its own. There were small golden monkeys riding horses playing in the mountain wilderness stopped laughing and looked at the location of the Desai Bei Temple suspiciously. There was a genetic potion copied by Kong Qinshu in the tomb, and a bit of fruit from the earthly essence tree, and those beasts would become a vicious magical beast. It's a ghost. This ability is almost capable of reaching the threshold of the demons. Li Yang breathed in the cool, soothing air. The woman was dressed in a large Chinese red dress with a red cap and green silk hanging down to her hips. It turns out that 100 years ago, a group of grave robbers discovered this ancient tomb. So it is. The bride in red had no entity, and under the infusion of the power of death, she gradually grew in size, reaching a height of 3 meters before stopping. The red-clothed bride's attack passed through Li Yang's body without any real effect. A hiss resounded through the night. After 2 hours, after doing everything, Li Yang walked out of the ancient tomb. The bride in red is poor and that umbrella is the only dowry, rather like sharing spiritual power. The red bride? After a horrified scream, he stabbed the young girl in the heart with a dagger before fleeing the place in a panic, and has been golden ever since. I can keep your memories, but add a little something extra. Tried to get ghosts into swords to make them have spiritual power. The grave robbers searched for a woman born at the hour of Een after many inquiries. Out. What surprised Li Yang the most was that this 8-foot bride managed to possess a sea of spirit, and as long as it devoured the spirit body it would be able to raise its rank. Li Yang stretched out his right hand towards the red-clothed bride, and the power of death that belonged solely to the god of death surged out. All members of the Devil's Club may not leave the South China Sea for 7 days. So, the red bride, an alien, has a chance to turn into a ghostly creature with war powers. That's not even the most desperate. Li Yang recited softly. The reason for this is that a spiritual body can only open up a spiritual sea if it is fused with grass. Li Yang said, and the soul Upanishad was unleashed, to adding some memories that didn't exist for Lady 8 Feet. The bride in red was different from the ghosts she had seen in the past. She could actually clearly sense Li Yang's presence. The relics are a shot of strong catalyst for the aura's recovery, and you are a chronic catalytic drug. At the very center of the 4th floor, there was a huge red coffin filled with charms. Even if it wasn't Li Yang in front of her, but an ordinary person, the bride in red wouldn't cause a little harm to anyone. He has been working on creating a transcendental instrument. It's already dark. She also had a strong obsession with the umbrella after her death, which is why she was able to possess it. The battle power is probably at the 2nd rank, a little stronger than the average undead. Not bad. The grave robbers had tried to cover their tracks and had built the Desai Bei Temple outside the ancient tomb. The power of death was being absorbed by the bride in red. Li Yang was surprised. The 4th floor was very spacious, piled high with gold, silver, jade, and all sorts of valuable things. He muttered, "You taught me something, let me give you something back." There was the crazy old Taoist who led his disciples to cultivate in the city park. His hand that was gnawing on the roasted chicken trembled, and he looked at the sky with a rare positive look and muttered, "Assimilation and symbiosis of spiritual forces." The young girl was originally sitting shyly in the wedding sedan chair, apprehensively anticipating her future life. No, that doesn't count as awareness. Meanwhile, all over the Summerland, the 8-foot bride disappeared and hid back among the umbrellas. Surprisingly, there's still some consciousness? The memories of the bride in red flooded into Li Yang's mind. But dead things are not like grass, and many ways have been tried without success. She trembled and stormed up, floating to Li Yang's eyes, her scarlet nails constantly scratching Li Yang. The grudge is great, the obsession is deep, and that's what makes her different from ordinary ghosts. The bride in red is an anomaly among ghosts, and there are other things to experiment with her. It doesn't look like a cemetery, it looks like a hidden treasure. This red casket is not meant to make the dead sleep for a long time, but to trap the person in the casket. He had tried to change his spirit body into a ghostly creature with battle power, but had failed. That grave robber thought it was a fraud. There is the head of Shushan, is teaching disciples sword. Suddenly action a beat, eyes burst out of the thunder light. The eyes seemed to shuttle to 1,000 miles away. The red-clothed ghost bride trembled and backed away in terror, quickly burrowing into an ancient umbrella in the corner. This powerful resentment allows the spirit to retain a trace of its pre-life spirituality. She desperately scratched at the lid of the coffin and cried out desperately, without anyone hearing her. He feels like a developer who made a Blue Star OL game. Li Yang snapped his fingers. Deciphered meaning. Apprentice, you and I have arrived by chance. Not only did they want to occupy this place, they also stored all the gold and silver treasures they had stolen over the years on the 4th floor of the ancient tomb. It's time to invite them here for a game. Gotta get them to notice the anomaly here first. What exactly happened to you that would make you different from a normal ghost? Someone was meditating on his knees in the farmyard, and there were air currents surging on the surface of his body as he jerked his head up and looked to the northeast. Terrifying spiritual power erupted from the earthly essence tree. Those who eat are superstitious and know a little bit about feng shui occultism. It's obsession, or you could call it resentment. A transcendent boss was going to be put in here by Li Yang left and right, so he might as well use this bride in red. He was shocked by the treasures here and wanted to open the coffin to see what treasures were in it. On the phone was a text message that had just come in. Li Yang muttered as black runes emerged from his eyes. At best, it felt like an overcast wind was blowing. Countless magic formations appeared on the ground, and all sorts of undead creatures burrowed out of them. Li Yang took the umbrella, and his eyes burned with black flames as he scrutinized the path of spiritual power within the umbrella. 2 days after the young girl was trapped inside the coffin, a new grave robber made the mistake of sneaking into this floor. The bride in red didn't dare to disobey, and walked out of the umbrella in terror, kneeling and crouching in front of Li Yang. The rules of the game are being set. The image looks like Mrs. 8 foot. Who should be called the 8-foot bride? Those charms are devoid of any transcendental powers, or there wouldn't be a woman wandering around the coffin. Li Yang snapped his fingers and the earthly essence tree appeared. Li Yang had read about the red-clothed ghost bride in a novel and didn't expect to actually get a look at it in reality. End of chapter 102. Chapter 102, The Demon Host's Destiny. Chapter 102, The Demon Host's Destiny. That night, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling in the back of the mountain was unceasing. The young monk in the Desai Bay temple knelt in front of the Buddha in terror, trembling and reciting scriptures. A 16 or 17-year-old boy with broken hair sat in the corner with a string of rosary beads hanging from his hand. The wailing in the back of the mountain did not affect his state of mind, and the blandness of him was in stark contrast to the monks around him. The windswept old presiding officer walked into the temple and sighed, "All go." Hearing this, the monks left the futon and prepared to return to their premises. The old host said, "Don't come back." The monks shuddered and realized what was going on. The ghost host is the beginning of the disaster. "Teach me, master." Tearing down the Desai Bay temple will not only fail to add to the blessings of the givers, but will also bring calamity to the world. The teenager was silent. Never set foot in the South China Sea. Is master talking about some evil spirit? The old host folded his hands. It's good to remember. It's good to remember. It's a good thing he read the Buddhist scriptures so he didn't go crazy in the temple. Master is so strange. It's obvious that he could have saved the Desai Bay temple with a phone call, and master wouldn't let him. The middle-aged man with the compass was enraged. The old monk was not cutting off people's money. Both his parents and his master said that he was destined to be a ghost host, and that if he was not in the Buddhist Pure Land, he would die before the age of 17. It was the poor monk's destiny to stop that plague. The old host dropped his heart when he said this, and his whole body softened. That's a must. Just tear down this temple and then give me $88,000 and I'll transfer the entire temple's wishes to you. Newberman. It's not about them, it's about providence. Master, please, if you live past the age of 17, you are also required to purify yourself in a temple, or you will become a demon that will plague the world. I was originally a barefoot ascetic, but after realizing that the Decide Bay temple was unusual, I made a wish to be stationed here. Tomorrow is your 17th birthday. Life and death have passed. The next road depends on how you go. Tomorrow the poor monk will fight to the death to stop the demolition team. The teenager was even more puzzled. Don't underestimate this small temple. It is indeed the first barrier to stop the world from chaos. The old host had helplessness written on his face. He scoffed at them and resented his parents' superstitions in his mind. He's a hustler, but he knows the minds of these bosses. There is one thing the poor monk has to explain. The teenager folded his arms. He asked, "You're just blocking us because you're afraid you won't have a place to chant." The old host sighed. "Please think twice about it. What about you, master? The Decide Bay temple suppresses not evil demons, but the desires of the world. That is the will of heaven, the will of the gods. And where are we mortals to disobey their will? Don't want you to get rich and curse you." The old host closed his eyes. The old host suddenly rounded his eyes and grabbed the teenager's arm in a death grip. The giver will also die as a result. Inside the noble hall, only sandalwood, the old host, and the teenager remained. Although he was a Buddhist lay disciple and a monk who practiced purification in the Buddhist school, he did not believe in gods and demons. Obviously tired of this life, those bosses burn incense and worship Buddha to find someone to look at things, but only to seek psychological comfort. The teenager frowned. "Oh Kirin, there are a few words you should remember." The poor monk is also on the verge of forgetting his own name, and seems to remember that the poor monk's surname is Mu, and his name is Bowen. The owner hesitated, looking to the high man at his side. "Go get some rest. You won't be able to sleep tomorrow when the demolition team comes." "I'm afraid, master, after all these years together I still don't know your lay name. I want to remember it," the old host said. "The poor monk has an old relationship with your parents, and it is only because he has a destiny with you that he has received you into the temple. Will the demolition of this temple really increase my lifespan?" One by one, they walked up to the old presiding officer, bowed and saluted respectfully, and then left in a hurry. The old host sighed. The old host chanted a Buddha's name. "Because of your evil luck, if you don't purify yourself at the temple, you won't live to be 17. Do you believe there are demons? Don't make enemies with people who have Ming, B, and Van in their name. The Decide Bay temple suppresses the evil demons that fill the land. Tear down this temple, and this Taoist will use arcane magic to extend Boss Joe's life by 20 years. What about you? You are the life of a rare ghost host. If there were demons, this old bald ass would have run away first. Like this boss, for example. He's contracted a project to get a building here." The teenager got up, walked to the door and turned back. Junior said, "If it doesn't work, why should he try to argue with the demolition team tomorrow with his old bones? He's just so selfish. He just doesn't want you to be good." The teenager scowled. He pointed at the old monk and cursed. The teenager kept his head down. The young man was stunned. The first time he saw his master like this, although there is incomprehension in his heart, he did not say anything more, and casually perfunctory. "Will you stop being so selfish?" the old host said. The old host looked at the golden bodies of the Buddhas in the main hall with reluctance and said. The old host folded his hands. "Oh, the poor monk is not going to miscalculate. After some nonsense, the boss can work on the project without fear, and he can still make money. Is it not the best of both worlds?" A middle-aged man with a compass pretended to pinch his fingers, and then said, with a cigarette in his mouth, he pointed to the Decide Bay temple. "What exactly is that plague? Is it really unstoppable?" Amitba. The next day, outside the Decide Bay temple, the teenager spoke up. The poor monk knew when he first visited the Decide Bay temple that the story of the Decide Bay temple's suppression of evil demons was false. Do not kill for evil. He found himself in fear of retribution for tearing down the temple. If you must participate in the ensuing worldly strife, you must take the next words of the master to heart. The old host's gaze was haunted. The middle-aged man finished cursing and came to the boss's ear. "Master, I can get those developers to give up the idea of demolishing the Decide Bay temple, and you can still practice here just the same." Barrier tape was pulled around the perimeter. Several bulldozers and excavators were ready to go. Ahem, cut the crap. But you have to believe that your parents are doing this for your own good and understand the good intentions of the poor monk. Old bald ass, less feudalism. The windswept old presiding officer lowered his eyes, folded his hands, and stood guard in front of the temple door. "Master, please," the old host said quietly. The teenager kept the name in mind and turned to leave the great hall. The workers, dressed in winter clothes, with hammers and shovels, waited for the foreman to give the order. The teenager didn't understand. The teenager, unable to understand or ask, finally asked, "I know, master." The old host opened his cloudy old eyes and solemnly said, The owner of the developer is a thug who wears mink and gold chains. The poor monk knows you are aggrieved. Just for yourself without regard for others? With the demolition of the Dci temple tomorrow, the earth will really be in chaos, and the most horrible disaster will come. Either return to your parents, chant the sutras and worship the Buddha day after day, and pay no attention to what goes on outside the window, and you may enjoy a good death for 100 years. It's a pity about this century-old temple. End of chapter. 103. Chapter 103, Extra Shift, Transcendent Ruins. Chapter 103, Extra, Transcendent Ruins. The boss thought it made sense and waved his hand. Get rid of the old monk. I have official authorization to demolish it. Several workers grabbed the old host and took him aside. The old presiding officer could not resist the pushing and shoving of a few strong men, so he stood by and watched as bulldozers and diggers broke down the temple gates. As the dust stirred, the old host sighed and spoke to the workers around him. Tearing down temples and breaking down temples is a great taboo that detracts from the blessings, so you guys should go. The worker lowered his eyebrows. It's almost New Year's Eve, and our wives and children are waiting for us to get money to go back. The boss won't pay me until this job is done. Who would want to do this unethical thing of cutting off their children and grandchildren if they weren't forced to do it by life? He winced as both hands seemed to touch something slippery. Search and rescue from the local sheriff's department has gone, but no one has walked out. Elder he, this is not a natural disaster, but an opportunity, or even national fortune. Wei Ming said, Sir, where are you? A large hole was indeed found there, and there seems to be a building inside the hole, as well as a strong fluctuation of spiritual power. I wondered why heaven and earth had changed so much. Why is the aura reviving? Oh Kirin, don't go astray on the next path. May I ask Taoist Master Zhang if that side is filled with aura? Comrade Wei Ming, what exactly are you going to say? Wei Ming's vanity was greatly satisfied and he also narrated as a teacher. The owner felt around. Even the beautiful eyes of a female researcher were colorful towards Wei Ming. He Lao was in a hurry. Roar! Ah, don't bite me. What a monster! The old monk, the tall man, help! After saying this, the old host's head sank, and the end was near. Everyone present had a look of incomprehension on their faces. How did he know? One historian exclaimed. That part of the core is called the administrator. What kind of buildings are popping up? A hissing sound of something unknown sent chills down the spines of everyone present. The only country in the world that has seen an aura recovery is Xia, because it's a relic, the relics of a transcendentalist. Wei Ming kept his mouth shut and only said that he would wait for Taoist Zhang to finish probing. When these words came out, they exploded in the ears of the crowd like a thunderbolt. This paranormal phenomenon is clearly beyond their knowledge. The owner asked in horror. End times? What a familiar and unfamiliar term. Once upon a time I thought deeply about the great change in heaven and earth and the revival of the aura. The owner's eyes rounded in horror as he saw a very long, very tall monster, spitting snakes and staring at him. Xia was also the first place where the transcendental ruins appeared. I suspect that something must have happened later to make the end times come. A relic of the transcendent? In that era, various transcendent civilizations flourished, and transcendents and demons were everywhere. Wei Ming salutes. But I know one thing, Comrade Wei Ming, don't sell yourself short. What's going on here? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Is it that serious? That old host sat down on his knees. I don't think it's that simple. The high man with the compass was also confused. Wei Ming continued. It was deserted and only the construction team got lost in it, which was an unfortunate blessing. The researcher and administrator of the security administration immediately went forward to explore the situation. Wei Ming said, scanning the crowd. It's already here. Is there some kind of building coming up there? The old host closed his helpless eyes, seemingly unwilling to see the tragic situation that would follow, and chanted the Buddha's name. Truly God has blessed Xia. How is this so much like the relics of a holy land, or a secret realm appearing in a metaphysical novel? Amitabha. The security administration already has departmental divisions. Opportunity? Ah, the crowd mulled it over as they took notes. Rumor has it that the Dci temple suppresses evil demons. The crowd rose up in surprise and talked about it. Comrade Wei Ming, what do you have in mind? Why did you say that all of a sudden? Demons appeared, immortals appeared, and some other magical transcendents showed up. That senior let out a heart-rending scream. He stood up, foxed. The crowd was silent. Let's hope the gods are kind. That's right. Not only can we tap into the secrets of the transcendence, but we can also have transcendent items. Wei Ming got excited and clenched his hands. That fog is so evil. All the electronic equipment will fail. Comrade Wei Ming, what intelligence do you know? Speak up. What's going on? Sir, it was very foggy, enveloping the entire mountain, and the fog was so thick that visibility was poor. Wei Ming asked, is it only due to man's destruction of the environment? The fog almost turned the place into a milky white mass, and every now and then the hissing of monsters could be heard. Wei Ming's palms were sweating as he continued. Elder, he asked in a hurry. He pinned his hopes on Wei Ming. This kid could always tell the key information about the aura recovery. A lot of strange creatures seemed to emerge from it. There's a monster out there? Has Master Zhang, the head of Mount Shu, arrived at the scene yet? What do people think about this? Yes. Electronics out of commission? It will take a while to find out the answer because the electronics won't work in the fog. After half an hour, He Lao received a message from Zhang Xiaoyi and looked at Wei Ming incredulously. Elder, he nodded. We just need to get hold of the transcendent intelligence that the kingdoms don't know about, and be at the forefront of the times during the great changes in the world. Imperial City, Security Administration Building. Since the aura has revived, there was definitely a transcendent era at one time as well. The building was rebuilt using another office building as a baseboard. Indeed, not bad. It's filled with special energy. Master Zhang said that it's the power of spiritual energy, or aura. These elites in various fields were listening to themselves like elementary school students, and some were even taking notes. Taoist Zhang went to explore. Wei Ming took a deep breath and looked at Elder He seriously. Is there really a demon? Good. In that case, blockade that area. If it's a relic of the transcendent, we'll know the story of the transcendent. He Lao nodded his head and immediately contacted Zhang Xiaoyi, looking at Wei Ming in surprise after receiving the answer. He Lao Dao. He Lao's eyes lit up as he looked toward the thoughtful Wei Ming. Wei Ming frowned. There must be transcendent items in the relics of transcendence. The national transportation? I don't know why the aura is depleted, and I can't think of any reason why it would be revived. We will be able to explore the secrets of the end times and the revival of the aura. Comrade Wei Ming, please take part in this operation as well. First of all, ensure your own safety. The secret of everything can be found in the buildings in the fog. There are countless opportunities and possible transcendent relics in them. The crowd also cast astonished gazes at Wei Ming. Elder, he solemnly said. Just as the bulldozers smashed the main hall and the statue of Buddha collapsed, there came a sudden, eerie fog. Elder, he said in a deep voice. During the safety management meeting, the big screen showed a drone feedback from the Desai temple at this moment. You mean the relics left behind by the transcendent civilization? This young man. It's a little something. End of chapter 104. Chapter 104 God Creation Organization Evolutionists stunned by participating in the ruins. Chapter 104 The God-making organization evolutionists who were stunned by attending the ruins. A converted 7-seater SUV rolled up in smoke and dust, traveling through the wilderness like a steel behemoth. Inside the car sat blonde foreigners, the evolvers of the God-making organization. Lilith sat on the passenger side of the head car, her gaze haunted, wondering what she was thinking. Two men sat in the last seat whispering. How is it possible that there are supernatural humans in the Summerland? Lord Lilith said so, and you have to believe it even if you don't. I think she's just failing in her mission and making excuses. Keep your voice down. She'll hear you. Afraid of what? The last defeat doomed Lilith-sama. Sooner or later she was going to be replaced by Lord Diana. Don't forget what it takes to be replaced. All of these words were heard by Lilith, and she was not annoyed as she closed her eyes and said, believe it or not, supernatural humans do exist in the South Seas, and I've fought her. All Lilith could think about was the dimly lit street at night and the woman who could manipulate the augur. She was knocked off her feet. Lilith's face showed a hint of displeasure, as well as a hint of fear, as she continued. A super self-heating event at the Temple of Great Compassion will absolutely be infested with super self-heating humans as well, so you need to be on your guard. The two men in the back row almost burst out laughing. Is Lilith-sama getting in too deep? One of the men said. I think our biggest adversary is the Summerland Sheriff's Department. They can say whatever they want as long as they haven't blocked off that mountain. Lilith-sama, you can't talk about this intelligence stuff either. Lilith stopped talking and closed her eyes. The SUV finally drove up to the large mountain shrouded in milky white fog. There are magistrates stationed at the bottom of the hill. The SUV circled the mountain and found a spot where there was no sheriff's deputy. Looking hazily, it appeared to be a dense forest path. This fog is just too big and evil to go in and walk out. The sheriff is stationed here for the sole purpose of not wanting the general public to wander in by mistake. There were no magistrates on such dense forest paths, or cliffs, after all. The general public was unlikely to choose that kind of place to enter the mountains. Xia is still not paying attention to this place. Didn't you say it appeared to be super self-heating? I'm surprised this place isn't blocked off, an evolutionary said contemptuously. Lilith shook her head. It can only mean that this fog is not ordinary, and that the summer magistrates are very jealous of this place. The evolvers got out of the car and followed the trail into the mountains. Just as they entered the fog, the evolvers sensed that something was wrong. It's amazing how hard it is to see anything from here. The electronic equipment they were carrying also failed. Lilith tensed. Everyone stay together. Don't get separated. It was the first time the evolvers had encountered such a supernatural situation, and they nodded their heads, coming together and even holding hands as they slowly moved forward. Summerland is still a magical oriental country. Just then, the crowd heard a long, unimpeded whistle. Ha 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 ha. Apprentice, quickly follow me. Great chance, great opportunity. The crowd froze and looked to the source of the voice. Only an old man in a tattered Taoist robe was seen running through the grass tips, jumping on tree branches, and speeding in one direction. Master, wait for me. A man in his 30s looked on helplessly, his figure as agile as an ape in the dense forest, quickly following the old man. The evolvers were all confused. Seriously, the evolvers who had an unknown amount of resources and dollars poured into their bodies, could only move cautiously in this dense forest. That old man and his disciple, whose chi and blood were obviously not strong, could actually run around here with impunity. Even the way they move so magically. Supernatural humans. There really are supernatural humans. Lilith blushed hard. Sure enough, supernatural humans showed up. It looks like they're going somewhere with treasure. She closed her eyes and opened her mouth slightly. Inaudible strange sound waves spreading out. Lilith has a radar-like device inside her body that can determine her surroundings through echoes. Lilith opened her eyes and pointed in a direction. There we go. Remember, be careful with everything. Try to stay out of trouble with supernatural humans. That place is exactly the entrance to the ruins. An evolutionary muttered. They're just a little more flexible, and they certainly can't move their hands. The culture of foreigners is that the stronger you are, the stronger your chi and blood are, and the stronger you are, they can't even comprehend the four twos, let alone the immortal cultivators. While the group was speeding up their steps towards that direction, the sound of horses' hooves actually came from behind them. People still ride horses these days? They looked back, full of horror. I saw a tiny golden monkey riding an old horse, laughing and galloping in one direction. The evolvers looked at each other. This is what's going on. How could a foreigner who hadn't read the mythology of Xia understand the word demon? An evolutionary slapped his thigh. Have you guys seen Rise of the Planet of the Apes? That must be an evolutionary monkey like that. We should have caught it. Lilith looked at it like a little cutie, like she glanced at the evolved man. Things are weird. Don't make trouble. Go. There was tension in his tone. At that moment, the little golden monkey that was riding the old horse actually turned around and came back. The heartless little monkey grabbed the old horse's mane and poked halfway behind his neck. What are you guys? The evolvers were alarmed. The monkey spoke. A flash of doubt appeared on the heartless little monkey's face. You guys smell like blood. You haven't done a lot of bad things, have you? Greed was revealed in the eyes of the two brain-dead evolvers. This little monkey looks like a lot of research. The two evolvers walked towards the heartless monkey in a cat-like, slow manner. Lilith exclaimed. Don't! The two evolvers turned around and smiled. Such a small one. There's no need for Lord Lilith herself. Their legends tell the story that the stronger they are, the more powerful they are. What kind of fight can such a small monkey have? As soon as the words left their mouths, the duo felt a burning sensation coming from their chests. They lowered their heads in confusion and saw that their chests were actually burning with flames. The duo hurriedly turned around and saw the little monkey looking at them with a smirk. The important thing is that the little monkey was burning with fire. Comfort appeared on the heartless little monkey's face. You really are great evils, and killing you has improved my spiritual power. Lilith roared. Run, go to 12 o'clock, lose the monkey and then go to 5 o'clock. Don't go the wrong way. The crowd sniffed and reacted, playing a wild goose chase toward 12 o'clock. The mindless little monkey wanted to chase after him, but then he looked behind him and struggled for a moment before muttering to himself. Forget it, it's important to go find the chance. After shaking off the monkey, the group of evolvers assembled at the entrance of the ancient tomb cave in a state of shock. What the hell was that? A female evolver hugged herself, her eyes filled with horror. Summer is horrible. Lilith glanced at her. Next, make sure you follow my orders. Definitely don't return without accomplishing something, or father's temper you know. Several of the evolvers nodded their heads in unison. Lilith stared intently at the entrance to the ancient tomb cave. I can sense many monsters in this mountain, together with the fog that can make people lose their way. Ordinary people can never enter. This mountain is screening people who enter the cave. I bet there are a lot of supernatural humans in this cave. End of chapter 105. Chapter 105, is the Tang Dynasty the age of the end of Dharma? Chapter 105, was the Tang Dynasty the end of the law? The evolvers had just entered the cave when they heard the sounds of fighting. In the ancient tomb gallery, two Xia men fought over a plant. Fellow Daoist, I discovered this one first. Dog your mom, whoever can grab it will get it. The two men's fists were windy and slammed into the wall causing cracks to appear in it. While the two of them were fighting furiously, a giant python that had been perched at the top of the tomb waiting for a long time opened its huge mouth and spewed out a strong wind. They were both seriously injured. Immediately afterward, the two men were entangled and strangled alive. After swallowing the two men into his stomach, He returned to the top of the tomb and waited for his next victim. That brightly colored one is boa constrictor bait. The second floor of the ancient tomb. Giant spotted tigers, wild boars with teeth like swords, wild donkeys with a taste for flesh and blood, and all sorts of outrageous monsters hiss like a swarm of demons. 7 or 8 uniformed A and B combatants with standardized long swords hid in a crypt, watching the monsters outside warily. These A and B combatants are also known as administrators, low-level administrators. They came from various special units, and each one of them was a master in the army who could accomplish difficult tasks on his own. This magical relic has an eerie power where thermal weapons and electronics are all rendered useless. Only long swords, knives and axes can be maximized. The intermediate administrator, Wei Ming, and the senior administrator, security administration advisor Zhang Shui, explored the chamber. Wei Ming, who knew a little about historical artifacts, caressed the wall with white gloves and wondered. This seems to be a tomb from the Tang dynasty. Zhang Shui didn't know anything about this, but he knew something about the bizarre legends of the Tang dynasty, and he frowned. Master said that the Tang dynasty did have quite a few stories of demons and ghosts rebelling and gods and goddesses ascending. The Tang dynasty is considered to be a rather mythical time in history. There are quite a few spirits and demons, such as the cat demons, fox fairies and whatnot that have recently exploded on the internet. The Tang Emperor's strange encounter with the king of the Jing River dragon and Wei Zhang's dream of beheading the dragon are also stories told in the Tang dynasty. Legend has it that Zhong Kuei, the great god of the underworld, was also from the Tang dynasty. Wei Ming was shaken. Could it be that the Tang dynasty was the age of the end? Yes, there were quite a few legends of becoming immortals and gods before the Tang dynasty. Such stories are rare after the Tang dynasty. Zhang Shui's lazy temperament subsided, rubbing his chin in contemplation as well. There's some truth to it. Ever notice a pattern in history? Those who attained the way at the time of the enlightenment of mankind were the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors, and the great saints of the demon race. They practically dominate the heavens. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, there were military generals and civil officials who embarked on the path of God-sealing, accomplishing great emperors from all sides of heaven and earth, and positive gods from all walks of life. By the Tang dynasty, the only people who became immortal and became Taoists were the door gods, the ghost gods. There are fewer and fewer stories of this kind after the Tang dynasty, and it's possible that the Tang dynasty really was the end of the age. As Wei Ming listened to this, it made more and more sense. Throughout history, transcendental civilizations have fallen further and further behind. Zhang Shui and Wei Ming seemed to have discovered a big secret as waves of shock were set off in their hearts and their eyes were filled with shock. At that moment, the administrator guarding the door panicked. Not good. We've been spotted. The monsters are coming this way. Boom. The door to the chamber suffered a heavy blow and was instantly torn apart. A 2-headed giant wolf charged into the chamber. The administrators fought in haste, but were only able to hold off the giant wolf for a few moments. Wei Ming's face changed and he rushed Zhang Shui to arch his hand. Master Zhang, these magical beasts seem to be guarding something. The second layer of magical beasts was quite a bit stronger than the first layer of magical beasts. We need to find our way to the 3rd level in a hurry. The bottom floor I guess has the ultimate secret of the crypt. Master Zhang, it's up to you. Zhang Shui looked at the demonic wolf with dead fish eyes. Many monsters rushed towards the chamber as a result of the demon wolf's actions. He spoke indifferently. All hide behind me and take care of yourself. After saying that, red scales appeared on Zhang Shui's forehead and his eyes flashed with lightning. Among ordinary transcendents, Zhang Shui, who had drunk a quarter of the desire potion, was definitely considered the best. He held out his hand and thunder exploded. Several thick thunderbolts like gushing springs rushed towards the demonic wolf. The demonic wolf was instantly electrocuted and scorched. The administrators watched the scene with surprise. Worthy of being the head of Mount Shu, Zhang Shui's spiritual power was stimulated. His body bathed in lightning light, and he stomped on his cloth shoes as he strolled idly among the magical beasts. Any magical beasts that attempted to make a move were all bombarded into ashes or electrocuted to a charred state by Zhang Shui. Wei Ming shouted angrily, "Let's go! Follow Master Zhang and find our way to the next level." After exiting the chamber, there were more and more magical beasts. A cold sweat broke out on Zhang Shui's forehead. He was going to run out of mental energy at this rate. Suddenly, a wild laugh erupted from nowhere. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect to meet a fellow Taoist here. Why don't you and I join hands and kill off this gang, and then go to find the great opportunity? How about it? The crowd looked around at the sound, seeing an old man in tattered Taoist robes rushing in with a man who was cowering and full of fear. It was none other than Mo Yulin and his disciple Han Hai. Mo Yulin looked at Zhang Shui, his old eyes full of excitement and thrill. He had revered the world of immortal cultivation for who knows how many years, to the point where he could actually fight side by side with other immortal cultivators in his old age. In one word, awesome. Mo Yulin knew that Zhang Shui's Taoism was esoteric and was afraid of being looked down upon, so he took out the mother talisman from his bosom with his left hand and flung the child talisman with his right hand recklessly. Gusts of popping sounds emanated from the air, and countless magical beasts closed their eyes in pain, their eardrums shattering and oozing blood. Zhang Shui stared. Have you finally met other cultivators? He was not to be outdone, and he gritted his teeth to manipulate the lightning. The thunder and lightning is a scorched blackness. Mo Yulin landed beside Zhang Shui and looked at him enviously. It's actually the Thunder Road. Taoist-friendly tactics. Zhang Shui pretended to be bashful. Fellow Taoists, Rune Dao isn't bad either. Both of them were ordinary people with advanced middle-aged bipolar disorder who worshipped fairies and deluded themselves into cultivating immortality a few months ago. At the moment, they all thought that the other party was a strong person who had been practicing for many years. There was actually a simultaneous feeling of sympathy and mutual caution. Those administrators were looking at the duo who were blowing each other off and working side by side with envy and jealousy. They're longing for that fabled world, too. Just then, there was a sound of children giggling. There's so much good food here. It's just that these ugly monsters are a bit annoying. Zhang Shui and Mo Yulin sensed the powerful fluctuation of spiritual power and looked towards the entrance from the first floor to the second floor with grave expressions. Only a young monkey on an old horse was seen killing its way this way, chewing on a blade of grass in its mouth. The young monkey and the old horse were covered in burning flames, and those magical beasts that were touched by the flames all screamed miserably and burned. The crowd was so shocked that they even thought they were dreaming. They thought these monsters were strange enough to be considered legendary demons. But it was only after seeing the little monkey that I had a whole new perception of monsters. Now that's a legendary demon, with a spirit and magic power. The heartless monkey rode the old horse to kill through the surroundings of the magical beasts and walked in front of the crowd. Burning flame eyes like the legendary eyes of fire. Seems to be able to see through the hearts of good and evil. It sized up Zhang Shui and Mo Yulin for a long time before saying, smiling, it's the first time I've met you two so clean. Cleanliness means the absence of dirt and filth within. And then it looked at Han Hai again. Its eyes cold. You're dirty. The heartless monkey held up a fireball, and the killing aura surrounded Han Hai. Han Hai exclaimed in horror. Master, save me. Mo Yulin took 2 steps to block in front of Han Hai, his face grave as he made a bow. This monkey friend. The heartless little monkey frowned. My name is Li Xinjuan, Taoist name Heartless. The crowd thought that the world was crazy, and that demons had a Taoist tradition? Wei Ming blinked. Shouldn't a monkey on a horse with flaming eyes be called a pilgrim? I can't believe you're called Li Heart Monkey? What's the meaning of Li Heart Ape? Gotta do some research on that. Mo Yulin hurriedly said. Fellow Taoist Heartless. This is the poor Taoist's disciple. Please be merciful. The heartless little monkey moved. He thought of his master, Bodhi. It looked away and said, forget it, just don't regret raising this scourge. This little monkey's expression and movements are very similar to humans. 3 parts human, 7 parts monkey. Administrators are trying to get a ride with the legendary demon. Again, none of them dared. And there are those who not only want to, but also dare. Zhang Shui walked forward and cupped his fists. Zhang Shui, sect master of Mount Shu. Mo Yulin also hurriedly said. Rune sect leader. Mo Yulin. Wei Ming silently wrote down Fu Zong. Mo Yulin. These 2 names. Heartless little monkey said. I sense a lot of treasures on the next level. The 4th level was even more of a great opportunity. Except that the 4th level had a very strong guardian. Why don't we go together and take care of each other? Zhang Shui and Mo Yulin said. Yes, good. End of chapter 106. Chapter 106 Secrets of the End Times. Chapter 106 Secrets of the End Times. The 3rd level of the catacombs. The monsters here were stronger than on the previous floor. Even snakes capable of spewing great water and wolves wielding wind blades. That is, without being able to use lightning. This caused the crowd to be even more in awe of Zhang Shui. Lei Dao seemed to be exclusive to Zhang Shui alone. In fact, the reason for this is simply that the tree of the earthly essence does not bear fruit that allows one to use thunder and lightning. Because the Hell Warlock Desire Potion, taken by the earthly benevolent tree was crippled. Part of it regarding the power of lightning was in Zhang Shui. Of course, this matter was unknown to anyone except Li Yang and the earthly essence tree. On the 2nd level, the administrators were still able to use military boxing, military arts, and work together to tangle with those monsters for a moment or two. The 3rd tier of wraiths would not work at all. Those beasts have supernatural powers and are no match without firearms. They could only be salted fish paddling in the water. Watching Zhang Shui, Mo Yulin, and the heartless little monkey do battle. After fighting for a long time, they retreated into a chamber where the 3 masters meditated on their knees. In the middle of the chamber were dozens of transcendental grasses. Wei Ming looked at those grasses in a daze. According to Master Zhang, these grasses have strange abilities that can help people become transcendentalists. If these were given to the ANB, they could definitely arm a group of transcendent fighters quickly. He himself wanted it. Who wouldn't want to fly through the air? After the 3 experts had rested, it was finally time to start the distribution of the transcendent grass. The mindless little monkey waved his hand. These things are just tasty. They don't enhance anything for me. I'll take a little for a snack and the rest of you do as you please. Wei Ming breathed a sigh of relief. This little monkey was the most energetic in the entire room. If it doesn't want a lot of it, there is hope that the A and B will share some of it. The administrators barely put in any effort and paddled the whole time, so he was too embarrassed to open his mouth and ask for it. Although Zhang Xiui is the anomaly consultant of the security bureau, the position is in the senior administrator, but he is still the head of Shushan may not help the security bureau to fight. Mo Yulin stroked some grass and smiled. Although these spirit plants immortal grasses can allow one to raise their spiritual power, the amount of spiritual power raised is limited. Their greatest function was that they could allow mortals to build their foundations and embark on the path of transcendence. I still have quite a few disciples on the old path, so I definitely need to take some. Zhang Xiaoyi pondered for a moment. Then apart from fellow Daoist heartless share, the rest will be half for you and me. A hint of disappointment appeared on Wei Ming's face. Zhang Xiaoyi said immediately afterward, half of my portion goes to the crown and half to Shushan. Wei Ming was overjoyed. Mo Yulin waved his hand. Ugh, no need. Since it's official, I'd like to make a good relationship with the old Taoist. Split it into 3, 1 for you and me plus the officials. Wei Ming stood in awe as the administrators rose to salute. Worthy of being a Xia cultivator, it was really atmospheric. The heartless little monkey scratched his ears and stood up, milking his voice. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go to the next level. I'm not giving the next level of chance to anyone. South China Sea, mid-levels villa. The tree of human nature is in the center of the hall, with a curtain of water in front of it. The water screen is a projection from an ancient tomb. This is a use of the talent, water magic. Li Yang held a cigarette and sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, staring at the water screen as if he was watching TV. Shaking Bell held the ashtray and curtly caught the ashes for Li Yang. Her membership expired again. Shaker glanced at the water screen and muttered skittishly, that little monkey is the only one of these guys that's any good. I don't know what you're bothering to tease them about. Li Yang glanced at Rattle. How could a cat understand its own plan? Li Yang was bringing transcendental civilization to this mundane world. When people all over the world revered transcendence and reached the point where transcendence were everywhere and transcendent forces were in abundance, it was the same as the whole world working for Li Yang. He will quickly ascend to God. The path to God ascension could be more than just ascetic cultivation. Rattle's always clamoring for world domination? At that point, the 7 commandments would be the holy land of fiction, and the Devil's Club would be the super holy land of holy lands. Isn't that more fun than world domination? Rattle asked again. What exactly did you leave behind on the 4th floor? I'm all curious. Li Yang flicked the ashes of his cigarette and shook the bell to hurry up and continue. He opened his mouth. A story that doesn't exist in this world. They'll find out when they reach the 4th level. Of course there's more. I left some actual ones. When they defeat the 8-foot bride, they have a chance to subdue the 8-foot bride. I'm quite curious to see what they'll do with the 8-foot bride. Zhang Xiaoyi, Li Xinju, and Mo Yulin were all simple-minded people of the righteous path. The 8-foot bride's ability is instead to devour ghosts. Where do ghosts come from? The easiest and most direct way is to kill. Will the 3 righteous men covet the power of the 8-foot bride, or will they seal it? This was a test of humanity, and Li Yang loved this kind of human drama. Rattle asked, they beat an 8-foot bride? That thing is already alien, and you've gone to the trouble of strengthening it. She's comparable to a second-order demon in battle, isn't she? Li Yang extinguished his cigarette and said, most of the transcendents are blocked on the 3rd level. There were only so many people who could enter the 4th floor. I've estimated that the few strongest transcendents that entered the ancient tomb joined forces to be able to completely defeat the 8-foot bride. The 4th floor of the ancient tomb. As Li Yang said, there were only a few people who entered the 4th floor of the ancient tomb. Heartless little monkey, Mo Yulin and his disciples Han Hai, Zhang Xiaoyi and Wei Ming. In fact, Han Hai and Wei Ming couldn't get in. It was just that Mo Yulin and Zhang Xiaoyi forcefully killed through the surroundings of the magical beasts and brought them both in hard. Your own family members kiss themselves. There is more than one way to the 4th level. A woman stumbled and fell down another passage in the main chamber on the 4th level. She was black-skinned, wearing a tight leather jacket and pants, clutching a metal guitar and staring at the front of her in shock. Several Xia transcendents looked at Lilith incredulously. Foreign transcendents? Is there a transcendentalist in a foreign country? Wei Ming was the first to figure it out. You're the one who escaped from the green sanatorium? Ha! Ha! Lilith sat down on the floor in a wide sprawl, gasping for air, smoky makeup all over, like a ghost. She asked as she evened out her breath. What the hell kind of hole is this? My teammates are all dead. If I hadn't met a Xia kid to lead the way, I would have died out there. Summerlin kid? And did you notice that the Xia Transcendent on the 4th floor didn't come in? At that moment, another figure rolled from the entrance into the 4th level of the chamber. He was a medium-sized man of about 5'7", wearing a tunic and glasses, kneeling down and wincing and puking. This is none other than the young man from the Temple of Great Compassion. Strenuous exercise is simply too much for a mortal body to handle. The coffin in the chamber suddenly moved. The crowd stepped back alertly. Heartless Monkey was bold enough to jump off his old horse and walk over and lift the lid of the coffin. Immediately afterward, a red energy erupted from within the coffin, traveling over the chamber like a red python. Gradually, the energy that looked like a red python converged in the center of the chamber and formed a human shape. It was actually a 3-meter-tall woman wearing a big red wedding dress and a red cover. The Ghost Bride in Red. Anyone who has ever read a psychic novel is definitely no stranger to the term. But, this red Ghost Bride is too big, isn't it? Have you finally awakened? Sleeping for 1,000 years. Who really won that battle? Hell, lose? The ethereal voice traveled through the chamber. End of chapter. Chapter 107 Evil Qilin. Chapter 107 Evil Qilin. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. After experiencing the trip to the ancient tomb, the appearance of such legendary ghosts as the Ghost Bride has already been seen. The important thing is that she said some very important information. What does the Great War of 1,000 years ago mean? Is that the secret of the end times? And what's hell? Could it be a power, or the real sense of the underworld? The 8-foot bride suddenly clutched her head and crouched on the ground, trembling and in pain. Me, my memory, me, what the hell is that? What is the heavenly realm? Me, and who am I? The 8-foot bride let out a heartbreaking scream. The sharp hissing sound caused the air to tremble, and the crowd covered their ears with pained expressions. Red spiritual energy spread through the ancient tomb. In a trance, a scene appeared before the eyes of the crowd. That's fantasy. A dilapidated hall appeared in front of the crowd. All around are broken stone pillars and scattered statues, as if the old man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life to tell the past glory. Countless strange-looking humanoid monsters stood solemn in the great hall. 8-foot bride is exactly one of them. Above the tattered ceiling of the great hall, above the clouds, were countless shadows of light. Those shadows of light seemed to be the gods roaming the skies, gazing indifferently into the great hall. The crowd looked on in horror. A vision. This should be the memory of an 8-foot bride. Han Hai muttered. Master, are those demons? Just fantasizing about it. One can feel the great power in them. Mo Yulin's face was grave as he shook his head. Not necessarily. It could also be the phantom of someone with a high level of cultivation. When cultivation reached a certain level, it was possible to manifest this kind of native phantom. What's more, they can manifest the law of heaven and earth, Mo Yulin said and looked at Zhang Xiui. This sect leader of Mount Shu had a red scale on his brow when he used the powerful lightning technique. The visions continue. In front of the dark throne, a cat plays, a crow looks around, and a black dog naps. Above the throne was a man dressed in black, with eyes burning black flames, whose face could not be seen. The man rose and took a step towards the center of the hall. Each step was silent and heavy. Each step stepped on the heart chakra of the crowd, who subconsciously stepped back. The man's low, husky, magnetic voice came out of his mouth. The false gods of the heavenly realm fool all beings with the authority of God. Hell will bring the false gods to their knees with blood. The demons poured out of the great hall like a tidal wave, their shrill whistles tearing the air. The heartless little monkey's heart trembled. The man's voice was so familiar. When he ate the hearts and awakened his gift, there was this voice in his head that sounded exactly like the man's voice. If justice is not done, the fires of vengeance from hell are noble. The master had said that his power came from the demon of a god's heart. This is also the origin of his own name, Li Shin Ape. Could it be that that man is that god? The vision shifted to a blood-stained earth. It was a battlefield. It's not just light and demons that are involved in the battle. There were also Taoist priests wearing Taoist robes with thunder in their hands, and old monks chanting Buddhist names covered with golden light. There are medieval European knights riding dragons, as well as yin and yang masters wielding folding fans to manipulate Shinigami. Demons, magical beasts, divine dragons, and other transcendent creatures were at the moment divided into two camps and engaged in a tragic war. Zhang Xiui, heartless little monkey, and Mo Yulin, almost simultaneously realized something, their eyes staring deathly into the distance of the battlefield. It was a huge peach tree. He suppressed a large area of light and shadow in one swing of his branch, the tree of Bodhi enlightenment. The heartless monkey's eyes moistened as he murmured, Mastermind. The vision shifted again, switching to the perspective of the 8-foot bride. The yin and yang masters of the East Sakura country practiced casting spells to imprison the 8-foot bride in a coffin. The 8-foot bride struggled to hold out her red nail-stained hands and kept mumbling, Sunga, my husband, I haven't married you yet. The illusion is over. In the ancient tomb, the 8-foot bride was still holding her head in pain. I am I am the warm smoke that is not yet married. I'm not dead. I'm locked up. Saiku, Saiku. Zhang Xiaoyi wanted to go up and comfort him, walking up to the 8-foot bride. Senior, you. The 8-foot bride suddenly raised her head, and Zhang Xiaoyi frowned and stepped back, his outstretched hand shrinking back. Through the red cover, he could feel the killing intent in the eyes of his 8-foot bride. You're the ones who sealed me up. You guys. The 8-foot bride whistled shrilly, her ghostly aura spreading. The power of death turned into substance and wreaked havoc in the ancient tomb, giving vent to 1,000 years of resentment. Mo Yulin said in a shocked voice. She's gone off the deep end. Watch out. Just after the words, the 8-foot bride's attack followed, and Mo Yulin couldn't dodge in time to spit out blood and fall to the ground. Zhang Xiaoyi and the heartless little monkey hurriedly struck out at the 8-foot bride. Lilith also gritted her teeth and played powerful metal music, forced to join forces with Zhang Xiaoyi and the heartless monkey. For a time, flames and lightning intertwined in the chamber, and red ghost chi rioted. Several people fought the 8-foot bride. It was indeed what Li Yang had said, that everyone who entered the 4th level of the tomb could defeat the 8-foot bride by joining forces. The reason the battle was even now was because Mo Yulin hadn't made a move yet, Zhang Xiaoyi said as he fought. Fortunately, this strong person from the previous era has not recovered his battle power, so we can still fight against him. Patriarch Mo, are you okay? Mo Yulin staggers to his feet. Really, it's worthy of being an ancient powerhouse. It almost killed old Taoist me. He took the mother talisman out of his arms. Fellow Taoists, don't panic. The old Taoist is coming, he said, taking out a handful of subcharms in his hand. Mo Yulin's entire focus was on the battle circle, and he didn't realize that there was a pair of eyes behind him that were staring at him unkindly. As Mo Yulin killed his way into the battlefield, he only heard Wei Ming let out a shriek. Senior Mo, be careful. What? Mo Yulin turned around. A piece of talisman paper was printed on his head, and he saw the eyes of his beloved disciple, Han Hai, gazing greedily at the mother talisman in his hand. Mo Yulin said incredulously. Apprentice, you? Han Hai shouted angrily. Blast! The talisman exploded. Mo Yulin's 7 orifices bled, and he stumbled and fell to the ground, looking lifeless. Han Hai excitedly grabbed the mother talisman in Mo Yulin's hand. The mother talisman. I got it. I got it. Damn old man. I'm a good white collar. 5 insurance. 1 gold payment. $10,000 a month with it. Go with you to beg for food. Go with you to go crazy. You just don't tell me how to make the mother charm. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Han Hai said, taking another packet of spirit-strain immortal grass from Mo Yulin's arms and running towards the outside of the tomb. The sudden change was not only out of Li Yang's expectation, but also caught Zhang Xiaoyi and the others off guard. Zhang Xiaoyi retreated violently, panting violently. I don't have enough spiritual power anymore. Fellow Daoist heartless. Let's go. After he said that, he grabbed Wei Ming and ran towards the outside. The heartless little monkey scolded in a milky voice. I told you he wasn't a good man. It's a shame about my creation. After saying that, he also rode the old horse and quickly fled. Lilith also hurriedly retreated. It was also good that Lilith had mistakenly entered this place and was forced to join forces with Zhang Xiaoyi and the others. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaoyi and the others were afraid that they would not be able to leave all the way. Lilith was the last to run, and the 8-foot bride chased after her toward Lilith. Lilith looked in horror at the approaching 8-foot bride and cried out anxiously in English. You stay back. I have to tell my father what happened in the crypt. I can't die here. She caught something out of the corner of her eye. It was the teenager in the tunic who had led her into the crypt. Lilith picked up the teenager in the tang suit and threw him towards the 8-foot bride. The killing intent of the 8-foot bride gathered on the teenager. Lilith took the opportunity to escape. The teenager looked up in horror, swallowed hard, and pulled a far-fetched smile. You? Hello. The 8-foot bride paused. The teenager climbed to his feet and tried to soothe the 8-foot bride. My name is Evil Unicorn. We are actually in the same boat. You've been sealed for 1,000 years, and I've been locked up in a temple chanting for 10 years. And the 8-foot bride suddenly shed 2 lines of bloody tears. Sunga, are you Sunga? The teenager froze for a moment, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yes, ma'am, I'm your husband. Teenager with 8-foot bride. Image from the web. End of chapter 108. Chapter 108, The First Spiritual Weapon. Chapter 108, The First Spiritual Weapon. His name is Evil Unicorn. There are 4 great families in the Imperial City. Evil, He, Zhang and Lu. Evil Kirin is precisely the only seed of the evil family, the proper crown prince of the capital circle. Not only have I learned Buddhist philosophy from the old host over the years, the veteran host had learned all 5 or 8 of his skills. For example, the entrance to the 4th level of this tomb was found through the art of mapping. The art of touching gold is the discipline of searching for graves and finding caves. The evil Qilin looked at the 3-meter-tall 8-foot bride in front of him. but he wasn't even a little bit scared. He muttered, "Master said that I am the destiny of the ghost host. You can soar past your 17th birthday. Is that what it says? Either you can practice hard all your life and die peacefully and well. Either you go rampant for a lifetime or you don't get to die." The 8-foot bride sobbed, crouching slightly and asking expectantly, "Sunga, have you come to take me home?" Even if the 8-foot bride was half crouching, she was still half a head taller than the evil unicorn. The evil unicorn nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth pulling up in an arc as he reached out to touch the face of his 8-foot bride. "Yeah, I'm taking you home. Warm smoke. Warm smoke, I think that's the name." He believed in the master's words, but what's the difference between a life of asceticism as a monk and a life of death? The 8-foot bride was agitated, her tall body trembling and crying. The evil Qilin softly said, "Since she's my maiden, can you do a favor for my husband?" The 8-foot bride nodded repeatedly. The evil griffin's eyes went cold as he looked over to the entrance where Lilith had left. "Kill that woman for me." The 8-foot bride hesitated for a moment. The words of the Sagittarius should have been obeyed by the slave. The slave has just awakened and her soul is unstable. If I can't replenish my spiritual power immediately, I'm afraid my slave will never see my husband again. If your husband insists on having your slave kill her, your slave will just go. The evil unicorn froze. An 8-foot bride will die if she doesn't replenish her mental energy immediately? That's a definite no-no. He hastened to say, "Then replenish your mental power first. What should you add? Can I help you? I have some skills in the mundane world. No matter how expensive it is, I can buy it." The 8-foot bride was moved to say, "Thank you, Sagittarius, for your compassion. It's just that spiritual power is not something that can be replenished by mundane objects. There are many magical beasts up there, and their souls are the best tonic a slave can have. After my slave eats up all their souls, my slave will be able to kill all those who want to be killed for your husband." The 8-foot bride said, turning into red smoke and burrowing into an oil paper umbrella. Evil Qilin picked up the oil paper umbrella. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew more and more prevalent. "Let's go then, ma'am." Between here and there, the first devil after the revival of the aura, Props Jusher, was born. Inside the 4th level of the chamber, only Mo Yulin's body was left lying there alone. After an unknown amount of time, a shadowy figure stood up from the corpse. "That's Mo Yulin's soul." Mo Yulin's soul drifted aimlessly in the ancient tomb, his old face expressionless as he muttered, "Cultivating immortality, cultivating immortality, cultivating immortality." Mo Yulin's greatest obsession was cultivating immortality. Also because of this strong obsession, Mo Yulin's soul became just as alien as the 8-foot bride, alien with partial consciousness. Unlike the 8-foot bride, Mo Yulin's soul does not have an umbrella as a dwelling place like she does, without physical protection. Over time, Mo Yulin's soul would become the same as an ordinary soul, becoming the usual spirit body. Ugh! A sigh came from the ancient tomb. A huge peach tree appeared in the corner at some point. A figure paced out of the shadow of the peach tree. He wore a black suit, a black trench coat, and a bowler hat. Mo Yulin looked at Li Yang blankly. "Cultivating immortality, cultivating immortality." Li Yang indifferently looked at him and said, "This next era is just a little more boring without you." Mo Yulin got the least resources, just a peach. However, he managed to become the best among the second stage transcendents and gained the recognition of Zhang Xiaoyi and the heartless little monkey. Uncompromising genius, who knows how far he'll go. The times without Mo Yulin were indeed a little more boring. Of course, without Li Yang, there would be no next transcendent era. As the initiator of this era, he thought highly of Mo Yulin, so he intended to help him out. By the way, do a test. Li Yang had always wanted to create spirit weapons. For example, the kind of immortal swords in the movie. Recite the mantra, and you can fly with the sword. He never made it. The 8-foot bride had given him some inspiration, and Mo Yulin, who was a fellow alien with the 8-foot bride, was the best test subject. Li Yang picked up an ancient ring from the Tang dynasty in the tomb. Black runes emerged from his eyes and black flames burned. The power of the soul left an imprint on the ancient ring of the Tang dynasty. Assimilation. Symbiosis. Li Yang muttered to himself as a hand suddenly reached out towards Mo Yulin. Mo Yulin shuddered and turned into white smoke that surged into the Tang dynasty ancient ring. Success? Li Yang could feel that there were spiritual power fluctuations in the ring. It was conceived that spirit weapons possessed combat power comparable to that of hot weapons. For example, it can create flames, currents, wind blades, and so on, but not this ring, because Mo Yulin doesn't know those things. He was just a genius who could precisely control his spiritual power and had an extremely high level of enlightenment. If it was Zhang Xiaoyi's soul, then this ring must be able to manipulate lightning. The only special thing about this ring is its ability to float. It's not much of a fighter either, because it's not a sword. Li Yang muttered, sort of succeeded in creating a spiritual weapon ring that can float. When you create spirit weapons in the future, your thoughts will be broader. He looked at the ring and said, "This is as far as I will go to help you, to keep the consciousness in your soul from dissipating. I wonder if you can still surprise me." Li Yang handed the ring to the earthly essence tree. "Send him out of the tomb." The human nature tree asked in a respectful voice. "Send it where?" Li Yang said indifferently. "Whatever. Imperial capital." High walls surrounded the deep courtyard. Pavilions and pavilions are scattered. The long corridor twists and turns and winds, connecting a separate courtyard. Next to the gate number outside this Chinese manor house is written, "Private family compound. No loiterers allowed." The word Golden Mansion was written on the door plaque. Actually, the host family's last name is Evil. It is said that the Evil family's ancestor was a prince. Due to the abolition of the imperial system, the king fell out of favor, and his family name changed to Jin. Later, due to some changes, the descendants of the king changed their surname to Evil. The Evil family is very competitive. Canon several times after the change of the times, the descendants can still have such a family business is really rare and precious. If we were to say that the house prices of any place could be compared to those of the South China Sea, the imperial capital would definitely be counted as one. Ordinary people don't know how many lifetimes they have to work to buy a toilet in an evil home. Of course, I'm afraid that the location of the Evil family's Chinese manor could not be handled by money alone. The vermilion doors pushed open and a young man was shoved and slammed out by the security guards. The youth had blonde hair, earrings, and the word was steadied on his arm. "Rowdy, proper street punks." The youth climbed to his feet and spoke angrily. "Let Jiao Jiao come out and explain it to me." End of chapter 109. Chapter 109, The Old Grandpa in the Ring. Chapter 109, The Old Grandfather in the Ring. The youth's girlfriend, Jiao Jiao, is a student at the Imperial University of Film and Television and comes from a poor family. Youths move bricks during the day, go to the bar at night to watch the scene, overdrawing physical strength for Jojo tuition living expenses. Jiao Jiao also dances on her own at the bar to earn money. The two were supposed to get married right out of college. Who would have thought that that day Jiao Jiao was raped, and the perpetrator was the young master of the Evil family Evil Yu scale. Evil Yu Shui was so domineering and accustomed to it that he took Jiao Jiao captive and exported it for 3 whole days. Over the past 3 days, the youth had gone crazy to find Evil Wu scale. But where could a punk go to find it? It is said that Evil Wu scale is adopted, but that is also a big young man in the capital circle. If it had been any other coward, I'm afraid it would have been a non-issue. The young man had an iron head, and after failing to find Evil Wu scales anywhere, he ran to the sheriff's office to report the incident. Later, he met Evil Wu scales at the sheriff's department, as well as Jiao Jiao. A scene that made him incredulous appeared. Jiao Jiao wrapped her arms around Evil Yu Scale's arm in a sweet bird-like manner. She didn't admit that she was raped and told the youth with a disgusted face that she should not pester him in the future, and that only the evil young man in this world is a real man who can protect her. The youth was not convinced and wanted a statement. What are these years of dedication? These years of oaths and promises? He's a pure love fighter. Chased Evil Wu Scale's car here and was kicked out by the security guards. Evil Wow Scale, get thee out. The youth pointed at the vermilion door and roared. An obese young man stepped through the door. He was dressed all in designer labels, with a watch, luxury necklace, and crocodile purse under his armpit. This is Evil Wu Scales. Evil Yusher Scale looked at the youth derisively. "Kid, what's your name again?" What's Fan again?" the youth said in a deep voice. "Yi Fan." Evil Wu Scale covered his stomach and laughed exaggeratedly. "Damn you, that name, you think you're the main character of a novel. Is your mom uneducated? Ha 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 ha." Yi Fan's face became more and more ugly. Evil Yusher Scales took out a bunch of money from the purse he was carrying under his armpit and flung it out. "You've trained that well. I'm satisfied. And this is your reward." Yi Fan clenched his fists, his fingertips turning white. "Where's Jiao Jiao?" Evil Wow Scale snorted. "She didn't even bother to look at you for fear of upsetting me. People like you, you're no better than a wild dog on the street in my eyes. You know, no woman will like you." Yi Fan lowered his head and couldn't see his face. Evil Wow Scale knitted his brows. "Still not leaving? I'll give you another $20,000. You get your mom some books to read so she can change your name." He took out all the cash in his purse and flung it out towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan raised his head, his eyes full of viciousness. "Evil Yusher Scale, the Jiao digression is considered to be over. You can't get past insulting my mother. 30 years east of the river, 30 years back west of the river. Remember, one day I will make you kneel at my mother's grave and repent." Yi Duan stepped on the ground full of banknotes and walked towards the street. A teenager wearing a tang suit and holding an oil paper umbrella came slowly to meet him. The two rubbed shoulders. The young man traveled to the vermilion door of the Golden Mansion and stopped, looking back at Yi Fan's back, and there was actually a pang of uneasiness in his heart. He shook his head and walked towards the gate of the Golden Mansion. Evil Yusher Scale met the teenager and asked with a frown, "Who are you?" "This is a private estate." The teenager looked up without expression. Evil unicorn. Evil Yusher Scale's face changed. He knew he had a brother who had left the house. How did he come back? He was only the adopted son. If evil Qilin came back, then the evil family's family business would have nothing to do with him at all. Evil Yusher Scale asked with an unnatural expression on his face. What's the proof? Don't recognize any cat or dog with an evil name. He held a glimmer of expectation in his mind. I hope the teenager in front of me is a fake. Shouldn't a monk shave his head? The teenager in front of me had thick hair. Evil Kirin raised the oil paper umbrella, and in the next second, he smacked Evil Wu Scale in the face. Evil Wu Scale fell to the ground with a miserable cry. Evil Qilin lifted his leg and walked into the threshold, contemptuously glancing down at Evil Wu Scale. A dog raised by an evil family dares to bite its master? Tell Evil Builder that I'm back. Evil Family Shrine. An old man in a tang suit stood solemnly by. He is Evil Jangwo, the head of the evil family. The evil unicorn knelt in front of the ancestors' row and offered incense and buckled his head. Evil Jangwo shook his head and sighed helplessly. Oh Kirin, Master Jinghang said that you are the destiny of the ghost host. In this life, you will meet 3 enemies who dispel ghosts and come across a place where ghosts are buried. Only by staying in the temple and being blessed by the Buddha can you be at peace in this life. Your mother and I even found a special double for you to block the killing aura of those 3 celestial enemies. You this. LOL. Foregone. That double is then Evil Wu Scale. The blessed scales that protect is the unicorn. The evil unicorn raised his head, his gaze ghostly. Father, what's the difference between me chanting the scriptures for 10 years and being dead? The world is going to change, and my evil family has to prepare early to deal with it. Evil builders laughed. How old are you kids? Whether the world has changed or not is not for you, a yellow-mouthed child, to assess. Back then I was just as unaware of the sky as you are. Evil Kirin asked, interrupting his father. You do realize that there's an extra official special department, right? Evil Jangwo froze for a moment and looked at Evil Qilin incredulously. The matter was a secret. How did his own son, who was a monk, know about it? Evil Builder's face was grave. The Security Administration, which is part of the General Security Directorate, and I don't know exactly what that department does, the evil unicorn said. That's in response to the aura revival. Evil Builders frowned. Aura revival? How come you also believe in ghost legends? Are you chanting? Evil Kirin didn't talk much and took out his oil paper umbrella. It's like this. The red ghostly aura of the shrine raged, spreading out along the doorway. The 8-foot bride slowly crouched down beside the evil unicorn and softly said, Husband. Evil Jangwo's mouth opened wide in horror as he slowly backed up and tripped to the ground. Night, Green Mountain Mausoleum. Yifan sat in front of his mother's grave, his head lowered. Jiao Jiao won't be coming to see you with me anymore. Mom, am I particularly stupid? He paused and tilted his head up, looking at the stars. Mom, I miss you. Didn't you say you'd turn into a star? Which star is yours? Hey, there's a shooting star. There's a shooting star. Is that you? Mom, the meteor in the sky was getting closer and closer. Yi Fan frowned. It didn't seem to be a meteor. A very small object fell into the grass. Curious, Yevon got up to look for it and picked up the object. Ha, it's a ring? It was an ancient ring, technically from the Tang dynasty. Just as Yi Fan was looking at the ring carefully, white light emerged from the ring. Frightened, Yi Fan dropped the ring. A semi-transparent, immortal, tattered Taoist-robed old man appeared in the white light. He had a wooden expression and dull eyes. At that moment, his eyebrows twitched and his eyes appeared to struggle. It seemed to be in a fierce struggle against something, in a desperate attempt to take control of his body. Finally, he hooked his fingers and spoke. Spirit, Spiritual Awareness Body Gathering Technique. The Spiritual Awareness Body Gathering Technique was Mo Yulin's original stance, which could control spiritual power quite precisely. Han Hai wanted to learn this move, but Mo Yulin has refused to teach it. He felt that the cat taught the tiger and had to keep his hand in. White light gathered around Mo Yulin's ghost, and the translucent body gradually solidified. Mo Yulin's expression became rich, no different from a normal person's as he frowned at his hands. Am I dead? Turned into a ghost? Yi Fan stared blankly at Mo Yulin. Are you a human or a ghost? No. Are you a god? The word immortal could make Mo Yulin too comfortable. Mo Yulin stroked his beard and laughed. Poor Rune Sect Patriarch. Mo Yulin. Yi Fan's mouth opened wide in shock. Master of the Rune Sect. Mo Yulin? Metaphysical fiction stuff? He snapped his eyes to the ancient ring. The ring? The old grandpa in the ring? The golden finger of the Destiny protagonist. Mo Yulin asked. Who are you, little doll? Yi Fan swallowed his saliva. Yefan. Mo Yulin's face became grave. Yi Fan, that name sounds like he's capable of great things. The more Mo Yulin looked at Yi Fan, the more agreeable he became. The poor Taoist sees that you have excellent roots and bones. Learn immortal cultivation with the poor Taoist. End of chapter. 110. Chapter 110 Demon Capitalist. Chapter 110 Demon Capitalist. Cultivation. Cultivation? Is this serious? Yi Fan recalled the rumors of aura recovery that had been making a lot of noise recently. Is that even true? Yi Fan's breath caught. The chance to change his fate had come. If you want to stand on the head of a powerful person like Evil Usher Scales, what you can rely on is not hard work, but opportunity. What makes a lifetime of hard work any better than generations of a human family's struggle? Only by relying on the great momentum of aura revival would there be a chance to make Evil Wow Scale pay for today's words and actions. Yi Fan fiercely knelt on the ground. Disciple Yi Fan, greetings to Master. Mo Yulin smiled in relief. Good, good, good. Yi Fan respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Once a teacher, always a father. I will be filial to my master. A hint of complexity appeared on Mo Yulin's face. He thought of his apprentice Han Hai. The end of the hard work of conditioning was to be killed by a piece of his talisman paper. Mo Yulin suddenly revealed a puzzled look as he thought of this. A frown slowly knitted into a pimple. Didn't I die? How did I end up here? Possessed in a ring? Mo Yulin struggled to remember. In a blur, he remembers someone saying something to him. This era is just a little more boring without you. Who said that and why does it sound so familiar? Mo Yulin suddenly remembered something and shuddered. The false gods of the heavenly realm fool all beings with the authority of God. Hell will bring the false gods to their knees with blood. The 2 voices kept echoing in Mo Yulin's ears. Definitely a person. It was the environment where the deity known as the King of Hell saved himself. In front of Yi Fan's eyes, Mo Yulin fiercely knelt down towards the location of the ancient tomb of the Desai Debay Temple and folded his hands. How can a disciple be so virtuous as to have the help of a senior? The poor Taoist will endeavor to cultivate and punish evil and promote goodness in this life, in order to repay seniors' renewed kindness. South China Sea, a manor on the outskirts. How to determine whether a place can be called an estate cannot be based on whether the place is big or not. Depends on whether there is a complete housekeeping system here. Gardeners, security guards, maids, housekeepers, and so on. A whole system just to serve the owner of the estate. The owner of the manor here was an old man with a pair of blue pupils. He was blind some years ago and was able to see again because of the help of the God-making organization. Therefore, this manor became the God-making organization's secret experimental base in the South China Sea. In a lab surrounded by opaque light, Dr. Leon King wears a protective suit and uses a variety of precision instruments to do tests on a strain. Lilith just watched. Leon King took off his glasses and eyed them suspiciously. This plant is very vigorous and nothing more unusual. Why are those supernatural humans so obsessed with this stuff? What does epiphany even mean? Lilith wasn't from Xia, and the word epiphany was really foreign to her. Dr. Leon King is very well informed and knowledgeable. Could this thing be the key to the birth of transcendent humans? Dr. Leon King thought for a moment and handed it to Lilith in a commanding tone. Eat. Lilith dared not hesitate to pick up and devour it. The sea of spirit opened up under the infusion of powerful spiritual energy. Lilith stared round in horror. This power. Lilith felt much stronger than before, like she suddenly understood a whole new way of fighting. Leon King saw the change in Lilith, and a hint of murderous anger flowed out of his eyes. Experimenting on Lilith in slices would probably lead to the secret of the aura revival, as the Xia people had said, right? Leon King suppressed the crazy thoughts. Lilith was currently the most powerful evolutionary, and was still useful against those people in the South China Sea. Leon King suddenly coughed up blood, which he hurriedly wiped away. He was the first test subject of the God-making organization. When the God-making program began, he used himself as a test subject in order to experience its effectiveness. The initial technique was so crude that it caused the body to become rejected. He believes that his days are numbered and that the supernatural humans of the Summerland are the key to renewing his life and completing his God-making program. Leon Kindo, my daughter, tell me more about the visions in the tomb. What was that god really like? South China Sea, mid-levels villa. In the study, Li Yang held a cigarette in his mouth, his feet resting on the desk, both eyes looking at the ceiling, contemplating. The aura recovery is proceeding in an organized manner. A single ancient tomb relic gave 3 transcendent forces their beginnings. Shu Shan, Security Administration, Rune Sect. The spiritual power of the newbie transcendentals entered the sea of spirit in a steady stream. It wouldn't take long to break through the 4th rank and gain a new talent. The next time the relics opened, the 3 transcendent powers would be stronger, and it was thought that new transcendent powers would be born. Li Yang sat up straight and picked up a document on his desk. This is the location of the God-making organization's secret experimental base, inside a manor house. Since taking complete control of the South China Sea, no wind or grass in the South China Sea could be hidden from his ears. Lilith's several evolvers appeared at the ruins and were directly followed by Li Yang to find that manor. Not going to take a shot at you guys yet. The life and death of the God Creation Organization was only at Li Yang's whim. Li Yang also wanted to use the God Creation Organization to do some more things. Enemies can also be the best tools to use when you can completely master them. Leave you until the next relic opens. Li Yang put the document aside, extinguished his cigarette and muttered to himself. There are quite a few things to do before the next relic opens. The crow flew in through the window. Li Yang glanced at it. The raven stood on the table with its wings crossed in a respectful salute. Master, the demons are stupid and everyone is planning something. Raven has a role in the Devil's Club to monitor the members. After the tomb ruins, the demons inquired about some of the things that happened in the tomb ruins through their connections. There are some members who have decided to do something in order for the winds of the times to be completely in their favor. Li Yang shook his head. These self-righteous, stupid capitalists. Li Yang was afraid that these guys who thought they were smart would disrupt his plans. For example, some members have already started searching for the Spirit Pearl Immortal Herb. Those things are meant for casuals, not for these demons. These demons were the first-order powerhouses of the transcendent world today, and their sense of transcendent items was at the top of this world. Moreover, they possessed powerful human resources in the secular world. If these demonic capitalists meddled in matters between weak transcendents, it would be the same as not giving the casual cultivators a chance to live at all. It's like a bowl of feed intended for chickens being licked up by a cow. Li Yang could allow the strong to get stronger and the weak to get weaker, but he cannot let the strong monopolize and the weak starve. Li Yang wanted to ensure that the aura recovery was carried out in an organized manner. First of all, he had to maintain the balance of the transcendence. It's not time for the Demon Club to show its hand. He looked to the calendar on his desktop, which marked the time of every Devil's Club meeting. Now until spring, there is one last meeting. I'll be running the next meeting, and I'll have to tell them the rules of the game for the rest of the day. End of chapter. Chapter 111. 111, Revival of the Taoist Protector. Chapter 111, The Taoist Protector of Aura Revival. Empire Nightclub, Devil's Club. The clock strikes 12. The demonic members sat solemnly in the conference room and watched as Li Yang stroked the raven from his throne. He's the only one in this world who has the strength to treat apostles like pets in general, right? Jerking off apostles like a cat? Li Yang's eyes looked faintly at the members. The members of the Devil's Club are almost hand-to-mouth in the South China Sea. With something as big as the ancient tomb ruins, they must have received the news. Even some of the people at the top of the power hierarchy already knew what was happening in the ancient tomb. The age of the end was in the Tang dynasty, when countless powerful people took part in a war provoked by hell. Such rumors circulate in the Devil's Club. It is important that someone inquires about the details of the tomb visions, like crumbling halls full of demons, crows, cats, and dogs before the throne, the image of the King of Hell. Members of the Demon Club are shocked as they discover the secret of the unthinkable. Crows, cats, dogs. Isn't that the Apostle of Death? The King of Hell, with black runes manifesting in his eyes and burning black flames, was not the god of death. The pride of being at the forefront of the zeitgeist is palpable. The officials had only just gained an insight into the skin of Hell, while they had actually seen the legendary King of Hell. They were even one of the temple full of demons themselves. Li Yang's hand that was jerking the crow stopped and lightly opened his thin lips. The meeting will begin with the usual rules. You may ask questions. An elderly member rose and bowed humbly. My Lord Death, would your humble followers know anything about the Devil's Club and Tang Dynasty? This member must be a politician. The question was inflected and direct. What he wanted to know was the secret of the end times. That's what the rest of the members want to know. Li Yang lowered his eyebrows. The word club comes from Europe in the 17th century, when the Tang Dynasty was over. The elderly member was slightly surprised, and the rest of the members frowned. Wasn't there a Devil's Club in the Tang Dynasty? Was the Devil's Club founded in the 17th century? 17th century? About 300 or 400 years ago. 300 or 400 years ago was equal to the rise and fall of a dynasty for the mundane world, the fall of several ancient families, and the rise of new powers. This concept of long time can only be used for mortals. What about for immortal death? But the members believe that for the chairman of the Devil's Club, who has an unlimited lifespan, 300 or 400 years, it's just the smoke and mirrors of a snap of the fingers. Does the fact that the first Devil's Club was founded in 300 or 400 years indicate that the aura had begun to revive by that time? The aged member asked again humbly. Great my Lord Death, humble I, your minion, am a newcomer to the Devil's Club. Can I know more secrets of this new world as I face it with fear and trepidation? In fact, this member had joined the Devil's Club for almost half a year, and was considered an old man to Li Yang. Li Yang picked up Raven and leaned his shoulder against the back of the king's chair. Ask. The aged member organized his words and asked, just how many transcendent forces are there in this world? This was sort of a question that asked the hearts of all the transcendent powers. After the revival of Aura, Shu Shan, the Rune sect and other transcendent forces appeared in their vision. How many other ancient transcendent powers were there that they didn't know about? They knew there was definitely more. The tomb visions are said to include Yin Yang masters, Buddhists, and European dragon riders. What role does the Devil's Club play in the food chain of it all? Also, there was a group of mysterious existences in the ancient tomb visions that the Shinigami called the false gods of the heavenly realm. What were they? Are they the legendary heavenly court? Those mysterious beings are clearly the antithesis of hell. The conference room was awfully quiet. All the members were quiet and couldn't wait to hear the questions. Li Yang said indifferently, "On Earth, there is only one transcendent power, the Devil's Club." Li Yang's answer was unexpected by everyone. All the members revealed a look of incomprehension. Wasn't this a case of opening one's eyes? Shu Shan, Rune Sect. Two transcendent powers are just around the corner. The aged member asked in a low voice. Then Shu Shan and the Rune Sect. Li Yang raised an eyebrow. Can that be considered a transcendent power? This domineering statement directly shocked the entire membership. It turns out that in the eyes of the Shinigami, in front of the Devil's Club, neither Shu Shan nor the Rune Sect could be considered transcendent? It's like a male lion looking disdainfully at a house cat. Do you count as a carnivore? Meanwhile, the crowd mined Li Yang's words for new information. In the vision, there is a war between hell and the heavenly realm, and countless transcendentalists are involved. The fact that there is only the Devil's Club on Earth and no other powerful transcendent forces means that hell won that battle. Nor is hell an institution subordinate to heaven in myth and legend, as the crowd once thought. Hell, that's a separate transcendent power. What exactly is hell? The members of the Devil's Club dare not ask. All they needed to know was that on Earth, there was only one transcendent power like the Devil's Club that could be in the eyes of the god of death. This was the best surprise for many members. Wouldn't the supremacy of the Devil's Club be the equivalent of a fictional shrine? Whether it's Shu Shan or the Rune Sect, they're nothing but ants to the behemoth that is the Devil's Club? A smile tugged at the corners of the members' mouths. Knowing the Devil's Club's social position in the food chain of the transcendental world, the next thing they knew was how to develop their power. Li Yang waved his hand to signal the elderly member to sit down and opened his mouth. Next, I'm going to say something. The whole room was silent, gasping for breath. Li Yang had a pleased smile on his lips. The age of the end has ended and the aura recovery has officially begun. The Earth is now like a very small and fragile ecosystem. Transcendental civilization will flourish on Earth, and a great age is coming. The members followed suit with smiles. They are pioneers, ahead of their time in the great age to come. Yet the next second, the terrifying pressure poured out like a flood, and the air in the entire conference room seemed to be frozen. The crowd looked ahead in horror. The man sitting on the pitch-black throne had a horribly cold face. Fear roamed the surface of the body like a pair of large hands, following the coagulated blood in a death grip on the heart. They were chilled to the bone and their hair stood on end, wondering where they had offended death. Li Yang said in a slightly dangerous tone, "The Devil's Club wants to preserve this fledgling transcendental ecology, not destroy it. Greed, the one original sin I hate the most." The crowd understood. After the ancient tomb relics, many people were embarking on exploring the transcendent world and searching for transcendent items. Their exploration of the transcendental worlds, their logging of the transcendental worlds, is definitely considered to be destroying the transcendental ecology. These people originally did this in the mundane world and brought that greed to the transcendental world. Li Yang stood up. His upright figure was like a huge demon god. His powerful aura made everyone gasp. The Devil's Club is an organization that I created and that serves me. I, on the other hand, am the protector of this aura revival. The crowd was stunned. Their hearts were in fear and trepidation. The aura revival protector. Lord Death is actually the protector of the aura revival. A protector of the ages. Everyone hated to smack themselves in the mouth. The Shinigami are the protectors of the aura revival, and they are destroying it because of their greedy desires. Isn't it obvious that it's against the Grim Reaper? They wanted to make a statement that they would never dare again, but none of them had the courage to get up and speak. Li Yang walked out of the conference room. The purpose has been achieved. In the future, the Devil's Club will not only not rob the resources of the scattered cultivators, but will also secretly vigorously support the recovery of aura. End of chapter. Chapter 112. Chapter 112 10 Sins of Creating Spellcraft. Chapter 112 Creating Spells, the 10 Deadly Sins. Chirp. Smoke blooms in the air. On New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, festivities filled the air. Big red lanterns were hanging everywhere in the villa. Rattlesnake happily took the paste, brushes, and pasted couplets and lucky charms around the villa. Blackie, the three-headed dog from hell, excitedly scurried around after Rattles, who was brushing paste on the wall, while Blackie held the couplets with his two front paws. He didn't know why he was so happy, but anyway, it was fun. This was the first time Rattlesnake and Blackie had celebrated Chinese New Year after awakening their spiritual intelligence, and technically it was the first year they had ever celebrated. Li Yang, as the parent of this big family, the task of making dumplings falls on him. He was in the kitchen stirring the stuffing. The TV turned up loud. A woman's home was ransacked yesterday and the South Sea Vigilante is actively investigating. There were no signs of broken windows or doors, and it was suspected to be the work of an acquaintance. The Spring Festival has come and gone, and there is a large mobile population, so please be safe over the public. Yesterday, there was a series of car accidents in White Mountain City. The cause turned out to be a dog that drove the car into the road while the owner was away, and fortunately there were no injuries. Yesterday, the Southford Gold Store in the Northern District was robbed and the suspects were discovered by the security party while selling the stolen goods. The suspects were able-bodied and 5 sheriff's deputies were injured. The suspect has now been apprehended. In the news, the bazaar has gotten significantly more bizarre. Li Yang knew that this was the downside of the aura recovery opening. Those transcendentalists who suddenly gain transcendental powers would always think of themselves as the destined sons of this world and do things in a rampant manner. They have bizarre powers and the sheriff can't follow common sense to solve the case. It's only a matter of time before the DSS opens DSS chapters in various cities. Maybe in another year and a half, the official recovery of the aura will have to be publicized. Suddenly, in the underworld, an arcane message surged into Li Yang's mind. Spirit power advancement. Spiritual power fourth order. Awakening of the new talent, Inferno spell. Inscription of hell. Consume mental energy to inscribe the words of hell. Infernal inscriptions have transcendent power and can be used to create infernal spells and create infernal spell formations. Li Yang's hand stirring the stuffing paused, and a touch of joy appeared in his eyes. The number of transcendence was increasing, and the spiritual power Li Yang gained was also increasing, finally breaking through the fourth rank. Infernal inscriptions. Create spells, create spells. Chewing on these words, Li Yang put his chopsticks down and shouted at the outside. Ring the bell. Blackie, come in. Rattlesnake, her cheeks flushed, trotted in with her little bucket of paste in her arms. Xiao Hei wagged his tail in front of Li Yang with a bunch of foo in his mouth following the rattles. Li Yang unzipped his apron and ordered, "You two make dumplings." Rattlesnake froze. The sky was falling so fast? Li Yang ignored Rattle and Blackie and left the kitchen, ready to experiment with his new talent. Blackie excitedly held chopsticks in both front paws to stir the filling. Shaker Bell rolled out the dough while looking at the stupidly happy Blackie with displeasure. "You may not be human, but your owner is a real dog." Xiao Hei shrunk his doggy neck, which was not something he dared to talk about. Li Yang, clad in a black trench coat with a hood, appeared at the back of the villa. Necronomicon inscription, creating incantations and spells. Li Yang muttered, not thinking of where to start. It was impossible for a human being to visualize something he hadn't seen at all. Well, Li Yang had seen it and used it. Phalanx. Li Yang snapped his fingers. 10 huge spells appeared on the ground. 10 undead burrowed out of it, kneeling down in awe. Li Yang's eyes floated with black runes, scrutinizing the 10 huge magic arrays. He thought for a moment and picked up a dead tree root, about a meter long. A wisp of black flame emerged from Li Yang's finger. He recalled what the magic formation looked like and carved it into the roots of the dead tree. The black flames left burn marks on the roots of the dead tree. 10 brand new small magic arrays were created. Li Yang raised the withered tree root. His spiritual power was activated, and the 10 magic arrays on the withered tree root emitted ghostly black auras, like fluttering black flames. 10 undead turned into smoke and poured into the magic formation in the roots of the dead tree. Li Yang used his spiritual power again, and the 10 magic arrays at the roots of the withered tree once again emitted a ghostly black aura, and 10 undead were summoned. It wasn't hard, it was pretty rough, but it worked. Li Yang understood the usage of creating magic formations and sealed the 10 undead in the roots of the dead tree. It would be kinda fun if I could summon these 10 undead without using my spiritual power, just by chanting the incantation. Li Yang mulled over the spell. At one time creating the undead required the recitation of an incantation. After a long while he had a thought and the obscure incantation came out of his mouth. The 10 undead returned to the roots of the dead tree and were summoned from it again. The process of summoning and putting back the undead from the roots of the dead tree didn't consume much mental energy, except for the amount of mental energy consumed outside of creating this spell. Summoning the undead in the roots of a dead tree. This level of consumption of spiritual energy can be used by ordinary people after. At most, you will feel dizzy after using it. Li Yang is getting more and more interested in playing. He simply sat down on his knees and leaned on his chin as he continued to ponder the spell. This is considered the first combat-type magic weapon. Just summoning 10 undead would be too low a ceiling. This spell has a high lower limit. The 10 undead were all of the first order or higher, with the second order or lower battle strength. With these 10 undead appearing together, the current awakened except for Zhang Xiaoyi and Heartless Monkey had absolutely no match. This spell has to be able to grow. For example, these 10 undead can be remodeled and strengthened, putting the undead's caliber right there in the past. Now with the necromantic inscription it's possible to enhance it. Li Yang muttered to himself as black flames appeared on his fingers and carved runes on the 10 undead. Soon, after consuming a large amount of spiritual energy, the creation of 10 undead covered in black runes was completed. This thing, let's call it the 10 deadly sins. Li Yang picked up his staff and 10 undead were sucked back into the staff. As long as the staff was still there, the 10 undead would be able to return to the spell to recover, no matter how badly injured they were. Moreover, the 10 undead have additional growable attributes, but the owner of the staff must be a transcendent to grow with the undead. That is to say, this staff can be used by ordinary people, but it will be stronger for transcendentalists to use it. Wouldn't the staff's user be a necromancer? Li Yang had already figured out who to give this staff to. Now the Summer Kingdom already had 3 transcendent forces in Shushan, the Rune Sect, and the Security Administration. The Prosun 7 Commandments are still all a bunch of social animals and cows and horses. Organization of the Followers of Death. Necromancer, kinda goes well together. In the future, a book of necromantic spells could be slowly created for the followers of the 7 Commandments to use. The 7 Commandments will increase in battle power, and proclaiming the faith of the God of Death will also have a boost. The power of faith can be too important. Li Yang snapped his fingers. The tree of human nature appeared in front of it. Li Yang handed over the staff 10 deadly sins and commanded, "Give this to the fallen angel." Chen Yushi and Zhang Shirai were the founders of the 7 Commandments Society, and it would be most appropriate for one of them to decide on the use of the staff. Professional things should be left to the professionals. The tree of human nature respectfully said, "Yes, it will be delivered in a few moments." Li Yang smiled. "Happy New Year." The human tree is flattered. "Happy New Year, Master." End of chapter 113. Chapter 113, The First Necromancer. Chapter 113, The First Necromancer. The second day of the Lunar New Year. Night, Nanhai, Old Town. Smoke exploded and a momentary bright light illuminated the faces of the 3 men. They scaled the silo like apes, and burrowed into what looked like a nicely decorated 6th-floor home of some kind. The 3 of them made a furtive tour of the room and found no one there before removing their masks with confidence. Scarface sat on the couch and spoke in a deep voice. "Go find something worthwhile." Yellow Hair took out a Coke from the refrigerator, his face full of resentment. "Damn, this family is rich." Several bottles of red wine in the fridge. The inch-haired man surveyed the room, his eyes resting on several photographs hanging on the wall. It was wedding photos, portraits, and work photos of the hostess. The inch-haired man looked jealous. This family must be dirt poor. Look at his new daughter-in-law. She's also a stewardess. Yellow Hair was also attracted to the photos on the wall. Throwing the Coke away, the stains dirtying the carpet. The anger on his face deepened as he was mesmerized by his mistress' beautiful face and sexy body. "Damn, honest men like us will never sleep with such a tight pussy in our lifetime. Look at this guy, he's not even my age, but he's so rich. It must be the young master of the landed gentry's family. The world is so unfair." The inch-haired man rather agreed with Yellow Hair's words and chimed in. "Yes, the world is so unfair to honest people like us." Scarface's mouth twitched. "Are these 2 honest? They're just poor and lazy. Calling yourself an honest man really buries the honest man." These 3 had a drink one day and inexplicably gained superhuman powers the next day. When you say it's a transcendent power, it's really just strength and speed beyond the norm. These 3 were not very enlightened, and none of them could match the cleaner in battle, but it was enough to surprise them. Combined with the recent rumors of an aura revival, they understood that they were becoming transcendentals. Having just possessed power, the 2 brothers started to go off the beaten path, or they wouldn't have partnered up with him to commit crimes. Scarface, as the boss of these 2, could only say as if he agreed, "Yes, we honest people should rob the rich and give to the poor. Quickly go and take away all the valuable things here, and we'll go to the lady later to relieve the poor ladies." The inchman and the Yellow Hair got excited at the thought of going to the pussy and started to collect the room in a big way. They were in the middle of finding some jewelry, cash, and getting ready to leave when the door rang with the sound of a key opening. This house is the matrimonial home of Ma Tao and his new wife Wu Siyu. The 6th floor is the bridal room and the 7th floor is the maintenance area for the back office of the 7 Commandments Society Network. It was supposed to be a honeymoon for the newlyweds, planned to play from New Year's Eve to the 15th of January. The 2 of them had just arrived in the northeastern city of Urban and wanted to see the ice and snow world, when Ma Tao received a text message from Chen Yushi. Chen Yushi said she had prepared a New Year's gift for him and put it in his room. Ma Tao immediately took Wu Siyu and rushed back. He was a great hacker, and considered himself second in power only to his master, the lady who owned the Hunter Internet Cafe. The internet is abuzz with rumors of an aura revival. Officially, some footage of the aura revival is officially explained as gameplay footage. Ma Tao could tell at a glance that this was not a post-production game screen. It was definitely real. And he himself has seen monsters and cleaners. Chen Yushi, this mysterious woman, a high-ranking member of the 7 Commandments Society. The gift she sent could be something ordinary? Maybe it's some kind of treasure about transcendentalists. Just after opening the door to their room, Ma Tao and Wu Siyu bumped into 3 burglars. A few people were wide-eyed. Wu Siyu, who had just been chattering full of resentment, pushed Ma Tao away after seeing the three menacing strangers. Run! How could the three burglars let these two go so easily? Although the three burglars hadn't comprehended the mysteries of spiritual power, their physical qualities were much stronger than normal people. Yellow Hair instantly rushed up, Peach jumping like a civet cat, instantly blocking behind the duo. Mateo froze. The Transcendent, Ma Tao and Wu Siyu were tied up and left in the living room. The three burglars sat on the couch, pondering what to do with the men. Wu Siyu was terrified. A few big brothers, we have money, take it and go. The yellow hairs were condescending. What if I say no? He enjoyed the thrill of being above the lives of others. Wu Siyu cried out. A few big brothers, the two of us are orphans. It wasn't easy to get to this day, so please let the two of us go. The yellow-haired and inch-haired men froze, and shame appeared on their faces. So the rich kids in Thai they talk about are even worse off than they are? Scarface looked at Wu Siyu and gawked. It was just too beautiful. Never in my life have I had such a good-looking chick and begged for it in front of me. With a rush of heat in his heart, he gave Yellow Hair and the inch-haired man a look. Yellow Hair and the inch-haired man understood, and lewdness spread across their faces. It's quite touching to see a couple of orphans make it in the big city by working hard and fixing things. It must be more fun to destroy it with your own hands. Scarface coughed dryly a few times and said to Ma Tao, Kid, we're not bad guys, we're just lending you 2 money. A couple of brothers are still hungry on New Year's Eve. I see you have dumplings in the kitchen. Cook them for us and we'll leave when we're done. Ma Tao asked hurriedly. Really? Yellow Hair slapped him across the face. That's a lot of crap. Go. Okay, you guys don't move her. I'm going to go make dumplings for my big brothers. Mateo rushed towards the kitchen after being unbound. In the hallway between the living room and the kitchen, Mateo saw a long package. Is this the New Year's gift Chen Yushi gave herself? Mateo quietly took it away and walked quickly into the kitchen. In the living room, the three burglars looked at Wu Siyu with increasingly lewd eyes. Wu Siyu trembled in fear. The sheep-like beauty whetted the appetite of the 3 hungry wolves. They tore Wu Siyu's clothes and roughly pinched and groped her. Wu Siyu was scared and it hurt, but she bit her lips tightly, not daring to make a sound. She was afraid that Ma Tao would hear her voice and come out of the kitchen to fight them. A few minutes later, Wu Siyu's clothes were torn, her snow-white skin purple and red everywhere. The 3 burglars gulped and prepared to do great things. At that moment, a roar came. Asterisk. Yellow Hair, whose pants were halfway down, shivered in fear and looked angrily at Ma Tao, who was holding a dead tree root and standing in front. Wu Siyu's face pairs with rain. Tao, I'm fine. Ma Tao was even more furious, and he who hadn't yet figured out the role of the 10 patriarchal sin staff, swung it towards the 3. Without much thought, Ma Tao was given a fat beating, but he held the 10 deadly sin staff in his death grip. A spike suddenly emerged from the 10 deadly sin staff and pierced Ma Tao's hand, and the blood was bizarrely absorbed by the 10 deadly sin staff. At this moment, Ma Tao actually read the obscure text on the 10 deadly sin staff. My Lord Death, grant your humble believer power. Ma Tao recited an incantation that was unintelligible to normal people, and black flames emerged from the 10 magic arrays on the 10 deadly sin staff. 10 undead with spell marks etched all over them, horrifying and terrifying, hissed as they appeared in the room. The 3 burglars were dumbfounded. Yellow Hair stepped back in terror. You're a transcendent too. The transcendent power of the 3 burglars was nothing more than ants meeting elephants compared to Ma Tao's necromancy. They immediately wimped out and bitterly begged Ma Tao to spare his life. Yellow Hair was on his knees, drawing the symbol of faith on his chest. I'm a believer in God. I'm very kind and honest by nature, and today was just a moment of confusion. Forgive me for the Lord's sake. I'll never dare again. Ma Tao's face was horribly cold. I believe in death. Yellow Hair kept kowtowing. You're my dad, okay? Death is my dad too. Forgive me for death's sake. Ma Tao stared with red bloodshot eyes and gritted his teeth. It is my Lord Death's business to forgive you, and this is how I send you to death. The 10 undead were ordered to do so and tore through the 3 burglars with ease. Ma Tao dropped his staff and hugged Wu Siyu in the blood-stained living room. Soothingly, it's all right. Wu Siyu shrank in Ma Tao's arms with eyes full of terror, trembling like a fool. Mateo was heartbroken. What would have happened today if the 7 commandments hadn't given themselves this powerful staff? The wife is afraid that she will be spoiled and killed by these people. His eyes were filled with indignation. How come there are so many demons in this world? This was true before the aura was revived, and it is true after the aura was revived. Can't the world be gentle? Ma Tao hugged Wu Siyu even harder, his mind not knowing what he was thinking. Late at night, Wu Siyu went to sleep. Ma Tao walked up to the attic and opened the 7 commandments exchange for him. This place is full of faithful followers of the 7 commandments. They were pushed to their death by the world, and in the end it was death that took them in. Because the 7 commandments will give them a reason to live. They are no longer invalids. Mateo made a post in the thread. Hell is empty and the devil is on earth. As a follower of the god of death, it is only right to help my lord, the god of death. Send filthy humans, demons in human skin, to hell. We want to make the world a better place. There is a meeting in 3 days and believers who would like to attend should sign up. After posting, Matao hesitated for a moment and sent a message to Chen Yushi. Thank you for the staff. I seem to have learned some spells on it as well. The message came back quickly from the other side. The staff is called the 10 Deadly Sins, a treasure of the 7 Commandments, and its origins you are not yet qualified to know. Also, that's not a spell, that's necromancy, and necromancy is an oracle of the gods. An oracle? Mateo froze. He asked hesitantly, so can I teach necromancy to members of the 7 Commandments? Chen Yushi, it wasn't me who made the 10 Deadly Sins pick you. Do with the above spells what you will. You remember, necromancy is overbearing. Learning necromancy makes it impossible to use other powers. End of chapter. Chapter 114. Chapter 114, The 7 Commandments Gathering. Chapter 114, The Gathering of the 7 Commandments. 3 days later, in the evening, outside the South Sea City, a small island in the Great Western Sea, several sightseeing boats came one after another. Each boat had about 10 guests with luggage on the island. Boat owners are also used to the fact that many of their guests like to go to Wild Island in groups for a few days just for the thrill of it. There were more people today and it looked like a company reunion. It has nothing to do with them. They just have to do a good job of picking up and dropping off. There were already people on the island who had set up tents, and others who had barbecues, and the smells were already spreading far and wide. Those who came first would help those who came later to pitch their tents. Except that there was little enthusiasm on everyone's face. Last on the island was a beautiful woman, tall, with beige hair and a great face. It's not too cold to wear a super short skirt in the winter, perhaps out of a desire to help the underprivileged. Several large men attentively helped her with her backpack. The woman eyed them warily. I'll do it myself. Several men looked at each other and could understand the woman's perversity. On this island, it's all sick people. The woman dragged her bags to the corner and struggled to set up her tent, looking stupid in her high heels. Let me help you. A familiar man's voice reached the woman's ears, and she stared blankly at the dissipated man in front of her. You are the sect leader? Ma Tao smiled and started to help. The woman didn't stop her, and the two of them finally set up the tent. Ma Tao wiped his sweat and apologized. There is a reason why this place was chosen for the gathering. Keep warm tonight. My daughter-in-law brought me some warm babies. I'll bring them to you later. Let's go. The kebabs are ready. Eat first. This man, Ma Tao, doesn't look like a man, even lewd, but he's very nice to the patients on the depression support site. He'll give off a very reliable vibe. The campfire was burning brightly, and dozens of people were gathered around it, blasting music and not feeling cold. In fact, the flames were not as warm as these dozens of people with the same disease coming together. The crowd chatted freely. Mateo said, what was once asked online might as well be brought here as a party opener. Who would like to start by telling us why they want to join the 7 Commandments? Saying why you joined the 7 Commandments is not as good as saying why you got sick. The 7 Commandments have a high prevalence of depressed patients who join the 7 Commandments to find something to live for. The ultra-short-skirted beauty spoke first. I had a boyfriend in college who broke up with me. The reason is that I'm not fit for marriage. I'm only fit for fun. The crowd sniffed with anger on their faces and cursed the scum. The ultra-short-skirted beauty said as she blandly muted a mouthful of beer. I don't blame him. I only blame the fact that I'm a man. You guys can call me a transvestite or a transvestite, a siren, a pseudo-maiden or whatever. I am such a man who wants to be a woman. I can't stand men's clothes. I like to be painted. And you may begin to despise me. No one would have thought that such a bright and lovely person would be a man. An older man spoke. My daughter is your age, and I always tell her to do what she loves to do. That this life is too short. Actually sis, I'll call you sis you're beautiful. Wear men's clothes and women's clothes, like men and women. That's up to you. Don't listen to anyone else's bull ********. The ultra-short-skirted beauty was surprised and looked at the older man incredulously. The most she suffered over the years is cyber violence, and peer ridicule, and harassment from certain lewd men. No one had ever encouraged her. Yeah, don't listen to anyone else's bull *******. Just be happy with your own life. It's not like you're hurting anyone else, so you're not doing anything wrong. The other members of the 7 Commandments also comforted the girls. These patients, they are fragile. Their hearts are easily broken, but they are surprisingly tolerant. It's hard to imagine a group of people with a disease in their hearts being much gentler than those who don't. The short-skirted beauty fell into tears and covered her face as she cried. One by one, the crowd began to tell their stories of the hopelessness of life. A seat full of gentle people and a seat full of poor people. Mateo stood up and grabbed a beer. I'm sorry, gentlemen. There's really a special reason for the party today. so the meeting place was chosen here, Mateo said, finishing off a bottle of beer in one gulp as an apology. The crowd applauded and applauded. It's really no problem to have this kind of party anywhere, anytime. They only hope that the 7 commandments will accommodate their sensitive or numb hearts. As long as it makes them feel genuine, it's good, Mateo said. The aura has revived. Can you believe it? The crowd was silent. They believe in death and want to believe in it. But when it was said that this world really had a revival of aura, they didn't dare to believe it. Not a pure believer? That would be a wrongful accusation. How many pure Buddhists want to believe in aura revival? The crowd looked at Ma Tao with some concern. This godfather, he wouldn't deceive them at this time. They're not afraid of dying. They're afraid of being hurt by someone important. Ma Tao didn't say much as he held up the 10 deadly sins. Gentlemen, behold the mysterious power from the gods. An obscure incantation was recited out of Ma Tao's mouth, and the 10 magic arrays on the 10 deadly sins staff emitted a ghostly light. Immediately after that, 10 undead covered in runes hissed and appeared on the ground. The crowd had looked at the undead in horror, recalling the legends of death in the 7 commandments. These are undead, warriors under the banner of death. The 7 commandments followers were full of control, trembling with excitement, and fervor written in their eyes. The moment they saw the undead, the rich power of faith bubbled up from the believers. With the atmosphere set in place, Mateo held up the 10 deadly sins and roared, "We are being pushed to our deaths by the world, and the fault is not ours. The fault is the world's. We're going to right the wrongs of this world, and we're going to do it while the aura is revived." Mateo hissed hysterically as he held the 10 deadly sins aloft. "In the name of my Lord Death, I will grant you the spells of the gods. From now on, the 7 commandments will walk the earth. You will purify the world with reference to the 7 original sins. The lazy, the arrogant, the lustful, the overeaters, the envious, the furious, and the greedy shall all be purified." The crowd looked wildly at the 10 undead and chanted and shouted. For the first time they were so close to death, and having long been disappointed in the world, they were only too willing to give everything to the death that took them in. These people, they are unabashed fanatics. Ma Tao opened his backpack and took out large handfuls of spirit plant immortal herbs from his backpack and distributed them to everyone. He said as he posted, "There have been many transcendents in this world, and they have powers that are unfathomable to ordinary people. My lord is fair. Even an ordinary person can use necromancy and look out of the corner of the eye with those who are beyond. However, if we don't comprehend a high level of spiritual power, we have a low upper limit of battle power. They came from a lord in the upper echelons of the 7 commandments. Eating these will qualify you to use more advanced necromancy spells." The crowd had no doubt that being able to use supernatural powers to purify this filthy world made their hearts sing. After everyone had eaten the spirit strain immortal grass and opened up the sea of spirit, Ma Tao began to teach necromancy. Actually, Ma Tao didn't know any very strong necromancy spells. After all, Li Yang himself had yet to create a particularly profound spell. End of chapter. Chapter 115, he's very sick. Chapter 115, he's very sick. The most they can do when they learn necromancy is find a graveyard and turn the bodies into undead. The 7 commandments believers are also not Li Yang, and do not have the mighty power of the Grim Reaper. The undead they create won't have very high combat power. The difference between a necromancer and the Grim Reaper himself is a world of difference. A believer with lesser natural talent would be lucky to be able to transform a first-order undead by expending all of their spiritual energy. Moreover, it was impossible for them to summon an endless number of undead at the same time like Li Yang. It was already impressive for each person to be able to manipulate 5 undead. Mateo taught the spell to create the undead. The believers couldn't resist trying, but it was clear that there would be no corpses here that could be used for practical necromancy. They had already planned to look for the bones of corpses, both human and beast, when they returned. Some of them have also made plans with each other to team up when they get back, search together, and create undead together. The only problem for them was that the spell was so awkward that it was hard to memorize, but that was only a matter of time. Ma Tao looked at the believers with relief. It's nice to have a group of like-minded companions in such a lonely world. Yes, companion. What these people need most is companionship. Out of the corner of his eye, Ma Tao seemed to see something, like a silhouette. He wiped his eyes and looked closer. In the distance there was indeed a slender silhouette. Mateo muttered, "How can someone come to the island and not attend the party? Is it lost? Or just wandering around? Most people here are mavericks, and it's possible for someone to dislike partying and simply hang out." Mateo waved toward the man, who turned and walked slowly. Ma Tao hurriedly chased after him with 2 bottles of beer. He was afraid the man wouldn't be able to think straight. After chasing him all the way to the beach, Ma Tao was able to get a good look at the man. He was wearing a black suit vest, black shirt, black suit pants, and brand new black shoes. A black trench coat was draped over his body and a certain round hat was placed on his head. The brim of his hat was pressed down so low that he couldn't see his face. Mateo walked up to him and smiled. Here, have a drink. Ma Tao thoughtfully opened a beer for Li Yang. Li Yang said politely, thanks. Ma Tao asked like an old friend, is it a bad mood? Why don't you join the party? Li Yang said, I heard what you guys were talking about. It was pretty extreme. Ma Tao is not annoyed. Smilingly said, just some poor man's yearning for a new world. Li Yang took a sip of his beer and returned. New world? Okay. Mateo asked rhetorically, do you think I'm doing something wrong? Li Yang shook his head and pointed to his eyes. There is no right or wrong in this world. Only perspective. Since that's how you want to go, that's how you'll go. Mateo was silent. Li Yang asked as he looked at the moon and sipped his wine. Do you regret joining the 7 commandments? Ma Tao shook his head, his eyes full of determination. It's the best thing I've ever done in my life. Li Yang lightly opened his thin lips. Why? Mateo grinned. I've seen a lot of weird things since joining the 7 commandments. The difficulty of life and death is overcome twice. Maybe you don't believe me. Both times, death saved me. I guess death you won't take my soul. His old man thought I had more important things to do. Ma Tao raised his beer and said with a smile, to the dawn of a new world. Cheers. Li Yang raised his bottle in response, for the twilight of the old world. Looking at Ma Tao, who was full of fervor, a complex look appeared on his face. He took off his jacket and draped it over Mateo. It's cold. Mateo scratched his head in embarrassment and hemmed and hawed. It's still a little cold. Thanks. I'll go home first. Call me if you need anything. There are only gods and brothers and sisters in the 7 commandments. After Ma Tao finished speaking, he draped Li Yang's jacket and left, returning to the camp with a thoughtful look on his face. The ultra-short-skirted beauty asked softly, what's wrong with you? Ma Tao shook his head and said, meet a very sick man. Generally speaking, we have a high level of depression here, and I know all of them. How come I don't remember him? The 15th day of the first month, the South China Sea. Technically, it's the last day of the new year. Zhang Xiaoyi stepped on those cloth shoes and strolled through the streets and alleys filled with firecracker smoke. Son, you're back. The dumplings are just right. Come and eat. Zhang Xiaoyi turned back to the doorway of the ramen restaurant, where an old couple excitedly shook the youth's hand. It was the old couple who had been expecting their son for half a month, and the youth who had just returned home for the new year. Unabashedly happy, the trio sat at a ramen restaurant table eating hot gyoza. A flash of envy appeared on Zhang Xiaoyi's face, which was quickly concealed. He yawned, tucked his hands into the sleeves of his robe, and seemed to flee as he walked to the quiet park and sat down in a small pavilion. Zhang Xiaoyi placed his arm on the stone table and leaned on his head, his thoughts racing. He missed his mundane home too. He just didn't have the face to go back. Dad hated it and his sister didn't like herself. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyi heard the sound of someone on the phone. Ha ha ha, he's been pretty good to me, but I belong to my good brothers, not to him alone. We women have to love ourselves. It's good to sell and have fun. That uncle just now is so fierce and rich, much better than my family's mouth. Don't mention that green bastard in my house. It's disgusting. He begged me not to make trouble. Is it possible? I'm all about bringing the man home and holding the wedding photos and that. Zhang Xiaoyi furrowed his brows and twisted his head, wanting to see who had disturbed his purity. It was a heavily made-up woman with a look of otherworldly exhaustion on her face, dressed in a cool dress. After the woman hung up the phone, she saw Zhang Xiaoyi and a winking smile appeared on her face. Little Taoist is lonely this time of night. $200. Let's be lovebirds for a while. Zhang Xiaoyi bristled and looked away from the woman to stop looking at her. The woman sensed Zhang Xiaoyi's coldness and secretly cursed. I'm afraid it won't work, right? At that moment, there were footsteps. The woman's eyes lit up and she exited the kiosk with a smile on her face. Are brothers too bored to go out so late? Sister will relieve you of your boredom? Zhang Xiaoyi's body stiffened and his face stared intently. It was 7 red-robed men shrouded in white red robes, and they had an uncomfortable, eerie aura about them. The woman, still unaware of the catastrophe, pandered and flirted in front of the 7 red-robed men. 7 red-robed men surrounded the woman, all reaching out and putting their hands on the woman's shoulders. He who lusts, let him be purified. The woman sensed a hint of something wrong and shuddered. 7 people together is fine. Don't scare me, guys. The nails of the 7 red-robed men instantly became long and pierced the woman's throat. The woman covered her gurgling, bleeding neck and collapsed limply. Zhang Xiaoyi hurriedly walked over to the woman's side and checked her vital signs. She's dead. Zhang Xiaoyi's face was ugly. Demon, dare to commit murder in front of me. How dare you? The 7 red-robed men all cocked their heads in unison and looked at Zhang Xiaoyi provocatively. End of chapter 116. Chapter 116, 7 Commandments Sect Master vs. Sect Leader of Mount Shu. Chapter 116, 7 Commandments Sect Leader vs. Sect Leader of Mount Shu. Palm Thunder. Thunderous light erupted from Zhang Xiaoyi's hands, and several thunderbolts coursed through the small pavilion, squeaking like 1,000 birds chirping. The 7 red-robed men braved death and charged up against the lightning. Some people have been electrocuted, but they don't see to slow down. A fight breaks out in the park. These 7 people didn't have high combat power and quickly died out in the lightning. Zhang Shui removed a man's hood and shock appeared on his face. It's a rotting human face. It looks like it's been dead for a long time. All 7 of them were actually dead. A dead man can move? Zhang Shui understood that there were transcendents manipulating corpses in the vicinity. He frowned and glanced around warily, his mental power spreading like a spider's webs towards the surroundings, and finally found it. There was a red-robed man hiding in the woods not far away. He chased towards the woods, and the red-robed man knew he was exposed, and quickly fled after being surprised. The red-robed man was clearly unable to match the speed of Zhang Shui, who was unable to comprehend the power of Thunder Law. It soon caught up with them. Stop! Zhang Shui reached out and grabbed the red-robed man. The red-robed man dodged and his red robe was ripped off by Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui froze. This was a blonde beauty. Almost okay. A low voice came from the depths of the woods, and another red-robed man walked out. The difference was that this red-robed man was holding a withered tree root with runes and formations written all over it. The blonde beauty hurriedly hid behind the red-robed man and coldly looked at Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui stretched and yawned, asking with false eyes, "It's been a really long time since we had a good fight. First of all, who are you guys?" The red-robed man said in a deep voice. "We are members of the 7 commandments, followers of the King of Hell." Zhang Shui's brows furrowed. What the 7 commandments would be, he hadn't heard of them. King of Hell. He remembers that in the ancient tomb, in the vision of the 8-foot bride, it was hell that provoked the war, and so the age of the end came. A follower of the King of Hell, a follower of that god? Inertia led Zhang Shui to believe that the history of the 7 Commandments Society might date back to ancient times, before the Tang dynasty. The red-robed man continued, "Disciple of Mount Shu, I advise you not to mind your own business. Do you really want to go against me for that unclean woman? The world is a better place without sinners." With that said, black flames emerged from the roots of the withered tree, and a thick qi spread. A disciple of Shushan? Zhang Shui was even more convinced of his guess. Zhang Shui felt that he might not be able to take advantage of that person. However, he was undaunted and battle-hardened. People who cultivate the way never fear fighting. Red scales emerged from Zhang Shui's eyebrows, and his eyes thundered as he walked towards the red-robed man. Whether it is guilty or not is determined by the official order of rules. It doesn't matter now. I just want to fight you. Mateo snorted. I don't believe in that. I only believe in the rules of the 7 commandments. It seems we can't talk, so let's fight. With a wave of the 10 deadly sins in Ma Tao's hand, 10 terrifying undead appeared. Zhang Shui's body was intertwined with lightning and instantly appeared within the circle of 10 undead. It wasn't like Zhang Shui was surrounded by the undead, but rather it was like he surrounded the undead. After a fierce battle, Zhang Shui was panting deeply and had some wounds on his body. Ma Tao wasn't doing well either, with 8 out of 10 undead killed in battle. Although the undead could be slowly recovered and resurrected with spiritual power after returning to the 10 deadly sins, for the time being Mateo's combat power was greatly reduced. Rather underestimated you, Ma Tao said, commanding the 2 remaining undead to come to his side. Mateo and the blonde rode on the undead and ran towards the outside of the park. Even if Zhang Shui had the intention to chase after him, his mental power was not enough and his physical strength was too exhausting. It's impossible to keep up with the undead on legs. Zhang Shui took out his phone and dialed a number. The South China Sea branch of the Security Administration? I'm Zhang Shui, Labor Park Lake Pavilion. Found an unusual incident. The Security Administration's response to the aura recovery was quick. Branches have begun to be set up in various first-tier cities during the spring period. The intention is to set it up in the first month. Southsea is the first branch set up by the Security Administration. Shushan Taoist Temple. Palm. Good evening, Master. Several Shushan disciples who had not returned home for the new year and were practicing their swords in the Taoist temple greeted respectfully. Most of these Shushan disciples were cynical youths with a bit of middle-agedness. Zhang Shui nodded to the disciples and returned to his room. He sat in his chair, his head resting on his hands, looking out at the full moon and thinking, the Society of the 7 Commandments. Is the world so dangerous now? Will the imperial capital be dangerous as well? A hint of worry appeared on his face, relieved that his parents in the imperial capital could not be helped. Maybe it's not a matter of being relieved, it's the fact that he has no place to go after his master's death. Zhang Shui took the phone and wanted to dial the number, but when he looked at the time it was already 1 o'clock. He should have gone to bed early, right? He searched for a while and sent a text message to his mother. Are you and my dad okay? His mother was surprisingly awake and replied quickly. Your father is dying. Zhang Shui froze for a moment. Father is sick? Is mother not sleeping at this hour? Is she taking care of father? Zhang Shui dialed the phone. Mom, what's wrong with my dad? It was quiet there for a moment. Said the man. Your father is sick. why don't you come back here? Zhang Xiaoyi was rarely nervous. Can't father's disease be cured in the empire? How serious is this? The spirit strain fairy herb should work fine. When his father became a transcendent, he could try to help him heal with his spiritual power himself. Zhang Xiaoyi asked, which hospital? The mother over there said, too sick to be cured. At home. Zhang Xiaoyi hung up the phone and searched for flight information. The earliest would be tomorrow morning, but there are still tickets for the high-speed train. It arrived almost the next morning as well. Zhang Xiaoyi hurriedly booked his ticket and walked towards the outside of the Shushan Taoist temple. Zhang Xiaoyi wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep this late night. South China Sea. Mid-level villa. Study room. The room was full of scrap paper with all kinds of spells and formations drawn on it. Li Yang took a pen and kept performing calculations on the new paper. His brows tightened with extreme concentration. After the last ounce of spiritual energy was consumed, Li Yang crumpled the paper bubbling with black aura on the desktop into a ball and casually threw it away. He leaned back in his chair, his feet resting on the desktop, and lit a cigarette, his mind spinning in ghostly circles. After obtaining the fourth talent, Li Yang was not in a hurry to study spells with great power. Spells. In this world, he could almost be said to be immortal already. In terms of combat power, he was a fourth-ranked Shinigami, and also possessed the 8 apostles and the Devil's Club. He didn't care if he had the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. What he wanted was to truly ascend to God and grasp the divine handle. Besides, leveling up would awaken new talents, and one of the new talents would always have a talent with a powerful combat ability. What's important now is to make the aura recovery more violent. Currently, there are 4 transcendent forces in the Xia Kingdom: Shushan, the Rune Sect, the Security Administration, and the 7 Commandments. There were also some lucky people who variously accidentally ate the spirit strain immortal grass, opened up the Sea of Spirit, and became loose cultivators. These transcendental forces and casual cultivators were the first test subjects. These experiments were also very successful in getting Li Yang into the 4th rank. However, if one wanted to ascend to the divine throne according to Li Yang's thoughts, these were not enough. There was still a need for more people to become transcendent, and the more the transcendent civilization flourished, the closer Li Yang would be to the Godhead. Li Yang was working on a spell, or a formation, that would allow more people to transcend. He has his own way of thinking. Create a huge magic formation in the sky. The essence of the magic array was to share spiritual power. The same reasoning as the old lunatic Mo Yulin's words of enlightenment. That magic array would distribute a large amount of spiritual power and subsequently open up a portion of the person's spiritual sea. Li Yang exhaled a mouthful of smoke, his gaze ghostly. He suddenly realized that the world was now like an online game. Zhang Xiaoyi, Mo Yulin and others were internal players. The next vision of heaven and earth then makes some of them second test players. The more players there are, the more liver players have, the more Li Yang, the game developer, gains. End of chapter 117. Chapter 117, Zhang Xiaoyi's home. Chapter 117, Zhang Xiaoyi's home. Li Yang tempered himself for a moment. His mental strength recovered quite a bit, and he continued to act out the incantation. The night was almost over when Li Yang finally carved the Daigodon magic array model. Li Yang rubbed his face and detected the magic array. Black energy appeared in his hand and gently tapped it into the magic formation. Black flames emerged from the 7 formations around the magic array, and spiritual energy followed the patterns in the magic array towards the center. The most central eye of the formation is the key to the magic formation. A large amount of shared spiritual energy was precisely what was shared out from the array eye. That is to say, a portion of the future gets the spiritual power shared out of the formation eye. Supporting a magic array requires a huge amount of mental power. So the natural candidates to support the operation of the magic array were the apostles. The central eye of the formation let the earthly nature tree act as the eye. Some people with high enlightenment will also have the fire, water, wind, of the earthly benevolent tree. As for when to carry out this magic array, it still needs a suitable time. Still, we have to let the internal players develop for a while, and the gap between the transcendents widens a bit first. Li Yang lit a cigarette and muttered to himself, when the second test is over, there will be even quite a few players in the national service. Isn't it time to develop a foreign service? It's going to be a busy time from now on. A train coming from the direction of the South China Sea, honking its whistle, slowly stopped at the Dongqing railway station. As if by appointment with the sun, a faint orange glow poured over the train as soon as it stopped, making it shine in the early winter morning. An unusually dressed Taoist priest gets off the train. The crowd gave him a strange look. There were also a few guilty girls who secretly took pictures with their cell phones. The young Taoist is indeed quite handsome, just with a sleepy, hangdog look. Zhang Xiaoyi walked out of the train station and took out his phone to dial a number. Uncle Knife, where have you been? It's on double blinkers. I see you. Go left. Zhang Xiaoyi looked at the entrance of the station and saw a middle-aged man coming down from a Land Rover and waving his hand at him. Zhang Xiaoyi quickly got into the car and sat on the passenger side as the car started. Uncle Knife's car drove fast and steady, and the car kept driving to the outskirts before Uncle Knife said, "Do you really intend to be a Taoist priest for the rest of your life? Your dad is sick this time, mostly because you're mad at him. You're the male member of the old Zhang family. You don't think of starting a family, you run off to become a Taoist priest. If it was my son, I'd break his legs." Zhang Xiaoyi looked at the scenery by the window and did not reply. His identity was kept absolutely secret in the security administration, and the Shushan Taoist temple now refused to be visited. Few people knew Zhang Xiaoyi's true identity. Uncle Life also could not have imagined that the real identity of the tone-deaf rebellious little Taoist sitting next to him was a special advisor to the security administration at the deputy department level. Zhang Xiaoyi asked after a long time, "What about my dad?" Uncle Knife was silent for a moment. "You'll find out when you get back in a little while. The owner's family of the seaside manor in the imperial capital is definitely considered a godly man. There are 4 great families in the imperial capital: Evil, He, Lu, and Zhang. The family that owns the seaside estate is named Zhang." Uncle Knife's Land Rover drove into the manor and stopped in front of the fountain in front of the main hall. Zhang Xiaoyi straightened his Taoist robe and stepped into the hall with his old cloth shoes. Several bejeweled ants playing mahjong. The middle-aged woman who was surrounded by stars, graceful and elegant, was Zhang Xiaoyi's mother. She had happiness out of her face and seemed to have one a lot. There was also a teenage girl beside her old mom who was wearing a lip piercing and tongue piercing like a little Teiyukai, and looked at Zhang Xiaobi with a disgusted look in her eyes. "This is Zhang Xiaoyi's sister, Zhang Qian." Zhang Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows. "Where's my dad?" Mom was in the mood to play and casually pointed upstairs. "Up there. It's not working. Go on." The curtains were drawn in the chilly room. In the darkness, a candle was lit. It was cold in the house, cold and dank. On the bed, the blighted middle-aged man panted heavily under a large red blanket. "He is Zhang Xiaoyi's father, Zhang Youfu." Hearing someone coming, Zhang Youfu laboriously opened his eyes, clumsily rolled over, and smiled miserably. "It's B who's back. Ha, it's good to be back." Zhang Xiaoyi frowned. Zhang Youfu struggled to breathe, having an upper and lower breath, and stretched out a trembling finger to point at the candle. "Oh little B, when the candle goes out, it is the time for me to return to heaven. I don't have anything to ask, just one thing I want to ask you. Take care of your mom, and your sister while I'm gone." Zhang Xiaoyi walked to the candle with an expressionless face. Phew, blowing out the candle in one gulp. "Zhang Youfu." Zhang Xiaoyi pulled the curtains open and the sunlight spread in. He found the air conditioner remote again and turned off the cold air. You don't get sick in the middle of winter with the curtains drawn and the cold air blowing. Zhang Xiaoyi was a transcendent who was infinitely close to the second order, and he could tell at a glance that his father's essence was good. Zhang Youfu angrily lifted the covers and pointed at Zhang Xiaoyi and cursed. "I'm not even doing it for you? I have such a big body. You have to become a monk?" Zhang Xiaoyi looked at Zhang Youfu with false eyes. "If you guys wanted to find me back then, you would have found me a long time ago. Why wait for me to find my way home on my own?" Zhang Youfu sighed. "I know you have a grudge for letting you drift away these past few years, but I've got something to hide. My father had many enemies in his life, and it was a time of life and death for him. It's not necessarily a bad thing for you to run to the Taoist temple for refuge." Zhang Xiaoyi hugged his arms and looked at Zhang Youfu with a cold smile. "I'll look like I'm just going to watch you bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Zhang Youfu was in a hurry. "You really don't believe me? Back then there was a lot of trouble with the evil family. That old thing from the evil family also sent his kid to become a monk. The strife with the evil family hadn't ended until now. Your sister would have been sent out of the country, too, because she came back for New Year's. Actually, your mom and I have missed you all these years, especially your mom, who cried every day. Now I've also figured out that being together as a family is the most important thing. I don't want Qianqian to go either, so don't you go either, okay?" Zhang Xiaoyi saw that his dad did not look like he was lying, and his face eased up. He hadn't had much of a grudge against his family in the first place, having run away from home when he was young and unintelligent. If he hadn't run away from home he wouldn't have met his master and wouldn't have become the current head of Mount Shu. Zhang Xiaoyi asked, "Is the evil family a big threat to you? I can help you." Zhang Youfu was beaming with joy. "Do you want to inherit the family business? I'll teach you tomorrow." Zhang Xiaoyi shook his head. Zhang Youfu bristled. "What? You're going to make a law to ask the old lord to help me?" Zhang Xiaoyi gasped and laughed. "I'm the head of Shushan, you believe it or not, covering our family. The identity of the SSA advisor is to be kept confidential." Zhang Youfu obviously didn't believe it. The matter of aura revival is still known to too few people. There was a knock on the door. The Zhang family's daughter, Zhang Qian, walked in. She first glared at Zhang Xiaoyi without a good face. Zhang Qian is still young and sees things very simply. In her opinion, Zhang Xiaoyi was an irresponsible brother. running off to become a monk on a whim and not coming back to visit for so many years. What? You want to inherit the family business by picking the Zhang family to come back after they've completely established themselves in the imperial capital? It's shameless. Zhang Qian walked to the bed to assist her father. Dinner. Zhang Youfu said yes again and again. Let's eat first. After dinner, Zhang Qian shot a disgusted glance at Zhang Xiaoyi's Taoist robe. My mom even prepared a special vegetarian dish for you, Zhang Xiaoyi said smilingly. Shushan disciples, meat and vegetables. Zhang Qian made a vomiting gesture and led Zhang Youfu out of the bedroom. End of chapter 118. Chapter 118 Zhang Qian and Yifan. Chapter 118 Zhang Qian and Yifan. At the dinner table, Zhang mother didn't say much, but just kept pouring food into Zhang Shoubei's bowl. Zhang Youfu said heartily, isn't it hard in the Taoist temple? You can't eat all this stuff, can you? Zhang Shoui nodded. I can't eat, but I'm happy to practice with my master. Master spent his life savings on building the Shushan Taoist temple and didn't spare any money for meat. Zhang Youfu exclaimed. Alas, it's a pity that I didn't have a drink with your master. Zhang Qian didn't say a word, and her mouth was about to pout to the sky. When a person feels that another person is, anything he does is behavior. For Zhang Shoui, the guy who engages in feudal superstition and corrupts the winds of the family, Zhang Qian can't see it in any way. Without taking a few bites, Zhang Qian stopped eating. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Youfu looked in their eyes and felt bitterness in their hearts. How this brother and sister were so stiff. Zhang Shoui didn't care and went upstairs to rest after eating. Uncle Knife walked into the door of Zhang Shoui's room. Oh little bee, what do you lack here? Your father ordered me to buy it for you. Uncle Knife used to be a big brother in the underground world of the imperial capital, and was taken in by Zhang Youfu when he was shipwrecked. He is now Zhang Youfu's bodyguard and will also handle Zhang Youfu's dirty work on the dark side. These days, what kind of big businessman doesn't kill in black and white? Zhang Shoui sat on the windowsill, leaning on his chin and looking at the seascape, asking lightly, Uncle Blade, what's going on with the evil family? A trace of indignation appeared on Uncle Blade's face, which he quickly covered up and said, it wasn't supposed to be said to you, but you're the son of the Zhang family. Sooner or later, you'll inherit the family business. The evil family is just a bunch of rats who like to do things behind their backs. 2 workers died a few days ago, but the sheriff's department just can't catch anyone, saying it was an accident. The site was also ordered to be closed for inspection. Oh, I don't know how the evil family did it. Zhang Xiaoyi smelled an unusual flavor. How are you sure it was an evil family member who killed the man? Uncle Knife said, it's been half a month in a row, and our site has either caught fire or the walls have collapsed. There are also workers who say they see ghosts at night. When people died a few days ago, there were also workers who said they saw ghosts. The worker who saw the ghost is now insane and there is no way to use what he said as evidence. I've also had a master look at feng shui, and I've spent a lot of money, but I can't see anything. I am not a believer in ghosts. I only believe in trickery. Zhang Xiaoyi knitted his brows slightly. This sounds like an anomaly no matter how it sounds. Uncle Blade mused for a moment. Actually, don't blame Chanqian too much for treating you poorly. A few days ago that fake Taoist priest cheated your father out of a lot of money and said your sister is a heavenly fox star, specializing in killing family members. So your sister is a little, to you. Zhang Shoui nodded. His sister already had a strong opinion of him, and the fact that the fake guru had discredited the Taoist priest made her opinion of him even stronger. Zhang Shoui didn't care about this and opened his mouth after thinking about it. Where is the construction site? I'll go to the construction site later. Uncle Knife froze for a moment, looking Zhang Shoui up and down, his mind dawning. Young master is also a Taoist priest. He struggled up inside. Will you take the young master to the construction site or not? Take it to the construction site. Mr. Zhang surely doesn't want the young master to sell those tricks of the Taoist priests. If you don't bring it to the construction site, how can you say that the young master wants to contribute to the Zhang family? You can't discourage the young master. Before Uncle Knife could finish his mental struggle, he heard snoring. Looking up, the young master leaned against the window and fell asleep. Quiet sleeping state. I've heard that the young master is sleepy as hell, but I didn't expect to fall asleep just like that. Uncle Knife exited and carefully closed the door. During the night, Zhang Shoui woke up and looked out the window in a daze. The estate was lit up with bright streetlights. There were 3 or 5 security guards patrolling. A red Ferrari pulls out of the estate. Cynthia? Out so late? Zhang Shoui mumbled, stretched lazily and walked downstairs. Head-on collision with the maid. Zhang Shoui asked casually, where's Cynthia going so late? The maid said respectfully, Mrs. out at this hour. I think she's going to the bar. Zhang Shoui raised his eyebrows. Is it safe to go out this late? The maid said, Mr. Zhang bought all those bars that Miss always goes to. There's no problem with security. Zhang Shoui's brows furrowed, and there was inexplicably some uneasiness in his heart. His cultivation level was getting higher and his intuition was getting better. Zhang Xiaoyi said, "Talk to my dad. I'm going out for a spin." The maid froze. "Mr. and Mrs. Zhang have gone out for a reception, so you should give them a call." Zhang Xiaoyi nodded and walked out of the hall. Wee hours of the morning. Imperial Insulator Bar. The powerful music was so loud that, except for the DJ, the rest of the people talking had to get very close to be heard. It kind of brings people closer together. What matters is the distance between men and women. Come to the bar to play. Most of the hunters, they quickly stared at a little girl dressed in Zhangqian. Someone tried to come up and strike up a conversation, but was blocked by a large man with a tattooed dragon and tiger. This big man is called Brother Biao, and this bar is the venue he looks after. The man with the crooked idea snapped and left. Zhang Qian looked at the men with disdain, and then looked at Brother Biao with more admiration. This girl has worshipped underground culture since she was a child, and the 13 girls in the movie Boring Street, Chan Ho Nam is her idol. She can't look at the rich, the powerful. She likes these assholes. Zhang Qian smiled and said, "Pio is so awesome." Pio gave a big jabbing smile. Hey, this is nothing. I'm with Blade, who was a lot fiercer than me back in the day." Zhang Qian's eyes glanced at a youth with a raw face. The young man had blonde hair, earrings, an arm tattooed with the word, and an ancient ring on his hand. The blonde young man had a pen and paper and was not sure what he was drawing. Is it reading and studying? So alternative. Zhang Qian came to be interested. Who's that? How come I haven't seen it before? Pio said. Called Yi Fan, new here, not very talkative. Zhang Qian took the wine and walked over to Yi Fan, putting her hand on Yi Fan's shoulder with a big grin. "That's a pretty cool tattoo you got there, little brother. Let's see what you wrote." Yi Fan returned. "Learning to draw charms yet?" Zhang Qian's face instantly darkened. "Why are there so many people engaging in feudalistic superstitions these days?" Pio said as he walked over and looked at the time. "It's getting late, and Blade has orders that you must be home by 2 o'clock. Fan, Xiu, Fai, you three drive and follow Miss. The young lady must be assured of her safe arrival home." Chao and Hui were overjoyed. Sending Missy home can pull in a lot of feelings. Zhang Qian was dissatisfied. "Not going home. There's a stinking Taoist priest at home. Why don't you help me teach him a lesson and get rid of him?" Brother Biao. Pio thought for a moment. "It's young Master Zhang Xiaoyi who's talking about it. Qian, aren't you making things difficult for me? If I move young Master Zhang, Brother Blade can skin me." Zhang Qian bristled. "That's fine." She glanced at Yi Fan. "Then I don't want him to give me a ride." Seeing that Zhang Qian didn't like Yi Fan, Hui and Chao followed and flattered him. "Then we won't let Fan go, and the two of us will be able to safely protect the young lady until she gets home." Piao's face went cold. "No, Van has real skills. He's got you guys beat with his fists and feet, and he's smart too. He has to go. I'm not comfortable if he doesn't." Zhang Qian couldn't argue with Biao, and her little nose hummed. "Then he's not allowed to drive my car. Fai hasn't been drinking, has he? You drive my car. Great." Fai was ecstatic. Zhang Qian hugged her arms and looked at Yi Fan with a displeased face. Feeling Zhang Qian's hostility, Yi Fan scratched his head in confusion. "How am I offending you? It's not like I really like driving for you." Zhang Qian got even angrier and stomped away angrily. When has she ever been benched when she's been star-studded? That Taoist brother was ignoring her, and so was this golden boy who liked feudal superstitions. Hui and Chiu hurriedly followed on their asses. End of chapter 119. Chapter 119 Buddha, Taoism and Immortality. Intertwined Fates. Chapter 119 Buddha, Taoism and Immortality. Intertwined Fates. A Ferrari and a BYD Tang, traveling one behind the other. The estate is in Eastside Beach. Not a short trip. The car had just driven through the downtown area and out of the tunnel when the Ferrari suddenly braked sharply. Zhang Qian, who dozed off in the co-pilot, was instantly awakened and looked at Hui beside her with dissatisfaction. "How do you drive?" Fai pointed ahead. "Someone's in the way." Zhang Qian looked. A Rolls-Royce crossed the road, and on the roof of the Rolls-Royce sat a teenager in tang suit holding an oil paper umbrella. Zhang Qian frowned. "Another stinker coming after us. Look at it go and chase it away." There are a lot of rich dudes chasing after Zhang Qian in the Imperial City. Not only because Zhang Qian looks beautiful, but more is salivating Zhang Qian behind the Zhang family. If you can become the son-in-law of the Zhang family, your family will have to struggle for 20 years less. We got out of the car, and Chao, who was driving the BYD Tang behind him, also stepped down and cursed as he walked towards the Rolls-Royce. Yi Fan, the co-pilot of the BYD Tang, detected a hint of unusualness and seemed to be talking to himself. Who is that man? Why do I feel that he has a very dangerous aura about him? The old man's astonished voice sounded in Yi Fan's mind. It's him? Surprisingly not dead? Yi Fan asked in shock. Teacher, you know, Mo Yulin. who was boarding in the ancient ring of the Tang dynasty, said in a deep voice, having had a meeting. It seems that he is the ultimate beneficiary of the ancient tomb relics. Yi Fan's heart sank. A guy that even a figure like Sensei praised was definitely tricky. Yi Fan hurriedly got out of the car and tried to warn his two companions, but it's already too late. The teenager in the Tang suit just waved the oil paper umbrella twice, and Achiu and Ahui fell to the ground with a scream, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. The teenager in the Tang suit settled the two punks, walked to the Ferrari, knocked on the window, and courteously said, "Is it Ms. Zhang?" Zhang Qian had been shocked and confused. This young man in a Tang suit could do evil magic. How did an oil paper umbrella manage to knock out two jerks who fight all the time? She pulled on the car door with a death grip. "You, don't hurt me, my father is Zhang Youfu." She could only hope that her father's name would scare this teenager. The corners of the teenager's mouth pulled up. "That's right then. My name is Evil Kirin. Haven't you heard of me, miss?" Zhang Qian looked at the evil Qilin in horror. "Are you the young master of the evil family who left the house?" When the evil Kirin heard the word monk, his face went cold and his oil paper umbrella crashed against the glass. The Ferrari's super-dense glass actually shattered right through. Zhang Qian screamed in fear. Just then, a talisman paper came swiftly like a flying bird. Boom! There was a popping sound in the air. The evil Qilin covered his ears. His head was dizzy, and he looked at Yi Fan coming down from the BYD Tang behind him and narrowed his eyes dangerously. "It's you? So you're a rune sect disciple." As one talisman after another flew in, the evil Qilin could only quickly retreat. Yi Fan ran to Zhang Qian's car and stared at the evil Qilin dead in the face. "Kid, you have good eyesight. When you see a rune sect disciple, why don't you retreat?" The evil unicorn snorted. "That rune sect patriarch is quite qualified to say that. However, even if he comes in person, I'm not afraid." Yi Fan's face instantly turned cold as he lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Miss, you go first." Zhang Qian's eyes were shocked. The one who saved himself was this punk he despised the most. The one who saved his life was also the metaphysics that he could not see. The talisman paper drawn by this punk named Yi Fan actually did have mystical powers. It wasn't a futile superstition. Zhang Qian hurriedly climbed into the driver's seat, started the car, and called out the window, "Yi Fan, what will you do if I leave? Go together." Yi Fan coldly looked at the evil Qilin. "He's from the evil family? There happens to be a bit of a grudge, and I'd like a good fight." In Yi Fan's mind, Mo Yulin said quietly, "You could die." Yi Fan snorted. "If you have cultivated immortality, you will still be afraid of death?" Mo Yulin laughed out loud. "Good boy. I like your character. Worthy of being a disciple valued by my heavenly age Taoist." Zhang Qian couldn't hear Mo Yulin's voice and only heard Yi Fan say, "Evil family members? I happen to have a bit of a grudge, but I would like to have a good fight. Since you've cultivated immortality, would you still be afraid of death?" Zhang Qian had little stars in her eyes. "It's so crazy, it's so cool." It tasted like a never-ending jungle grudge. It was the fact that the talisman paper could explode, and the fact that Yi Fan was an immortal cultivator was hard to accept for a while. Zhang Qian didn't know that the transcendental world could be much more dangerous than the underground rivers and lakes. The evil unicorn slowly held open the oil paper umbrella. "None of them can leave." When the oil paper umbrella opened, scarlet energy filled the air like smoke. The 8-foot bride in a big red wedding dress appeared beside the evil unicorn. Sagittarius. The moment the terrifying 8-foot bride appeared, the air around her went cold. Yi Fan's face was grave, and Zhang Qian was directly frightened and cried. The evil Qilin softly said, "Got a tasty soul for you, go enjoy." The 8-foot bride's gaze locked onto Yi Fan and softly said, "Thank you, Sagittarius. Nuanyan loves Sagittarius gift." The 8-foot bride let out a shrill cry. A terrifying ghostly aura shook, and her 8-foot tall body lunged towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan threw out talismans in succession, but none of these talismans were able to stop the 8-foot bride. Mo Yulin sighed. "I didn't realize he had tamed this monster. Good apprentice. You haven't refined the mother talisman yet. You're no match. Hand it over to the master." Yi Fan gave the 8-foot bride a reluctant look. "Then I'll ask the teacher to make a move." "I'm sorry, teacher. I'm sorry to have put you out of your mind." Then, the aura on Yi Fan's body changed. The weathered eyes don't look young at all. It gives the impression of a handful of years at a young age. Yi Fan bit his finger and copied it out of thin air. Several blood symbols in the air crashed towards the 8-foot bride. The 8-foot bride finally had a sense of crisis and swung her arm to fend it off. The 8-foot bride has no physical body and is a special ghost constructed from the aura of death and the soul. The essence of Mo Yulin's talisman was that it directly attacked the sea of spirit, which just so happened to restrain the 8-foot bride. But, the 8-foot bride has reached the second rank. Mo Yulin, who was of the first rank and didn't have a body of his own, wasn't an opponent yet. Currently, it just looked like an indistinguishable battle. But in fact, Yi Fan must have fallen into a disadvantage after a long period of time. The evil Qilin had an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. I didn't realize you were so good. The soul must be better than I thought. It can be considered a great tonic for my mother. Suddenly, the evil Qilin sensed something, and his sharp eyes snapped to the side, the smile on his face freezing. The Yi Fan who was drawing the talisman was also stunned. The sect leader of Shu Mountain? Why is he here? It's so lively tonight. Only to see a lazy-looking Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe, staggering on his old cloth shoes. Zhang Xiaoyi glanced at the 8-foot bride who was in a fierce battle with Yi Fan, rested both arms on the shattered window of the Ferrari, and yawned. What's a little girl's family doing here in the middle of the night when she's not going home? Didn't mom tell you? It's no good not coming home in the middle of the night. Zhang Qian looked at Zhang Xiaoyi in surprise. Why are you here? Her face showed anxiety. You're a little cutie. What? Can't you see what's going on? There's a car behind us. Get in and run. Zhang Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow. What about you? Why don't you run? Zhang Qian wiped her tears and glared angrily at the evil Qilin. Is my mother the one who abandons her brother and runs away by herself? I'll run this bastard over. Zhang Xiaoyi was dumbfounded. Good. Worthy of being my Zhang Xiaoyi's sister. The evil Qilin frowned and raised his voice. What did you say your name was? Taoist? The old host said that you must not make an enemy of 3 people in your life. Those 3 had the words Ming, Van and Bi in their names. Is this fulfilled? In Zhang Qian's shocked eyes, changes occurred on Zhang Xiaoyi's body. Red scales emerged in Zhang Xiaoyi's eyebrows, and his eyes flowed with thunderous light as he cocked his head. Master of Mount Shu, Zhang Xiaoyi. End of chapter 120. Chapter 120, The Gods of the Sea. Chapter 120, The Gods of the Sea. The smile at the corner of the evil Qilin's mouth grew more and more prevalent. Ma'am, help the Sagittarius slaughter them. The 8-foot bride's body was covered in ghostly energy, and her size seemed to increase by a few more points. Roaring, since it is the order of the Sangha, Nguyen Yen will kill these 2 thieves. Zhang Xiaoyi made a bow, his voice slightly respectful. The last time I fought with Senior was not yet finished. Lately the poor Taoist has grown quite a bit, so I'd like to ask Senior to give me some guidance. Zhang Xiaoyi still respected the ancient former powerhouses from hell. After the words were spoken, thunderbolts roamed around Zhang Xiaoyi's body like fine snakes, his aura climbing to its peak. In the next second, thunder exploded under Zhang Xiaoyi's feet and he instantly disappeared in place. Zhang Xiaoyi's figure appeared above the head of the 8-foot bride, holding a ball of thunderbolt and trembling with the 8-foot bride. Yi Fan sighed. What a handsome tactic. I can't be left behind. Old Taoist. Yi Fan slapped his chest and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Yi Fan waved his hands, and the mouthful of blood in the air did not fall to the ground, but instead converged into a huge talisman. Yi Fan's eyes were red as he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Go! Huge red runes blasted towards the 8-foot bride. Boom! There was a violent popping sound in the air. The 8-foot bride covered her ears and screamed in agony. Ripples appeared on the tall body. Zhang Xiaoyi's face was delighted. Good chance. This blonde kid actually had hard control of the 8-foot bride for 2 seconds. Zhang Xiaoyi threw out 2 clusters of thunderbolts in his hands, and his hands quickly formed a seal, his long hair fluttering as he shouted angrily. 3 Thunder Royal Sword. The 2 clusters of lightning transformed into 3 giant swords of lightning under Zhang Xiaoyi's manipulation, stabbing into the 8-foot bride at the same time. 3 holes appeared in the 8-foot bride's body, and black death power overflowed from the holes. It's like bleeding. However, whereas mortal blood is shed on the ground, the blood of an 8-foot bride floats in the air. The 8-foot bride fell weakly to her knees and hissed angrily. Sangha told me to kill you guys. Why aren't you dead yet? The evil unicorn uttered. Warm smoke. Come back. Sagittarius? The 8-foot bride looked at the evil unicorn in disbelief. The evil unicorn lowered his eyebrows. You're hurt. Let's go first. The 8-foot bride shook her head, ready to fight again. The evil Qilin's voice went cold. Come back. I'll be heartbroken if you get hurt. The fact that the evil Qilin did not cause the 8-foot bride to continue fighting with Zhang Xiaoyi and the others was not really because of love. Some days ago, the evil Qilin, following the turtle money calculating divine Taoist technique taught by the old host, found out that there were 2 relic-like chances coming up. He had to conserve his strength for the opportunity and could not deplete the power of the 8-foot bride at this time. The old host had real skills, and through the battle with Zhang Xiaoyi and Yi Fan, he was even more convinced of the old host's ability. The old host's words about the fate of the ghost host were fulfilled. The 8-foot bride's body perked up with excitement. Thank you for your concern, Sangha. The 8-foot bride turned into a cloud of red mist and hid into the evil Kirin's oil paper umbrella. Evil Kirin looked deeply at the few people, got inside the Rolls Royce and started the car to leave. Neither Zhang Xiaoyi nor Yi Fan went after them. If they really fought for their lives, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to take advantage. Mo Yulin said within the Sea of Spirit. Don't look at that little Taoist young. He's an expert who has touched the benthic phantasm, the hallowed sect leader of Mount Shu. You have to be a little more respectful. After saying that, he returned the control of his body to Yi Fan, who clasped his fists at Zhang Xiaoyi in a raw manner. Greetings to the sect leader of Mount Shu. Zhang Xiaoyi looked at Yi Fan with a complicated expression. A rune sect disciple? Alas, it's a pity about Patriarch Mo. In the battle at the ancient tomb, poor Tao admired Patriarch Mo's style. I didn't expect a generation of talisman masters to be backstabbed by a villain. Fortunately, Patriarch Mo has a senior disciple like you, which can be considered comforting to the spirits in heaven. Yi Fan froze for a moment. This sect leader of Mount Shu knew his master, and seemed to know him well. Teacher being backstabbed by a villain? Why hadn't the teacher told himself about this? What kind of place is the rune sect, and who is the villain who backstabbed master? Yi Fan continued. Many thanks to the sect leader of Mount Shu for caring about my master, and thank you to the sect leader of Mount Shu for coming to his aid. Zhang Xiaoyi shook his head. I'm also trying to save my sister. Zhang Xiaoyi walked to the front of the car, looked at Zhang Qian, who was already dumbfounded, and said, still not going home? Zhang Qian woke up like a dream. Oh, well, go home. Zhang Xiaoyi pointed at Hui and Chao who were lying on the ground and said to Yi Fan, they're both fine, they just fainted. Just go back and rest for a few days, please, he said and got into the passenger side of the Ferrari. Drive. Zhang Qian stole a glance at Zhang Xiaoyi's handsome side face. The eyes were no longer disdainful, but worshipful. This brother is so good. Is he a god? It can fly and thunder again. The car started and drove out a long way. Zhang Xiaoyi suddenly turned red and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The reason for leaving the battlefield in such a hurry then was so as not to show his cowardice, and he had suffered a considerable amount of injuries in the battle just now. Zhang Qian hurried. Ly braked and said in a shocked voice, brother, what's wrong with you? Zhang Xiaoyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a bitter smile, not bad for an ancient powerhouse. Even after most of his cultivation and spirituality had been worn away, his battle power was still terrifyingly strong. It's not for mere mortals like me. Evil Qilin returned to the evil family mansion with a gloomy face. Evil Yushui had just returned as well, and had his arm around a very dusty woman. Evil Kirin remembered that this woman was called Jiao Jiao, and was snatched by Evil Yushu Scale from a punk. He suddenly remembered something and asked at Evil Wu Scale, what was the name of the blonde kid you kicked out of the house the day I came home? Evil Yushu Scale was a bit intimidated by this gloomy brother. Gulping and tensing up, called Yi Fan. The evil Qilin's eyes snapped round at the sound. You said, his name is Yi Fan? Evil Yushu Scale was even more terrified in his heart and smiled sarcastically. Brother, that kid is just an ordinary punk. Why do you care so much? The evil Kirin clenched his fists in death, his fingertips turning white. The words of the old host are being fulfilled little by little. He hugged the oil paper umbrella back to the house, and did not say a word. Evil Yu Scale felt even more terrified. Evil Wu Scale grabbed Zhao Jiao's hand. Tell me the truth. What exactly is Yi Fan's background? Zhao Jiao shook her head in bewilderment. I don't know. A few days later, South China Sea, Great Western Sea. The sun burns the clouds red, and the little fisherman stays by the dusk, on the boundless sea. The old fisherman cast his net toward the bottom. Again, not much to show for it. The old fisherman sighed, started the engine and headed deeper out. Suddenly, he saw something and rounded his eyes incredulously. I saw a whale swimming against the setting sun in the sparkling sea, leaving big ripples in its wake. The old fisherman rubbed his eyes. There seems to be another person on the whale. The old fisherman muttered. It's not like we're going to meet a fairy, is it? He hastily knelt down on the boat and folded his hands towards the whale in silent prayer. After that whale-riding deity entered that sea in front of him, the sea became unsettled and many small whirlpools appeared. The old fisherman's face became horrified. It's a storm coming. How? A gust of wind came strangely, and in an instant it set off a shocking wave, and the small fishing boat was like a drifting leaf in the sea. The old fisherman rushed to call for help and pray in the direction where the whale had disappeared. The behemoth appeared in the waves. The vanishing whale. Boom! The whale crashed into the sea, breaking up huge waves. The sea spread out towards the sides of the small fishing boat. The gale subsided, and the old fisherman kowtowed twice and hastily turned around and sped toward the east. End of chapter 121. Chapter 121, The Apostles Gathered Together. Chapter 121, The Apostles Gather. Li Yang stood on the island and snapped his fingers, and the zombie whale let out a long cry and dived to the bottom of the sea. The island looked to others as just plain lonely, with little sign of life on it, just a forest. In Li Yang's eyes, the isolated island was filled with mist and swarms of ghosts. Last year, on the day Chen Yushi gained the power of the fallen angel, Li Yang was also promoted to the third rank. After the third stage, Li Yang awakened the gifted soul Upanishad, and at that time, Li Yang sensed that this place was unusual. Originally, I was thinking of developing the Devil's Club and getting an exploration ship to explore the area. After advancing to the fourth rank, Getting an exploration ship was completely unnecessary. Level advancement is not only about awakening new talents, but previously awakened talents will also become stronger. Li Yang created a zombie whale in the deep sea and used the zombie whale as a substitute to get to the island. Black flames emerged from his eyes as he explored the island. The deeper we went, the more ghosts wandered. The ghosts were male and female, dressed in modern clothes, many with fatal wounds and marks from the bites of wild animals. These people didn't die of natural causes. There was a battle here? Why isn't there anything about this place on the news? Li Yang frowned. He hooked his finger and a ghost with half of its head cut off walked towards Li Yang in confusion. Li Yang gazed at the ghost. No mental power fluctuations. Just an ordinary person in life. Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that the world had already had transcendentalists a long time ago. If there were transcendents in this world who were older than himself, Li Yang would find it interesting, but he would also feel uneasy. Li Yang continued to explore super forward and saw a dead bone on the ground. Dead Bones held a tattered pamphlet in his hand. Li Yang bent down and picked up the booklet. The cover had 4 words written in ballpoint pen: Hunter's Handbook. The contents were so corroded that it was impossible to read, and only a map was vaguely visible. Li Yang muttered, Hunter's Handbook? What kind of adventure company is Hunter? Go back and you can look it up. He wouldn't assume that the hunters spoken of here were hunters who simply hunted. There are a lot of souls on the island, and there aren't this many people in an ordinary expedition company, so it should be a well-heeled expedition company. Li Yang speculated that an organization called Hunter had come to the island on a mission and was wiped out by the group. Having lost so many lives for the mission on the island, Li Yang was even more curious about the island. Li Yang followed the map and found a hole in the ground that was hidden by the woods. He entered the hole in the ground. Inside, there are 9 floors, each one not too small, filled with oddly shaped stalactites. Li Yang headed down. The 9th floor was hidden deep, and the sight of the 9th floor shocked Li Yang to the core. He had never seen such a spectacle before. Standing on the 9th floor of the ground, one could actually see a dark sea in front of them. Li Yang had to marvel at the ingenious work of nature. That's a good place. Might as well make this the next relic. Li Yang snapped his fingers. A magic formation appeared, and an undead drilled out of it. The undead fell to their knees and opened their mouths as wide as they could. The mouth was torn and exaggeratedly large. The undead reached out towards his mouth, and a huge, pitch-black sword was pulled out of his mouth, respectfully handing it to Li Yang. Li Yang received the giant sword and felt the raging power within it. It was a weapon with extraordinary power created after a long period of maneuvering. This was different from the ancient ring of the Tang dynasty that Mo Yulin had boarded. This was a weapon with true destructive power. Li Yang threw the giant sword into the dark sea. After returning to the ground, Li Yang couldn't just leave. He snapped his fingers and a huge magic formation emerged. Several massive undead crawled out of the magic formation. Some peeled back their bellies and pulled out tables and chairs. Some pulled pen and paper out of their throats. Li Yang sat down in the woods, took a pen and paper and began to write and draw, inscribing incantations. There were a lot of souls here, very suitable for soul experiments. Most importantly, the island was deserted and quiet. You can create spells and make magic arrays with confidence and boldness. No one even knows how much noise is being made. By the time Li Yang has experimented with all the spells on this lonely island last night, the island will be spooky too. The island, made treacherous because of spell experiments, can also be used as a relic for the next revival. One night a few days later, on the Great Western Sea, several figures with powerful auras came towards the island and landed on it. They are chimeras, vampires, fallen angels, the tree of earthly nature. None of the apostles have undone their demonic forms. Yo, Vampire Boy is still as handsome as ever. It's still Master Tree who came quickly. Zhang Shurai hugged her arms and greeted the rest of the apostles with a smile. The 100 faces of the human nature tree had their eyes closed, as if they were resting with their eyes closed. The vampire Du Yongning frowned in disbelief. Where are the rest of the apostles? Chen Yushi said quietly. The Black Witch and the 3-headed dog from hell can't fly or swim. A cat and a dog, both of which kinda hate water and don't have wings. Zhang Shurai covered her mouth and laughed. That's no card. Zhang Shurai also bold, no longer the previous coy little anchor, even dare to flirt with the rest of the apostles. The main reason is still the courage given by their own strength. Zhang Shurai's rank was the highest among the apostles except for the earthly benevolent tree, and he was also one of the leaders of the 7 commandments. The status and battle power are considered top of the line among the apostles. At that moment, a cry appeared in the sky. The many apostles looked toward the sky. A dark cloud appeared under the bright full moon. There was a whistling wind in the dark clouds, and the sound of phoenixes and cranes. The apostles were astonished with their eyes. That turned out to be countless birds. In the center of the countless birds was a huge bald eagle. On top of the bald eagle's head stood a raven, and on the bald eagle were Rattle and Blackie. The bald eagle landed on the island, and the rest of the birds landed on the branches of the trees. crossing their wings as if in salute. Zhang Shuraitzked. After all, it's His Majesty the Black Dragon. The deck is pulled full. The raven gave a condescending look at the few apostles, then glanced disdainfully at Rattle in Black. Rattlesnake puffed out her cheeks and whispered in Blackie's ear, "Why don't we both beat him up first?" Koro nodded seriously. The long silent tree of the earthly essence spoke. "Stop it. The master is waiting for us." The crowd quieted down. Although the human Hanjiki was the last apostle to join the demon club and ranked 7th, the human Hanjiki was powerful in battle and was still the right-hand man of the Shinigami. The apostles more or less gave some face to the earthly benevolent tree and walked into the island. The further you go in the island, the more alarmed you get. They didn't realize there were places like this in Xia. Everything here has weird psychic fluctuations. None of it is that simple. I don't know if this was made by the owner or if it was there originally. Upon entering the woods, Rattle-in found a desk, jumped into the chair, and picked up a piece of paper on the desktop. On the paper were drawn magical formations, labeled with the bearings of the various apostles in the magical formations. She bristled darkly. "Nasty Li Yang, you couldn't wait for me to come along and take me back. Hitching a ride with a crow and having to be despised by that stinking bird." Thinking so, on the surface the Rattles changed to a face of awe. "The master has gone and told us to follow the magic formation." End of chapter 122. Chapter 122 Twin Moon Symbiosis. Chapter 122 Twin Moon Symbiosis. The 7 apostles stood in the orientation of the magic formation, demonic power surging. They mouthed the incantation that Li Yang had left behind, and the surroundings became quiet. Even the sound of the wind blowing the leaves was gone. Red magic formations appeared at their feet. As the incantation became louder and the speed of the words increased, ripples appeared in the red magic formation. The collection. The fiery red border of the magic formation spread out in all directions like a tidal wave, instantly covering the entire island. After Li Yang's experiments on the island, the remaining spirits were all absorbed by the giant red magic array. After absorbing the spirit body, the energy to support the magic array filled up. Boom! With a roar, the giant red magic array instantly split into 6, stacked like a pile of paper, like giant pillars of arcane fire red. The 7 apostles moved. They chanted an incantation, and the 6 magic arrays rose into the air and quickly disappeared, floating towards the 6 cities chosen by Li Yang. Li Yang would like to make a huge magic formation in the sky, like the moon, for all of Xia to see and radiate more places. But what a magic array that would have to be! As we all know, the moon just looks small. Even if Li Yang advanced another step, it was impossible to create a moon that was visible to all the people of Xia. The 100 faces of the human essence tree revealed a look of gravity. Each of the 6 giant magic arrays had a special connection to it, and it was the centerpiece of the transcendent world's second test. After the remaining few apostles finished creating the magic array, they passed their spiritual power to the earthly essence tree. There were only 3 people in this world who knew how to share spiritual power spells: the god of death, Li Yang, the earthly benevolent tree, Bodhi, and the rune sect patriarch, Moyulan. One of the reasons why the human essence tree had become the eye of the formation was also because it knew how to absorb the spiritual energy transmitted by others, and it also knew how to share it out. During the process of transmitting spiritual power for the earthly essence tree, a small incident that was hard to detect occurred. The change in the raven's eyes was hidden from itself. When he first appeared on the stage and the crowd marveled at the Black Dragon Emperor's platitude, Raven's face showed an undisguised pride. Now what? The raven felt the power of the other apostles as it passed on its spiritual power, and it realized that it was so weak. Raven's eyes were full of disbelief. It's no wonder Raven is weaker than the other apostles. While the other apostles were practicing, Raven was collecting minions. While the other apostles were working on their natural skills, Raven was still collecting minions. It had only taken a quarter of the power of the Hell's 3-headed dog, and it hadn't made any effort to cultivate, so naturally its battle power was no match for the rest of the apostles. The human nature tree murmured, "Emperor Black Dragon, focus." The raven's eyes went cold in the corner of his eye and he focused up. Changbai Mountain. A small, snow-white fox dozes at the entrance to a cave. Suddenly it sensed something and perked up its ears alertly, opening its eyes to look around. Doubt showed in its eyes. The snow-covered hole in front of him actually squirmed slightly. Immediately afterward, a few grasses drilled out of the snow and bloomed vigorously on a winter night. Spring came early? The little white fox saw something out of the corner of its eye, and it jerked its head up, its eyes filled with shock. In the sky, there were surprisingly 2 moons, a bright moon, a blood moon. A strange power surged into his mind, and a humanized look appeared in the little white fox's eyes. The other side of Changbai Mountain, several beasts worshipped towards the blood moon in the sky. They had once eaten the spirit plant immortal grass by chance, opening up their spirit, and could even use some strange powers. A bubbling, fluorescent wild burrowed out of the ground. Several beasts were red-eyed, fighting and tearing each other apart, just to fight over the wild. They know that eating it is good for them. Shut up. Milky voices came from the peach tree. The beasts looked in horror at the tiny young monkey in the peach tree. The mindless little monkey bared his teeth at a few of the beasts. I'm having a hard time dreaming about my master. Disturb my dreams again and I'll eat you all. Several beasts fled in panic. Even the ferocious northeastern tiger didn't dare to stay much longer. What? There's no tiger in the mountain. The monkey is king? This little golden monkey is the boss of Changbai Mountain. No one can beat it. Lotus City. A young couple in down jackets, sitting side by side on a park bench. They were a little nervous and shy on their first date. The girl kept her head down and her face red. Do you love me or not? The boy responded with a quick lift of his head. Love. At that moment, the boy saw something and stared at the sky with dead eyes full of disbelief. There was actually a blood moon in the sky. He was appalled. Love. Hey, South China Sea. Su Yutong held a cup of coffee and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the office of the Datai Group building, her face staring at the sky with a grave expression. Downstairs, it was a crowd of eaters with cell phones filming the spectacle of a blood moon in the sky. The internet has been bristling with stories about the spectacle of the twin moons rising together. I told you the aura was revived, right? I don't think the authorities are going to be able to keep this from the public. Oh, you've got to believe in science. It's just a natural wonder. A bunch of illiterates. Is this what your family's natural wonders look like? Haven't you ever read a novel? But in the novel, there should have been a zombie crisis right after the blood moon came out. Such magic formations appeared over the 6 cities. Not all beings in the 6 cities will become transcendent as a result. Those who were able to open up the Sea of Spirit were absolutely lucky. Imperial Capital. Security Administration Building. There were several mid-level administrators sitting in the conference room. The crowd has commented on the double moon rising together. Physicists have expressed their views on an artificial moon, making assumptions about aerospace technology, illuminated satellite technology, and whether or not it could produce light pollution. The crowd listened attentively to the hypotheses put forth by the physicists, even though they knew that the double moonrise was certainly an anomalous event. Today's social civilization is characterized by science as compared to transcendental civilization. A scientific theoretical foundation is essential to explain, enunciate, and understand transcendence. Without making bold assumptions from a scientific point of view, the Security Administration would be crossing a river blindly and wasting all its strengths for dealing with anomalous events. Of course, unbeknownst to the Security Administration, the blood moon in the sky is actually just a magic formation. Elder He and the other physicists finished making their assumptions and looked at Zhang Xiaoyi, who had dozed off straight away. Sect Master Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Xiaoyi happened to be in the imperial capital, and naturally, he was invited to the security meeting. As for how the authorities knew Zhang Xiaoyi was in the imperial capital, it would be a dereliction of duty on the part of the authorities if they could not even keep track of the whereabouts of the head of Shushan. Of course, the authorities will not monitor Zhang Xiaoyi excessively, which is a sign of respect for the special advisor. Zhang Xiaoyi rubbed his eyes. There are strong spiritual power fluctuations in that blood moon. It's the biggest known anomaly so far. He Lao asked. Can Sect Master Zhang be more specific? Zhang Xiaoyi shook his head. It's hard to see. All I can say is that the blood moon is not ordinary and is constantly emitting spiritual energy. It's like a hole that sends tons of spiritual energy into the world. The crowd was in deep thought. How does this sound like a reverse black hole? Elder He sighed and looked towards Wei Ming, who was sitting at the end. Wei what do you think about this? The crowd looked at Wei Ming. Wei Ming is a talented man, always able to point out the key to unusual events in a burst. End of chapter 123. Chapter 123, The Black Witch's Compulsion. Chapter 123, The Black Witch's Compulsion. Wei Ming was also thinking. Spiritual energy is aura. The moon that constantly radiates aura. Wei Ming's mind frantically recalled the metaphysical novels and mythological stories he had read over the years. He thought of something. It seems like there is such a thing. Just, some bull asterisk right. Elder He saw something in Wei Ming's expression and encouraged. Wei it's okay, just say what you have to say. Wei Ming gave himself a pep talk and stood up, his face grave. I'm guessing that this is imperial stream syrup. The crowd frowned. That's a new word. Wei Ming was a bit bottomless and scratched his head. I originally thought that the Emperor's flow syrup should be golden, but I didn't expect it to be red. Elder He asked with a frown. Little Wei explain in detail what Emperor stream syrup is. Wei Ming said. The Emperor's stream pulp is an essence produced by the moon, and the essence is made up of a dense aura. Any living being who drinks the Emperor's stream syrup will become a transcendent. Wei Ming said, smiling sarcastically. It is possible that the Empyrean plasma is not a liquid, but a gas that cannot be described. That's my guess, and I may not be right, so don't be offended. Zhang Xiaoyi searched for Wei Ming's words. It actually felt that Wei Ming had a point. That blood moon was constantly emitting spiritual energy, and it was very possible for someone to absorb it and gain transcendent power. The mid-level administrator at the conference, a history professor, suddenly tapped his head. Oh, you're talking about the Diru plasma. The crowd looked to the historian. Elder, he asked in a deep voice. Professor Zhao, you know about the imperial stream syrup? The history professor nodded, reminiscing a bit. Yuan Mei, a talented scholar of the Qing dynasty, wrote a ghostly and godly story called Zibu Shi. It is written in the Zibu Bujing that the moonlight on the 15th day of the 7th month, which occurs once every 60 years, contains dilio pulp. If the demons eat it, one night's cultivation is equivalent to sucking in the essence of the sun and moon for thousands of years. Zhang Xiaoyi frowned. Thousands of years of cultivation is a bit of an exaggeration, the history professor said with a grin. It is according to the books in the record. The exaggerated component must have. The continuing sun's unspoken record, where grass and trees become demons, must be subjected to the essence of the moon, but not Gengxian night moonlight cannot be, because of the moonflower on the night of Gengxian, in which there is the emperor's flow of pulp. Its shape is like countless olives, 10,000 golden threads, hanging down in a tired string. The human grass and trees can become demons by their essence, and foxes and ghosts can show their magical powers by eating them. With grass and trees having a nature but no life, the flowing syrup has a nature that can replenish the life. Foxes and ghosts have their own destiny, so eating them is greatly beneficial. He Lao's face sank as he looked at Zhang Xiaoyi. Zhang Xiaoyi nodded, believing that the possibility of the imperial stream syrup was high. Some of the many administrators present had stony faces, some frowned in thought, and some had eyes full of worry. It's tricky. The emergence of the imperial stream plasma means that more creatures become transcendent. It also means that more anomalous events appear. The main task of the security administration is to deal with unusual events. The sudden appearance of a large number of transcendental beings in the early days of the security administration is not a good thing. The security administration is understaffed. At that moment, a woman in uniform walked in and handed a document to Elder Ho. Elder, he put on his old glasses and looked over the documents before letting out a sigh of relief and said, there are currently only 6 cities with blood moon visions: Imperial Capital, White Mountain City, Lotus City, Bin City, Sand City, and South Sea City. And there is good news. He Lao pressed his old mirror down the bridge of his nose, raised his eyes to look at the crowd, and laughed. Only the Summer Kingdom has a blood moon vision. Transcendental civilization. Xia is at the forefront of the world in the end. Whether this is an opportunity for the Xia Kingdom or a disaster for the Xia Kingdom depends on the efforts of all of you. The crowd looked solemn and sat up slightly straighter. The sense of mission that comes from heaven is born. Elder, he continued. Now listen to my instructions. White Mountain City, Lotus City, Hamachi City, Sand City. Set up security control stations immediately. It must be implemented tomorrow. Elder, he finished looking at Zhang Xiaoyi and said, Sect Master Zhang, the South Sea is one of the important cities in the Summer Kingdom. Please also ask the disciples of Mount Shu to take care of them. Zhang Xiaoyi nodded. That's natural. Starting tomorrow, Shushan disciples may be at the disposal of the security administration. He Lao took off his old glasses and said with a smile, so what's next? Gentlemen, a walk downstairs? Maybe we can share a cup of imperial stream syrup and become transcendents for a time. South China Sea, early morning, mid-level villa. Raven stood staring at the fence. It had been distracted since returning from the island. With things on my mind, I haven't gone to collect minions for a few days, Rattlesnake said to Big Black as she teased him in the yard. It's been a long time since Little Crow has been out and about fooling around. Do you think it could be that the bird's eggs have been stolen and he's too upset? Raven gave Rattle a hard stare. Rattlesnake didn't even look up, continuing to rub Big Black's doggy head. Look at that. A small bird with a big temper. TSK TSK TSK. The Raven's pair of bird eyes glowed with a cold light. That spoke to Raven's heart. Even the heartless little monkey from Changbai Mountain is almost more powerful than it. The corner of Shaking Bell's mouth hooked up in a meaningful smile. Scratched Dahei's ear and said, that island is Li Yang's copy for mortals. Guess what goodies he put in there as a reward for passing? Rattle, Crow, and Big Black knew the most secrets about Li Yang. Li Yang never deliberately hid anything from them. Rattle's comment made Raven turn her head sideways and listen intently as Rattle spoke. Rattle seemed to be talking to himself. You said it's not powerful enough on its own. Would it be more powerful with that thing? Raven asked, opening her mouth. What do you mean? Are you trying to get me to the next relic? Xiao Hei, the dog, looks naive, but is actually ghostly. It looked incredulously at the Rattles and then at the Crows. These two grandfathers talk about things that are not for them to listen to. Blackie broke free of Rattle's embrace and ran out of the yard. Raven said, the master said that demons are not allowed to meddle in the affairs of mortals. Ringing the bell. He'll be angry, he'll punish you, he won't spare killing you, because we've been with him since we were kids. He's watched us grow up. We are the only family and friends he has in the world. Raven sneered. If I want the treasures and the relics, I could have asked my master for them. Why would I risk being punished for a relic? Rattle looked at it derisively. He'll give it to you, and he'll look down on you. Li Yang will think that you will only reach out to him for things to boost your battle power. Not being able to stand alone is not as good as the rest of the apostles. You just wait to be a pet forever. Raven's heart fluttered. What Rattle said was not unreasonable. It's not very talented. It's just a crow that stole some of the power of the three-headed dog of hell. Unlike Rattle's, you can enhance your mental power by drawing on negativity. Unlike Zhang Shurai, he could enhance his spiritual power by drawing on his lust. Ravens can only enhance their mental powers through meditation. It also has average qualifications, and its meditative cultivation of spiritual power is slow. Raven wants to be powerful too. How about venture out to the ruins and give it a try? At most, he will receive a beating from Li Yang, and he definitely won't die. Rattle spoke again. Do you know why the master doesn't let demons attend the relics? Raven froze and shook her head. Rattlesnake gave a sarcastic smile. Because demons are so powerful. It's a descending blow against those mortals in the ruins. And you, my Raven friend, you are too weak. Maybe you can't even rob those mortals. So what? Even if you go to the relics, it won't disrupt Li Yang's plans. Raven's eyes were cold and frightening for a moment. End of chapter 124. Chapter 124, The Crow and the Bodhi. Chapter 124, The Crow and the Bodhi. In the afternoon, an old forest on the outskirts of South China Sea. 3 Shushan Taoist priests in Taoist robes were frolicking and playing with long swords. Junior sister, look at the sword. Ah, 5th senior brother, look at 7th senior brother. He's bullying me. No bullying, little sister. Come at me. Big Dipper sword technique. Zhang Xiaoyi ordered that starting today, the disciples of Mount Shu should go down to patrol the mountain to guard against demons and evils. The 3 Shu Mountain disciples obviously didn't take it seriously. These Shushan disciples were all young people, possessing transcendent powers at a young age, or disciples of the legendary Shushan, so they were naturally a bit light-hearted. Little sister couldn't make a scene with them and puffed out her cheeks in an angry gesture. Okay, no more fooling around. The sect leader didn't send us down to patrol the mountain for fun. The 5th brother chuckled playfully. Geez, where are all the demons and evils coming from? Might as well come out and have some fun while we're at it. 7th brother chimed in. That's right, every day is boring except for practicing swords. School starts in half a month, so I won't be able to little sister play then. The youngest sister smirked. When I get into your college too, we'll be not only fellow siblings, but alumni. Most of the Shushan disciples were still students. Some were born and raised in the South Seas, attending classes during the day and going to Shushan at night to practice their swords. It's natural to go to MT Shushan to practice if there's no big deal during the summer and winter vacations. The 5th senior brother put away his sword and said, I've heard people say maybe there'll be a special university for transcendence in the future. The 7th brother sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss, doesn't that mean that the world is really going to change drastically? You guys, do you think there will really be a lot of demons in the future? The youngest sister came energized at this. If there really is a demon that plagues the earth, it depends on whether or not this sword of mine agrees. The youngest sister spoke with a fluttering brow, just in time to see a crow land on a branch. The youngest sister set up her stance in the manner of a female sword fairy, frowning and pointing her sword at the crows. Tai, are you not a crow spirit? Quickly fight me for 300 rounds. The 2 senior brothers were amused by the hilarious appearance of their youngest sister, who was full of energy. They also pointed their swords at the crows and accompanied the little sister in her juggling. Say, are you a raven spirit? Come down and fight us. The raven's eyes became scarlet as its demonic power surged, and a black python slowly emerged and wrapped itself around its body. The smiles on the faces of the 3 Shu Mountain disciples froze. Something's not right. Raven growled in fury. Get out! A terrifying cry ripped through the tranquility of the woods. Countless birds fled the forest in terror, and an unknown number of beasts looked in the direction of the crows in horror. Ah! The youngest sister screamed, her face pale, the sword in her hand dislodged, and she was dumbfounded at what to do. The 7th brother was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground, trembling. They were nothing more than weaklings who had just opened up their spiritual seas after eating the spirit plant immortal grass given by Zhang Xiaoyi. The raven's wrath was considered a gaijin magic power to them. The 5th elder brother was a bit older and more composed, and shivered as he went to take the hands of the 2 younger siblings. Run! There's a demon! As if waking up from a dream, the senior brothers and sisters took their soft legs and ran after the 5th senior brother, not daring to turn back. The raven ignored the 3 and hissed at the forest. Bodhi, come out to meet the king. The 3 Shu Mountain disciples ran even faster, and the little sister directly cried in fear. At that moment, a terrifying pressure spread. and surging spiritual power exploded in front of the crow. The earth cracked and a huge peach tree emerged from the gully. 100 faces emerged from the peach tree. The tree of human nature indifferently said, "So it's His Majesty the Black Dragon." There was a flash of horror in the crow's eyes as he felt the fluctuations in the spiritual power of the earthly essence tree. You broke through the 4th rank?" Instead of answering, the human nature tree simply asked, "What does His Majesty the Black Dragon want with me?" The crows earned their eyes to show their struggles, and the demonic snakes on their bodies spat out their serpentine letters, staring dangerously at the earthly benevolent tree. It was only after a long time that the crow said, "You have the ability to change forms of all things and turn this king into a human. Changing shapes, one of the gifts of the fraud demon, is now one of the gifts of the earthly benevolent tree." The tree of human nature asked, "What does your majesty want to become human for?" Raven replied graciously, "The king is going to participate in the next island relic. Become a human being and hide the king's true form. I don't want to be found out that I'm evil. That way, it'll take less of a beating from him." When the human essence tree heard that the crows had dared to participate in the relics, it didn't fluctuate too much emotionally and said indifferently, "So it's because you want to participate in the relics, and you want to reduce your master's chastisement?" The raven asked with a chortle, his bird eyes fluttering. "Will you help me?" The human nature tree replied, "Help, on condition." Raven asked in a hushed voice, "On what terms?" The human nature tree path. "If your majesty encounters a small monkey when traveling to the island, please look after it." Raven froze. "That's it?" Raven's eyes showed sarcasm. "How can a peach tree grow a heart if it's not a peach tree?" "No problem. That monkey is in danger. This king will protect him." The tree of human nature said yes. A green ball of light emerged from one of the branches, only to see a bright and attractive peach take shape. Raven looked envious. The tree of human nature has 7 gifts. 4 talents from the fraudulent magic potion and 3 talents from the infernal warlock potion. As for Raven herself, she only had 1 talent, magic serpent protection. The devil snake protection talent came from the hellish 3-headed dog in the house, and the hellish 3-headed dog only had 3 talents as a result. 2 undead poked their heads out of the canopy and picked the peach and handed it to the raven. The crows pecked and a white light emitted from their bodies. After a few moments, a change occurred in the raven. A black boy with long black hair and black eyes appeared on the branch. The teenager watched in surprise as his body changed, and once again looked at the earthly essence tree with eyes filled with greed. "Actually, we can come up with a few more conditions. You give me a few more peaches and I'll distribute them to the people of my great black empire." The tree of human nature faintly said, "No." After saying that, the earthly essence tree disappeared into thin air. Shushan Taoist Temple. Junior sister and 7th brother hid in the human emperor hall and shivered. "I've been back for a while now, and I still haven't gotten over it. It's like dementia." 5th senior brother and Zhang Xiaoyi reported what they had seen and heard today. Zhang Xiaoyi's face was full of gravity. "Are you sure that crow cried out for Bodhi?" The 5th senior brother was shocked and trembled. "Right." Zhang Xiaoyi rubbed his chin. "The only one named Bodhi in this world is Grandmaster Bodhi, right?" he asked. "What else did you hear?" The 5th brother said as he struggled to remember. "As you know, sect leader, I majored in the 5 senses, and my ear power is different from normal people. I heard the raven say relic loud and clear." Zhang Xiaoyi pondered. "Could it be that a new relic has appeared? Looks like this relic isn't ordinary. Got to notify Elder Ho." Zhang Xiaoyi frowned at the 2 disciples, his sleepy eyes a bit more cool. The disciples of Mount Shu were scared into grandchildren by a demon. Shame on them. After saying that, he whisked his sleeve and left the human emperor hall. End of chapter 125. Chapter 125, Wei Na. Chapter 125, Wiener, Imperial Capital. Wei Ming drove the car to the entrance of a courtyard house. The owner of the courtyard is named Lu. The Lu family, one of the 4 great families of the Imperial Capital. The head of the family, Lu Changzhen, director of the Imperial Capital Discipline Inspection Bureau. An imperious woman stood in the doorway smiling. Wei Ming took out a fruit basket and milk from the trunk of the car and walked towards the door, smiling happily. "Sister, I came to see you." This was the person he admired the most, the proud daughter of heaven, Wei Na. When she was a student, she was the child of other people's families in other people's mouths, grew up to be a big sister, and eventually married into a rich family. "I wonder how many people died of jealousy." Wei Na patted Wei Ming's shoulder. "Good boy, strong, get in the house." Wei Na welcomed Wei Ming towards the house and was greeted by an old woman. The old woman wore a black cheongsam with emerald green neck and thumbs. "This is Lu Changgen's wife, Wei Na's mother-in-law." That aside, his own family is also a merchant family. Wei Ming greeted him with a quick hello. "Hello, auntie." The old woman looked at the milk and fruit in Wei Ming's hand, her fingers subconsciously plugging her nose. "Put it on the doorstep." Wei Ming was a little embarrassed and left the milk and fruit at the door. The old woman shouted at the house, "Oh Tian, add 2 dishes for lunch." A young nanny stepped forward. Respectfully. Yes, ma'am. The old woman pointed to the fruit and milk at the door. And deal with it. Wei Ming was even more embarrassed. He stole a glance at his sister. He was afraid that his sister would be furious and affect the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. My sister is an unrelenting tigress with a violent temper. If he affected the relationship between his mother-in-law and daughter-in-law because of himself, he couldn't bear it. Wei Na slightly owed her body. Obsequiously. Mom, I'm sorry. Ming rarely comes to our house and doesn't know the rules. I'll go to my room with Ming first. Wei Ming froze. This lowbrow look. Is she still his sister? Without responding, the old woman lifted her leg and walked out the door. Wei Na pulled Wei Ming and went into her room. Wei Na went back to her room and returned to Wei Ming's familiar state. Grumpily, he sat on the bed, greeted Wei Ming with a snack, and spat. It's just a lot of faults and organic fruit and milk and everything. Wei Ming had a bit of a hard time in his heart. Looks like the sister who married into the family has had a rough time of it. Wei Ming lowered his eyebrows. Where's my brother-in-law? Wiener said. At work, just reassigned to the South Seas Marine Security Bureau, transferred from the Imperial Capital to the South China Sea, and then from the South China Sea back to the Imperial Capital in a couple of years. This is called a flat tune and can be taken one step upwards. It was also fortunate that Wei Na's husband had the opportunity to go to the South China Sea to gild the lily thanks to the Green Sanatorium incident. Wei Ming said, actually, you could move out. Weena shook her head. Mother-in-law won't agree. Your brother-in-law couldn't stay away from his mom, and now he's all in a hurry to get back to the empire. I'm broke and can't afford the rent. Wei Ming looked at his sister incredulously. Wei Ming had heard about her brother-in-law's overdependence on her mother. Just, the Lu family's youngest grandma? No money? Weena smiled. Don't look at me like that. The Lu family is strict about their daughters-in-law. I rarely even go out. Anger appeared on Wei Ming's face. Doors don't even let out? What is my sister now? Housewife? Sister is no bottle. She had been a school bully since she was a child, and she was a popular figure at the Imperial University of Political Science and Law, a senior student majoring in law and order. How could a freedom-loving woman live like this? Weena said quietly. Akira, you have to realize that choices come with a price. Our family is poor. Sister, I don't want to live in poverty. Wei Na is not in love with the young master of the Lu family who was madly pursuing her in college. She loves the power of the Lu family. Purposeful love comes at a price, and she can't ask for bread and a faraway place at the same time. Wei Ming's heart felt hard as if it was blocked with a stone. And Lu Xian doesn't care about you? Weena bristled. He listens to his mother-in-law. A lot of women who marry into the family are like this. The surface is glamorous. Who suffers and who knows? Wei Ming asked in a low voice. Lu Changjin is seriously ill. What are your plans? Wei Na blinked her eyes. I'm the daughter-in-law of the Lu family, so I'm sure I'll work together with the Lu family. Hey, that's not right. How did you know your father-in-law was sick? The secrecy of this matter has been kept. Wei Ming looked at his sister seriously. I'm not the clueless me I used to be. I can protect you now, and I don't need you to do anything more for me. Wei Na froze for 2 seconds, smiled and stroked Wei Ming's head in relief. Good. Sister will wait for you to grow up quickly and protect sister and your nephew in the future. Nephew? Wei Ming hurriedly looked at his sister's slightly bulging belly. He thought it was because his sister had gained weight, but it turned out that she was having a baby. My nephew. The connection of the bloodline made Wei Ming feel more than just love for the little life in his sister's womb. There was also an unspeakable sense of responsibility for his offspring. Wei Na didn't see the change on Wei Ming's face and grabbed Wei Ming's hand. She had a lot of things she wanted to tell her brother. Again, she didn't know where to start, so she talked about the gossip of the empire. What evil son of a family even became a monk? He came back the other day and may have to fight the evil adopted son for the property. And what with the Zhang family even having a male son that no one else knew about? The interesting thing is that the Zhang family's son has also become a monk. Imperial City Gossip 5-8 doors. Each piece is enough to discuss the old man and old woman at the village entrance for a year. Wei Ming listened quietly. The text message beeped. Wei Ming picked up his cell phone. It was a message from the Security Administration. There may be a new relic opening, and the Security Administration is marshalling its troops. A flash of determination crossed Wei Ming's eyes. Ruins are treacherous, once he told himself. Cootie, before venturing to the ruins. But this time the relics he should go. At one time he had a dandy, mixed up life. He thought he could be carefree for the rest of his life with his sister as his tree. Now that he saw his sister's life, he wanted to slap himself. Wei Ming is going to run a prospect so that Wei Na can raise her head in the Lu family. Opportunities to become a powerful transcendent in the ruins can lead to becoming a senior administrator of the security authority. At that time, he could be his sister's backer. Wei Ming suddenly stood up and interrupted his sister's gossip. Sis, there's a mission. I have to go first. A flash of panic appeared in Wei Na's eyes and she asked reluctantly, can't you stay for dinner? She gritted her teeth. Why don't we go out to eat? Wei Ming had nothing but heartache in his eyes. I'm going on a business trip to the South China Sea, and I'll be with you when I get back from my business trip. Sister's a gold digger? Sister obsessed with a powerful family? None of this delayed Wei Ming's heartache for his sister's canary life today. Weena sighed and smiled slightly. Good, good. Come see your sister more often. I'll call your brother-in-law later. You go see your brother-in-law. You, thanks to the Liu family, you're able to work for the Nanhai Security Bureau, so we have to be grateful. Wei Ming nodded. Wei Ming left Liu's house and drove to the security administration. Go upstairs and knock on He Lao's office. Wei Ming stood at attention and said solemnly, Intermediate Administrator Wei Ming, requesting to participate in the next relic. Elder. He took off his old glasses, surprise written in his old eyes. This comrade Wei, who has always liked to touch fish, why is he suddenly so energetic? He Lao said. Sect Master Zhang said that the next relic will be dangerous. Do you really want to go? Wei Ming said seriously. If you're afraid of death, you don't deserve to be an administrator, and it's hard to become steel without 100 refinements. I'm going to be a part of the Summer Kingdom, a part of the crown, so please give me the chance to grow. Elder Ho applauded. Good. You'll lead the next relic. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. I'm leading the team? What about Master Zhang? Elder, he said quietly. He is first and foremost the head of Shushan, and secondly a special advisor to the security administration. The next relic. Sect leader Zhang also attached great importance to leading the disciples of Mount Shu to explore it. Through the blood moon, Sect Master Zhang had sensed that a patch of sea near the South China Sea was abnormal, probably the location of the next relic. The fact that he was willing to share this information was good enough. Wei, the security bureau is short of a good gatekeeper, and you, work harder. Wei Ming stood at attention, chest out and head up, promised to live up to the chief's trust. Wei Ming didn't know that a thin aura of desire appeared on his body. The power of desire is growing, and it may not be long before it becomes the power of desire that can create desire potions. End of chapter. Chapter 126. Chapter 126, Zhao Yi's Desire Potion, 2 chapters for brothers who like Zhao Yi. Chapter 126, Zhao Yi's Desire Potion for the brothers who like Zhao Yi. 2 more chapters after these 2, plus more haha. South Sea City. Wei Ming came back on the airplane and took a deep breath as he exited the airport. Nanhai City has only been back for half a year. Why do you feel like it's been years? Leader, where are we going now? Behind Wei Ming were 18 administrators in suits with large suitcases. The security administration doesn't have many transcendents in total. 18 low-level administrators were directly assigned to Wei Ming for this relic, so it was evident that the importance attached to this relic was high. Wei Ming said, the Blue Whale Group will follow me. The Divine Dragon Group and the White Crane Group will go to the designated hotel to rest. Yes. The Divine Dragon Group and the White Crane Group puffed out their chests and walked towards the 2 black commercial vehicles outside the airport. South Sea has SSA stations called Safety Management Stations. Those 3 cars were transporting the administrators of the Imperial Security Administration. Wei Ming glanced at his watch and said, perform the first task. South China Sea Security Bureau. The new secretary to the director is named Lin Xiaoquan, a senior graduate of the University of Political Science and Law. Lin Xiaoquan pushed open the door of the director's office and looked at Zhao Yi, a touch of worry and sadness on his face. Zhao Yi's eyes were red. He smelled of alcohol and a woman's perfume, and was covered in hangover seeking. This senior was once the dream man of countless police officers. How did he become like this? Lin Xiaoquan knocked on the doorframe. Chief. Zhao Yi opened his eyes in a daze and rubbed his groggy head. What is it, Koizumi? Is there some big case? After saying this, Zhao Yi paused for a moment, then smiled to himself. What a big case these days. It's an unusual event if there is one. Oh, isn't there a safety station for unusual events? What do you need the sheriff's department for? After the incident at the Green Retreat, Zhao Yi has been very negative. I don't know when the South China Sea power brokers became so united. When the black and white on the keys play off each other, there won't be any cases for the sheriff's department to handle. A pair of invisible hands integrated all the resources of the South China Sea. Only Zhao Yi was left out. He felt he had pursued a lonely quest for power, and got his ass kicked by 2 transcendentalist punks a year ago. Zhao Yi thought about building up his physique and practicing his marksmanship in order to be able to be useful in the face of extraordinary criminals. But he underestimated transcendental criminals. 3 bodies were found in the old town on the 2 days of Spring Festival. The body was covered in bite marks. Zhao Yi tries to solve the case with all these years of experience and knowledge, but it's been half a month and there's not a single clue. He suspected that the 3 were transcendents attempting to infiltrate a home to commit a crime, but the 3 didn't realize that the owner's family was a stronger transcendent. No evidence, just intuition and reasoning. The other day 2 people came in who claimed to be security stations administrators. The administrators seriously criticized Zhao Yi and told him to remember to call the security station to report anything in the future. Chow Yi was confused. In all his years in the sheriff's system, it was the first time someone had told him to remember to report something. It was also after that time that Chow Yi was devastated. Director of the South China Sea Security Bureau. How big a man is he? It wasn't easy to climb this far. But how is it like a tree trying desperately to grow up but can't get any taller? Lin Xiaoquan sighed darkly and said, Chief, there's someone from the security administration. Chow Yi snorted. Please come in, don't slow down the big shots. Lin Xiaoquan exited the door. And not much later, several black-clothed men carrying large suitcases walked in. Chow Yi's eyes narrowed. These few people had a killing aura on them, as cold and resolute as winter steel, and they seemed to be warriors who came from special forces. Chow Yi was dumbfounded when the lead man walked into the office. It's Wei Ming? Has Wei Na's sidekick become someone who can lead me? Chow Yi? Wei Ming was just a pawn under his hand a few months ago. Wei Ming said softly, Brother Yi, long time no see. Chow Yi hid his embarrassment and said with a smile, It's been a long time, congratulations on the high rise. Laughing unnaturally, Wei Ming, however, handed up a document and apologized. That's the rule. Sign the non-disclosure agreement first. Chow Yi's smile froze. He took the pen and paper and signed his name to the non-disclosure agreement. The nose of one member of the Whalebird group shrugged and frowned. Did you drink last night? The law and order regulations prohibit the consumption of alcohol on non-rest days. Another member of the Whalebird group said, Director Chow, you are required to verbally narrate the contents of the document and to verbally. Boo! Chow Yi slammed the table and stared with red bloodshot eyes, close to roaring. What level are you? Is it judging me? Call Elder Ho. Give it to the Imperial Inspectorate. I'll take the skin off now. The two Whalebird group members had ugly faces. Wei Ming hastily glared at the two Whalebird group members. Director Chow is an old man. Why do I need you guys to remind me? You guys go out first. The two Whalebird crew members looked at each other. Although it is not in line with the rules, you can't go against Wei Ming's orders. After the members of the Whalebird group left, Chow Yi sat back in his chair and looked at Wei Ming with a leathery smile. You're really mixed up, but Weena has a good brother. What are the instructions? Speak up. Wei Ming lowered his eyebrows. I'm so sorry. I did come with a mission. Wei Ming took out a map and pointed to an area. As of today, the cooperation of the Sheriff's Department is needed to seal off this area of the sea. Chow Yi took the map and nodded. I'll notify the Marine Sheriff's Department right away. Both the Marine Sheriff's Department and the Transportation Sheriff's Department are under the jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Department in the policing system. Chow Yi suddenly frowned, trying to understand something, and looked up to ask, Is there an unusual event coming up? Wei Ming searched for a moment and said, Yes, it's serious. There may be many transcendentalists coming to the South China Sea. The security of the South China Sea will depend on Brother Yi when the time comes. Chow Yi's eyes crossed with a touch of gloom. How come the aura is revived when it's fine? Those transcendentalist criminals are even more hateful than common criminals. Chow Yi solemnly said, I'll take care of it. Wei Ming continued, If there are, case that the Sheriff's Department can't settle, he will have to notify the Safety Management Station early. Chow Yi's eyes narrowed and he bowed his head. Yes. The following day, a tsunami inexplicably appeared in the Great Western Sea, and a typhoon arrived. The typhoon came so strangely that the South China Sea Meteorological Bureau, SCSMB, did not detect any warning at all. Chow Yi knew that an unusual event had occurred. A handful of people were hurrying through the rain in the pouring streets. Chow Yi's car didn't dare to drive too fast, and no matter how much the windshield wipers rubbed against the glass, the heavy rain would still form a curtain of water that would affect his vision. The car stopped in front of a pharmacy. The clouds were dense. The sky was a little dark, and the pharmacy had to keep its lights on day and night. Chow Yi stepped out of the car without an umbrella and had become a soupy mess by the time he walked into the pharmacy. A voice with a magnetic edge in its huskiness rang out. What do you need? Chow Yi looked over at his boss who was sitting at the bar reading a book. I know you are not an ordinary person. Can you teach me to cultivate immortality? It took great courage for Chow Yi to come to this boss. End of chapter 127. Chapter 127, Relic Opening. Chapter 127, Opening of the Relic. Li Yang held his cigarette, his deep eyes glancing through the curls of smoke as he surveyed Chow Yi's body. Rain-soaked vigilante uniforms, lovely eyes, and most importantly, the strong power of desire. Chow Yi's power of desire was the most intense Li Yang had ever seen. Bar none. Li Yang withdrew his gaze. Cultivating immortality? It's just mortal self-delusion, but I have the power you want. He returned his attention to the book. But what can you give me? Chow Yi moved closer to Li Yang, propped his hand on the table and whispered, I'd give everything I have if it gives me transcendent power, even a tiny bit. Li Yang didn't raise his head. You don't have anything I can see. Chow Yi froze. The sheriff's chief doesn't have anything that Li Yang sees? The mind recalled the woman who had maneuvered the auger that night. To be able to make that kind of mess at night, and for that street not to have any exposure the next day, was enough to show that the owner himself was powerful in the South China Sea. Chow Yui thought for a long time and said seriously, "If I had superhuman strength, I'd climb higher, and I'd always have what you want." Li Yang pulled up the corners of his mouth. "That's quite a shot you've got there." Black runes emerged from his eyes. "Can't help but wonder what your desires are? How far would you fight for that desire? Tell me your desires and I can give you a little of what you want." Chow Yui was secretly surprised as he watched the change in Li Yang's eyes, but his face did not show it. This is the quality of a sheriff's bureau chief. He gazes. "I want power. I want supreme power." Black runes emerged from Li Yang's eyes. The power of desire from Chow Yui's body surged into the runes in Li Yang's eyes. In the bar table, a potion of desire as deep as the abyss slowly takes shape in a magic jar of desire. Chow Yui watched Li Yang take out a paper cup from the bar. Amazingly, the paper cup somehow slowly floated black water. Li Yang pushed the paper cup containing the desire potion towards Chow Yui. "This is what you want. Drink it and you'll have access to transcendental powers." This was only a portion of the desire potion. Li Yang didn't take out all of the desire potion in the desire magic jar. Chow Yui looked at the cup of potion out of his mind. "You're just going to give it to me? It's the free stuff that's the most expensive, because it implicitly indicates the price tag. Tell me what it will cost me." Li Yang pushed the potion towards Chow Yui. "Since you said it was a secret price tag, that's what you should know. Do you still dare to drink?" Chow Yui grinned. "If you're not afraid of me reneging on my debt, what do I have to fear?" Chow Yui picked up the cup of potion and poured it into his mouth in one gulp. An arcane message surged into Chow Yui's mind. "Hooker, a messenger of soul deprivation for the god of death, with the power to judge souls. A hooker can gain the power of a demigod when he possesses the full gift and reaches the 9th rank. Mental power first order. Awakening talent, heart scale, heart scale." The black color of Chow Yui's pupils was spreading, and the entire whites of his eyes became as black as ink. "This is the power of a transcendent? My power is far stronger than those transcendent criminals." He looked at Li Yang in a daze, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. To the casual observer, Li Yang is still the same Li Yang who sits at the bar and reads a book. However, in Chow Yui's eyes, Li Yang exuded a terrifying pressure. The feeling, like a god or a devil. Chow Yui wanted to look more closely, and his eyes unconsciously radiated spiritual power. He could see that it wasn't human. Chow Yui's eyes were horrified, and he breathed heavily as he slowly backed away. Is that who the pharmacy owner really is?" Li Yang looked at Chow Yui in surprise. "What a remarkable power. Interesting." He took out another paper cup, and under the pull of the power of death, the remaining lust potion of the hooker appeared in the paper cup. The corner of Li Yang's mouth pulled up a smile. "Putting aside what you said about that dark price, one more deal with you." Chow Yui looked at the cup of desire potion out of his mind, as if he was gazing into an abyss, and it was hard to hide the greed that filled his eyes. His throat shrugged. "What do you, need from me?" Li Yang said. "Join the security administration." A few days later, many strange people came to the South China Sea. They conceal swords, charms, and some other weird stuff. Those people were secretly recorded by the sheriff's department. The opening of the relics near the South China Sea has attracted a large number of transcendents, and the sheriff's department happens to be identifying and documenting them. Stricter traffic management and marine policing by the South China Sea Security Bureau. Patrol cars can be seen on the road almost every day. It was doubtful that so many strange people were pouring into the South China Sea, which remained in perfect order, without a hint of disorder due to the arrival of outsiders. The upper echelon thought it was the work of Chow Yui, the director of the Security Bureau. In fact, these transcendents were nothing more than a bunch of passing mayflies to the South Seas. The Devil's Club is above all transcendentalists. The only reason the Demon Club is so peaceful right now is because it's secretly building up its strength and doesn't care to get involved in mortal rivalries. On this day, the surface of the Great Western Sea was unsettled. After the tsunami and typhoon had completely passed, a number of ships appeared on the sea. There are fishing boats, yachts, day boats, and official security boats. Security boats set up barriers at the mouths of various bays to detect incoming and outgoing vessels. There were casual cultivators posing as fishermen, pretending that they were the ones who fished. The administrator on the vigilante ship snapped his fingers, and a wisp of flame emerged, watching the casualty in disbelief. It was only then that the civilian casuals realized that the official transcendent agency had long been in place. All the loose cultivators were honest and lined up honestly to be tested and receive registration. It was good that the officials didn't intend to monopolize the relics and allowed the casual cultivators to enter that mysterious sea. There were helicopters flying overhead, and some casuals thought they were the transcendents going to the mysterious waters. They asked defiantly, "Why don't those people have to be inspected? Is it because they have money?" The official answer given was that those were clans that had long been registered. It was only then that the casual cultivators realized that there were actually quite a few transcendents who had already started their own sects. When the scattered cultivators finished their testing and entered the mysterious sea, there was one thing after another that surprised them. There were little Taoist priests with thunder wrapped around their bodies flying with their swords. There were young men in tan costumes holding oil paper umbrellas walking in the air. Most jaw-dropping of all, there's a little monkey riding the waves on a shark. These memes made the casual cultivators envious, and they realized how big this world really was. One really isn't that heavenly destiny protagonist. One is but a pawn among many lucky ones. It's like the 100,000 heavenly soldiers who surrounded the monkey. Approaching an island, the sea becomes strange. A tiny whirlpool formed on the calm sea. Suddenly, a horrible tentacle burrows out to sea and pulls a fishing boat into the deep. The casual cultivator disappeared from the crowd's view without even letting out a cry of surprise. P.S. 2 more in a bit, plus more. So please listen to the author bleep a little first. Kowtowing, hugging, thanking. The writer was diagnosed today with severe anxiety plus severe depression and is actively working with treatment. Not selling out. Don't care to sell out. Folks, look back. I told you, the author's writing skills shouldn't be like this. The author is obviously very strong. Used to be a dominant presence on the list too, okay, The problem is that there is less and less inspiration. And my inspiration comes from passion. From dopamine. The doctor said that depression is when the brain doesn't produce dopamine anymore and gave me medication that will improve later. What I'm trying to convey is that when I get better, this book will get better. Now what about? Could you please comment on this chapter about what the author did wrong with this book? The writer will actively take on board comments, reflect, and judge himself. I hold myself to a very high standard of what I write, and I don't allow myself to write a pile for everyone to read. The book actually has an ambush every 10 chapters or so that will blow up at the end. I'm also sure you all enjoyed the Desire Magic Jar story as well. So could it be possible to work with the author to get this story right? Please review this book and criticize the author to your heart's content. 2 extra chapters as a thank you. End of chapter 128. Chapter 128, Terrifying Teenage Demon Race. Chapter 128, Terrifying Teenage Demon Race. The loose cultivators all panicked. It was the first time they had seen such a monster, only to see several tentacles break through the sea level once again, ruthlessly slapping between the scattered cultivators. Several ships scattered. Some of the scattered cultivators went to rescue the rest of the scattered cultivators that the stranger didn't know, and when they dived into the sea, they saw the horrible thing that made their hearts stop beating. It was a huge octopus. An octopus with 16 dark green eyes each as big as a millstone and a mouth full of huge fangs protruding from it. The entire body was as big as a 3-story villa. People with deep-sea phobias are afraid they'll just piss themselves. Several tentacles of the demonic octopus rushed out of the sea again, this time targeting the helicopters in the air. From the helicopter, several well-dressed men flung out yellow charms. Boom, boom, boom. The air made a violent popping sound. The tentacles of the demonic octopus deflected and smashed into the sea, and many more transcendents were victimized. The casuals on the sea cried out. They regretted coming to this unlucky relic. That night they felt something in their hearts and sensed that something was happening in the Great Western Sea. They also all had a strange dream at night, in which they were told that an opportunity had arisen in the Great Western Sea. Thus, all of these loose cultivators rushed towards this part of the South China Sea. They had thought that they were the protagonists of heaven's destiny, thinking that they were going to win and marry a rich white woman and go to the peak of their lives. Who would have thought that the world of transcendentalists was so treacherous? The stuff in mythology is all for fun and whoever really encounters it has numbclaws. Demon, don't hurt anyone. The Shushan sect leader, Zhang Xiaoyi, who was flying with his sword in the sky, struck out. Thunder flickered in his eyes, and red scales surfaced out of his eyebrows. Zhang Xiaoyi made seals with both hands, and thunder appeared out of thin air, killing towards the demonic octopus. The demonic evil octopus let out an ear-piercing hissing scream, and countless casual cultivators covered their ears in agony. The sea was electrically conductive, and this move not only hit the demonic octopus hard, but also short-circuited some of the ships. Sect Master, take it in. Master, let's do it. The Shushan disciples on one of the cruise ships called out. Thunder and lightning kept striking the sea, and sooner or later they would suffer the waves. The one who suffered the most was the Shu Mountain disciple in the cab. He's from out of town and this boat is the lifeblood of the family. That palm moved straight up, ate up a lot of precision electronic parts out of whack. Good thing it's still open. Yo, it's the sect leader of Shushan? It's been a long time. I'll help you. A big, milky gulp came. The little monkey on the surface of the sea riding a shark was covered in flames and rose up to the sky. Hot flames of vengeance swirling towards the demonic octopus. The fire of vengeance is strong and not extinguished by mundane flames. This demonic evil octopus was nothing more than a terrifying physical body, and didn't have any strange skills that could stop the flames from burning. The little monkey dropped down, stood on bended knees over the shark, and called out, "Hiya!" The shark leapt out of the sea with a long leap, and the little monkey harnessed the shark to keep throwing flames at the demonic octopus. Seeing such strong support, the casual cultivators raised their fighting spirit and slashed with their weapons or attacked with fireballs, wind blades, and water arrows. As the fight rages on, the little monkey looks to the sky in displeasure. That helicopter wasn't even in the fight, heading straight for the island. Not only that helicopter, but also the young man in a tang suit with an oil paper umbrella, ignored the battle and followed the helicopter closely. The little monkey was disgruntled. Why did you run away? How unrighteous. Monkey scratches his head. Hey, Sect Master Shoe Mountain, the umbrella in that person's hand looks familiar. The little monkey's eyes burned with flames, and the firelight transformed into two flashlight-like rays that shone on the tang-suited teenager. It saw a red, shadowy aura wrapped around the teenager in the tang suit. The little monkey called out, "It's him! I remember. He's holding the umbrella from the relics." Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes darkened. Evil family, evil unicorn. The evil family is very powerful in the imperial capital. It was fortunate that he had become a transcendent. Otherwise the Zhang family did not know how much bullying they had suffered because of the appearance of the evil Qilin. Zhang Xiaoyi suddenly saw something and snapped, "Monkey, look out!" The little monkey didn't understand what was going on. By the time it noticed, there were already thick, long shadows underneath it, gradually expanding. A huge tentacle rushed out from the waters below the shark, which was shattered directly by the huge force. The little monkey jumped into the sky and the tentacles continued to kill the little monkey with undiminished force. Maru's spice. This was the little monkey's thought at this time. Fresh. In the hour of peril, an eagle's cry came from the sky, and shadows enveloped a sea. The many casual cultivators looked up, and it was actually a huge white-headed eagle. Around the bald eagle, birds gather. On the white-headed eagle, a black-clad, long-haired teenager cocked his head and looked indifferently at the sea. In the next second, the black-clothed, long-haired teenager struck. He rushed at the little monkey, a pair of black wings sprouting from his back, and hugged the little monkey. The crowd was horrified. Growing wings? It's a demon. A demon in human form? The evil octopus was enraged, and several tentacles killed towards the black-clothed, long-haired teenager. The long-haired boy in black deftly dodged between the tentacles. Seeing that it couldn't help the black-clothed, long-haired teenager, the evil octopus's tentacles rushed towards the giant white-headed eagle. The giant white-headed eagle sensed the crisis and hissed in terror. The black-clothed, long-haired teenager's eyes were filled with a murderous aura as he hissed and opened his mouth. Dare to touch this king's people, be executed. The giant black snake slowly emerged on the black-clothed teenager, its huge triangular head spitting out long snake letters. Immediately after that, the black devil snake rushed inside the sea. Boom! Wow! A loud bang was followed by a chilling scream from the depths of the ocean. Soon, the body of a huge octopus surfaced. The whole room was silent. The crowd looked at the black-clothed, long-haired teenager in horror. What a character! What a terrifying power! Have the transcendents of this world reached this point? He calls himself the king? What the hell is this coming from? The administrators of the security administration recorded the scene before them with solemn faces. Zhang Xiaoyi looked at the black-clothed, long-haired teenager stonily. This teenager is powerful. Among the scattered cultivators, Yi Fan, who was traveling on a fishing boat, whispered, "Teacher, what kind of person is this?" Mo Yulin spoke after a moment of contemplation. There are too many terrifyingly strong people in this world, and you've only seen this one. You know, it was only the hell of the Tang dynasty that was as strong as it was. You, cultivate well. Cultivate master's spiritual awareness body gathering technique to its peak, and you may not be worse than them. Yi Fan said seriously. Disciple, keep in mind, in his eyes was ambition. An ambition to get drunk and cut loose with the strongest men in the world. The black-clad, long-haired boy, deep in his heart, grabbed the back of the little monkey's neck and flew up above the white-headed eagle. The little monkey scratched his head, embarrassed. Thank you, big brother, for saving me. The long-haired boy in black cocked his head at the little monkey. A peach tree asked me to take care of you. The little monkey froze. You know my master? The long-haired teenager in black was not talkative. The white-headed eagle let out a long whistle and flew towards the island. End of chapter. Chapter 129. Chapter 129, Greedy Transcendence. Chapter 129, Greedy Transcendent. There are also all sorts of ocean demons on the surface. Luckily, those demons were quite a bit weaker than the evil octopus, and the casual cultivators were able to kill them with a concerted effort. However, there are still many casual cultivators who are afraid of this sea, afraid that they will not dare to take a sea bath in this life, and the deep-sea phobia has left a mark. The casuals were turned off by the Islands of Opportunity and begged the sheriff's department to send them back. The sheriff's department also spoiled the stragglers, and a sheriff's boat carried the stragglers back to land. Only half of them actually reached the island. It was already dark. The stars ripped through the night, blinking eerily. The transcendents didn't dare to explore deeper and rested in the forest. Each has a campground. Yi Fan and Zhang Shui knew each other and also followed the Shushan disciples in the same camp. As the two of them chatted idly, Heartless Monkey landed beside the two of them on a swing in the woods. Yi Fan looked at the little monkey curiously. It was the first time he had seen a demon. Yi Fan called out to Mo Yulin in his mind. Teacher, do you know this demon? Mo Yulin replied. It's called Li Xin Ape, Taoist name Heartless, and I think it also has the inheritance of a great person. Yi Fan secretly admired his master for being so knowledgeable. Zhang Shui handed the Heartless Monkey a cup of water. Didn't that demonic Taoist friend of yours take you away? Why are you back? The heartless little monkey squirmed. He got tired of me talking too much and kicked me out. Zhang Shui found it funny. You guys used to know each other? That one is truly the strongest transcendent I've ever seen. The mindless little monkey shook his head. He said he knew my master. Zhang Shui also did not pursue who the heartless little monkey's master was. It's even more important not to cross the line between friends. The heartless little monkey put down his glass of water and immediately tensed up. By the way, he told me not to stay in the woods for long. It's dangerous here. Zhang Shui did not doubt, let alone hesitate, and immediately got up. Shushan disciples, admonish your fellow disciples to leave the woods immediately. The Shushan disciples didn't dare to disrespect the orders of the sect leader and got up to carry out the sect leader's mission. Suddenly, the light dimmed as fast as the eye could see. It was as if someone had flicked a switch and quickly turned out the lights. Zhang Shui said in a deep voice, it's late. Soon the woods changed. The thick canopy of trees lit up with a fascinating luminescence. A number of faint fluorescent dots fluttering in all directions. The fluorescent dots gradually expanded, scattering in every corner of space. The crowd had the feeling of being in the Milky Way. Someone female casual cultivator covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock, oh my god, it's so beautiful. Is this a fairy island? Zhang Shui looked at the female casual cultivator with the eyes of a retard. Those who have never experienced the ruins of an ancient tomb will never understand that danger is everywhere in the ruins. What's going on? Watch the ground. The ground squirmed as a tree root broke out, actually tearing a casual cultivator right through. That female loose cultivator woke up as if from a dream, and her face turned pale. What's going on? Zhang Shui angrily shouted, back away from the woods. After saying that, Zhang Shui's eyes erupted with thunder as he rushed into the woods with his sword to cut down the roots of the demon tree. The heartless little monkey also burned with flames and rushed into the dense forest to help Zhang Shui. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Teacher, can I go to the rescue? Mo Yulin asked. Why? Yi Fan said. Without the sect leader of Shushan and fellow heartless Taoist beheading the sea demons on the road, my disciple might have died at sea. They were in danger to save others, and the disciple is unwilling to see them die. Mo Yulin said with relief. This is the kind of bosom that a person of cultivation should have, unlike your big senior brother. Yi Fan froze for a moment. Teacher, who exactly is eldest brother? Has he done you wrong? Mo Yulin said once, not willing to say more, just said, go ahead if you want to. Master will step in at the critical moment. Yi Fan's face showed joy. There's no need for the teacher to make a move. Disciple can handle it. Yi Fan held the talisman and rushed into the sea of trees. This sea of trees was the product of Li Yang's experiments, and even the apostles found this place tricky, and the degree of menace was evident. Luckily, Yi Fan, Heartless Monkey, and Zhang Shui, all of whom were the best amongst the transcendents, were barely able to resist. Just as the scattered cultivators gradually withdrew from the dense forest, fluorescent lights like stars in the woods fell into the land. A fluorescent grass peeks out of the ground. The eyes of the casual cultivators who had managed to exit the dense forest were straight. Those grasses can help one achieve transcendence, and are a rare treasure. This stuff can be taken out and sold for a sweet each. The red-eyed casual cultivators unexpectedly killed back. Zhang Shui burst into a rage. What are you doing? Danger! The scattered cultivators who had originally fought to the death to save Zhang Shui and the others unexpectedly revealed their dissatisfaction towards Zhang Shui. They went so far as to think that Zhang Shui and the others had known that the spirit plant immortal grass would appear and wanted to drive them away to monopolize the spirit plant immortal grass. South China Sea. Mid-levels villa. The tree of human nature is in the hall, creating a water screen that reflects the scene in the remains of the island. Li Yang watched the unknowing loose cultivators kill their way back to the secret realm, and the corner of his mouth pulled out a sneer. Greed was one of the original sins he detested most, and the desire of the human heart he found most amusing. Rattled Sked. You can be so bad. That said, does it do you any good if these transcendents die? It doesn't do you much good to have so many transcendents dead, does it? Li Yang lit a cigarette and spoke. Do I have to protect those transcendents like pandas? There will be more and more transcendents in Xia. The sooner you become a transcendent, the broader your future prospects will be. These people are the precursors to the transcendents of the Summerland. I need a bunch of greedy people who don't want to die to lay the groundwork for a future transcendental world. It is greed that drives human progress. Li Yang's idea was simple. If the Transcendents each practiced hard behind closed doors, it would indeed allow Li Yang to gain quite a bit of spiritual power. But everything has to be looked at in retrospect. If the world had a bunch of greedy and powerful Transcendents, the Transcendent world would grow much more rapidly. Transcendentalists, they should sacrifice their lives for 3 tails of pills. They didn't need Li Yang to deduce that they would spread the Transcendental civilization themselves. The more the Transcendental civilization flourished, the faster Li Yang's power would rise. What Li Yang is doing is cultivating and screening. Suddenly, Li Yang frowned and narrowed his eyes at the water screen. Yi Fan, Heartless Monkey and Zhang Xiaoyi rushed too deep and were surrounded by tree spirits. A black-clothed, long-haired teenager descended from the sky, tearing at the roots of the tree spirit, and would carry the heartless little monkey up into the sky. The thick tree spirit rhizome was about to hit the black-clothed, long-haired teenager when Yi Fan threw out a talisman to blow up the tree spirit rhizome. The black-clothed, long-haired teenager turned around and gave Yi Fan a complicated look, and in passing, he brought Yi Fan along with him to leave the sea of trees. Li Yang raised his eyes and stared at the earthly essence tree. The 100 faces of the human nature tree make a closed-eye gesture at the same time. Rattlesnake's secret grimace, I don't know what to do with you. 2 old foxes. What a show. End of chapter 130. Chapter 130, Worship. Chapter 130, The Remains of the Island. A corner outside the woods. Raven asked with complicated eyes. Why are you helping me? Yi Fan scratched his head, displayed the word meaning on his arm, and said, in life, loyalty and righteousness come first. You guys saved my life, I have to help you too. Crow cocked his head at Yi Fan. I don't remember saving you. Yi Fan blinked his eyes. How could it not have been saved? You killed that monster octopus in the middle of the ocean today during the day. If you hadn't stepped in, I might have died at sea. Raven frowned. I was trying to save the monkey. Yi Fan hemmed and hawed. Anyway, the favor is noted. Raven doos in thought. He couldn't understand loyalty. There are only masters and slaves in his world. Yi Fan's behavior broke his understanding. Superlative belongs to be. It was half a moment before the Raven said seriously. You're funny. Come with the king. He'll protect you. Ha! Yi Fan froze for a moment. The mindless little monkey jumped up with a slap. Good. Then we'll be brothers with different surnames. The term opposite-sex brother was learned by the heartless little monkey in the dry rice bowl of Changbai Mountain from a couple of mountain drovers, which the little monkey found quite amusing. A sworn brother has to be one who can be loyal to each other, and little monkey felt that both Crow and Yi Fan were quite reliable. The whole bonding thing is obviously over the top for Raven as well. Crow had intended for Yi Fan to be his subject. Raven asked with a frown, what does tying the knot mean? The mindless little monkey scratched his head. That's right, the 3 of us will be good brothers from now on, sharing the same blessings and difficulties. You'll be the big brother and we'll both listen to you. Raven understood. These 2 are trying to be kings. Seeing as they're not bad, they can barely spare a king for them. Raven nodded. Good. Then he sparsely performs a rudimentary ceremony with the heartless monkey and Yi Fan. Oddly interesting. Only the Raven interrupted them when they said that the heavens were above. What the heavens are above? This king does not worship the heavens. Raven knelt down to where the ocean was and said solemnly, Death is upon me. I Black Emperor. Death is what Raven believes in. Hearing the name Death, Heartless Monkey remembered the voice in his head. When justice cannot be done, then the fires of vengeance from hell are noble. The heartless little monkey hurriedly said, I, Li Hard Ape. Yi Fan also followed the duo's example and said seriously, I, Yi Fan. It didn't matter to Yi Fan who the Grim Reaper was. Mo Yulin in Yi Fan's ring immediately figured out something when he heard the name. Was this teenager who called himself the Black Emperor also a powerful member of the ancient hell? Mo Yulin couldn't help but sigh. TSK, 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 you brat. You're so lucky. This big brother of yours is not simple. Well, a raven, a monkey, and a punk, and it's just a sparse bonding. Crow is the oldest, Monkey is the second, and Yi Fan is the third. In the distance, a pair of eyes had been staring at them. The eyes immediately withdrew their sight and quickly disappeared as Raven looked back if she felt anything. The crow didn't care about the district's mole crickets and got up. The king has come to the ruins to do something important. The king has to leave first. Monkey, Lao San, you have to take care of each other. The camp on the other side of the island is home to more than 24 young men and women. They sat behind the reef in mourning. Too many masters and brothers had died in the island ruins. They hadn't experienced life and death battles before, and their minds were a bit broken. Patriarch Han Hai didn't have those sentimental feelings. Looking at the ground full of spirit plants, immortal grass, smilingly rushed the tang-suited teenager to ask, Mr. Evil, how are we going to distribute this? Half for one person won't do. My rune sect has lost more than 30 disciples. The evil Qilin faintly said, I want it all. Han Hai burst into a rage. Don't be so greedy. The evil Qilin glanced at Han Hai. Don't forget that I will help you kill Yi Fan. Yifan's price tag can't be the same as before. The person who had previously spied on Yifan's trio as they tied the knot was a disciple of the rune sect. Yifan is now married to Monkey Crow, and the difficulty is indeed much higher. Han Hai's eyes were gloomy when he heard the word Yifan. He could see clearly in the woods that Yifan actually possessed the Mother Talisman. The Mother Talisman was something that only the Talisman sect master was qualified to refine, and Yifan surprisingly knew how to do it as well. When did that old thing get such a disciple? Han Hai said in a deep voice. My disciple said that the black-clothed demonic teenager left, leaving only a monkey by Yifan's side. With the ancient tomb treasures in your hands, your grasp should not be small. The evil unicorn grunted lightly. You think that monkey is simple? You've seen what monkeys can do in the ancient tomb ruins, haven't you? Han Hai nodded through gritted teeth. Okay, it's all yours. What do we do next? The evil unicorn pulled up the corners of his mouth. I have sensed the location of the entrance to the ruins. Let's rush in while most of the people are fighting for their lives against these monstrous trees. The crowd of Talisman sect disciples looked at the evil Qilin in horror. They had all seen the horrors of the woods, so where would they dare to rush in at this time? The evil Qilin continued. I think there are some experts that have already headed towards the entrance of the ruins. If you want to be a human being and have more power, you have to not be afraid of death. Such a great opportunity. Patriarch Han wants to give it away? Han Hai got up and said in a cold voice. Talisman sect disciples listened to the order. Follow this patriarch to the entrance of the ruins. In a hole in the ground in the forest, there were countless grasses inside the cave, bubbling with an eerie green color, bringing brightness to the cave while adding a touch of eeriness. The figures of evil Qilin and the others appeared here. The rune sect disciples were missing 7 more, all of them buried in the horrible woods. Han Hai greedily looked at the hole full of exotic grasses. Those are some good ones. The evil unicorn stared into the depths. I don't want any of these treasures. Let's change someone from you. Han Hai looked at the evil Qilin suspiciously. Change who? The evil Qilin glanced at a female rune sect disciple. That's her. Follow me inside. Han Hai flashed a smile that men understand. That female rune sect disciple had good posture, and she also knew quite a bit about men's minds. That was why she was able to walk here without using much mental energy under the protection of her senior brothers. Han Hai said graciously, Lulu, go with Mr. Evil. The female disciple scraped Han Hai fiercely. After the old patriarch's death, he hadn't served Han Hai much, so he just gave himself away? Good thing, too. It seems that this teenager has taken a liking to himself. He or she is kind of flying under the radar. This teenager is capable of a lot. The female disciple's face revealed a touch of shyness. Quietly pulling her collar downwards, she lightly moved her lotus steps and came in front of the evil Qilin. Mr. Evil, please also take more care of Sister Ah. The evil unicorn hung a gentle smile. That's for sure. The umbrella trembled slightly in his hand. Evil Kirin gave a firm grip, and the umbrella settled down. Han Hai was busy scavenging the exotic grasses here, while the evil Qilin was holding the female disciple's hand towards the depths when he suddenly stopped. Patriarch Han still needs to be quicker. I can feel that the Shushan disciples and the people from the ANB are almost at the entrance of the cave. Han Hai said smilingly, don't bother Mr. Evil, but don't forget to help me kill Yifan when he gets over here. The hole in the ground got deeper and deeper, and after half an hour of walking, the evil Qilin's face became more and more gloomy. He stopped dead in his tracks. Not right, the female disciple asked softly. What's wrong? Saying that, he also secretly moved closer towards the evil unicorn so that his good perfume could be smelled by the evil unicorn. The evil unicorn said in disbelief, even though I used divination and deduced the safest path, this is a relic. Even if it was any safer, it's been half an hour of walking. Why aren't you dead? The female disciple froze. Mr. Evil, what do you mean by that? The evil unicorn explained. It's overly safe here, and it looks like someone has already been here, long ago, to break the dangers of the place. He had let that idiot Han Hai scavenge the strange grasses in order to monopolize the true treasures of the relics. It was just that he who had experienced the ancient tomb relics knew that the relics were full of dangers, and he would die if he didn't pay attention. That was why he had brought a rune sect disciple with the best mental state with him. The female disciple instantly felt that this little brother was 100 times more vicious than her own black-hearted sect leader. She herself is obviously a great beauty like Jade. This evil Qilin actually wanted himself to be a guinea pig to detect danger or use to ward off disaster. Han Hai doesn't even want to give up his hot hand. The evil Qilin continued. There shouldn't be any danger on the road ahead, so I don't need you to accompany me. The female disciple looks back the way she walked. It was dark and scary, like the mouth of a man-eating demon. She smiled unnaturally. Are you making your sister walk back? The evil unicorn shook his head. No, you made my lady jealous. So sorry about that. The 8-foot bride in the oil paper umbrella couldn't hold back any longer and hissed as she burrowed out of the oil paper umbrella, staring resentfully at the female disciple. You seduced my husband. You seduced my husband. A hissing sound resounded through the stone pathway. The female disciple fell to the ground in shock. Mr. Evil. The evil Qilin made a Buddhist salute with one hand, full of apologies. The poor monk will transcend for you. The 8-foot bride angrily pounced on the female disciple, and the only sound left in the cave was the female disciple's screams. The 8-foot bride tore into the female disciple, looking at the evil Qilin with murderous intent and hissing shrilly. Sunga, don't you love warm smoke anymore? It seemed that as long as the evil Qilin answered unsatisfactorily to her, she would even tear the evil Qilin apart. The evil unicorn tenderly caressed the face of his 8-foot bride. What a silly thing to say. You're my favorite. There was definitely more than one path to the deepest part, and there might already be bad people inside who wanted to snatch my husband's chance. Be a good girl, and help my husband in a while. The 8-foot bride calmed down and grabbed the evil unicorn's little hand and behaved herself. I will kill all the bad guys for Sunga. End of chapter 131. Chapter 131 Destiny. Chapter 131. The deepest part of the ruins. Jagged rocks and moss-covered walls. The evil unicorn walked to the final hole with his oil paper umbrella. Inside, the sound of a fierce fight was coming from the inside at the moment. The evil Qilin's face sank. Did someone else get there first? Half hidden behind the stone wall, he turned sideways and cautiously peered inside. A giant sword with an odd shape floated on the dark surface of the sea. In front of the giant sword, a black-clothed, long-haired teenager formed his hands into claws and maneuvered a black demonic serpent to wrap around the giant sword in death. The giant sword trembled violently, occasionally emitting a horrifying sword sound. The teenager was struggling to tame the giant sword. A dozen blonde foreigners were surrounding the teenager. Since the teenager's entire mind was focused on taming the giant sword, he was only defending or dodging the attacks of those geezers, and he couldn't even spare a hand to return the favor. The evil unicorn, the leader of the geezers, had seen it before. It was Lilith who had left him in the tomb. He had investigated Lilith using the evil family's contacts. If it was difficult for others to find out Lilith's background, the evil family could easily do so, because Chen, the director of the South China Sea Green Sanatorium, was originally a dog of the evil family, and broke off relations with the evil family after a trip to the flag. A hint of killing intent appeared on the evil Qilin's face. Whether it was Lilith or the boy in black, he wanted to get killed. One is the one who victimized himself, and the other is the sworn brother of a dead rival. The evil unicorn stood quietly. He's waiting for Lilith and the boy in black to lose both. A little bit of time passed, and the dozen or so foreigners were surprisingly never able to defeat the black-clothed teenager. Just then, a startled voice came from behind him. Evil unicorn? The evil unicorn turned back. It was a little Taoist priest, a young blonde man, a little monkey. The evil unicorn's heart sank. Zhang Shui, Yi Fan. How did those two get together? Sure enough, there are many paths leading to this place. Did they meet on the way? Sure enough, he was in conflict with these two. Yi Fan took out the mother talisman in his left pocket and held a large handful of child talismans in his right hand. Evil family brat, since we've met, let's settle the grudge. At the same time, spiritual energy intertwined around them, forming a spider web invisible to the naked eye. This was a use of the spiritual awareness body gathering technique. The little monkey was on fire. Since its third brother's enemy, it's mine. Red scales emerged from Zhang Shui's eyebrows. It would be great to kill the evil Qilin here, and it would solve a big problem for the Zhang family. A large amount of red smoke emanated from the oil paper umbrella in the evil Qilin's hand. The figure of the 8-foot bride emerged, and without saying a word he killed towards the two men and the monkey. He is very weak inside. It was already difficult to deal with Yi Fan and Zhang Shui, but this time there was another powerful demon monkey? Isn't this God's way of killing him? At this point, two more groups arrived here. The evil Qilin showed a joyful face and said in a loud voice, Patriarch Han, if we don't kill Yi Fan at this time, when will we wait? These two groups of people, one group is the Rune clan and the other group is the administrators of the security administration. Han Hai's eyes were filled with jealousy when he saw the spiderweb of spiritual power around Yi Fan. That old thing actually gave you all the spiritual awareness body gathering technique. Damn it. Rune sect disciples listened to the order. That golden-haired kid is a rebel of the Rune sect. Kill him. Several spirit talismans killed towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan was confused and blocked in panic. A group of Rune sect disciples suddenly appeared, and Yi Fan hadn't had time to happily recognize his relatives. However, instead of helping their fellow disciples to kill the evil Qilin, how did these relatives fight him instead? Soon he figured it out. The teacher's death should be the result of the same door's usurpation. Now they're going to kill the teacher's last legacy. No wonder Sensei always looks sad when he mentions elder brother. It seems like that senior brother is that current Rune sect patriarch. Yi Fan roared. Monkey, sect master Zhang, you guys stall the evil family kid first. I'll clean up the door for the Fu sect first. Yifan's spiritual power exploded as he tried his best to dodge the attacks of the Fu sect's disciples and did not harm the Fu sect's disciples, but just rushed towards Han Hai full of anger. The evil family's vendetta is put aside for now, and the one who broke the teacher's heart must die first. With less help from Yifan, Zhang Xiaoyi and the heartless little monkey's suppression of the 8-foot bride gradually weakened. The battle was hard to win. The administrators of the security administration looked at each other in disbelief. What's with the fight right off the bat? Wei Ming thought about pointing at Han Hai angrily. Asterisk 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 him. The administrators sniffed and killed Han Hai with their standardized weapons. Han Hai said in shocked anger, I have an agreement with Master He. As long as I do not violate the law and order regulations, the officials will not take action against me. Officer Wei Ming, why is this? Is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? Wei Ming exclaimed. I saw you guys take a shot at Taoist Zhang. Taoist Master Chung is my senior special advisor to the Security Bureau. You are assaulting the police. You are in violation of safety regulations. Wei Ming didn't know what was going on, but know that Shushan and the security administration have been tied together. He had to do everything he could to help Shushan, and he couldn't let the head of Shushan get cold feet. Listening to their words, the evil Qilin's eyes went round as he looked at Wei Ming uneasily. What did you say his name was? Wei Ming? People with names like B, Fan and Ming are all out, right? This hole in the ground isn't going to be its own graveyard, is it? The battle was getting messy, and the upper wall of the stone path was dropping slag straight down. Cold sweat broke out on the evil Qilin's forehead, unable to fight anymore, and his heart was getting scared. He grabbed the oil paper umbrella and stormed inside the stone cave. All that was left of that sea in the cave of stone was the raven desperately trying to tame the giant sword. The evolvers of the God Creation Organization had hidden themselves after sensing the movement outside the cave entrance. They only wanted the treasures within the relics and didn't want to cause trouble. The evil Kirin was the one who was fighting while keeping his eyes open. After all, it was the 8-foot bride who was fighting, and he was just watching. Similar to a summoner who relied on his pet to fight, he could see the hiding place of those few people from the God-making organization. The evil Qilin laboriously climbed to the top of a reef, huffing and puffing as he looked down at the group of foreigners hiding behind the reef. His own battle prowess was not high, relying solely on his 8-foot bride, and his stamina was not great. Lilith locked eyes with the evil unicorn. Surprised, it's you? The evil unicorn gasped for air. You, help me. Lilith clasped her arms in a cold voice. What's it to me if you guys are fighting amongst yourselves? The evil Qilin no longer looked at her and held his breath as he shouted at the charging Zhang Xiaoyi, Taoist Zhang, and the official brothers outside. Disturbing law and order in the South China Sea. The people behind the South China Sea Green Sanatorium are here. Aren't the disciples of Shushan upholding peace in the world? Isn't it official to maintain law and order in the Summerland? Are you going to kill me for personal vendetta? Or are you going to kill the villains first for the greater good of law and order? The evil Kirin was drenched in sweat after shouting, and his tang suit was wet. He bent his knees and half-kneeled on the reef, quickly calmed his breathing, and addressed Lilith seriously. Beauty, their pack is going to kill you first. We'll just have to live and die by each other. Lilith said with a murderous glare. I should have killed you in the tomb in the first place. The evil unicorn waved his hand. There are too many people trying to kill me today, so you'll have to wait. You go stop that monkey and leave the Taoist to me. End of chapter 132. Chapter 132, The Magic Sword. Chapter 132, The Magic Sword. Deep in the cavern of the earth, the air of the grim supermarket was filled with tension. The Transcendents were divided into two groups, swords drawn. The Rune Sect, the God Creation Organization, and the evil Qilin were on the same front. Security Administration, Shu Shan, Zhang Xiaoyi, Yi Fan, and Monkey are on the same page. The two groups were evenly matched. One has to admire the evil unicorn for having a couple of tricks up his sleeve with this propped-up dweller. It was clear that he had come alone, but he had pulled two groups of forces to fight alongside him. Even the evil Qilin was the temporary leader of the two groups of forces. This was because both the Rune Sect and the God Creation Organization thought that the other party was reinforcements from the evil Qilin. No one would offend the evil Qilin in this life and death situation. The evil unicorn whispered as he stood on the reef. Warm smoke. The tall figure of the 8-foot bride appeared in front, just half a body shorter than the evil Qilin. Sagittarius. The evil Qilin pointed at Zhang Xiaoyi. Kill. With a stern cry from the 8-foot bride, a great melee began. The 8-foot bride took on Zhang Xiaoyi. Han Hai took on Yifan. Lilith, who possessed spiritual power and her battle power had gone up another level, took on the heartless little monkey. Lilith was very fond of the monkey, and this kind of transcendental monkey was given to her father. Who would have loved it? The Rune Sect disciples, on the other hand, battled with the Shushan Mountain disciples, the Security Administration administrators. The battle became more and more intense, with fire and lightning flashing in the air. Runes and incantations were strewn across the sky. and swords were in shadow. The Transcendents were more composed. They all understood that who would get the chance, or even who would survive, depended on who would fight harder. The evil unicorn gritted his teeth and swore darkly. If he didn't kill the ones this time and he made it back alive, he must create an organization of Transcendents. Then, kill all those assholes who tangled with his fate. Well, the 8-foot bride didn't disappoint the evil unicorn. The 8-foot bride was alone against Zhang Shui, who quickly fell into a disadvantage and struggled to resist. The evil Qilin's eyes blossomed with surprise as he reached out his hand towards warm smoke and shouted, "Nuan Yen, kill that Taoist priest. I'll go back and get married with you. There will be an 8-carried sedan chair and a high hall to celebrate." The evil Qilin's words directly doped up the 8-foot bride. The 8-foot bride screamed as the surging ghost chi became even more intense, and Zhang Shui's lightning was almost drowned by the ghost chi. You know, the evil unicorn took the safe path and didn't bother to come here. Zhang Shui, however, used his spiritual power to kill here. Zhang Shui, who had consumed a large amount of mental energy, was completely outmatched in a duel with the 8-foot bride at this moment. Suddenly, a ghostly purple light cut through the darkness of the hole in the ground, and everyone felt a blinding flash, accompanied by the sound of wind whistling and popping that was going to shatter the eardrums. A huge sword smashed into the battle circle like a meteor. It happened to stab into the stone ground between the 8-foot bride and Zhang Shui. The crowd stopped fighting in unison and looked up. Halfway across the sea, the black-clad, long-haired teenager trembled. The devil snake sensed its master's anger and also coiled uneasily, spitting its snake letters and hissing. The black-clothed, long-haired boy looked at the huge sword unwillingly. Why won't you submit to the king? What the hell kind of restraints did he put on you? This magic sword had Li Yang's magic array prohibition in it, and the crows were unable to break it at all. Without being able to break this prohibition, it would be impossible for it to control the magic sword and use the transcendent power in it. The little monkey milked up towards the sky. Big brother, leave that broken sword alone. Your 2 younger brothers are going to be bullied to death. A dense murderous aura instantly erupted from the crow's body as he coldly stared at the little monkey. Who dares to touch this king's personally appointed prince? It was reasonable to say that if the crow called himself the king, then he himself was the king. In fact, the crows call themselves the king just because they think it sounds good. He thinks he's the emperor's. The little monkey was pointing wildly through the crowd. Just her, just him, and him. The raven laughed in anger. Well, a sword against this king. You also dare to go against this king. The raven transformed its palm into a claw, and the demonic snake instantly swelled up and transformed into a giant black snake, killing towards the few people that Lilith's little monkey was pointing at. The rune sect disciples were simply no match for the crows. Wherever the devil snake passed, it would surely take away the life of a rune sect disciple or a member of the God creation organization. Lilith dodged the demonic snake in horror. She recalled the fear dictated by the woman who called herself the Black Queen. It was the same manipulation of the augur, and it was equally terrifying. How can the Summerland be so horrible? The evil unicorn roared. Nuan Yen, forget about Zhang Shui and kill that birdman. The 8-foot bride whistled shrilly and lunged into the sky. Raven rounded her eyes. You call this King Birdman? The devil snake hissed and killed towards the back of the 8-foot bride. The 8-foot bride was no match for the demonic serpent and fell heavily to the ground, her body becoming translucent and her ghostly aura thinning. The evil unicorn exclaimed. Warm smoke. The raven looked down on the injured 8-foot bride. You were created by him, counted as being of the same lineage as this king. This king will not kill you. These words exploded like muffled thunder in the hearts of several transcendents who had experienced the ancient tomb ruins. They all knew that the 8-foot bride was a powerful man before the Tang dynasty. It's just that the 8-foot bride was sealed for too long, went crazy, and was somehow taken in by the evil unicorn. This black-clothed, long-haired teenager, could he also be a pre-Tang dynasty character? Could he be from hell too? This is an ancient powerhouse. No wonder he always referred to himself as the king. How could modern people call themselves that? Han Hai immediately knelt down. Great king, it's all a misunderstanding. The scene gets weird. Because of the presence of Raven alone, all of them lost the will to fight, and there was no need to fight. While the minds and eyes of the entire crowd were focused on the crow, Wei Ming kept staring at the magic sword. His breath caught and he moved slowly towards the magic sword. No one is focusing on the magic sword, and how can they control it when people think that even ancient times can't help them? And Wei Ming needed this magic sword. As long as he obtained this magic sword, he could become a senior administrator in the security administration. Power, status, everything. Wei Ming wants to be successful and he wants to support his sister. He definitely didn't want his sister to live so humbly in the Lu family. Furthermore, why should the imperial capital only have 4 great families and not one more Wei family? 100 years from now, future generations will record it as such. Wei Ming, the ancestor of the Wei family, seized the clan-suppressing magic sword in the hands of an ancient powerhouse in the relics, creating a transcendent family in one fell swoop. Wei Ming looked at the magic sword, the tip of his nose sweating as his brain raced. Is there any metaphysical novel that says how to get a spirit weapon to recognize its owner? He knew nothing else, and relied on the countless metaphysical novels accumulated by a 10-year-old bookworm to get to where he was today. At this point in time, one can only rely on those metaphysical novels in one's head. Wei Ming suddenly remembered something. Recognize the Lord? Right, recognize the Lord. Spiritual weapons without masters are all required to drop blood to recognize their masters. Is it just a matter of dripping blood? End of chapter 133. Chapter 133, King of Hell. Chapter 133, The King of Hell. No, the ancient powerhouse must have known about blood drops to recognize the owner. So why didn't he give a drop of blood to the magic sword? It can't be that simple. No, it was also possible that the teenager wasn't human, so his blood didn't work. Try it anyway. Wei Ming bit his finger and grimaced in pain. Secretly, the rune sect disciples are powerful, biting through their fingers as if they were biting for fun. Wei Ming dripped his blood onto the magic sword. The body of the magic sword changed and countless runes emerged. 8 runes shaped like chains softly shattered after the drop of blood dripped down, turning into purple stars. Strong spiritual power fluctuations centered on Wei Ming and scattered in all directions, whipping up a gale. Everyone put their eyes on Wei Ming. Raven's eyes twitched at the corners of her eyes. I can't believe it's just a drop of blood? A drop of blood can unlock the ban? Want to curse? Why would the master set up such a simple ban? Actually, the crows are really overthinking it and being smart about it. Li Yang knew that the people in the ruins couldn't possibly have the ability to break the ban, so he used the simplest way. The key to breaking the ban is blood. Perhaps Li Yang and Wei Ming are reading the same novel, right? The surroundings changed as the spiritual energy rolled through. The people were no longer in a hole in the ground, but in a battlefield. The few people who had attended the last tomb ruin knew that it was an illusion. The austere fall wind came from the west, sweeping over the light and shadow people who emanated golden light from the sky. It spreads over the vast land of rivers and seas, skimming over the tiers of chariots, rolled banners, and tens of thousands of generals, riding on a penetrating murderous aura. He rolled up an ancient city. At the top of the city, a large, broad, strong hand held a huge sword, trembling slightly. The general is armed with a huge sword. All generals listen to the order. Kill all the so-called heavenly gods. The scene shifts. The war seemed to be over, leaving only mountains of corpses of generals. The light of the setting sun shone on the earth, reflecting the blood that flowed into a river and shaking it. The light figure was gone, and that general looked around in confusion. The view switched to the general's first view, and the relic crowd heard the general's heavy panting and saw what he saw. A man with black flames in his eyes took one bloody step at a time and paced up to the general. General said, "Ha, ha, I am ashamed of His Majesty the Emperor." The man with black flames in his eyes opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and very magnetic, like a true god whispering, "With a mortal body, wrestling with the transcendent, you've done much more than that, and your emperor won't blame you." The general said reluctantly, "Oh gods, can you give me another chance to fight with the generals and those false gods again?" The man with black flames in his eyes raised his hand to stroke the top of the general's head. "When the false gods attempt to enslave mortals again, the aura will be revived and your sword will have the power to cut down the gods. The warriors under your command have a share in this power of the decimator. Rest." The general's head dropped and the huge sword slipped from his hand, only to see the unjust souls on the battlefield whistling and rushing towards the giant sword. The giant sword became uncommon. The ghostly purple fire burned, and the wronged souls cried out. The image is frozen, the illusion gradually collapsing and obliterating, like snow and ice that is rapidly melting. The crowd regained their sight. Even though the illusion hadn't all dissipated, the crowd turned their gazes to the magic sword in Wei Ming's hand. So, this is the source of this magic sword? The faces of the crowd were complex. What dynasty was that general from? Looking at the size of the battlefield and the royal city, it should be a small country. Does the revival of this magic sword mean that the false gods are returning to the land? Is the world of mankind about to be in great turmoil? The crowd panicked, feeling fear in the face of the unknown. They were more than a little greedy for the magic sword in Wei Ming's hand. That sword has the power to cut down gods, doesn't it? Sensing the crowd's restlessness, Wei Ming lightly grunted as his magic sword erupted with intense spiritual power. He was warning the crowd that he was already the new owner of the magic sword. An even more powerful wave of mental energy exploded on the surface of the sea. The crowd looked on. It's the teenager with the long black hair. He looked at Wei Ming with eyes in which anger was about to spew out fire. Raven said reluctantly, "What gives you, a mere mortal, access to that sword? If you're a transcendent, even a weak transcendent, that's fine, but you don't even have a bit of spiritual power fluctuation on you. On what grounds?" An intense murderous aura swept from the crow. leaving ripples on the surface of the sea. Zhang Xiaoyi sensed that something was wrong and stood silently in front of Wei Ming. Shushan and the security administration are a united front. The evil Qilin laughed out loud and suddenly knelt down on one knee on the ground, rushing at the crow to clasp his fists and respectfully say, "Elder, it was Junior who was rude earlier. In order to make up for the mistake, I will snatch back the demon sword for you." If the crows didn't make a move to help Zhang Xiaoyi and the others, the evil Qilin had every chance to kill Zhang Xiaoyi, Yi Fan and the others. Yi Fan's face changed. Big brother. He was truly afraid that the crows would suddenly start helping the evil Qilin against the security bureau and against Shushan. The crow interrupted Yi Fan's words and stared dead at the evil Qilin. "What did you call the king?" The evil unicorn froze. "Senior, you." Spiritual energy erupted from Raven's body as the demonic snake danced wildly, his face icy cold. To address the king as his majesty, the terrifying demonic serpent went ferociously towards the evil Qilin. As the crow finished that sentence, an idea suddenly came to the minds of the crowd. Was the emperor's majesty that the demon sword general had spoken of the black-clothed, long-haired young man in front of him? It's quite possible that a fallen monarch is looking for the swords of his loyal generals in the ruins. The evil unicorn, however, didn't have that many messed up thoughts. He only knew that if he was touched by this demon snake-killing move, he would surely die. The 8-foot bride suddenly braced her spirit and deathly protected the evil Qilin behind her. Warm smoke. The evil Qilin uttered in panic. That's when the field changed again. The illusion that was dispersing. Only the man whose eyes were burning with black flames remained. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure rolled over the entire field, as if the air was condensing. That demonic snake was actually frozen as if it was fixed in the air under the shock of the pressure. The crowd stared in horror at the vision of the man. The man's illusion, surprisingly, moved and actually stepped out of it. What level of ancient greatness is this? He paced, each step stepping on the heart chakra of the crowd. Terrifying, unsettling, awe-inspiring. Some people have the audacity to try to see through men with their mental powers. With a scream, the man covered his eyes and rolled all over the ground. He saw, unpeoplable abyss. The man snapped his fingers, and the black talismans turned into chains and wrapped themselves around the long-haired teenager in black. Yi Fan shouted loudly, "Big brother, watch out!" The unstoppable black-clothed, long-haired teenager, that ancient powerhouse who called himself the Black Emperor, had obvious fear on his face. He shivered, shrugged his throat nervously, and finally fell to his knees as if he had lost all his strength, his proud head bowing heavily. My Lord Death. End of chapter 134. Chapter 134, the last chapter of the relic. Chapter 134, the last chapter of the relic. The raven fell to its knees and kept trembling. "Lord, Master, forgive me." Li Yang's eyes were frighteningly cold, and black runes emerged in his eyes. Several iron poles sprang out of the ground, combining to form a cage to hold the raven captive. Shackles and ankle chains suddenly appeared on the raven, immobilizing it. Raven looked incredulously at the shackles on her body, her eyes wide open. Every being who takes a desire potion has to accept the side effects of the desire potion. A side effect of the lust potion is that the owner of the lust magic pot can inflict great pain on the taker at any time. The pain, the unbearable pain. For example, a chimera's unacceptable pain is to become ugly, and a hell's triffid's unacceptable pain is to be confined. And the pain that Raven couldn't accept was slavery. How can he be the humblest bird when he is the high and mighty Black Emperor? The humblest bird is the caged bird. The changes in the raven were not yet over. The shackles were bubbling with an eerie black aura. The raven's body gradually gets smaller and becomes an ordinary raven. Immediately after that, the black magic snake disappeared, and even the crow's ability to speak was slowly being lost. The raven struggled frantically, bumping against the cage and speaking anxiously, slurring his words. Lord, forgive me." Crows originally had no desires. However, no one can escape from the torment of desire after tasting it. The crowd looked at the crow struggling in pain and looked at Li Yang in horror. What kind of being is this? And what means is this? The mighty Black Emperor, subdued just like that? The heartless little monkey was so anxious that it scratched its ears as it stumbled to Li Yang. You spare big brother." Li Yang's gaze lingered on the heartless little monkey. A hint of complexity passed through his eyes. Is this the monkey that swallowed his desire? You let my big brother go. Yi Fan grabbed a handful of runes and charged up towards Li Yang. The heartless little monkey was horrified. Third brother, that's the king of hell. Yi Fan attacked without any fear. I don't care if he's the king of hell or God. It's my big brother who's getting his ass kicked. Li Yang glanced indifferently at Yi Fan. Spiritual power as vast as the sea surged out. Yi Fan spat blood from his mouth and flew backwards several meters, covering his chest and looking at Li Yang unwillingly. Mo Yulin's sigh resounded in Yi Fan's mind. Don't you bother. That king of hell didn't kill you because of your loyalty. He wanted to kill you and me, master and disciple, just by a mere thought. That was something that Mo Yulin had guessed wrong. Li Yang spared Yi Fan. mainly because Mo Yulin parasitized the ring in Yifan's hand. Li Yang was afraid that he would ruin the genius that was Mo Yulin. A huge magic formation appeared on the ground, and the magic formation was like an abyss. The huge whale head drilled out of the abyss, took Li Yang and the crow into its mouth, and disappeared from the magic formation again, like a whale that surfaced to breathe and returned to the deep. The evil unicorn shouted violently, "If you don't run it this time, when will you wait?" The rune sect and the god-making organization woke up as if in a dream. Yifan was seriously injured, and Zhang Xiaoyi's spiritual power was depleted. Han Hai and Lilith summoned the last of their strength and led their disciples or subordinates to charge outward. The security administration and the Shushan disciples also knew that if they were to stop them hard they would surely lose a lot of money and might not be able to stop them. Just a couple of token obstructions and they were let go. Zhang Xiaoyi gazed at the location where Li Yang had disappeared for a long time before saying, "Disciples of Mount Shu, return to Mount Shu. Shushan's harvest this time has been great. With those spirit plants and immortal herbs, it was enough to flourish Shushan." One of the administrators of the security administration walked up to Wei Ming and asked in a low voice, "Sir, what do we do now?" Wei Ming was writing something with a pen and paper, and the administrator curiously approached him. Only Wei Ming wrote on the paper, "Anomaly files, records, abnormal creature serial number 001, codename, King of Hell. Introducing, the ancient and even more ancient lord of the mysterious hells. The meaning of hell doesn't preclude it from being the real hell of legend. Anomalous creatures serial number 002, codename, Black Emperor. Introduction, an ancient monarch of a small kingdom. The Black Emperor is related to the King of Hell. Anomalous creatures serial number 003, codename, 8-foot bride. Introducing, the Dawn's hellish strongman. Unusual item serial number 001, codename, oil paper umbrella. Introducing, ancient hellish powerhouse, the spirit weapon parasitized by the 8-foot bride. Abnormal item serial number 002, codename, magic sword. Introduction, sword of a general of a small country in ancient times. The administrator asked frostily, "You are?" Wei Ming said after taking a rough note. "This information material must be retained at the bureau. The overworld is too dangerous for me to guarantee that I'll return to the bureau with my memories or my life intact. In the future, everyone going out on missions must ensure that they record their habits. Electronic devices cannot be used in the ruins, and the only way to record information is through pen and paper. South China Sea, Mid-Levels Villa." Da He kept his raven form, the shackles on his body having been lifted. At the moment he was crouching in the courtyard, seemingly on his knees in repentance. The black dog was far from the ground, cowering in a corner of the courtyard, his eyes quietly looking over to the crows. Rattlesnake sat on the balcony, her two little legs wobbling with gloating. The aroma of a meal came from the villa. Li Yang's voice came out, "Eat." Rattle jumped down and bounced into the house. The black dog passed by Raven with his tail between his legs, then ran merrily back inside. The Raven's bird eyes were lowered and drooping. A short while later, Rattle ran into the courtyard carrying a table, and then the meal was served to the table. She brought the black dog's doggy food bowl and, after raking a good portion of her meal into it, sat down obediently at the table. Li Yang walked out with a cigarette in his mouth and a bowl of soup in his hand, placing it on the table. He dropped the cigarette and faded. "Big Black, get on the table." Crow froze for a moment, staring blankly at Li Yang. Li Yang frowned. "Isn't it possible to become human?" Crow surprised up and transformed into the appearance of a black-clothed, long-haired teenager, sitting honestly at the table and picking up chopsticks to feast on the food. Li Yang glanced at Rattle. "What are you looking at? If you don't eat, go upstairs." Rattlesnake hemmed and hawed and picked up his chopsticks. Li Yang lit another cigarette and watched the crows finish eating, then said faintly, "Finished eating? Then let's go." The raven's body shuddered violently. "Where to?" Li Yang said. "Go wherever you like." Crow looked at Li Yang incredulously. "Is this an eviction?" Li Yang said quietly, growing up and not listening. "Shall I shout 'Long live the emperor'? If you want to be an emperor, go out and be one yourself." End of chapter 135. Chapter 135, The Demon Race. Chapter 135, The Demon Race. Raven shook her head in a huff. "Don't be angry, Master. I won't dare to do it again. I'll stay by your side when I'm no longer emperor." Li Yang said. "There's always a penalty for doing wrong." Raven scrambled to her feet and ran out into the courtyard to kneel, head bowed. "Any punishment will do. Don't kick me out." Shaker quietly put down his chopsticks as the black dog buried his head in his rice bowl. No one dared to make a sound at this time, and it was quiet. Li Yang slowly smoked a cigarette and said, "In the island ruins, it's fortunate that you and that monkey and the blonde kid bonded as brothers. Have you ever thought about what would happen if they were not your brothers, but your enemies? In the island ruins, those more powerful transcendents join hands to surround you. Do you have the life to live?" The raven was silent. Li Yang extinguished his cigarette and continued, You were obviously one of the first ones to gain demonic power, but you're weaker than any of the demons. Instead of thinking about cultivation, you're thinking about sidewalks. To go so far as to deviate from my orders and fight for what's in the ruins without authorization. What's funny is that you didn't snatch it. I'm disappointed in you. The raven's head dropped even lower, its head dropping to the ground. Li Yang said, I'll give you 2 tasks to complete and you can come back. Raven lifted her head in a hurry. You say, Li Yang said. First, the spiritual power reaches the 4th rank. Second, to become the demon race's emperor in the true sense of the word. The crows understand the meaning of Li Yang's first mission. And the second mission, what it means, how can not figure out. What's a demon? The term touched a blind spot in his knowledge. Li Yang said, the aura is recovering quickly, and there are already quite a few beasts that are psychic and have transcendent powers. Those transcendent beasts are the demon race. The demon clan needs a great demon to govern them, so go manage those demons. There are only 2 things that can happen when a large number of beasts become transcendent. The first, those beasts begin to be unable to meet their existing conditions of existence, or become more territorial, leads to attacking the human life cycle or killing any humans that trespass into the territory. The result of this is that one becomes an enemy of mankind and is killed by mankind. The skin and flesh of these transcendent beasts were not yet up to the level of being able to withstand bullets. The second, humans discover those transcendent beasts and start catching them on a large scale. Just enslaving those transcendental beasts and breeding those transcendental beasts is considered good. The greater likelihood is slicing. Either of these 2 scenarios would be a fatal blow to the demon race. All those transcendent beasts could provide Li Yang with spiritual power, and they were all Li Yang's wealth too. The best way to stop both from happening is to restrain and organize the demon race. This would require a demon emperor to appear. Raven sniffed and asked in a small voice, let me govern the demon race? After I become the emperor of the demon race, won't I never be able to return? Li Yang said, you can choose another demon to help you manage the demon race after it is unified. Raven remembered her newly minted king, the little monkey called Li Heart Ape. It was still quite good for this emperor of his own to go to Li Yang's side and let Demon King Li Xinswan help him rule the demon race. The raven bowed deeply. Master, I leave you my legions of ravens, even if you can use them for a message. Li Yang waved his hand. The raven bowed again, spread its wings, and flew off into the distance. The following day, South China Sea, God-making organization manor. Inside the basement lab, there is something appalling about this living area. Living organisms were connected to several tubes and soaked in vessels filled with potions. Lilith fell to her knees, cold sweat pouring down her pretty face. Dr. Leon King asked as he stood in front of the test bench, busying himself with his experiments. So, I gave you over 30 of the most highly evolved evolvers, and you only brought me back 5, and got nothing from the ruins, right? Lilith shrugged her throat with difficulty. Father, there are too many supernatural humans in the ruins. Dr. Leon King paused in his hand movements. Lilith hastened to explain, truly father, I would not deceive you. Those supernatural humans are really strong, stronger than the evolved ones. Dr. Leon King took the towel handed to him by his assistant and wiped his face, turning around with a disappointed look on his face. You're saying that my god-making technology is no match for those supernatural humans, right? My daughter, you, as my finest work, have praised supernatural humans and belittled my technology. I really don't know what use I have for you. Lilith lost all her arrogance in front of Leon King. Only fear remained as she shook her head back and forth. No father. By the way, not only are there supernatural humans there, but there is also a god. I once encountered a vision in an ancient tomb, and that god in the vision appeared in the ruins as well. Upon hearing the word god, Leon King's eyes exploded with brilliance. Creating a god is the original purpose of the god-making organization. Or, he simply wanted to turn himself into a god. Leon King took a syringe out of his pocket and slowly walked over to Lilith and crouched down in front of her, grabbing her arm. Lilith asked in horror, not daring to resist. Father, what are you doing? Leon Kindo, you have nothing of value left, daughter. You know, things of no value only serve as test subjects. You're lucky you can still be a test subject. You're a combination of supernatural human and genetic evolution. Maybe I can figure out the secret to godhood in you. Supernatural power coupled with genetic evolution. I didn't live to create something more powerful than that god you saw. Lilith screamed. Don't father. I'm still useful. I can still help you kill people. Leon King said as he injected the potion. No, you're crippled. Lilith's eyelids grew heavy and eventually she couldn't see anything anymore and passed out. It was the second week of Lilith's experiment. Lilith was nearly naked and chained to the wall. Her body was covered in bruises, her calves twitching from the pain and stretching as the drugs forced them to do so. Leon King murmured as he placed a piece of bone removed from Lilith's calf on a tray. I can't detect any abnormality in your body. Why do you have supernatural powers? Bones, flesh, blood, I've examined them all. Could it be that the internal organs and brain are different from normal? Leon King took a large needle out of his bag and touched Lilith's head. Lilith screamed in horror. Father, don't do this. I'll die. I'm Lilith. I'm the daughter you raised. Don't you kill me, please. I swear allegiance to you. Leon King jabbed a large needle roughly into his forehead. I understand, my daughter. You were raised by me, so you should be filial. I'm also going to check your insides while you're still alive before you die. So be good and don't move. Lilith had a sharp pain in her head and wanted to cry, but was in too much pain to do so. End of chapter. Chapter 136. Chapter 136, The Demon Exchange Concept. Chapter 136, The Idea of the Demon Exchange. South China Sea. Mid-level villa. Study room. A black crow caught in the room. No money. No money. The hospital is broke. This raven is a common raven in the Black Emperor's Raven Army with the Black Emperor's spells on it. Can only deliver a message. Not much else. What it means by running out of money is that Port Angeles Hospital is running out of money. Port Angeles Hospital is owned by the Devil's Club. Ostensibly a hospital. But in fact the main task is to serve as the existence of Kong Qianqiu's experimental base. Kong Qianqiu's genetic experiments were burning money every second. And even then it was difficult to catch up with the progress of the God-making organization's experiments. After all, the founder of the God-making organization, Leon King, was a genius and a great master of genetics, and his knowledge was not inferior to Kong Qianqiu at all. Moreover, how to say Leon King is considered a big international capitalist. His thinking angle is broader than Kong Qianqiu. It's like the difference between a rich scientist and a civilian scientist. Even if the learning is the same, the eyesight is different. Now Kong Qianqiu's experiment encounters a double difficulty. One is an experiment that has hit a bottleneck and can't break through no matter what. This is normal. Leon King's decades of research is not something Kong Qianqiu can catch up with in just 1 year. Another is that genetic experimentation is quite a money burner. And each day burns probably more money than the average person can earn in a lifetime. Li Yang had thought about genetic experiments burning money. He just didn't expect it to be that much. Who made him an orphan? Nothing more than a cowhorse a year ago, and poverty limited his imagination. Come to think of it, the lab is basically funded by the income from the Imperial nightclub. And the Imperial nightclub is just one of Zhu Dajuan's properties. If Zhu Dajuan, an underground bigwig in the South China Sea, could support the God Creation Organization's experiments, then the God Creation Organization's research results really weren't worth much. Kong Qianqiu's experiment is about to reach the point where it won't work. In terms of financial power, the God-making organization, whose business was spread across various countries, was still too much stronger than the Devil's Club. Li Yang stroked the crow's head. His gaze was haunted, not knowing what he was thinking. Rattle came in holding a tablet. Li Yang, my membership is expiring. Li Yang nodded the crow's head. Nah, it's all said and done. There's no money. Rattlesnake sat on the floor with puffed cheeks. Oomph, I asked around. And the membership is only $20 a month, which isn't even as expensive as a car. Li Yang said indifferently. Oh, exposed. Shaker stared wide-eyed in exasperation. Is that the attitude you have to admit you're wrong? Li Yang didn't say anything, his eyes always resting on that ordinary crow. Rattle skimmed. If you miss the little crows, call them back. Why drive them away? Poor little Raven didn't even know until he left home who told me to lull him into going to the ruins. Li Yang touched the beak of the common crow and said, the Devil's Club is not invincible, and the current Devil's Club is not even qualified to be exposed to the public eye. Raven is dangerous in the future if he stays the way he is now. Rattlesnake disdained. Upgrading strength? Isn't it just about raising the rank and dominating the demon race? It's fine if you give him an order. Li Yang shook his head. I raised him. I know him. Likes to play smart. Only by pushing him can he really go for it and improve himself. It's not likely that he won't want to come back after becoming the Demon Emperor. Get out. And don't ask me to recharge my membership until the task I gave you is complete. Li Yang said. A black flame emerged from his hand and gently tapped on the crow. The crow's eyes became dark and fluttered its wings towards the outside of the villa. Rattlesnake gave a disgruntled grunt and left, clutching her tablet like a little whiny. In fact, if she wanted a membership, she could fill it up for 100 years even if a month's membership was really worth a car. Devil's Club don't know how many people want to kiss her ass. The underground female big brother, Snake Master, is even one. Just barring that, she just wanted to manage Li Yang to ask for it. Whether it's food, drink, or fun. Li Yang picked up his pen again, and with one click, he dotted black dots on his notebook. The notebook had a few words written on it, the Devil's Exchange. Li Yang lit a cigarette and pondered. Kong Qianqiu has two troubles at the moment. One is that the experiment has hit a bottleneck and needs more experimental data from the pioneers. This one's not hard. Leon King's lab was now in the South China Sea, and Li Yang was well aware of the location. Just let Du Yangming find this old foreigner. The moment Lian King came to the South China Sea, he was already Li Yang's meat on the chopping block, a turtle in a jar. Hasn't he been kept until now, just for this time? Lian King never comes to the South China Sea, always abroad. Li Yang really can't do anything with him. Even if Lian King was in another city in Xia, Li Yang had no way to move him. But Lian King came to the South China Sea, and the South China Sea is Li Yang's territory. As for the money needed for the experiment, the Devil's Club accelerates just fine. In the conception, the Devil's Exchange was a subsidiary property of the Devil's Club. With the gradual development of the transcendental civilization and the official government's rush to the transcendental civilization, the market about the transcendental industry can be opened. Selling spirit plant immortal herbs, selling the fruit of the earthly benevolent tree, selling spiritual artifacts, and even selling Devil's Club memberships and desire potions. Of course, the desire potion for sale could not be a complete serving, just a portion of the desire potion. Also, the Devil's Exchange can acquire desires. The items sold at the Demon Exchange weren't worth much to Li Yang. The purchaser pays the price to buy it, becomes a transcendent, and will also provide Li Yang with spiritual power. It's not $1 million deal. $1 million deal is modest. The Devil's Exchange is a more functional apothecary and an institution that can be semi-public. The Devil's Exchange can create more transcendence and make more money. More importantly, the Devil's Exchange can develop the power of the Devil's Club in disguise. Connections. The Devil's Club was the route that Li Yang used to take charge of the transcendental and mundane worlds. There's been an aura revival going on lately, and the Devil's Club has stalled. The Devil's Club was the root of Li Yang's foothold in this world. Li Yang's gaze was haunted. His deep eyes were like the bottom of a deep lake, suppressing wild hopes as he muttered to himself. Aura recovery and the development of the Devil's Club have to go hand in hand. Sooner or later, a transcendental civilization will flourish and the Devil's Club can be exposed to the public. The Devil's Club at that time would be the most powerful force in Blue Star. The major transcendent powers, the official nations, will call the Demon Club a holy place. The first hospital of Nanhai Medical University, Nanhai, China. A newlywed couple walks out of the hospital doors. The airy, quiet woman looked lost and murmured down. I don't have a problem. You don't have a problem. Why can't we have a baby? Is there something wrong with the hospital's inspection? Is there something wrong with me that wasn't detected? Why don't we go to the imperial capital and check it out? The man's heart ached as he watched the woman's guilty look. He knew it wasn't the woman's problem. It was most likely his own. Because, well, he's a vampire. End of chapter 137. Chapter 137, Father. Chapter 137, Father. The man's name is Du Yangming, married to his wife. He has been looking forward to the birth of a new baby. But there has been no movement in his wife's stomach. Du Yangming suspected that the reason for this was because he was a transcendent being. He sometimes wondered if he was even human. If it's not human, can it still bond with a human? Du Yangming secretly asked Kong Qianqiu this question, but the transcendental civilization was too barren for Kong Qianqiu to answer. Kong Qianqiu just said that he would find the answer when the experiment went on. Du Yangming touched his wife's head and softly said, "It's okay, let's wait." A lot of people prepare for 3 or 4 years before they can have a baby. There was a hint of shame in his tone. Du Yangming didn't dare to tell his wife that he was a vampire. It's the only secret to his wife. His wife, Li Mingyue, sensed Du Yangming's low spirits and self-reproach, and immediately adjusted her mindset and smiled. I mean, it's too much of a loss. If I had known it would be so difficult to get pregnant, then all the condoms I wore before I got married would have been for nothing, wouldn't they? I used to be worried sick about getting pregnant out of wedlock. Du Yangming was visibly confused by his wife's words of tiger and wolf. That's when he saw something out of the corner of his eye. On the pole, a crow watched him stonily. This is Death's Raven? Du Yangming patted his wife's head and softly said, "You go home first, I have something to do." Li Mingyue glanced at Du Yangming. It had been a long time since he had gotten used to Du Yangming's sudden need to leave. Ever since Du Yangming was burned, he's been weird. It is good that Li Mingyue is not an unintelligent woman. Good behavior. Okay, I'll go home and make dinner and wait for you to come back. After saying that, Li Mingyue waved and stopped a cab to leave. Du Yangming turned into the alley with a grave expression on his face, and Crow followed. Test article disposal room. The place was littered with mutilated limbs, rotting flesh, and a jumble of animal parts. Those things let out a silent moan. Lilith's body was casually left here, her pretty face dead. The discarded experiments here are burned and destroyed at regular intervals. In a few days, the world will be devoid of everything about Lilith. Suddenly, Lilith's body twitched. I don't want to die. The alien, who was both an evolved and supernatural human, had a meager amount of life left in him after having all of his internal organs, and even his brain, thrown out. Her hands unconsciously rummaged through the trash for something. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Despair turned to thick juice and flowed freely in the terrible darkness. Lilith found something and held on for dear life. That's a dog's heart. It didn't matter what the entrails of whatever it was. She just wanted to fill her empty belly cavity with a brain. She felt that as long as she was whole, she could live. All Lilith wanted was to live. And that was true before she met her father. And it's true now. In fact, it's all futile. It's all a deathbed delusion. Without the miracle, she would have ended up, at best, with an abdomen full of animal entrails. She stared at her listless eyes as she continued to rummage. Look for anything that hasn't rotted and might still be useful. The kidneys of sheep, the stomachs of cows, messing around with their stomachs. What a tenacious life. A voice came out quite abruptly. Lilith couldn't see anything or hear if it sounded good or not. She was an evolutionary who was sensitive to air vibrations. Also, a supernatural human. With the vibration of the sound, she sensed that someone was coming. Lilith opened her mouth and filthy blood gushed out. She tried to swallow, but it was hard, so she had to spit it out as best she could. Lilith tried to make a pleasing, fawning, pleading face, but couldn't. Lilith couldn't control the muscles in her face. She could only say with a grimace, "Save me, will you? Help me. I'll kill for you." Lilith added after she finished, "I can still sleep with you. I'm well proportioned and still a virgin." She was completely unaware that she was now completely unattractive in the slightest, even horrible, disgusting. Lilith felt someone hugging her, someone whose body temperature was cooler than her own. Air. Lilith's neck seemed to be impaled on something. A strange power entered her body. Miraculously, the intestines connected, the lungs began to breathe, the heart began to beat, and the kidneys cooperated with the heart in admitting blood. Lilith's pupils became mesmerized. The wounds began to heal and the heart beat stronger. Lilith looked ahead blankly, trying to see who had saved her. She saw it. It was a man in a black suit with bandages around his bare parts. He had scarlet eyes and two fangs in his mouth. Lilith's eyes rounded in horror. "It's like a vampire?" For some reason, Lilith felt that Du Yangming had a very strong sense of affinity in him, as if Du Yangming is her father. Suddenly, Lilith had a blank look on her face. An arcane message flooded into Lilith's mind. Vampire. Favored by death. King of the night, and dominator of black magic. Vampires are immortal and will recover from any injury, no matter how heavy. In the dark, a vampire's injuries will recover at an extremely fast rate. Vampires are immortal, and the only way to kill a vampire is if the vampire's demonic body is exposed to direct sunlight. Talent, blood drawing. Blood drawing, you can grow your mental strength by sucking blood. She slowly touched her mouth, and there were two fangs. Turning Lilith into a vampire was Du Yangming's talent, first embrace. When a vampire grows to the third rank, he or she can consume mental energy to transform ordinary humans into vampires. And Du Yangming, the father of the newborn vampire. In the lab, the living organ beats rhythmically in a vessel full of god-making cultures. Leon King directs his assistants. Transplant those amazing grasses in. The assistants sniffed and manipulated the instruments. Several small mechanical arms held the transcendental herbs and placed them on those organs. Dr. Leon King walked over to the computer and typed in a string of characters. Translation, highest evolution, blood of the gods. This is Dr. Leon King's highest research achievement. After all these years of research, there is only so much as a leader. In the vessel holding the organs, the god-making culture fluid gradually changed as the red special potion was injected. The blue culture liquid, bubbling up a lot, gradually turned into a golden color. Leon King looked at the vessel with his old eyes wide with anticipation. The organs and transcendental plants in the vessel changed. Transcendental plants, like parasites, entwine themselves around the organs as if they were the most fertile ground. The golden potion provides the organs with life force, and the transcendental plants are dependent on them for survival. Several aides began to report back. Organ vital status stabilized. The highest evolutionary potion. Perfect fusion. Stable state of special plant life. Uncertain if supernatural powers are present. An aide said excitedly, "Doctor, the highest evolutionary potion. The first time it has been combined with a biological organ. Succeeded. Perfect fusion." While ordinary genetic evolution potions could allow people to gain speed and strength beyond human limits, the highest evolution potion was one that no one could withstand the medicinal properties of. Miraculous plants, evolved organs, these two things together, surprisingly, withstood the medicinal properties of the highest evolutions. Leon King hastily removed a drop of golden potion from it and operated various precision instruments to study it. After a series of tests, Leon King ordered, pointing to an assistant, "Quickly, send the organs back to headquarters immediately. P.S. Everyone's comments have been received. I'll update later on November 4th. Should be noon or afternoon." I'd like to settle down and think about thoughts. I think everyone has a point. Both the main character's B-game and the supporting character's traits have to be raised a bit. Thanks for the advice, brothers. End of chapter. Chapter 138. Chapter 138 Vampires Shock to Westerners. Chapter 138 The Shock of Vampires to Westerners. Leon King stared obsessively at the organ soaking in the golden liquid. Several assistants skillfully disassembled the tubing outside the container and reconnected it to a mobile battery and several mobile computers. The helicopter is parked outside. The aide who had followed Leon King for years fawned. Congratulations to the doctor. The organ capable of carrying the supreme evolution appeared. Soon in the future, the strongest evolver will be born. Leon King couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth when he heard that. He'd been waiting for this day for 40 years. Leon King smiled. The experiment is winding down, and when it's all over, we'll have total domination of. Before the words were finished, a guard hurried into the lab with a tablet. Doctor, there are 2 men breaking in. Leon King frowned. The sheriff's department is here? How did they find this place? The fact that the sheriff's department came to the door meant that his genetic experiments in the South China Sea were exposed and troublesome. The guard handed Leon King the tablet in his hand and tensed. No, it's supernatural humans. Leon King asked incredulously as he took the tablet in surprise. Supernatural humans? Delivered to your door? Leon King just didn't look down on supernatural humans. According to Lilith's experience in the ruins, Lilith is considered a strong type in the supernatural human circle. Then supernatural humans are at best like movie superheroes. And the Flame Man, Stealth Man, and Freeze Man in the movie are nothing more than glorifications of individual heroism. Ask anyone who can block Gatling's physical cleansing. If it was a group of supernatural humans, Leon King would have shied away. But how can only 2 supernatural humans be a match for human technology? Besides, it's not like you don't have evolved people. Leon King overestimated himself and underestimated the devil. Lilith does count as one of the very strong ones in the relics, but that's only for the transcendents in the relics. Any one of the Demon Club's demons could crush the strongest transcendent in folklore. The guard swallowed hard. Lilith-sama is there too. Leon King's old eyes snapped round. Lilith? He rushed to look at the surveillance feed on his tablet. In the security footage, a man in a black suit, his bare skin wrapped tightly in bandages, strolled idly toward the villa above the lab. Her own adopted daughter, Lilith, is dressed in rags and killing it on the estate. Leon King's eyes slowly changed from shock to surprise. It's so funny. It's so funny. She actually came back to life. How could she be resurrected? It must be a supernatural human trick. Leon King ordered the guards in a hurry. Don't use hot weapons out there. Xia is too strict in controlling this stuff, so don't cause unnecessary trouble. Draw them in and make the arrest. I need their live data. Upon hearing this, the guards immediately went forward to get ready. Leon King continued to gaze at the screen in his tablet, eyes full of greed. He muttered to Du Yangming in the surveillance screen. What an interesting ability to resurrect Lilith. The organization behind you is so stupid. How could they let a treasure like you fall into my hands? I should thank you for your arrogance and hubris. In his eyes, Du Yangming was covered in treasure. It should be experimented with, deconstructed, sliced and dug into to find the mysteries of evolution. There were a lot of people lying around the compound. Some are dead, some are still struggling. Du Yangming was indifferent to all of this. He was no longer the ordinary physical education teacher he was half a year ago. Killing, blood, could make his cold vampire heart beat a little. Du Yangming didn't rush to patch up the guards who were still alive. The master gave the task of getting all the data from Leon King's experiments. Leon King can also slaughter by the hand if he gets the chance. The most important thing is still to get Leon King's research data. It was too late to care about the guards. Entering the villa under Lilith's guidance. Finding the elevator. Pressing the button after facial recognition. Du Yangming looked at the elevator door and asked, "How are you feeling?" Lilith was slightly alarmed in the face of Du Yangming's question. "I'm okay." Du Yangming continued. "Would you not be able to get down in the face of your father?" Lilith said after a moment of silence. "I was in a war-torn country as a child. The sister is dead. The brother is dead. I just want to live. Whatever it takes to live." Du Yangming's brows furrowed slightly. I don't know if I was dissatisfied with Lilith's answer or if I felt sympathy for Lilith's childhood encounter. The elevator doors opened, and in front of them was a group of loaded guards and dozens of bald evolvers. Lilith subconsciously touched her shoulder and felt nothing. She instinctively tried to hold the guitar, but her special guitar was in the lab. Du Yangming's face was puzzled. Where did these people get so many guns? The thought that this was a god-making organization was released again. "My daughter, are you going to betray your father?" In the distance, came the voice of Leon King. Lilith looked at Leon King, who stood in the distance, a hint of fear on his face as he shuddered. "I just want to live." Leon King opens his arms and laughs. "My daughter, I underestimated your potential. Come back to my arms. I won't be so cruel to you." though I will still experiment with you. You will not die, I swear. That old and calm look was like he was certain of Lilith, as well as Du Yongming by Lilith's side. The fear on Lilith's face grew. This father is the devil. She kept her head down and took a careful half-step back. The fear of Leon King is etched in his bones. A large, broad hand held Lilith's waist, and Lilith looked up at the man beside her. Du Yangming's eyes gradually turned blood red as he faintly said, "You are an heir of my blood and bear the power of the gods. There is no need to fear anything but God." Du Yangming unbuttoned his suit and took it off and put it in Lilith's hand. "You can't harness this power perfectly yet. I'll teach you, like a seasoned eagle teaching its young to fly." Leon King snorted and waved his hand towards Du Yangming. "Don't move your guns. It's best if you can be taken alive. I wouldn't want the first wound of such an interesting life to be a gunshot wound instead of a scalpel incision." The evolvers whistled towards Du Yangming. "There's a strong blood aura on those evolvers. Very greedy." A rich blood aura erupted from Du Yangming's body. He moved swiftly, stepping in a dance of death, transforming into a life-harvesting demon in the lab. Every punch and kick is a kill shot. There were evolvers with deep dents in their chests, evolvers who flew dozens of meters backwards and knocked over test benches, and evolvers who simply had their throats ripped out. The superior natural enemy of humans in the food chain is the vampire. Leon King had a stunned expression. How could there be such powerful supernatural humans? How is it that evolvers look like sheep to him? Did he take it lightly? Leon King shouted angrily without his previous lightness and calmness. "Beat him to a pulp." The loaded guards raised their firearms to aim at Du Yangming. The muzzle of the gun spat out tongues of fire, and a storm of metal plummeted. A disdainful light smile appeared at the corner of Du Yangming's mouth, and the bandage on his back suddenly tore, exposing a pair of bat wings to the air. "What?" Leon King shuddered. "Vampires?" God knows how shocking this scene was to a Westerner. End of chapter 139. Chapter 139, A Hard Head. Chapter 139, A Hard Head. This isn't some supernatural human. This is a legendary creature. Vampires. Leon King's pupils quake as he stares in horror at the scene before him. The wings on the vampire's back protected himself so tightly that no bullets could break through the defenses as they poured in. Even if the bat's wings are damaged and full of holes, they will recover quickly. Leon King murmured as his eyes grew dull. Vampires. The legend is true. What Lilith saw in the ruins was really a god. There's something strongly religious about vampires. Vampires exist. Would it be strange for the world to have a god? After witnessing this legendary creature with his own eyes, Leon King's thoughts drifted far away, and his entire body was like petrified. Even Lilith, who had followed Leon King for many years, had never seen Leon King like this. Leon King remembers his childhood. The dark family. The simple, old, poverty-stained house is littered with the totems of the Heaven's Gate religion. Inside are parents who pray every day. In the inner room were the screams of her sister, who had just been circumcised. That priest said that only circumcised women are faithful and beloved by the God of Heaven's Gate. Leon King also has an ugly tattoo on his chest. The meaning of that symbol in Heaven's Gate religion is slave. The priest said that only men who admit to being slaves of the gods will be favored by the God of the heavenly gates. Then the sister committed suicide. Because, the night my sister went to boarding school for the first time, she saw that her roommate was different from her. The slave symbol on his chest was also a lifelong source of shame. Leon King swore at his sister's funeral. If there really is a god who fools all beings, then he must create a god to repay the gods for their arrogance. Du Yangming stretched out his hand, and his entire arm transformed into countless bats, swooping towards the guards with a sharp whistle. The bats chewed through the guards' veins, sucking blood greedily. This was the advanced dark magic Du Yangming's had comprehended after reaching the third rank. The screams of the guards brought Leon King back to his senses. His eyes gradually filled with hatred. Du Yangming carried a pair of huge bat wings on his back as he walked towards Leon King. The master had said that, by the way, he could kill the old man too. Leon King stared at Du Yangming. "I was the one who was gullible. I didn't realize that there really are creatures like you in this world. Lilith did say there was a little talking monkey in the ruins, but a vampire is too much of a shock for a Westerner. Legends that materialize in this moment," Leon King said as he pulled a pill out of his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. In just a moment, Leon King rapidly grew in size, and his lab coat instantly shattered. The pupils in Leon King's eyes faded away, leaving only the whites of his eyes. In front of Du Yangming was a white-haired old man who was over 3 meters tall, with muscles bulging high all over his body and veins writhing like small snakes. Leon King laughs maniacally and blasts away with a punch of ********, you god. The wind from the punch messed up Du Yangming's short hair. Du Yangming throws a punch to the face. Boom! After a loud bang, the air shook violently, and an ear-piercing popping sound actually appeared. The two of them each stepped back a few meters. Du Yangming looked at his limp right hand in disbelief. The bone had cracked. Vampires aren't weak in terms of physical strength. How can you be beaten like this by a mortal? This old man, he's already at the third stage of transcendence, right? Leon King is even worse. The moment he paired fists, his large fist shattered right into pieces, and 3 of his fingers went who knows where. He looked at his hands incredulously. Did an evolution of this intensity just shatter? How come it's as fragile as paper? Du Yangming's right hand had recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, while Leon King's right hand would never recover. Du Yangming said seriously, kind of a thing. I kind of want to turn you into my blood heir and tame you slowly. Unfortunately, the order given by Li Yang was to kill Leon King. Leon King's right hand is bleeding like a watery grave, but there's no look of pain on his face, only a deep sense of loss. The evolutionary technology that he had studied intensely for 40 years was as ridiculous as a 3-year-old child in front of a vampire. Leon King muttered, is this the power of a legendary creature? If the highest evolution succeeds, I will have more power than a legendary creature. Is this what's been working against me in the South China Sea? Thought you were just a pawn, an assassin. I was the one who got cocky. Leon Jin had knowledge of the legendary creatures. His eyes stared at Du Yangming. Those thick legs crouched down and made a storing gesture. Du Yangming thought that Leon Jin wanted to make a final resistance. His hands became claws, ready to settle Leon Jin in one fell swoop. Unbeknownst to him, Leon King leapt straight up and crashed through a large hole in the ceiling. Du Yangming frowned at the hole, which was still dropping slag. Is this old man's head so hard? Du Yangming spread his wings and flew towards the skyboard, drilling into the hole. Leon King is running. Du Yangming is chasing. There was also a bit of a scuffle during the chase, which left Leon King with more cuts. Leon King was bleeding all over and kept running towards the top floor of the villa. The villa's 3 or 4 floors of luxurious decoration were actually reduced to rubble by the chase. Faintly, Du Yangming heard a fan-like noise, which grew louder and louder as he chased. When he reached the 5th floor, Du Yangming saw through the window. It was a helicopter that was hovering above the 5th floor windows. The door of the helicopter opened and an assistant in a white coat threw out the ladder and beckoned anxiously toward Leon King. Leon King slammed through the window pane and grabbed the ladder securely. The helicopter surprisingly tilted down because of Leon King's weight, but fortunately the pilot was experienced and quickly stabilized the aircraft. Du Yangming stood in the shadow of the window, looking coldly at Leon King. Can't stand in the sunlight after being turned into a vampire. Leon Jin, whose heart was filled with a sense of celebration after the robbery, took 2 deep breaths, looked back, looked deeply at Du Yangming, and said in a cold voice, don't think you can kill me just because you're a legendary creature. When I get back, I'll... Before the words were finished, Du Yangming cut his arm and blood flowed out. The blood that flowed out turned into countless bats that whistled shrilly towards Leon King. Dr. King's eyes were filled with horror, and he stopped putting in harsh words and quickly climbed towards the ladder. The assistant anxiously went to catch Dr. King. The bats continued to melt as the sunlight poured down on them, and eventually only 7 or 8 of them bit Leon King. Boom! There was a loud bang. The bats exploded into a mist of blood, and Leon King exploded into a roiling mass of gore directly below his head. The doctor is dead. How can that be? The aide grabbed Leon King's head in one hand, full of horror and disbelief. The horror still lingered on Leon King's face. Du Yangming stopped staying and turned around to return to the underground laboratory. Lilith was still frozen in place in the lab. She hadn't regained her senses from the power that Du Yangming had displayed. Vampire. One will never have to worry about death again, will one? There are 3 ways to kill Lilith. For 1. Exposure as a vampire. Secondly, when Du Yangming, who is the father, dies, the blood heir will also die. Thirdly, Li Yang, the god of death, struck. In a way, her wish to not die was granted. Du Yangming walked over to Lilith, that would suit, and said, you know a lot about the experiments of the god-making organization, don't you? Take the useful information here. Lilith woke up like a dream and looked at Du Yangming in awe. Yes, father. It seems that Du Yangming has killed Leon King. But what did Du Yangming want with this information? Was he also doing genetic experiments? Yes, vampires with a long lifespan naturally store a lot of knowledge. After an hour, Lilith took a few hard disks and followed Du Yangming out of the villa. Luckily, Lilith got her guitar back. Just as she stepped out of the villa, Lilith froze again, looking nervously in front of her. In front of them, dozens of strange people in white raincoats, white goggles, white masks, and white gloves stood there. Having become a vampire, Lilith clearly felt the death in those freaks. Du Yangming said to the cleaners with an expressionless face, there's a lot of test subjects in there. Experimental vivisectors? Take them all. The cleaners moved and entered in an orderly fashion towards the villa. The pace was neat, like a well-trained soldier. Lilith swallowed and looked at Du Yangming carefully. Last time it was on the opposite side of these white freaks. The weirdness of these white-clad freaks she could never forget. The woman who manipulated the dragon. Was she Du Yangming's partner? How many more supernatural beings like Du Yangming are there in that mysterious organization? an organization made up of supernatural beings, and I'm afraid the head of that organization isn't human either. End of chapter 140. Chapter 140, Evil Chilin's Ambition. Chapter 140, Evil Chilin's Ambition. Imperial Capital, Golden Mansion. This ancient room is surrounded by gold cloth, and in the center is a faceless Buddha with a red cloth draped over him. The evil Qilin was sitting on his knees in front of the Buddha, hands folded, seemingly chanting and meditating. The door to the meditation room knocked. Evil Qilin's father, Evil Jiangwo, walked in. There was a hint of exhaustion on his face. The evil unicorn kept his movements and closed his eyes. Father, you seem to be very busy lately. Evil Jiangwo nodded. That Wei Ming's sister is the daughter-in-law of old Lu's family, and is also said to be from the Security Administration. Zhang Xiui is the son of the Zhang family and a senior advisor of the Security Administration. You almost pinned them both in the relics, which is a bit tricky, especially the one surnamed Zhang, who looks for old he every day to get an argument. Old Ho refers to the head of the Security Administration. Ho Lao, Ho King Kwok. Evil Kirin asked calmly. Troublesome? Evil Jiangwo revealed a hint of a smile and said rather proudly, of the four great families of the imperial capital, the evil family is the oldest. Even though the evil family did not serve in the official government, how many people were supported by the evil family to rise to power? It's still okay for your father to take care of these troubles. The evil unicorn nodded gently. Evil Jiangwo pondered for 2 seconds and said, Son, there's something I want to discuss with you. The evil Kirin lowered his hands, opened his eyes, and said, Father, please. Evil Jiangwo organized his language and said with a smile, Lao, he asked me if you could be allowed to join the Security Administration as the leader of a special task force. Not a bad official position. I think it's okay. You see, son, because of our special family, our family has no official position in the government. I think it would be an opportunity for our family if you joined the crown. We, the evil family, can use this to go further. Why don't you think about it? Evil Jiangwo's tone had a consultative, even pleasing meaning. The evil family's greatest weakness was that the evil family had no identity in the officialdom. Even if more official dignitaries befriended the evil family, the evil family was always lame. If the evil unicorn joins the crown, there is a precedent. It was tantamount to tearing open an opening down which the evil family could slowly enter and serve in official positions. The evil unicorn shook his head firmly. To join the Security Administration is to be constrained. No. Evil Jiangwo closed his mouth. His son was unwilling. He didn't need to force himself. Also, I'm too greedy. The evil family was already a premier big family. How easy was it to go further? The evil Qilin looked at the huge faceless Buddha's true body in front of him and asked softly, Father, is that all you want to do to further the evil family? Only that much to pursue? Evil Jiangwo's frown deepened. The corner of the evil Qilin's mouth pulled out an arc. In the west, there is the Heaven's Gate cult, whose followers include the rich and powerful of various countries, and the official high-ranking officials of various countries. Oh, and even cut off a small country's territory to govern itself. American flag has god-making organizations that do business all over Blue Star, wealthy and in possession of top-notch biotechnology. The kings of various countries treated him with respect, and even the chief of the U.S. flag was respectful to the founder of the god-making organization. That's real power, real wealth. Father, don't you want the evil family to have this honor as well? Evil Jiangwo looked at his son in horror. Such ambition, such hubris. What did this son, who had purified himself in the temple for 10 years, practice in the temple? 10 years of purification had not worn away his son's evil spirit, but rather intensified it. The evil Qilin continued. The heavens and earth have changed greatly, and the aura has been revived. The economy, the rules, the situation of the entire blue planet are bound to change. It's a chaotic world, and in a chaotic world, heroes emerge. It's time for the evil family to grasp the winds of the times at this time and soar to the heavens. Evil Jiangwo mused. Needless to say, the son's pie was deliciously drawn, large, and tantalizing. Evil Jiangwo sighed. I'm old after all. Son, let it go. Your father covered for you. The evil unicorn gently clenched his fist and said, First, I want my own team of supremes. Rune Sect, Shu Shan, Security Administration, God-making organization evolutionary. The magic of these forces fascinated him. If one had a group of powerful transcendents, it would be much easier to do anything in the future. Whether it's looting relic resources or killing people. Evil Jiangwo said in a deep voice. Don't worry, son. I'll help you seek out some transcendence. What you do with it is up to you. The evil unicorn said. Thank you, father. After saying that, the evil Qilin knelt deeply towards the faceless Buddha statue. He is not kneeling to Buddha, but to his own desires. Evil Jiangwo went out and was about to return to his residence when he happened to see evil Yusue Scale sneak into the room. Evil Jiangwo frowned and walked towards evil Yoshue's room. The curtains were drawn. and there was a faint cry for help from a woman. The face of evil Jangwo, who was standing outside the door, sank. When I first listened to the words of the old presiding officer Mubo 1, I recognized an orphan whose birthdate was an excellent match for the Qilin as my adopted son. The old host said that this would ward off disaster for the unicorn. Evil Jangwo hadn't helped evil Uscale wipe his ass a lot over the years. Lately it's been more and more excessive, often bringing home the women they've snatched. It's all just a bunch of. If he hadn't listened to the words of the old presiding officer to protect evil Uscale, evil Jangwo would have sent evil Uscale away long ago. Evil Yushan has mentioned quite a few times that he wants to move out, but evil Jangwo is afraid that with evil Yushan's nature, he will go out and die on the streets. The old host had said that with the unicorn still in the temple, he would make sure that evil Wuscales would not die and the unicorn would be fine. Now it's good that the evil Qilin has returned, and the old host's law to change his fate against the heavens has been broken. There's no point in keeping this kid. Why don't you pay some money, kick out the evil family, and go wherever you like in the future? Evil builders knocked heavily on the door. The sound of tearing inside the room stopped, while the woman's cries for help grew louder. Who is it? Which ungrateful one is spoiling this young man's good deed? Evil Wuscale shouted. Evil Jangwo's face became even more ugly as he kicked the door open and walked straight to the bedroom. The scene in the room made the corner of evil Jangwo's eyes twitch in disbelief. It was only evil Uscale who had stripped naked and was tearing at a woman's clothes. Even if the woman had some good looks, judging from the woman's high belly, this was a pregnant woman who had been carrying a child for several months. If you play a little star, a little model, that's fine. Engaging in this mess, where will the evil family's face go when word gets out? Evil Wuscale was startled. Father, father, the woman cried out when she saw the evil builder. Help me, I still have a husband, help me will you? Evil Jangwo said with a cold face. Come out, he said and whisked his sleeves away. Evil Yushui hurriedly put on his clothes and walked out of the room with his head down. When he exited the door, evil Uscale bowed his head with a face full of fear. He also knew it was dishonorable, and he blamed it mostly on the group of foxy friends. After evil Kirin's return, evil Uscale felt his position in the family threatened. He told his fox friends that he hadn't been doing as well as he'd hoped lately, and that a kid had made a bad move. Find a pot-bellied woman to screw around with. Bump for good luck. Pregnant. Transportation. End of chapter 141. Chapter 141, Developing the Devil's Club. Chapter 141, Development of the Devil's Club. Evil Jangwo looked at his indisputable adopted son and became more and more depressed. Kirin is back, and I really should have gotten him out of the evil mansion earlier. Give evil Wuscale a sum of money to be a rich man, and consider it payment for keeping the unicorn out of trouble. Now it seems that this kid is getting ridiculous. It needs to be driven out of the imperial capital in a hurry. But, after all, after 10 years of raising them, how can you say that there is affection? If evil Uscale could help Kirin, that would be fine, and he could still stay in the imperial capital. Evil sighed. Yushui, let me ask you something. Evil Wuscale lowered his head and tensed. What is it? You speak. Evil Jangwo asked after a moment of contemplation. Aura recovery isn't such a big secret anymore. Tell me, what should we do in the face of the great momentum of aura recovery? It's kind of a test for evil Wuscale. Let's see if evil Wuscale has that head of evil Kirin. Evil Yoshue's eyes lit up and he raised his head. Dad, I've been thinking about this for a long time. You finally asked me. Evil Jangwo looked at evil Uscale in amazement. Tell me about it. Evil Uscale said seriously. First of all, we should find a transcendent sect. Dad, I'm already moving on that point. Don't look at me as if I have nothing to do every day. But I do work for the evil family. At this point, I'm definitely no worse than the evil unicorn. The aura recovery has begun, and the future must belong to the transcendentalists. After so many days of hard work, I have found 2 disciples of the rune sect. I met them at a bar and I always invite them to play. In fact, that's what I was about to tell you. Evil builders looked at this appearance carefully, as if they were recognizing him for the first time. This kid, he seems to be quite a bit better than expected. Evil Jangwo said with a smile on his face. Relieved. Go on. Evil Uscale said excitedly. The future belongs to the transcendentalists. That's why we should hug the rune sect's thighs hard. We'll be the outer forces of the rune sect and become a dependent family of the rune sect. The rune sect disciples have promised me that they are willing to accept us. I promised the rune sect that my evil family would be the rune sect's most loyal dog and smooth out all mundane matters for them. Dad, we should work for the rune sect at any cost to earn its favor. I'll admit I have a gambling streak. But, hey, Dad, why do you look so bad? Are you sick? The more evil Jangwo listened, the worse his face became. The evil Kirin is going to lead the evil family to the avenue of the Jedi family. Evil Yushue wants the evil family to be a dog of some rune sect? Isn't this a back and forth the further you go? Evil Jangwo was so angry that he didn't pass out. He took 2 deep breaths. You're dead to me. I'll give you a sum of money to do what you like and leave the empire. Don't come back without me calling you. Evil Yusher Scale froze for a moment, and then ecstasy appeared on his face. Dad, really? Can I go out and live? I'll go into business and make a big dent. Let me show you that I'm definitely no worse than a unicorn. Evil Jangwo waved his hand. That's never going to happen. Just don't get me in trouble. After Evil Jangwo finished speaking, he headed towards the main residence when he suddenly remembered something and stopped in his tracks. Kirin said that he had a death sentence in the South Seas. You have the same destiny as him, so you can't go to the South Seas either, and clean up that woman in your house. Whether or not Evil Yuscale would die in the South China Sea, Evil Jangwo was indifferent. Evil Yuscale and Evil Qilin have the same destiny, and Evil Jangwo was worried that Evil Yuscale going to the South China Sea will cause trouble for Evil Qilin. After Evil Jangwo left, Evil Yoshue's face became gloomy as he clenched his fists in death. Ever since the Evil Qilin returned, his status has become lower and lower. He was going to hate the Evil Unicorn. Evil Yusher Scales gritted his teeth and whispered, I was not allowed to go to the South Seas, but I had to go. Let the South China Sea be the first world that I fight down. South China Sea. Mid-Levels Villa. Li Yang sat on the sofa, contemplating. After the God Creation Organization's laboratory was terminated by Du Yangming, it gained such an unexpected blessing as Lilith. The transcripts of Lilith's experiments and those of the God-making organization solved the immediate need to run the lab. Kong Qianqiu's experimental bottleneck breaks through and can function normally. The theme of the God-making organization's experiment was evolution. Kong Qianqiu's experiment was going to add a step to evolution, and that was transcendence. Thinking of this, the corner of Li Yang's mouth involuntarily hung up a smile. Transcendental creatures. How interesting it would be to bring legendary creatures to reality through technology and transcendental means. The target of Li Yang's experiments would not be humans. He didn't have the bad taste of the God-making organization that experimented on humans and made a bunch of inhuman monsters. Too cheesy. Transcendent beings are, for example, transcendent beings like vampires. There are so many legends of transcendent beings in this world. Unicorns, gargoyles, Western dragons, even the Eastern totem dragon. When a five-clawed heavenly dragon casts clouds and rain in the air, I wonder what kind of shock it will bring. The shock for the world was also a strong catalyst for the development of a transcendental civilization. Those transcendent creatures would also share their spiritual power for Li Yang, and perhaps become Li Yang's followers, providing Li Yang with the power of faith. Adding a transcendent element on top of the God-making gene experiment was not difficult to accomplish for Kong Qianqiu, who had Li Yang as his backing. It's just that more money is needed as well as more talent. Li Yang rubbed his chin and muttered, there's still a shortage of money. Not only is there a shortage of money, but there is also a shortage of talent. The laboratory was currently run by Kong Qianqiu alone, although he was a living dead man with unlimited energy, but in the end, he was still only Kong Qianqiu. Those cleaners are not professionals and can only help with a hand. The lab's progress today is entirely due to Kong Qianqiu's profound knowledge. But, barring that, as the experiment deepened, the cleaners were losing their credentials to play second fiddle. Li Yang's fingers gently tapped the armrest as his mind wandered leisurely. There's no shortage of talent when you have the money to do the recruiting of biology's finest. When there is an influx of elites, the lab has to have its name on the lab building now. The part that empowers creatures to be transcendent can be kept in the Port Angeles Hospital. The rest that sees the light of day must be kept in the open. It takes money to get a building too. This is the South China Sea, where money is least valuable. Su Yutong is rich, but just because she is rich, you can't kowtow to her alone wool gathering. Li Yang picked up his notebook and muttered, recently there has been an aura recovery, which is now on track. Let it evolve. I'll just push it forward a little once in a while. What is important now is to develop the resources of the Devil's Club. I'm opening up the great future, and the Devil's Club will be the organization that suppresses this era and aids me in my ascent to godhood. Li Yang wrote 2 words in his notebook: points. The Demon Club was founded with plans for a points system. Upon reaching a certain level of points, demons can advance to become intermediate demons, high-level demons, or even great demons just below apostles. They will be given a potion of desire, and their strength and authority will be increased at the same time. Points are tied to contributions. Points can be earned by contributing money to the club and completing club tasks. Points can not only be used to promote membership levels, but can also be exchanged for transcendental items. End of chapter 142. Chapter 142 Membership Promotion Mechanisms. Chapter 142 Membership Promotion Mechanism. Transcendent items include Death Tree Leaves, Spirit Plant Immortality, and Spirit Weapons. The Death Tree Leaves were the leaves of the earthly benevolent tree, and the effects of the Death Tree Leaves were a little less effective than the effects of Li Yang's power of death. People who are about to die will live in the state of the living dead for a while after taking the leaves. Just for a while, maybe a month, maybe 2. Unlike Li Yang's pure power of death, it could turn the dying into the living dead forever. However, with regular doses of death tree leaves, it is possible to become a full version of the living dead like the cleaner. Death tree leaves, 5 points. Spirit plant, 1 point. Spiritual weapons count points according to grade. The value of the spirit plant immortal grass to Li Yang was greater than the death tree leaves. After all, creating a spirit plant immortal herb would consume precious soul power. In comparison, the power of death was not worth mentioning to Li Yang. However, the death tree leaf was equivalent to a lifespan, and the thing called lifespan was precious to anyone other than Li Yang. Li Yang paused his pen, pondered seriously, and murmured, "How much is the right amount of money for a point? No, money can't buy points. Points can only be earned by doing quests. Intermediate members have higher privileges in the Devil's Club and also receive a lust potion. Promoting members is what drives demons and the hierarchy of demons. In other words, promoting membership levels is an effective way for demon clubs to manipulate demonic behavior. That's why promoting members can't be done with money alone. If Li Yang wanted money, he could have issued a donation mission, like donating $1 billion for 20 points or something like that. Of course, members traded points among themselves, and that was fine with Li Yang. Li Yang searched for a moment. 1,000 points qualify for promotion to intermediate member. With 1,000 points and having completed the promotion task, you can become an intermediate member. Points will be displayed in the membership card. The membership card created by the Black Witch is more than just proof of demonic status. Li Yang wrote carefully. The behemoth that suppressed an era was gradually perfecting its functions on the notebook. At the moment the Devil's Club needs a lot of money, and a lot of talent, and a lab building. It can be posted out in 3 missions. Li Yang snapped his fingers. A crow flew in. Black flames emerged from Li Yang's fingers and gently tapped on the crow's head. Go find Du Yangming. The black flame has information about the membership points system, as well as mission information. Posting missions is left to the apostles. Du Yangming is getting better and better, especially since Du Yangming could transform the blood heir after he was promoted to the 3rd rank. His blood heir is the same as a normal vampire, with the 2nd rank transforming a blood servant and the 3rd rank transforming a vampire. The race of transcendental creatures, the vampires, will blossom in this transcendental age and make a splash in this world. And Du Yangming, the originator of the vampire. The crow acted as a carrier pigeon and flew towards the window. Li Yang looked at the crow's figure and secretly sighed at the convenience that the apostle had brought. Du Yangming is responsible for all mundane matters. The tree of the human nature promotes the revival of the aura. Chen Yushi and Zhang Shirai were responsible for proclaiming the faith of the god of death and enhancing their soul power. Raven Dahe has set out to govern the demon race. It was said that he had a deal with the earthly benevolent tree in exchange for a number of shape-changing fruits. The usefulness of the shape-changing fruit was also presumably related to governing the demon race. Everything is in order. The apostles are like several reigns, controlling the demon club, controlling the 7 commandments, controlling the demon race. And Li Yang, the chess master behind the scenes, only needed to grab the reins to harness the Gaijin beast. Which jerks a lot? Just at this moment, a discordant voice rang out beside Li Yang. Li Yang glanced aside at the rattles with a dark face. She was clutching her cell phone, giddy with excitement as she watched Naruto blast past. Oh, almost forgot about this little loser. Where did she get a membership to watch the video? Oh, so it's my cell phone. I said, where did my cell phone go? When did she steal my cell phone? Li Yang snatched the cell phone. Don't play with your cell phone until you've done your job. Rattlesnake got upset all of a sudden and sat down on the couch holding her arms in exasperation. Li Yang asked, flipping through his cell phone, did anyone call me? Rattle skimmed. Who's going to be looking for you other than a greeting text from your bank? There was one fraudulent text message, and I scratched it straight away. Fraudulent text messages? A flash of suspicion appeared on Li Yang's face. It stands to reason that his phone number is privately protected from nuisance calls and harassing texts. The only people who can text him are people they actually know, other than the bank. Li Yang opened the scam text message that the ringer was talking about. Brother, I don't have money for tuition. Can you give me some money? Well, the smell of fraud is strong. Li Yang looked at the sender number. Cell phone number from White Mountain City. Not a virtual phone number. The phone rang again. The same text from the same number. I'm sorry, I don't want to bother you, but I'm really short $3,000. Li Yang thought for a moment and called the number back, which was quickly answered on the other end. Hello? Which one are you? Li Yang spoke first. Are you brother Li Yang? It was a young girl's voice on the other end. The young girl's voice was full of timidity, embarrassment, and consternation. Li Yang raised his eyebrows. Still really know me? He responded. Well, I am. There was a few seconds of silence there before he whispered. I'm Wang Shuzheng's sister. Li Yang froze for a moment. The 3 words Wang Shuzheng are the key to unlocking dusty times. For a split second, it pulled Li Yang's thoughts back to his high school days. After his grandmother left, he became poorer and more self-conscious. not having a good time in school, besides being demeaned by teachers and bullied by classmates. It was one of his darkest times. Wang Shuzheng, nicknamed Big Crooked, is his roommate. To Li Yang, Wang Shuzheng and his relationship is not much good, not to the heart and soul kind. Wang Shuzheng, on the contrary, hugged Li Yang and cried on the day of graduation. He was sort of Li Yang's only friend. Li Yang, a person who is naturally cool, has not contacted Wang Shuzheng since graduating from high school. I also heard about Wang Shuzheng later. Some say he went to college, but instead of going to school, he returned to his hometown of Baishan City to work. Li Yang's voice softened. It's you. I've heard about you from your brother. How is your brother? Wang Shuzheng had bragged about his sister to him, but Li Yang couldn't remember what Wang Shuzheng's sister's name was. He was gone last year. The young girl's voice trailed off, her emotions low. Li Yang frowned. The young girl said carefully, my brother gave me this phone number before he left. He said he could come to you if he was in trouble and said you were my other brother in the world. I got into the South China Sea Civil Aviation University last year, but I'm $3,000 short of the cost of clothing for this semester. Can you help me? After a long time, Li Yang said, where are you? The young girl over there answered in a hurry. I'm in my dorm room at the South China Sea Civil Aviation University. Li Yang said, wait for me. End of chapter 143. Chapter 143, Trusting an Orphan on His Deathbed. Chapter 143, Trusting an Orphan on His Deathbed. Countless thoughts rose. After hanging up the phone, those thoughts fell away again. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. Is this a deathbed request? There is no greater promise for a man than the dying promise of a brother. Is there? What kind of trust is that? Wang Shuzheng should have said no, and did treat Li Yang as a brother. The sister that Big Crooked entrusted with his life is so timid as to make this call to herself for $3,000? Li Yang's heart was a bit unfavorable. Even if Li Yang didn't treat Big Crooked as a life and death brother, but that was after all the only friend, the only one who helped him in high school. If it was a god, there must be no ripples inside. If it was Li Yang, he himself had said that he was only a mortal who bore the name of a god. Li Yang stood up, put on that black trench coat, put on a round hat, and walked out of the villa. Should have gotten a car. Li Yang snapped his fingers, a black magic formation emerged from the ground, and a giant undead crawled out from the magic formation. The giant undead leaned down and helped Li Yang ride on his neck. Then, it swept swiftly towards the bottom of the mountain. Night, South China Sea Civil Aviation University, girls' dormitory, standard bed and bed table. The room was filled with the aroma of cosmetics. 3 beds with curtains drawn over them, curtains with computers, dolls and snacks. There was a simple bed that was out of place with the rest of the beds. The sheets and covers were school-issued, not as gadgety as the rest of the girls in the dorm, but clean. On the bed sat a young girl. Her name was Wang Tingting, Wang Shuzheng's sister. 3 heavily made-up girls giggled as they entered the dormitory. The girls took a bunch of loot they brought back from the mall and shared their spoils in a good way. The phone is ringing. The blonde girl picked up the phone and whined. Brother, going to a bar? How about Rasputin's? I'm calling up my roommate. The blonde girl hung up and raised the cell phone in her hand, showing off. Have you seen this cell phone? It's a new model. This new brother of mine bought it for me. My brother is taking me to a bar. What do you say we go to a bar tonight? The 2 remaining girls cheered. The blonde girl looked towards Wang Tingting who had just climbed out of her bed. Tina, coming along? Wang Tingting smiled politely and shook her head. Nah, you guys go ahead. I have a date with my brother. You guys have fun, haha. After Wang Tingting finished, she took her bag and left the dormitory. Just out of the dormitory, the blonde girl crossed her legs, looked at Wang Tingting's back with disdain, and snorted. Just like her, she has a brother now? Look at her. She's such a bumpkin. Who's going to look at her? What a hypocrite. The brother spoken of here is not a blood brother, said of the ambiguous object of a friendship that is half over and a love that is not yet complete. While ambiguous, this brother has to be of a certain social status, rich kids, executives, that sort of thing. The girl with the smoky curls picked up the hand cream on the table and rubbed it in as she did so, humming softly. She, is just afraid to go to the bar and ask for money. I'm so poor. I heard I didn't pay for my costume this year. Besides, you don't know about her and Rasputin's bar thing, do you? Let her hang out at Rasputin's bar. Would she dare? They are in the Air Crew program, which is a low-scoring program with a high percentage of art point. TS. Many students choose this program in order to get into the South China Sea Civil Aviation University. Everything is good about this program, except that the tuition is more expensive than normal and there is a clothing fee each semester. It's good to know that the South China Sea Civil Aviation University has a high rate of flight attendant students moving up after graduation. The college money will soon be earned back. The blonde girl smiled badly. That's why I'm going to Rasputin's bar, because I know that about her. You look at her sullen look of pretending to be pure, and I'm not happy until I'm disgusted with her. Smoky makeup curly hair girl holding lipstick and touching up her makeup in a small mirror. Guess where Wang Tingting actually went when she said she was going to look for her brother? The blonde girl packed her bag. Contemptuously. Must have gone to a $10 fast food place. Ha, it's all places where bad old men go, and I don't know how she can eat there. Let's go. My brother picked us up in a Land Rover. Wang Tingting stood at the school entrance and waited quietly. The phone is ringing. Wang Tingting glanced at the memo. Brother Li Yang. She rushed to pick up the phone. Hello? Cross the street. The words on the phone were short and concise. Wang Tingting looked towards the opposite side of the road, her beautiful eyes slowly widening. She always heard her big brother mention this Li Yang brother. Have seen photos, or the first time to see in person. So handsome, much more so than the photo. Wang Tingting hurriedly crossed the street and stood shyly, uneasily in front of Li Yang. Brother Li Yang. She had to borrow money from Li Yang, and she heard from her big brother that Li Yang's family situation was not good either. $3,000 is also a lot of money for Li Yang's brother. She was quite embarrassed to borrow $3,000. This was the first time Li Yang had met Wang Tingting. The 3 quarts and 5 eyes are very standard, and the fleshy sticky temperament is very stewardess-like. I really don't know how this kid Big Crooked got such a gorgeous sister. It's just that Wang Tingting is too thin and you can tell she's malnourished. The genes are washed white, and you should live frugally on a regular basis. Li Yang asked, let's take you to dinner. What do you want? Wang Tingting stole a glance at Li Yang. Brother Li Yang, you came to my school, let me treat you to dinner. She pointed to a store down the street, with a big air of hostess. Li Yang twisted his head to look at the store. It's a $10 fast food restaurant. Li Yang smiled. Yeah. The two of them walked forward and back toward the $10 fast food place. A Land Rover passed by, and the blonde girl on the passenger side happened to see Wang Tingting enter the door of the $10 fast food restaurant. A soft grunt escaped her nose. Funny I should say that, and talk about going to my brother. It's a pretty strange world. There are places where girls are not explicitly forbidden to enter, but just no girls will come. It was still rare for a beautiful college student like Wang Tingting to walk into this fast food restaurant. Li Yang sat on the chair and watched Wang Tingting take a big bite of the eggplant and potatoes. It's not that I'm looking down on $10 fast food restaurants. Li Yang is also a regular customer of $10 fast food restaurants. Just barring that, there's a sense of not taking care of your brother's sister. Wang Tingting saw that Li Yang was not eating and was embarrassed to eat, and asked awkwardly, why don't you eat it? Brother, do you not like it? We can switch. There's a good grilled fish place next to the school. Li Yang lit a cigarette. You are quite rich and generous. Wang Tingting lowered her head. Li Yang asked, Big Crooked, what's up with your brother? A touch of sadness appeared on Wang Tingting's face. Last year, someone from Imperial was recruiting civilian laborers at our place, and my brother went there. At the end of the year, my brother had an accident at a construction site. Li Yang's eyes dimmed. If Wang Shuzheng had approached himself at that time, the ending would have been different. He had heard of Wang Shuzheng's family affairs. Quite complicated. Divorced family. Both parents do not care about the siblings. Leaving Wang Tingting alone should be quite difficult for her. Li Yang asked softly, didn't the construction site pay your brother? Wang Tingting said, the site lost a lot of money. I took it all to save my brother's life, but the ICU is too much money for one day. The money's all gone and my brother hasn't been saved. Li Yang flicked the ashes of his cigarette and asked with no expression on his face, what are your plans? Wang Tingting put down her chopsticks. Her 2 hands tangled under the table, and lowered her head. Actually, in my original plan, I had enough for tuition. I usually had work-study and worked at a bar over winter break, but I walked away from the bar because of my brother. When I came back to ask for my paycheck, the bar manager wouldn't give it to me, and he made a pass at me. I was too scared to ask for more. The dirty word move your hands sounded rather harsh to Li Yang's ears now. Wang Tingting raised her head and asked in a small voice, Brother Li Yang, can you lend me $3,000? I'll give it to you on summer vacation this year. Li Yang extinguished his cigarette. Which bar? Wang Tingting froze for a moment. Rasputin. What's wrong? Li Yang got up. To paycheck, and by the way, I'll introduce you to someone. For a god to give a woman a head start for $3,000 is no card, but for Li Yang, it would be a loss of face if the deceased's daughter was not taken care of. P.S. Tina wine will be useful later. End of chapter. Chapter 144. Chapter 144, The Mysterious Big Brother Outside Rasputin Bar. Chapter 144, The Mysterious Big Man Outside Rasputin's Bar. Outside Rasputin's bar, the sound of a powerful DJ can be faintly heard. The most common thing parked outside the door is a luxury car. Few people who actually drink drive these cars to bars. Luxury cars are for hunting, or a rich, little tycoon bringing his lover on a date. In short, it's just pretending. Anyone who's willing to come to a bar and play hard to get is a big shot. The porter in the white shirt stood at the door. and whenever he saw a limousine stop, he would trot to open the door, and the row was sure to be given. The next most numerous are cabs. Most of the people getting out of the cabs were partnered, beautifully dressed women. Never mind what it's like to be a cowboy at work during the day. It's definitely a good idea to show off your biggest female beauties at night and give vent to the cries of your heart. Some of the beautiful women getting out of the car stopped and curiously eyed the few men standing in front of Rasputin's bar. The 4 people were dressed in black suits. 1 man and 3 women. 2 beautiful young girls, twins. The other woman, a black leather foreign hottie. And strangely enough, that black leather hottie was carrying a guitar. The man at the head of the group, like a teacher, a Confucian scholar. There was also a cold aura on his body. There was elegance in these 4 men, as if they were European medieval aristocrats. It's quite an eye-catching sight to see such an alternative group standing quietly in front of the bar. The 4 of them looked like they were waiting for someone. Anyone could see that they were definitely not ordinary people. So what they were waiting for was definitely not ordinary people either. And let's not even talk about the black leather hottie. To be able to hire foreigners in the summer country requires qualifications. If it was still this kind of foreign beauty that was hired, it would be even more indicative of the strength of the boss of these 4. Instead of choosing to go into the bar, some of the beautiful women who had gotten out of their cabs came together and looked at the 4 men curiously and whispered, "Which gold cup is this big?" A cab came in the distance and stopped in front of Rasputin's bar. Wang Tingting, who was sitting in the back seat with Li Yang, wanted to say something. She looked at Li Yang carefully. She knew Li Yang was trying to stand up for her and she was touched. I heard from my big brother that Li Yang's family situation is also not good, and he also graduated from college not long ago. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble for this kind of first-time college student to go to a bar to find a scene? Wang Tingting also knew that the bar manager was a ruthless character who knew black and white, and was not someone they could mess with as a small person. She was afraid that Li Yang would argue with someone and then get beaten up, in which case Wang Tingting would feel guilty. On the way, she politely tries to dissuade Li Yang from going to the bar for a scene, but Li Yang didn't say anything. She didn't know why, but Li Yang had an air of superiority that made her not dare to say more. Wang Tingting felt for a moment that Li Yang was not an ordinary citizen, but quickly vetoed it. Big Brother had talked about Li Yang's family, and how Big Brother, who was just a bricklayer, could know the big man and become a brother. Wang Tingting was apprehensive in her heart, and her cell phone had already entered the alarm call, so as long as Li Yang suffered a loss, she immediately dialed. The cab arrived in front of the bar. Du Yongming, dressed in a black suit, jogged to the cab door and pulled it open. Wang Tingting looked at Du Yongming in surprise through Li Yang. Rasputin's doorman? It shouldn't be. The man in the suit doesn't have the air of a doorman. It's more like a leader. Why would he help open the door? Is it a case of mistaken identity? Du Yongming was detailed enough to keep his hand on the car door frame and lean down respectfully. Master. Wang Tingting froze. Master? He called brother Li Yang his master? Master, a title you only hear in novels, but you've heard it in reality? Li Yang nodded flatly and got out of the car as Du Yongming waited on him. The 2 twin girls in suits stood in a line at the door of the car and immediately lowered their heads the moment Li Yang got out of the car. Lilith, dressed in a black suit, ran to the other side of the car and pulled the door open as well. Lilith said respectfully in standard Summerese, "Miss, please get out of the car." Wang Tingting froze and looked at Lilith. Although the black leather woman did not fit the aesthetics of the summer people, this black leather woman was really beautiful. Also, she has a unique aura about her. It's like a fictional outlaw international hit woman. Wang Tingting got out of the car very confused and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Li Yang looked at Lilith indifferently. This is the woman who fought with herself for half a year in the South China Sea? Du Yongming introduced in a low voice. Her name is Lilith, Leon King's adopted daughter. Didn't help out much at the lab. After Lilith invited Wang Tingting out of the car, she followed the 2 teenage girls as they stood obediently in a line. Lilith surreptitiously raised her eyes to glance at Li Yang. Lilith was thinking, Lord Du is a vampire. And what is the status of this young man that Lord Du calls his master? She wouldn't be foolish enough to think that the head of an organization made up of transcendent beings and transcendent humans would be an ordinary human. Du Yongming raised his chin towards the 2 suited girls and introduced them. They used to be cleaners, and I thought they were pretty good, so I converted them into vampires. The sisters, one named Lu Yuan Yuan and the other Lu Meng Meng. Lu Yuan Yuan had worked as a pheasant in the old city to make ends meet and to pay for her sister's tuition. Li Yang nodded slightly and said to Wang Tingting with a sideways glance, "I'm usually busy. He'll be looking after you from now on, so contact him if you need anything." Du Yongming glanced at Wang Tingting. Very aromatic virginal flavor. He didn't dare to speculate on Wang Tingting's identity freely and asked tentatively, "Master, this is..." Li Yang returned, "The daughter of a deceased man, studying in the South China Sea. Take more care of her." Du Yongming understood. The master is a Shinigami with an endless lifespan, walking around the mortal world in a human body. It was inevitable that he would have a few human friends. This young lady is the daughter of the master's friend. I believe the lifespan of a mortal is short, and to be able to impress a god with his limited life, one can imagine how deep the friendship is. How could he dare to slack off on a friendship that could make a god take it seriously? Du Yangming once again looked at Wang Tingting with a touch more respect in his eyes and said seriously, "Please rest assured, master, that the young lady will not be wronged." Li Yang stopped talking and lifted his leg towards the bar. Wang Tingting also dizzily followed. His own big brother? Who even had this kind of awesome friend? Didn't you say he was poor too? If Big Brother has such a great friend, how come he's living such a miserable life? Could it be that Big Brother was afraid that substances would taint their friendship, so he was unwilling to seek Li Yang's help? The reason for telling yourself that Li Yang's brother is poor is that you don't want to bother him? On his deathbed, he was uneasy about himself, which is why he told him that if he was in trouble, he could look for brother Li Yang? Wang Tingting thought wildly. The gazes of those beautiful women on the sidelines looked at Wang Tingting with envy and even some jealousy. Obviously average size and looking green. How come it's so scenic? The young man in the black trench coat and round hat was definitely a mysterious big shot. The aura is strong and the way you raise your hand is honorable. Do bigots like these green apples these days? Wang Tingting felt the women's eyes, very uncomfortable, lowered her head, and accelerated her pace. Inside the bar, powerful music detonates the atmosphere. Under the female DJ's passionate lyrics, the men and women in the audience screamed and cheered and danced like crazy. On the first floor of the large card table, 3 of Wang Tingting's roommates were talking to an arm man. The blonde girl, in particular, was scratching her head and acting intimate with the arm man. The other 2 roommates were a little envious. They could see that the arm man had money and was willing to give it to his sister. And it's so dignified that the bar's drink supervisor keeps coming to toast after the arm man arrives. Who wouldn't want such a good brother? The girl with the smoky curly hair was a little offended, and said with a slight grimace, "Nan, you haven't said what your brother really does." Mentally searching for a shelf. No way. One day you're in a bar acting like a dirtbag. The next day you're in a factory screwing screws hard kind of thing. End of chapter. Chapter 145. Chapter 145 Zhu Dajuan's Points Mission. Chapter 145 Zhu Dajuan's Points Mission. How could the blonde girl not know what her plastic best friend was thinking? Just in time to take advantage of her brother's awesomeness and hit her hard in the face, the blonde girl threw her arms around the arm man and pouted. "Biao, just tell them about your glorious deeds." The armchair man was a little tipsy from the drink, and with this gentle ecstasy from the blonde girl, he came to his senses. He opened a bottle of beer and grinned. "Do you guys know Bear?" They shook their heads, only able to make out that the name Bear was supposed to be a gag for some underground big brother. The man with the arm laughed softly. "So have you heard of Wolf?" The curly-haired, smoky makeup girl remembered something at once, blinking her big eyes at the arm man. "Which brother Wolf? Is it the one from Emperor Entertainment?" Crazy Wolf's name was still famous in the Aircrew Academy of the South China Sea Civil Aviation University. A small portion of the girls from the Aircrew Academy worked as princesses and even desk girls in Zhu Dajuan's field. Girls who had this experience went back to school and told their sisters some secret gossip. A lot of this gossip is about the underworld. In their mouths, Crazy Wolf, that was a real South China Sea underground big shot. Even Song Sijia, the contemporary national god, had to go pay his respects to Crazy Wolf when he came to the South China Sea. The arm man looked at the curly-haired, smoky makeup girl in surprise. A little insight. Brother Bear is Brother Wolf's brother. I'm with Brother Bear, and I'm the one covering this bar. A few of the girls' eyes changed as they looked at the arm man again. This arm man is really something. The blonde girl became even more proud, enjoying the envious looks from her sisters and grinning as she wrapped her arm around the arm man. "We're all good sisters, and my brother is your brother. He. The curly-haired, smoky makeup girl chimed in. "Yes, we're all good sisters. Unlike that poor misfit Wang Tingting." The man with the arm was also a little floored by the praise and asked, "What? Sisters have nasties? The men I'll beat to death, and the women I'll find someone to gangbang." Several girls immediately chattered about Wang Tingting's bad behavior. "You don't know brother. Wang Tingting might be pretending to be pure, obviously working part-time at a bar and acting all noble every day. I don't know what this sucks for. Poor and stingy. Every time we have an event to go out to, she doesn't fit in and doesn't go with us. It's no wonder she's poor, as the old saying goes. The more stingy you are, the poorer you are." The blonde girl suddenly remembered something, laughed, and said, "Like today, I guess, when all 3 of us were going to the bar and she wasn't coming with us for fear of money, and made excuses about going to see some brother, only to see her go to a $10 fast food place. Deadly and vain." The man with the arm laughed softly. "Since you guys don't like her, I'll find someone to clean her up. Whatever big brother she has, I can beat up whoever I want in this part of the South End anyway. Actually, Wang Tingting had no grudge against these girls. Mostly, Tina Wang is too clean. Even when I was poor, I worked in a bar, but I never got out of the mud. You can't let Wang Tingting fall with them. That's only degrading and attacking. In the world of the crows, innocence is a sin. At that moment, the blonde girl suddenly saw something and asked, pointing to the entrance of the bar on the side of the dance floor, "Isn't that Wang Tingting? Who's that guy next to her?" The crowd looked towards the entrance of the bar and saw Wang Tingting, as well as the man beside Wang Tingting. The man's aura was powerful, with a kind of high esteem. Between his hands and feet, he is all noble. He didn't fit in with the noisy bar environment. It was as if a pampered lion had entered the chaotic sheepfold with high pride. The man was followed by 4 other men and women in suits, like friends and bodyguards. The girl with curly hair and smoky makeup was silent for a moment. She's really looking for her brother? Her brother is quite handsome backwards. So classy. The man with the arm felt that he had lost face and said disdainfully, "Handsome can be a meal? What's important for a man is to be able to do it. I'll call the brothers at the bar door and see what's going on with them standing at the door." The man with the arm made a call and then snickered at a couple of the girls. "Ask out. This bar owes that little $3,000 in wages. His brother came for his paycheck." The guys in suits in the back were helping to hold up the fort. "I don't know which unit is white collar. What's with the Matrix Act when you don't change after work?" A couple of the girls looked at each other. "But he's so handsome. Wouldn't it be fun to go on a date?" The blonde girl looked at the handsome Li Yang, had a look at Wang Tingting, and the more she looked at him, the more jealous she became, the more upset she became. How did this hook up with a white boy? The blonde girl said quietly, "Indeed, handsome is useless. This is your place, isn't it, brother? That brings people to cause trouble and you don't care?" The man with the arm stood up. "Then I'm going to meet him and beat the out of him for you guys to see." Our man wants to show off his majesty in front of the girls. He had just taken a step, and his foot shrank back as if electrocuted, a look of having seen a ghost on his face. Several girls followed the armed man's gaze. The stocky middle-aged man came at an unknown time and nodded at Wang Tingting's brother. A white-haired young man smiled along while the bar's manager punished himself with a face like death. After a while, the middle-aged man respectfully brought Wang Tingting's brother up to the second floor. The white-haired youth flung the bar manager and cursed angrily for a few moments before beckoning with an obscure look on his face. Immediately afterward came 2 of the jerks who were watching the place and dragged the bar manager to the back. The bar manager struggled for a while and took a beating. The blonde girl withdrew her gaze and grabbed the armed man's arm and whispered, "What's wrong with you, brother?" The man with the arm muttered, "Master June, Brother Wolf." The man with the arm sat on his ass on the couch, finishing off an entire bottle of beer in one gulp, his face full of fear. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a good thing I wasn't impulsive. That man is a big deal. The blonde woman was filled with doubt. "Brother, what's going on? What big shot? Are you looking at it wrong?" The man with the arm threw his arm away in horror and snapped, "Don't you touch me. Wang Tingting's brother is a big shot. Squeeze me like an ant. I almost believed you guys. You guys almost got me killed." Several of the girls grew their mouths wide with disbelief. The blonde girl blushed hard and smiled awkwardly. You're kidding, right? Is it a misreading?" The man with the arm muffled another swig of beer, squelching his shock, and said, "Do you know who it was that nodded to the man and personally led him upstairs?" Several girls shook their heads in bewilderment. The man with the arm said, "That's the Southern Navy master, Wolf's boss. Look at the one with the white hair. That's Wolf." The blonde woman gulped, her face full of incredulity. "How is this possible? Wang Tingting can fall for such a big shot?" The man with the arm rose and said in a deep voice, "Of course it's impossible. The only possibility is that Wang Tingting was originally a lady from a worldly family and came to your school to experience life. You guys messed with her, so let's hope she's not a big fan. I'm done with the bill, so don't contact me again." The armed man, under the shocked gazes of several girls, jogged his ass to the door of the bar, nodding his head in greeting Wang Tingting. 2 twin girls in suits stopped the armed man like 2 gatekeepers. The man with the arm snapped and left. The blonde girl gulped, her face full of horror. What about this? Rasputin Bar, 2nd floor. Lilith and Du Yongming stood solemn at the entrance of the office, full of strangers, acting as door guards. Inside the office, Li Yang walked behind the desk and sat in the boss chair, taking out a cigarette from his pocket and holding it in his mouth. Xu Dajuan took out his lighter and fearfully tried to light it. Li Yang raised his eyes indifferently. Xu Dajuan's movements froze and he slammed to his knees. Where does he get off lighting Death's cigarette? Li Yang lit his cigarette. Green smoke curls up in vain. Xu Dajuan's body, kneeling on the ground, trembled slightly from fear. Master, the following people are not well managed. Surprisingly, Xu Dajuan did not dare to continue. His body was shaking so badly that he could not speak well. His horror-filled eyes stared dead at the ground, cold sweat dripping down. How dare they offend your people? Little deserves to die. I deserve to die, Li Yang said quietly. I trust you to do things meticulously. Xu Dajuan raised his head in a hurry. All the cameras in the bar are down tonight. A hint of viciousness showed in his eyes. And absolutely no one has seen you tonight. Li Yang laughed lightly twice and shook his head. There's no need. You're wanted on an errand. Mission, so to speak. This is something that is better suited for you to do. Xu Dajuan's eyes gradually changed from fear to incredulity. Could it be point system quests? What an important mission issued by the god of death himself. What an honor. End of chapter 146. Chapter 146, Cultivating Xu Dajuan. Chapter 146, Cultivating Xu Dajuan. Even if Du Yongming didn't like Xu Dajuan as an underground bigwig, Xu Dajuan was the member who socialized with Du Yongming the most. Even if the Devil's Club's points mission hadn't been announced yet, Xu Dajuan had gotten some news. Kneeling on the ground, Xu Dajuan agitatedly said, "At your command, my lord." Li Yang flicked the ashes in the ashtray and opened his mouth. "I want a bar. A nondescript bar. You have to keep the bar private. Private means that no black and white can go looking for trouble." Xu Dajuan immediately understood Li Yang's meaning, and surprise appeared on his face. In the South China Sea, the Devil's Club controls almost all the resources. It didn't even need Lord Death to say anything, as long as a random apostle lord gave the word. Who would dare to go to a bar under the Devil's Club and cause trouble? The fact that Lord Death could say something like asking himself to ensure the privacy of the bar meant that the bar was secretive to the other members as well. The Shinigami-sama is giving himself a secret mission to cultivate himself. Xu Dajuan was not ambiguous. His head smashed hard on the ground marble, and a crack appeared in the marble. He shouted, "Xiao Zhu will definitely not fail his master's expectations." An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Li Yang's mouth. Xu Dajuan was quite resourceful and could see right through it. Li Yang had the idea of opening a demon exchange. He needed a pilot, one that would be kept absolutely secret from everyone except the customers. The Devil's Exchange functions in three ways. One is the desire to acquire. Secondly, the sale of transcendental items. Third, an experiment. An experiment in cultivating desire in large quantities. Desire power could be cultivated. Li Yang had tried it on Chen Yushi. The next Devil's Exchange could be a few more experiments. Figuring out the rules and developing a model for cultivating desire. The Devil's Exchange functions a bit like Pawnshop 8 from the TV show. The big difference is that the only thing the Devil's Exchange acquires is desire. Or attract people with a meager breath of desire and acquire them after cultivating their meager breath of desire into the power of desire. A real Devil's Bargain property pulling full stop. Li Yang chose Xu Dajuan to carry out this mission for three reasons as well. The first point is that Li Yang thinks a small bar is more private than a pawn store or something like that. Street bars are commonplace, and street pawnshops are something anyone would want to look at. In Nanhai, the person who owns the most bars is Xu Dajuan. The second point is that Li Yang does want to train Xu Dajuan. In the future, the apostles will become busier and busier, and it would be better to leave the affairs of the South Sea Demon Club to the management of the archdemons, as it was initially set up to do. Of all the members of the Devil's Club, Li Yang favored two people the most: Su Yutong, Xu Dajuan. Su Yutong and Xu Dajuan, a mall queen and an underground king. None of them had an official status, but they were the top power players in the South China Sea, and they were pretty good candidates for the archdemon. Well, Li Yang's favorite thing is that they don't have official status, which is clean for Li Yang. These two people's eyesight, ability, and will were also not comparable to ordinary people. Su Yutong was already in charge of the cleaner system, and Xu Dajuan should have some special responsibilities. According to Li Yang's conception, the South Sea Demon Club would have two big demons, both with special weights, to develop and at the same time check and balance each other. Of course, the premise is that Xu Dajuan can withstand cultivation. Regarding the third point, it was also coincidental that I came to Rasputin today to help Tina Wang out. The aura on Li Yang was too bright in some people's eyes. A god of death, purposely going to a bar to find a scene for the sake of a mortal's daughter would not bring trouble to the god of death, but it could easily bring unwanted attention to the mortal's daughter. Wang Tingting. Li Yang also didn't want Wang Tingting to be involved with the Devil's Club. How about letting Xu Dajuan think that he came to Rasputin today mainly to find him, cultivate him, and give him tasks? Helping Wang Tingting out was just incidental. It also reaps a wave of flattered loyalty from the Xu Dajun. Li Yang got up and went out. "I'll give you a week. Contact the apostle when it's done." Li Yang was quite busy during this time. The lab building and operating funds will be fully funded after the points assignment is released tonight. Kong Chiaki's lab is a big deal. Xu Dajuan got up in a hurry. "Master, I'll see you off," Li Yang said. "No need." With that, he was out the door. The two vampires followed close behind. Xu Dajuan also did not dare to send it hard, and carefully cleaned the traces left by Li Yang with a rag in the house. Fingerprints. soot, even chairs that had been sat on were carefully wiped down. Downstairs, Li Yang, surrounded by Lilith and Du Yongming, went downstairs. Wang Tingting was still standing there stupidly. Lu Yuan and Lu Mengmeng were there to keep her company. When Li Yang saw Wang Tingting, an affectionate smile appeared on his face. I should go, and you can call on this friend of mine for anything in the future. Du Yongming hurriedly owed his body. Wang Tingting blinked her eyes at a loss for words. Good. Crazy Wolf also hurriedly trotted over at this time, and behind him were two large men with tattooed dragons and tigers, holding a slightly writhing sack. Several people present were sensitive to the smell of blood and death. This sack contains the bar manager. I'm afraid. No one felt sorry for what happened to the bar manager, who was supposed to be an evil man. After the Crazy Wolf compensated with a couple of smiles, he took out a bulging cowpaper bag from his arms and sent it to Wang Tingting with both hands. Miss, here's the paycheck the bar owes you. Wang Tingting carefully glanced at Li Yang and said somewhat handily, it's not that much, just the 3,000 I'm owed. Mad Wolf smiled sarcastically. The extra is for your moral damages. Li Yang said softly, here you take it. A flash of longing crossed Wang Tingting's eyes. It's enough money for her college tuition and living expenses. In the future, I won't have to work part-time, and I can drink some milk tea and buy some cosmetics like other girls. Soon, she remembered Wang Shujing's teachings to her. If you don't own it, you can't have it. Wang Tingting's eyes became firm as she shook her head. I'll take my 3,000. I don't want more. A flash of appreciation passed through Li Yang's eyes. Worthy of being his sister, this backbone does have the appearance of a deceased person. Li Yang said to Du Yongming. She didn't have enough to eat at night. Take her to eat something. After saying that, Li Yang pressed his round hat and walked out of the Rasputin bar. Night, Imperial Nightclub, Devil's Club. In the conference hall was a group of masked demonic members. They're businessmen, underground bigwigs, musicians, painters, official brass. At the moment, they were like a group of elementary school students, listening attentively to Du Yongming's speech on the stage. Du Yongming said after introducing the point system, this is the point system. Do you all have any questions? Some of the members in the room were thoughtful, some were excited, and some sipped their coffee with a furtive gaze. The members of the Devil's Club are not cuties. Something so shallow doesn't need to be told a second time. Du Yongming continued. Okay, the next two tasks are posted. You will be able to access the mission information when you speak demonic power into your membership card. End of chapter. Chapter 147, Su Yutan's mission. Chapter 147, Su Yutan's mission. The demonic members took out their membership cards and injected their demonic power into them. Several messages flooded into his mind. Task 1, contribute to the building. Task requirements, the total area of the building shall not be less than 20,000 square meters, and the area of a single floor shall not be less than 1,000 square meters. The lobby is spacious, with a net height of 2.7 meters or more on the standard floor and a public corridor width of 2 meters or more. The geographic location of the building contributed to the task needs to be kept confidential. After contributing to the building, it is also necessary to provide all the supplies needed in the building, as well as to complete all subsequent work on the building. 100 points for this task. Task 2, contribute money. Mission requirements, 10 million xia coins can be exchanged for 1 point. There are a total of 200 points in this contribution mission. Many of the demon members had difficult looks on their faces. No less than a 20,000 square meter building. How much does that cost? South China see this inch of land. Such a building, plus the facilities that may be needed. How to be 1.5 billion. The points thing is really good. You can redeem superb items and accumulate points to become a mid-level member. Not to mention the mysterious permissions of the intermediate members. Let's talk about the death tree leaves in the transcendent items. $10 million could be exchanged for 1 point, and 10 points could be exchanged for death tree leaves, or 100 million. You know, the famous mogul king gambler was given hundreds of millions of dollars to renew his life for a year. Still in an unhealthy and ailing state, the points are definitely worth it. But for some members who are not from business families, it definitely requires more consideration. Some members were still weighing the pros and cons when a message had flooded into the minds of many. Task 1 has been picked up. Task 2 has been taken. 200 points have been cleared. They don't want it. There are people who do. Du Yongming glanced at Su Yutong. The two tasks were actually both rounded up by Su Yutong. Even the integral tasks that contributed money were all taken away. Some members tried to grab the task, but unfortunately their hands were still a bit slow. $3.5 billion in one breath, without batting an eyelid. Worthy of the Black Queen, bold. A few days later one late night, the top-of-the-line Lexus SUV pulled into the parking lot of the Datai Group building. Su Yutong got out of the car, entered the parking lot elevator, and pressed the button. The elevator went all the way up to the top floor of the Detail Group building. This powerful woman eats and lives in the Dita Group. Entering the room, Su Yutong frowned, her pretty face icy cold, her fingers forming seals. Shadows surged through the room as the shadow of a boa constrictor coursed through the room. "It's me," a raspy Masaaki voice resonated through the room. Su Yutong hurriedly looked at the sofa position. By the light of the moon, a young boy with long black hair was seen sitting there. Su Yutong felt that he looked somewhat familiar, but she didn't know who he was. The teenager cocked his head at her, coldly. "On your knees." Su Yutong froze. "This is." She hastily withdrew the boa constrictor that was roaming the room, respectfully kneeling on one knee and bowing her head. "My lord has never seen his majesty in human form, so please forgive my rudeness." One knee to his majesty, two knees to death. The teenager seemed tired and waved his hand. "Forget it, get up." The teenager is none other than Raven Dahak, who resembles Li Yang in every move. Su Yutong got up and stood obediently in front of the crow. Raven mused for a long moment before speaking. "Have you seen the master lately? Is it okay?" Su Yutong shook her head and said, "My Lord Death's whereabouts are not for a slave like me to know. Perhaps the other apostolic lords are clear. But, a new points system issued by the South Sea Demons Club. I grabbed the points mission as well. I guess that kind of decision-making would be my Lord Death's intention." The reason why it was emphasized that it was the South China Sea Devils Club was because Su Yutong thought that there were Devils Clubs in other cities as well. Su Yutong was afraid that she would give the crows the wrong information. Raven mused, head bowed. He missed being with his master. "I originally thought that being an emperor was easy, but that group of demon race is too stupid. Raven wants to go home. Half the time." The Raven sighed. "Since you've been given an errand, get it done," Su Yutong said with some anxiety in her eyes. "My Lord Death's quest. Somewhat difficult." The room instantly had a surge of demonic energy, and the crows stared angrily at Su Yutong. "You can't finish this mission, and you still dare to take it? How dare you scorn my master?" Su Yutong looked at the crow in horror, swallowed and tensed. "It's not like that. The task would have seemed simple enough. Contribute 2 billion xia coins, contribute an experimental building, and handle the building's various qualifications. I can accomplish all of these. It's just that the mission calls for recruiting some highly skilled researchers. I don't know what kind of talent would be considered to fulfill the requirements of the mission. A nice collection of talent has been included in the last few days as well. But according to Lord Du Yangming, those students from ordinary prestigious universities do not meet the requirements of the mission. Those guys are all high achievers, each with the ability to get into the det tag job. But it's hard to pick the right people for the task out of so many." Crow's face only got better after hearing Su Yutong. The room's violent yet rising demonic aura slowly subsided. Raven took it for granted. "Wouldn't you just do a test? Those students from prestigious universities who pass the test will be able to stay." During the time of returning to the demon race, the crows had also dealt with humans, and even knew that universities were also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Su Yutong laughed bitterly. "It's close to this. I am afraid that ordinary test questions do not meet the requirements of the task and require a very high degree of specialization. The kind of test questions that would take months to prepare for a reputable test lab in this country. DTG does not have the resources for this, and the cycle for recruitment missions is only 1 week. It's hard to do when you're pressed for time." Raven snorted. "Don't worry about that aspect. I'm afraid the master won't be able to read your own questions. You can ask that vampire for it and he'll give you the test in the next couple days." Su Yutong froze for a moment. The Devil's Club still has this kind of power? Raven's face rose. Su Yutong hurriedly explained. "I'm not doubting the power of the Demon Club. I know that the Devil's Club is nobly deployed by the gods and must be more powerful than any mortal can imagine. But a test question in the mortal world, such a small thing. Could the Devil's Club also?" Su Yutong said that this test questions is a very small thing, but in fact it is not small. Science, that's a special area that belongs to the mundane. The common people have also been resisting theology with science. The test questions that even the Detail Group couldn't get must be comparable to the International Cambridge Biology Competition, or even deeper. This kind of question Su Yutong didn't think the Devil's Club could get it. It is as if the gods can call the wind and rain, but they may not be able to compose poetry. Raven laughed softly. The Devil's Club is all-encompassing. It could be construed that the Devil's Club is a historic library. Among them are not only the writings of great literary figures, but also novels by small web authors. That's something you don't have to worry about. The crows will brag for their masters, too. He also believed that his master was prepared. When Su Yutong heard this, even though she was skeptical, she was able to take a peace of mind. Su Yutong looked at Crow again and asked, "Is your majesty here this time for something?" Raven wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. He smiled. "Just came to see you and inquire about the master." I was recently given a task by my master and was too embarrassed to meet him without completing it. I'm weirdly tempted. Well, I'm off. With that, he transformed into a crow and disappeared into the room. Su Yutong's eyes were complicated. Island ruins. The Black Emperor goes on a demonic rampage, suppressing a host of transcendents, including the authorities. Later, the Apostle Black Emperor never held another demonic meeting, indicating that he had suffered punishment. The story has been festering in the Devil's Club. Su Yutong had a hunch. This Your Majesty is in trouble and is too embarrassed to talk about it. Su Yutong sighed and went back to the bedroom and had just taken off her clothes when her cell phone mailbox received an email. The email consisted of 2 test questions, one initial biology lab question and one retest question. There was quite a lot of stuff written in the test questions, and she couldn't read it at all. Su Yutong froze for a moment. Want to doze off and get a pillow? Nope. Su Yutong was violently shocked. We were just discussing the test questions with His Majesty. His Majesty just left and the test questions were sent? Explaining that what just happened was all within the sight of a certain being? Was that being's sight on the Black Emperor? Or on all the Demon Club members? Cold sweat broke out all over Su Yutong's body when she thought of this. The next day, the airport. 30-year-old Zhao Pengcheng sat in the waiting room, impatiently answering his mother's phone call. Gee, Mom, you don't know. I'm definitely going back to American flag. A lab in New York has accepted me. Mother Zhao, aren't there any labs in the South China Sea? The salary is not low, right? Why are you always thinking of going abroad? Zhao Pengcheng said disdainfully. Mom, you don't know the gold content of foreign labs. It's not comparable to ordinary labs. Besides, now that the big lab in Nanhai is saturated with staff, why would I go to a small lab? I'd still like to learn a little more in the big lab. I am not short of money in the future, Zhao Pengcheng said while rubbing his index finger and thumb on one hand. If anyone paid attention to him, they would have noticed that Zhao Pengcheng actually had tiny fires between his 2 fingers. This is a transcendentalist. This was the reason why Zhao Pengcheng was quite confident in himself. With an advanced degree in magical powers from a superhero movie, this is a proper protagonist template. In the future, in foreign countries, the bag to get rich, and then raise a few big foreign horses. Properly the peak of life. At that moment, the cell phone beeped with a message tone. Zhao Pengcheng said, Enough for now, Mom. I've got something to do. Hang up, ow. Just in time to get rid of my mother's nagging by texting. Zhao Pengcheng lit up his cell phone. It's not a text message. It's an email? Is it a test question? As I recall, it's a small lab. What could be an awesome title? End of chapter 148. Chapter 148, 6 Paths Biotechnology. Chapter 148, 6 Paths Biotechnology. Zhao Pengcheng remembered. Had submitted a number of resumes myself. There was no shortage of people in the big labs, and he didn't care to go to the small ones. This lab is a small lab with a small reputation. Zhao Pengcheng reviewed this test paper with the playful mood of pointing out the rookie. As he checked the contents of the email, his face gradually changed. Zhao Pengcheng did not pay much attention to this lab at first. However, after Zhao Pengcheng read the preliminary exam questions in the email, his face gradually became grave. There was so much information mixed in with the questions of the exam inside, and the level of professionalism contained was not inferior to his mentor, if not even stronger. He graduated from a prestigious foreign university, and his mentor has published articles in Nature Biology Weekly. Zhao Pengcheng understood that this laboratory was not as simple as he thought. He read the exam questions carefully, thought about them, and even logged on to some scholarly research forum to access quite a bit of information. After more than an hour, Zhao Pengcheng's undershirt was already wet with sweat. His flight had already begun boarding, and it was only then that Zhao Pengcheng finished the paper. Zhao Pengcheng submitted his test paper and muttered, The lab is not well known and the interview questions are leveled in the end. It shouldn't be. I should have heard of this kind of lab by all means. Zhao Pengcheng shook his head and got up to stand in line at the boarding gate. There is still some regret in my heart. Zhao Pengcheng was still satisfied with his answer. He was quite curious about the score the other man had given him. Can't even wait to see the results. Unfortunately, he answered too deeply, and the other party was afraid that he would have to review it for a long time. I wonder if the other person would be devastated to find out that he lost out to a great talent like himself. Zhao Pengcheng couldn't help but put a smile on the corner of his mouth when he thought of this. After checking the tickets, Zhao Pengcheng got on the ferry. The cell phone rang. Zhao Pengcheng took out his cell phone and froze. Surprisingly, the opposite side gave a reply. So fast. Zhao Pengcheng glanced at the time. Only 15 minutes had passed? He didn't know that the one who came up with the paper was none other than the titan in the field of biology in Xiao Kong Qianqiu. If it wasn't for the fact that the email needed to be forwarded to Kong Qianqiu by the Datai group, Kong Qianqiu would have replied much faster. Zhao Pengcheng hurriedly clicked on the email. The other party drew annotations under all the answers to his papers. There are messages or revisions about which areas are lacking and which ideas are good. It's like a college language professor who very casually puts a grade school essay critique. In just a few words, Zhao Pengcheng benefited greatly. Zhao Pengcheng felt as if he was sitting in front of a learned mentor who was patiently instructing him. Buzz. The ferry started up and was about to close the doors. Wait! Zhao Pengcheng shouted out in a hurry and flew down the ferry. Outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. Question writer and critic with considerable knowledge of bacteriology, immunology, biology, and virology. Responding to an email so quickly means that the big guy is sitting right there in that lab. For a researcher like Zhao Pengcheng, who just graduated from graduate school, having a strong PhD to lead in conducting the project is more important than money. The following day, South China Sea Development Zone. The building was very new, and was originally an office building under the name of the Datai Group. All aspects meet the requirements of the Points Task, Ltd., a company that focuses on biotechnology and immunology experiments. The original name of this license was Bacchus Biotechnology Limited. The company wasn't operating well, so someone bought it out and renamed it to the current Six Paths Biotechnology Limited. Six Ways Biotechnology Company, Ltd., started operation quietly without any opening ceremony. Zhao Pengcheng drove to the downstairs of Six Roads Biotechnology Company. He never expected that there would be such a large laboratory in the development zone. Zhao Pengcheng entered the interior of the building and called the elevator. He was here for a retest and was idly bored, curiously surveying the lab building environment from side to side. Off to the side, in the reception area, the receptionist is answering the phone with a professional smile, her words gentle and efficient. Sharp footsteps sounded, and a woman with a folder hurriedly swept past Zhao Pengcheng. The elevator door opens and the man in the suit walks out with a hurried and athletic pace, clearly a business elite. The entire laboratory building operates in an atmosphere of professionalism and efficiency. Zhao Pengcheng secretly sighed, not realizing that there was such an efficient laboratory working environment in Xia. What he didn't know was that Six Paths Biotechnology Limited had really only been in existence for a short period of time. Most of these elite white-collar workers are new to the job and are very busy opening up for Six Paths Biotech. Only Zhao Pengcheng, the core elite talent of the laboratory, has not yet been formally inducted, and today is the retest. Zhao Pengcheng took the elevator to the 8th floor, which was the office area and the location of their retest. The pantry on either side of the hallway overlooks the coffee maker, couches. Zhao Pengcheng is quite satisfied with the working environment here now. Followed the review location in the email and walked inside a translucent glass conference room. He took a random seat and glanced around at his competitors. Tisk Sking. Surprisingly, there are some foreigners from developed countries here. That tells you one thing. Six Paths Biotech has a really good benefits package. Zhao Pengcheng didn't dare to relax anymore and responded seriously. At this moment, the whispered conversation of two people next door attracted Zhao Pengcheng's attention. It's said that the owner of this company has quite a deep relationship with the Datai Group. How do you know that? Any insider knowledge, bro? That's not true. I think I saw Mr. Su from Datai when I came up. And you know such great men? She gave a lecture at our school when I was in grad school. Zhao Pengcheng sucked in a breath of cool air. Nanhai de Tao Su Yutong. An academic elite like him is certainly clear. When Su Yutong's career first became successful, in order to attract talent, various famous universities went to give lectures. It was a king sitting high in the clouds, a world away from the masses. Zhao Pengcheng thought of something and his eyes gradually became fiery. If he was merely a scientific researcher, he wouldn't have been able to put his finger on someone like Su Yutong in his life. But now he's a shifter. It may not be impossible to have an encounter with a female president. After a while, a dark-skinned hottie in formal attire and golden body proportions walked in. Lilith was originally the adopted daughter of Leon King of the God-making organization, and is also slightly skilled in biotechnology and has good management skills, more than enough to be an executive at a new lab. Du Yongming intended to leave the Six Paths Biotechnology Company mainly in Lilith's hands. The test will begin next. No flipping through materials or talking to each other during the retest, or you will be blacklisted forever in the talent pool. Lilith said it once in Summerland and then again in a standard London accent. The corners of Zhao Pengcheng's mouth were thick with smiles. This foreign female executive is also very sexy. End of chapter 149. Chapter 149 Angel Harbor Hospital, Death's Job Market. Chapter 149 Angel Harbor Hospital, Death's Job Market. The retest lasted a full 2 hours. Zhao Pengcheng finished the paper and exhaled deeply. Secretly, seriously, I haven't been this tired since grad school and BSU. If the preliminary exam is a tireless elder who teaches you, then the retest is a stern elder. The breadth and depth of knowledge involved in immunology, bacteriology, biology, and virology is incredible. Probably some average college graduate in bioengineering can't read these questions. Zhao Pengcheng saw something out of the corner of his eye. A voluptuous woman in a striped sheath dress appeared outside the translucent glass door. Big waves, high boobs, high heels, and a display of femininity. She cradled her arms as if scrutinizing a room full of reviewers. Excitement appeared in Zhao Pengcheng's eyes. Although he only had a one-sided relationship with Su Yutong, he could never forget Su Yutong's condescending and cold temperament. This woman is Su Yutong. I heard people say that the Datai group in this biolab had a close relationship. And it was true. Zhao Pengcheng began to think blindly. The novel story of the protagonist from the small staff, against the female president, brainstormed in Zhao Pengcheng's mind. He's just a regular researcher? It didn't matter. What mattered was that he was a shifter, the kind that breathes fire. He stole another glance at Lilith, who was in the middle of invigilating the exam. She sat up straight, her two beautiful legs folded together. Due to her race, her two long legs were almost longer than Zhao Pengcheng's life. Lilith, who was 1.7 meters tall, was even wearing a 10-centimeter high heel, and her golden ratio was about to explode. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Pengcheng's mouth. Cold female president. Hot female executives. This is not the urban long AOT strategy mission. Lilith noticed Su Yutong, got up, and twisted her small waist toward the door. Curiosity rose in Zhao Pengcheng's heart. You can use your mental powers to secretly listen to what these two great beauties are talking about. It seems like this way, you can indirectly approach two great beauties. Zhao Pengcheng held his breath and concentrated, his spiritual energy gathering in his ears to enhance his sense of hearing. His use of spiritual power was still rough, far inferior to Mo Yulin and Yi Fan. But barring that, consuming a lot of mental energy can still have about the same effect. He heard it clearly. Mr. Su, that lord will be here today? Lilith and Su Yutong have fought, not fought, and are considered acquaintances, since she was only loyal to Du Yangming, who was in the position of father, and Du Yangming's master, the mysterious head. She was conversing with Su Yutong on a completely equal level. Besides, Lilith thought to herself that she, who had become a vampire, might not be a match for Su Yutong, even wanted to try another fight. Su Yutong didn't care about Lilith's attitude and nodded. Yeah, right away. Zhao Pengcheng listened to the conversation between the two, disbelief showing on his face. Your Honor? I'm afraid these two women in positions of power wouldn't call the mayor that. Did you mishear yourself? Zhao Pengcheng wanted to listen more closely. Suddenly, two gazes that were cold to the core swept over. Zhao Pengcheng's face showed shock and he hastily withdrew his spiritual power. Discovered? How can it be? Are those two women also transcendentalists? Or a transcendent who was countless times more powerful than him? The two icy lines of sight were still scanning the examination room, and Zhao Pengcheng hurriedly pretended to think hard about the examination questions. Cold sweat actually dripped down his temples onto the test paper. Su Yutong faintly said, "Forget it, a stray fish, no harm done." Lilith nodded. These days it wouldn't surprise either of them to suddenly have some transcendent in front of them. Nor would they think that this weak transcendent could do anything out of the ordinary. It's not like this transcendent can beat the guardians hidden in Six Paths Biotech and won't have access to the core. What did it matter if he was mortal or transcendent? Having overheard them and knowing that there was a certain existence above Su Yutong, who would believe it? Steady footsteps appeared in the hallway. Lilith and Su Yutong stopped talking. Zhao Pengcheng perked up his ears and listened, not daring to use his spiritual power again. All that could be heard were the footsteps of what was supposed to be a man. After the man passed through the corridor rang with the sound of Lilith's and Su Yutong's high heels, which should have followed the man. Zhao Pengcheng couldn't help but raise his head and only saw a small piece of black clothing that appeared to be a trench coat. And after that, there were Lilith and Su Yutong's sexy bodies. Zhao Pengcheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard, and cold sweat beaded on his face. Infinite panic was born in his heart. That black corner of the garment seems to be a corner of the heavenly palace. He thought that he was the protagonist of the novel template, because of a glimpse of the corner of the heavenly palace, but the heart is scared and trembling, no longer dare to arrogance. Too many people in this world think of themselves as protagonists. It's just an unnamed character among the 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Inside one of the offices, Li Yang sat in his boss chair, his back to the door, facing the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office. Outside the window is a stretch of sea in the South Toledo Ridge, and if you open the window the sea breeze can blow in. There was a time when he would have liked nothing better than to graduate from college and work in a place like this. Now the whole building is his. Rokudu Biotech, a name that was also created by his subordinates to please him. In Xia legend, the god in charge of death is equally in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Li Yang had no feeling for this anymore. He didn't come here today to see his first building, Just because this will be the origin of the legendary creatures. The 6 paths of the creatures at the moment make a lot of sense. Desire is something that gradually expands with more and more sweetness. It was also his confidence that the Devil's Exchange could cultivate the power of desire. Behind them, Lilith and Su Yutong stood obediently. Li Yang didn't have the bad taste of the crows, moving to make people kneel. He was a pragmatist and had little interest in nothingness. Su Yutong, the cold and colorful female president even in the Devil's Club, was in a condescending posture. But facing Li Yang, she dispersed her pride and bowed her head in a gentle voice. Master, His Majesty the Black Emperor was here 2 days ago. Su Yutong knew that it was necessary to explain this kind of thing to his master. To be closely associated with the erring apostle without voluntarily informing death of it, she was afraid of breaking the taboo. Li Yang just said lightly, got it. Lilith whispered back, my lord, the retest pass rate is not low. There will be roughly 35 core researchers at 6 Paths Biotechnology. There are about 380 outside researchers. If you count the assistants, there are about 1,500 recently available employees in the research department. 1,500 employees in the research department is a pretty good setup for a lab in the biotech field. But that wasn't enough for Li Yang. The relationship between these research department employees and 6 Paths Bio is a dirty money deal, paycheck to paycheck relationship. Li Yang wanted a group of employees to have a deeper, transcendent, life and death relationship with 6 Paths Bio. They cannot have the professionalism of these current core researchers, but they have to be good learners and 100% loyal. Li Yang said, Port Angeles Hospital is recruiting a number of highly talented students in bioengineering related fields. Port Angeles Hospital is already Su Yutong's property. Su Yutong didn't quite understand the purpose of Angel Harbor Hospital to also recruit high achievers in bioengineering related majors. She repeated doubtfully, Port Angeles Hospital is also hiring bioengineering employees? Like a query, like a mumble. Li Yang said, not employees, patients. Su Yutong came to a realization. It's recruiting a group of senior bioengineering majors who don't have the security of life, but who are seriously ill. Shinigami-sama is wanting those high achievers to serve Rokudo Bio as faithfully as cleaners. Those high achievers may not have enough professional ability, but they can learn. As long as the Reaper is around, it has almost unlimited energy. The important thing is to be 100% loyal. Su Yutong said thoughtfully, Master, I have an idea. Port Angeles Hospital has joined forces with 6 Paths Bio to start a national charity program. It specializes in enrolling patients with major illnesses that are beyond the means of their poor families to treat. You can pick and choose the talent you need and make Port Angeles Hospital your talent pool. And I have a plan. The death tree leaves can be utilized. End of chapter 150. Chapter 150, Lust Trade Bar. Chapter 150, The Lust Trade Bar. Su Yutong pushed up her glasses and smiled. Make medicine out of the leaves of the death tree that renews one's life. Give medicines to the talent you want to recruit. In this way, the talent you want will have to be absolutely loyal to 6 Paths Bio, or Port Angel Hospital. Because, only Port Angeles Hospital or 6 Paths Bio have the medicine. Those patients you didn't see as subordinates, Angel Harbor Hospital will also do its best to treat them, at the expense of the debt tag group. Since it's charity to the end. It's up to the patient to live. The source of the death tree leaves does not require you to reward the Port Angel Hospital. Subordinates may redeem them with points. Li Yang, who had his back to Su Yutong and was looking at the sea outside the floor-to-ceiling window, secretly sighed. This woman, she has brains and more than a little gumption. A nationwide charity program for Port Angel Hospital, even for a consortium like the DTG, is feared to be a big gamble. With the death tree leaves manufactured into medicine, there was no need for Li Yang to personally transform people into the living dead. Transforming the living dead one by one would be laborious for Li Yang, not to mention destroying the mystery of the death god. True to form, he was recognized by himself as the butler of the Devil's Club, the archdevil of the Devil's Club. Lilith listened to Su Yutong's words with dark shock in her eyes. The medicine that can renew your life is also available in the God-making organization, but it's so precious that unless it's used to bring in plutocrats or leaders, it's not even used. This mysterious organization that sounds as if there's a lot of this drug? Li Yang stood up and said, Port Angel is your property, and this matter is in your hands and the apostles. The apostle of the leaves of death will provide. Points will be awarded for errands well done. The apparent owner of all the Devil's Club's properties was Du Yangming. Industries include Emperor Nightclub and 6 Ways Biotechnology Limited. Only Port Angeles Hospital is special. Angel Harbor Hospital was originally the property of another demon member, and was later purchased by the Detai Group under Su Yutong's manipulation. Su Yutong's purpose was simple, to get close to the core of the Devil's Club. Even if she didn't know the secret of the underground lab, even if there was no possibility of knowing it, she was going to do her best to move towards the core of the Devil's Club. It's her tactic. The important thing about the Port Angeles hospital is the underground lab, and the lab is kept absolutely secret. It doesn't matter to the Devil's Club which member's property Port Angeles hospital is on. When Su Yutong heard Li Yang's words, her beautiful pretty face revealed delight. Thank you, master. Joint errands with the apostles are another step closer to the heart of the Devil's Club. Money? Doesn't matter. Money is just a tool to pry resources. Su Yutong positioned herself as a master of money rather than a slave. Late night, South China Sea, Southern District, Tranquility Street. The Tranquility Street strip of neighborhoods is rather run down, with a modest bar at the end of the street. The name of this bar is Lust Trade Bar. Very seductive name. There was a sign posted on the door of the bar, 1 week of renovations, opening April 13th, which is tomorrow. It had just rained and the air was still fresh from the rain. A large and a small figure were coming far away against the dim streetlight. The man had a cigarette in his mouth and a steady pace. Sharo bounced and stomped mischievously on the puddles, splashing misty water that soiled the white silk. The two came to the door of the bar and stopped. Li Yang clamped the cigarette in his hand, exhaled a mouthful of smoke and opened his mouth. It's up to you to perform tonight if you can fill up your membership. Rattlesnake pinched her little waist and tilted her head proudly. You'll see. Li Yang gave Rattle a task some time ago. The task is, create a spell. In addition to selling transcendental items, the Demon Exchange also has the ability to acquire the power of desire and cultivate the power of desire. That would require attracting people with the power of desire, or people with a faint aura of desire on them, to the Demon Exchange. You can pull people in one by ringing a bell, but it's too inefficient. And there is more than one Devil's Exchange in the future. So, it would require a spell on the Demon Exchange to draw in people with the power of desire and the aura of Twitter desire. It's been a month since this mission, and it's been a month since Rattlesnake has seen Naruza. She's going crazy holding it in. She's getting withdrawal reactions. Finally, after casting a spell on the bar tonight, I'll get a year's membership, Li Yang said. Start your show, ringing the bell. Instead of a spell, it's the Black Witch's curse, and I'll show you what I'm made of tonight. Li Yang frowned. Where did you learn that crap? Shaking Bell's face became grave, his eyes became deep, and his pupils changed into purple vertical pupils. She held out a hand to the bar. I curse you for struggling in the filthy darkness. I curse you as abominable as the abyss. I curse you that the pure in heart do not care to tread. I curse the people who harbor desires within you to be fond of you. I curse you to be a vortex of desire for the next 100 years. And 100 years after that, a purple glow emerged from the hand that rattled the bell. As the ethereal voice echoed down the street and drifted everywhere, an ominous, uncomfortable force descended upon the bar. The Black Witch's curse is complete. Li Yang took a drag on his cigarette, and black runes emerged from his eyes. He was observing the curse of ringing the bell and also checking out the current bar. If there was a transcendent adept in pupil magic, they could tell that the bar was burning with a disturbing purple flame at the moment. It's the Black Witch's curse. Li Yang took in the unfolding path of the curse, the details of the veins. His fourth talent was Inferno Spell, which could theoretically mimic all spells into a version of hell that was uniquely Li Yang's. Li Yang's was also not bad at being enlightened in this aspect of creativity, and was soon able to turn this curse into his own spell. Rattles had a slight look of exhaustion on his little face when he was done with everything. It's mentally draining. Rattlesnake tilted her head and held out her little hand as if asking for something. No, this curse will have an effect on the entire South Side. In the future, those who possess the power of desire in the Southern District, or who have many desires in their hearts, will be guided to this bar in the underworld. So give me my membership. Li Yang glanced at Rattle. You proved you're not a little punk. The membership was filled up long ago, so go back and watch Naruza. A joyful look appeared on Shaking Bell's face, followed by an incorrect state as her body went limp and fell forward. Li Yang spat out his cigarette and held the rattles as soon as he could. He frowned as he checked the status of the rattles, and after a moment, his frown unfolded. It was just a case of overexertion of mental energy and falling asleep from too much exhaustion. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Yang's mouth. You're still a little punk. Since becoming the Black Witch, this gentle smile Rattlesnake had never seen on Li Yang. Unfortunately, I haven't seen it this time either. Li Yang picked up the rattles and walked down the deserted street towards the location of his home. Rattlesnake murmured with her eyes closed. I'm Uchiha Rattles. I'm Wonkaku Sharingan. 100 Chimera to drain Li Yang dry. The streetlight stretched the shadows of the two of them. End of chapter. Chapter 151. Chapter 151 Customers of the Devil's Exchange. Chapter 151 Customers of the Devil's Exchange. Desire to trade bars. This bar was Zhu Dajuan's filial piety to Li Yang, of which the decoration and style would definitely not be bad. The bar has a sofa table games area and also a dance floor. Not as loud as a disco or as dull as a quiet bar. It's okay for people of all ages to come here and play. The price is also affordable. What's more interesting is that the bar will provide masks. Some of average quality, apparently 9 for 9 kind of masks. Guests can also bring their own. The mask theme lends a veil of mystery to the bar, and men and women's hormones stir faster. It's just that the bar is just not very popular. Every guest here gives off an uncomfortable vibe. It seems to be a gathering place for thieves, prostitutes, punks, love-struck people, middle-aged unemployed people, and dog lickers. Give me a drink, will you, little brother? The woman removes her mask, revealing a heavily made-up face. She slumped over the bar, her already low neckline lowering even more from the movement. Too bad it's so small, nothing evocative of a gully. Seeing that the man was unmoved, the woman took out her lipstick and applied it slowly on her lips, also biting her lips flirtatiously. Send me a drink and I'll let you taste my lipstick. It wasn't like she had to have a free glass of wine. Women are just trying to hit on the man bartending at the bar. The man was strange, reading all the time. This bar was obviously full of flirty women, radiating mad femininity, but he didn't even look at them. In his eyes, that book in his hand was the world. Despite the white weeping mask, he was well built, with broad shoulders and probably a six-pack, especially the alternative vibe, which was nothing like his own punk boyfriend. Totally two worlds of people. Women just want something to happen with that very attractive man, the man said as he looked at the book. Nothing here is free. The woman rolled her eyes widely. It's so unsettling. The man closed the book. You can trade my wine for other things, like desire. The woman got the man's hint and pressed her entire body against the bar, licking her lips in a flirtatious manner. I could go to the bathroom right now and take care of your desires. A grin spread out of the corner of the man's eye. You start with your desires. What person who comes here to hang out isn't unhappy with their life? Women just take it as a man flirting, and as an interesting evening conversation. My desires? Ha, whom? Does being adopted by many men count? Whatever those men are, and no work later. As a female sea king, the man nodded seriously. Of course it counts. He got up and produced a simple dry martini at a side bartender. Due to his mask, no one could see him pouring the wine and chanting at the same time. He put a curse on the wine. Whom? Learned that trick from a cat. The man placed the glass of wine in front of the woman, and there was a piece of paper next to that glass. He took the pen from the breast pocket of his black shirt and handed it to the woman. Drink this and you'll have a rotten future. There's no shortage of them willing to pay for your money, although the people who like you aren't exactly rich. For King Neptune, a little goes a long way, and that money is enough for you. Sign this deed and the drink is yours. The woman's face showed caution. Is it not douchey to sign a document that you don't know what it is for a glass of wine? What if it's some kind of loan document? The woman glanced at the piece of paper, which read Desire Trading Contract, Lust Trade Pact. The desires of the indentured belong to the one who presents the deed. The desire of the indentured is bought off with a glass of wine. When one day someone seeks out the indentured for desire, the indentured may not refuse. Upon signing the deed becomes effective. The woman understands. It's a sort of themed game bar in this bar. Not to be spoiled, the woman took a pen and signed her name to it. Yuding Zhao. The woman picked up her glass and took a light sip. So my desires are yours? The man smiled. I'm not a black-hearted merchant, so you have one chance to break the contract. You had one chance to find me to break the contract when your desires didn't turn out to be what I wanted. The woman can't hear the man anymore. The man stopped talking and picked up his book again to read. The woman furrowed her brow. All this fuss about a themed event to give herself a glass of wine? Thought we were going to have a fling tonight. Bummer. It's okay, too, to whore out a martini for nothing, a drink that would cost a small hundred at any other bar. The woman held her glass of wine and headed toward the dance floor. The woman wondered if it was her own fault that a number of men looked at her with amazement when she stepped back onto the dance floor. Quite a few men stuck to her trying to take advantage of her. The woman came to the rescue. She liked the feeling of sucking to the end. Her glass of wine put a curse on her. The weak-willed will be drawn to the curse on her. From now on, she would be a goddess in the eyes of a group of ill-intentioned people with little social status. Most of those people are jerks, nibblers, slackers with nothing better to do. Because she only attracts the weak-willed. But anyone who has righteousness in his heart, or who has money and power, must have conviction and will. If one attracts such strong-willed people, it is not a curse but a blessing. That's why Li Yang said that she would rot in a million ways, satisfy the desires of her heart, and slowly, she will ask for more. Slowly, nourishing the breath of desire. The breath of desire gradually transformed into the power of desire. Li Yang was doing a high-volume experiment, which was why Li Yang was personally sitting at the desire trading bar, as a bartender. When this forms a pattern, he can create some desire to trade merchants, and that's when he can be a shirker. In the future, the Devil's Exchange won't be the only one. This is just a pilot. At that moment, another woman walked into the bar. Li Yang's eyes were fixed on the woman. The woman wasn't good looking, even a little too plain, dry and thin, with a face with lots of freckles, and features that weren't as well defined, and not a lot of hair. The reason that woman attracted Li Yang was because of the faint scent of desire on her. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Li Yang's mouth. What can I get you? The woman sat in a high chair at the bar. Is there a drink list? The voice was tired. The woman added, never mind. Give me whatever spirits are available. She pulled a wad of red bills out of her bag. I can see that women don't lack money. The bag was from LV. The Dior ruby necklace hung around her neck, and she wore a blue balloon watch on her wrist. Li Yang put the bills in the register and placed a martini on the bar. Ask why Li Yang always makes martinis. Mainly because that's all he makes. The woman frowned. After all that money to give herself such a drink? She didn't mind too much. Picking up her glass and taking a drink, Li Yang renewed his drink. It seems you are not happy today. Mental energy was used in the voice. A low, magnetic voice, like a demon's whisper in the ambiguous light. P.S. I realized after writing this that both customers are female. Ha ha, not on purpose, purely random. I'll be sure to pay attention next time. End of chapter 152. Chapter 152 Wang Tingting's boyfriend. Chapter 152 Wang Tingting's boyfriend. Would you like to hear a failed woman spew her bitterness? The woman didn't drink often and was already slightly tipsy from a glass of slightly higher proof martini. Li Yang opportunistically pushed the freshly filled martini in front of her eyes. You can get drunk tonight. The voice was kind, soft, like an old friend you haven't seen in years. The woman gave a bitter laugh and told her story. She was 16 when she took up with a poor kid from a construction site. Parents do not agree with the marriage. The woman believes in her own vision, against the relatives of the disbelief, plastic girlfriend's taunts, and poor boy wind and rain for more than 20 years. For the past 20 years, the poor boy has been doing hard labor at the construction site, and the woman has been cooking at the site. The poor kid started a business contracting some small renovation type jobs. The women also went to help and learned to be masons. Time has proven that women have good eyes, and the poor boy, through hard work and opportunity, has finally made it. The woman also turned out to be the general's original wife who had suffered with the young soldier. Li Yang smiled. It's a perfect story, isn't it? The woman drank another glass, tears in her eyes. If all stories didn't have final endings, there would be no imperfect stories. The woman began the narrative again. Over the years women have developed thrifty habits. Already 40 years old, dressed in very cheap, ground-up clothes, she knows how hard every penny is to come by. Later, she realized that her man had changed. Money was given to her quite a lot, but people were getting cold and impatient with her. Also started, not come home as often as I would like. The woman finally had a crisis when she smelled perfume on her man the other day. She secretly followed the man today and found that he went to a disco, accompanied by many beautiful young women. The woman watched as the man took the money she didn't want to part with and dispersed it in large amounts to the beautiful women. She watched for a long time until she watched the man go to the private room with his arms around two beautiful women of different styles. The woman had slumped over the bar sobbing as she spoke. Li Yang handed over tissues and comforted. Compared to a lot of people, you're good enough. At least you don't lack money. The woman looked at Li Yang with reddened eyes. Do I care about money? If I were a money-grubbing woman, why would I follow him? Why didn't I go for a man from a good family when I was young and pretty? The woman said, covering her eyes and crying. I looked in the mirror today and it's so ugly. I'm really no better than those little girls. All those years of hard work made the woman look old. Moreover, she hadn't bought any big-name cosmetics, let alone gone to a beauty salon to take care of herself. 40 years old looks like 50. The woman held her glass of wine, tears falling towards it. The little girls nowadays are all so watery. What am I going to do to compete with them? I was wrong. I shouldn't have saved money. No, I'm supposed to be hard up for his money. Beauty salons, yoga studios, gyms, I should always look good. A woman should always make sure her weapons are sharp. She raised her head and looked at Li Yang, bewildered. Brother, do you think there are pills of regret in this world? She wasn't looking for an answer, because she knew the answer. Don't tell the future to people who are confused about the future, because they are confused about the future precisely because they see it. Li Yang sidled up to the bartender. Martini, dry Weetabix, is the recipe for the martini cocktail, or some people like to add a little mint. However, Li Yang added some special ingredients on top of the recipe. A peach from the tree of human nature, a peach with the ability to change shape, can turn a crow into a human. Few of the shape-changing juices added to the glass had the effect of enhancing the woman's face under Li Yang's spell, enough to restore a woman's appearance to her youth. Due to the very small amount, the shape-changing fruit could not take effect immediately, but instead changed the woman's appearance a little bit. But then again, even a little change was remarkable to the current woman. Li Yang brought the glass of wine to the woman. The woman reached for it, and Li Yang clasped the glass. The woman looked at Li Yang in disbelief. Li Yang said, "This drink is different from the previous one." The woman asked, What's the difference? Li Yang said. This drink, beauty and beauty, may be the answer to your current troubles. The woman raised an eyebrow. I've heard that dry red wine is good for beauty. Is cocktails good too? Li Yang smiled. So this is an expensive drink. The woman wiped her eyes and, annoyed, took a bunch of money out of her bag and slammed it down on the bar as if in a fit of rage. I gave you all that money and you gave me 3 drinks. Here you go. All of it. This money is a curse. The woman felt that Li Yang was treating herself like an ingrate. Thanks to her, she almost considered this man a friend. Li Yang ignored the banknotes scattered about, and his eyes were as ghostly as a bottomless abyss. The price of this drink is desire. The woman's eyes became misty and she mumbled a repetition. Desire? Li Yang took out a contract. I need you to make a contract with me. At a future date, I or my people will come to you with a deed. When that day comes, you'll need to pay for your desires. The woman looked at the words above the deed. Lust Trade Pact. Upon signing, the deed takes effect. The woman took the pen, complexity on her face, and after a long time signed her name on the deed. I was so drunk to believe such a ridiculous thing. Thanks for making me laugh. Although your joke was pretty cold and I didn't get your point. Li Yang took the deed and looked at the signature on it with a satisfied smile on his face. Lin Ing Xin. The woman took a drink from her glass. After this little episode, she wasn't in a crying mood and surveyed the bar decor and said, your bar is quite classy. Just too few customers. Li Yang shook his head. A smile flourished in the corner of his eyes. There are still quite a few customers today. A few days later, the South China Sea Civil Aviation University. In the girls' dormitory, Wang Tingting woke up early and rarely put makeup on herself. The little girl basically never wore makeup, and only had a makeup painting class her sophomore year in the air service program. Drawing was slow. Eyeliner was drawn and erased and drawn, all feeling unsatisfactory. Tina, we're back, and we brought you a covered dish. She didn't get that face until her roommates came back. After the last incident, the roommates' attitudes towards Wang Tingting turned 180 degrees, so enthusiastic that Wang Tingting was not used to it. Geez, baby, why are you still in makeup? The blonde girl gave an exaggerated yelp and sat next to Wang Tingting, asking with a bad smile, who are you going to see? You have to look so pretty. Wang Tingting shyly said, boyfriend. A few girls looked at each other and the blonde asked cautiously, it's the man who accompanied you to the bar the other night? Which one? Wang Tingting froze, then reacted and hurriedly shook her head. That one really is my brother. End of chapter 153. Chapter 153, Seeing is not necessarily believing. Chapter 153, Seeing is not believing. The blonde girl blinked. When did you get a boyfriend? Why don't you reveal anything? Is it from our school? Wang Tingting said, it's not from our school, it's from Imperial. There's been online dating going on, and he came to the South China Sea the other day and said he wanted to see me. That online dating partner has been soft-pedaling Wang Tingting for days, just wanting to meet. Wang Tingting has been embarrassed to meet, but that online dating object dead pursuit, but also finally let Wang Tingting loose. Besides, he cared for Wang Tingting in every possible way, and every day he was so soft and gentle that it was too good to be true. I'm sure I'll be dressed up to meet my young mistress today. The blonde hurriedly grabbed her eyebrow pencil. Here, let me help you. A Mercedes SUV pulled up in front of the school. Evil Wu Scale is in the driver's seat. There were also 2 richly dressed young men sitting in the back row. These 2 were Rune Sect disciples and Evil Yusher Scale's fox friends. After Rune Sect Master Han Hai was seriously injured in the ruins, he had been recuperating in the sect, and no one had bothered with the affairs of the people below him. The 2 Rune Sect disciples then ran to the South China Sea to follow Evil Wu Scale in complete abandonment and dashing. The patriarch wouldn't blame them anyway after he recuperated. They could say that this trip out of the clan was for the clan to do an errand. There was a rich family that wanted to be a clan-affiliated family, and this trip out of the clan was to do this. If Han Hai knew that these 2 Rune Sect disciples were going to the evil family, Han Hai could beat them to death. Where was the evil Qilin of the evil family for them to mess with? Wu Scales, does this girlfriend of yours look better than the other days? What's wrong with looking good? You can't sleep for you. It's just a pity. It's bad luck for her to follow evil Yushui. It's really better to follow us. The 2 Rune Sect disciples casually joked. In the past few days, following evil Wu Scales had met quite a few of his girlfriends, and all of them had ended quite badly. Evil Yusher Scale said with a smile, pretty is pretty, been staring at it for a long time, just won't even send me a picture of my legs. That chick is weird and doesn't want to transfer money to her. It's also good to have an appointment. Evil Wu Scales turned back to him. Didn't you 2 tell my fortune yesterday? Did you get the results? The 2 Rune Sect disciples' faces became grave. The 2 of us are not as capable of deduction as the sovereign, but we can see that you will encounter a great opportunity in the South Sea, and if you grasp it well, you will soar. This chance is not a small one, and it took my brother and I a whole night to surmise your fate. You must thank my brother and sister. Evil Yusher Scale's face revealed a smug smile. I knew it. Wolves traveling thousands of miles to eat meat. I've been earning quite well from my short video venture lately, so I'll definitely be able to return to the Imperial City in style. Just after Evil Yushue finished his words, the car window was knocked, and outside the window was a clear and pretty face. It's Wu Scale. Evil Yusher Scale hurriedly opened the car door and smiled. Honey, you're even prettier than in the picture. Wang Tingting got into the car with a red face, only to realize that there was someone else in the back seat of the car and asked in shock, Are these two your friends? Evil Yusher Scale nodded and introduced himself. Yes, this is Lu, and this is Zhao. Wang Tingting greeted nicely. Jealousy flowed from the eyes of the two Rune sect disciples. It's true that they are rich, they can ask out such pretty girls casually. Soon, the two were relieved. So what if you're rich? Can you cultivate immortality? They were noble immortal cultivators, and such mundane things as money didn't matter at all. Wang Tingting, this kind of woman for nothing still depends on whether the brothers want it or not. The two of them were in a good mood just thinking about it, and putting up a fight. Anyway, if you can't eat the grapes, they have to be sour. Evil Wu Scale asked, Honey, where do you want to go? Wang Tingting lowered her head. Anything. Evil Yushue looked at Wang Tingting's washed out jeans. Walk me through the mall. Tio Plaza, South China Sea. This is the largest Dior store in Xia, absolutely specializing in luxury goods, and the customers who spend money here are either rich or noble. The full makeup painted, sweet-looking counter girl greeted her and respectfully said, Hello, glad to be of service. She had a sharp eye and could see that Evil Wu Scale's clothes and watch were worth a lot of money. This was definitely a big client. Evil Wu Scale said, Buy 2 dresses for my girlfriend. Wang Tingting hurriedly pulled Evil Yoshue's hand. Not buying. Expensive. Evil Yushue looked at Wang Tingting with gentle eyes. Honey, you're worth it. Wang Tingting still shook her head, resisting. Evil Yusher coaxed. Just try it on. I want to see what you look like in a nice dress. Evil Wow Scale softly attracted a lot of people's gazes. Wang Tingting felt embarrassed and could only nod her head. Just trying. Not buying. I'm so sorry, Missy. The counter girl grinned. Gee, it's okay. If you say you won't buy it, who knows if you'll end up buying it. This girl's boyfriend looks rich. She immediately pulled Wang Tingting around the women's clothing area. I don't know whether it's Tio's corporate culture or sales techniques, but the salesman will go for a costume that matches the person's astrological sign, magnetic field, and is quite compatible with their temperament. The counter girl was very professional and quickly matched a set of dresses for Wang Tingting. Wang Tingting looked at the mirror in a fidgety manner and couldn't believe that this was herself. She had never seen herself look so moved. A flash of amazement appeared in the eyes of Evil Yusher Scale. Do you like it, honey? Wang Tingting subconsciously nodded her head and hurriedly shook it again. Don't. It's too expensive. Evil Yusher Scale smirked. What's expensive? You need to know that you deserve all the good things in the world. Wear away and go back to the car to brighten up Zhao and Lu's eyes. Wang Tingting still wanted to refuse, and Evil Yuscale's face was ugly, as if he was about to lose his temper. Wang Tingting was afraid that Evil Yuscale was in a hurry and was a little scared, and hurriedly said, Yeah, I'll take it. Only then was Evil Yusher satisfied, picking up Wang Tingting's whitened jeans in disgust. Throw it away. Nothing like that is worthy of wearing on you. Take it and throw it away. Wang Tingting's eyes showed reluctance. Don't throw it away. You can still wear it. Evil Yusher Scale began to soften his words again. Do you not care what I think at all? I've been with you for so long. Can't you satisfy me? I just don't want you to live the hard life you used to live, and I want you to say goodbye to the past. Can't we start a whole new life with a little ceremony? The counter girl envied. Look how much your boyfriend loves you. I envy you. Wang Tingting was knocked off her feet by Evil Wu Scale's sweet words. She hadn't been in love in the first place either. It was her first love. Evil Wow Scales boarded up his face. Are you listening to me or not in the end? Are you still my baby? These words hit the bullseye directly, causing Wang Tingting's face to blush as she whispered. I'll do as I'm told. I'll throw. Wang Tingting finished, walked towards the trash can and threw the old clothes in. Wang Tingting walked back and whispered. Thank you, Evil Yusue Scale. Aside from my 2 brothers, you are the best person to me. Evil Yusue revealed a wry smile. Thank me for what? Honey, go ahead and pay for it. Wang Tingting froze. Ha? Evil Yusue raised his cell phone to Wang Tingting and screamed exaggeratedly. Asterisk. Big sister. This dress is $38,000. You let me pay for it? This voice attracted the attention of many guests. Wang Tingting awkwardly glanced around and said, Didn't you buy it for me? Evil Wow Scale practically shouted towards the surroundings. Big sister. I'm dating you, not being your ATM, okay? You pay for what you like. You don't even give your hand, and you ask for $38,000? The onlookers cast contemptuous, mocking, sneering looks at Wang Tingting. It's obvious. A gold-digging whore comes to a luxury store and tries to swindle her boyfriend out of his money, only to have him turn the tables on her. Cool. That's how gold-digging whores should be fixed. Take a video and post it online. Prepare to be cyberstormed as well as manhandled girl. Wang Tingting's eyes reddened, and without saying a word, she walked to the garbage can to fetch her old clothes and put them back on. However, the trash cans are gone as well as the clothes. She saw something out of the corner of her eye and hastily fixed her eyes toward the door. It's Evil Wu Scale's friend, Cho, who was walking out the front door with a black garbage bag. Wang Tingting understood something. Evil Wu Scale ran over to him with his cell phone raised. Whoa, you pay quickly. Don't delay everyone. Wang Tingting's tears fell down as she complained. I'm out of clothes. No clothes, no money to pay. Go back naked? Evil Wu Scales grinned wickedly. Geez, didn't you throw your clothes in the trash yourself? There were even more onlookers, pointing at Wang Tingting as if they were stabbing a sword into her whole body. Wang Tingting crouched on the ground, scared, fearful, panicked, and helpless. Evil Wu Scale gave Wang Tingting's face a close-up. Why don't you just take off your clothes and stop holding everyone up? The salesgirls are pretty busy too, and it's not easy to beat the workers. Don't you mess up like that, it's all pretty ugly. Evil Wu Scale knows that the number of likes for today's video is absolutely very high, and what Zhao said about flying high is just around the corner. End of chapter 154. Chapter 154, Twin Sisters. Chapter 154, Twin Sisters. Wang Tingting covered her ears, not wanting to hear anything around her, like an ostrich in danger, burying its head in the dirt. At that moment, a warm coat was draped over her. Wang Tingting's stiff body was warmed and gradually eased, carefully lowering her hand and raising her eyes. It was a clear face. Wang Tingting remembered her. This was one of the two twins that followed Du Yangming. Look at her mature and stable appearance. It's the older sister. Yu11. Lu Yuanyuan wore a black business shirt and a black suit draped over Wang Tingting and lowered her eyebrows in deference. Miss, are you okay? Wang Tingting is obviously 5 or 6 years older than Lu Yuanyuan, but in front of Lu Yuanyuan she looks like a child who has not grown up. She wiped her eyes. I lost my clothes. Where did Lu Yuanyuan not know what was happening? Normally, there would be Du Yangming's blood servant protecting Lu Yuanyuan. It was Saturday. She and her sister had no classes and took it upon themselves to secretly protect Wang Tingting, sort of taking on some work for his teacher, Du Yangming, and even more so, repaying the favor of the god of death. Evil Wu Scale thought that it was someone who wanted to back up Wang Tingting, but it turned out to be a young girl who was even younger than Wang Tingting. A sneer appeared at the corner of Evil Yoshue's mouth. Call her miss? Think it's some kind of female urban dragon pride storyline? Think acting like this will make you look like Wang Tingting is some kind of rich lady? Don't be ridiculous. Who's a rich lady wearing that floor-length stuff? If it was the evil Qilin here, he definitely wouldn't act rashly. It was because the evil Qilin could definitely detect the Tarzan-like confidence in Lu Yuanyuan. Evil Wu Scales raised his cell phone high and shouted, Mom, your lady doesn't pay for her clothes. She wants to whore herself out. Do you pay for her? Brainless? Brainless indeed. But you can't make money eating the bowl of short social opinion videos without being brainless. The more brainless it is, the more people call it good and the more people buy it. So did the crowd of onlookers watching the fun. The more joyful Evil Yoshue, the vulnerable boyfriend, screamed and made a scene, the more they despised Wang Tingting. Too much fun. Gold digging treats her boyfriend as an ATM. Boyfriend doesn't buy it, then comes a little BFF acting to help her pretend to be a rich lady. What kind of divine skit is this? Lu Yuanyuan helped Wang Tingting up and said, Mo, pay. It was then that people realized that there was another young girl outside the crowd who looked exactly like Lu Yuanyuan. She's the younger sister. Lu Mengmeng. Lu Mengmeng asked to the counter sister, how much? The counter girl said awkwardly, 38,000. I can apply for a discount for you. Lu Mengmeng took out a card. Hard work. When you're done with everything, drape your jacket over your sister. Sister, it's cold. Lu Yuanyuan nodded and assisted Wang Tingting towards the outside. She had to take Wang Tingting away from this uncomfortable place. The counter girl looked at Lu Mengmeng suspiciously and took the card and walked to the counter. Evil Wu Scale had a look on his face as he watched the show. The more variables, the more drama, the more fierce the nods. He was not convinced that these little girls really had the ability to pay so much money. Evil Yoshue hurriedly stopped in front of Lu Yuanyuan and Wang Tingting and shouted, Don't go. Are you trying to run away from the bill? Security. Where's the security? After a while, the counter lady walked back and respectfully handed the bank card to Lu Mengmeng with both hands. Thank you for choosing Tio. Evil Wu Scale was confused. Really have money to pay? Lu Yuanyuan looked at Evil Wu Scales unkindly. Please get out of your way. The eyes were icy cold, causing Evil Wu Scale to subconsciously move out of the way. Looking at the back of Lu Yuanyuan and Wang Tingting's departure, he gritted his teeth. That's really sisterly. $38,000 must have been borrowed on a credit card. Lu Mengming's face immediately sank. She wasn't her sister, Lu Yuan, who was indifferent to everything. Lu Mengming is vindictive. With Reaper-sama and Du Yangming-sama out of the picture, she didn't need to disguise herself and was perfectly capable of being an imp who let herself go. Lu Mengming glanced at Evil Wu Scale and pulled the counter girl. I still want to buy something. The counter attendant hurriedly followed Lu Mengming. Evil Yusher Scale's face was hard and puzzled. Is Wang Tingting really a little tycoon? A young girl who calls Wang Tingting miss can spend money here casually? Stone hammered. Wang Tingting was most likely really a rich lady. The foodies stopped bleeping more. For a little girl to have so much money at her fingertips, her family is definitely powerful. A gold-digging whore is talking about a woman who has no money and loves it, not about a rich lady. No matter how money-hungry a rich lady is, that's not called gold-digging, that's called upward mobility. Evil U-Scale retrieved his cell phone and headed for the door. There's enough material today, just go back and pinch and edit. A rich lady? Then what? Can you stop yourself from getting rich? When he returned to the imperial capital in style, everyone would know what an awesome talent the evil family's youngest is. At that moment, a young girl's yell was heard. Oi, is Evil Wow Scale? Evil Wow Scale frowned and turned back, only to see Lu Mengming standing not far away with a cold face, throwing a bag of something in her hand over. I see you like to steal clothes that women throw in the trash. These are for you. The packet spread out in the air. Ladies' stockings, underwear and panties, rained down on Evil Wu Scale, in a difficult situation, especially since he has a lady sexy T-word on the top of his head. The onlookers were in an uproar, some snickering, some secretly opening their cell phones to film it. Ha 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 ha. Lu Mengming's eyes widened as she covered her stomach and laughed maniacally. Evil Yusher Scale's face became more and more ugly. This woman is mentally ill. At the same time, he also realized that just to place so much money, these chicks were really rich. Oomph. Evil Yusher Scales dropped the clothes on his body and laughed in exasperation. Little girl, you probably don't know what kind of people you've messed with. Lu Mengming's sneering laughter got louder. Evil Yushue looked deeply at Lu Mengming and turned to leave. Lu Mengming stopped laughing and straightened up, glancing coldly at the people around her. A bunch of Mercedes-Benz SUV. Evil Wu Scale sat in the driver's seat, his face ugly. Joe asked with a raised eyebrow. What, missed? Evil Yusher Scale said in a deep voice. Can you guys really kill without leaving a trace without the sheriff's department finding out? He wanted to kill someone. When one has the power to put people to death, there is always the pride of having control over another person's life, and that pride is what turns into resentment when it is not respected. That feeling of an emperor on a private visit and being bullied by a ninth-grade magistrate. He didn't dare to do anything to the evil Qilin when he was angered by it in the imperial capital. You'll have to take it from these three ES when you get out of the capital? Regardless of what kind of rich young lady he was, Evil Wu Scale, the adopted son of the evil family, really didn't have any sense of awe. A smirk pulled at the corner of Zhao's mouth. You don't know us transcendents. Killing someone without a trace is easy. Lu fiddled with his phone slyly. One size fits all. We're your friends, but you have to pay for killing. Evil Wu Scale nodded. Okay, 3 women. I'll pay. Lu Zhao looked at each other and both saw the joy in the other's eyes. Transcendentals don't use their transcendent power to live a human life. So what is the point of this transcendent power? Either that or how? They prefer the new headmaster to the old one? Evil Yushue stared at Lu Mengming as she walked out of Tio Plaza and got into a commercial vehicle. In that business car sat Lu Yuan and Wang Tingting. Evil Yushue started the car and followed it without slowing down. There's a pretty girl in the back. P.S. This story is adapted from an event many years ago. The process is the same. The ending is different. The true story ends with the locker attendant who witnessed it all despising a neat blogger and giving her casual clothes to the female customer. After that blogger pinched the internet a bit, that female customer did indeed suffer from cyber violence. That was the year of the internet, when gold-worshipping whores were at the height of their hotness. Anyway, the bar, the network true and false. Brothers do not follow the wind when others in the hands of the knife. Make money disc is good. Of course, yeah, that blogger ended up being pretty miserable. He actually dated a gold-digging whore one time, and the whore had a husband. Her husband is pretty hot-tempered too, treating the blogger like the person who greenlighted him earlier. Then, after 5 or 6 full cuts, the blogger was discharged from the hospital and never appeared on the internet again. I'm not very good at writing this kind of pretentious bridge, but I'm going to learn it and make sure my brothers are satisfied. The South Seas episode that I've been writing about lately is going elsewhere next. How all the crows are doing in the Changbai Mountains. How the ANB is going to moderate the world's transcendence. When transcendence will appear in the rest of the kingdoms. And the fate of the ghostly host's destiny. Of course, the protagonist's plot will not be left behind, as the protagonist is there to drive and shape the story. The various storylines will eventually converge in Rome. It's not the end of the story even after an ordinary world ends up being a transcendent world. There's been quite a bit of ambush laid down earlier. It's just very cryptic. Readers of the last book may pick up on some of the clues. Many of my brothers have asked me if I will finish the book. The author has never unicized and is bound to finish the book. The ending of the last book was pretty much a failure, and I'm sure it will improve after I've learned from my experience. As for how many words, I'm sure more is better. Thank you brothers for growing up with your humble servant. If you have a comment, make it, and the pack will listen to it. Then again, the problem with the author's penguin setup isn't aimed at the adult reader. Got cyberstormed a couple years ago. All kinds of messy push he went so many places hung up my contact information. The author is there whenever the reader adults seek him out. One last kowtow to you all. Thanks for enjoying my story. Brothers and sisters, happy double 11. Burst a few soap filmacy to get rich to find a date. A rattle on a peach tree. End of chapter. Chapter 155. Chapter 155, Blood. At night, the black commercial car parked in front of the South China Sea Civil Aviation University. Wang Tingting got out of the car, wiped her tears, and said guiltily, "Sorry for the trouble, I'll pay you back for the clothes." Sitting in the back seat, Lu Yuan smiled gently. "You are that gentleman's sister. It's our fault for making you suffer. Go back now." Lu Mengmeng pulled down the driver's side window and said thievishly, "Make a deal. You don't tell Lord Du Yangming that we didn't take care of you, and this dress will be considered even." Wang Tingting hurriedly waved her hand. "I'm not going to tell them off." Lu Mengmeng made a face. "I'll see you next time. I'll see you for hot pot next time." After leaving Tio Plaza today, Lu Yuan was also accompanying her sister in order to comfort Wang Tingting, and the three girls didn't miss out on strolling around the South China Sea all afternoon. Wang Tingting broke into a smile. "Good. Be safe on the road. Sister, there's a car following us behind us for a long time." In the black commercial car, Lu Mengmeng in the driver's seat glanced at the rearview mirror and said, "The cleaners had each undergone special training, and although they were no match for the military's professional scouts, their counter-surveillance abilities were no match for ordinary people." Evil Scale thought that he was tracking very stealthily, but in fact, in Lu Mengmeng's eyes, it was a child playing house. Lu Yuan sighed. "Ugh, get rid of it if you can." The corner of Lu Mengmeng's mouth pulled out a wicked smile. "Why can't we have some fun?" Lu Yuan frowned. "Don't make a mess," Lu Mengmeng said. "Sister, don't you feel anything?" Lu Yuan didn't understand. Lu Mengmeng said, "Killing aura. That's Evil Wu Scale in that car in the back. There were two other transcendents in the car. I'm guessing they're after us, or simply want to kill us. The two of us are fine. The average transcendent is no match for us. But what about Miss? The transcendents are going to assassinate Miss. Once there's an eventuality, how can we explain to my lord? In this part of the South China Sea, Lu Yuan and Lu Mengmeng are not afraid to kill. The cleaner will clean up the marks and is very professional." Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. "Tell that to Mr. Du." Lu Mengmeng shrugged. "You forget that on this day every month. Mr. Du is so busy that his phone is turned off. Today was the day that Du Yangming hosted the demon meeting at the Demon Club." Lu Yuan said, "Well, find a quiet place and make it clean. The night is getting deeper and deeper." The black business drives into the alleys of the old town. The Mercedes SUV pulled up at the side of the road and three people got out of the car. Those three people walked towards the alley. Two little beauties. "Hello again." Evil Wow Scale looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Mengmeng at the end of the alley, a cold smile on his face. "Ha. It's so pretty. It's kinda hard to get rid of it. Don't worry, it's a dead end or an old town. You can take your time." The two Rune sect disciples seemed to be judges who dominated the lives and deaths of humans. Lu Yuan leaned against the side of the car and sighed. "This just isn't going to go away today, is it?" She didn't want to kill anyone and really didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Being watched and followed by the Transcendents made it even more impossible for her to return to the base. So, it had to be done. Evil Wow Scale lit a cigarette and said in a deep voice, "I don't know what your identities are, but there is a kind of person in this world that you can't afford to mess with." Lu Yuan snorted. Evil Usher Scale felt that he was being looked down upon and said quietly, "Is it true that you don't believe I dare to kill you? The world is a big place, bigger than you can imagine. There's a kind of person in this world who won't leave any traces even if he kills you. Brother Zhao, Brother Lu, let them see it before they die." The two Rune sect disciples let out a cold snort from their noses, tilted their heads arrogantly, and extended their hands. The two runes were suspended in the air. The corner of Evil Yoshue's mouth pulled out a smile. "See? He's just trying to play hard to get." Lu Mengming's eyes contained sarcasm and she had a playful mind. She covered her chest and stepped back in horror, screaming like a little schoolgirl. "Oh my god, you guys, you're gods. Brother, I was wrong. Spare us." Evil Wu Scale shook his head. "You don't realize what you're doing wrong. A glint crossed his eyes and he spoke in a deep voice. You were wrong. In that you messed with the wrong person. In the wrong place, at the wrong time. Brother Zhao, Brother Lu, kill them. If there was a casting call for urban dragon pride, Evil Wu Scale would be up to the task. Lu Mengmeng powerlessly knelt on the ground, holding her arms and lowering her head, trembling and seemingly desperate. Oh, two little beauties like Jade, don't cry. We'll be gentle. If I had known it would come to this, why did I bother? The people who messed with Evil Young are all dead. The two talisman sect disciples were full of bad jokes, holding the talisman paper towards the two young girls. You guys are really. Lu Mengmeng's delicate body trembled more and more. It really is so cute. Lu Mengmeng jerked her head up, her face distorted with excitement, eyes scarlet, fangs protruding, a pair of bat wings piercing the suit and exposing it to the air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The two rune sect disciples were so frightened in the face of this turn of events that they couldn't even hold their runes steady. You what a monster. Lu's liver and gall bled. He didn't even want the talisman paper anymore, and he rolled and crawled towards the outside of the alley. He. Sweet-smelling brother, don't run. Lu Mengmeng laughed maniacally and pointedly. Lepton sat crouched on Lu's back like a night cat, her cold tongue licking Lu's neck. Can't help it. Brother smells too good. Auntie, I was wrong. Before Lu could finish his sentence, a sharp pain shot through his neck. The strength was getting thinner and the pain was getting stronger. Lu Mengmeng was quite rough, tearing off raw meat and greedily sucking on the blood. Lu let out a heartbreaking scream. Although vampires were bloodthirsty, they were definitely not as berserk as Lu Mengmeng. It's the people who go berserk, not the vampire's power. All that had happened in Old Town over the years had long since made the 17-year-old girl's mindset different from the norm. Either you die in silence, or you go crazy in silence. Even perversion. If she hadn't met the gods, Lu Mengmeng didn't know exactly what her future would be like. Death, or being a pheasant? Man on top she longed for, but that was impossible. Now well, she's the one guy in the food chain who actually stands on top of the human race, without program and ethics. She is just a fanatic of sublime death and an indulgent of dark desires. At the moment the evil Yusher scales several people struck out at Wang Tingting, Lu Mengmeng had already sentenced these several people to death. To insult the gods' dependents would be to viciously trample on Lu Mengmeng's faith. Image from the web, the snake and the woodsman, the crazy batch sister and the highly cold sister. End of chapter 156. Chapter 156 Soul Snatcher Chowie. Chapter 156 Chowie, the Soul Snatcher. The smell of blood was strong in the alley, and the thrill of such an atmosphere flew unchecked. Evil Uscale was trembling, his pants were wet, and his cigarette was extinguished with only the butt still in his fingers. Lu Mengmeng dropped the warm corpse in her hands, her big eyes staring at Evil Uscales with a face full of sadness. Brother, you've become less sweet. The blood and flesh that Lu Mengmeng liked was the blood and flesh after suddenly becoming fearful in excitement. At that time, the blood and flesh were different from the usual state. The blood becomes sweeter and the meat more flavorful. All that remained of Evil Yusher Scale was fear. Lu Mengmeng stood up, her small face, the tips of her hair, her suit, all stained with blood. She licked the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled sweetly. Brother, you smile a well. Give me a smile. The pretty face went from cute to gradually twisted, and the voice became more and more resentful. Evil Wu Scale turned to run, and his legs collapsed to the ground. He kept crawling backwards. Don't come over. You don't come over. I am the young master of the evil family of the imperial capital. You can't kill me. My father won't let you go. Lu Mengmeng froze for a moment. The evil family? I think I heard Lord Du Yongming mention it. Lu Mengmeng turned to look at her sister, her eyes inquiring about her sister's meaning. Lu Yuan said quietly, turns out it has a background. That's all the more reason not to stay. Lu Mengmeng laughed playfully. Then I can't keep you, little brother. Lu Mengmeng pounced on Evil Uscale and stabbed her claws into Evil Uscale's heart. The next second, blood splattered everywhere. Lu Mengmeng lowered her head and frowned after a while. Hard to eat, sour. Lu Yuan had gotten used to her sister's insanity and said after fiddling with her cell phone for a while, the cleaners will be here in a minute. Come on, I'll drive. Lu Mengmeng nodded her head obediently and followed her sister to the car with a bounce. Old Town, one family finely furnished residence. Wedding photos hang above the bedroom bed. In bed, the woman is the heroine of the wedding photo, but the man is not the hero of the wedding photo. The man's name is Chowie. In his sleep, Chowie awoke with a jolt, sat up, and stared stonily out the window. The white lotus root-like arm rested on Chowie, and the woman said in a daze, "What's the matter? My husband won't be back. He's too busy fooling around with the vixen. Sleep a little longer." Chowie pushed the woman away, got dressed, and got out of bed. Just now he sensed a very evil force nearby. The woman woke up completely and grumbled. Are you leaving? Will you come back for me? I could have children for you. I really love you so much. Chow Yi, who was standing in the doorway, turned back. Leave it all to fate. The woman looked at the man's broad back. This man was really too attractive. She asked reluctantly, so can I know your name? Chow Yi shook his head and pushed the door out. The dimly lit alley was cleaned up so well that there weren't even rut marks. With the wind blowing gently and the streetlight soft, who would have thought there had been bloodshed here half an hour ago? Cleaners are very good at covering up traces of current events with traces of what was. So much so, that Chow Yi found nothing when he arrived at the scene. Chow Yi took a deep breath and the corners of his mouth pulled up in an arc. Mastery. Think you're doing it covertly? You can't get the smell of blood out of here. This is the murder scene. After becoming a transcendent, Chow Yi possessed notable mental power, which could be detailed and subtle, and his ability to solve cases was unknown how many times stronger than before. But he didn't notice anything unusual here. But the lingering smell of blood here he could clearly smell. Chow Yi closed his eyes and mumbled as he walked around the alley. 2 women, 3 men. One of the men was huge. It was at this moment that Chow Yi's ears twitched. Help! Robbery! Someone was calling for help, so far away that the sound was soft enough to reach here. Could it still be a crime? Chow Yi raised his head to look into the distance and leapt, skimming towards that side. This side of the old town is near a railroad, and there are few people on weekdays. The masked man was holding a backpack in his hands, and a man wearing glasses was clinging to the masked man's thighs in a death grip, crying and wailing. Brother, give me back my money, please. The masked man had contempt in his eyes. I'm just robbing money. I don't want to harm lives. You wouldn't risk your life for that kind of money, would you? Do all you rich people want money more than life? The man with the glasses shook his head and hugged the masked man's legs even harder, yelling at the top of his lungs. Help! Robbery! Ruthlessness appeared on the masked man's face as he kicked the glasses man in the chest. The man with the glasses spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground groaning. Serves you right. Bah! The masked man spat and was about to leave when he saw a robust silhouette blocking in front of him. How can law and order be so bad in the old town, where villains have made it a place of comfort? I am responsible. Chow Yi's figure stepped out from under the streetlight with a quizzical look in his eyes. There was none of that disturbing, ominous power in this masked man. The masked man felt humiliated and spoke angrily. You call me a villain? I'm a chivalrous old man. Chow Yi teased. Are all the chivalrous men robbing now? The masked man pointed at the man with glasses. I looked into him, an executive of a company. Don't look at him living in the old town. He makes $300,000 a year. He's so rich. What's wrong with me wanting some of his money? The money isn't my own either. I'm robbing from the rich to help the poor with this money. The man with the glasses got a surge of strength from somewhere and once again bailed on the masked man's leg. This is my son's life-saving money. Please give it back to me. The masked man moved slightly at this, and quickly gripped the bag even harder. You rich people can't be trusted to talk. Off. Don't make me kill anyone. Chow Yi sighed. After the recovery of the aura, I'm most afraid of people like you appearing, possessing a body of power and a set of its own code that violates the rules of law and order. You are worse than the criminals who kill and burn. The masked man couldn't understand what Chow Yi was saying, and after staring at him for a while, he suddenly felt that Chow Yi looked somewhat familiar. He stared. I think I've seen you before. On TV. You are the chief of the sheriff's department. Chow Yi nodded appreciatively. A little insight. The masked man put down his bag with a resentful look in his eyes. Robbing the rich and giving to the poor is what I want to do, and killing you great officials is what I want to do. My guess is that your high position is also from the wrong source, not to mention that you don't know how many people's blood you've drunk by using your power. You, more hateful than these rich people. A ball of fire suddenly appeared in the masked man's palm. The fireball flew rapidly towards Chow Yi, leaving a high-temperature mist in the air. Chow Yi let out a light laugh. 9 years of compulsory education is really wasted. Chow Yi stretched out his hand and muffled a cry. Heart scale. Strange things happen. A balance scale appeared in Chow Yi's palm. The balance scale is unreal and real. Not at all like a product of the real world. At one end of the balance scale was a white feather, and the lightness of the feather pressed down on the scale and shook it constantly. The fireball didn't hurt Chow Yi when it was shot in front of him, but stopped at the other end of the balance scale. Stranger things have happened. The fireball was heavy, much heavier than the feather, and lifted the feather to its highest point. Chow Yi's eyes sprouted black flames, the same black flames as Li Yang's. Chow Yi said quietly, villains who deserve to go to hell. End of chapter 157.